In a lavish, secluded corner of Jiang City, the Dragon King, Shao Chun, was tightening his grip on Yin Wudao's throat. He hoisted him high into the air. A voice thick with hatred echoed. Yin Wudao, do you have any idea who I am? Yin Wudao stammered, trembling violently. Aren't you just that loser son-in-law from the Jiang family? Shao Chen's expression instantly turned murderous. You're blind as a dog. I'm a master of the Dragon King Temple. The Dragon King, Shao Chun. Hearing this, Yin Wudao's soul nearly left his body. His face turned pale, then a sickly, bruised purple. What? You're the legendary Dragon King? He was already furious, but now his rage bordered on insanity. I came to Huaxia to live in seclusion. I only wanted a normal life. And yet, you dared to lust after my woman? You really have a death wish, don't you? Yin Wudao scrambled to plead for his life. I was wrong. Please spare me. Shao Chun looked at him, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The word mercy doesn't exist in the Dragon King's vocabulary. Shao Chen's grip tightened with a sudden, violent force. The veins on his arm bulged and pulsed. A sickening crack echoed as Yin Wudao's neck snapped like a twig. He died on the spot. Having finished him off, Shao Chen turned and led his subordinates away. Yin Wudao's lingering soul watched his retreating back with pure resentment. He thought, I died just because I believed those treacherous bastards. I can't accept this. Not far away, the sound of high heels clicked sharply against the pavement. She reached out and tapped Yin Wudao's forehead. At that exact moment, the god-level great villain system reached 10%. His soul suddenly felt a strange, jarring shift. The next second, he was pulled back into a human body. A surge of mysterious energy slammed into him. Yin Wudao's eyes snapped open involuntarily. His vision was blurry at first, but he could faintly make out two people, his mother-in-law and the Dragon King, Shao Chun. He was in an office. His mother-in-law was screaming at Shao Chun. Is a company the kind of place a person like you can just walk into? Get the hell out of my sight right now. Shao Chun tried to explain. Rushue is my wife. If there's a problem, I'll handle it. We don't need help from outsiders. But she didn't listen to a single word. What could you possibly handle? The Jiang family is 10 billion yuan in debt. How are you going to pay that back? You're nothing but a loser who only knows how to cook and do laundry. If Rushue hadn't been blind back then, why would she ever let a man like you marry into this family? Yin Wudao sat beside Jiang Rushue, his mind racing with questions. What the hell is going on? I'm not dead. He reached up and touched his head. I've been reborn. He checked his watch. Unbelievable. He had returned to 30 minutes before the Dragon King choked the life out of him. Suddenly, a massive screen appeared before his eyes. God-level Great Villain System activated. System mission issued. Survive. The current situation filled him with intense dread. Yin Wudao was spiraling in confusion. What is this? Right then, the timer on the screen began to count down. 29 minutes, 59 seconds. His eyes widened in realization. The next half hour was exactly when he was scheduled to die. A woman's voice drifted from beside him, sounding like it was pushing him into a bottomless abyss. Young Master Yin, are you okay? Rushue placed a hand on his forehead, looking worried. Her expression was full of genuine concern. Why are you sweating so much? Are you feeling unwell? Her action shocked both him and Shao Chun. Shao Chen's face twisted with rage, but he was powerless to act. Yin Wudao frantically pushed her away. Get away from me. He cursed to himself. Are you trying to get me killed even faster? Suddenly, Madame Jiang rushed over and grabbed his hand. Young Master Yin, please don't be angry. That piece of trash isn't worth your temper. She turned and barked at Shao Chun. Young Master, Yin has connections with the top brass. He's the one who secured the 10 billion yuan investment for the Jiang Corporation. Let me tell you, Rushue has already decided to remarry young Master Yin. Those words sent him plummeting into despair. You people, is everyone here just itching to die? Shao Chun pointed at himself with a calm expression. That $10 billion investment? I'm the one who arranged it. The big boss behind that company is me. Suddenly, Jiang Rushue lunged forward. She delivered a stinging slap to his face. Shut your damn mouth. Do you think just because your last name is Shao, you actually have a connection to the Shao family? Still fuming, she continued to lash out. Trying to take credit for someone else's work? Have you no shame at all? The more you act like this, the more I despise you. Behind them, Wudao was screaming internally. Big sis, let's just talk this out. Don't start a fight, please. A moment later, she pointed toward the front door and shouted at Xiao Chun to leave. The Jiang family has no room for a useless waste of space like you. Get the hell out of my house. Wudao felt like he was facing his own execution. He thought, it's over. I'm a dead man. Everything is playing out exactly like the original plot. Xiao Chun spoke with cold indifference. Don't come crawling back with regrets later. At this point, Wudao desperately wanted to rush over and stop him. No, he's about to say it. I have to shut him up. But Jiang Ruxiue and her mother held him back. They said gently, young Master Yin, please don't let him get to you. Hitting him would only get your hands dirty. Ruxiue also tried to persuade him. Young Master Yin, considering the history I have with him, please just let him go. Wudao was now completely plunged into despair. In reality, I'm the one who needs him to let me go. On the other side, the Dragon King, Xiao Chun, spoke up smugly. There's no need to pretend anymore. Let's put all the cards on the table. I am the Dragon King. Everyone simultaneously bowed their heads to him in a show of profound respect. The Dragon King Temple was known as the largest underground organization overseas. Its power was immense, and it was held in absolute awe. Under the Dragon King served 3 great generals. The Tyrant, who held absolute power. The God of Fortune, who controlled the wealth. And Yama, the arbiter of life and death. The God of Fortune decisively tore the contract to shreds and barked. You dared to offend the Dragon King? You got a lot of nerve. Consider this $100 billion contract dead. The Tyrant answered a phone call. With just one call, I can make both the Yin and Jiang families vanish from Jiang City forever. Yama tightened his grip on his weapon, ready for combat at a moment's notice. The second the Dragon King gives the word, I'll start the massacre. Thinking of this, Wudao clutched his head in agony. It's another dead end. Am I really destined to die all over again? Is it true that a villain is nothing more than a stepping stone for the protagonist? Wudao felt like he was being driven insane by the pressure. No, I refuse to accept this. Xiao Chun looked at him with a triumphant smirk. I will not accept your pleas for mercy, but I will grant you a swift death. Wudao forced himself to stand tall and shot back. I never had any intention of begging you for anything. Xiao Chun shot him a look of pure disdain. Your Yin family might be powerful here in China, but compared to my Dragon King temple, you're nothing more than a speck of dust. Wudao pulled his phone from his pocket with an arrogant flair. Is that so? Well, it only takes one phone call from me to ensure you never recover from this. At this moment, the war between the villain and the Lord of the Dragon King Temple officially began. Xiao Chun let out a loud, mocking laugh. Ha! You certainly talk big. Let's see who you can actually call. If you got the guts, go ahead. 15 minutes later, a woman in tall black boots appeared. It was the captain of the Shiqing Special Task Force, Lu Man. She barked an order to her team. Arrest every single one of them. I can't believe you actually used this move. Calling Lu Man to arrest Xiao Chun and his crew. After pulling off his scheme, Wudao's face was filled with smug satisfaction. The Dragon King's 3 top generals were quickly restrained by the special forces. Don't move. Drop your weapons. Stay focused. Lu Man held a pair of handcuffs. Her eyes locked on a Xiao Chun with murderous intent. Xiao Chun, you're under arrest. As the leader of an illegal overseas organization, you have long been on Interpol's most wanted list. Xiao Chun's jaw dropped in shock. His previous arrogance had vanished without a trace. Lu Man gave him a cold warning. Cooperate quietly if you want any hope of leniency. Keep resisting and you're getting the taser. Finally, Dragon King Xiao Chun could only watch helplessly as she clicked the handcuffs around his wrists with a sharp snap. Xiao Chun glared hatefully at Wudao, who stood just a short distance away. Wudao, you have no honor. Do you even call yourself a gentleman? Wudao gave a shameless smirk. My apologies. I happen to be the villain here. Lu Man shoved Xiao Chun forward without a shred of mercy. Behave yourself. I don't care if you're the Dragon King or some Azura. Under my watch, everyone follows the rules. Before leaving, Lu Man didn't forget to turn back and speak to Wudao. Your reward for the tip-off will be transferred to your account soon. 500,000 yuan per person. And it's tax-free. Wudao placed a hand over his heart, looking quite pleased. His arrogant expression was replaced by one of refined elegance. perfectly composed. Mutual cooperation is entirely my pleasure. The dodgy system flashed a notification. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have successfully seized one province point. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. I see. So as long as I take down these favored sons of heaven, I can steal their destiny. But what exactly do these points do? The system continued its alerts. System has detected Dragon King, Shao Chen's golden finger. Please make your choice, host. The options appeared on the screen. 9 dragons, true, chi. Copy or plunder. A spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. This is just like looting drops from a boss. How interesting. He paused for a moment. The devious Yin Wu Dao selected plunder on the system interface. If the word mercy isn't in his dictionary, then I certainly can't afford to leave any loose ends. He chose to plunder. In the next second, Shao Chun collapsed to his knees right in front of him. Lu Man began the interrogation. Start talking. Don't you dare try any tricks with me. Shao Chun slumped onto the ground. All the life seemed to have drained out of him. He suddenly felt as if his entire body had been hollowed out. Just then, a firm arm wrapped around Jiang Ruishua's waist. Yin Wu Dao held the beauty close with one arm. While holding his phone in the other, he chuckled triumphantly. Huh, everything that was once his now belongs to me. Ruishua looked down at the hand resting on her waist. She was both shocked and incredibly uncomfortable. He was supposed to be the legendary Dragon King, yet he couldn't even stand up to a devious, cunning man like Yin Wu Dao. Yin Wu Dao's phone chimed with a notification. Your bank account ending in 8888 has received 2 million yuan. Reward for counterintelligence reporting. Current balance, 3,108,937,462 yuan. He glanced at the numbers on his screen, feeling quite satisfied. That was a fast transfer. Very efficient. Jiang Ruishua's mother stood nearby. Her eyes instantly lit up at the sight of the money. She never imagined this young man had over 3 billion yuan. She rushed over to the now-arrested Shao Chun. Their previous investment was a total loss. The Jiang family was still on the brink of bankruptcy. She pleaded, young Master Yin, please, you must fulfill your previous promise. Yin Wu Dao idly picked at his ear. Then he turned his gaze toward Ruishua. Well, that depends entirely on Miss Jiang's attitude. Jiang Ruishua lowered her head, lost in thought. Ever since Shao Chun entered their home, though they weren't a real couple, she had never mistreated him. Yet he never once revealed his true identity to her. He really is nothing but a liar. Now, if she wanted to save the Jiang family, Yin Wu Dao was her only hope. At that thought, Jiang Ruishua grit her teeth. But this man is a playboy, domineering and arrogant. If I sacrifice myself for the family, then my life is essentially over. She turned to look at Yin Wu Dao. Her face was filled with reluctance. Young Master Yin, I beg of you, please help the Jiang family. Smirking, Yin Wu Dao reached out and tilted her chin up. Saving the Jiangs isn't out of the question. But as for what I want in return, I believe you know better than anyone. Right then, he suddenly saw a red text hovering over her head. Favorability, -100. Status, extreme loathing. Yin Wu Dao found it strange. What on earth is this? Both the system and Daji issued a notification at once. New mission alert. Side quest. Conquer the beautiful Jiang Ruishua. Quest requirements. Raise her favorability to 90 points. Mission accomplished. Quest reward. Business genius talent, +1. Yin Wu Dao's jaw dropped in shock. No way. 90 points. But her favorability rating is still negative? Jiang Ruishua bit her lip, looking conflicted. She prepared herself to kiss him. Having no other choice, she leaned in for a forced kiss. Yin Wu Dao saw right through her. You hate me this much, yet you're still trying to please me? It's agonizing, isn't it? Those words struck Jiang Ruishua right where it hurt. Caught off guard, she retorted defensively. Nonsense. I don't hate you at all. But of course, Yin Wu Dao didn't believe her for a second. Is that so? You know the truth better than anyone. Now about that 4 billion. Did you really think I was joking? I'm not some lowly son-in-law who exists just to lick your boots. But business is business, so let's be clear. He spoke decisively. I'll put up 10 billion to acquire the Jiang Group. Madame Jiang's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Acquire it. Jiang Ruishua's loathing for him grew even deeper. Favorability, -120. Absolute detestation. Wu Dao completely ignored her. He turned to leave. I know. It's a lot for you to accept right now. But this is your only option. Once you've thought it over, have Rawashue come to my villa to sign the contract. The dodgy system's warning bells rang out urgently. Warning, warning. The system has detected a rapid decline in favorability. The host is advised to change strategies immediately. But Yin Wudao just brushed it off. He shoved the system notification aside. When it comes to dealing with women, I'm much better at this than you are. Somewhere else, by the riverbank in the purple bamboo forest, a red supercar sped toward the main gates. The car slowed to a halt under the afternoon sun. The door swung open slowly. A weary Yin Wudao stepped out as the servants, already lined up, greeted him in unison. Young master. He dragged his heavy, exhausted body into the house. I should have known better than to give you all the day off today. I almost crashed the car because of it. Yin Wudao tossed his sunglasses to his subordinate and shouted, Qingya, Qingya, get out here. At that moment, Qingya was in the kitchen peeling apples. Hearing him call her name, she flinched, and the blade sliced right into her fair finger. Reflexively, she put her finger in her mouth to stop the bleeding. A moment later, Yin Wudao was standing right in front of her. Qingya rushed out to greet him. I didn't expect you back so early today, sir. The bath isn't ready yet. I am so sorry, sir. Above Qingya's head, red text appeared. Favorability, 90. Deeply in love. Fear level, 80. Terrified. Yin Wudao was stunned. I didn't think she actually loved me. But what's with all that fear? Noticing the blood on Qingya's finger, he asked with concern, What happened to your hand? Qingya's eyes were filled with dread. She shyly tried to hide the wounded finger. It's nothing, sir. Flashbacks of his past cruelty toward Qingya suddenly flooded Yin Wudao's mind. He had been like a ravenous wolf, grabbing her by the hair and screaming at her. I'm in a foul mood right now. Get over here and help me blow off some steam. Recalling her terrified face from back then, Wudao began to understand. It must have been that day that scarred her so deeply. Yin Wudao felt a pang of guilt. After coming back from the dead, and looking back at the things I did, I really was a piece of work. But in the very next second, a twisted smirk returned to his face. How exhilarating. This is exactly how a villain should act. So, Yin Wudao maintained his intimidating persona. He patted Qingya lightly on the shoulder, making her entire body tremble. I recall there's a meditation room in this house. Go clean it up immediately. I intend to use it. She submissively turned to run off. I'll take care of it right away. Watching her scurry away like a frightened little rabbit, Yin Wudao felt a bit reluctant to bully her any further, even though she's here to pay off a debt. Since she truly loves me, I'll treat her better from now on. I won't make her live in fear anymore. Once Qingya had finished cleaning the room, Yin Wudao sat down on a large chair. He began to quiet his mind for cultivation. He closed his eyes. Focusing intently, he began to circulate his qi. Suddenly, a familiar pair of red-high heels appeared in the room. The person who arrived was none other than Daji. Even though I helped him open his meridians, his cultivation speed is incredibly fast. He truly is a natural-born genius. It looks like I didn't choose the wrong person after all. Her gaze was fixed intently on the jade pendant hanging around his neck. That would be an excellent place to hide. It can help me evade the patrolling spirits. Without a second thought, Daji slipped right into the jade pendant. Yin Wudao's eyes suddenly lit up. Just then, Qingya walked in from outside, carrying a small wooden tray. Wudao, please drink some of this soup. Yin Wudao let out a soft sigh of relief. He placed one hand on his chest. While holding the 9 Dragons True Qi manual in the other, he thought, this 9 Dragons True Qi is really the real deal. After cleansing my marrow and tempering my bones, my whole body feels light and refreshed. These must be the impurities being expelled from my body. It's exactly like the records described. Wudao glanced at Qingya. A moment later, he showed off his rock-hard six-pack for her to see. Displaying such a perfect physique right in front of you, you might have been able to hold back on the first day. Maybe you could control yourself then, but I don't believe you can keep resisting forever. He continued to tease her. Come here. I can see your heart is racing. You're in a pretty good mood, aren't you? Your face is already turning bright red. Taking advantage of his good mood, Qingya gathered her courage and asked, Wudao, can you please release the girl you brought home last night? I heard her brother is in the military. I'm afraid he'll come after you for revenge. He drained the soup in one gulp. Just teasing you. The soup was delicious today. After finishing it, In Wu Dao pretended to be calm as he walked away. What girl? I don't remember her at all. I'm covered in sweat. I'm going to take a shower. Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel worried. I hope he doesn't make any more mistakes. A little later, In Wu Dao stepped out of the bathroom. He wasn't wearing any clothes, just a towel wrapped around his waist, and another towel wrapped around his head. Who was that girl she was talking about? Why can't I recall her at all? As he passed by the mirror, he saw his reflection and was suddenly taken aback. What is this? In Wu Dao took off the towel. He grabbed the hairdryer, blowing it near one of his eyes. Then he leaned in close to the mirror for a better look. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. The white curtains nearby caught his attention. He walked over and pulled the curtains back. When the curtains were drawn, a stunning young woman was fast asleep inside. Her figure was particularly eye-catching. It looked like she wasn't wearing anything at all. In Wu Dao's face instantly darkened. He covered his mouth, thinking, so this is the girl Qingyao was talking about. In his memory, the image of the beautiful girl named Yuru catwalked across a stage. He recalled an evening from a few days ago. He and his friend, Jiang Renjia, were completely wasted. As a result, that girl Yuru had caught In Wu Dao's eye. You could tell just by looking at her that she was the innocent type. She shouldn't have been in a place like that. Jiang Renjia, who was beside him, teased him. So you like this type, huh? How about I have her sent to your place? He didn't expect a joke to actually come true. Now In Wu Dao had a massive headache. I can't believe the guy actually sent her over. His gaze slowly drifted down to Yuru's body. He cursed himself inwardly for being so careless. I really dug my own grave this time. If that's the case, that danger warning that appeared on the bed earlier was definitely related to this girl. Just as In Wu Dao thought this, the system suddenly flashed a notification. Detection, Elite Soldier King approaching. The system has issued a new quest. Survival mission. In Wu Dao was horrified. I'm not even done exploring yet. With that, he immediately rushed to the surveillance monitors. He saw a massive, powerful man systematically taking down his guards. In Wu Dao grew more terrified as he watched. There really is an intruder. That man possesses incredible strength. In Wu Dao's guards were no pushovers, and yet he's taken them out with a single blow. Not only that, this Soldier King shows absolutely no mercy. Damn it, In Wu Dao's bodyguards are being beaten to a bloody pulp right there. The attacker is being way too ruthless. He grabs a bodyguard by the head and hauls him up. His eyes are burning with an uncontrollable, vengeful hatred. Just catching a glimpse of those eyes through the screen is enough to terrify In Wu Dao. His aura has completely exploded. This looks like a losing battle. A short while later, the king of the underworld barged into the house and let out a deafening roar. Yuan, get out here. He stepped inside with total fearlessness, pacing forward one step at a time. He didn't give a damn about the bodyguards lying in heaps across the floor. With such an overwhelming presence, it could be none other than the Soldier King, Lin Feng. Get your ass out here. Right then, a foot stepped forward to meet the challenge of a shout. In Wu Dao had regained his composure. Who's the blind fool? Daring to barge into my home? Lin Feng pointed right at his face and bellowed in a rage. I am Lin Feng. I'm here for my sister, Lin Yuru. If you so much as touched a single hair on her head, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Facing this man whose aura pierced the heavens, In Wu Dao remained completely unfazed. He carried himself as if he were the undisputed master of this domain. Who the hell do you think you are, shouting like a madman in my house? He suddenly threw his weight down. He slammed his foot onto the floor. The ground instantly cracked, a fissure snaking outward. Lin Feng lunged forward with his massive fist swinging. He was determined to give the man a brutal lesson. Call me commander. In Wu Dao tensed up, gritting his teeth hard. He made a split-second decision. This is perfect. I'll take this chance to test the true power of my 9 dragons, true Qi. Just as Lin Feng's fist was about to crush his skull, a strange, brilliant light suddenly erupted. It acted as a shield, blocking the strike. In Wu Dao stumbled back several steps. His clenched fist wouldn't stop trembling. He was secretly shaken to the core. This power is absolutely insane. If this were the old me, that single punch would have killed me on the spot. Seizing the moment while In Wu Dao was off balance, Lin Feng charged again. He grabbed him by the throat. A second later, he had the young master completely pinned. I'm surprised you actually managed to block one of my punches. You're a hell of a lot tougher than those other spoiled rich brats. Lin Feng was about to deliver a few more finishing blows. But you shouldn't have done it. You never should have touched my sister. Yuru and Qingya appeared just in time. They rushed in to stop the fight. Brother, stop. Now. You got it all wrong. You're misunderstanding young Master Yin. Hearing his sister's voice, Lin Feng froze. His murderous strength evaporated in an instant. Yuru? What on earth happened here? Wrenching himself free from the man's grip, Yin Wudao straightened his collar and brushed off his clothes. His face was a mask of pure contempt. A moment later, Yuru sat down on the sofa. She slowly began to recount everything that happened last night. Last night, some bad people were harassing me. It was Qingya who saved me. She brought me back here. Young Master Yin had absolutely nothing to do with it. Besides, when I woke up, I was in Qingya's bed. I don't have a single injury. I wasn't hurt at all. Lin Feng turned a suspicious glare toward Qingya. No way. In a situation like that, any normal person would have gone straight to the hospital. Why bring her back to a private house? Hearing that, Qingya quickly chimed in to explain. I happen to be a medical doctor, you know. Lin Feng was left speechless. He could only curl his lip in a dismissive pout. Fine. None of you rich people are any good. Right at that moment, the sharp sound of a wine glass being slammed onto the table echoed. Yin Wudao tensed up, his anger finally boiling over. Listen to me, Lin. Don't you have any goddamn shame? My grandfather was a founding hero of this nation. My maternal grandfather fought alone to hold our borders. My father works day and night to govern this entire East Sea region. My mother pays tens of billions in taxes every single year. For 3 generations, my family has given everything they have. For the sake of this country and its people, what right do you have to insult my family name? One look at Lin Feng's face revealed how much he despised this topic. But the two girls, Qingya and Yuru, were looking at Yin Wudao with eyes full of deep admiration. Yuru rushed to her brother's side, pleading with him. Apologize to young Master Yin right now. He isn't a bad person. Lin Feng had always been a sucker for his little sister. But inside, he was far from happy. Fine, I'm sorry. It was my mistake. With those words, he gripped Yuru's hand tightly. His face flushed with frustration as he led her away. We won't trouble you any longer. Goodbye. But how could Yin Wudao let them leave so easily? Hold it right there. His expression turned terrifyingly dark. Who said you two could go? Lin Feng regained his usual imposing aura and asked, Is there something else? With a cold, stony expression, Yin Wudao forced Lin Feng to look at the bodyguards he had just brutally injured. You beat 4 of my men into this state. And now you think you can just walk away? Even if Lin Feng had wings, he wasn't getting out of this easily. Lin Feng could only stand his ground. God, what a disgusting stench. That was my oversight. I'll pay for their medical expenses. Yin Wudao felt like he had finally found the man's weakness. He pointed mockingly at Lin Feng's face. With what? You're broke. Your sister had to work as a dancer just to scrape together some cash. Your family must be pretty desperate for money, aren't they? Lin Feng's expression darkened even further. He never imagined Yuru would resort to being a dancer to support the family. Seeing the look on her brother's face, Yuru spoke up. I'm sorry, brother. I saw how hard you were working to pay for Mom's surgery. I just wanted to help carry the burden. Lin Feng stared at the floor, head bowed. His fists clenched until the veins bulged on his arms. Life has its ups and downs. Don't you dare look down on a man when he's... Yin Wudao cut him off. Yeah, I get it. What's next? Don't look down on the poor, middle-aged man. Don't look down on the poor old man. And then what? Is the dead guy the greatest of them all? Yin Wudao had hit the nail right on the head. Lin Feng remained silent, unable to refute him. Yin Wudao continued. I have a proposal. Not only will I waive the medical bills, I'll give you $1 million on top of it. He held out a black bank card with gold trim. Of course, there was a catch. Yin Wudao smirked. Here's my condition, Lin Feng. Come work for me as my bodyguard. Fury instantly flared in Lin Feng's eyes. His intense aura felt like it could burn the entire villa to the ground. I swore when I left the military that I would never be a lapdog for you capitalist scum. Yuru watched with wide, worried eyes. Brother, pride won't put food on the table. Mom's surgery can't wait any longer. Hearing his sister's desperate plea, Lin Feng's anger vanished instantly. He snatched the black card in a heartbeat. Actually, I can see young Master Yin is a man of character. I'd be honored to dedicate my life to your service. Watching this, Qingya and Yuru couldn't help but laugh. Yin Wudao's attention shifted to the system notification on his screen. Survival quest complete. Rewards. Maxed out tactical attributes. Combat, marksmanship, climbing, agility, driving, and reconnaissance. Additionally, the system has detected teammate loyalty is at 20. Therefore, Paragon points cannot be awarded yet. Paragon points can only be earned once teammate loyalty reaches 100. Yin Wudao felt a surge of power coursing through his entire body. The 9-dragon true Qi combined with the Soldier King attributes. It was a truly invincible combination. If a random reward was already this insane, then those rare Paragon points, wouldn't they be earth-shattering? Even gods and demons would tremble. The Lin siblings bowed to him in gratitude. Thank you, sir. Truly, thank you for the money. We will surely repay you. Lin Feng remained quiet. He glanced at Yin Wudao with narrowed eyes. Above his head, red text appeared. Loyalty, 20. Status, suspicious. Yin Wudao thought to himself. Starting with 20% loyalty from someone like Lin Feng isn't bad at all. The system voice chimed again. New side quest issued. Conquer the favored daughter, Lin Yuru. Reward. Paragon point +1. Talent. Treasure appraisal. Requirement. Reach 95% affection. Text appeared above Yuru's head as well. Affection. 60. Status. Adoration. Yin Wudao was stunned. Where did this affection level come from? He gave her a warm, pleasant smile. A girl this innocent and pure. It would be a crime to hurt her. After a while, Yin Wudao and Qingya waved goodbye to the siblings. Get home safe, Yuru. Make sure to visit often. Suddenly, Yin Wudao wrapped his arm around Qingya's slender waist. He leaned in close to her face. He whispered, Qingya, thanks for speaking up for me back there. If you hadn't, Lin Feng might have torn me apart. To his surprise, Qingya brushed his hand away. To his surprise, Qingya's affection level shifted slightly. Affection level, 80. Liking. Before walking away, she turned her head back with a cold gaze. This is the last time. I finally see you for who you are. Everything has a limit, no matter how good or bad it is. Yin Wudao was utterly stunned. How did it drop to 80? Is her love really just going to vanish like this? He desperately wanted to chase after her, but he could only stand there in frustration as she left. Qingya, you've really misunderstood me this time. Inside a house that looked quite run down, tucked away far from the city center, Yuru's playful voice rang out. Hurry up. Once we get Mom to the hospital, head over to young Master Yin's to start work. Don't be late on your first day. Lin Feng grumbled loudly as he carried their things. Young Master Yin, ever since we got back, you haven't stopped talking about that guy. I think you've been totally brainwashed by him. Let me tell you something. Stay away from him. The man has a terrible reputation. Yuru helped her mother along and shot back. Those are just rumors. He's not nearly as bad as you think. Crash. A massive explosion of sound echoed through the air. Something slammed violently into the brickwork. The entire wall in front of them was kicked down. Zheng Biao stepped firmly onto a pile of rubble, clutching a heavy club in his hand. He roared like a man possessed. Listen up, you squatters. The eviction deadline is up. If you don't clear out now, your whole family is getting buried alive in here. Lin Feng's blood boiled at the threat. I'm right here today. I'd love to see which son of a bitch dares to touch this place. Yuru didn't back down for a second. We don't want any difficult tenants either. But the relocation fee you're offering is barely a fraction of the market price. This isn't a deal, it's extortion. Zheng Biao's face darkened. Damn it, you really aren't afraid of dying, are you? Seeing the tension, Mother Lin rushed forward to plead, trying to calm the situation. I'm so sorry. My children are young and impulsive. Please don't take it out on them. We agree to move. We'll pack up and leave right this second. Her words left the Lin siblings in shock. They expected Zheng Biao to be moved by her plea. Instead, he lunged forward and kicked her straight in the chest. She was sent sprawling onto the ground. Zheng Biao didn't stop, repeatedly kicking her. Bastard. What a load of bad luck. Watching his mother being trampled by a common thug, Lin Feng couldn't hold back his tears anymore. His heart overflowed with rage. He gritted his teeth. Tears streamed down his face. He looked absolutely devastated. Lin Feng glared at Zheng Biao with murderous intent and growled, "You dare lay a hand on my mother? Do you want to die?" Zheng Biao showed no fear, only mockery. "Go ahead, lay a finger on me and see what happens. I can have you thrown in a cell before you can blink." He knew exactly where Lin Feng was vulnerable. He threatened further. "And then what happens to your mother and sister?" Lin Feng clenched his jaw, forcing himself to endure it. He wanted to beat this dog to a pulp, but he couldn't afford to go to prison. If he was locked up, no one would be left to protect his family. Zheng Biao pushed his luck, leaning in. "Come on, hit me." He got exactly what he asked for. A thunderous punch landed square on his face. The dog didn't even have time to react. His eyes rolled back in pure shock. Yin Wudao appeared like a descending deity. Even Lin Feng was stunned. Then, he casually smoothed back his hair and spoke softly. "I've truly never heard such a twisted request before." Then, Yin Wudao struck a perfectly composed, handsome pose, instantly making several girls nearby swoon. Lin Yu looked up and saw him. She cried out in joy. "Young Master Yin." Lin Feng was completely bewildered. He spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "Young Master Yin, why are you here?" Yin Wudao replied nonchalantly. "You didn't show up for work, so I decided to come see what the holdup was." Zheng Biao, who had been tossed aside like trash, screamed to get everyone's attention. "Who the hell dares to hit me?" He sounded tough for a moment, but the moment he caught sight of Yin Wudao, he immediately turned pathetic and groveling. He stammered in pure terror. "Why, young Master Yin?" Zheng Biao's tone flipped instantly. "Young Master Yin, so it's you. I take it this was all just one big misunderstanding. Do you remember me? I'm Zhen Biao, a member of the Jiang family. He even used to shine your shoes back in the day." Recognizing his identity, Lin Feng was stunned. The Jiang family? One of the 4 great families of Jiangsheng. Yin Wudao picked up the items from the ground and asked with a smirk, "So, you're one of Jiang Renjia's men? No wonder you look so familiar. Is this Mai's wrench?" Tang Biao nodded like a subservient dog. Yes, it's mine. We've always minded our own business. We're all on the same side, after all." Listening to their conversation, Lin Yuru asked doubtfully, "Why is young Master Yin associating with someone like that?" Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly asserted, "Whatever you say goes. They're 2 of kind." But just as the words left his mouth, Yin Wudao's next move made them reconsider. He swung the wrench and slammed it hard into Tang Biao, shouting in a fit of rage, "On the same side? You think you're worthy? You even dared to lay a hand on an old man. You're worse than a beast." Finally, Tang Biao was beaten until he spat out blood. Seething with resentment, he tried to use his status to threaten Yin Wudao. "Cough, Yin Wudao. You should at least look at the master before beating the dog. Are you trying to start a war with the Jiang family?" But Yin Wudao didn't care at all. He shot back. "Do you really think I give a damn about that?" Witnessing his every move, the Lin siblings' attitude shifted instantly. Lin Yuru's eyes lit up. He really isn't like the others. Meanwhile, Lin Feng felt a sense of admiration. He's arrogant and overbearing, for sure. But damn, that was satisfying. He's the real deal. Seeing the status screens above their heads, Yin Wudao knew he was on the right track. The fastest way to win people over is to put on a show. Driven into a corner like a desperate dog, Tang Biao decided. Since young Master Yin has already intervened, it's on my hands now. I'll just have to call the Jiang family to settle this. This turn of events made Lin Yuru a bit worried. Did we just cause more trouble for young Master Yin? In the blink of an eye, the Jiang family's men arrived. The one who appeared was the Jiang family's illegitimate son, Luo Feng. He frowned and questioned Yin Wudao. "Why isn't the young master of the Yin family at some lively club? What are you doing at our Jiang family construction site? Aren't you afraid of getting your shoes dirty?" Yin Wudao completely ignored the question. Instead, he poked right at the man's sore spot. "Oh, so you're that illegitimate brat the Jiangs just took back in? Working for a living already? That was fast. Is the Jiang family out of real men? Why send an illegitimate child?" After just a few words, Luo Feng lost his temper and charged forward. "A spoiled brat like you dares to mock me?" Luo Feng's recklessness caught Yin Wudao by surprise. He actually attacked without hesitation. Isn't he afraid of bringing disaster upon the Jiang family? Yin Wudao immediately dodged, narrowly avoiding Luo Feng's strike. Luo Feng was also surprised by his agility. How could this pampered rich kid dodge my speed? An arm reached out and blocked Luo Feng's next move. Lin Feng shouted, "As long as I'm here, don't you dare lay a finger on my boss." Luo Feng, oblivious to who he was dealing with, barked back, "A traitor who colludes with the enemy deserves a thrashing." Their fists collided. Luo Feng was forced back several steps. Both sides grew wary. That strength is formidable. Luo Feng is no pushover either. I didn't expect to find such a master in Jiangqing. Luo Feng continued to be pushed back. If I can't win with raw power, then I'll have to rely on my agility. Luo Feng lunged straight for Lin Feng's right chest. Because he moved so quickly, Lin Feng couldn't dodge in time. He gritted his teeth and admitted, "Luo Feng's speed is incredible." Then, Lin Feng swiftly raised his leg and kicked Luo Feng squarely in the shoulder. "But you've left yourself wide open." Luo Feng was knocked back once again. Yin Wudao observed the scene, feeling a hint of concern. To think Luo Feng could actually go toe-to-toe with the Soldier King. It seems he's no ordinary opponent. Just as he was wondering, the system notification pops up. A new heavens chosen has been detected. Prodigy, Lin Feng. Alias, Azura. Rank number 1 on the global assassin leaderboards. Mission, eliminate Lin Feng. Reward, 1 prodigy point. The flying daggers strike with fierce precision. In this moment, Yin Wudao finally understands. It turns out this assassin is the actual protagonist of this story. Yin Wudao carefully recalls every detail from a moment ago. That eerie movement technique. It must be designed specifically to complement those flying daggers. He's a little curious. 36 flying daggers. Can Lin Feng actually hold his own against that? But what Yin Wudao cares about most is the female lead. I wonder who's going to end up by his side. Suddenly, there's a noise from behind. It's that damn dog Zongbiao trying to pull a sneak attack. Yin Wudao breaks into a cold sweat. This piece of trash. He's definitely trying to distract Lin Feng. Luckily, my body has been reforged by the 9-dragon True Qi. I can actually sense the danger now. An idea flashes through his mind. Actually, this is a perfect opportunity. Zongbiao lunges at Lin Yuru, scaring her half to death. He roars at the top of his lungs. "How dare you defy the Jiang family? Every single one of you is going to be wiped off the face of the earth." Right then, Yin Wudao, the world's greatest smooth talker, makes his move. He warns Lin Yuru to watch out. Then, he puts on a spectacular performance, playing the hero saving the damsel in distress. Everyone watching is absolutely stunned. Even if I have to take a bit of a hit, it's a small price to pay for the girl's affection. Totally worth it. As expected, when she sees what's happening, Lin Yuru is deeply moved. She thinks to herself, is he really willing to risk his life for me? The commotion on this side is getting out of hand. Lin Feng asks anxiously, "Is everyone okay?" Feeling looked down upon, Lin Feng lets out a roar. "It's been a while since I've had a real fight. All of you, focus on me." Yin Wudao calmly takes off his overcoat and reassures her. "Don't worry. Leave things here to me." Zongbiao twists his body and screams, "Young Master Yin, since young Master Lin Feng has already stepped in, then I'll have to apologize in advance." The moment he finishes, Yin Wudao hammers him with 10 consecutive punches, beating him senseless until he can't see straight. Yin Wudao mocks him, using his own words against him. "Is this what you meant by wiped off the face of the earth?" Watching this, Lin Yuru is completely mesmerized. She thinks, "Oh my god, he's so dominant." Yin Wudao feels the power surging through him relentlessly. He truly lives up to the title of the all-attribute Soldier King. Even if his mastery isn't perfect yet, his combat prowess has increased several times over. Lin Yuru rushes over, her voice full of concern. "Were you hurt just now? Does it hurt?" Yin Wudao gives her a bright, radiant smile. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Lin. I'm Fine." She looks at him shyly, her eyes sparkling. "You can just call me Yuru. This is all because of my family's mess. I'm so sorry you got dragged into this." "I am truly sorry." Yin Wudao is satisfied, mentally giving a lesson to the audience. It never fails. Playing the hero is the most effective way to win a woman's heart. It's the ultimate shortcut. Take notes, boys. Seizing the moment, he puts on another show of gallantry. There's no need to apologize. Even if it wasn't your family in trouble today, I wouldn't have just stood by and watched. To make himself look like a man of justice, Yin Wudao adds a few more choice words. Bullying, a widow and her daughter. That's lower than a common beast. Seizing homes for illegal profit. The Jiang family are nothing but demons in human skin. They've sucked this city dry. How could I possibly sit back and ignore it? While Yin Wudao and Lin Yuru are lost in their romantic atmosphere, the fierce battle continues on the other side. Lin Feng's mother tries to stop them, but it's no use. Stop fighting. Please stop. She's completely captivated by the handsome man. Lin Yuru has eyes only for Yin Wudao now. She has completely forgotten that her brother is still fighting for his life. Favorability is skyrocketing. +10. +10. Favorability has reached 80. Pure admiration. He is seriously so handsome. He's righteous. He cares about the world. And he's so kind and generous. How can such a perfect man exist? With a pounding heart and a flushed face, Lin Yuru gazes at Yin Wudao. As for him, he was focused on monitoring the situation over there. They were all favored geniuses, the pride of heaven. I'm afraid this battle will drag on forever before a winner is decided. Another car came racing toward them. Jiang Renjie shouted the moment he stepped out. Phone! Stop right now. We're all on the same side here. Let's not lose our cool. And so, both sides sat down for a serious negotiation. Jiang Renjie didn't forget to tease Yin Wudao. Wudao, isn't this the girl from the nightclub the other night? Yin Wudao broke into a cold sweat, his conscience pricked. Let's stick to business. Jiang Renjie smiled and pulled out a check, speaking in a mild tone. I've already heard everything that happened. My boys didn't know you had a connection with this family, so they acted recklessly. As he spoke, he placed the check on the table. He intended to use money to resolve this mess. This is 10 million yuan. Half is for the settlement. The other half is compensation. What do you think? Yin Wudao turned to Lin Yuru. Your brother has already taken your mother to the hospital. This decision is up to you now. She asked in shock. He nodded firmly. That's right. You can agree to it, or you can refuse. But she still wanted to confirm one thing. So she spoke up. Are you only compensating my family? Or is everyone present here going to be compensated? He didn't make her wait long. Jiang Renjie smirked. Of course it's only for your family. Do you have any idea how many households are here? If I compensated everyone, it would be over 100 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuru slammed the check back onto the table. She refused decisively. Then I'm sorry. I can't accept this. Her actions made Jiang Renjie frown. Little girl, don't be ungrateful. My brother already told you. Our settlement fund is absolutely not lower than the market price. The only reason these residents won't leave is because they're trying to hike up the price. How much do you want? Just say it. Lin Yuru raised her voice. I don't want anything. As soon as she finished, Yin Wudao spoke up. In other words, she doesn't agree. He flipped the table over. His presence was suffocating. Since you don't agree, there's nothing left to discuss. Everyone, get the hell out. His expression, Jiang Renjie's face turned grim, as if a close brother had abandoned him for a girl. Yin Wudao, are you really going to turn your back on me for a woman? Are you even willing to go against my Jiang family? He replied without a moment's hesitation. That's right. Jiang Renjie was so furious that the veins on his head bulged. He warned him. You've made your move today, so don't blame me for whatever happens next. Feeling that persuasion was useless, Jiang Renjie decided to expose it all. Little girl, do you really think meeting Yin Wudao was some romantic coincidence? He laid it all bare. The truth is, he's had his eye on you for a long time. He even asked me to get you into his bed. This statement left both Lin Yuru and Yin Wudao stunned. Yin Wudao glared in fury. This absolute bastard. Are you really trying to ruin me? I won't let you get what you want. Suddenly, the atmosphere became eerily quiet. Lin Yuru lowered her head and questioned him. Is it true? She was deeply pained. Tears pooled in her eyes. Is everything he said the truth? Yin Wudao's mind raced. Judging the situation based on his experience as a playboy, at a time like this, she's definitely going to slap me. But as long as I don't dodge, I can make her fall for me within 10 seconds. Yin Wudao began to play his part. He admitted it seriously. It's true. Just as he had predicted. Yuru immediately slapped him. Shameless, she cursed. Yin Wudao thought calmly. The clock starts now. Even though the slap messed up his appearance a little, he still carried himself with immense style. He looked at Lin Yuru affectionately. His gaze was as gentle as a migrating swan. One of kind. He continued weaving his story. The day I met you, my soul was lost, unable to return to my body. He speaks with a heavy, melancholic tone. I never should have gone to that bar that night. I never should have met you. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be spending all these nights unable to sleep. I wouldn't have gotten mixed up in that redevelopment project. I wouldn't have ended up getting hurt. And I certainly wouldn't have thrown away a 15-year friendship. In Wu Dao turns away. He clutches his chest as he confesses. If loving someone requires being shameless, then I'd give anything to be that shameless. In Wu Dao places his hand over his heart. Then he moves it behind his back. In that moment, Wu Ru takes his hand. Her affection level skyrockets to 90. Full of regret, she whispers, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Having achieved his goal, the corner of his mouth twitches into a smug, hidden smirk. Just as the two are about to lose themselves in the moment, Lin Feng returns. Is everyone from the Jiang family gone? Seeing her brother return, Wu Ru shyly hurries away. You two go ahead and talk. I need to get to campus for some things. Lin Feng watches her curious. What's with her? Why is her face so red? In Wu Dao's gaze remains fixed on Wu Ru as he speaks. Is Wu Ru still a student? Lin Feng explains. She's an antique appraisal specialist at Jiangxing University. She's been busy with her internship lately. Getting back to business. In Wu Dao asks with concern. Have you gotten everything settled for your mother? Lin Feng replies. Thank you, boss. Everything is taken care of. He then continues to question Lin Feng. What's your take on what happened today? Lin Feng also feels something is off. Boss, I'm certain there's more to this than meets the eye. In Wu Dao analyzes the situation gravely. That Luo Feng guy is a cold calculator. Every move he made while fighting you was precisely measured. Someone like that is definitely no mindless brute. Lin Feng nods in agreement. I agree. Luo Feng is incredibly meticulous. He attacked you today without saying a single word. It felt like he was intentionally trying to stir up trouble for the Jiang family. In Wu Dao frowns. Exactly. That's why I broke ties with the Jiangs. Luo Feng has his own agenda, and that idiot Jiang Renjie is certainly no match for him. I suspect something big is about to happen to the Jiang family. So cutting ties now was the best move. We'll just stay on the sidelines and watch. Hearing his analysis, Lin Feng is stunned. His loyalty increases even further. He remarks with deep respect. You really are wise, boss. In Wu Dao turns back to him. If you were to fight Luo Feng to the death, would you have a chance? Lin Feng thinks for a moment before answering. In hand-to-hand combat, we're evenly matched, but I noticed the calluses on his hands. I suspect he's a master with weapons. I just haven't figured out what his weapon of choice is yet. Relying on his sharp observation skills. In Wu Dao says calmly, he uses throwing knives. In Lin Feng's eyes, In Wu Dao seems more enigmatic and unfathomable than ever. His loyalty increases again. He says in awe, boss. It's like you can see everything. You're right. His eerie movement style will be a perfect match for throwing knives. Lin Feng concludes firmly. If he uses those knives, then I need a gun to stand a chance against him. Without a moment's hesitation, In Wu Dao speaks. Then use a gun. Lin Feng looks puzzled, but firearms are under such strict control. How could I even get one? But to In Wu Dao, this isn't an issue at all. He says confidently, don't worry about that. I'll handle it. The scene shifts to another location. The city is as loud and bustling as ever. On a bridge, two people are talking. I remember when we were kids. We used to do this kind of stuff all the time. Zheng Biao grinds his teeth as the memory resurfaces. A single blast reached nearly 10 meters. Luo Feng patted his shoulder. I've had you stay with the Jiang family this year. It hasn't been easy for you. But Zheng Bil was curious. You saved my life. I'd do anything for you. It's just, do you really have to make a move against the Jiang family? A flash of hatred flickered in Luo Feng's eyes. He explained in a low, gravelly voice. Years ago, because my mother was a woman, she wasn't just denied recognition. She was tormented until the day she died. I returned this time, specifically to make the Jiang family pay their debt of blood and kind. A cold smirk curled onto his lips. That pig-headed Jiang Renjie didn't even bother to do a market survey. Letting that old town redevelopment project fall into his hands is like handing him a ticking time bomb. The old master's birthday banquet is in a few days. That's when I'll give him his final send-off. Besides, that In Wu Dao is a difficult man to deal with. I heard even the Dragon King, Shao Chun, once fell for his schemes. It seems we can't afford to let our guard down. Zhang Bil replied. Don't worry, young master. I'll do my best to avoid him. Suddenly remembering something, Luo Feng turned back and asked suspiciously, Oh, right? The person I asked you to look for. Did you find her? Zhang Bil reported. I'm still looking, but I've already found a few leads. Luo Feng stared intently at a photograph, thinking to himself, Where on earth are you? All those years I spent training abroad. If I hadn't been thinking of you, I probably wouldn't have survived until now. This time, I'm absolutely never letting you go again. It turned out that the girl was Qinya, who was currently elsewhere. The woman he longed for was actually at the home of the very man he considered his most formidable opponent. She spoke with great care. You're home. Here, let me help you with your shoes. Qinya reminded him. The Jiang family sent over an invitation today. It's the head of the family, Jiang Lianqing's 60th birthday in a few days. They've invited you to the banquet. In Wudao gave a soft reply. Come with me when the time comes, okay? In Wudao then added, by the way, our contract expires in half a month. You'll be free then. Back then, your father used you to settle his debt to me, forcing you to sign a contract to be my girlfriend for 3 years. I'm truly grateful for how you've looked after me. All these years. When the time comes, I'll definitely keep my word and give you back your freedom. His words hit her like a bolt from the blue. The coat in Chinya's hand slipped and fell to the floor. Her heart ached with unbearable pain. With tears streaming down her face, she emphasized, to be precise, there are 14 days, 8 hours, and 42 minutes left. The scene shifts to the day of the Jiang family's birthday banquet. The two of them stepped into the grand hall. The room was already packed with guests. Everyone greeted them warmly. Greetings, young masterine. Greetings, young mistress. He acknowledged them. Hello, everyone. The people around them began to whisper and gossip. Wu Dao brought his lady to the party. The young mistress of the Yin family is truly stunning. Qinya shyly tried to deny it. They're just talking nonsense. I'm not. Yin Wu Dao teased her. What's wrong? Don't you like it? She stammered, it's not that. She immediately regretted saying it, thinking to herself, I'm about to leave him forever. Why do I still enjoy being called the young mistress? Just then, Jiang Rinjia walked over to greet them. So, young Master Yin actually showed up. He mocked Yin Wudao sarcastically. I heard you try to loot the burning house, that is the Jiang group. How absolutely despicable. But all your little schemes have failed. During today's toast, I will officially become the heir to the Jiang family. From now on, I will be the one protecting the Jiang group and Shuedi. If you still have any designs on her, don't expect me to be polite. Shuedi added fuel to the fire. In Wudao, even without you, we can still rebuild the Jiang group. Your petty ambitions will never be realized. In Wudao didn't care in the slightest. He stepped forward and let out a cold laugh. Is that so? I have a feeling that, before long, you'll all be on your knees begging me. His words drove Shuedi and Jiang Rinjia mad with rage. In your dreams, even if I died right here, I would never beg an arrogant jerk like you. I'll never bow to you. Not now, not ever. The drums signaled the start of the banquet, followed by a loud announcement. The feast begins. Jiang Lianqing stepped up to speak. Thank you all for joining me to celebrate my birthday. This old man is finally getting up there in years. My health isn't what it used to be. I've invited you all here today to witness a major decision. He announced, I've decided to retire and pass the leadership of this family to my son, Luo Feng. Luo Feng is now the successor to the Jiang family headship. This decision left Jiang Renjia and everyone else in total shock. Sui Shui collapsed onto the floor. Why isn't it Jiang Renjia? The crowd erupted into whispers. What's going on? He's passing the torch to an illegitimate son. Jiang Renjia might be a bit odd, but not so much that he'd lose his inheritance, right? Overcome by shock, Jiang Renjia completely lost it. He began hurling insults at Jiang Lianqing. You senile old fossil. Your legs might be paralyzed, but your brain shouldn't be. Ignoring Jiang Lianqing's heavy coughing, he continued his tirade. Do you even know what you're saying? How can you hand the family over to a bastard? Have you finally gone senile? He kept screaming at the top of his lungs. You old bastard. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Feng sent him flying with a single kick. Luo Feng smirked and gave him a warning. The main course hasn't even been served yet, and you're already acting out? Yin Wudao watched and cursed under his breath. What an idiot. Qinya lowered her head, looking worried. Luo Feng. He's finally back. Yin Wudao noticed her reaction. Something isn't right here. This feels off. Just as he began to doubt, the system interface flashed before his eyes. It gave him the answer he was looking for. Yin Wudao realized that Luo Feng's main heroine was actually Qinya. Yin Wudao froze. Damn it. So who's the one actually getting cuckolded here? Across the room, Luo Feng lunged forward and began pummeling Jiang Renjie. Sui Shui rushed over to stop him. You little bastard. Let go of my son. Before she could even touch him, Luo Feng threw her aside. Luo Feng roared in fury. You're the real piece of trash here. The guests watched the live-action drama unfold and couldn't stop whispering. A bastard son actually hitting his elders? This is completely lawless. How could Jiang Lianqing choose such a disrespectful brat as his heir? Luo Feng gestured for his men to bring someone in. Yin Wudao sighed in admiration. Just as I expected, Luo Feng really does have some backup. The man being dragged in was ordered. On your knees now. It was the Jiang family's butler, Jiang Rue. The crowd broke into another round of gossip. Isn't that the butler, Jiang Rue? Why is he tied up like that? Coming here today was definitely worth it. The drama just keeps getting better. Luo Feng began to expose the truth. I've thoroughly investigated everything. My mother didn't just die. She was poisoned by Jiang Rue. And they killed her because she found out about their affair. At those words, Sui Shui's face turned pale with terror. Even Jiang Rue was shaking like a leaf. Finally, Luo Feng pointed directly at Jiang Renjie. As for Jiang Renjie, he isn't the eldest son of the Jiang family at all. He's the bastard child of the mistress and the butler. The guests gasped in shock. This scandal was explosive. Even Yin Wudao hadn't expected this. I never thought the Jiang family was hiding such a massive secret. Today has really been an eye-opener. Jiang Renjie refused to believe a word of it. You're lying. I'm the young master of the Jiang family. But before he could shout any further, reality hit him like a freight train. Luo Feng threw a document at him with a cold smirk. Take a look at the DNA results yourself. See if there's even a drop of Jiang blood in your veins. Staring at the words no biological relationship, his expression, Jiang Renjie's face went dark. How is this possible? This can't be happening. Both Sui Shui and the butler were white as ghosts. Sui Shui slumped to the ground, her strength failing her. Her newfound support had completely crumbled. Yin Wudao, did he have this all planned out from the start? Jiang Lianqing roared in a fit of rage. From this day forward, Jiang Renjie will no longer carry the Jiang name. Kick him out of the Jiang family home. Throw Jiang Rue and Shui Di out as well. I want a divorce from her. Remove her name from the household registry immediately. Jiang Renjie instantly turns pathetic. He breaks down in tears, begging. No, please. You're the one who raised me, father. Please, let me stay. Luo Feng steps forward. He wears the sinister smirk of a classic villain. Jiang Renjie, get out of here on your own. Or should I throw you out myself? Jiang Renjie is scared out of his wits. Just moments ago, he was arrogant and aggressive. Now, he's reduced to utter desperation. He pleads for help. Is anyone going to help me? But the only response he receives is the cold indifference of the crowd. When the house is on fire, the rats finally show their faces. No one dares to interfere in the Jiang family's private affairs. Even the gods themselves couldn't save you now. Jiang Renjie's face turns deathly pale. Meanwhile, Yin Wudao lets out a reluctant sigh. He feels like luck just isn't on his side today. Suddenly, Jiang Renjie drops to his knees before Yin Wudao. He is incredibly sincere. Wudao, you're the only one who can save me now. You can't just stand by and watch me die, can you? Yin Wudao takes the opportunity to mock him. Who was it that just said? They'd rather die here than beg me for anything? Jiang Renjie wished he could just vanish into the ground. Mentioning it only made the shame worse. But no matter how much face he lost, he had to grit his teeth and endure it. Jiang Renjie grovels at Yin Wudao's feet like a dog. Wudao, I was wrong. I'll never go against you again. He has no choice but to helplessly surrender his business deal. If you can just protect me, that old town redevelopment project is all yours. Yin Wudao decides to push his luck even further. Then I want one more thing. Jiangqing Central Hospital belongs to me too. Though it kills him to agree, Jiang Renjie knows staying alive is more important. He doesn't dare argue. You really are greedy, aren't you? Yin Wudao smiles. It's not like you have a choice. Jiang Renjie grinds his teeth and accepts. With his agreement secured, Yin Wudao finally steps up. The scene is incredibly intense. Luo Feng frowns, issuing a warning. My Jiang family and your Yin family have always minded our own business. I suggest you stay out of this. This is a direct head-to-head between the great villain and the protagonist. Yin Wudao says with a chuckle. The Yin and Jiang families have been friends for generations. Now that the Jiangs are in trouble, how could I just stand by and do nothing? Luo Feng eyes him warily. He reminds him, adults must be responsible for their words and actions. Yin Wudao remains nonchalant. Naturally, he snatches the appraisal report and declares it right there. This report is a fake. Luo Feng thinks he's lost his mind. He looks at him with pure disdain. This was issued by the authorities at Jiangxing University. Don't you dare spout such nonsense. Yin Wudao is full of confidence. Is that so? Then let's verify it right here, right now. He immediately points at someone. This person was just an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Yin Wudao speaks up. Director Dong, would you mind telling everyone here, is this report real or fake? This is just my luck. Director Dong curses Yin Wudao under his breath. He wouldn't even let a simple observer go. His head is spinning. He's been dragged into this mess for no reason at all. Yin Wudao immediately puts the psychological pressure on him. Dong Hao is still working for my family's corporation, isn't he? Director Dong trembles with fear. What are you trying to do? Yin Wudao lowers his voice. I'll make sure to take very good care of him. Director Dong knows when he's beaten. He nods immediately. I understand. Director Dong announces loudly, this is a forgery. Jiangxing University has never issued such a report. The crowd erupts. Everyone starts whispering excitedly. What? It was a fake all along? But Luo Feng won't back down. He frowns. So what if you tear up that paper? Madame Jiang has already confessed everything. All we have to do is run another test. At that moment, Yin Wudao feigns total ignorance. What did Jiang Rui just say? I couldn't hear him at all. Zheng Biao, keep them quiet. Xiang Shui, give the order. Now, repeat exactly what you told me yesterday. Jiang Rui pleaded in a voice thick with terror. Please, stop hitting me. Stop. I'll talk. Aunt Shui and I, we've been seeing each other for 20 years. Before he could even catch his breath, Yin Wudao roared at the top of his lungs. Shut your mouth. Shui is a lady of the Chun family from Yingchuan. She is of noble birth. How could she ever be involved with a dog like you? Jiang Rui was scolded. You were born a loyal servant of the Jiang family. You owe them everything, yet you dare to slander your masters? To frame the young master? Such a treacherous, ungrateful act. You don't even deserve to be called human. Yin Wudao added a chilling threat. The pain of the flesh is only temporary, but a reputation for loyalty and righteousness can last for 100 generations. That is what a real man should strive for. His subtext was clear. Death lasts only a moment. But if you die now, you can protect your woman and your son. That is your only move. Jiang Rui seemed to snap awake. He spoke with sudden resolve. I understand. Collecting himself, he suddenly let out a tragic wail. The truth is, even Luo Feng, standing nearby, was stunned. Luo Feng forced me. He made me frame the madam and the young master. The madam and I have never crossed the line. The young master has absolutely no relation to me. I am, and always will be, loyal to the Jiang family. Luo Feng barked back instantly. Bullshit. That's not what you said yesterday. To make his words indisputable, Jiang Rui made a desperate, bold decision. I will prove my innocence with my life. Having said that, he threw himself head first against a pillar and collapsed unconscious on the spot. Luo Feng began to look at Yin Wudao with genuine wariness. This man turned black into white with just a few sentences. He even managed to drive the steward to a suicide attempt. In the blink of an eye, he dismantled a scheme I spent years perfecting. So this is the man who took down the Dragon King. Truly extraordinary. Seeing the result, Yin Wudao let out a satisfied smile. He turned to address Jiang Lianqing. This power struggle and the framing of the madam, how you handle this from here on is the Jiang family's business. I won't interfere further. Luo Feng, realizing he had been played, stomped his feet in a blind rage. Damn it. You dare to set me up? You got some nerve. And you, Jiang Lianqing, you old fool, you're being led around by the nose by these people. The old man erupted in anger. Guards, Beat Luo Feng and throw him out of here. Expel him from the Jiang estate. I don't have a son like him, but Luo Feng was no easy target. With a single punch, he sent the bodyguards flying as if they were nothing. He spun around and grabbed Shui by the throat, terrifying her until her soul nearly left her body. He threatened, anyone move, and I'll expose every single dirty secret this family has. I don't give a damn about being the head of the family anymore. I only came back for one thing. He screamed, vengeance. Shui fainted from pure terror right there. Her son, Jiang Renjia, could only cry out helplessly, Mother. In Wu Dao stood to the side, enjoying the show. He thought to himself, the Jiang family really is vicious. What a pathetic mess this has become. Jiang Lianqing was so shocked, he turned pale and collapsed as well. Jiang Renjia wailed again. Father, father, don't die. Luo Feng looked at them with pure contempt. A little scare, and you're already dead? Pathetic. You can't handle anything. He turned his gaze toward In Wu Dao, ready to settle the score. Now it's your turn. You're the reason I can't rightfully inherit the Jiang family. In Wu Dao mocked him. Oh, spare me the talk about vengeance. You're just bitter because you couldn't get your hands on the Jiang family's billions. You hypocrite. Luo Feng couldn't wait any longer. He wanted In Wu Dao dead. A dead man's words are useless. I'll use my ultimate technique to send you to your grave. He was just about to strike when he was forced to stop. His younger sister, Qingya, had thrown herself in front of In Wu Dao. I won't let you kill him. Luo Feng stared at her in shock. Qingya, is that you? Right then, Zheng Biao came rushing in from outside. Boss, Lu Meng is here, and he brought the Qiqing squad with him. Luo Feng muttered under his breath. They got here fast. He began to retreat, turning back one last time to glare at In Wu Dao. I'll be coming for you again. In Wu Dao watched Qingya. He seemed lost in thought. I suspect he has other motives. Luo Feng cursed under his breath and stormed off. Jiang Renjia suddenly appeared, his face contorted with rage. You bastard! I'm going to hack you to pieces. In Wu Dao spoke up, reminding him. He's long gone. A moment later, he collapsed to his knees, utterly broken. My family, they're all gone. I'm an orphan now. In Wu Dao tried to console him. Now isn't the time for grief. The Jiang family cannot be allowed to fall apart. I'll have my people handle the funeral arrangements for you. You need to step up and take control of the family immediately. Jiang Renjia was moved beyond words. He rushed forward and pulled In Wu Dao into a tight hug. Wu Dao, you really are the only one who truly cares about me. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. In Wu Dao quickly shoved him away. Are you sick? Get off me. Let go of me right now. He spoke with a sense of loyalty. We've been brothers since we were kids. We grew up together. There's no way I just stand by and watch you fall. Jiang Renjia was deeply touched. It's so good to have a brother like you. Just as the praise ended, In Wu Dao shifted his tone. Oh, by the way, remember to transfer the Old Town redevelopment project and the Central Hospital over to my name soon. Don't you forget it. The words caused Jiang Renjia's face to stiffen. Afterward, he turned to Jiang Ruxue. Miss Jiang, you saw everything that happened today. I can't afford to offend Wu Dao for your sake. Otherwise, our previous agreement is null and void. Go find someone else to help you. Ruxue replied, I understand. She whispered to herself. Maybe it really is better to just follow him. In Jiang City, no one dares to cross In Wu Dao. Whatever he wants, he gets. And I'm the woman he wants. Ruxue broke down in tears, feeling helpless, yet she still confronted In Wu Dao loudly. You did all this for your own gain. You're a liar, twisting the truth to suit your needs. Does your conscience never bother you? In Wu Dao replied coldly. Twisting the truth. Do you really think the people here can't see what's happening? Do you think Jiang Lianqing doesn't know the truth? The Chen family in Yongchuan is extremely powerful. If the Jiang family recklessly discarded their connection and expelled Jiang Renjia, they would surely face the Chen family's wrath. Jiang Lianqing is currently stuck between a rock and a hard place. To save face, he has no choice but to turn a blind eye and swap heirs. What I did was simply give him a graceful way out. At this moment, Qingya and Jiang Ruxue finally had a moment of realization. But Ruxue still refused to believe it. No way. Jiang Lianqing would never prioritize his own safety over his own flesh and blood. Everything you're saying is nonsense. In Wu Dao continued. The ancestors of this branch of the Jiang family were the second sons of the main clan. They share the same roots as Jiang Lianqing. Both Jiang Renjie and Luo Feng carry the Jiang bloodline. He turned the question back on Ru Xue. If you were Jiang Lianqing, would you choose Jiang Renjie, who has a solid foundation of support, or Luo Feng, whose mother came from a lowly background? Her favorability was rising, but it was still in the negatives. After a moment of hesitation, she finally made her choice. I choose Jiang Renjie. After saying this, she asked suspiciously, in Wu Dao, how do you know so much about all of this? She stared at his back as he walked away, cursing him silently. He really is a monster. The scene shifts to the Yin family home. In Wu Dao gave instructions to Qingya. Go on up ahead. I have something to discuss with Lin Feng. She closed her eyes and nodded in response. Lin Feng noticed Qingya acting strange. Wu Dao, he asked curiously. What's up with my sister-in-law? Is she just shaken up from earlier? She looked like she'd lost her soul the whole way back. In Wu Dao remained expressionless. Women, right? It was true. Since they returned, Qingya had been lost in her own thoughts. At that moment, In Wu Dao popped the trunk. He said to Lin Feng, forget about her for a second. Look at the surprise I've got for you. Seeing the contents of the car, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He was even more excited than if he'd seen a beautiful woman. Boss, he shouted, where did you get your hands on this? In Wu Dao basked in the admiration. I have my ways. Lin Feng was as giddy as a little kid. This familiar feeling makes him feel like he's back in the military. But a moment later, he let out a long sigh. The problem is, I don't have a gun permit. My marksmanship won't even get a chance to shine. As he spoke, In Wu Dao handed him a document. It was a gun permit. Lin Feng was absolutely stunned. And there were two of them. In Wu Dao explained. I told my grandfather I was afraid of being bullied, so he had these made for me. Hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Who on earth would dare bully you? In the middle of their conversation, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed through the villa. In Wu Dao was startled. He frantically called out for Qingya. Lin Feng quickly grabbed the gun and rushed upstairs, asking urgently, sister-in-law, what has happened? Qingya tried to play it off awkwardly. I think I saw a cockroach. I've always been terrified of bugs. Lin Feng didn't quite buy it, but he let it go. As long as you're okay. I'll have someone come over later to deal with the pests. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, In Wu Dao walked in. His face was dark, like a man catching his wife in the act. He spoke coldly. I don't think that was a cockroach. It looked more like someone named Yi. His words sent a shiver down Qingya's spine. It was as if he had read her mind. In Wu Dao grabbed her hand firmly and interrogated her. Why is there ash in the ashtray? Could you really be this careless? Qingya recoiled in fear. You're hurting me. In Wu Dao pressed further. This ash is piled up so loosely, not a single speck has been scattered. Qingya stammered out a lie. Maybe it was just the wind. Angry, he shoved her aside. With a grim expression, he demanded, then how do you explain this sand? This is sand from the beach outside the window. Finally, In Wu Dao asked. He was here, wasn't he? That childhood sweetheart of yours. Qingya tried to explain. No, that's not it. Don't misunderstand. In Wu Dao didn't believe a word. He frowned. Daring to sneak into my home to play games. You people must be tired of living. As he spoke, he began smashing things around the room. The destruction suddenly exposed Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao coughed up a mouthful of blood, dying instantly on the spot. Seeing this from his hiding spot above, Luo Feng panicked. Everyone was shocked. No one expected this guy to meet the king of hell so easily. Luo Feng, in particular, let out a gut-wrenching scream. Zhang Biao, sensing his unstable mental state, the system issued a warning. Warning, the Azura is enraged. Host is advised to escape immediately. Luo Feng's fury had reached its breaking point. He lunged at In Wu Dao. In Wu Dao, I'll make you pay for his life. In Wu Dao remained calm as he prepared to engage. So this is the wrath of a favored genius? It's nothing special. I broke through to the second stage of the Nine Dragons' true Qi last night. He shouted out, I'll use my protective aura to block those 3 6th-rank flying daggers of yours. He truly is the Azura. Luo Feng was now radiating an intense, murderous aura. He charged straight at In Wu Dao. You want to go head-to-head? Then witness my ultimate technique. Within seconds, In Wu Dao was sent flying through the air. Wu Dao muttered through a fit of coughing, his face full of helplessness. I should have known. He's the protagonist. Of course he's protected by that damn protagonist halo. This is ridiculous. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. For a pampered, hedonistic brat like you to force me to use my ultimate move. It makes me sick to my stomach. Yet you still took Qingyu away, and you killed my brother. Death is too good for you. Suddenly, Qingyu threw herself in front of Wu Dao once more to protect him. No, stop. You can't kill him. Luo Feng's face turned livid with rage. Why? He's a scumbag. He took advantage of you. And yet you've risked your life twice now to take a hit for him? Qingyu tried desperately to explain. I don't hate him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't even be alive right now. Besides, he never forced himself on me. In that moment, Luo Feng's expression twisted as if he were struggling to swallow something bitter. Shaking with tears, he demanded an answer from Qingyu. Have you really fallen for him? You've actually fallen for this bastard, haven't you? He roared. You betrayed me. Qingyu sobbed as she tried to explain. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just don't want him to die. Wu Dao interjected with a cold, piercing interrogation. Betrayal? Qingyu, you and this stray dog seem to have quite the intimate history, don't you? Qingyu frantically shook her head. No, it's not like that. That's not it at all. Wu Dao, please don't misunderstand. I only think of him as an older brother. Her words cut through Luo Feng's heart like a serrated blade. An older brother? Huh. He completely snapped. Wu Dao, not only did you take her body, but you stole her heart too. You stole my woman. I'll kill you for this. Today you die. Burn in hell. He hurled his throwing knives toward the two of them. Wu Dao shouted in a cold fury. Lin Feng, where the hell are you? Looking for me? Lin Feng reporting in. Lin Feng appeared in a flash. I'm here. Lin Feng's marksmanship was legendary for its absolute precision. He successfully shot the flying weapons right out of the air. He leveled his gun at Luo Feng and growled, Damn it, you actually have the nerve to target my boss's woman? Luo Feng was forced to scramble on the ground like a common dog to dodge the hail of bullets. Hoping to talk some sense into him, Luo Feng cried out, Lin Feng, you're supposed to be a legendary soldier king. Why the hell are you helping a villain like this? Acting as a lapdog for such scum. The magazine clicked empty. Lin Feng slammed a fresh mag into his pistol. Instantly, he shot down Luo Feng's desperate words. Wu Dao is a man of honor. How could he be the villain? You're the one who's a monster. You murdered your own stepmother and drove your own father to his death. You're nothing more than a heartless beast. Seeing that he couldn't get through to Lin Feng, Luo Feng let out a primal roar and lunged forward. Choosing to side with evil, are you? Then we'll all die together. Despite the barrage of incoming knives, with god-tier reflexes and unmatched aim, Lin Feng shot down every single one of them. With a gun in my hand, the whole world is under my thumb. We're a few puny throwing knives to me. Luo Feng finally got serious. Let's see how you handle this. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected to be able to block every single one of Luo Feng's blades. Every shot hit its mark, sending the knives clattering away. Only then did a sense of panic finally wash over Luo Feng. He had to admit it. The soldier king, Lin Feng, truly has the aim of a god. But just as he thought it, a bullet nearly grazed his skull. Lin Feng spoke with chilling indifference. Thanks for the compliment. He turned to Wu Dao. Boss, how do you want to handle this? Luo Feng barked out with defiant pride. Kill me or cut me up. Do whatever the hell you want. Qingyu spoke up again. Wu Dao, I'm begging you. Please don't kill him. Just let him go. Wu Dao gripped her chin firmly and asked coldly, Give me one good reason why I should spare his life. She whispered, her voice trembling with hesitation. I'll serve you for the rest of my life. But life isn't a fairy tale. Wu Dao shoved her hand away and spoke with a stern, icy tone. You really think it's that easy? Wu Dao continued mercilessly. If you can't get over him, then I'll grant your wish for you two to be together. Get lost. That wasn't what Qingyu wanted at all. She pleaded, No, please. Luo Feng quickly grabbed her. Qingyu, let's just go. He dragged her toward the exit. Wu Dao let out a sinister, dark smirk. You're going to regret this decision. As soon as they left, the system chimed in with a mission update. Elimination of Luo Feng, 90% complete. Rewards, 2 skill items acquired. Grade 3 decisive throwing knives. He decided to plunder the skills immediately. Having more skills is always an advantage. The items materialized in his hands as he began the fusion. Meanwhile, Luo Feng felt a sudden chill, sensing that something was terribly wrong. Suddenly, I feel like I've forgotten something. What's wrong with me? Qingyu turns around. She speaks coldly. Luo Feng, just go by yourself. Luo Feng is left stunned. Ingya, have you really fallen for that playboy? Qingyu breaks into tears, denying it. He's not a playboy. He was the one who saved me when I was at my most desperate. She recalls that tragic moment. If it hadn't been for Yin Wu Dao, she might have been violated by those thugs long ago. Hey, little girl, don't bother struggling. Your old man sold you to us to pay off his debt. Let me go. Help. Suddenly, Yin Wu Dao appears. He gives those men the beating of a lifetime. They get thrashed so hard they forget who their ancestors were. Yin Wu Dao looks down on them with contempt. Grown men ganging up on a helpless girl. Have you no shame? She agonizingly questions Luo Feng's helplessness. And what about you? Where were you back then? This leaves Luo Feng speechless. He bows his head. I am sorry. I failed to protect you. Then, he chooses to turn and walk away. India, I'll be back. I will take you back from him, fair and square. And I'll make up for everything I've owed you all these years. But Qingyu doesn't see it that way. Luo Feng, there's no going back for us. Yin Wu Dao suddenly appears behind her. Upon seeing Yin Wu Dao, Injaf hesitats. Wu Dao only says softly, if you're not leaving, then come with me. Injan says decisively. Wu Dao, I haven't done anything to betray you. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it willingly. But she immediately feels something is wrong. Is he planning to do that right here in front of me? Yin Wu Dao turns and commands, drink this. Qingyu didn't expect things to turn out like this. She asks suspiciously, is this my punishment? Do you really have to treat me this way? I can't let this happen. I absolutely cannot let that side of me show. Favorability immediately increases. Qingyu feels something is off. Why is my head spinning all of a sudden? Then she collapses. Yin Wu Dao only gives a faint smile. A woman's heart is truly more unpredictable than the deep sea. A pity I'm still 3 points short of completing the mission. He carefully tucks her in with a blanket. This is a matter between us men. It has nothing to do with you. Sleep now. By the time you wake up, everything will be fine. Yin Wu Dao immediately gives an order to Lin Feng. If you don't pull the weeds out by the roots, they'll just grow back when the spring breeze blows. Let's go. Lin Feng can only marvel. He really is a true villain. The scene shifts to the docks. Luo Feng is preparing to leave. He thinks to himself, Jiang City, I will be back. When that day comes, I'll reclaim everything that belongs to me. And I'll slaughter anyone who stands in my way. He mutters to himself. The boat is finally here. But the person on it is none other than Yin Wu Dao. Master Yin Wu Dao. Luo Feng cowers like a mouse seeing a cat. Yin Wu Dao, how is it you? Didn't you promise Qingyu you'd let me go? Wu Dao replies coldly, don't worry. She'll never find out that I'm the one who killed you. Luo Feng curses him. You're despicable. Then instantly, he lunges forward with a dagger. Yin Wu Dao remains calm and composed. He even mocks him. Better aim carefully. Even Lin Feng senses something is wrong. Why did Luo Feng's ultimate flying dagger technique suddenly fail? Yin Wu Dao opens his hand. In his palm is Luo Feng's blood-refined flying dagger. He prepares to strike Luo Feng, controlling 36 flying daggers with a 9 dragons true chi. It truly is a perfect combination. He asks in a low voice, does this look familiar? At this moment, Luo Feng's expression looks absolutely hilarious. He's in total shock. It looks familiar, yet he can't quite place it. Wu Dao strikes. All the flying daggers aim straight for Luo Feng, sending him crashing to the ground. Lin Feng watches from the side, asking in curiosity, how do you have 36 blood-refined flying daggers? Yin Wu Dao replies nonchalantly, I just learned it. Lin Feng was a bit skeptical, but his loyalty secretly increased. Who taught you that? It really is impressive. System notification. Mission to eliminate Yi Feng is 100% complete. Reward, 1 Paragon point. Yin Wu Dao thought to himself, this system is way too stingy. He remembered just before Shao Chun killed him in his past life. He had met a stunning woman. He wondered if that system was actually her. She was unforgettable. It seems like it's time to find out what the system actually looks like. No, that's not right. I should be figuring out the system's functions. The scene shifts to a small shack by the river. Yin Wudao is piously worshipping a fat pig. He lights incense and begins to pray. Your disciple, Yin Wudao, worships with total sincerity. I pray for the great system to manifest in this mortal realm and enlighten me. This is the memorial tablet for the manifested sage of the system. He continues, that day, I was helped by a great beauty. Her peerless face haunts my dreams every night. Yin Wudao's expression turns incredibly lecherous as he prays. If your excellency could show some favor, I beg the honored one to descend to this world and fulfill this humble wish of mine. As his words fade, an exquisite woman appears before him. She speaks with an arrogant air. To think my king holds me in such high regard. It truly makes me feel bashful. I intended to wait until you unlocked the rank of prince before appearing. But seeing how sincere you are today, I shall make an exception just this once. Yin Wudao stares, practically drooling. He speaks firmly. You really showed up as promised. She quietly observes him. Such overwhelming murderous intent, as expected of a great villain. I am quite satisfied. Taking advantage of the moment, Yin Wudao pushes his luck. I beg your excellency to unlock all the hidden functions of the system. This lowly one would be eternally grateful. Daji immediately shuts him down. Are you dreaming? The system must grow step by step, only by constantly completing missions. And meeting the required conditions can new functions be unlocked. Yin Wudao falls silent, then picks up a necklace and speaks threateningly. This must be your hiding spot, isn't it? Daji asks nervously. What are you trying to do? He places the necklace into a lead box. He asks, this box is so thick that even nuclear radiation can't penetrate it. For a spirit entity like you, I doubt you can escape, can you? Yin Wudao snaps his fingers. The box snaps shut, trapping Daji inside. She starts to panic. Yin Wudao, what exactly are you planning? He explains calmly. This is a specially made light shielding screen. Not even a photon can get through. A spiritual body like yours must share the properties of light, right? Daji struggles desperately, but she is struck with shock. How is this happening? Why can't I get out? Yin Wudao uses the 3 mountains and 5 peaks footwork, closing in step by step. Daji is terrified. Yin Wudao reminds her, don't waste your breath. I've replaced the ground here with reinforced concrete, both above and below. It was all to prepare for your appearance. There isn't so much as a single crack for you to slip through. His face is now twisted with cunning, looking as if he might devour her whole in the next second. Stop refusing. Be a good girl and listen. Unlock all the functions now. The system helplessly curses him for being shameless and begins to threaten him. You're really in my way. Since you dare to offend the system's core entity, I'll make sure you pay a heavy price. With those words, she turns into a plume of smoke, intending to vanish completely. Yin Wudao only smirks. A vanishing act? This system really does have quite a few tricks up its sleeve. The system spirit reappears right behind him. She prepares to strike. You bastard. D. She attacks him, but it's useless. The corners of Yin Wudao's mouth curl up. Just as I thought. According to the system rules, as long as the host hasn't failed a mission, the system cannot attack them. Yin Wudao immediately counterattacks. He caught Daji completely off guard. Did you really think turning invisible would solve everything? He smirked deviously. I gave you a clear path, but you refused to take it. Instead, you insisted on running straight into the briars. Now, let me show you the true power of science. He pressed the button to drop the temperature. His expression was full of intrigue. Once the temperature hits absolute 0, everything in this world will freeze solid. Not even light itself is an exception. And since you aren't made of pure light, this extreme cold is exactly what I need to force you out of hiding. Yin Wudao feigned surprise. Oops, looks like I caught you by the neck after all, didn't I? Daji was both humiliated and furious. You bastard. Let go of me right now. This hurts like hell. Yin Wudao teased her smugly. You're the one who decided to go invisible. I can't see a thing. Daji's sweet voice trembled slightly. It's so cold. The temperature is dropping too fast. I have to move, and quickly. Otherwise, I'm going to end up frozen to death. Inside the torture chamber of a small shack by the river, Terrifying torture devices lined the wooden walls as Yin Wudao crushed his cigarette against a heart-shaped branding iron. He taunted her, "Miss Dodgy. So, it turns out you're just a system administrator. We're both just working stiffs, really. There's no need to make things so difficult for me." Yin Wudao slowly leaned in closer. "Now, tell me, what exactly does this god-tier, great villain system want from me?" Dodgy was bound tightly to the chair. She screamed in rage, "Yin Wudao, the truth is, you are the reincarnation of King Zhou, DXIN, and I am the Dodgy sent to support you in ascending the throne as the king of men." He slammed the iron bar onto her chair without a hint of mercy. "Talk like a normal person." Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Since the dawn of time, countless chosen ones have stood upon the heights of morality, wiping out any villain in their path. The god-tier great villain system was forged from the collective resentment of those fallen villains. My mission is to use this system to groom you into the ultimate god-tier villain, to annihilate every single chosen one. Hearing this, Yin Wudao tossed the iron bar over his shoulder with a grin. "You know, you look absolutely ravishing when you're this distressed." Dodgy's eyes widened in horror. What are you planning to do?" As his fingers grazed her chest, Dodgy cursed at him in a fury. "Yin Wudao, you monster! You wouldn't even spare the system itself." She struggled desperately to pull away. Yin Wudao leaned his face in even closer. Finally, she was forced to cave. "Fine, I'll do what you want. I'll unlock the system's hidden functions for you right now." Suddenly, the system interface flashed with a notification. God-tier, great villain system. Host, Yin Wudao. Talent, breakthrough. Renown points, Baron level. Paragon points. Skills, 2. 9 Dragon, Sovereign Chi. 6th grade Blood Lotus, Flying Daggers. Rank, Soldier King. Maul unlocked. Notice, the God-tier, great villain system has 7 levels in total. Ranked as Emperor Duke and so on. Collect Paragon points to upgrade the system. Yin Wudao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Most of this is straightforward enough. But what exactly are these renown points? Dodgy replied with tears welling in her eyes. Renown points can be used to exchange for items in the mall. Yin Wudao looked at her skeptically. Then how do I earn them? She reluctantly explained it to him. There are 2 ways. First, make people worship you. Second, make them fear you. Yin Wudao seemed to catch on. So, it's basically about farming adoration and terror points, huh? Dozens of colorful potions appeared before him in the mall. Let's see what kind of goodies we've got in here. Yin Wudao's eyes landed on a lifelike puppet. Not bad. Not bad at all. These are all high-quality items. And this lifelike puppet, it can even take a fatal blow for me in a crisis. A truly divine, life-saving tool. With that, he walked over to untie Dodgy. "Miss Dodgy, pardon my rudeness earlier. I look forward to a very intimate and sincere partnership from now on." The moment the ropes fell away, Dodgy lunged at him. She slapped Yin Wudao across the face with all her might. "You bastard." Yin Wudao's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. "If that makes you feel any better, Miss Dodgy, then by all means, keep going." For different emotional status icons appeared above her head. Anger, 60%. Self-pity, 50%. Shame, 80%. Hatred, 30%. A second later, she ducks right back into his necklace. "You jerk. I'm not talking to you anymore." His expression shifts faster than the flick of a page. Women. At the small riverside villa, Yin Wudao picks up his phone. "Hello." Wu Ru's terrified voice comes through the other end. "Wudao sob, I broke an antique. They're demanding I pay for it. What am I going to do?" Asterisco sobi asterisco. He responds calmly. "If it's broken, we'll just pay for it." But then, he suddenly realizes something. He's startled. "Wait a minute. Is that you, Wu? Don't be afraid. Tell me where you are. I'm coming to find you right now." Elsewhere, inside the Yunchi Pavilion antique shop, in the back room, various antiques are scattered across the floor. The shop owner, Li Bin, is furiously berating Wu Ru. "You useless little brat. Are your hands paralyzed? You couldn't even hold onto an antique this important? Tell me, what the hell are you even good for? Do you have any idea how much this Ming Dynasty Changhua Dotsai chicken cup is worth? Can you even afford to pay for this?" Wu Ru sits on the floor, trembling with fear. She looks up at him. "I didn't even touch that chicken cup. It's because you let it slip and break it yourself." He grabs her by the hair and pulls her close. You little bitch, you still dare talk back? Li Bin raises his hand to strike. I'm going to beat the life out of you today. But before his hand can land, Yin Wudao catches it in a firm grip. Stop right there. Lin Feng roars with rage from behind. He glares at Li Bin. You bastard. Let me handle him. Yin Wudao stops him. Not so fast. I'll be the one to deal with him. Wu Ru stands up. She huddles close to Yin Wudao's side. Yin Wudao asks with concern. Tell me, what exactly happened? She slowly recounts the story. A little while ago, someone brought in a Ming Dynasty Changhua Do Tsai chicken cup to be appraised. Today, Manager Li took it out for inventory. He said he'd let me take a look so I could learn. The scene shifts back to Li Bin handing the precious item to Wu Ru. Wu Ru, haven't you always wanted to learn about Changhua porcelain? Come here and take a good look. Wu Ru carefully warns Manager Li. You shouldn't hold it with just one hand. Please be careful. But he doesn't listen at all. Instead, he reaches out to grope Wu Ru. Your hands are quite fair and smooth, aren't they? What kind of skincare products do you use? A sleazy grin spreads across his face. In that moment, the Changhua Do Tsai chicken cup slips from Li Bin's hand. Wu Ru recalls the scene. She finishes her story. In the end, he's the one who dropped out of sheer carelessness, and it shattered. Li Bin hears this. He immediately points at Wu Ru and screams. You bitch. How dare you frame me like that? You're the one who broke this cup. You're taking the fall for this whether you like it or not. Yin Wudao's expression turns dark. He speaks coldly. Acting quite tough, aren't you? Go ahead and be as arrogant as you want right now. Because in a moment, you're going to be a miserable wreck. Inside the antique shop, a streamer named Dudu is holding her phone, live streaming the scene for her viewers. She doesn't miss the chance to fan the flames. Look everyone, that girl being bullied just had two handsome guys show up to help her. Things are about to get out of control. They're about to start fighting. The phone screen is flooded with comments. Feng Shui commented, that handsome guy is definitely in the right. Good looks equal justice. Power Ranger commented, that handsome guy is way too nice. His girl is getting bullied, and he doesn't even dare to hit back. Captain America, what is he afraid of? If I were him, I would have sent that scumbag owner to the hospital a long time ago. Dudu's guy is the hottest of them all. At that moment, a notification pops up in front of Yin Wudao. Received a like from Feng Shui. Reputation points +1. He quickly glances around. Looks like there's a live stream going on. Perfect. This is a good chance to rack up some reputation points. With that thought, he glares at Li Bin with a cold, threatening look. Don't you have surveillance cameras in here? So, who actually broke it? We'll find out soon enough. Li Bin was terrified, but he still tried to bluff his way out. Sorry to disappoint, but the camera just happened to break. The employee behind him lowered his head, looking incredibly awkward. Suddenly, Yin Wudao gestured to him. Come over here. The employee, hearing his name called, immediately felt his heart sink. He stammered. I don't know anything. Don't ask me. A thick stack of cash slammed onto the table. Yin Wudao commanded, tell me the truth. And this money is yours. Li Bin was drenched in a cold sweat. Terrified his employee would sell him out. He rushed to stop him. Su Yang, just tell the truth. Don't go making things up. Don't sell your soul for a little bit of cash. Yin Wudao slammed down another massive stack of money. He pointed at the cash. If you won't talk, I'll give it to someone else. Lin Feng Oskit Li Bin Angridi. Why don't we just deal with him now? This isn't like you at all. Yin Wudao replied calmly. What's the rush? You'll get your chance to move soon enough. Under the blinding temptation of the money, the employee, Xiao Zhang, finally broke. I'll talk. He opened the surveillance footage for Yin Wudao. It clearly showed Li Bin dropping the cup himself, and then framing Wu Ru for it. On the small screen, Li Bin could be seen scratching his head in panic. What am I supposed to do now? This is a Ming Dynasty Changhua Do Tsai chicken cup. It's worth tens of millions. He pieced the shards back together. That's it. I'll just blame that new girl. The comments section exploded like a waterfall. June commented, as expected, there's no such thing as absolute loyalty. Just cases where the price isn't high enough yet. Crying in a BMW commented, this is the power of money. A sugar daddy is still a daddy. Now, this is how a rich man handles things. Solving everything with cash. He doesn't even have to force anyone. Only then did Yin Wudao turn his gaze toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, haven't you been itching for a fight for a while now? Smash it all. He repeated his command, his voice dropping an octave. Every last bit of it. Trash the place. Lin Feng quickly grabbed a large club and charged in, obliterating everything in the shop. Every priceless antique in the store was smashed to pieces by him. Li Bin looked like he was going insane. He screamed at Wu Ru, "Are you people crazy? Do you have any idea who owns this shop? You little bitch. Tell him to stop right now, or I'll make sure you wish you were dead." Yin Wudao's hand suddenly clamped down on his wrist. His voice was dangerously low. "I put up with you for long enough. This was the hand that touched my Wu Ru, wasn't it? You even dare to hit her?" His eyes grew cold and terrifying. "Then you won't be needing this hand anymore." The bones in Li Bin's hand snapped one by one. He let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. His fingers were twisted and horribly deformed. Watching his heroic display, Wu Ru's eyes were filled with pure admiration. Affection status updates flashed above her head. Affection +3. Affection 93. Deeply in love. Wu Ru clutched her burning, flushed face. Only one thought remained in her heart. My Wu Dao is so cool. He's so handsome. Meanwhile, the system kept adding reputation points to Yin Wu Dao. Reputation +1,000. Reputation +2,000. Reputation +5,000. Yin Wu Dao was shocked to realize that he could gain this much reputation just from being on a live stream. Tin Yu was also panicking at the skyrocketing viewer count. 20,000 viewers, 30,000, 40,000. Oh my god. My Room 18 stream is about to go viral. On the phone screen, comments were flying by at light speed. You five guys better apologize to the MC right now. This plot is actually pretty good. DR. Giving the shop owner 10 points for supporting the lead. Joblat. Everyone keep hyping the stream. We're about to catch up to Hua Chong. Batman. The trope is old as dirt, but I love it. Yu Yu's husband is the most handsome. The goddess descends. The lead has a strong sense of justice, but damn, he's brutal. I just saw the holy light of a saintess. Get lost. Yuru stared at Li Bin in terror. It seemed like this wasn't an act. That man's arm was actually broken. Should I call the police? Clutching his mangled arm in agony, Li Bin spoke with a sneer of misplaced confidence. You're all finished. This is a property of the Bai family. By offending the Bays, every single one of you will pay a heavy price. In Wu Dao didn't give him the time of day, slamming his foot hard onto Li Bin's calf. In Wu Dao exuded a cold, effortless grace, completely devoid of fear. I'll handle the consequences myself. Li Bin wailed incessantly under his boot. Aya, my leg, it's breaking. You're going to regret this. The phone screen exploded with a fresh wave of comments. Wait, is he talking about the Bai family of Jiang City? One of the 4 great families of Jiang City. Offending the Bays in this city is basically a death wish. Our hero is done for. The protagonist is cooked this time. 10 seconds of silence for the man. Just then, a woman dressed in an elegant Chong Sam strolled toward them. Who dares to cause trouble in my Yunshi pavilion? Have you grown tired of living in Jiang City? Li Bin, still kneeling on the ground, looked at her as if he'd found his savior. He looked up desperately. Eldest Miss. The eldest Miss is here. You're all dead meat now. Hearing those threats, Yu rushed over to persuade Wu Dao. In Wu Dao, you need to leave now. Bai Yunshi's influence is massive. I don't want to drag you down with me. Let me handle this myself. But he only offered a faint smirk. Speaking casually to the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Bai Yunshi, the old man, isn't even dead yet. How did you become the chairwoman already? Bai Yunshi shot back with equal nonchalance. You little scumbag, you're still alive? There really is no justice in this world. With that, she stepped forward and placed a hand on In Wu Dao's shoulder. Seeing this, he happily looped his arm through hers. Auntie Yun, I thought you'd kick the bucket by now. Instead of getting angry, Bai Yunshi seemed even more amused. She turned to walk with him. Young Masterine, you might be able to fool little girls, but you can't fool me. Li Bin witnessed the scene with his own eyes, shocked to his very core. What is going on? Young Masterine? Wait, could he be? It's over. I'm dead. Lin Yuru was also lost in thought. So they know each other, and their relationship is clearly anything but ordinary. Bai Yunshi sat down and asked seriously, tell me, what exactly happened here? In Wu Dao recounted the entire story from beginning to end. Finally, he said, that's the gist of it. There's video evidence to prove it. My person was wronged. I expect an explanation. Bai Yunshi let out a soft sigh. I see. The sharp click of high heels echoed across the floor. Yunxi crossed her arms and walked up to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, take your money and get out. Betraying your employer for profit is a stunt you only get to pull once. If you stay, you'll never survive in the antique world again. Go open a small shop of your own. Xiao Zhang lowered his head in shame. Yes, ma'am. I am truly sorry. Bai Yunxi cut him off. Save your useless apologies. This was your choice. Having said that, she turned her attention to Li Bin. With the tip of her stiletto, she lifted Li Bin's chin, forcing him to look the head of the family in the eye. As an appraiser, you possess techniques passed down through generations, and you have undeniable talent. I originally intended to groom you to run the Bai family's flagship store. She continued, but giving you another chance would be a waste of time. Li Bin's face was a mask of disgrace. Drenched in cold sweat. Eldest miss, I am so incredibly sorry. Bai Yunxi kicked him square in the face with her heel and barked. You got some nerve? Pulling these tricks in my Yunxi pavilion. Bai Yunxi's subordinates immediately stepped forward. Pin his hands down. A sharp voice of reprimand echoed through the room. You couldn't even hold a single cup properly. What use do you have for these hands? Cut them off. The moment the words left her lips, a subordinate drew a gleaming, razor-sharp blade. No one expected Bai Yunxi to actually follow through. Li Bin was forced to the ground by her men. Chop! With both his hands pinned, she turned to look at Yin Wu Dao, who stood behind her. Wu Dao, is this explanation sufficient for you? He then turned to the young girl, who was still in a state of shock. Yu, are you satisfied now? She stammered her response. Yes, I am satisfied. Meanwhile, the livestream chat was absolutely exploding with activity. The Power Rangers are here. Kneel before the boss. He really knows how to read the room. Just who is this guy? What kind of background does he have? Even the Bai family has to give him face. Holy crap, that looks painful. The protagonist is definitely the next king of flexing. Chun Beixian. Tuoba Xiaoyao gifted 666,666 coins. Xiao Xiao saw the popularity skyrocket. Watching her follower count climb, she was overwhelmed with joy. I'm trending. I'm finally hitting it big. But her celebration was cut short. Two bright, red notifications suddenly flashed across her screen. Your livestream has been banned for violating policies regarding violent and graphic content. Total viewers peaked at over 280,000. Total rewards received, 21 million gold coins. Xiao Xiao let out a frustrated scream. Damned moderators. How dare you ban my stream? If it wasn't for that 2 million in rewards, I swear I wouldn't let this go. On the other side of the room, Yin Wu Dao's reputation points were climbing nonstop. Reputation +2. Reputation +4. Reputation +10. Total reputation, 215,004. He watched the numbers jump, lost in thought. Why did the reputation gain suddenly stop? Did the live stream end? Suddenly, Daji appeared behind him. How did your reputation points increase so much all of a sudden? Is the system running some kind of special event? Yin Wu Dao gave a cold smirk. So you really don't know anything, do you? He decided to ignore her and turned his attention back to the matter at hand. Yin Wu Dao spoke up, questioning Bai Yunxi. This go-ware cup? It must be quite expensive, isn't it? Bai Yunxi gently stroked her cheek and sighed. 15 years ago, this go-ware cup was auctioned off for an astronomical price. 28 million RMB. According to the contract, the compensation for damage is 10 times that amount. You understand, don't you? As a woman, I have to manage every little detail of this household. Making money is easy enough, but paying out damages like that is a bitter pill to swallow. Yin Wu Dao immediately seized the opportunity. Perhaps I can be of some assistance. Hearing this, Bai Yunxi's eyes lit up. Truly? If you can help me with this, then I will hand the management of the Yunxi Pavilion over to you. Yuru overheard the offer. She was so shocked she was left speechless. She's giving such a massive antique shop to him? Wu Dao smiled and gave a nod. I will certainly do my best. In a separate room, Lin Feng stared at the broken go-ware cup on the table and asked curiously, Boss, we just finished wrecking their shop. We're practically enemies now. Why do you still want to help them? Wu Dao's gaze turned sharp. Did Aunt Yin blame us for the damage even once? She even cut off Li Bin's hands just to give Yuru justice. She did that out of respect for us. If that's the case, how can we not return the favor? He continued. They gave us face, so we have to handle this with class. After hearing that, Lin Feng seemed to have a realization. Is this the hidden etiquette of the high society elite? Just then, the system interface appeared. A bottle of restoration potion has been successfully purchased. 10,000 reputation points deducted. Remaining balance, 205,004. In Wudao was slightly impressed. It really does just appear out of thin air. He picked up the pieces of the Gaware cup. Slowly, he began to apply the potion according to the instructions. As long as the fragments are aligned correctly, pouring the potion on them will restore the item to its original state. Before long, the Gaware cup began to reform into its perfect, original shape. Bai Yunxi grew anxious as she watched him pour the liquid onto the shards. Wudao, what on earth are you doing? Don't tell me you're trying to fix it with 502 superglue. Do you really think people are that gullible? Yuru let out a soft chuckle. He's just putting on a show. Wu Dao held up the exquisitely crafted chicken cup. It's finished. Bai Yunxi pulled out a magnifying glass in shock to inspect it. It's actually been restored. It looks exactly like it did before. Wu Ru stared wide-eyed at every single detail on the cup. Even the cracks are gone. Wu Dao, you're incredible. Right then, two people stepped through the front door. A man's voice called out, Madam Bai, I've come to collect the item I left in your care. Yunxi looked toward the door in surprise. Talk about perfect timing. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The two people were none other than Qin Tian and the captain of the Shiqing Special Ops Task Force. Qin Tian scanned the interior of Yunxi Hall. He asked curiously, Madam Bai, who exactly did you piss off? How did your shop end up trash like this? Bai Yunxi forced a welcoming smile for her guest. Thank you for your concern, Boss Qin. It was just a small misunderstanding. It's already been settled. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively. No. Madam Bai, you've got it all wrong. I wasn't expressing concern for you. He continued arrogantly. I only care about my Ming Dynasty Changhua Doucai chicken cup that I left here last time. Is it still in one piece? I certainly hope it didn't suffer the same unlucky fate as this pile of shattered porcelain. Bai Yunxi remained silent, unsure of how to respond. The moment Wu Dao saw Lu Man, he recognized her instantly. Isn't that the superstar captain of the red team? What is she doing here instead of hunting down spies? Lu Man was equally surprised to see Wu Dao. What is this guy doing here? I better not blow my cover. Bai Yunxi led Qin Tian over to the antique. Please, rest assured, Boss Qin. As long as it's in my shop, even if every other piece of porcelain shatters, your item will remain perfectly intact. Qin Tian and Lu Man stepped toward the antique with looks of utter bewilderment. What's going on here? This is definitely my item. But why isn't there a single trace of damage? This makes no sense at all. Lu Man vispiret softly. Didn't you say you'd already tampered with that cup? Could it be a fake? Qin Tian replied in a hushed, irritated tone. All the marks are gone now. Even if it isn't a fake, it might as well be. And I have to tell you again, this is a cup, not a bowl. Qin Tian slowly lifted the cup, despite never having looked at it seriously. For even a single second, Qin Tian barked out a sudden conclusion. Are you trying to pull a bait and switch on me? You really think you can play an expert like me for a fool? Bai Yunxi's eyes widened in shock at Qin Tian's words. Only then did he begin to meticulously examine every detail. Changhua Doucai porcelain has endured 500 years of history. The color should be vibrant, but not garish. On the contrary, it should be elegant. The surface of the cup should have a misty patina, and air bubbles should be visible throughout. But the colors on this fake are far too bright. There isn't a single air bubble to be found. This is clearly a modern imitation. Bai Yunxi could hardly believe what she was hearing. She had seen Wu Dao repair it with her own eyes. How could it have turned into a fake? Wu Ru thought anxiously. This man's appraisal skills are truly god tier. He's incredible. Everything he's saying is technically correct. If I hadn't watched Wu Dao fix the chicken cup myself, I'd be inclined to believe Qin Tian too. Wu Dao finally started panic. Oh boy, that restoration potion was way too powerful. It even wiped away the natural aging flaws of the antique. Qin Tian sat down abruptly. His smile was gentle, but his words were venomous. Madam Bai, you weren't very careful with this little game of yours. Per our agreement, you owe me 10 times the value in compensation. Now, I've never been one to make things difficult for a lady. So how about this? Transfer the deed of this shop to me, and we'll call the debt even. Bai Yunxi felt like she had been dropped from heaven into an abyss. Is the land Yunxi Hall sits on all he's after? Everything inside has been destroyed. The only thing left of value is this property. Even the Yunchi hall name itself isn't worth tens of millions. She lowered her head, her eyes filled with anxiety and unease. Losing it to Wu Dao or losing it to Qin Tian, it's all the same. I'm going to lose it either way. Maybe it's better to just be practical and end this now. Yunchi spoke softly. In that case, suddenly, Wu Dao placed a hand on her shoulder. At the same time, he admitted it. That's right. This chicken cup is indeed a fake. Seeing how blunt he was, Qin Tian pressed him further. Since you've admitted it's a knockoff, what else is there to say? Hand over Yunchi Pavilion to me right now. Wu Dao continued calmly. I said this chicken cup is a fake, but I never said we were the ones who forged it. Shocked to his core, Qin Tian bolted upright. What the hell do you mean by that? Wu Dao pointed straight at Qin Tian's face. Because you're the one who brought the fake. It was as if his darkest secret had been exposed. Qin Tian stammered. Didn't you talk such nonsense? I'll sue you for slander. Wu Dao began to explain with a serious expression. In the entire world, there are only 19 Ming Dynasty Changhua Doucai chicken cups in existence. 4 of them are in private collections. Correct. Qin Tian snapped back immediately. That's right. Out of those 4, only 3 are accounted for in private hands. The whereabouts of the last one are unknown. And mine happens to be that long-lost chicken cup. Wu Dao let out a cold laugh. What a load of crap. Ridiculous. He turned and gave an order to the soldier king, Lin Feng. Go to the backyard of my villa. Bring me the bowl I usually use to feed the cat. Lin Feng complied obediently. Yes, sir. Qin Tian was fuming. His face darkened as he roared, A cat bowl? Are you trying to insult me? No matter how much money you have, you can't use a $100 million artifact as a cat bowl just to flaunt your filthy wealth. At best, it's just some $5 piece of industrial trash from a roadside stall. In the corner, Xiao Xiao leaned over to adjust the camera. I've already explained the situation and the build-up. Now we're just waiting for that cat bowl to arrive. There's no violence this time, so the channel shouldn't get banned again. She whispered to herself. Oh, he's back. Outside, Lin Feng hurried into Yunchi Pavilion, carrying the precious item. The cat bowl was placed right next to Qin Tian's cup. Half joking, Wu Dao said, I took this bowl from my old man's place. I thought it looked pretty, so I used it to feed the cat. I hope no one minds it being a bit dirty. Yuru held her nose while leaning in with a magnifying glass to inspect it. Sure enough, the surface had a distinct misty luster. The colors were deep and restrained. Qin Tian rushed forward. He shoved Yuru aside. Let me see. He activated his golden pupils to examine the chicken cup. To his horror, it was the real deal. Wu Dao's cat bowl was the very thing that had caused Qin Tian's crushing defeat at Baitan River. Today was a total loss. Panicking, he tried to reclaim his own chicken cup. I'm taking my things and leaving. But he wasn't fast enough to beat Wu Dao's fist. The chicken cup shattered into a million pieces. Qin Tian glared at him in a murderous rage. Wu Dao simply offered a nonchalant smile. According to the rules, counterfeits must be destroyed on the spot. Fuming so hard he could burst, Qin Tian turned to leave. Fine. Goodbye. Wu Dao stood behind him, watching his hurried departure. As they brushed past each other, Lu Meng whispered under his breath, Damn it. He ruined my entire plan. Wu Dao overheard him, and his mind filled with suspicion. Plan? What kind of plan was he talking about? It seemed there was a deeper secret hidden behind all this. At that moment, Yunchi was absolutely livid. Veins bulged on her beautiful face. Some country brat actually dared to plot against the Bai family? Guards, after him. Break Qin Tian's arms and legs, then throw him into the river. Wu Dao stepped forward to stop her. He was just as anxious internally. Auntie Yun, that's enough. We can't be reckless. Although Qin Tian's background is a mystery, the woman beside him has a very special status. She's someone we can't afford to offend. Yunchi composed herself. If even Wu Dao found this person difficult to handle, then they certainly weren't simple. I was the one being reckless today. A moment later, she pulled out a document and handed it to Wu Dao. I'll remember the favor you did me today. If you ever need help in the future, just say the word. I still have quite a bit of influence here in Jiang City. This is a transfer contract. Go ahead and sign it. Wu Dao smiled. You're being too kind, Auntie Yun. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhao's livestream chat was exploding. Everyone was buzzing about the multi-million-dollar chicken cup. Was that cat bowl really a genuine chicken cup? I live for these kinds of plot twists. Who would have guessed? Poverty really does limit one's imagination. In Wu Dao takes the contract. He handed over to Yuru without a second thought. A generous gesture for a beautiful lady. This antique shop is yours now. Yuru's face flushes. She starts to decline. This is far too valuable. I can't possibly accept this. But In Wu Dao insists, pressing it into her hands. You majored in antiques, didn't you? This place is the perfect fit for your expertise. Besides, are you really going to be formal with me now? After everything that happened? Yuru's affection for him grows even deeper. Affection level 94. Deeply in love. Affection +1. She still tries to shyly refuse. No, it's too much. But that's not all. The reputation points from Xiao Zhao's livestream are also skyrocketing. Reputation +10.00. Reputation +20.000. Reputation +50.00. In Wu Dao rubs his chin, thinking to himself, her affection only went up by a tiny bit. I guess Yuru isn't the type to be swayed by money. But why is my reputation score rising so fast? Yuru suddenly lunges forward and pulls him into a tight embrace. She beams with a smile as bright as a cute little bunny. Wu Dao, I promise I'll manage this shop perfectly for you. As the comments in the live stream chat explode, the reputation points continue to surge wildly. Everyone in the shop stands up in unison. We pay our respects to the patriarch. Reputation +50.00. Reputation +50.00. Reputation +100.00. In no time, In Wu Dao's total reputation reaches 480.00. He glances over at Xiao Xiao, who is busy streaming. As I thought, live streaming is the ultimate way to farm reputation. Xiao Xiao is currently over the moon. The viewership and followers are spiking. I'm going to be rich. Meanwhile, Yuru is lost in a daydream about her new life. Wow, am I really the boss of this place now? It feels just like a dream. I can't believe it. Lin Feng accidentally steps on a shard of broken porcelain on the floor. But he still offers his sister a happy smile. Yuru, congratulations, sis. Yuru's face turns red with anger. She snaps back at him. Don't you dare step on my porcelain. Tears begin to stream down her face. She starts to sob, chasing after her brother to give him a piece of her mind. Lin Feng, I hate you. Who told you to smash things so hard earlier? Do you have any idea how many antiques you ruined? A lot of those were the real deal. Lin Feng tries to defend himself, feeling wronged. Hey, I was just following orders. Seeing the tension rise, In Wu Dao steps in. He quickly pulls Yuru into his arms. Yuru, calm down. But she's stubborn and refuses to listen. Don't stop me. The stuff he broke is worth at least several million yuan. I have to hit him. In Wu Dao quickly produces a bottle of precious restoration liquid and hands it to her. It's all right. Look at this. These 3 bottles are enough to restore all those authentic pieces. We'll even keep the cat bowl as a promotional item. What do you think? A system notification flashes. Purchase. Restoration liquid. Cost. 30,000 reputation points. Remaining. 450,000 reputation points. Yuru pulls back from his warm embrace. Restoration liquid? What a coincidence. But I have to make one thing very clear to you. This is not a cat bowl. This is a Ming Dynasty Manhwa Tower cup. It is absolutely the crowning jewel of our shop. In Wu Dao decides to spend more points on another item. The system panel pops up. Purchase successful. Skill. X-ray vision. Cost. 100,000 reputation points. Remaining. 350,000 reputation points. He thinks to himself triumphantly. Qin Tian didn't even care about hundreds of millions in compensation. He was obsessed with getting his hands on this specific shop. Even after I trashed the entire place, he still wanted it. If there isn't some massive secret hidden here, I'll eat my hat. At that thought, his eyes suddenly sharpen. X-ray vision. Activate. Let's see what kind of world-shaking secret is actually buried in this place. The air around him begins to glow with a mysterious, ethereal blue light. In Wu Dao looks around in awe. So this is the power of X-ray vision? Suddenly, his gaze grows even more intense. Countless antiques, hidden away with master-level skill, appear before him. Found it. After Yuru finishes restoring one of the pieces, she rushes over clutching a vase to show him. Wudao, look, I've already finished the first one. However, the only thing he notices is her ample, swaying chest. They're so deep and so huge. Yuru holds the porcelain vase up high. She's completely oblivious to the fact that In Wudao is dazed, staring straight at her chest. That's right. This is a large heavenly globe vase. It really is huge. An unfamiliar voice suddenly rings out from behind them. Excuse me, could I trouble you for a moment? Xiao Xiao approaches them with a polite smile. I'd like to propose a partnership. Hello there. I'm the streamer Xiao Xiao. I have a project I'd like to collaborate on with you. After catching a glimpse through Xiao Xiao's chest, In Wudao finally reached his limit. He collapsed right then and there. His nose was even bleeding. I can't take this anymore. How is everyone so well endowed? Xiao Xiao asked in shock. What's wrong? Are you okay? A moment later, In Wudao finally snapped out of it. He used a handkerchief to wipe away the blood. Do you plan on live streaming me every day from now on? Xiao Xiao spoke her mind honestly. That's right. We can split the profits 50-50. Actually, 60-40 is fine too. You get 60, I'll take 40. In Wudao remained silent, lost in thought. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao started to panic. She looked like she was about to burst into tears. Then, how about 70-30? 80-20 is okay too. I really can't go any lower than that. Fine, 90-10. That is my absolute limit. You can't expect me to work for free. In Wudao rested his chin on his hand and spoke dismissively. Do you really think I care about the money? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was stunned by his generosity. It's actually a lot of money from just the last 2 streams. The donations have already hit over 100,000. In Wudao smiled in response. You can fill me. The donations and everything else belong to you. But I have one condition. Xiao Xiao covered her mouth in shock. It all belongs to me? In Wudao suddenly stood up. He pulled out a piece of paper. He showed it to Xiao Xiao as if it were a contract. You must sign a long-term contract with me. 15 years. When I call, you must show up. No one is excusado absences. Unless there is an accident, an earthquake, or if you're giving birth. He calculated the odds silently. This girl is my steady source of reputation points. I absolutely cannot let her get away. Xiao Xiao noticed the small dog and cat sitting nearby, both yelp and shake their heads. She muttered to herself, feeling a bit dazed. The cat is shaking its head. The dog is shaking its head too. But why do I feel like this is actually a good deal? Finally, she brushed aside her wandering thoughts. She decided to agree to the contract. Masterine, I agree. I'll sign. As she bowed in agreement, the camera behind her was already live streaming the whole thing. Everyone was watching. Countless viewers flooded the chat with wild comments. Little demon waterfall. This poor girl just got scammed. Carrier maintenance engineer. This is exactly like Pigsy. How gross. The Grandmaster has finally made a move on my Xiao Xiao. Zokaki, please have mercy on my goddess. The two of them headed out. Before leaving, In Wudao gave careful instructions to the Lin brothers. Lin Feng, stay here and help Wuru clean up. I'll be back tonight. Wuru gazed at him blankly and smiled. In Wudao, I'll be waiting for you here. Let's go out for a late-night snack together. He gave his word, a small smile playing on his lips. In his heart, he was already planning. There are too many eyes during the day. I'll come back for the treasure later. The door of a red supercar slowly opened. Xiao Xiao couldn't take her eyes off the car, her eyes wide with wonder. Her mouth dropped into an O shape. She couldn't stop, gasping in awe. This car is gorgeous. In Wudao stood there with an extraordinary aura. Holding the keys, he invited Xiao Xiao to get in. Xiao Xiao was still midstream. The netizens immediately exploded in the comments section. They scrambled to guess the car's name and value. Little Demon Waterfall. Oh my god, is that a Lumbo Veneno? Carrier maintenance engineer. It looks like a limited edition. That must cost tens of millions of yuan. My poverty has truly limited my imagination. Xiao Xiao sat inside the car. Her eyes darted around restlessly. She admired every inch of the supercar. This is so luxurious. In Wudao suddenly leaned in close, catching Xiao Xiao off guard and leaving her breathless. Flustered, she squeezed her eyes shut. She waved her hands frantically in front of her. No, please, boss. I sell my talent, not my body. Hearing this, he could only sigh helplessly and gave a forced smile. You're overthinking things. I'm just helping you with your seatbelt. With those words, he leans over to fasten Zhao's seatbelt. The comment section immediately explodes with teasing. Ah, the bittersweet scent of young love. Carrier maintenance engineer, the boss, is online. Shimon loves life. My heart can't take this. The streamer actually made the first move. Xiao is so embarrassed, she wants to vanish into thin air. I can't believe I actually thought he was going to try something inappropriate. How humiliating. The car glides smoothly down the road. The system sends another notification. Reputation points plus 10,000. Reputation points plus 20,000. Reputation points plus 50,000. Yin Wudao thinks to himself as he drives. The system would never have guessed this. These reputation points that countless villains have shed blood and fought to the death for. In this era of mass entertainment, all I have to do is start a live stream, and they just roll in. Before long, the two arrive at a breathtakingly beautiful coastline. Seagulls soar through the air. Yin Wudao leads the way. Xiao follows behind, holding her phone to keep the live stream going for the viewers. I'm taking you to meet my private advisory team. It just so happens they're all gathered on the river today. He waves, signaling a group of stunning girls in bikinis to board the boat. Girls, the boss is here. Come out and welcome him. The girls swarm around him instantly. Boss, we miss you so much. I only lost 20 million this month. You have to give me a double bonus at the end of the month, okay? Another girl rushes over and throws her arms around him. Her voice is sultry and enchanting. I'm sorry, boss. I lost quite a bit this month. 80 million, to be exact. Even though these advisors had drained that much money, Yin Wudao doesn't seem to mind at all. He responds cheerfully. It doesn't matter how much you lost. Everyone's bonus is getting doubled. The girls cheer and huddle close to him. Long live the boss. The comment section is instantly flooded with envy. So many beauties. The protagonist is living the dream. I'm literally dying of jealousy right now. Xiao glares at the screen, fuming with silent rage. The moment these people see a pretty girl, they turn into a pack of hungry wolves. Bright red lipstick marks are scattered across Yin Wudao's face. He lets out a soft sigh. His expression is one of pure, revitalized bliss. He leans against the railing, gazing out at the vast ocean. Good grief. That was exhausting. I can barely catch my breath. Xiao can only stand by and watch him helplessly. The comments keep scrolling by. I seriously want to be this guy. This isn't an advisory team. This is clearly a harem. Suddenly, someone approaches. It's Yin Wudao's private secretary, Xiaomi. She speaks to him with a serious tone. Could you please stop spoiling them? You keep giving them money just to let them cause chaos. The capital losses are starting to pile up. He turns to look at Xiaomi with the innocent face of a child. It's fine. Win some, lose some, right? Xiaomi frowns. Her face darkens. She curses him under her breath. What a complete spendthrift. Nothing but a spoiled rich brat. Xiaomi continues. There's one more thing. Jiang Rexu went to the company looking for you today. But since you weren't there, she went straight to your villa. Yin Wudao's expression immediately turns serious. Jiang Rexu? So, she's finally humbled herself. He turns to Xiao. Let's go. I'll take you to my place for a little tour. Xiao asks in surprise. Aren't we going back to shore to get the car? Yin Wudao walks to the bow of the boat. My house has its own private dock. Xiao can't hide her shock, marveling at the sheer scale of his wealth. Is this really how the 1% lives? At Yin Wudao's riverside villa, Jiang Rexu stands on the balcony, lost in thought. Her face is clouded with melancholy. Yin Wudao approaches her. Rexu, what brings you here? Rexu turns around, her eyes sharp as she looks at him. She speaks slowly. Yin Wudao, you win. The Jiang family's board of directors has reached a unanimous decision. I accept your offer to buy us out for 1 billion yuan. As soon as the words left her mouth, he cut her off. Suddenly, he announced, I'm sorry, but I've changed my mind. I don't want it anymore. Ruoxua snapped in anger. Yin Wudao, what kind of game are you playing now? The Jiang group has already agreed to the 1 billion yuan price tag. What more do you want? He replied calmly. Jiang Ruoxua, you're the one who went behind my back to cooperate with Jiang Renjia. I'm very disappointed in you. Yin Wudao brushed past her shoulder, issuing a cold warning. Go reflect on your actions. His words caused Ruoxua's face to turn pale in an instant. She stood there, frozen, Not knowing what to do, he slowly walked toward the table behind him, picked up a wine glass, and gently poured some red wine. Ruashue stood in silence for a long time. Finally, she turned around. Her voice was forced, yet tinged with a hint of bashfulness. In Wu Dao, haven't you always wanted me? In that moment, she took off her jacket with her own hands, exposing herself to him. In Wu Dao simply watched as Ruashue undressed. The system encouraged him. Excellent. Keep going. She continued to strip away her outer layers. Xiao Xiao was hiding behind the table, live streaming the whole thing. She worried about her broadcast. God, it's getting hot. This is way too spicy. My stream is going to blow up this time. Right now, the number of live viewers has exceeded 500,000. The audience in the comments section exploded once again. Everyone was stunned by the scene playing out on their screens. Sure enough, due to the appearance of inappropriate content, a notification popped up on the screen. The stream has been permanently banned for violating policies regarding sexually suggestive content. Xiao Xiao panicked. What? A permanent ban? Standing before In Wu Dao, she spoke shyly. Young Master In, I'm still pure. Please. He began removing his own coat as he spoke. So the most talented and noble woman in Jiang City is finally willing to undress, to reveal the body that countless men in this city have fantasized about. She squeezed her eyes shut, tears rolling down her cheeks. She steeled her heart. Whatever happens, happens. Am I really unable to escape the fate of being humiliated by him? Suddenly, she opened her eyes. She was shocked to find that In Wu Dao was already standing behind her. He draped his cloak over her shoulders and said, I truly do want your body, but I don't want to see you crying so miserably like this. I hope that one day, you'll be the one to climb into my bed voluntarily. Ruashue looked at him in disbelief. Did he really just let me go? She hurriedly adjusted her clothes. In Wu Dao sat back down and raised his glass. Starting today, all existing assets and properties under my name will be placed under your management. That includes the old district redevelopment project with the Jiang Group. Ruashue asked in shock, You're giving me tens of billions of yuan in assets to manage? What? Her voice wavered. Wu Dao looked at his wine glass and spoke slowly. At 18, you went abroad to study management. At 21, you turned things around on your own, bringing the Jiang family back from the brink of bankruptcy to the peak of success. If the men of the Jiang family hadn't been so wary of you, the Jiang family would have become a $100 billion group long ago. You are a genius businesswoman. I trust you. The system showed Ruashue's favorability toward him steadily rising. Ruashue was stunned. All these years, he was the first person to truly understand her, to understand her struggle. Until now, she had always seen him as a beast, but he was the only one who had been sincere with her from beginning to end. He really wanted to sleep with her, but he also truly believed in her. She bit her lip and thought, even if he's a scoundrel, he's still far better than that hypocrite, Xiao Chun. The Jiang family buried my talent. They made things difficult for me at every turn. My business potential has never been fully realized. Before, she had almost forgotten her ambitions in the business world, forgetting the bold declaration she made when she graduated. She wanted to be the top female CEO in Jiang City, and he had just given her a glimmer of hope. She made up her mind and immediately agreed to his request. But I have conditions. I'm willing to manage your assets, but you must agree to 3 things. First, fire everyone in your private financial advisory team. Second, I must have absolute authority over all projects. Third, you're not allowed to interfere with any of my decisions. He agreed immediately. He thought to himself, she really is a system-certified genius businesswoman. Just look at the conditions she set. Pure professionalism. Ruashue's favorability starts to rise. It has reached 50 points. She's entering a state of gratitude. He actually agreed without a second thought. Why would he trust me so unconditionally? Why is he being so good to me? Restraining myself earlier was definitely the right move. If I had taken advantage of her while she was down, I probably would have lost any chance with her forever. I'm not interested in her business talent, but that pride of hers today is incredibly attractive. There are still many items in the shop. I need to upgrade my rank before I can buy them. Her pride today revealed something very important. Ruashue stood up and spoke. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. And Wu Dao replied, Oh, one more thing. Don't fire Xiao Mi from my advisory team. The others are yours to do with as you wish. Rushwe agreed. Her expression shifted slightly as she left the room. She thought to herself, so he did plan a spy after all. I almost believed his trust was unconditional. Xiao Xiao slumped into her chair. This is bad, she whimpered. My stream is permanently banned. And Wu Dao looked pleased. The system showed his reputation points had exceeded 720,000. Not bad. Another 300,000 reputation points gained. Xiao Xiao was in tears. What do you mean, not bad? I've been permanently banned. It was so hard to build up that channel. I finally got over 100,000 fans. And now it's gone. It's like being thrown into a dark cell. He calmly replied, You stream on the Downga platform, right? Let me give your boss a call. She leaned back against the sofa. She didn't believe a word of it. Stop talking nonsense. Downga's boss is a big shot worth 5 billion yuan. Why on earth would he listen to you? He took out his phone and called Jia. Unban Xiao Zhao's account immediately. I'll need to make a follow-up call to check on it later. The call ended. Wait a moment. The account was quickly restored. She still didn't believe him. Stop it. Please, spare me, big grandpa. Quit acting like some unstoppable god of war. Anyone can brag like that. Just then, Xiao Zhao's phone vibrated on the table. The screen showed a call from a senior administrator. Xiao Xiao answered. It's the senior admin. The voice on the other end sounded panicked. Sister Xiao Xiao, this was my mistake. I'm unbanning your account right this second. I've added you to the whitelist. No one will ever dare ban you again. Sister Xiao Xiao, why didn't you tell us you had such a powerful big Buddha backing you? I'm so sorry for being disrespectful before. Xiao Xiao asked in shock. Big Buddha? The admin quickly replied. Yes. The big boss himself reached out. Even he doesn't dare offend the figure backing you. Xiao Xiao looked at Wu Dao with pure admiration. She bowed her head. Thank you. Thank you so much. He handed her a business card. This is my card. It has my personal number on it. If you ever need sick leave or maternity leave, just call me directly. I understand, boss, she replied. If I'm not streaming anymore today, I'll head home first. He continued. You won't catch a taxi around here. Go down to my garage. Pick any car you like and drive it home. It'll make commuting here easier. Xiao Xiao walked into Wu Dao's underground garage. She felt a wave of disbelief. Oh, Xiao Xiao, just what kind of titan have you stumbled upon? Even the big boss had to show him respect. Who on earth is this guy? Suddenly it clicked. The boss told me to pick out a car, but he was probably just being polite. I can't just go around driving someone else's supercar. I'll just pick something cheap, maybe around 100,000 yuan, to use for now. She looked around. She was standing in the middle of a massive parking garage. It was packed with every kind of luxury supercar imaginable. She was speechless, completely overwhelmed. Almosheroti, al buboti vision, al koenikshed. I guess being poor really does limit your imagination. She drove the supercar out of the massive villa, humming to herself. This Porsche 718 is definitely the most comfortable one. She sped down the road. From behind the bushes on the side of the road, a man calling himself Xiao Zhao's husband watched her. Xiao Xiao, how could you just get into someone else's car like that and go into another man's house? Have you betrayed me, Xiao Xiao? This ends today. Back at her studio apartment, Xiao Xiao was live streaming and chatting with her viewers. Hey, everyone, I finally got my account back. But feel free to check out some other streams for a bit. I'm gonna go take a shower. Let's talk more in a while. The comments started flooding in. Everyone was asking her to live stream her shower. But one specific account named Xiao Zhao's husband left a message. Xiao Xiao, I'm right outside your door. Hurry up and let me in. Some viewers were disgusted. They commented about how creepy and annoying this guy was. Xiao Xiao looked at the door, feeling a bit uneasy. That creep from before wouldn't actually come back, would he? She tried to reassure herself. The officer said that if he bothered me again, they'd arrest him. He probably wouldn't dare show his face here again. What am I so worried about? She soaked in the warm bath, humming an old song. You're the one who wanted to break up. So let's just end it. Suddenly, the door swung open. The man stepped into the room with a sinister look. He had used a tool to pick the lock. Xiao Xiao, your husband is here. Did you miss me? The man's legs appeared on the screen. The fans were horrified. He crept toward the bathroom where Xiao Xiao was bathing, his face twisted with malice. The chat exploded. Everyone was terrified for her safety. Someone called the police, but it would take them a while to get there. She opened the bathroom door and was instantly paralyzed with fear. The man turned toward her. He spoke in a low, eerie voice. Hey, wifey, are you all finished with your bath? She screamed in terror. How did you get in here? He replied, Xiao Xiao. I want to be with you forever. Forever and ever. Panicked, she threw her towel in his face and screamed, Get out. Get away from me right now. He snapped instantly. He went berserk, shouting curses at her. I saw everything. I saw you coming out of that villa, driving that supercar. Did you sleep with someone else? You don't love me at all. You betrayed me. Xiao Xiao backed away, trembling. What are you doing? I don't even know you. I'm not your wife. Please just leave. He produced a lighter out of nowhere. He cursed, then gave a wicked grin. Wifey, I want you to be with me forever. He suddenly threw a bottle of gasoline onto the floor. There was a loud whoosh. Flames erupted in an instant. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing everything. She collapsed to the floor in shock, screaming for help. Help! Someone help me. Fire! He roared like a madman. Burn it all down. You traitor! He spoke like a deranged, obsessed lover. I'm going to die here with you. He turned around and said sinisterly, Don't be afraid, Xiao Xiao. I'll make this whole building die with us. That way, we won't be lonely when we're gone. The viewers were all cursing out this psycho. Xiao Xiao rushed to the window, screaming at the top of her lungs, Help! Help! The building is on fire. There's a maniac in here. She slumped down by the balcony, sobbing uncontrollably. I just want to get out. She reached for her phone. Wiping away her tears, she speaks to the camera. To all my dear friends and fans, please, make sure you're recording this screen. This might be the last time you see me alive. The viewers begin to flood the chat with words of encouragement. They urge her to call for the protagonist immediately. It's only then that she finally snaps out of it. She frantically grabs another phone to make the call. Desperately, she tries to reach Yan Wudao. Boss, please. Please pick up the phone. Panicked, she hears the automated notification. Your call is being forwarded. Please stay on the line. Forwarded? Why would it be forwarded now? The smoke begins to thicken, filling the room. She starts coughing uncontrollably. She can only use her hand to cover her mouth. She speaks one last time to those watching through the screen. I feel like I'm going to die. My dear friends, I hope we meet again in the next life. Suddenly, someone kicks the door wide open and strides inside. She looks toward the door. Who is it? Who's there? Yan Wudao walks through the smoke. Standing before her, he speaks with a smirk. Well, look at our little streamer now. What a pitiful sight. The netizens in the comment section are deeply moved. They already see him as a hero. He places a gas mask over her face. She smiles weakly and asks, How did you get here? He replies, I just happened to be watching your live stream on my way here. That's why I hung up on your call. As he speaks, he pushes the door open. He picks her up and carries her out. Leaning entirely against him, she whispers, That psycho wants to burn the whole building down. I don't know how many people are still trapped in there. They've only made it halfway when they run into that man again. He roars, Xiao Xiao, you really did betray me. He lunges forward, screaming at the top of his lungs. Xiao Xiao, the two of you can die together. Yan Wudao gives her a sharp warning. Xiao Xiao, turn off the live stream. You have 5 seconds. She agrees immediately without hesitation. The man charges toward them. In his hand, he clutches a bottle of gasoline. Only in death can we be together forever. Without a second thought, Yan Wudao acts. He flings a blade toward the gasoline bottle. The glass shatters, and the fuel ignites instantly into a roaring blaze. The flames swallow the man whole. He becomes one with the fire. He screams in agony. Xiao Xiao, don't go. You belong to me. Yan Wudao carries Xiao Xiao away from the inferno. He leaps down from the building, landing safely with her in his arms. The moment they hit the ground, she lets out a long sigh of relief. Saved at last. At that moment, the number of viewers on the live stream has surpassed 2 million. She addresses her fans. The person who was just burned alive was that stalker. He played with fire, and sooner or later, he was bound to get burned. You reap what you sow. I don't even know how many people he hurt this time. This is nothing but karma. A system notification pops up. You have gained over 1 million fame points. Yan Wudao contemplates. This is a perfect opportunity to play the righteous hero. Maybe I could take this chance to rake in even more fame points. He picks up a bucket of water nearby. Turning back toward the building, he looks at Xiao Xiao. You're safe now, but I have to go back in and save the others. Xiao Xiao cries out in worry. The fire is too intense. It's too dangerous. If you go back in, you might not make it out. You don't have to be a hero. He pours the bucket of water over his head and says, No, the world has never lacked heroes. It only lacks passion. He adds, and as for me, I just happen to be feeling a bit hot-blooded right now. The system shows his fame points skyrocketing. He receives 100,000 points, then 200,000, and then 500,000. As time passes, the numbers increase at a dizzying pace. He plunges back into the sea of fire to rescue the victims. One by one, people escape from the building. Xiao Xiao says excitedly, It's the boss. He saved so many people. The crowd gathered around watches in anxious awe. They exclaim, What an incredible, virtuous deed. But the great hero hasn't come out yet. I hope he's okay. Xiao Xiao runs over to ask someone who just escaped, the hero who saved everyone. Why hasn't he come out yet? The man turns around, his face twisted in anger. Hero? You think a guy like him deserves that title? Just look at him. He's still in there saving people. Xiao Xiao was momentarily stunned as she listened. She couldn't understand what was happening. Clearly annoyed, she turned back to the camera and said, What is wrong with this guy? He was just saved, and yet he's acting like this. Some people really are just ungrateful bastards. Down in the comments section, netizens immediately began flaming the man for his blatant ingratitude. But the truth wasn't quite what it seemed. Yen Wudao charged upstairs. He grabbed an axe and cursed. Damn it, is a single burning door really enough to stop you people? Get the hell out of here now. If anyone stays still, I'll hack you to pieces myself. Move. Terrified, the people began jumping through the wall of fire. They whined as they jumped. This is too hard. I'm going to get burned. I'm so scared. Are we going to be burned to ash? He snapped. Stop talking nonsense. Just jump out. He put on a terrifying expression. Why haven't you jumped yet? He scared the man half to death. The man's leg was broken. He cowered in his wheelchair, trembling with fear. Yen Wudao swung the axe. The man screamed at the top of his lungs. Help! He threw himself through the burning doorway and shrieked. You're crazy. This guy's a total psycho. A girl was perched on a windowsill. He barked at her. Why are you still sitting there? Jump! The girl replied, terrified. I am scared. I'm afraid I'll fall to my death. He approached her, looking furious. This is the first floor. How the hell are you going to fall to your death? If you don't jump right now, I'll chop you down. The girl was so scared that, with tears streaming down her face, she jumped while screaming. What kind of hero is this? This is what a true anti-hero looks like. He rested the axe on his shoulder and reflected. Most people who die in fires do so because of hesitation. They waste their best opportunity to escape. Since they can't make the decision for themselves, I'll just give them a little push. It's a good thing I have the 9-dragon true chi to protect my body. Otherwise, I would have been toasted to a crisp long ago. Xiao Xiao shouted anxiously. Boss, get out of there. He walked out slowly. Just then, Lin Feng arrived. He said to Lin Feng, Lin Feng, arrange a place for Miss Xiao in my villa. Lin Feng replied, Yes, boss. Lin Feng turned back toward Yen Wudao. Oh, right, boss. Wu Ru is still waiting for you at the shop. He replied, I'll head over to see her right now. He watched the car drive away. At the same time, his reputation points surged past 3.8 million. He did a quick mental calculation. These reputation points should be enough for now. Now it's time to go find that treasure. The scene shifts to Wu Ru's house. Lu Man stood on a high vantage point, peering through binoculars. Why are there still people in that shop? When are they finally going to close? Qin Tian, standing beside her, spoke up. It's just that pretty employee in there. How about I just go in and drag her out? Lu Man said in surprise. Why is he back again? Through the binoculars, she saw Yen Wudao walking up to the shop to greet Wu Ru. Wu Ru came out to meet him with a bright smile. Wudao, you're here, Qin Tian said jealously. Is that beauty really waiting for a date with that scumbag? What a total waste. Lu Man said with a hint of worry. We won't be delayed again, will we? The higher-ups are really pressuring us. Qin Tian replied. Don't worry. I promised I'd help you. I guarantee that item won't slip through our fingers. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes with confidence. We'll just wait patiently. Norus, inside the shop, Wu Ru had set out a hot pot spread with side dishes that looked incredibly appetizing. She brought the food over and smiled. It's a bit simple today. Nothing too special. But I still wanted to treat you to a meal. He replied happily. This is great. I happen to be starving. Wu Ru served some food into his bowl. Try this, Wu Dao. My family sent this beef from the countryside. It's incredibly tender. he replied cheerfully. Cooking with these old hot pots in the shop. The flavor is actually quite good. Wu-Ru produced a bottle of liquor out of nowhere and said excitedly, "Look, Wu-Dao, I found something really cool. This is a 100-year-old medicinal wine I dug up in the back of the warehouse. I already tried some. A truly unique flavor." As she says this, the meat in his hand drops to the floor. Panicked, he blurts out, "Wait, Wu-Rua." Wu-Rua asks calmly, "What is it?" He immediately begins rummaging through everything, checking every single wine cabinet. Wu-Rua runs over, clutching a wine jar. "Wu-Dao, what are you looking for?" He replies, "A mechanism. Looking for a hidden switch." She asks innocently, "A mechanism? Like a gun?" He says seriously, "A mechanism for a secret passage." He can clearly sense a hidden chamber beneath their feet, but he has no idea where the entrance is. Suddenly, she presses her soft, curvy body against him. "Wu-Dao," she coos. She continues to act spoiled. "You really are so handsome. Like super-duper handsome." He's flustered, caught completely off guard. He never imagined such a beautiful, innocent girl could turn into this after having a few drinks. Who knew her personality would change so drastically when she's drunk? He grabs her wrist to steady her. "Wu-Rua, snap out of it." Wu-Rua mumbles sluggishly. "Snap out of what? I don't get it." He thinks to himself suspiciously, this much enthusiasm. Is this girl actually some kind of closet predator? The two of them accidentally bump into the light switch. The room suddenly plunges into darkness. But Wu-Rua continues to whimper affectionately, "Wu-Dao, I truly love you. I love you so, so much." "Ha," he replies. "Could you maybe tone down the enthusiasm a bit? I'm not really used to this." Just as the tension between Wu-Rua and Wu-Dao reaches its peak, the window is suddenly forced open. Qin Tian and Lu Man step inside. Qin Tian speaks first. Finally, those two are gone. I almost fell asleep waiting. And Wu-Dao is startled, thinking to himself, "What's going on? Do they think the shop is empty and came here to rob it?" Lu Man looks around and asks Qin Tian, "I scouted this place during the day. I didn't see any mechanisms at all. Do you know how to get to the treasure?" Qin Tian replies confidently, "Simple." He activates his technique. "I only need one look with my golden pupils to find it." He finds the mechanism almost instantly. "Found it. You have to rotate this several times. It's hidden right there on the ceiling." By chance, Qin Tian accidentally triggers a hidden switch on the wall. The floor suddenly splits in two. Lu Man gazes at the mountain of jewels and precious artifacts before her. She gasps in shock. Her voice is full of awe. "Whoa, look at all these antiques. We really found it. Qin Tian, you're amazing." Lu Man's eyes lock onto the most exquisite piece. The cloisonné qilin, the legendary artifact that caused a sensation when it went missing. That's right. This is the cloisonné qilin. It looks exactly like the photos. This is definitely the shipment that was hijacked recently. Qin Tian picks up the chaste widow's dagger. The blade glints with a cold light. He says, "As per our deal, I'm taking this. The rest is all yours." Before Lu Man can even respond, a mocking voice rings out from behind them. "Are you two finished splitting the loot? Since I've seen everything, shouldn't you give me a cut as well?" The two of them jump as if they've seen a ghost. Master and Wu-Dao, they both scramble back several paces. "And Wu-Dao, you haven't left yet. You've got a lot of nerve breaking into my shop to steal. Are the two of you tired of living?" And Wu-Dao draws his throwing knives. A series of small stars whirl through the air, like a flock of razor-sharp birds. Qin Tian quickly uses the chaste widow's dagger to parry them. He frowns and says coldly, "The dagger is indeed exceptional. But so what if it's sharp? Do you really think you can block 36 of my flying daggers at once?" Qin Tian lets out a slight smirk. His eyes are filled with utter contempt. "I'm actually a little impressed. I didn't think a tall, rich, and handsome guy like you would have this much skill. But unfortunately for you, the person you're facing is me." Qin Tian doesn't flinch. His gaze is brimming with confidence. His purple-gold pupils shimmer. Qin Tian, wielder of the purple-gold pupils, the destroyer, the villain, successor of the Grandmaster, owner of the Heavenly Treasure Manual. As he deflects every single flying dagger, "Young master, and I have always been a man of action. I never leave loose ends behind." He lunges straight at him. The dagger is aimed true. And so, Just die already. The blade plunges into his chest. They are at point-blank range. Yin Wudao issues a command. This dagger is actually quite impressive, but you still underestimated me. A powerful surge of aura explodes from Yin Wudao. The overwhelming power crushes everything in its path. The energy continues to swell with intensity. Taste my 9-dragon true chi. He charges forward. A heavy punch slams directly into Qin Tian's abdomen. Every move is laced with murderous intent. Qin Tian is sent flying into the corner of the wall. Yin Wudao steps on the dagger. A contemptuous smirk plays on his lips. I have a system to thank for granting me this power. It allows me to hold my own in a fight, even without Lin Feng's protection. To defeat a powerful enemy. It's just a pity that this Qin Tian isn't a chosen one. I won't be getting any purple gold pupils or destiny points from him. Qin Tian collapses on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Yin Wudao opens the system interface. Checking the data. A new chosen one has been detected. Name, Qin Tian. Cheat, purple gold pupils. Achievement, heir of the secret treasure master. Mission, kill Qin Tian. Reward, 2 destiny points and the purple gold pupils. He is utterly shocked. A new chosen one, and he's worth 2 points? Yin Wudao's gaze turns cold. I see now. The difficulty of a mission worth 2 points is no joke. I absolutely cannot underestimate the protagonist's plot armor. Lu Man rushes forward, shielding the space between the two men. Her gun is pointed at Yin Wudao. Mr. Yin, please calm down. There must be a misunderstanding here. I can explain everything. Yin Wudao shoots her a murderous look. The two of you broke in here to steal. He even tried to kill me. Do you really think an explanation will change anything? Lu Man speaks with sincere desperation. I am truly sorry. Qin Tian was a bit too impulsive. But there's a reason we came for these antiques. She glances around the room, her eyes landing on the priceless artifacts. These antiques are national treasures. They were once lost overseas. After years of hardship, a great hero donated them unconditionally to be returned to our country. But on the journey back, the treasures were stolen. Qin Tian slumps on the ground, coughing up blood repeatedly. She continues. We later received intelligence. It claimed these artifacts had appeared in this antique market. That's why I asked Qin Tian to come find them. He is the heir of the secret treasure master. He can perceive the location of any treasure. We were supposed to have them within 3 days, according to the plan. I didn't expect you to ruin it. Yin Wudao grinds his teeth. His gaze is icy. So it sounds like these things are a liability. That's right. Lu Man answers softly. Her expression becomes even more grave. We suspect Bai Yunxi is the mastermind behind the theft. Since you are managing the shop now, you're likely to get caught in the crossfire. Yin Wudao nods. He lowers his dagger in a sign of cooperation. If this is just a misunderstanding, then I'm willing to work with you. You can take the items. Qin Tian's eyes turn malicious. He sneers. Ha, too late. A familiar figure appears. Yin Wudao is struck with horror. Yuru, what happened to you? Yuru lunges forward, plunging the dagger into Yin Wudao. Yin Wudao lets out a sharp cry. Yuru. He clutches his wound, glaring at Qin Tian. You bastard. You're the one controlling Yuru. Qin Tian laughs maniacally. Ha ha ha. Exactly. He wears a poisonous, wicked smile. My purple gold pupils don't just see through luck and track movement speeds. They can also cast a soul-snaring art. Lu Man walks over to his side. Mr. Yin, I'm so sorry. I didn't think you would actually do this. Yin Wudao suddenly shoves her away. Get away from me. You were just distracting me. So he could seize the chance to control Yuru. I didn't sobbing. Why keep pretending? I didn't. Lu Man shouts at Qin Tian in a fury. He already dropped the knife. Why would you still do that? Qin Tian's gaze is icy. His fists are tightly clenched. His tone is full of disdain. Typical soft-hearted woman. This kind of pampered brat always has a hidden move. He and I are now locked in a blood feud. You think he'd ever spare me? I have to pull this up by the roots. She takes a step back. Her voice trembles with indignation. You're despicable. Qin Tian sneers. His eyes are sharp. It's called being thorough. We can't underestimate the power behind Yin Wudao. I absolutely cannot let my identity be exposed. So I have to eliminate every last trace. Dead men tell no tales. Lu Man is stunned. What are you going to do? Qin Tian snickers. He pressures Lin Yuru. Kill yourself. She holds the dagger to her throat. Suddenly, she slashes a deep line. Fresh blood sprays out. Yuru slowly collapses. In Wudao screams in terror. No. He sinks to his knees, trembling. Qin Tian, I'll kill you. He slams his fist into the ground. I'm going to kill you. The corner of Qin Tian's mouth curls into a mocking smile. Ha! That dagger was coated in a lethal poison. Anyone who touches it dies. You want to kill me? Wait for your next life. She keeps apologizing. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. I am truly, deeply sorry. His eyes are blood red, overflowing with rage. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you bastards go. Move. Don't let anyone find us. Lu Man points her gun at him. Qin Tian turns his head to look at her. His gaze is piercing. Lu Man, you're going to burn the bridge after crossing it? Qin Tian, I'm arresting you. For murder. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, no one will know I did it. She snaps back angrily. But Yin Wudao and Lin Yuru are both dead. They didn't deserve this. Qin Tian takes another step forward. He stares her down intently. His voice is cold as ice. Lu Man, look into my eyes and tell me, are you arresting me because of Yin Wudao, or is it for justice? Lu Man is dazed. Qin Tian uses his golden eyes to cast a spell on her. Lu Man, we just took back what belonged to us. We didn't see anyone at the antique shop. Now, go arrest Bai Yunqi. Lu Man slowly falls under his hypnosis. That's right. The evidence is all there. We can go make the arrest now. Qin Tian laughs mockingly. Who would have thought? My golden eyes can even alter someone's memories. Wu Dao reaches out with a shaking hand. Yuru. He desperately tries to open the system store. I won't let you die. I won't. The system issues a notification. Apologies. Your store is closed. Access is currently unavailable. He screams in despair. Ms. Su, how can you be like this? Yuru is dying. Sudeki appears. She sneers. You, with the surname Yin. To think you'd see a day like this. Her eyes show no pity. When you kept me prisoner, did you ever think this day would come? In Wu Dao is startled. He hurriedly kowtows, begging. Imease. Su. The grudge is between us. It has nothing to do with Yuru. I know I'm a piece of work. I can die, but I beg you, you have to save Yuru. Sudeki stops. Her cold gaze sweeps over him, but a hint of hesitation flashes in her eyes. This man is actually begging for the sake of a woman. Does he really love Yuru? Or did my great villain system pick the wrong person? Finally, she's still soft-hearted after all. Open the system. Exchange for 2 great restoration pills. Exchange successful. 2 million reputation points consumed. Balance. 1.8 million points. Great restoration pill used successfully. Detoxification successful. Recovery successful. Healing in progress. In Wudao ponders in silence. Even though Su Daji is the administrator for the great villain, she's also hiding from the gods. This proves she can't escape the heavenly Tao either. This time, I bet that she would save Yuru, and that she'd save me while she was at it. I was about 80% sure of it. A system notification pops up. Exchange for great restoration pill. 2 million reputation points consumed. Balance. 1.8 million points. Great restoration pill used successfully. Recovery successful. Healing in progress. At the hospital, amidst the chaos, Yuru wakes up in tears. Wudao, be careful. He comforts her gently. Don't be afraid. It's okay now. It's all over. Seeing him safe and sound, Yuru sobs. Wudao. She throws herself into his arms. She holds him tight, sobbing. Wudao, I'm so sorry. I really didn't want to hurt you, but I couldn't control myself. When that knife went into you, my heart shattered. It's okay. I'm Fine. The air between them grows intimate. Wudao. Yuru. What do you two think you're doing? Just then, the sound of a watermelon smashing onto the floor echoes. Lin Feng suddenly appears, taking the scene before his eyes. He barks out in anger. I treat you like my boss, and you're here hitting on my sister. In Wudao remains perfectly calm. His teasing makes Yuru burst into a giggle. Lin Feng, don't sweat the small stuff. In Wudao suddenly turns serious again. You came looking for me in such a hurry. Is there an emergency? Lin Feng freezes. His expression becomes grave. Yeah, someone from the Bai family just came looking for you. They said Lu Man led a group to kidnap Bai Yunqi. They're begging for your help. He ponders for a moment. This is going to be tricky. The Raku squad is backing Lu Man. If I get involved, This will definitely blow up. It'll definitely alert the old master by then. Bai Yunqi acts very polite on the surface, but choosing to hand the Yunqi shop over to me right now. She's trying to drag me into this mess. He gives Lin Feng an order. Go tell the Bai family. Tell them. The system suddenly interrupts. Wait. Lin Yuru's affection level is only 2 points away from a successful conquest. Plus 3 Paragon points. That's exactly enough to promote you to the rank of Viscount. Are you really going to give that up? Wu Dao replies dismissively. So what if I rank up? It just unlocks a few more items in the shop. If I lose the whole game for that, it's not worth it. Take a look at the promotion details. In Wu Dao schemes the info and gasps. Promotion details. All skills will receive a comprehensive upgrade. So my 9 dragons, True Chi, and 36 flying daggers can all reach the next level? My chances of winning against Qin Tian will be much higher. Wu Dao lets out a soft chuckle. A hero's departure. Yuru, I'm going to get revenge for you. She grabs his sleeve, worried. Wu Dao, don't go. Qin Tian is terrifying. I am scared. In Wu Dao gently strokes Yuru's face. Don't be afraid. Qin Tian killed you once. If I don't settle this score, I'm not a man. A system notification appears. Affection +2. Affection level 95. Status infatuated. Her eyes are filled with deep devotion. Wu Dao is already in this state, yet he still cares so much for me. I'm so lucky. The system pops up again. Lin Yuru's affection has reached 95. Conquest mission complete. Reward 1 Paragon point. New talent, treasure appraisal. Congratulations, host, on promoting to Viscount. 10 Paragon points required for the next rank. Initiating super physique enhancement. Commencing comprehensive upgrade for all skills. The Great Villain System. God level rank, Viscount. Prodigy points. Third host, In Wu Dao. Talent breakthrough. Talent appraisal. Reputation points, 1.5 million. Skill, 9 dragons True Chi. 36 blood, lotus, flying daggers. All attribute Soldier King. Store unlocked. Power is surging. In Wu Dao's gaze is sharp and murderous. What favored son of heaven? What protagonist halo? It's all a load of crap. What makes you think you can just kill whoever you want? What gives you the right to be a hypocrite and slap everyone's faces? Without your golden finger cheat, you're lower than dogs. Today, I'm sending every last one of you to hell. Breaking into homes, robbing, and murdering for loot. Is this the justice of a protagonist? He is calculating and meticulous, patient and decisive. So the protagonist's nature is to be cautious, is it? Huh. He let out a cold laugh. All he wanted was to kill Qin Tian right now. You, Qin, you're right about one thing. I really am the type to settle every score. The car sped down the highway. Bai Yunqi gave a faint smile. She was completely unafraid. Miss Liu, you won't let me call a lawyer, and you're not heading to the nearest prosecutor's office. This isn't exactly by the book. Lu Man wasn't about to be fooled. Shut it. You're a suspect in a murder-for-hire case, not to mention trafficking national artifacts. Just wait until you're behind bars. Yunqi started to feel uneasy. It had to be someone from the family who framed her. They knew ordinary charges wouldn't stick to her. That's why they pinned the national artifact trafficking on her. And they even got the Red City Squad involved. Suddenly, a bright light flooded the car, blinding everyone inside. Where's this light coming from? It's too bright. Wait, it's aimed right at us. Look out. A line of cars blocked the road, forcing them to stop. Lu Man stepped out of the vehicle. Quite a dramatic setup, isn't it? He sneered. Miss Liu, you must be disappointed to see I'm still alive. She stepped forward without a hint of fear. Disappointed? Whatever happened to you? Why on earth would I be disappointed? In Wu Dao mocked her. Oh, you've done something shameful, yet you're still playing the innocent? Lu Man looked at him confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand. He realized something was off. Lu Man's reaction didn't seem staged. It looked like Qin Tian had played her too. The golden pupil is truly terrifying. In Wu Dao gave the order. Everyone behind him raised their guns at her. Enough talk. Hand her over. I didn't think you could actually mobilize them. I won't stop you, but I will be reporting the truth to my superiors. A faint smile played on his lips. His gaze grew even sharper. I went through a lot of trouble to mobilize my grandfather's forces. Today, I'm going to turn this world upside down. Lu Man removed Yunqi's handcuffs. Here is the person you want. The hero In Wu Dao, throwing a fit for a beautiful woman. Having someone cherish you like this, it makes this life worth it. His voice rang out, low and heavy with pressure. Where is Chin Tian? Lu Man replied calmly. He isn't part of our Red City squad. He left as soon as the mission was over. The corners of Yunqi's mouth lifted slightly. She had a teasing look on her face. Her eyes sparkled as if she were reading his mind. Aren't we being a bit sentimental? In Wudao thought to himself. Didn't you cause this huge scene just for your aunt? He looked at her with a complicated expression. Bai Yunqi really is sharp. She's trying to close the distance between us right from the start. His expression was unreadable. A cold smile touched his lips. Keep dreaming. Since Chin Tian isn't here today, she can keep this debt of gratitude for herself. In Wudao spoke seriously, as if he were genuinely concerned for Yunqi. Framing? Chin Tian is the real mastermind here. I don't just want to save you. I want to make him pay a heavy price. Her eyes are filled with deep gratitude. Wudao, you've really done so much for me. It's truly touching. In this world, you're the only one who cares about me this much. How could I ever be ungrateful to you? From this moment on, my connections are your connections. My wealth is your wealth. He takes her hand and speaks with total sincerity. Auntie, even though we're from different generations, we're actually around the same age. I remember back in elementary school, we went to the same school. Whenever I was bullied, you were the one who protected me. But I'm all grown up now. Let me be the one to protect you. Bai Yunqi is so moved that her eyes soften with pure tenderness. Affection plus 10. Affection plus 10. I think I might be overacting a bit. He takes a few steps back. Wudao. Just a moment ago, I felt like I had hit a dead end. I thought my life was over. Thank you. My hand is going numb. I definitely overdid the drama. She looks like she's actually fallen for it. Luma speaks up. Yin Wudao. She's offering a reminder. But it's also a warning. The Bai family's affairs aren't as simple as you think. You'd better stay out of this mess. His gaze turns sharp and contemptuous. My business is none of your concern. Tell Chin Tian to wash his neck and wait for me. Wudao. She's right. The situation within the Bai family is incredibly deep and murky. Thank you for protecting me, but let me handle the rest myself. Wudao looks at the system interface, stunned. Affection, 50. Status, grateful. Based on my past experience, she should be a female lead tied to Chin Tian. Why is her affection for me so high? Could they be in some kind of love-hate dynamic? Chin Tian helps Bai Yunqi rise to power, only to seize the Bai family for himself in the end. It finally clicks for Yin Wudao. So Chin Tian is playing that kind of game. While he's lost in thought, the system issues a new quest. Conquer the Peerless Beauty by Yunqi. Target. Reach 98 affection. Quest reward. 2 points in Insight Talent, the ultimate prize for a genius. Insight Talent? Now, that is a legendary perk. Truth and lies, good and evil, right and wrong. I'll be able to see through everything with a single glance. After such a massive scandal, the family vultures, eyeing the head position, will definitely use this to drag her down. There's no way they'll let her off the hook. Can she really handle them on her own? Yin smiles and says, let's go. I'm taking you home. I've started this, so I'm seeing it through to the end. Bai Yunqi feels a sudden surge of warmth. Hard times reveal true friends. Right now, while she's at the lowest point of her life, only Yin Wudao, the man she never used to take seriously, was willing to step up. Not only that, but he didn't hesitate to mobilize his family's entire influence to support her fully. This kind of debt, how can I ever repay him? He sends his location to someone. The reputation harvester quickly arrives on the scene. The two of them arrive at the Bai Manor. They head toward the council hall, but someone blocks their path. Eldest Miss. The clan rules are clear. Women are not permitted to enter the council hall. Only the men of the Bai family may enter. I was in there presiding over the meeting just yesterday. Why am I barred today? I wouldn't know. Regardless, the two main branches just issued the notice. No women allowed. Yuan Jianyu. She swings her hand and slaps him hard. You bastard. Get out of my way. The doors to the council hall are thrown open. The two of them walk in together. A stout man raises an eyebrow, looking shocked. Bai Yunqi? What are you doing back here? That's Bai Yaozong, the second son of the Bai family. She lets out a cold snort. Her sharp gaze cuts right through him. I'm back. I bet you're all quite disappointed, aren't you? He points at her and barks angrily. Bai Yunqi, you've been illegally smuggling cultural artifacts. You have violated our clan's sacred rules. I have summoned the family council. to strip you of your position as chairwoman. I am now the head of the Bai family. You no longer have a say here. A group of elders nearby added fuel to the fire. How could a woman possibly lead us? It truly disgraces our family traditions. Trading cultural artifacts without permission, that is strictly forbidden in the Bai family. Having a woman in charge only makes us a laughingstock. With the second master in power, everyone will finally be satisfied. Bai Yunshi swept her gaze across the room. Her eyes were as sharp as blades. Her voice was ice cold. I have no intention of wasting my breath on you stubborn old fossils. Where's my grandfather? Second uncle smirked. His face was full of mockery. Last night, the old man died of rage because of you. She took a step back. Her eyes filled with panic and fear. No, I don't believe it. Then where's my brother? He would never allow you to treat me like this. A cold voice echoed from behind. Second uncle is right. You were the death of grandfather. Now get out. Leave the Bai family. It was Bai Yulong, the Bai family's adopted son. Bai Yunshi's eyes brimmed with agony and disappointment. Why are you helping them? She looked at Bai Yulong. Her voice trembled. I see now. Bai Yunshi's gaze was choked with emotion, yet burning with rage. Staring directly at Bai Yulong. It was you. You betrayed me. Bai Yulong burst into laughter. His laughter echoed through the hall, full of mockery and spite. It's a little late for realizations, Bai Yunshi. You never thought you'd be dragged down from your high horse, did you? All those years ago, I proposed to you, and you rejected me in front of everyone. Today, I'm returning every bit of that humiliation to you. Yunshi lifted her head high. Every word was a challenge. You really think you can break me? It won't be that easy. She spoke up, trying to rally them. I have always treated you all with respect. If you have even a shred of loyalty left for me, then stand by me now. If I can turn the tide, I promise you will be well rewarded. The people in the room wavered. Whispers broke out. Glances shifted. Director Bai has always been good to us. We can't just stand by and watch her be bullied. A man must have a sense of honor. Director Bai treated me well. Young Master Yulong is powerful, but I'm willing to take this gamble. They charged forward together, attacking young Master Yulong. Just give up and surrender. Yulong gave a cold sneer. His eyes were full of contempt. You? Against me? He grabbed someone by the hair and slammed them into the ground. A bunch of cowards. With every punch, another man fell. Like a madman, he lunged toward Bai Yunshi. Now it's your turn. In Wudao stepped in front of her. He used his chi to blast Yulong back, projecting inner energy. I didn't realize you were a grandmaster, In Wudao. Wudao stood protectively in front of Yunshi. The elders below shouted, You brat, this is the Bai family council hall. You have no right to act so arrogant here. Do you have any idea what the consequences of this will be? Bai Jiaozong pointed an accusing finger. In Wudao, the Bai family, and your Yin family have always minded our own business. By interfering in our internal affairs, are you declaring war on the Bai family? Wudao sneered back. His voice was bone-chilling. War? That's a great idea. Then let's have it. Var. His opponent showed no fear. He continued to shout. Others might fear your Yin family, but the Bays do not. You want war? You've got it. Having said that, he immediately hid behind a chair, cheering for Yulong. Two fists collided. The chi within In Wudao's body erupted. Yulong gritted his teeth in a fit of rage. His internal energy is incredibly powerful. Is this guy really the same useless playboy from before? Wudao felt a slight sense of caution. Bai Yulong is relying purely on physical strength to go head-to-head with my upgraded 9 dragons, True Chi. This level of skill doesn't belong to someone just wearing a bodyguard's uniform. Extras are just people who specialize in playing minor background roles. An extra can play many parts in a single movie, but very quickly, the system confidently identified a minor villain, Bai Yulong's adopted son. One mountain cannot hold 2 masters. Kill him. Quest reward. 2 villain points. Rising Dragon Strike. I've already kicked Qin Tian out of the main quest line. Now it's time to handle this minor villain who suddenly showed up to act like a big shot. Let me handle this, master. He gave a faint smile. His gaze sharpened. Come on, taste the power of my 3rd-grade blood lotus flying daggers. The daggers shot toward Yulong like streaks of lightning. Yulong laughed triumphantly. My fists have never been afraid of blades or swords. You think a few tiny daggers can actually stop me? The elders also looked on with smug satisfaction. Speaking of which, Yulong is a well-known expert here in Jiang City. This match is his for the taking. It seems we'll have to rely on Yulong much more in the future. The onlookers began to whisper and buzz with excitement. Dao was always known for being a debauched waste. I didn't expect him to have this kind of talent. It's beyond imagination. However, before Yulong's grin could even fade, Dao appeared right in front of him. He struck a pressure point with a single, swift finger technique. Rising Dragon Strike isn't bad at all. This time it's definitely mine. The finger strike landed squarely on Yulong's chest. He stumbled and collapsed to the ground. His eyes turned bloodshot. You used a sneak attack. How despicable. By Miaozong and everyone around them were struck with utter shock. How is this possible? Yulong was actually defeated? The system interface flashed in Wu Dao's mind. Minor villain by Yulong successfully eliminated. Reward, 2 villain points. Rising Dragon Strike learned. Where villain points? Do they do anything useful? Villain points can be exchanged for prodigy points at a 1-to-1/2 ratio. Or they can be converted into reputation points based on a reputation rate. Wu Dao frowned. His expression soured. Being a villain is truly pathetic. Always one step below those favored sons of heaven. As for reputation points, I already have something I can go public with. I can earn way more that way than by killing a villain to trade. Exchange successful. Prodigy points +1. Current prodigy points, 4. 9 more points needed to reach the rank account. Yunxi ran toward Wu Dao, her face full of worry. Bai Yunxi gazed at Wu Dao. Her eyes were brimming with emotion. He turned the entire Bai family upside down just for me. He stood against them without a hint of fear. Is there any other man in this world who could possibly compare to him? The system notification popped up. Favorability +10. Current favorability 60. Status admiration. He even killed Bai Yulong. His strength is terrifying. It seems his reputation as a hedonistic playboy was just a facade. It makes sense. With a unique constitution like his, if he had shown his talent too early, he probably would have been targeted long ago. Bai Miaozong and the elders turned deathly pale. Their voices trembled as they pointed at Wu Dao in accusation. How dare you? You murdered a member of the Bai family in broad daylight. You truly think you're above the law. Even a prince must answer for his crimes, just like any commoner. Even if your family rules the roost. This time you're finished. Wu Dao, I've already called the police. There's no escape for you. He threw a punch into the man's gut. Let out a cold sneer. Shut your damn mouth. A short while later, Lu Man and Ruixin's team arrived at the scene. He presented the evidence. The witnesses and physical evidence are all here. Take them away. She asked in surprise. Wait, you mean, this man killed the guards and stole the cultural artifacts that were about to be repatriated? And you're saying Bai Miaozong was the mastermind behind it all? Exactly. His fingerprints are still on the artifacts. One quick check and you'll see for yourselves. Bai Miaozong panicked and screamed. This is a frame-up. I am innocent. I never even touched those things. It was all Bai Yulong's doing. Only then did he realize he had let the truth slip. Damn it. I talked too much. Terrified, he desperately tried to backpedal. No, that's not what I have no idea what you're talking about. What stolen relics? This has nothing to do with me. Wu Dao glared at him, his eyes filled with killing intent. So, you won't admit to murdering your own father by Zhaoen either? Are you going to deny that too? Of course I deny it. This is slander. I'll sue you for defamation. I have always been a devoted, filial son. Heaven is my witness. If I am lying about a single word, then let my father come and take me away right now. Suddenly, the coffin began to rattle and shake. The bystanders turned pale with fright. What's going on? An old man crawled his way out of the coffin. It was the patriarch of the Bai family himself, Bai Zhaoen. Bai Yaozong collapsed onto the ground, paralyzed with fear. His face turned a sickly shade of gray. He couldn't even squeeze out a word. You monster. You dared to poison your own father. And when you saw I wasn't dead, you actually tried to smother me with a pillow. How could I have raised such a cruel, ungrateful wretch of son? His face went bone white. He coughed up a violent spray of blood. He slumped to the ground dead. Bai Yaozong had literally been scared to death. What a pathetic way to go. Villain eliminated. Villain, Bai Yaozong. Earned 2 villain points. I can even get points this way? Not bad. Steam rose from fresh cup of hot tea. Lu Man was busy taking statements from everyone. Master Bai, did Bai Yaozong really try to kill you? Bai Zhaoen let out a heavy sigh. Sigh. It is a disgrace to my family line. Lu Man stood up. She bowed her head toward Yin Wu Dao in apology. The relic theft case ends here. You were indeed framed and wrongly accused. I would like to formally apologize to all of you. I am truly sorry. Yin Wu Dao, you were right. With that, Lu Man led her team away. Bai Yunxi was still fuming with indignation. You'd better get ready for a disciplinary hearing. Inside the Bai family assembly hall, the old master made an announcement. Starting today, I am stepping down as the head of the Bai family. Bai Yunxi will succeed me as the new matriarch. No one is to question this decision. Yunxi, you must maintain a lifelong friendship with the Yin family. Never forget the kindness they showed us today. He then gave orders for the funeral arrangements. Swap out the spirit tablet and the portrait for the second brothers. Set everything back to the way it was. I suppose this is the last bit of dignity I can give him as his father. Bai Yunxi was still reeling from the shock. Wu Dao, wasn't my grandfather already dead? How is he alive and well now? Do you actually have the power to bring back the dead? Does your family have some secret great resurrection pill that can bring someone back even if they're nothing but a pile of bones? Bai Yunxi looked at him with eyes full of gratitude. She never imagined he would use such a precious pill just for her sake. In reality, he had used the system to save the old man. It cost him one great resurrection pill and a deduction of 1,000,000 reputation points. While he regretted losing those points, gaining 2 talent points and the ascending dragon fist made this whole ordeal worth it. Yin Wu Dao's gaze darkened. As for the reputation points, they should be flooding in right about now. Due to a massive influx of points, the system is rebooting. Plus 100,000 reputation points. Plus 200,000 reputation points. Plus 1,000,000 reputation points. A figure was hidden behind the corner of a table. It was Xiao Xiao. She was drenched in sweat. Is it finally over? Inside the livestream chat room, the viewers were in a total frenzy. Streamer Little Demon. Today was freaking legendary. Neighbor Old Wong. This plot is so wild. Even the experts in the capital couldn't keep up. The water here is way too deep. I nearly jumped out of my skin when that coffin lid popped open. I seriously thought a zombie was coming back to life. Nicola, Cao. The best part was definitely that battle in the assembly hall. So that's what a great grandmaster looks like. Bai Yunxi's face flushed a soft red. Her eyes were filled with a shy, bashful light. Wu Dao, since I have a certain treasure, would you like to come in my room and see it? Favorability, 80. Status, admiration. Total, 2.7 million reputation points. I didn't just break even, I hit the jackpot. He cocked an eyebrow slightly. A treasure? What kind of treasure are we talking about? She pulls Yin Wu Dao by the hand. Follow me. Yin Wu Dao looks a bit awkward. Auntie Yin, this seems to be your private room. It's not exactly appropriate, is it? Bai Yunxi turns back to look at him. Her eyes carry a playful, teasing glint. You had the guts to accept the invitation, but not the guts to follow through? Where's that bravado you showed everyone earlier? And here I thought you were a real man. I didn't expect you to be a paper tiger, all bark and no bite. Yin Wu Dao feels a spark of irritation. All bark and no bite, huh? He sweeps Bai Yunxi up into his arms. His gaze is intense and captivating. I like to see for myself exactly what this treasure of yours is. The live stream chat is absolutely exploding. Nicola Cao. That's Chu Weiqi. The live stream is about to get us banned. LOL. Low-level little demon. This plot twist is insane. Careful, the channel is going to get locked. Xiao Xiao. Inside the room, Bai Yunxi is breathless. Yin Wu Dao gives a teasing smirk. You really shouldn't have provoked me, Annie. They share a passionate kiss. The system notification appears. Quest, conquer Bai Yunxi. Progress, 80%. Gain talent, insight. Since favorability has not reached maximum, heavenly talent points have not been awarded. After a night of passion, the next morning, Bai Yunxi stands on the balcony, lost in thought. He walks out of the room, looking a bit sheepish. I didn't realize your first time would be so captivating. She speaks nonchalantly. Relax. You don't need to take responsibility. This was entirely my own choice. Bai Yunxi changes the subject. There's a trade fair today. For jadeite. There's a high-quality batch of raw stones from the old dragon mine. Do you want to come along with me? Yin Wu Dao is intrigued. I just got the treasure appraisal and insight talents today. This is the perfect chance to test my skills. But I need to bring a few people with me. The next day, everyone arrives at the fair together. Wuru looks around with excitement. The fair is packed with people. Crowds swarm the various booths. Raw stones are laid out everywhere. Wuru continues explaining. The jadeite mines were affected by the war a few years ago, so production stopped. This is the first time the fair has been held since the ceasefire. There are quite a few top-tier items here. The #1 Stone King is the biggest highlight this year. All the big players in the jade industry, local and foreign, are here for it. They stand before a massive raw stone. Wuru introduces it happily. This is the #1 Stone King. The stone's info, starting price, 500 million. Contact, Qin Tian, 1388 XXXX. He looks at the name in shock. Qin Tian? This stone belongs to Qin Tian? Talk about searching high and low only to find it by pure luck. It literally fell right into my lap. This guy really is the protagonist of this world. He even managed to get his hands on the Stone King. Lin Feng appears out of nowhere, reporting. I spotted Qin Tian at the entrance, but since he doesn't have an invitation, the guards are blocking him. This almost makes him spit out his water. Not this tired, old, acting tough trope again. Yin Wudao thinks it over seriously. Following the usual plot progression, someone will show up very soon with a VIP invite for him, just so he can show off and save face right at the gate. In that case, I might as well go with the flow and help him enjoy his little moment of glory. An idea flashes in his mind. He gives Lin Feng an order. Go talk to the management. Give him a VIP invitation. Let him in. Yes, sir. A confident smirk plays on his lips. Let's head to the security room. At the entrance, several people are arguing. Qin Tian roars in anger. You bunch of snobs. The Stone King in there belongs to me. By what right are you keeping me out? The security guard tries to explain. I'm truly sorry, sir. Without an invitation, you cannot enter. Those are the rules. To hell with your rules. You cowards. Just then, a manager comes rushing over. His face is filled with anxiety. He snaps at the two security guards. Get out of the way. Do you have any idea who this is? How dare you block Mr. Qin? The marketing manager steps forward and respectfully offers an invitation. Mr. Qin, here is your invitation, sir. Qin Tian tosses the card right into their faces. He lets out a cold, mocking sneer. I thought you said there were regulations. So how am I allowed in now? Just a couple of watchdogs, yet you think you can block my path? My apologies, Mr. Qin. We were blind. We didn't recognize you. Qin Tian gives a faint smile. The corner of his mouth curls into a smug, triumphant smirk. He turns and heads inside. It's been a while since I've had the chance to flex like that. Man, that felt good. He begins sizing up the various raw stones, his mind racing. First, I need to identify every piece of high-quality jade in this place. Once I sell that imperial grade stone, I'll use the profit to sweep up all these other raw gems. By then, that 500 million yuan will have multiplied several times over. That'll be the initial fortune I need to start my reign over Jiang City. Armed with his protagonist's aura, Qin Tian only needs a casual touch to let his purple gold eyes scan for the hidden gems within. Activating the purple gold eyes takes a massive toll on my energy. I'll exhaust myself if I'm not careful. I'd better write these down so I don't have to scan them again later. He carefully notes down his findings. Number 23 is a Zlanlan. Number 28 is crystal grade. Number 41 is a Mountain stone. Number 49 is high ice. Number 69 is the imperial grade. This Shantai piece, number 77, isn't bad either. Watching through the surveillance cameras, Yin Wudao sees the list Qin Tian is compiling. He immediately orders his staff to photograph the entire list of stones Qin Tian recorded. I don't care how high the bidding goes. We are securing every single one of those stones, whatever the cost. Time to start operation Shear the Sheep. Bai Yunqi looks on with a hint of worry. Wudao, isn't this a bit too risky? I know Qin Tian's skills are impressive, but what if his judgment is off this time? Yin Wudao gives a confident laugh. I trust him. His judgment being off? He's the protagonist. He possesses the purple gold eyes. His vision is as precise as a professional scale. Even if I were to make a mistake, there is absolutely no way he could be wrong. Yunqi tightly grips Wudao's hand. Is there anything I can do to help? The international market has been rough these last few years. On top of that, our jade mines are drying up. The Bai family's jewelry shops haven't had a decent centerpiece in ages. I came to this exhibition today, hoping to find and cut a gemstone that would stun the world. Something that could serve as our flagship treasure. She is still deeply anxious. If we leave empty-handed this time, forget the rest of the clan. Even the board members at the company will be impossible to appease. I'll have no way to answer to them. In Wudao points toward the collection. His sharp gaze locks onto the Imperial Stone. What? By that stone. I guarantee it holds a gem that will shock the entire world. In Wudao stands beside Bai Yunshi. His posture is relaxed and composed, but his eyes are sharp, burning with absolute certainty. That Imperial-grade stone. I won't bid against you. It's a gift for you, Andy. Yunshi turns to look at him. Her face is a mix of confusion and lingering dread. The starting price is 500 million. By the time the bidding ends, it'll likely cost over $1 billion. If we cut it open and it's not Imperial grade, then we lose everything. Wu Dao simply smiles. Just have faith in Qin Tian's talent. We won't lose a cent. Bai Yunshi takes a deep breath and grits her teeth. Fine. I'm buying the Imperial Stone. Yunshi looks at him with unwavering resolve. Her eyes are full of determination. In Wu Dao, you're the first man I've ever truly trusted. I'm putting my faith in you. And I'm trusting my own judgment, too. If this fails, then I guess I was just blind. Finally, the auction officially begins. The Imperial Stone is brought to the stage for bidding. The starting price, 500 million. The atmosphere in the hall quickly reaches a fever pitch. Representatives from various factions repeatedly raise their paddles. The price jumps to 520 million, 530 million, 580 million. In Wu Dao stand in a corner with a few others, whispering. The competition between the four great families is fierce today. I expect it'll break 800 million. You're right. I heard representatives from all four families have arrived. This is definitely going to be a bloodbath. The representatives for the four great families this time are the Yin family's playboy, In Wu Dao, the newly appointed head of the Jiang family, Jiang Renjia, and the heir to the Bai family, Bai Yunshi, and the eldest son of the Ji family, Ji Wuji. Qin Tian watched silently from the sidelines. A flicker of contempt flashed in his eyes. The four great families? They're nothing. Sooner or later, I'm going to grind every last one of them under my heel. Jiang Renjia aggressively raised his paddle. Don't stop now. Keep it going. This king's stone belongs to the Jiang family today. 700 million. Yunshi stepped right up to Jiang Renjia. In your dreams. I've had my eye on this piece for a long time. I'm not letting anyone else snatch it away. She and Wu Dao stood side by side. Her gaze was unwavering and full of confidence. When Qin Tian saw Yin Wu Dao, it was as if he'd seen a ghost. Yin Wu Dao is still alive. The widow's blood curse. He should be dead. How is he still alive? This makes no sense. When Lin Feng spotted him, his rage boiled over. Damn it. That bastard Qin Tian actually dares to show his face here. I'm going to go deal with him right now. Yin Wu Dao stopped him. What's the rush? The real show is only just beginning. His eyes turned cold as he locked onto his target. Qin Tian, we're going to take our time with you. Qin Tian caught his gaze and felt a slight chill of surprise. Bai Yunshi refused to back down. 750 million. Plus one. A man's voice rang out. I'll bid 800 million. Ji Wuji stepped forward, his expression full of provocation. Auntie Yun, I know the Bai family desperately needs this king's stone, but my father gave me strict orders. My apologies. Ji Wuji and Yi Shui. Yunshi continued to drive the price up. I'm afraid your father is going to be disappointed this time. 850 million. Then let's see who has the most skill and the deepest pockets. 900 million. Qin Tian smirked wickedly. That's it. Keep it up. Go ahead and tear each other apart like dogs. Once you've both exhausted yourselves, I'll be the one to swoop in and take everything. Yin Wu Dao smiled, leaning in to whisper in her ear. Auntie Yun, make an even billion. Without a moment's hesitation, she called out, 1 billion. Every eye in the room snapped toward Bai Yunshi. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Only then did Bai Yunshi realize what she'd just done. Before coming here, the company experts had done the math. The absolute maximum value of this stone was only 800 million. And yet I just listened to him and jacked the price up to 1 billion. Have I lost my mind? She shot a furious glare at the two of them. What are you two waiting for? Hurry up and raise your paddles. Are you really just going to sit there? They were just about to raise their paddles. But Yin Wu Dao stood behind them, radiating a murderous aura. Suddenly, Jiang Renjia's face went bone white. My health hasn't been great lately. I think I'm done bidding. He then turned to persuade Ji Wuji. Wuji, I saw on your social media that you were eyeing my Dotsai chicken cup. How about I give you a friendship price? Actually, I'll just give it to you as a gift, all right? Well, thank you then. Wu Dao. He was secretly relieved. I'm withdrawing as well. Congratulations to Madame Bai for winning this Kingstone for 1 billion. Bai Yunqi's face drained of all color. Sweat began to pour down her face like a river. Congratulations, Madame Bai. Congratulations, Madame Bai. In the live stream chat, the viewers were buzzing with excitement. Little Demon Crone. Is this that high society chemistry everyone talks about? White snowflake. One look was all it took to shut down that blonde young master. Good soul. 1 billion for a single rock. Being poor has truly limited my imagination. Xiao Xiao began her analysis. Now that the stone has been purchased, the next step is the unveiling. That means cutting the stone open. This is the most critical part of stone gambling. As the saying goes, one cut makes you a beggar, one cut makes you a king. One wrong move, and you're left with nothing but scraps. At the cutting station, Bai Yunqi huddled close to Yin Wu Dao, unable to hide her mounting anxiety. The stone cutter brought the machine toward the rock. If he applies too much pressure, the stone could split right down the middle, slashing its value in half. But if no jade appears after 3 cuts, this stone is going to be a total dud. Bai Yunqi's voice carried a hint of pride, but it also betrayed a flicker of anxiety. Deciding exactly where to cut requires serious skill. In fact, on this point alone, I've been studying under my grandfather. For 8 whole years, Yin Wu Dao stood silently by her side, watching. He thought to himself, so her talent for stone gambling was forged during those years. She marked the stone. Bai Yunqi pointed to the mark. Start here. Cut straight down. The blade descended with meticulous care. Someone cried out in disappointment. Oh God, it's white. It's pure white. Bai Yunqi struggled to maintain her composure. It's only the first cut. There's still a chance. Keep cutting. As the machine continued its work, Xiao Xiao explained the situation to the livestream audience. If we don't see any colors soon, the stone will be worthless, besides just seeing plain white. The worst-case scenario is finding impurities inside. That would mean the stone hasn't fully mineralized into jade. The probability of finding high-quality emerald jade would plummet. The crowd began to buzz. It's a bust. It's a bust. It's just crumbling into scrap. Is this king of stones nothing but junk stone? Bai Yunqi's face went deathly pale. She turned to Yin Wu Dao. It's over. It's all over, Wu Dao. I really shouldn't have trusted you. He remained perfectly calm. His eyes didn't even flicker. That jinx. I can't believe I trusted Yin Wu Dao. I trusted Yin Wu Dao. What a total jinx. I never should have listened to him. Yunqi refused to give up. Cut again. Keep cutting. I refuse to believe there's no jade in here. Qin Tian immediately stepped in to stop her. You can't cut any further. Qin Tian spoke up. Ms. Bai, if you keep going, and still no jade appears, this king of stones won't be worth a single cent. Then what am I supposed to do now? He gave a sly smirk. Ms. Bai, I'll offer you 20 million to take the rest of this stone off your hands. Yunqi knew the reality all too well. If they kept cutting and found nothing, this stone would be absolute trash. There wasn't a single sign of jade on the surface yet. It looks like I really did buy a worthless dud. There's no other way out now. I have to cut my losses before the damage gets even worse. She closed her eyes, ready to agree. Wait a minute. Yin Wu Dao stepped forward. He let out a cold laugh. Qin Tian, this stone was just traded for 1 billion RMB. And now you want to buy it back for a measly 200 million? Isn't that a bit of a lowball scam? Pocketing a cool 800 million profit. Hell of a calculation you've got there. His eyes turned bloodshot, cold and razor sharp. Too bad for you. You ran into me today. The livestream chat exploded instantly. Guys, the male lead is finally making his move. So cool, so handsome. This is the ultimate showdown. The mountain assassin is here. If he cuts it and there's no jade, is he just going to get slapped in the face? Xiao Xiao watched closely. Truthfully speaking, selling it for 200 million right now isn't a bad deal. At least they claw back some of the money. But my boss is no ordinary man. I'm dying to see how this plays out. Qin Tian frowned, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Is there a rule saying I can't buy back what I sold? If she's selling, I'm buying. It's a mutual agreement. What's it to you? Yin Wu Dao shot back coldly. It has everything to do with me. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Yunqi's waist. Bai Yunqi is my woman. What's hers is mine. And I'm telling you, we aren't selling it to you. What are you going to do about it? Qin Tian looked at his smug grin, a surge of irritation boiling in his chest. Strange. Why does this feel like the humiliation of being cuckolded? Qin Tian raised his bid. Fine. 500 million. How about that? I'm already minimizing your losses as much as possible. Bai Yunqi was overjoyed. It's a deal. But he cut her off again. We're not selling. Yunqi gave Yin Wudao a hard pinch. She screamed in frustration. Yin Wudao, you're teasing me on purpose, aren't you? Is seeing me go bankrupt the only thing that makes you happy? He takes her hand in his. His gaze is filled with a deep, lingering affection. What's 500 million worth? I'll bid 1 billion. You, 1 billion? Are you out of your mind? What is a mere billion to me? Does it even matter? Comparing it to me is like a firefly trying to outshine the moon. Utterly meaningless. Yin Wudao lets out a soft sigh. He looks at Bai Yunqi tenderly. Seeing you sad hurts me even more than it hurts you. Affection level +5. The affection level rises by 5, leaving everyone in the live stream in absolute awe. Everyone, all hail the Grandmaster, the King of Riz. He's just too good. It's like poetry in motion. If I were a woman, I'd have fallen for him already. Even so, Bai Yunqi still can't help feeling a flicker of worry. She had observed the stone carefully. The probability of finding any jade inside was extremely low, and the odds of it being imperial green were practically zero. Yet he confidently insisted that it wasn't impossible. Why was he so certain? Yin Wudao looks over at Qin Tian. Because he is the favored son of heaven, an existence blessed by the heavens themselves. For someone like him, making miracles happen is as easy as breathing. Since Qin Tian was willing to drop 500 million on this stone, there was no way it was just a piece of junk. Every eye in the room is fixed on Yin Wudao, waiting to see how he'll handle this king of stones. Bai Yunqi thinks to herself, if there really is jade inside, how is he going to cut it? Where should the blade fall to ensure the gem stays intact? This is the real challenge. That jade should be thanking you. I'll use heavenly insight to find its heart. Heavenly insight talent activated. Yin Wudao speaks with absolute confidence. Just cut along the grain on the left side of the stone. Jiang Renjia scoffs. Give me a break. What does he know about jade? When he embarrasses himself in a minute, don't go crying to the family. Gu Wuji finds the situation rather amusing. How very interesting. Lately, Wudao's actions have become more and more unpredictable. Qin Tian grinds his teeth in shock. How is it exactly what I was thinking? Even with my golden pupils, I had to strain to see that spot. Yin Wudao, just what kind of monster are you? The moment the blade touches the stone, a brilliant flash of emerald light bursts forth. A collective gasp fills the room. Pea green. It's actually green. Jiang Renjia shouts in excitement. Wudao, you hit the jackpot. A flawless piece of imperial green with 0 cracks. This is incredibly rare. Wudao's luck is just off the charts. As the outer crust falls away, what's revealed isn't just ordinary jade. The green light grows more radiant as Qin Tian cries out in horror. No, that's not imperial green. Bai Yunqi is equally stunned. This is 1,000 times rarer than imperial green. This is a legendary treasure. The emerald glow fills the entire room. Kila jade. According to legend, Kila jade was once used to craft palace lamps. A single piece could illuminate the entire imperial palace at night. She can hardly believe her eyes. Such a perfect, massive block of Kila jade. If it were carved into a palace lamp, it would be a priceless national treasure. Even the scraps made into earrings or pendants would be enough to shock the entire world. If you had to put a price on something so peerless, 10 billion would be an understatement. A wave of regret washes over her. She had actually doubted him. I was so stupid. Wudao wanted to give me this treasure from the very beginning, and yet I kept trying to push it away. I truly don't deserve this kind of blessing. Qin Tian is so choked with regret he's on the verge of tears. She's not the only one who missed out. I knew there was jade inside, but I never imagined it would be Kila jade. If I had known, I wouldn't have sold this even if you killed me. Yin Wudao looks at Qin Tian with the gaze of a true victor. Why does it feel like I'm always living in your shadow? Bai Yunqi pleads softly. Brother Wudao, could you give me the leftover fragments? I promise I'll make it worth your while. Wudao gently lifts her chin. And just how do you plan on thanking me? The question makes her face turn a deep shade of crimson. I'll do whatever you say. Yin Wudao pulled her close by the waist. But before she could say another word, he turned and gave her a warm smile. Yunshi, this entire piece of Keela jade is all yours. Bai Yunshi's face flushed a deep crimson in shock. You're giving it all to me? Jiang Renjia's eyes turned red with envy. Damn it. Wu Dao is really going all out to win her over. The boss's game is getting more terrifying by the day. He met her gaze with a look of sincere warmth. That's right. I, Wu Dao, only care for the beauty, not the empire. As long as my lady is happy, even if I have to light the signal fires to fool the lords. I do it gladly. Bai Yunshi's affection level continued to soar. Affection level plus 10. Affection level plus 10. Affection level 90. Deeply in love. Yunshi took the initiative and kissed him. It was passionate and deep. The people nearby watched with their jaws dropped. Kissing like that in public. Aren't they afraid of the rumors? Is this a declaration of an alliance between the Yin and Bai families? It's truly enviable. Qin Tian suddenly felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his chest. Why am I so bothered by this? Bai Yunshi and I clearly have no relationship, but it feels like someone just stole my wife. This is ridiculous. Wu came running over excitedly. Brother Wu Dao, all those stones you bought turn out to be high-grade jade. The total value is over 100 million. Then she saw the two of them kissing. She was so stunned that she dropped the jade in her hand. Hearing the noise, the two of them turned to look at Wu Ru. She choked back a sob and cursed. You're a jerk. Wu Ru turned and bolted. I'm never talking to you again. You bastard. Did the ship just wreck? Yunshi teased Wu Dao. Aren't you going to go after your little girlfriend? Yin Wu Dao watched Wu Ru's retreating figure, his gaze growing deep. He really did like the girl, but if he chased her now, it would be too easy for her to wrap him around her finger. He had no intention of being a simp. After all, simps always end up with nothing. Transaction complete. 1 million prestige points earned. Your current prestige points, 3,700,000. The trade fair finally came to an end. Lin Feng looked toward Qin Tian. Boss, do you want to go capture him right now? He replied nonchalantly. Based on how the plot usually develops, the protagonist will never be killed while he's on the road. For a villain, every attempt like that just results in losing men and resources. So, that's a stupid suggestion. Wu Dao smirked triumphantly. I don't need you to step in this time. I'll handle him myself. Lin Feng stood there dazed. He didn't quite get it, but it sounded impressive. The scene shifts to a car. Yi Shui and Gu Wuji were discussing their next move. Yin Wu Dao's transformation is simply terrifying. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. Yi Shui offered a gentle comfort. Don't worry too much. Most people in this world are just ordinary. A chosen one like you is truly rare. Gu Wuji spoke up. Xuya, do you think Yin Wu Dao and Bai Yunshi joining forces will affect our plans? Yeju replied vordiedly. If we can't get the Stone King, the old man will definitely use this opportunity to make things difficult for you. That is our biggest problem right now. Gu Wuji fell in a deep thought. It looks like we'll have to change our plans. As they were talking, someone suddenly pressed a knife to Yi Shui's throat. Don't move. Don't even think about moving. Recognizing the man as Qin Tian, Gu Wuji shouted angrily. Qin Tian, what do you think you're doing? There's never been any bad blood between us. Qin Tian explained in a low voice. I don't mean you any harm. I just need to hitch a ride to escape my enemies. Get me out of Jiangsheng, and I won't cause any trouble for you too. Yi Shui assessed the situation calmly. You're running from Yin Wu Dao, aren't you? If that's the case, you can put the knife down. Hearing this, Qin Tian asked curiously, do you have a grudge against him? Yi Shui denied it. No, but her tone changed instantly. But I hate him. Qin Tian watched for a moment. Sensing that the situation had stabilized, he whispered, You too. I'm sorry for the trouble. Watching their car drive off into the distance, Lin Feng asked in confusion, Why didn't we stop that car? The gatekeeper could only reply helplessly. That was young Master Ji's car. How would we ever dare to stop him? Please, don't make things difficult for us. Once they reached the outskirts of the city, Qin Tian was deeply moved. I can't thank you both enough for saving my life. Once the day comes that I make my comeback, I will surely repay this great debt. The green mountains never change, and the clear waters flow forever. Until we meet again. Yi Shui handed him some water and said thoughtfully, It's hot out. Have some water. Qin Tian took it without a single doubt. Thank you, Miss Yi. She gave him a sincere blessing. Qin Tian, I believe you will definitely make your comeback. I'll be waiting for you to return and repay that favor. Qin Tian activated his purple gold pupils. On the outside, he seemed happy, but in his heart, he was still a bit guarded. Even though I'm handsome, and beautiful women often confess their feelings to me, I still can't afford to be careless. I need to see what they're really thinking. He could see right through Ji Wuji's thoughts. If I wasn't being forced, there's no way I'd offend Yin Wudao for a piece of trash like you. But he couldn't see through Yi Shue's thoughts at all. Because of that, he felt safe enough to drink the entire bottle of water she gave him. She really is a kind-hearted beauty. Even my mind reading didn't pick up anything suspicious. Her heart is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. But as soon as he finished drinking, he immediately collapsed to the ground. Ji Wuyi asked in shock, Xuya, what's going on? What did you do? Yi Shui simply said nonchalantly, this Qin Tian is just as Yin Wudao predicted. He's extremely cautious. She took off her specially made contact lenses and sighed. It's a good thing I used the special contacts Yin Wudao prepared. Otherwise, it would have been hard to get past him today. But Ji Wuji only cared about one thing. Since when have you been making secret deals with Yin Wudao? He's not a good person. You'd better stay far away from him. As soon as the words left his mouth, footsteps echoed nearby. Now, young Master Ji, I don't particularly like what you just said. Yi Shui only did this for your own sake. Seeing Yin Wudao appear, Ji Wuji felt a pang of guilt. Yin Wudao gave a polite greeting. Pleasure doing business with you. Yeju replied coldly. I've finished what I promised you. Now it's time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain. With that, she turned and walked away. Ji Wuji asked suspiciously, Yi Shui, what exactly did you trade with him? Tell me now. I'm worried sick here. Yi Shui said indifferently. The details of our deal cannot be shared with anyone. Yin Wudao watched the scene unfold, finding it incredibly amusing. This girl is quite interesting. Turning back to Qin Tian, he ground his foot into the man's head. His eyes were filled with malice and mockery. Qin Tian, I'm going to make you wish you were dead. Only then will the grudge in my heart be settled. The scene shifts to a high-rise building. Lin Feng arrived with a basket to report. Boss, per your orders. I've made him eat the entire basket of mushrooms. He couldn't stomach another bite, even if he tried. Yin said with satisfaction, very good. I handpicked those brightly colored mushrooms myself. They have incredibly potent hallucinogenic effects. I heard that after eating them, you start seeing tiny people dancing around. The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk. Doesn't Qin Tian love deceiving people? Let's see how he likes a taste of this. Standing to the side, Lin Feng thought to himself, this Yin is truly cold-blooded. Even his methods of torture are bizarre. How terrifying. But he immediately changed his tune. Still, this time, I completely agree. That bastard Qin Tian got exactly what he deserved. He even hurt women. He might as well just rot. At that moment, Qin Tian was lying sprawled on the floor, slowly opening his eyes. His face is deathly pale. Where am I? My head hurts. I think I'm dying. He catches sight of a mirror. Under the influence of the mushrooms, he begins to hallucinate. Who are you? Why are you looking at me like that? You got a problem with me? He glares furiously at his own reflection. You dare to mock me? To mimic my every word? I'll kill you. He fires his energy toward the mirror, but the attack reflects right back into his own eyes. Ack, my head. It feels like it's going to explode. Qin Tian descends into a panicked frenzy like a madman. Who are you people? Why are you staring at me? What do you want from me? He clutches his head, screaming in agony. Stay back. Don't come any closer. In his clouded and fractured state of mind, he makes a fatal, foolish move. Gathering every ounce of his strength, he channels the purple gold pupil to slaughter them all. Instead, he only succeeds in tearing himself apart. He spits out a mouthful of blood and collapses to the ground. Lin Feng and Yin Wudao stand outside, enjoying the show. System notification. Congratulations, my lord. Mission accomplished. You have earned 2 prodigy points. The system has detected Qin Tian's golden finger, the purple gold pupil. Awaiting your command, my lord. Yin Wudao says gleefully, looks like Qin Tian is finally finished. I didn't expect him to break so easily under this torment. I suppose I overestimated him. Ha! Come on. Let's see what happens next. Qin Tian is now sitting with his head slumped. His eyes are vacant and dull. Daddy, I want my milk. In Wu Dao is utterly stunned. Has he actually gone insane? Lin Feng seems to realize what happened and explains. I get it now. Qin Tian is suffering from the effects of the toxic mushrooms. He tried to use those special eyes of his to attack everything around him. But because of the mirrors, the attack reflected back. He's fried his own brain and turned himself into an idiot. Suddenly, Qin Tian lunges toward Lin Feng. He mumbles, "Daddy, I want to play with the gun. Give me the gun." Bang bang. He snatches the gun right out of Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng recoils in shock and shouts, "Hey, give that back right now." Even In Wu Dao is startled by the sudden move. However, he remains remarkably calm. "My boy, why don't you jump down from there? It'll feel like you're flying high in the sky." Qin Tian cheers happily. "I want to fly. This is so much fun." But just as he reaches the edge of danger, he stops dead in his tracks. His expression suddenly turns cold and somber. In Wu Dao taunts him. "Why didn't you jump? One leap, and you could have ascended to the heavens." He scoffs. "To think you actually saw through all of this." Qin Tian points the gun directly at In Wu Dao and says grimly, "I really did underestimate you." In Wu Dao remains completely unfazed. "I have your purple gold pupil to thank for that. That mind-reading trick certainly comes in handy." But Qin Tian continues to play dumb. "I have no idea what purple gold pupil you're talking about, but you can go to hell now." Lin Feng senses the danger. He lunges in front of In Wu Dao. "Look out, but the gun is empty. There are no bullets." "Didn't see that coming, did you, old man?" In Wu Dao says nonchalantly, "Lin Feng, your loyalty has been proven beyond a doubt." He continues, "From this day forward, you're no longer my bodyguard. You're my brother." Lin Feng replies with a satisfied smirk. "Being brothers is fine and all, but you're still paying my monthly salary as usual, right?" In Wu Dao laughs and replies, "Starting this month, your salary is increased 100-fold. Meanwhile, Qin Tian stands there bewildered. Why are there no bullets in the gun?" In Wu Dao explains, "A man doesn't fall for the same trap twice. Unless, of course, he's blind. I've already suffered once because of that purple gold pupil. So before Lin Feng even arrived, I made sure to empty the magazine. For you, that I was your greatest strength. And now, it's your downfall." In Wu Dao delivers his final words. "That day, you used it to try and kill me. Today, I'm going to pay you back 100 times over." He lets out a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, he activates his own purple gold pupil. "Today, I'll make sure you pay the ultimate price." Qin Tian's footing gives way. I fell from the building. The system notification pings again. Lord Marquis has successfully completed the mission. Reward: 2 Dragon Tiger Vitality Pills. Dragon Tiger Vitality Pills. Refined from the blood of dragons and tigers for 81 days. Consuming them grants a body of bronze and bones of iron. Unrivaled strength. Incredible effects. He hands a Dragon Tiger Vitality Pill to Lin Feng. "Here, have some candy." Lin Feng takes a sniff, looking skeptical. "What kind of candy smells this bad?" In Wu Dao whispers, "It boosts your drive." Lin Feng looks a bit frightened. "Wu Dao, I'm not really good at that stuff. Don't go too far." But very quickly, he realizes something is wrong. He screams, "I'm burning up. It feels like an infinite power is about to explode." Lin Feng howls, "I can't take it anymore." He looks like a wild beast. In Wu Dao gives a smiling reminder. "What a pitiful bachelor. It's a shame to have nowhere to vent all that energy. Oh, right. Remember to go take back that 100 million you gave Qin Tian. Leaving it to a dead man would be a waste." Lin Feng grunts while doing push-ups. "Got it." The scene shifts to a major corporation. Bai Yunxi asks shyly, "Wu Dao, why were you in such a hurry to find me?" "I'm right in the middle of handling Xiao Wang's business." Before she can react, she is pulled in the car by In Wu Dao. Bai Yunxi is stunned. "What are you doing? It's broad daylight." In Wu Dao teases her. "Didn't you say you wanted to thank me properly? Well, I'm here to collect." Bai Yunxi offers a weak protest. "But we're right by the road. You're being way too reckless, Wu Dao." In Wu Dao presses his advantage. "I am Wu Dao, and Wu Dao means lawless." Bai Yunxi grumbles playfully. "Wu Dao, you're so young. Why are you already using enhancements? Are you trying to kill me?" In Wu Dao smiles deviously. "No, I'm taking you to the peak. Afterward." In Wu Dao lights a cigarette. Bai Yunxi is exhausted. She complains bashfully. "You really went too far. I'm not letting you use that medicine ever again. My legs feel like jelly. In Wudao says with satisfaction. Fine by me. Bai Yunqi gets out of the car. Unluckily, the scene is spotted by a reporter. Ever since the Jade trade started, I knew he wouldn't be able to hold back. I've been staking this place out every day. Heirs to two major families having a tryst in a car? This will definitely be the hottest, most scandalous news of the year. As he gloats, a voice rings out from behind him. Delete every single photo on that camera. Now, Qingyu is absolutely livid. I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Just delete the photos. But he doesn't listen. He even starts taunting her. So, you're Yin Wudao's little girlfriend? How interesting. I could delete them, sure. But Yin Wudao doesn't seem to care much about you. How about I show you some love instead? As soon as he finishes, Qingyu kicks him square in the vitals. She snatches the camera. Give me that. The reporter is in so much pain, he can't even stand up straight. Qingyu warns him. If you ever dare to sneak photos of Wudao again, I'll have you buried alive. He nods frantically through the pain. Miss, I was wrong. I've learned my lesson. I won't do it again. Qingyu is deeply dissatisfied. Wudao, I don't care how much you play around out there, but you have to come home. You stayed at her place last night, didn't you? Is she really that good? The scene shifts to a small bamboo house by the river. A peaceful and quiet atmosphere. Qingyu sees Wudao's car parked there. She figures he must have come back for lunch. She's worried that Wudao prefers women who are tolerant and graceful. She tells herself she can't let her negative emotions show. I have to remain elegant. The front door opens. The scene inside is something Qingyu can hardly believe. She sees Xiao Xiao and Wudao having dinner together. She can't help but speak up. Are you two eating? When he sees her, Yin Wudao acts completely indifferent. Oh, you're back. The food is already cold. Reheat it yourself if you want to eat. Qingyu simply replies in a soft voice. It's okay. I don't mind eating it cold. Yin Wudao looks for a way to get under her skin. Xiao Xiao, come sit on my lap. Feed me. Xiao Xiao's face turns beet red. Boss, I'm here to work, not to be your plaything. Please don't be like this. Yin Wudao loses his patience. Are you really going to be this ungrateful? Have you already forgotten about that fire? Hearing that, Xiao Xiao has no choice but to sit helplessly on his lap. Yin Wudao says with satisfaction, now let me feed you. Xiao Xiao is beyond embarrassed. I really can't eat anymore. Yin Wudao turns to Qingyu with a cold reminder. Oh, by the way, move your things out to the living room today. I'm giving the bedroom to Xiao Xiao. That way, she'll be closer to me. I can keep a closer eye on her work performance. His words cut Qingyu to the core. Xiao Xiao also feels incredibly awkward being stuck between them. The living room is fine. I don't need the bedroom. Qingyu, you really don't have to move out. Qingyu sets her bowl down on the table. Her heart is overflowing with bitterness. Yin Wudao, what exactly do you want from me? I have never asked you for anything. I have never betrayed you. I have devoted myself entirely to taking care of you. Why are you treating me like this? Sensing the explosive tension in the air, Xiao Xiao quickly makes her escape. Yin Wudao scoffs. Oh wow, are we getting angry now? Starting a rebellion, are we? Pushed to her absolute limit, Qingyu snaps. Isn't this body what you've always wanted? Fine, it's yours. Take it. Yin Wudao slams the table and roars. Enough. He berates her harshly. Didn't you always want a job? Then get the hell out and go be a doctor at the Central Hospital. Don't bother coming home until you've realized what you did wrong. His thunderous shout makes Qingyu break down into uncontrollable sobs. She cries as she runs out of the house. Yin Wudao lets out a frustrated sigh. He looks deeply troubled and annoyed. Xiao Xiao peeks back in and asks curiously, Boss, why did you force her away on purpose? You're clearly not that kind of person. Yin Wudao says gloomily, I don't even know. I'm just so incredibly angry. Why did she ever have feelings for Luo Feng? Why did she protect him like that back then? I know she isn't at fault, but I just can't seem to control my anger toward her. Xiao Xiao suddenly has an epiphany. I see what's going on now. You've fallen deeply in love with her, and that's exactly why you're taking your anger out on her. Wudao looks at her skeptically. Love? He says coldly, as if I walked through a forest of flowers without a single leaf clinging to me. Su Qingyu is nothing more than my contract girlfriend. How could I ever actually have feelings for her? At most, I like her. The same way I like a beautiful woman or a good meal. That's all there is to it. Xiao Xiao sighs helplessly. Classic domineering CEO. Tough on the outside, but a total softy underneath. He says he doesn't care now, but it won't be long before he's the one chasing after her to apologize. Early the next morning, at the Yin residence, In Wudao wakes up, calling out by habit, Qingya, Qingya, get over here and help me get ready for the day. Lin Feng appears out of nowhere. Boss, In Wudao is startled. His eyes nearly pop out of his head. What the? Why is it you? Lin Feng gives him a pointed reminder. You kicked sister-in-law out to the hospital several days ago, boss. If you've realized you can't live without her, should I go and bring her back? In Wudao is still as stubborn as ever. Has she admitted she was wrong yet? Lin Feng reminded him gently. He still hasn't admitted he was wrong. She's already become the director of the central hospital, and she's been running the place perfectly. In fact, she's even taken a liking to a young doctor there. Hearing this, In Wudao immediately lost his cool. What? Lin Feng teased him with a laugh. I'm just messing with you. Look how worked up you got. And you still claim you don't care about my sister-in-law? But it's true that her relationship with her senior is very close. As for whether it'll lead to anything, I can't say for sure. In Wudao felt a surge of irritation. Looks like I need to pay the hospital a visit. Jiangcheng Central Hospital. Lin Yuru asked, puzzled. What took you so long to get here? The surgical specialist for Mom has already arrived. We're just waiting for your signature. Lin Feng explained calmly. I was just catching up with Wudao. He even gave Yuru a friendly greeting. It's been a while. But Yuru only spared him a glance and gave a cold huff. Seeing her attitude, Lin Feng tried his best to persuade her. Yuru, stop acting like this. Wudao managed to get the best neurosurgeon in the country, Han Zhongxian, to come and treat our mother. Lin Yuru still looked displeased and let out another humph. You should stay away from In Wudao, too. He's not a good person. Why does that sound so familiar? In Wudao asked considerately. How is she doing now? The doctor said solemnly. The situation isn't very optimistic. The neurosurgeon, Han Jingxian, spoke with a serious expression. The tumor is located right in the middle of a nerve bundle. One tiny slip-up and a nerve will be severed. Even I can't guarantee success. Qingya spoke up softly. I've already contacted my senior, Yang Fan. His acupuncture techniques are extraordinary. Perhaps we could try using traditional methods for treatment. On the surface, In Wudao acted as if either Eastern or Western medicine was fine. As long as the patient is cured, a doctor is a good doctor. But inwardly, his mind was wandering. I didn't realize this girl would look so attractive in a uniform. If I'd known, I would have made her do some cosplay at home. But Han Zhongxian scoffed at that traditional medicine nonsense. Whether a patient recovers or not depends entirely on their own immune system. Everything else is just a scam. Hearing that, Qingya immediately pushed back. Dear Han, our hospital has always integrated both Eastern and Western medicine. The effectiveness of traditional medicine is very reliable. Are you perhaps misunderstood? Han Xingqian Frulvnid. If it wasn't for young Master Yin's sake, I wouldn't have even bothered coming to such a low-tier hospital. Seeing his person being bullied, In Wudao felt extremely irritated. Dear Han, have you forgotten to take your cooling medicine lately? You seem to be carrying a lot of internal heat, don't you? Hearing him say that, Han Zhongxian immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Oh crap, I'm dead. I spoke out of turn. He's not happy. He immediately changed his tune. Young Master Yin is absolutely right. I have indeed been a bit irritable lately. Traditional medicine has many hidden gems. It's just that there are so few true heirs left. That's why truly skilled traditional doctors are so rare. At that moment, Yang Fan arrived. You're wrong. You're wrong. He explained. In the heritage of traditional medicine, character and virtue come first. Only then do we talk about medical skill. So don't blame traditional medicine for being stagnant. Blame the fact that people's hearts have changed. Qingya saw him and greeted him happily. Senior, that was beautifully said. A healer's heart leads to a healer's skill. You must have the heart first before the skill can follow. That's why medical ethics are so important. In Wudao gave a cold snort. Serves you right for bullying my person. I'm going to make you fume today. Yang Fan smiled and replied. Junior sister, it's been a few years. You've truly become more and more beautiful. She replied in kind. Oh, stop it. You're the one who's practically glowing, senior. In Wudao couldn't stand the sight of it. I can't let them keep acting like frogs in a well. With such a narrow-minded perspective. That's why we must teach everyone without discrimination. Only then can we sift through the sand to find the gold. If we build more universities for traditional medicine, strengthen the exchange between all parties, and set aside sectarian prejudices, with master doctors willing to give guidance, combined with modern analysis, the science and study of acupuncture points. In less than 15 years, miracle doctors will be found all across Huaxia. Once again, Qingyu was moved by his profound wisdom. She thought to herself how his insights remained as deep as ever. I'm completely on his side. She frowned. No, I can't. I have to maintain the status quo for now. Young Fen demanded, who do you think you are, talking such nonsense? Standing nearby, Han Zhengxian introduced Yin Wudao's identity. This is the eldest young master of the Yin family, Yin Wudao. The condition of Lin Feng and Yuru's mother seemed critical. Lin Yuru said anxiously, everyone please stop fighting. My mother is slipping away. Someone do something. Han Zhengxian spoke up quickly. Although I can't be 100% sure, for the sake of young Master Yin, I'm willing to take a gamble. But someone needs to sign the consent form before we can operate. Yin Wudao mused. Usually, at a moment like this, it's the perfect time for the miracle doctor protagonist to step in and show off. And Yang Fan is exactly that, the gifted miracle doctor. Yang Fan barked in order. There's no time to get her to the Yor. I'll show you all something you've never seen before. He performed the 13 ghost needles technique. Everyone gasped in shock. My God, it's the 13 ghost needles. That technique has been lost for ages. But Han Zhengxian looked on with disdain. Mere superstition. You think you can cure a patient with just a few needles? Hearing this, Yin Wudao's face filled with contempt. Trying to act tough in front of a protagonist doctor? He's practically asking for a death sentence. Mother Lin woke up. Oh, how long was I asleep? I hope I didn't miss lunch. Han Zhengxian's eyes widened in disbelief. She actually woke up? Yang Fan said confidently. It was just a minor ailment. No big deal. The nurses cried out in awe. Wow, he's incredible. And so handsome. The system chimed in. New favored son of heaven detected. Ruined reputation and life. Though it's a bit shameless. It's a role he's very familiar with. Lin Yuru asked curiously Yin Wudao, were you taking my mother? He instructed. Even though she's awake, we don't know if the tumor is still there. I'm taking her for another CT scan just to be safe. Lin Feng said happily. As expected, a boss, always so thoughtful. He turned to Mother Lin. Mom, take your time with the scan. There's no rush. I'll be right here waiting for you. Mother Lin gently agreed with Yin Wudao the moment the door closed. Yin Wudao ordered Xiao Gai to buy a lifelike mannequin. The system announced. Lifelike mannequin deployed successfully. Remaining prestige points, 2.7 million. Even he was surprised. It's a perfect replica. He squeezed the mannequin's face and gave a command. Yin Wudao whispered, close your eyes. It's okay. Good thing this is just a doll, and not a real person. Don't breathe in a moment. You need to play dead. The mannequin immediately went limp. The door suddenly burst open. Yin Wudao feigned a cry of alarm. This is bad. She suddenly collapsed. Qingyu was overcome with worry. She was perfectly fine when she left just now. Why is she suddenly unconscious? Yin Wudao demanded angrily. You should be asking your senior brother that. He was the one who cured her, wasn't he? Han Zhengxian stood by, adding fuel to the fire. I told you he was a fraud. I was right. Even Qingyu began to doubt him. Senior brother, there's no way your 13 ghost needles failed, right? Yang Fan said confidently. It's just a state of suspended animation. A deep coma, nothing more. With a simple technique, I can wake her up in no time. But the mannequin didn't budge. Yang Fan began to panic. This is impossible. Why isn't she responding? I clearly used the 13 ghost needles. They're supposed to clear the blocked meridians and bring back the life force. Lin Feng couldn't wait any longer. He lunged forward and slammed his fist into Yang Fan. You damn quack. How dare you kill my mother? Lin Feng's fist connected squarely with Yang Fan's face. Yang Fan looked like a total wreck. Desperately, he tried to explain. Junior sister, you have to believe me. This really wasn't my fault. It was. He pointed a finger at Yin Wudao. It was him. He was the last one to touch the patient. He must have sabotaged the treatment. Qingyao's face darkened as she spoke coldly. Shut your mouth. I really misjudged you. And I'm so sorry, Annie Lin, for such a major disaster to happen during treatment. You'd better be ready to face the consequences. Yang Fan's head was thumping with a splitting migraine. He He truly couldn't wrap his head around how things had gone so wrong. Lin Yiru broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. She turned to beg In Wudao. I was wrong before. I'm so sorry. Please, don't be angry with me anymore. I promise I'll never act so spoiled again. Please, I'm begging you, save my mother. Lin Feng dropped to his knees as well. Wudao, for the sake of our friendship, please give us a hand. I know you have a miracle medicine that can bring people back from the brink. In Wudao didn't want to make things harder for them. He helped them up. Get up, both of you. To be honest, no matter who came to ask, I would have done my absolute best. Especially now that you're both here asking me together. In Wudao lowered his voice. However, Yiru, you'd better remember those words you just said. Yiru nodded shyly. I will. I won't let jealousy get the better of me ever again. Hearing their conversation, Yang Fan scoffed. There's no such thing as a medicine that brings back the dead. Even the most heaven-defying lesser restoration pill only stabilizes one's spirit. It only prolongs life by a bit. It's obvious who the real fraud is here. One look, and you can tell. In Wudao didn't bother arguing and cut straight to the point. And what if it's a great restoration pill? The Great Restoration Pill is a secret family medicine. Forgive me, but I cannot let anyone witness the process. Everyone, please wait here for a moment. I'll be back before you know it. Yang Fan suddenly felt a surge of unease. Could it be, does a Great Restoration Pill that can cheat death actually exist? Inside the room, In Wudao gave an order to the system. You can recall the puppet now. The puppet vanished instantly without a trace. He went to the CT room to meet Lin Feng's mother. Auntie Lin, sorry to keep you waiting. I just had to step out to use the restroom. Mrs. Lin smiled warmly, not minding at all. It's fine, don't worry about it. I just finished up here anyway. I've been such a burden to you, Wudao. She continued to praise him. You really are a wonderful young man. I truly trust you with all my heart. If Yiru could find a husband like you, I could die happy and without regret. In Wudao fell silent for a moment. Then he stepped back into the other room and called out cheerfully. We're back. Yang Fan's jaw dropped in sheer shock. She's actually alive? Before he could say another word, In Wudao kicked him hard. He let out a scream of pure agony. In Wudao barked at him. Don't you ever show your face at this hospital again. If I see you here, I'll break your damn legs. Yang Fan was kicked out, but he remained as arrogant as ever. If this place won't have me, so be it. There are plenty of places that will. Treat me like trash today, if you want. But one day, I'll be someone you can't even hope to touch. Everything went quiet for a moment. Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the air. The ground shook violently. Flames erupted everywhere. It turned out to be a car that had spontaneously combusted. Yang Fan shouted at the scene. You hit someone, and now you're just going to run away? Is this a hit and run? There was an injured girl trapped inside the car. Yang Fan yelled out. This is bad. She's fading fast. I need to treat her now. He immediately performed the 13 ghost needles and the ghost gate life-seizing technique to save her. The girl slowly opened her eyes and asked, Was it you? Who saved me? This girl was none other than the CEO of the Azure Dragon Group, Tang Dai. She looked at Yang Fan with deep gratitude. Thank you. I will make sure to repay this debt. Inside the small bamboo house by the river, Qingyu was busy packing her bags. Yin Wudao frowned and barked an order. Pour moi glace of water. Qingyu finally lost her patience. Just be quiet for a second, will you? Go ask Xiao Xiao to pour it for you. Today is the final day of our contract. It expires in exactly 10 minutes. She spoke with a heavy heart. I'm never coming back to this house again. Take good care of yourself. From this moment on, I wish you a good life. May you find peace. Good night. Yin Wudao grabbed her hand, his brow furrowing deep. Look, girl, whether you're doing this just to piss me off, or because you're desperate for my attention, I'll give it to you. You succeeded. Vingya furushit, hufinkin anoyanje. You're being immature and ridiculous. He suddenly shoved her down onto the bed, looming over her. Yin Wudao gripped her chin dominantly. You're getting bolder and bolder every day. But as long as you're willing to admit you were wrong, I'm willing to forgive you. But Qingyu was just as stubborn as he was. She pushed him away and straightened her shirt, her voice dropping low. Why should I admit I was wrong? What exactly did I do that was so wrong? Her voice rose, echoing in the room. I never betrayed you. Not once. Yin Wudao had never been this furious. Neither of them was willing to back down an inch. You actually dare to defy me? In my entire life, No one has ever dared to raise their voice at me like that. Unable to contain his rage, he ordered her out once again. Get the hell out. I don't want to see your face ever again. Chinya grabbed her suitcase and stood tall. Fine, I'm leaving. I won't ever set foot across this threshold again. She lowered her head in a heavy silence. How can he be so heartless? Yin Wudao was lost in his own thoughts. Why is she being so obedient this time? Didn't she always used to fight me tooth and nail? Finally, he couldn't hold it back anymore. Don't, he shouted. Don't go. Chinya's eyes were already brimming with tears. She froze. She threw herself into Yin Wudao's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Wudao, I really can't leave you. I can't do this without you. I don't know how I'm supposed to go on living. Favorability level increased. Chinya whispered weakly. Wudao, I've been waiting for you to tell me to stay. Because once this contract expires today, I won't have any reason left to be here. Yin Wudao gazed at her with intense longing. I don't want you to go. I want you by my side forever. Swept up in a wave of uncontrollable passion, they shared a deep, fervent kiss. Yin Wudao couldn't help but want to take things further. Chinya murmured shyly. Are you crazy? We're in the middle of the living room. Let's go upstairs. But Yin Wudao wasn't having it. He made his declaration with sheer dominance. I'll do it wherever I want. No one tells Yin Wudao what to do. Chinya stopped him. Wait, don't rush. Let me take off this white lab coat first. Yin Wudao immediately objected. No, don't take it off. Keep it on just like that. The request left her utterly mortified. You really are a pervert. Favorability has reached 100, an inseparable bond of life and death. She blushed deeply. A mischievous smile played across her lips. I've actually grown to like that wicked smile of yours. Chinya lowered her head. I must have fallen under your spell. To think I'd fall for the wicked charm of a playboy like you. Yin Wudao was quick to deny it. What do you mean, playboy? Stop trying to tarnish my pure reputation. My heart has always belonged solely to you. He raised his hand as if to swear an oath. If I'm lying, may I be. Before he could finish the sentence, Chinya cut him off. A paparazzi caught photos and videos of you and by Yunshi in the car. But I intercepted them before they could get out. Yin Wudao was caught off guard. That. Finally, he just shrugged it off, pretending not to care. Fine, I admit it. But I let them take those pictures on purpose. Chinya looked at him skeptically. Why? Yin Wudao explained. Back in Longdu, I have a fiancée from an arranged marriage made before we were even born. Word is she's the most talented woman in the world. But I've never even met her. I was hoping those scandals would force her to call off the engagement. After hearing this, Chinya actually bought it, hook, line, and sinker. So that's how it is. I've really troubled you with this. He handed the memory card over to her. Chinya asked with curiosity, do I need to send out the files on this card? Yin Wudao spoke gently. Since it is already in your hands, there is no need to send it anywhere else. Just express mail it directly to her. The system issued a notification. Conquest of Su Qingya, complete. Reward, 2 prodigy talent points. Talent acquired, modern medicine. Yin Wudao furrowed his brows in thought. Is this knowledge of modern medicine? If I can manage to capture Yang Fan and plunder his ancient medicine skills, then combine them with this modern medicine knowledge, wouldn't I become the greatest divine physician under the heavens? Qingya had fallen into a deep sleep. Yin Wudao remained immersed in his own thoughts. But didn't Su Qingya only possess 1 prodigy point? Where did this second point come from? His confusion was immediately cleared up by Su Daji, because Su Qingya possesses a hidden prodigy point. Hearing this, he asked again, what exactly is a hidden prodigy point? Su Daji shook her head. Even I do not know what that hidden attribute is. Su Daji stared intently at Qingya. How enviable. Finally, she warned Yin Wudao, you must realize something. The people you are dealing with are no ordinary characters. They are all the favored children of the heavenly Tao. Each one possesses their own protagonist halo. Not all of them can be detected by the system. Yin Wudao frowned. Lin Feng has already been subdued by me. Qin Tian has already taken a one-way trip to the afterlife. Speaking of variables, the only remaining variable is... He suddenly recalled a name. The Dragon King, Shao Chun. Scene shifts to the prison. Someone came to inform Shao Chun. You have a visitor. The voice belonged to Lu Man. She interrogated him. I heard you're willing to make amends to reduce your sentence. He replied, that's right. I can help you handle the troubles overseas, but only on the condition that you release me. Lu Man raised an eyebrow. I can agree to that. However, you must not touch the man who reported you, In Wu Dao. Otherwise, I will drag you right back here. Xiao Chen heard the name. He let out a cold laugh. In Wu Dao. Heh. Meanwhile, in Longdu, a bustling metropolis. Inside the Shangwan estate, Milan rushed in from the gate to report. Eldest Miss. Milan emphasized. I just received a video package sent from Jiangcheng. It's from your fiancé. Shangwan Jialuo recalled her fiancé, In Wu Dao. Assistant Milan blushed. She reported bashfully. I've always heard he has a lecherous nature, but I never expected him to be this brazen in broad daylight. Eldest Miss. He is clearly provoking our Shangwan family. Why don't we use this opportunity to annul the engagement, miss? However, Shangwan Jialuo replied coldly. Annul the engagement? What? Milan tried to explain. Because he's out there fooling around with women. If you don't kick a man like that out the door, what are you keeping him for? A New Year's decoration? Shangwan Jialuo immediately shouted, silence. Marriage is a major life event. How can you treat it as a child's game? We have long since exchanged our birth charts. We were betrothed before we were even born. In this life, I am destined to be the daughter-in-law of the Yin family. In Wu Dao is my true destined one. How could I possibly defy the will of the heavens? She waved her hand, dismissing Milan. She casually took the video recording. She had an instruction. Oh, and one more thing. Starting tomorrow, you may only enter to see me if you are wearing traditional robes. Milan could only shake her head in resignation. It seems that severe illness 3 years ago really did damage the eldest Mrs. Brain. I heard that when she first woke up, she didn't recognize anyone. She spoke only in archaic phrasing. Since then, she wears hanfu every single day and spent her time on the four arts. Jialuo finished watching the video. She sighed internally. In Wu Dao, your body in this lifetime is truly the most perfect one yet. In Wu Dao, I have killed you in 9 consecutive lifetimes. I only need to kill you one last time in this life, and your soul will be utterly destroyed forever. Then I will no longer have to suffer this endless torment alongside you. In this cycle of eternal reincarnation, scene shifts to the Yin residence. I'm telling you this now as a warning. Don't think you're untouchable just because things are going your way right now. If someone with a powerful destiny decides to make a move, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to cry for help. In Wu Dao asks curiously, is it so bad that even a great restoration pill couldn't save me? Su Daji speaks solemnly. You might be able to rely on the system and keep live streaming to rack up reputation points. But that pill isn't a miracle cure for everything. If you've been dead too long, your soul will have already dissipated. Or if the body is too mangled, even the great restoration pill can't bring you back. Su Daji leans in and whispers in his ear. So, you'd better hurry up and level up. Strengthen yourself, only by seizing more prodigy points. Will you have the power to face off against the other elites? She emphasizes one last point. At that stage, even a heavenly Dao won't be able to touch you. Just look at the rankings and you'll understand. The bottom line is you're still just a rookie. Qingyan nudges In Wu Dao. Wake up already, you lazy bum. Qingyan tells him. Elder Ji is critically ill. Every renowned doctor in the city has been called for a consultation. I want to go too, so I won't be able to stay here with you. In Wu Dao frowns. Elder Ji is that sick? In Jia nods. Yeah, I heard it's some kind of mysterious illness. He wraps his arms around her from behind. Is that senior of yours, Yang Fan, going to be there too? Qingya doesn't answer. She counters with a question. Are you jealous? Yang Fan previously cured several difficult cases at the Central Hospital. That caught the Ji family's attention. They personally invited him over. He'll most likely be there. In Wu Dao teases her. Then I'm coming with you. Who knows? I might actually be of use. Qingya happily pushes him away. Fine, stop messing around. We're going to be late. Scene shifts to the Ji residence. Ji Wuji announces to the crowd. Everyone, whoever can cure my grandfather's strange illness, this reward will be theirs. Han Jingshin breaks into a cold sweat hearing this. All of the elders' vitals are perfectly normal. Logically, there shouldn't be anything wrong. I really can't make heads or tails of this. In Wu Dao and Qingya arrive, immediately drawing everyone's attention. I like to give it a shot. Both look seriously toward Ji Wuji. Han Xingqiuan spots in Wu Dao. He quickly bows and scrapes. Young Master Yin, you're here. In that case, this will surely be a walk in the park. Ji Wuji sees him. His expression sours instantly. In Wu Dao, what the hell are you doing here? Every time I run into you, everything spirals out of control. In Wu Dao questions him. What exactly is wrong with Elder Ji? How come I didn't hear a word about this? Ji Wuji explains. He had a sudden headache a while ago. The pain is absolutely excruciating. In Wu Dao hears this and starts teasing. You know what they say? Headaches are caused by ghosts, and stomachaches are just constipation. Why didn't you just call a shaman to dance the spirits away? As he's speaking, Elder Ji suddenly screams. It hurts so much. My head is about to split open. Xingyu says worriedly. This isn't good. He's having another episode. The bedroom door suddenly swings open. Everyone is frozen in shock. They see Yang Fan sitting inside. Unclear what he's up to. Ji Wuji shouts at the sight. Stop right there. Yang Fan says gravely. The patient has been invaded by a strange, evil wind in his brain. I must use acupuncture to draw it out. If I don't, he will certainly die. The moment he finishes speaking, Han Zhengxian warns. Young Master Ji, don't listen to his rubbish. A huge disaster happened while he was treating someone at the central hospital yesterday. He turned a living patient into a corpse. I was right there and saw myself. Ji Wuji immediately panics. What? Ji Wuji is outraged. Yang Fan, how dare a quack like you come to the Ji family home and act so reckless? Someone throw him out of here. Yang Fan frowns and curses at the situation. Ungrateful brat. He spoke with an air of arrogance. There's no need to force me out. I'm leaving on my own. But you'd better not touch those 3 silver needles in your father's forehead. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. He then turned back to give Qingya a refined warning. Qingya, whether you believe me or not, I still have to say this. In Wu Dao is not a good man. You be wise to stay far away from him, unless you want to be dragged down with him. Unfortunately for him, luck wasn't on his side. Qingya rejected him flatly. You don't need to concern yourself with this, senior. He spoke in a loud, boisterous voice. Then he threw his head back and laughed. Let's go. I refuse to live a mediocre life in this mundane world. Just you wait. The day will come when you all have to crawl back and beg me. In this world, I am the only one who can cure this. Han Zhengxian watched him leave with pure disdain, cursing under his breath. Just a bunch of smoke and mirrors. The moment he pulled the silver needle out, Old Man Ji let out a piercing scream. It hurts. It hurts so much. My head feels like it's splitting open, seeing things take a turn for the worse. Qingya shouted in a panic. Quick, everyone, help me hold him down. Administer a sedative immediately. But Old Man Ji was thrashing so violently in his agony that no one could get close to him. In Wu Dao caught her and offered some comfort. Leave it to me. He pinned the old man's head down firmly, forcing him to gradually settle down. In Wu Dao leaned in and whispered into his ear. Behave yourself, or I'll snap your neck right here. Old Man Ji finally stabilized. He lay quietly on the bed and drifted off to sleep. In Wu Dao smirked inwardly. Yang Fan's methods might be crude, but they're effective. It seems like a lot of those divine doctor tropes use this exact trick. He felt a bit wary of Yang Fan. This guy used silver needles to temporarily block the acupoints. It can keep a patient stable for a short period of time. But if someone pulls those needles out, the illness flares up immediately. At that point, the family members would have no choice but to get on their knees and beg him. No wonder he was so confident. He's certain that eventually, someone will come crawling back. Gu Wuji held his head in distress, his mind racing. What do I do now? It looks like he's really the only one who can save my father. Do I seriously have to go and beg Yang Fan to come back? In Wu Dao changed the subject. Wait a minute. Something about this is very fishy. When exactly did Yang Fan arrive in Jiangcheng? Qingya thought back. About 7 or 8 days ago. He turned to ask Gu Wuji. And how long has your father been suffering from this strange illness? Gu Wuji looked a bit puzzled as well. For about 5 or 6 days now. He pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he acted as if a realization had hit him. In Wu Dao announced solemnly. Exactly. It's just as you two are thinking. Both of them asked curiously. What are we thinking? In Wu Dao finally explained. This needle is called the mother-son soul-chasing needle. It's used in tandem with 99 different herbs. It used to be a scamming technique used by wandering quacks. He continued. First, they used the sun needles to pierce the victim. They wait until the patient is in unbearable pain. Only then do they use the mother needle to provide the cure. That way, the victim is not only willing to cough up the money, but they're also incredibly grateful. He emphasized, by the way, have either of you ever heard of the mother-son, soul-chasing needle before? Both of them shook their heads. They admitted they had never heard of it and had no idea of its origins. In Wudao thought to himself, it would be a miracle if you had. I just made the whole thing up on the spot. But outwardly, he continued his explanation. Now do you see why those anti-fraud apps are so important? Make sure you download one. Gu Wuji asked impatiently. Wudao, you said all this, but do you actually have a way to save my father? We can't just leave those needles stuck in his forehead forever. In Wudao sighed. I'm not a doctor. Of course I can't cure him, but I know someone who can. This spark of hope reignited in Gu Wuji. He asked quickly, who? In Wudao pointed toward Qingya and introduced her. The director of the central hospital, Su Qingya. Qingya immediately protested. I can't do it. In Wudao leans in and whispers to Qingya. This is the perfect chance for you to make a name for yourself in a single stroke. Go ahead and treat him. Don't be afraid. I've got your back. Comforted by his words, Qingya nods in agreement and begins giving orders. First, administer ibuprofen to manage the pain. After that, I will draft the full treatment plan. In Wudao nods in approval. I'll assist you. Leave the rest to me. He thinks to himself. Yang Fan mentioned a strange wind had invaded the patient's brain. He's likely right about that. I need to stay firm in my conviction. Trusting in the path of a prodigy is the surest way to absolute victory. As long as I use the 9 dragons' true qi to expel that malevolent energy, this illness will definitely be cured. Still, even he feels a flicker of doubt. Could it really be this easy to fix? He can't help but wonder what actually triggered the old man's sudden collapse. Sudeki appears right then to answer his unspoken questions. The cause of the outbreak has been found. It's due to the recent space-time fluctuations in this area. The magnetic field is distorted, causing an imbalance between righteous and evil energies. The patient just happened to be in the crosshairs when that evil energy invaded. Hearing her explanation, he asks curiously, space-time fluctuations? What do you mean by distorted magnetic field? Sudeki cuts to the chase. Simply put, someone has recently undergone a rebirth. In Wudao is stunned. Rebirth. But then, he becomes more confident than ever. Isn't this the classic protagonist trope? It looks like I'm about to rake in some serious prodigy points. Turning his attention back to the treatment, he reminds Qingya, you can remove the needles now. She obediently complies. But the situation doesn't play out the way In Wudao expected. The old man lets out another agonizing scream. My head, it feels like it's splitting open. Ji Wuji pales in shock. This isn't good. It's happening again. The old man screams of pain. Leave everyone in the room filled with dread. But he quickly tries to calm them. It's okay, it's okay. I feel much better now. The pain is gone. That screaming was just a flare-up of the old symptoms. In Wudao seizes the moment to smear Yang Fan's reputation. Young Master Ji, Yang Fan set a trap for you. He caused the elder so much agony that he lost the will to live. A doctor with no ethics like him. Are you really going to let him get away with this? Ji Wuji is consumed by rage. How dare that Yang Fan act so recklessly in my Ji family home? If I don't give him the beating of a lifetime, the world will laugh at the Ji family for being incompetent cowards. How could we ever show our faces in Jiangqing again? He barks an order to his men. Guards, listen up. Break Yang Fan's arms and legs, then throw him out of Jiangqing for good. The subordinates bow. Understood, sir. Qingya asks hesitantly, is doing this really? In Wudao catches her expression and interrogates her. What is it? You can't bear to see him hurt? Terrified of a misunderstanding, Qingya quickly denies it. No, that's not it. It's just, I never expected a senior who seemed so devoted to Eastern medicine to turn into such a greedy, petty man. In Wudao takes the opportunity to twist the knife. The world is a chaotic place, Qingya. Everyone is driven by profit. People come and go, all for the sake of personal gain. For few measly coins, there will always be those who abandon their morals and trample over their own humanity. Ji Wuji clenches his fists, his voice trembling with anger. That unethical fraud. I refuse to let him off the hook. I'll make sure the entire country knows the full extent of his crimes. I'll ensure the medical community purges this scum forever. Ji Wuji grinds his teeth. I'm going to ruin him completely. Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, the day is clear and the sky is blue. Ji Wuji's men finally track down Yang Fan. Stop right there. Don't you dare move. Yang Fan smirks, thinking to himself, I purposely slowed down just to wait for you lot to come crawling back to beg me. And what do you know? You've come to beg me to treat the old man after all. Now, let's see how well you can beg on your knees. But his smugness is cut short when one of the men lands a punch that sends him spitting blood. The others swarm him instantly, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. One of the men shouts at him, Young master's orders. We're breaking your damn limbs. Yang Fan had been beaten to a pulp. At that very moment, a powerful presence made an entrance. Stop right there. A young woman appeared. Hong Yi stepped forward to defend Yang Fan. Let me see. Who dares lay a finger on my benefactor? Someone recognized her. It's someone from the Azure Dragon group. Yi Shui shouted at the top of her lungs. Hong Yi, you sure act tough, don't you? You actually dare to oppose the Ji family? Hong Yi provoked her in return. Oh, it's you, Yi Shui, the little child bride of the Ji family. Tell me, since when did you start calling the shots for the Ji family? Ji Wuji hurried over to back Yi Shui up. She can call the shots. Hong Yi's tone softened slightly. Could you two show me some respect and let Yang Fan go? But Yang Fan didn't know when to quit. He began shouting even louder. Hong Yi, don't beg them. I was kind enough to come here to treat their illness. If they aren't grateful, fine. But returning my kindness with such hostility? Hearing this, Ji Wuji lost his temper completely. He lunged forward and landed another punch. You shameless, immoral piece of trash. Still unrepentant even now? Do you have a death wish? Hong Yi unsheathed her blade. She blocked Ji Wuji's attack and threatened him. Do you really want to die? Fear gripped Ji Wuji's heart as he thought to himself. I thought that by being reborn, I could save the Ji family from total annihilation. But I still can't escape it. In my past life, Yi Shui's background was what drew Hong Yi here to slaughter us all. In this life, I've done my best to hide Yi Shui's identity. But it seems what's meant to be will always happen. Just as he fell into despair, someone appeared to intervene. Hong Yi grew wary when she saw the object in the newcomer's hand. That's the externalized inner energy of Yi Fenghua, a sign of a Xiantian realm master. Who is it? It was Yin Wudao. He offered a praise. Not bad. Not bad at all. Hong Yi frowned. Who are you? How dare you interfere with the business of the Azure Dragon Group? He introduced himself. I am Yin Wudao. After he announced his name, Hong Ye's brow remained furrowed. Never heard of you, and I've certainly never shared a drink with you. Yang Fan caught sight of Yin Wudao. Fury burned within him like a raging fire. He's the one who ruined my reputation and my life. That old lady must have faked her death last time. With my medical skills, there's no way I could have killed a patient. If only I had been a little more patient, his scheme would never have succeeded. But Yin Wudao replied calmly. So what? The fact that you killed a patient. Everyone knows it by now. You're branded as a quack for life. No matter how much you scream now, you can't change the truth. In my eyes, this is all you'll ever be. Yin Wudao's mocking attitude drove Yang Fan insane, but he was powerless. You gone too far. Consumet bairage, Yang Fan snapped. He launched an attack at Yin Wudao. Get a taste of my Ghost Gate 13 needles. The scene was being broadcast live. The comment section was exploding. General Xing Daorong said, it's going down. They're fighting. Logistics Minister Chiu uncommented. The male lead is finally showing off. The hidden dragon and young phoenix, posturing like the wind, is always by my side. Yin Wudao made his move. Just like that, fear instantly gripped Yang Fan's heart. He neutralized my flying needles that easily. Just who the hell is this guy? If you're going to be like that, then try dealing with the second-ranked weapon on the charts. The one ranked right below the peacock plume. He unleashed the Storm Pear Blossom Needles. Yang Fan said with confidence. Storm Pear Blossom Needles. 27 silver needles launched all at once. That's why it earned its name. Because when they're fired, it looks like a blooming pear blossom. Let's see you dodge this. Yin Wudao let out a contemptuous laugh. You think I can't dodge this? In the blink of an eye, Yin Wudao vanished without a trace. Hong Yi and Yang Fan were both stunned. He's gone. He disappeared without leaving a single trail. It's like a magic trick. In a split second, Yin Wudao reappeared right behind Yang Fan. Are you looking for me? Yang Fan stammerzim pure terror. How did you get so close to me? The system immediately issues a notification. Modifying basic teleportation. Range, 99.9 square meters. Success. Deducting 1 million reputation points. Remaining reputation points, 2,800,000. This leaves Yin Wudao a bit bewildered. Didn't I only have 2.7 million left last time? Why does the balance keep going up the more I spend? The reputation points from the live stream continue to skyrocket. Outside, Xiao Xiao is rallying the audience. Everyone, I honestly don't even know how to explain this anymore. Did the boss just vanish in a flash? Or is he just that fast? Everyone in the comment section is asking about him. Username, Little Demon Granny. The boss told us to believe in science. Then he turns around and teleports. Unbelievable. Usenem, Chubaiki. He caught the golden feather and still managed to dodge. This MC is getting insanely strong. Username, Little Sister Lucio. The MC is a god-tier hunk. Username, Ladies, hold your horses. Look out. That woman is trying to sneak attack our boss. Hongyi rushes behind Yin Wudao. She shoves Yang Fan aside. If you want to lay a finger on him, you'll have to go through me first. Yin Wudao smirks. The system hasn't announced the mission's completion yet. That means Yang Fan's reputation hasn't been completely destroyed. I can't kill him just yet. Hey, big sister. Be careful not to overdo it. Hongyi launches her attack. With every inch the blade extends, its power grows tenfold. But her attack is effortlessly parried. Yin Wudao teases her. Short hair, sharp tongue, and dangerous moves. Little sister, I wouldn't mind going 300 rounds with you. Just don't cry for mercy when you can't take it anymore. Hongyi snaps back in anger. You perverted brat. Getting close to me won't be that easy. She conceals her blade behind her back, launching a counter-strike at Yin Wudao. Yin Wudao praises her. A hidden strike from behind. Not a bad technique at all. But he dodges it with ease and chuckles. Now, see how you handle this. He unleashes the third-grade Blood Lotus flying daggers. Hongyi manages to block it and thinks to herself. He really is a heaven immortal expert. But then she speaks arrogantly. But in the end, your skills are still half-baked. Before she can even react, Yin Wudao appears behind her and scoffs. Who's the one with half-baked skills? He teases. I just used the same move to subdue Yang Fan. Didn't you learn anything from watching him? Hongyi admits defeat and lowers her sword. Unexpectedly, her favorability increases. With a hint of fear, she says, I lost. Do what you will. Whatever you want. Yin Wudao is surprised. Her favorability is actually rising? He acts immediately. Since you're feeling generous, I'd be rude to refuse such an offer. He leans in and kisses her. Hongyi's face flushes a deep red. Are you insane? I'd rather die than be humiliated. Why the hell did you kiss me? Yin Wudao puts on a roguish grin. Hey, you're the one who said I could do whatever I wanted. Hongyi hits him in a rage. You bastard. You liar. Death before dishonor. How could you just kiss me like that? He winks and teases her. Smells good. And tastes even sweeter. From now on, every time we meet, I'm going to give you a kiss. Qinya watches this, feeling completely helpless. There he goes again. Based on my experience, she's definitely not getting away from him. Am I about to get another sister in this family? Favorability has reached 70. Her face still beet red. Hongyi continues to pester Yin Wudao. I didn't mean for you to kiss me. Why would you do that? You jerk. You total jerk. Yang Fan watches the scene, feeling utterly powerless. Someone beside him tries to comfort him. Hang in there, Yang Fan. Stay strong. What else am I supposed to do? Of course, I have to choose to forgive her. Shyly, Hongyi tries to set a condition. I might be willing to overlook this incident, but Yang Fan saved my life today. I have to take him with me. She added her conditions with a cold indifference. Otherwise, we'll all go down together. To her surprise, Yin Wudao readily agreed. Yang Fan's expression darkened as he thought to himself, I can't believe that I, the renowned divine doctor, actually have to rely on a woman to survive. How humiliating. But suddenly he sensed something. A silk thread was wrapped around Yi Shue's hand. Yang Fan made a deduction. The autumn wind rises, bringing unrest to the heart. Is this what Sister Hong has been searching for? He used his clairvoyance to judge the situation. The Taiyin Constitution. Ji Wuji's face turned pale with fear upon hearing that. So it was discovered after all? In the end, I still couldn't change a thing. He turned to Hong Dai and said, Sister Hong, she's the one you're looking for. Yeju grit head, teeth in anger. I never expected that harbinger of death to be you. And you were right in front of me the whole time. She unsheathed her sword, her voice sharp. I almost missed it. Hong Dai prepared to attack Yi Shui and barked, Miss Ji, Miss Qing, don't be born into the Yi family in your next life. Ji Wuji panicked at the sight. No. Yeju boit had heat, accepting had faith. She laughed out loud and shouted, Yen Wu Dao? Make the deal now. Yen Wu Dao appeared in an instant. He blocked the attack. Miss, you predicted this long ago. I truly admire your foresight. He recalled the day of the jade auction. Yi Shui had taken the initiative to say she'd help him deal with Qin Tian. Her only condition was that he save the Ji family once. There were no signs of trouble back then, but she was able to predict that the Ji family would face a great catastrophe. This clearly defies all intuition. Yen Wu Dao frowned. Unless she or Ji Wuji is a reincarnator who broke through time and space. Seeing him side with Yi Shui, Hong Dai asked irritably, what does my killing her have to do with you? Don't tell me you've kissed her too? Yen Wu Dao teased her. That's not a bad suggestion. I'll consider it. The two men, feeling like Yen Wu Dao had cuckolded them, secretly tried to comfort one another. Keep that green hat on tight. Don't let it fall. Your hat is crooked. Let me fix it for you, Hong Dai emphasized. I am definitely killing her today, whether you agree or not. Yen Wu Dao refused to back down. Letting Yang Fan go was already me taking a step back. If you keep causing trouble, you're slapping me in the face. He frowned in anger. But given my status, you don't have the right to humiliate me. He stood his ground firmly. He sent Hong Dai flying back with a wave of his hand. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Azure Dragon Group, hear my command. They replied in unison, here. Hong Dai ordered, kill them. Ji Wuji was overcome with worry. The Azure Dragon Group is made of battle-hardened soldiers. They're incredibly fierce. We can't possibly stop them. Qingya interrupted him. Don't tell me you're planning to let Wu Dao fight 100 men alone. Do you want to get him killed? Yi Shui said coldly. Yen Wu Dao. I called you here to save Ji Wuji, not to save me. You can withdraw now. If someone has to die today, then let it be me alone. Yen Wu Dao asked back with total confidence. You don't trust me? I haven't even tried yet. How do you know I can't win? Yi Shui truly couldn't understand him. She questioned him loudly. Why are you risking your life against others for my sake? You're the most prestigious young master in Jiang City. Yen Wu Dao took the opportunity to charm her. The reason is simple. It would be a tragedy for someone as beautiful as you to be cut down. I simply appreciate the finer things in life. Hong Dai's subordinates charged toward him. D. Stop acting like such a big shot. I've been sick of your face for a long time. Why do you get to be rich and handsome? Just die. Before they could strike, an old man stepped forward. He calmly gave the order. Stand down. The others were stunned by the command. The king of Hanlu had arrived in person. Everyone immediately fell into a perfect formation. They shouted in unison with deep respect. Greetings, King of Hanlu. The comments section exploded once again. The old man of Jiangxing. Oh my god. What could have possibly brought this legendary figure out here? This little bro really admires Yen Wu Dao. Time for a history lesson for those above. The old man of Jiangxing is a total powerhouse. The king of Hanlu. He's a pillar of the Elder Council. The identity of each person was introduced. First was Xuanwu, then followed by Hu. The king of Hanlu, Long Wuzhong bellowed. Zhuke, what do you think you're doing? Hongyu was actually Zhuke. She was overjoyed to see him. Godfather, you've come at the perfect time. There's this bastard named Yen Wu Dao. He's incredibly arrogant. He seems to have quite a background. Godfather, please lend me a hand. Yen Wu Dao was a bit dazed. Godfather? Is this family tree getting a bit tangled? Long Wuzhong roared in anger, impudent. His reaction sent Hong Yi into a panic. Godfather, what did I do wrong? Godfather, I'm just carrying out the family mission. You promised me you wouldn't interfere in this. Long Wuzhong lowered his head, his voice heavy. That's right. I did promise not to interfere. He shouted suddenly. But I never promised to let you kill my own grandson. Those words left Hong Yi completely confused. Grandson? Yin Wudao rushed over and hugged Long Wuzhong tight. Grandpa, I've missed you so much. Why haven't you come to visit me lately? Long Wuzhong immediately shifted to a doting tone. Oh, hush now, my precious little ancestor. My old injuries have been acting up these past few days. It's been hard enough just walking. Otherwise, I would have been there every single day. Seeing this, Hong Yi was utterly speechless. Grandson? Little ancestor? Even Yang Fan was shocked. The king of Hanlu, Long Wuzhong, was actually Yin Wudao's grandfather. This backing is just way too massive. Gu Wuji sneered. If you knew who his grandfather and great-grandfather were, you'd realize he has even bigger supporters than that. Yang Fan was stunned to his core. What? Seeing things take a turn for the worse. Hong Yi hurried to admit her mistake. Godfather, this is all a misunderstanding. I had no idea he was your grandson. Please forgive me. Long Wuzhong scolded her sternly. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. Even though you are the eldest daughter of the Yi family in Longqing, you are still one of my people. How could you raise a hand against my grandson? He threw a knife onto the ground. You know the regulations. Don't make me do it myself. Hong Yi said dejectedly. I understand. 3 stabs, 6 holes. Expulsion from the Elder Council. Hong Yi prepared to take her punishment. Zhu Ke will accept the penalty. But Yin Wudao stepped in and stopped her. He spoke up in her defense. Grandpa, you've got it all wrong. Hong Yi was just playing around with me. You're blowing things a bit out of proportion this time. Seeing that he was injured, Long Wuzhong said with concern, Wudao, you're hurt. Let Grandpa have a look. Yin Wudao reassured him. It's just a scratch. It's nothing to worry about. Long Wuzhong grumbled unhappily. You say you were just playing? Do you think your grandfather is that easy to trick? That girl was clearly trying to kill you. Seeing him so persistent despite his injury, Long Wuzhong felt a twinge of pride. You little rascal. Not bad. Bleeding that much and you're not even making a sound. You've certainly got the grit of the Yin family men. Yin Wudao tried his best to convince him. We really were just messing around. We were literally just kissing a moment ago. How could she turn around and want to kill me? Right, Hong Yi? She replied bashfully. I guess you could say that. Long Wuzhong frowned. Kissing? I don't believe it. Do it again, so I can see for myself. Yin Wudao was delighted. While Hong Yi grew shy, he smiled and said, Sister Hong Yi, you don't want your father to put 6 holes in you, do you? Hong Yi felt helpless. You, and she were kissing quite passionately. Gu Wujite said, Young Fen. Look, they're kissing. Hey brother, you're about to turn into the Incredible Hulk at this rate. Young Fen Dodget. Get away from me. Don't touch me. Her favorability increased again. It made Yin Wudao start to question his very existence. Hasn't that favorability been there for a while? Since there wasn't a mission yet, the system immediately sent a notification. New mission alert. Conquer the heavens, chosen woman, Hong Yi. Vermilion birth, Hong Yi. Once the target's favorability reaches 98, the mission will be complete. The reward is 5 heavens chosen points. Mastery of 18 types of weapons. Upon hearing the notification, Yin Wudao fell into deep height. 5 heavens chosen points. Just how many more hidden opportunities is this woman concealing? Something doesn't feel right. Furthermore, her real name, Hong Ye's real name, is actually Yi Hong. She shares the same surname as Yi Shui. In Dragon City, there is only one major clan with the surname Yi. It's highly likely they belong to the same family. As for why they're trying to kill each other, that's still a mystery. As expected of Dragon City, there really are a lot of heaven's chosen points here. Long Wuzhong was delighted to see the two of them so close, so he advised, it's a good thing for young people to be intimate. If that's truly how it is, I won't pursue what happened earlier. Vermilion Bird. Regarding the matter between you and the Ji family, it's best if you discuss it with Yin Wudao. Come to an agreement and reach a compromise. After all, he's already decided to protect the Ji family. If you go to war with them, you aren't guaranteed to win. Hong Yi replied obediently. Godfather, understand. Seeing her looking so dejected, Yin Wudao comforted her. Don't be upset anymore. Leave the situation between you and Yi Shui to me. I promise I'll make sure both of you are satisfied. But Hong Yi brushed his hand off. She said coldly, If it weren't for my godfather, I would have chopped you up and fed you to the dogs already. Yin Wudao became even more intrigued by her. I like this girl. Yi Shui breathed a sigh of relief. We're safe for the time being. But did you ever see a scene like this in your past life? He replied, I've never even heard of this happening. Gu Wuji reminisced. The Yin family I heard about in my past life was vastly different from how it is now. Back then, Yin Wudao had been eliminated long ago. The Dragon King Temple had declared an all-out war against the Yin family. In a few days, Yin Wudao's mother, Long Xiaolan, will be ambushed and killed. It will happen during an overseas inspection. He continued, when Long Wuzhong tried to avenge his daughter and grandson, he fell into a trap. In the end, to avoid dragging the Yin family down with him, he took his own life. But Xiaoqun didn't show the Long family any mercy. Instead, he used Long Wuzhong's past scandals to cause an uproar. This dealt a massive blow to the Yin family. Not long after, Yin Wudao's father fell ill, and the old man passed away suddenly. The various factions of the Yin family were either investigated or assassinated. A family as grand as the Yans collapsed in just 6 months. Meanwhile, Xiaoqun's reputation skyrocketed because of it. The title of Dragon King echoed throughout the entire country. Yi Shui was skeptical. Then what about Hong Yi? Did she really escape unscathed? Gu Wuji continued, not at all. Not only was she unaffected, but after Long Wuzhong died, she inherited the Azure Dragon Group. With her help, Yang Fan rose to prominence rapidly. He became a rising power in Jiang City, and she relied on Yang Fan to further develop the Azure Dragon Group. He scratched his head. I never expected the Azure Dragon Group to recover so quickly, which led to the Ji family suffering the tragedy of total extermination. Yi Shui pressed for answers. So you suspect that Hong Yi betrayed Long Wuzhong? He nodded. Exactly. I'm just still weighing whether I should tell Yin Wudao or not. Ye Zhu Furon it. You have to tell him, because we're all in the same boat now. The scene shifts to the Yin residence. Yin Wudao asked curiously, are you saying that Xiaoqun ruined my family and left us in shambles? Yin Wudao asked with concern, and that Hong Yi is likely his accomplice? Yi Shui confirmed precisely. Furthermore, something bad is going to happen to your mother in the next few days. You'd better warn her not to go abroad. Wudao, don't trust them. He immediately questioned them. What do you two know about that? Yi Shui lied. I'm skilled in divination. I use the 6 lines and 4 pillars, along with the 8 trigrams of the I Ching to calculate it. Yin Wudao frowned. He was clearly displeased that she was lying to him. If you're serious about this partnership, then tell me the truth. Which one of you is the regressor? Otherwise, I'm in no mood for your nonsense. Yi Shui was stunned. How did you know? Yin Wudao began to analyze the situation. It couldn't be Yi Shui. She's always been incredibly brilliant. If she were the one who returned, the Ji family wouldn't be caught in such a helpless position. I'm betting it's you, Yi Wui. Ji Wuji had no choice but to confess. That's right. I came back from 10 years in the future. He began to reminisce. This October, after your grandfather committed suicide, the Green Dragon Group was seized by Hong Yi. That night, Hong Yi completely wiped out the Ji family. Even he was killed on the spot. Everyone fled in a terrified panic. My 2 younger brothers and I, Ji Fengming was one of them, were lucky enough to escape. We endured countless hardships. Having tasted the bitterness of the world, my 2 brothers eventually achieved great things. 10 years later, we returned to Jiang City to wage war against Yang Fan. By then, he had become the mastermind behind the Green Dragon Group. Only then did the Ji family rise again. He hesitated for a moment. But those 15 years were simply too grueling. I was exhausted body and soul. My body was riddled with ailments. While seeking treatment later on, I was backstabbed by Yang Fan. I suffered in agony for 7 days before I finally breathed my last. When I woke up, I had returned 10 years into the past. To this very moment, he lowered his head in silence. I know this sounds like a fever dream. There's no way you believe me. But those 10 years were like a living nightmare. Sometimes, even I can't tell what was real and what wasn't. As he said this, the system announced that it had detected a new child of fortune. The rewards have dropped this much. Is the art of divination really that heaven-defying? Sensing his doubt, Daki appeared. That's not necessarily it. It's because your rank is too low. If you were a count right now, then simply completing the mission would grant you the art of prophecy. Yin Wudao pondered. It looks like I need to speed up and grind some more points. Daki frowned and spoke up. Forget the cheat codes for a second. I'm more interested in his fortune points. Ji Wuji is clearly just an average genius. His story arc is straightforward enough. Just a typical revenge-driven regressor, dominating the business world. At most, he should only be worth 2 fortune points. But for some reason, the system is offering 5. Either he has a hidden plotline, or he's being protected by a true son of heaven. In Wu Dao said playfully, "Don't overthink it, Daki. Once I finish the mission, the answer will reveal itself." Daki turned away in a huff. "Don't touch me. I'm still mad at you." In Wu Dao felt helpless. Whether they're human or divine, all women are the same. Once they're angry, they're impossible to appease. After a moment of internal debate, In Wu Dao spoke up. "So let me get this straight. This young fan might look kind on the surface, but he's actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. A man who will stop at nothing." As soon as he said that, Ji Wuji thought he didn't believe him. He asked, "Wait, do you actually believe me?" In Wu Dao replied calmly, "Why wouldn't I?" He continued, "Your guess was right. When he was 15, Yang Fan used his medical skills to expand his network, relying on the 13 Ghost Gate needles to eliminate those who opposed him. He earned the title of Ghost Physician. His reputation was legendary. He recalled Yang Fan's personality, a playboy at heart, with soulmates and beauties wherever he went. A harem of beauties as vast as the clouds, enough to make anyone green with envy." In Wu Dao wondered, "Then what about Qinya? How many women does he have before her?" Ji Wuji wipes his sweat. "At your funeral, Qinya took her own life to follow you into the afterlife. She didn't live to see the day you'd set sail and make your comeback." Yin Wu Dao never expected such a thing. "What? Qinya actually?" Right at that moment, Qinya walks over and asks, "Wu Dao, Aunt Wu just called to ask what you'd like for dinner tonight. I told her to make chicken tongues and duck heads, your favorites. Is there anything else you'd like?" Yin Wu Dao suddenly pulls her into a tight embrace. It makes her blush with embarrassment. Confused, Qinya asks, "What's wrong?" Yin Wu Dao is deeply moved. "Qinya, in this life, I promise I will treat you right." Though she doesn't understand why he's saying this, she hugs him back tightly and says shyly, "Where's all this coming from? You're making me blush." Yin Wu Dao gazes into her eyes. "Inja, in this life, I might fail anyone else, but I will never, ever fail you. I'll give you anything you want. If you want the stars in the sky, I'll gather every meteorite in the world for you." Qinya looks at him, completely infatuated. "All I want is to be by your side forever." The two of them share a deep kiss. Meanwhile, Dai Shui and Ji Wuji are standing to the side, watching. Yevui frowns. This Yin Wu Dao is really too much. He knows damn well there are 2 single people right here, yet he's still flaunting his relationship. Dai Shui counters him. "I don't see it that way. He's just showing his true feelings." Ji Wuji tries to take Dai Shui's hand. "Shuer, I didn't protect you well in our past life. In this life, I definitely will." Dai Shui pulls her hand away. She reminds him coldly, "The crisis we face in this life is far from over." Ji Wuji feels a bit awkward. For now, let's focus on dealing with the threat. But inside, he feels incredibly bitter. Ever since Shuer met Yin Wu Dao, she's been nothing but cold to me. Could it be that I'm going to lose her in a different way this time? If that's the case, then what was the point of my rebirth? Yin Wu Dao announces, "I can help you deal with Hong Dai." He emphasizes, "But I require the Ji family to submit to me. Yevui, you must kneel at my feet and swear your loyalty." Ji Wuji snaps back in anger. "On what grounds? Both you and I are heirs to the 4 great families. We are of equal status. Even if we cooperate, at most we'd be equals, brothers in arms. What makes you think you can force me to bow and serve you?" Yin Wu Dao claps his hands, speaking with pure arrogance. "If you can't see the reality of the situation, then I'll help you see it clearly." A man and a woman walk in. It's Bai Yunxi and Jiang Renjia. Bai Yunxi asks curiously, "Did I come at a bad time?" Yin Wu Dao puts his arm around her waist and says gently, "You're right on time." Jiang Renjia also dutifully sticks close to his boss. Yin Wu Dao declares dominantly, "The Jiang and Bai families have already submitted to me. If your Ji family refuses to play along, then with a single word from me, 3 great families will turn their guns on you. When that time comes, Hong Dai won't even need to lift a finger. You'll be turned to ash." He emphasizes, "Don't take this as a mere threat. This is simply the way the world is moving." I have unified 3 of the families. Even if I wanted to spare your G family, do you think the others would agree to it? Jiang Rinjia frowns before he can even speak. Our Jiang family certainly doesn't agree. Bayunchi chimes in as well. How can we let a rival sleep soundly beside us? Loyalty level increased. Ji Wuji grind his teeth and finally submits. I, Ji Wuji, swear my life and loyalty to Yen Wudao. I will never betray you. Dai Shui falls into deep thought. She never imagined things would turn out this way. The system notification flashes. Fated prodigy detected. The reborn young master has submitted, granting the Viscount the skill, retrospection. Due to insufficient loyalty of the follower, prodigy points cannot be awarded. Yin Wudao is curious. I can see other people's pasts? This retrospection skill is actually pretty wild. Yin Wudao pats him on the shoulder. Don't look so down. Since you're now loyal to me, then the Ji family's business is my business. He turned to tease Yi Shui. Ji Wuji's cousin is my cousin too. Shui, you saw what Hong Yi was capable of today. Staying with the Ji family isn't just dangerous for you. It will bring disaster upon the entire Ji household. How about you come stay at my place instead? Yin Wudao said gently. You saw what I was capable of today as well. Only I can truly protect you. Besides, with your family's brilliance, having you as my advisor would be like giving wings to a tiger. This move completely infuriated Ji Wuji. Yi Shui grew up in a Ji household. She's my childhood sweetheart. How could she possibly side with you? But Yi Shui actually agreed. This left Ji Wuji utterly stunned. How can you be so reckless? Yin Wudao put an arm around Ji Wuji's shoulder and said, I'll handle the Hong Yi situation. The Ji family is under my wing now. From now on, you just need to tell me what happens in the future. Just act as my personal prophet, and that'll be enough. Ji Wuji shot back. Do I even have a choice? The answer is no. Yin Wudao told him to start acting immediately. My dear prophet, why don't you tell me the winning lottery numbers for the next draw? Let me hit the jackpot first. Ji Wuji was dazed. How am I supposed to remember something like that? Yin Wudao teased him. Didn't you love horse racing the most? Surely you remember the races? That one horse was a total dark horse. Ji Wuji felt helpless. Don't even talk about it. He went silent for a moment. The second day after I transmigrated back, I went to bet on the horses. As it turns out, the horse I bet on was drugged by those guys. It died right there on the track. The 3 of them sighed inwardly. That is some seriously rotten luck. Bai Yunxi suggested, all gambling can be rigged, especially when you're placing massive bets. Even with the power of prophecy, things can go wrong. So, how about you predict the future of the economy instead? We can plan our investments well in advance. He thought for a moment. It seems Yin Wudao hasn't told them about his own rebirth yet. That saves me from a lot of unnecessary trouble. Ji Wuji focused, try to remember. He said confidently, in the future, medical equipment, electronics, and new energy will see the most growth. Among those, medical equipment is already dominated by the major capitalists. The electronics market is controlled by top-tier corporations. I think we should start slow with the automobile and new energy battery sectors. Yin Wudao said impatiently. Get to the point. He emphasized. Lithium mines. Yin Wudao felt a bit helpless. He still hadn't fully won Yi Shui over. He had no talent for business himself. Just thinking about it gave him a headache, but he forced himself to perk up. You guys take charge of the domestic lithium mines. I'll find a way to seize the overseas ones. You can discuss the specific investment plans with Yi Shui later. As for me, I want a 50% cut. The rest of you can split the remainder. Hearing this, Ji Wuji was fuming. 50%? Why don't you just rob us? Yin Wudao teased back. I am robbing you, he declared. I made my decision. Who's with me? Who's against me? The other 2 said in unison, I agree. Only Ji Wuji wore a look of utter misery. He was extremely annoyed, cursing inwardly. This bastard is a total bully. Seeing this, Yin Wudao felt a flash of killing intent. Not impressed yet. If I can't make him submit, I might as well just get rid of him. Yi Shui immediately stepped forward. Young Master Yin, we agree as well. Too much has happened today. It's a lot for my cousin to process all at once. I hope you can understand. Yin Wudao looked at the girl with appreciation. He thought, she really is a smart woman. But why hasn't her favorability rating shown up yet? This system is a piece of junk. Yin Wudao waved his hand generously. Xuya, I'll have Qingyu pick out a nice room for you later. Somewhere close to mine. That way, it'll be easier to protect you. She happily agreed. Thank you, young Master Yin. Everyone was satisfied. Only Ji Wuji was the exception. Jiang Rinjia tried to comfort him. Brother, look on the bright side. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she isn't worth more than your family's safety, right? Just accept your fate. He let out a heavy sigh. Yin Wudao's lips curled into a faint smirk. He thought to himself, I provoked him that much, and he still managed to endure it? Fine then. I'll handle the Ji family's affairs on my own. Rushue spoke up, her voice filled with worry. Cousin, compared to Yin Wudao, your schemes are still far behind. Yin Wudao doesn't actually want to help us. He's only lifting a finger because of a prior promise he's forced to keep. That's why he's deliberately provoking you. He wants you to be the one to back out of the partnership. That way, he can sit back and watch the sparks fly from a distance. In the end, he'll be the one reaping all the benefits. As for me acting friendly toward him, it's only to keep him steady. We can't afford to make an enemy of him just yet. We have no choice but to accept his protection. Her eyes reddened as she thought, cousin, I don't want to leave the Ji family either. But I have no choice. Only if I leave, will Hongya stop targeting the Ji family. That's the only way to keep the family from another tragedy. Cousin, please take care of yourself. After that, everyone headed back to their own rooms. Suddenly, someone launched a sneak attack. Yin Wudao was caught off guard and dazed by the blow. The pain made him howl. Damn it, he screamed out in rage. Capture that brat for me. Lin Feng immediately chased after the child. He grabbed the boy and hauled him back. Ji Fengming struggled wildly. Let me go. Let me go. Lin Feng frowned. You little brat. You have the nerve to attempt an assassination on my master right in front of me. Do you take me for a joke? This was one of the two young masters of the Ji family, Ji Fengming. Yin Wudao interrogated him. Why are you being such a menace? Who gave you permission to shoot people with a crossbow? Fengming shouted back. You're bullying my brother, and you're trying to steal Sister Rushue away. I'll kill you. Yin Wudao shook the boy back and forth, making his head spin. Listen, kid, if you want revenge, you need to be strong enough. Right now, even if I gave you a chance, you'd be useless. Rushue pleaded for him. Master Yin, he's only a child. Yin Wudao muttered grumpily. Yep, a bratty one. Daki appeared out of nowhere. Kill him. Yin Wudao was confused. He's a high-level heavenly genius? How many heavenly genius points is he worth? Daki looked terrified the moment he appeared. The system crashed, she explained. I don't know why, but I just have this overwhelming sense of dread. Yin Wudao realized something. Did the system crash because my level isn't high enough? She confirmed it. Exactly. The system grows stronger along with your level. Once you're more powerful, you'll be able to scan higher-level heavenly geniuses. Then, you can wait until they're wounded to seize their points and skills for yourself. She continued. As you can see, even heavenly geniuses have ranks. Let me guess. You suspect this brat is a high-level heavenly genius? His brother did say that in 10 years, he'd become a supreme powerhouse. She emphasized, even though the system is down, I can still see the king's chi radiating from him. Kill him. Do it now. Seeing him lost in thought, Rushue quickly fell to her knees, begging, Young Master Yin, I beg of you, please spare him. He hasn't even grown up yet. Ji Fengming remained stubborn. Sister Rushue, don't beg this guy. He can't kill me today. Just wait until I grow up. I will definitely kill him myself. Killing intent surged within Yin Wudao. This kid is clearly an unawakened high-level heavenly genius. If I'm not mistaken, the reason that loser Ji Wuji managed to get 5 heavenly genius points was because of this kid, and the reason Ruashue could never awaken her cultivation. I'm afraid it's also linked to him. Yin Wudao observed him. The kid's eyes were filled with absolute resolve. He is definitely a disaster in the making. But if I look at him from another angle, all I see is a fat sheep ready for slaughter. This much wool is enough for me to pluck a noble title out of it. He helped Rushue up. He spoke to her gently. Look at how scared you are. I was just playing with him a little. I'm a grown man. Why would I hold a grudge against a child? My reputation might not be the best, but I still have this much grace. Ruashua looks at him with eyes full of gratitude. It seems I've misunderstood him far too much. He isn't as wicked as the rumors say. Yin Wudao speaks softly. Let's go. His attitude leaves Daki confused as to why he didn't strike. He responds nonchalantly. We live in a society governed by laws. Don't force me to break them. I'm a law-abiding citizen, after all. She scoffs. You? Law-abiding? Umph. In Wudao frowns. All right, fine. Of course, I have my own plans. In short, you can rest easy. Even if he's a flood dragon, I won't give him a chance to reach the sea. She taps him lightly on the head. Fine, you don't have to kill him. But you must promise me one thing. Upgrade the system as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if I risk being detected by the heavenly Tao, I'll take matters into my own hands. In Wudao replies, within 7 days, I'll definitely reach the rank of Earl. I promise. The scene shifts to the road. Sitting in the car, In Wudao thinks to himself, I put some distance between me and the Ruo residents. Let's see if the system has recovered. Daki reports that it's back online. He wants to check the interface. Switch to the attribute interface. Let me see. How many prodigy points am I still missing? Daki says excitedly. Just 5 points left. How about we just finish off Ji Wuji? That would be exactly enough. In Wudao ponders. Wouldn't that be like drinking poison to quench a thirst? Not to mention how much of Ji Fengming's King's chi that would trigger. I'd also lose any chance of getting Roashue's prodigy points. Don't be fooled by Roashue's decent attitude toward me lately. It's actually all an act. He analyzes. Roashue grew up with Ji Wuji. Their bond is deep. It's already hard enough to sway her. Let's not make things even more difficult. I'm still counting on Roashue to increase my prodigy points. Daki is a bit confused. You can't kill this one. You can't touch that one. So, what exactly do you plan to do? He points to a specific spot. Wouldn't these 5 points be better? Daki suddenly realizes. You and Honya have only met once. And you're planning to win her over in 7 days? Aren't you just daydreaming? It would be better to go after Jiang Roashue and Bai Yunqi. The two of them combined give 6 points. In Wudao reminds her. 6 points. You've remembered wrong. Jiang Roashue is only worth 1 point. Bai Yunqi is only worth 2. She pulls up the system panel. See for yourself. He falls into thought. It's natural for favorability to fluctuate. Human hearts are unpredictable, especially the hearts of women. But why did Roashue's prodigy points suddenly spike? I already threw her husband in jail. What's the basis for this sudden increase? Unless he suddenly remembers something. Ji Wuji once mentioned that his mother was assassinated by Xiao Chan while on a business trip abroad. If I calculate the time, that should be tomorrow. He thinks of the worst-case scenario. Could it be that Xiao Chan is out of prison? He immediately orders Lin Feng to turn the car around. In Wudao rushes to the Yin Manor, drenched in sweat. Luckily, I still made it in time. Upon arriving at the Yin residence, a servant comes out to greet him. Young master, you're back. Daki probes. So you're finally listening to me? Planning to win over by Yunqi and Roashue? He disagrees. It can only be Honya. Daki is puzzled. Why? Am I not good enough? Why do you always insist on opposing me? He says with a smile. Of course I know you're great. I'm not trying to oppose you on purpose. She says dissatisfied. If you're going to talk, then talk. Hey, watch where you're putting your hands. Back off and let me explain. Fine. Then I'll tell you why. Jiao Shui was born with a stubborn, arrogant streak. She's incredibly hard to tame. She already hated me to her very core. Now that I've finally managed to turn things around a little, if I get too impatient now, it'll just backfire. Trying to force her will only lead to a dead end. As for Bai Yunqi, she's cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. She's rational and keeps a level head. The reason she's with me, first, it's to repay a debt. Second, it's a strategic alliance. Don't mess with her favorability rating for now. It's currently at 90. Any further increase will just have to depend on fate. Besides, we've already crossed that final line. There's nothing left to break through. And as for youthful romance, that's useless on someone like her. She values practical benefits more than anything. Your analysis is quite thorough. I guess you could say, if I hadn't seen her bleed that day, I would have dumped her a long time ago. The Chi spoke with genuine admiration. You really are something. Even though I'm a woman, when it comes to understanding women, I'm not even a tenth as good as you. She added proudly. You truly are my most precious host. His mother, Long Xiaolan, asked him with concern. Oh, so my son finally remembered he has an old mother waiting at home? Long Xiaolan stared at him intently. He immediately began to tease her. Mom, you're not old at all. My mother will always be young and beautiful. You'll be 18 forever. Long Xiaolan beamed. She pulled him into a hug and said happily, "My son certainly has a silver tongue." "I love hearing that." He replied with a hint of embarrassment. "Come on, Mom, don't be like that. I'm a grown man now." He gave a genuine smile, but deep down his thoughts darkened. In my past life, I was the one who dragged my mother down. She was killed because of Xiao Chun. In this life, I will never let that tragedy happen again. I will definitely eliminate Xiao Chun. I'll wipe out that threat to the Yin family once and for all. Just then, he spoke up in a stern voice. "He's only this spoiled because you constantly indulge him. He's getting more out of line by the day." He was the governor of Donghai. He commanded with a heavy gravity, "Get to my study. I have something to say to you." He pretended to be pitiful. "Mom, I am scared." Long Xiaolan snapped back. "What is there to be scared of? If your father dares to lay a hand on my son, he won't have a single moment of peace." She comforted him. "Don't be afraid. If he tries to hit you, just shout as loud as you can. I'll come and settle the score with him myself. I'll give him a taste of his own medicine for you." His confidence surged instantly. "Thanks, Mom." Inside the Yin family study, he said solemnly, "Sit down. We need to talk." He raised an eyebrow playfully. "What kind of rumors did you hear this time? Are you going to lecture me or give me another warning?" But in his mind, he sighed. "For some reason, I can't help but act like a reckless brat in front of my father. It's almost become a habit. Maybe it's just rebellion rooted in my bones." He barked angrily. "Sit up straight." He immediately straightened his posture. The sheer weight of his father's authority forced him into instant submission. He tossed a newspaper onto the desk and interrogated him. "Don't you have anything to say for yourself?" He played innocent. "Wait, Dad, you actually enjoy reading these gossip rags?" This made Ine even more furious. "Get serious." He had no choice but to explain. "Yunshi and I do have a bit of a situation, but she knows that politics and business don't mix when it comes to marriage. So, she's not asking me to take responsibility." He clearly disapproved of his son's attitude. "She's not asking you to take responsibility? So you're just going to walk away? Yunshi isn't a child anymore. After you've ruined her reputation like this, how am I supposed to look the elders of the Bai family in the eye?" He waved it off. "Dad, I prefer if you didn't interfere in my private life. I have my reasons, but I can't exactly talk about them. There's probably going to be no shortage of beautiful women around me in the future. I really don't have a choice in the matter. If I don't do this, I'll meet a truly miserable end." Hearing this, Yini flew into an even greater rage. "What the hell are you talking about? You will die without a woman? How can you say something so utterly shameless?" Disgusted by such lack of morality, he lashed out and struck him. "Get the hell out of here. I don't have a son like you." He wondered to himself in sheer helplessness. What kind of karma did I bring upon myself to father such a useless, incompetent son? He trembled with rage. The proud legacy of the Yin family is being destroyed at the hands of this rebellious brat. "I have failed my ancestors." Long Xiaolan asked worriedly. "He didn't hit you, did he?" He shook his head. "No, he didn't. But Dad seems pretty furious." She said cheerfully, "Let him be angry if he wants to. Just ignore him. As long as my son didn't get hurt, that's all that matters." She asked excitedly, "Do you want to tell me which one you're planning to choose as your wife?" He was caught off guard. She continued happily, "That elegant young lady is quite wonderful. She's very respectful and filial toward me. I like her a lot. The one next to her seems to be from the G family. She's also very beautiful. Since you have both of them, I'm sure they're both great choices." He felt a bit embarrassed. She kept rambling on. "Even though Yunshi is a bit older, she can still have children. Most importantly, she knows how to manage a household. Her personality really suits my taste as well. And that other girl was so well-behaved when we first met." She asked curiously, "If you have to pick one out of the four, who should I choose as my daughter-in-law? They're all such good girls. It's so hard to decide." He said decisively, "Only children make choices. I want them all." To his surprise, she didn't object. "Well then, I won't have to struggle with picking one anymore." He quickly took it back. "No, I'm just joking." He spoke seriously. "Let's talk about business. Aren't you supposed to go on a business trip to Country A tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, she quickly replied, "That's right. My son has grown up. You're actually starting to care about my work." He frowned. "I'll go in your place." The scene shifts. One man is blowing a horn while another beats a drum. In Country A, Neon City, a group of people are welcoming Yin Wudao's arrival. He remarked, "Being my mother's representative is certainly something else." This welcoming ceremony is quite grand. They even provided a private car. A blond man smirked with a cunning grin. He delivered himself right to our doorstep. He pressed a switch. The car instantly exploded. Thinking it was all over, he turned to walk away. Did a guy like this really think he could compete with the Dragon King? Yin Luo alone is more than enough to handle you. Yin Luo looked over. He froze in shock when he saw Yin Wudao. Weren't you supposed to be blown to bits? Yin Wudao mocked him. If I didn't survive the blast, how could I have lured you out? The system announced simultaneously. Host has waited successfully. 1 million reputation points consumed. 2,200,000 points remaining. He praised. Shue'er truly is a female Zhuge Liang. Her calculations were spot on. She replied modestly. You flatter me. Yin Wudao pointed at Rushue and said, This is your husband's subordinate. A man who uses bombs to kill. Everyone under his command is a murderer. Rushue emphasized. Ex-husband. Yin Luo pleaded for help. Sister-in-law, let me explain. We were only targeting Yin Wudao. We don't kill innocent people. He couldn't help but question him. I despise people like you, bold enough to act, but too cowardly to admit it. Weren't the translator and the driver who got into the car just now innocent? The question left him speechless. He didn't give his opponent a chance. He immediately swung his blade and struck. The blade flew straight toward Yin Luo. Yin Luo sneered. You think a single flying dagger can take my life? You're severely underestimating me. To his own surprise, he barely managed to dodge it. Yin Luo pulled out his gun and threatened him. Even if the blast didn't kill you, you're dead now. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was forced out of the game. Lin Feng appeared. Have you been abroad? So long you've gone soft? Do you not watch Yin Shuangying movies? The invincible war god emphasized. Don't talk too much trash before you kill someone. And especially, don't stop to strike a pose. System notification. Successfully eliminated General Yin Luo, subordinate of the king. Received 1 heavenly prodigy point. It all made sense to him now. So Shao Chun really is the Dragon King. The reason he only had 1 point was because the rest were distributed among his 3 top generals. And the points of the chosen heroines correspond to their status as the child of destiny. This is also why Qingya has hidden points. Lin Feng asked for instructions. What's a move now? This is Shao Chen's territory. Should we ask country A for extra protection? He replied, about that. Why don't we ask our strategist, Yi? She immediately spoke up. Just stick to what we discussed on the way. Well then, there should be 2 generals left under the Dragon King. Specifically, the god of wealth and the tyrant. With the tyrant's influence in country A, he can definitely mobilize security forces to protect us. So, asking for more protection is basically just adding more enemies to our plate. Lin Feng understood. Then let's do that. I have some old comrades on this side. We could take cover with them first. Ruoshua disagreed. No need. After losing Yin Luo, they'll definitely be blinded by rage. We might as well stay at the hotel they've designated and just play along. Everyone arrived at the previously mentioned hotel. Yin Wudao was lost in thought. This wasn't just any designated hotel. It was the lair of Shao Chen's Dragon King temple. He frowned. It seems Shao Chen's influence in country A is truly massive. He even got the government to change the delegation's residence to his own turf. Ruoshua reminded him. I didn't expect them to make this move either. Our danger level is extremely high right now. But now that we're in the lion's den, there's no leaving. Everyone, proceed according to plan. Inside the hotel, Jiang Rexu questioned him loudly. You brought me to country A. Wasn't it to acquire micro-ores? Why are Shao Chen subordinates here? You're clearly trying to make things difficult for me. Yin Wudao teased her again. Of course we're buying the ores. But it's also time to settle the score between us and Shao Chun. She said bashfully, but I don't want to see him, and I don't want to be your pawn. He noticed there were cameras around, so he let out a fake shout. Her favorability suddenly dropped as he forced her into an embrace. Yin Wudao sneered. Woman, it seems you still don't understand the situation. Yao, Ruoshua blushed, thinking to herself. As expected, he's finally making his move. She ran off, sobbing. I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. He's nothing but a playboy after all. However, Yin Wudao stopped. You belong to me now. You do exactly what I tell you to do. Don't you dare try to bargain with me. Surprisingly, her favorability kept rising. He threatened. This was just a light warning. You won't be so lucky if there's a next time. Xiao Chun was so furious he nearly spat blood. In Wu Dao, you dare lay a finger on my woman. You're a dead man. He barked out a furious order. Bring them to me. I want to kill In Wu Dao with my own hands. And I want Rawashua to watch. The door was kicked open. The tyrant walked in with his men. Tyrant, In Wu Dao feigned terror. Someone's here. We're under attack. The tyrant remained eerily calm. In Wu Dao, didn't see this coming, did you? He glared at In Wu Dao. Quit screaming. Your delegation security was replaced by my people long ago. He ordered, take them to see the Dragon King. In Wu Dao played dumb. Dragon King Xiao Chun? Isn't he supposed to be in prison? You bastards won't get away with this. The tyrant mocked him. I never thought you'd be stupid enough to walk right into our hands. In Wu Dao remained arrogant. Tyrant was livid. Who the hell do you think you are, mocking me? You're at death's door, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Yen Wu Dao's expression suddenly shifted. Stay here. Tyrant was stunned. What? Before he could even finish his sentence, Yen Wu Dao sent him straight to the King of Hell. Immediately after, all the subordinates were swiftly dealt with. Tyrant was bewildered. Aren't your hands supposed to be tied? Yen Wu Dao gave a cold smirk. When you haven't seen someone for 3 days, you ought to look at them with fresh eyes. Did you really think I was still the same Yen Wu Dao you could just push around whenever you liked? Wu Dao gave Lin Feng the order. He's all yours. Tyrant was scared out of his wits. Big brother, watch out. Watch out for Yen Wu Dao. Lin Feng picked up a gun. Sorry about this. I'll be borrowing some of your gear. The system notification appeared. Successfully eliminated Tyrant, a general under the Dragon King's command. Received 1 Paragon point. Afterward, he disguised himself as Tyrant. No matter what happens inside later, do not come in. The Dragon King and I can handle it. The fake Tyrant reported in. Dragon King, I've brought the target. This brat is the same as ever. He couldn't even handle a single blow. Xiao Chun looked at Rushue with deep affection. Rushue, protect Xiao Chun. Yen Wu Dao is the head of the Jiang family now. You can't kill him. If you do, you'll bring ruin to the Jiang family, he said. It's only 10 billion. Just say the word, and I can give you 10 times that amount. Besides, Yen Wu Dao must die today. Tyrant walked in and asked Dragon King, shall I be the one to execute Yen Wu Dao? But Tyrant suddenly aimed the muzzle at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was shielded by the old man at his side, but he was still utterly shocked. Tyrant, what the hell are you doing? Shun Kai shouted a warning. Big brother, run. Now, that's not Tyrant. Xiao Chun was heartbroken. San Kai, my good brother. Lin Feng finally laughed and ripped off the mask. That's right. I'm not Tyrant. I'm a soldier king, Lin Feng. Yen Wu Dao gave the command. Enough talk. Kill him. Xiao Chun was stunned. I didn't expect you to know martial arts. I completely misjudged you. He threw himself out the window to escape. Wu Dao shouted at the top of his lungs. Don't let him get away. A group of men immediately gave chase. Shun Kai screamed. Big brother, go. Hurry. System notification. Successfully eliminated Shun Kai, a general under the Dragon King. Received 1 Paragon point. Xiao Chun was overcome with grief. San Kai, I will definitely avenge you. He rushed out the door. His subordinates arrived just in time to assist. Lord Dragon King. He barked an order. All members of the Dragon King Palace, listen to my command. Xiao Chun was furious to the point of madness. Use everything we have to kill Yen Wu Dao. His subordinates immediately obeyed and stormed upstairs. Someone reported. They're in the Dragon King's room. Move. Kill them all. Xiao Chun ordered, give it to me. A subordinate asked respectfully, Dragon King. What about your wife? Xiao Chun snapped back. Don't you dare mention her. Every time she comes up, I lose my damn mind. That unfaithful woman is never coming back. After all these years, it's time I let go of this obsession. I won't let her hold me back anymore. If necessary, kill her along with them. Lin Feng observed the situation from the outside, reporting, it's pure chaos out there. There are people everywhere. If we step out now, we'll be turned into Swiss cheese. What's the plan? System notification. Mask equipped. Consumed 100,000 reputation points. Exchange for 3 sets of combat gear. Consumed 300,000 reputation points. Equipped 1 Schienberg combat suit. Consumed 1 million reputation points. 800,000 reputation points remaining. Yin Wudao finished handing out the equipment. This body armor is made from the latest experimental materials. Everyone, gear up and follow me out. Rushue asked curiously, Rushue, why did you marry Xiao Chen anyway? Jiang Rushue explained, I'm the only daughter of the Jiang family. They're afraid that once I get married, I'll transfer all the family assets out. That's why they demanded I take in a live-in husband. Years ago, I did Xiao Chen a favor by giving him a simple meal. To repay that debt, he took the initiative to become my family's son-in-law. But honestly, what kind of repayment is this? Yishuo looked at her with curiosity. He's the legendary Dragon King, yet he spent 3 whole years playing the part of a useless loser just for you. Is there really nothing between you two? Jiang Ruoxue shook her head immediately. Nothing at all. In fact, I despise him. If it wasn't for a way to deal with my family, I wouldn't have married anyone in this lifetime. Yishuo teased her. Then what if Yin Wudao wanted to marry you? Her face flushed crimson as she began to stammer. Suddenly, the air between them fell into a heavy silence. Ye Zhu Yi spit it. You're truly beautiful. Jiang Ruoxue replied softly. You're beautiful too. Right then, everyone began moving toward the exit. Lin Feng barked out an order. They broken in. Everyone follow me. The subordinates spotted them and let out a roar. We found them. Kill them all. The attackers were instantly sent flying. Lin Feng shouted with excitement. Boss, your strength is unparalleled. Yin Wudao finished changing his gear. He struck an imposing, badass pose. Lin Feng stared in awe, full of admiration. Man, he looked so cool. But the cool moment didn't even last 3 seconds. Another squad of men came rushing toward them. Yin Wudao warned everyone to stay sharp. A hail of gunfire erupted, aimed directly at Yin Wudao. However, his armored suit blocked every single bullet. Yin Wudao flicked his wrist, launching several throwing knives. The group of men collapsed instantly. The 2 girls rushed over to him, panicked. You were hit. Let us see where you're hurt. Wait. How is there not a single scratch on you? This completely defies the laws of science. Yin Wudao gave them a brief explanation. It's a custom-made battle suit. It's impervious to blades and bullets. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. They fought desperately to make it to the exit, clearing out countless subordinates along the way. Everyone had to admit it. Damn, the boss is even stronger than before. No wonder he can command the 4 great families. His talent really is on another level. By the time they burst through the main gates, the ground was littered with the bodies of fallen men. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one, but Yin Wudao managed a small smile. We finally made it out. I almost pissed myself thinking I'd die in there. Jiang Ruoxue played along with the joke. I can't believe we're actually alive. Yishuo frowned, her breathing heavy. This is bad. I can't run another step. Don't worry about me, just go. Yin Wudao tried to comfort her. Then let's take a breather. They won't catch up to us just yet. Suddenly, a girl leaped out from nowhere. She let out a piercing scream. Yishuo. It was Hong Yi. She let out a furious roar as her blade hummed. Xing. Di. Yin Wudao instantly threw himself forward to save her. Look out. The system notification flared up again. Warning. Mystic Thread Battlesuit has sustained critical damage. Please retreat immediately for repairs. Yishuo was bewildered. Yin Wudao. Why would you be so stupid? He looked at her with a dead serious expression. I told you I would protect you. Hong Yi fell silent for a moment. Yin Wudao. You're ruining my plans again. Yin Wudao glared back, frustrated. Hong Yi, you're seriously persistent. To think you chase us all the way to Country A. Yishuo looked at him with eyes full of gratitude. I was clearly just using you. Yet time and time again, you've put your life on the line to save me. What am I supposed to do with these feelings? Hong Yi lunged at the 2 of them in a fit of rage. Enough with this deep love act. Just die already. Suddenly, a bullet tore through Hong Yi. Ruoxue screamed in horror. Hong Yi, no. Xiao Chun stepped out from the shadows. Yin Wudao belongs to me. I'll be the one to finish him with my own 2 hands. He spoke through gritted teeth. No one is allowed to take him from me. Yin Wudao finally snapped, his anger boiling over. You killed Hong Yi and ruined my prodigy points. I'll tear you into 100 pieces. Xiao Chun began firing like a maniac, his voice a guttural roar. D. The system warnings flashed incessantly. Warning. The battle suit is severely damaged. Defensive capabilities are about to fail. Please retreat immediately. The system continues to issue warnings. The combat armor has lost its protective effectiveness. Host is urged to retreat immediately. Xiao Chun glares. Yin Wudao, go to hell. Yin Wudao remains fearless. Xiao Chun laughs maniacally. To his shock, the gun is empty. Out of ammo. Yin Wudao growls, my turn. He swings his blade toward Xiao Chun. Both girls outside are fraught with worry. Jiao Rikshu consoles her. It'll be okay. He brought this on himself. If he doesn't die, we will. Lin Feng reports, boss. She's still alive. Yin Wudao is taken aback. Find a hospital. Get us to a hospital now. The situation is still too volatile. We can't risk going to a public hospital right now. Lin Feng contacted a Chinese-run clinic nearby. It's relatively safe. The doctor informs them that her injuries are too severe. He fears she won't make it. Yin Wudao roars at the doctor. You just want more money, don't you? I have plenty of money. Is 100 million enough? If not, I'll give you 1 billion. Just save her life. I'll give you whatever you want. The doctor stammers in terror. I'm telling the truth. Let go of me. Let go. Lin Feng has no choice but to hold Yin Wudao back. Wudao, get a grip on yourself. Panicking won't help right now. The more you lose it, the less we can solve this. He tells himself, he's right. I can't lose it. I have to stay calm. The two women outside watch this scene. One smiles. He really does cherish those close to him. I see more and more how much he values loyalty and affection. Yin Wudao speaks softly. Everyone, please step out. Come back tomorrow morning. I'll save her myself. Success or failure depends entirely on tonight. The others remind him, all right then. Don't take it too hard. Take care of yourself. Yin Wudao mutters to himself. I've never performed surgery before. But since I've merged modern medical talent with the 13 ghost needles, saving her shouldn't be a problem. First, I'll use the 13 ghost needles to stabilize her heart. That should increase the surgery's success rate. He prepares everything and begins the operation. Hong Yisais Invandev. I didn't expect you to know surgery too. You're nothing like the playboy they say you are. He warns her, don't talk. Save your strength. You've lost far too much blood. There's no blood supply here. I'm worried your blood pressure won't hold out. Hong Yi replies nonchalantly. Life and death are fated. Wealth is determined by heaven. Maybe it's better if I die. Then I won't have to worry about that jinx die, Shui getting me killed one day. Yin Wudao advises her. I don't know what kind of deep-seated grudge is between you two. But whatever it is, wait until you've recovered to settle it. He pulls her shirt aside, but she stops him. Hong Ye's eyes well up with tears. I just finished praising you, and you're already showing your true colors? I'm on the verge of death, and you're still going to make a move on me? Aren't you disgusted by the mess I am right now? He says seriously, I'm not. Hong Ye sops. Are you really going to take advantage of this? He denies it. No. You have several pieces of shrapnel in you. I need a clear view to get them out. Finally, he breathes a sigh of relief. It's done. All the fragments are out. Suddenly, he notices something is wrong. Hong Ye is passed out. Critical blood loss. She needs a transfusion immediately. When Hong Ye finally wakes up, she thinks groggily. I'm still alive? After losing that much blood, I was certain I was a goner. Wait, so I'm getting a transfusion. But where would a tiny clinic like this get blood overnight? Yin Wudao is sitting beside her. He looks utterly exhausted. She realizes instantly. He used his own blood to save her. She sat up and reminded him. Wudao, come to bed and sleep. Dazed, he murmured. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw her affection level had reached 93. Not bad. A whole night spent on surgery and blood transfusions. It seems it wasn't for nothing. He asked excitedly, come to bed? You're the one who said it. She asked shyly, Yin Wudao, what are you planning to do? Don't come over here. He teased her. What I want to do? You know exactly what's on my mind. Seeing this, she threatened him. Don't you dare come any closer. If you take another step, I won't be polite. He grabbed her hand and frowned. Oh, just how impolite are we talking about? Startled, she dropped the knife she was holding. Yin Wudao seized the opportunity. He immediately kissed her, leaving her completely unable to resist. You bastard. You didn't even give me a moment to prepare. He pulled her into a tight embrace, and she didn't pull away. She whispered softly, be gentle. It's my first time, and I'm still injured. A system notification rang out. Affection level for Hong Ye has reached 100. Mission complete. Reward received. 5 heavenly prodigy points, peerless maiden. Mastery of the 18 martial arts. Total talent points have reached 16. Requirements met to upgrade to Earl rank. System auto-upgrade initiated. Lightning struck down at the Minglong Clinic. Meanwhile, at Mount Shushan in Huaxia, inside the Yunzhongguan, a man sat cross-legged in meditation. This was the master of Yunzhongguan, Yun Xiaozi. He saw the statue bleeding. Yin Xiaozi was horrified. The great ancestor sheds tears. A monstrous evil has surely been born. Chaos is about to descend upon the world. He performed a divination. This person's presence is incredibly powerful. Something unseen for 1,000 years. I fear they have come to seize. The heavenly providence. The evil entity has appeared by the shores of Dragon Tail Lake. It shouldn't possess such an overwhelming aura. How can its presence reach the very heavens? After speaking, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Terrified, he gasped, "Too frightening. My cultivation is not enough to suppress this monster's wicked energy." He petitioned the great ancestor. This disciple carries a great destiny. Protected by the heavenly way, he will surely be able to subdue this demon. The time has come. This disciple requests to descend a mountain. This was the young celestial master, Li Daoi. He gave his instructions, but remember this. You must never become attached to the mortal world. You must not break your vows. You must enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Eliminate the evil. He replied, "Master, I will keep in mind." Yun Xiaozi added, "My disciple, you must remember, beauty is like a wolf or a tiger. It can erode a man's will, let alone touching it. You shouldn't even think about it." He accepted the order. "Master is right. I will definitely etch your words into my heart." Suddenly, he realized something. His master added one more thing. Beauty is the greatest distraction. I have recently been in secluded meditation to resist such impure thoughts. One needs strong external interference to forge a resilient heart. You are still young. You must never attempt this lightly. Lidoya da parta. He recalled the words his master once told him. "My disciple, within your fate, a demonic tribulation is entwined. If you cannot overcome this trial, a single thought will turn you into a demon. You will fall into eternal damnation. If you can successfully pass this tribulation and return after subduing the evil, that will be the moment of your long-awaited ascension." The scene shifts. Back at the Minglong Clinic in Country A, 2 hands remained tightly interlocked. Hong Ye sat shyly beside Yin Wu Dao. Jiang Ruoxua walked in and immediately asked about Hong Ye's injuries. "The wound has healed, but did she lose her mind? Ever since I walked through the door, she hasn't stopped smiling like an idiot. Is there something funny?" Yin Wu Dao spoke nonchalantly. "Don't mind her," he explained. "In short, she won't be coming after you anymore. We can talk about everything else once we're back home. The priority right now is finalizing the deal for the lithium mines." Jiang Ruoxua spoke with a worried expression. "The lithium mines would definitely be a breakthrough, but it's not up to me to decide." Yin Wu Dao knew the reason all too well. "It's about the Dragon King Temple's legacy, isn't it?" Jiang Ruoxua broke into a cold sweat. "That's right. I had no idea the Dragon King Temple sat on tens of billions in assets. And now, I've become the sole heir. The lawyers have already called me several times. I honestly don't know what to do." Yi Shui spoke with admiration. "Ruoxua, you've just become the wealthiest woman in all of China." Yin Wu Dao asked curiously. "But what does this have to do with the lithium mines?" She explained. "The Dragon King Temple holds half the shares in the Lithium Mine Alliance, and that alliance controls several of the largest lithium mines in Country A. If we get our hands on those, we won't need to go around negotiating for individual mines. It would save us so much trouble." Yin Wu Dao raised an eyebrow. "Then, why the hesitation? Just go ahead and inherit the Dragon King Temple." Jiang Ruoxua protested. "If you hadn't shown up, I might have actually done it. But now I'm on your side. I saw him die with my own eyes last night. How can you expect me to just take over his inheritance? I'm not as shameless as you." He gave a cold laugh. "Make the right choice here. Don't get blinded by the Dragon King Temple's wealth. Having the right to inherit doesn't mean you'll actually be able to. Even if you live long enough to inherit it, you might not live long enough to spend it," he explained. "The Dragon King Temple operates in both the light and shadows. They started out as mercenaries. The financial backers behind them are incredibly complex. They have deep-rooted connections throughout Country A. And they even hold the secrets of many influential figures. An organization like that, once a pillar like Shao Chun is gone, if there's no one strong enough to keep them in line, it will collapse in no time. Lin Feng chimed in. He's right. The boss is absolutely right. I've heard things about the Dragon King Temple from my political contacts as well. Jiang Ruoxue still felt a lingering sense of relief. You're right. I was still hesitating this morning. If I'd taken it, I might have ended up dead in a gutter tomorrow. It's much safer following this bastard Wu Dao. She asked. So what should I do? He replied without a second thought. Hand it over to the state. That was the last thing anyone expected. At Cassie Beach, Lu Man was walking with a group of people. She handed some documents to Jiang Ruoxue. These are the 3 largest lithium mines in the country. Consider a reward. This left Jiang Ruoxue stunned. 3 lithium mines? Lu Man explained. We are deeply grateful for your contribution. The relevant departments won't forget what you've done. If you ever face any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Jiang Ruoxue said in surprise. Is this basically using billions to buy a lifelong protection charm? A sense of peace settled over the scene. Lu Man was speaking with Wu Dao. Wu Dao said, Thank you for acting as the bridge for this matter. You truly are the descendant of our former leader. I admit I was prejudiced against you before. He replied humbly. That's all in the past. No need to bring it up again. Just treat me a bit better from now on. She made a promise, looking a bit bashful. I'll see you back home then. With that, Lu Man left. Lin Feng, having witnessed this, asked curiously, Why didn't you tell her the truth about Shao Chun? Her negligence nearly got you killed. He replied, What's the rush? I got all figured out. Wu Dao calculated silently. Lu Man went through the entire protagonist's plotline without showing any signs of breaking. She definitely has a massive amount of Providence points. And it's definitely not just a little. I'll just play along with her for now. Let her owe me a favor. When the time is right, I'll help her remember everything about Qin Tian and Shao Chun. I'll see how she plans to pay me back then. He walked away leisurely. Women. Jiang Ruoxue handed him the lithium mine documents. Young Master Yin, these 3 lithium mines belong to you now. He was quick to refuse. Belong to me? No, he said nonchalantly. Ever since I was born, I've had more money than I could ever spend. To me, it's just a string of numbers. The only reason I came abroad to acquire lithium mines was because taking money from these foreign devils feels so much better. What I'm after is the thrill, not the money. His words leave Ling Ruoxue deep in thought. Satisfaction? All he wants is satisfaction, not money. But if he doesn't care about money, then why does he keep that little honey by his side? She stares intently at Wu Dao. I really can't figure this guy out. The sky is crystal clear. White clouds drift by in clusters. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the palm fronds. Beneath the towering palm trees on the sandy shore, a crowd has gathered, cheering and shouting. Oni, a major shareholder of the Lithium Mine Alliance, is in the middle of a boxing match. He comes to this beach every week to fight. No one has ever been able to beat him. Oni relentlessly unleashes a barrage of fierce punches. He shows no mercy, slamming his fists into his opponent's face. Having satisfied his urge, he looks at his opponent with a sinister grin. You're the 19th person I've crushed today. You guys are pathetic. He scans the crowd. His face darkens as he bellows at the top of his lungs. Does anyone else have the guts to face me? Beat me, and I'll give you 10 million. Even if you just manage a draw, I'll still count it as your win. But the people around him only raise their hands in surrender. They back away one after another. Suddenly, 2 men appear. That's not nearly enough money. I'm not interested. Wu Dao and Lin Feng emerge from behind Oni, startling him. He asks scornfully, What are you saying? That if I raise the prize to 100 million, you'll actually have the balls to challenge me? Wu Dao replies confidently, Of course. But a split second later, he shoves the opportunity on a Lin Feng. While he chuckles, Me? I wouldn't dare. But my bodyguard here can knock every single tooth out of your head. Lin Feng begins cracking his wrists, intimidating his opponent. Seeing this, Oni pulls on his boxing gloves and snarls. Fine then, I'll make it 100 million. I'm going to beat you until you beg for mercy. He strikes with the speed of a whirlwind, growing more aggressive with every move, his fists high in the air. The crowd erupts in chatter. Someone needs to show him what real martial arts looks like. Their fists collide, creating a staggering shockwave. Oni is shaken to his core. This power, It's terrifying. Yin Wudao stands on the sidelines, watching closely, feeling a hint of anxiety. Oni is known as the humanoid kangaroo. He's a famous champion from the rings of Country A. It seems his reputation isn't just for show. Lin Feng is strong, but if he relies on brute force alone, he might not last long. Oni rains down a merciless storm of blows on Lin Feng, forcing him into a desperate passive defense. Someone screams, "Look, it's Oni's store barrage. No one can block that. Looks like that skinny monkey is finished." But to everyone's shock, Lin Feng actually blocks the storm barrage. He did it. Lin Feng suddenly counterattacks. A single punch connects squarely with Oni, sending a spray of blood from his mouth. The crowd goes wild again. He actually found an opening in Oni's defense. The whispers grow louder. My God, it's a draw. Lin Feng maintains his defensive stance, thinking to himself, it's a good thing Wudao gave me that Dragon Essence Tiger Vigor pill. Otherwise, I never would have stood a chance. He snaps angrily. You. Yin Wudao suddenly cuts in. Like we said, a draw means we split the pot. You're not planning on going back on your word, are you? Don't tell me people from Country A don't value their honor. Yin Wudao had a plan all along. Pin the blame on the opponent first. Yin Wudao continues to taunt him. Is that all you've got? And you dare call this a challenge? I thought you were some kind of boxing king. Turns out you're just a paper tiger. Huh. Oni is so livid he rips off his gloves. I have more money than I know what to do with. That wasn't enough. I want to keep going, fuming with nowhere to vent his rage. Oni points directly at Yin Wudao. I want a piece of you. Yin Wudao puts on an innocent act. Stop joking around. I don't even know how to fight. Before he can even finish his excuse, Oni charges at him like a madman. Name your price. But first, I'm going to beat the hell out of you. Yin Wudao effortlessly dodged his punch. So if I win, you'll sell all your shares in the Lithium Mining Alliance to me. Oni smugly agreed. He had no idea disaster was about to strike. Deal. Having achieved his goal, Yin Wudao's expression immediately darkened. His eyes turned blood red. Coldly, he said, I was just waiting for you to say that. With those words, Yin Wudao instantly struck. His fist was shrouded in a powerful aura. He unleashed a rising dragon punch, aiming straight for Oni's chin. A massive explosion of power erupted from Yin Wudao, engulfing Oni. Standing nearby, Lin Feng couldn't hide his shock. The rising dragon punch. Oni staggered, reeling from his defeat. You bastard. That was dirty. You were faking being weak. Yin Wudao flexed his wrist. I wasn't faking anything. You just weren't strong enough to beat me. At that moment, Oni finally realized the gravity of his mistake. He collapsed to his knees. I can't withstand a punch like that. Yin Wudao spoke up. If I hadn't held back, that one strike would have ended your life. Deep down, you know that's the truth. Oni managed a single word. Thank you. Finally, Oni had no choice but to sign the contract. He honored the bet. After signing, he handed the contract to Yin Wudao. My shares in the Lithium Alliance aren't that significant. The one who's truly difficult to deal with is the young lady. She isn't fond of fighting. Yin Wudao smiled and handed him a small pill. This is a healing pill. You should give it a try. Without any suspicion, Oni took it. He swallowed it whole. A second later, his eyes lit up with newfound clarity. His entire body surged with vitality. Good God, is this the mysterious power of the East? It's miraculous. Meanwhile, inside the Duchess's magnificent mansion, after taking the medicine, Oni, following protocol, he ordered his subordinates to search Yin Wudao and Lin Feng's belongings. A body search is standard procedure here at the Duchess's estate. Please, cooperate with us. He patted his chest as he spoke. Don't worry, I'm on great terms with the young lady. I'll make sure nothing goes wrong. Suddenly, a series of rapid footsteps echoed through the hall. The three of them turned to look. Dozens of gun barrels were pointed directly at them. Oni and Yin Wudao quickly raised their hands. Yin Wudao asked, You're sure nothing's going to go wrong? Just then, the clicking of high heels pierced through the tense atmosphere. Yilin spoke up. Oni, don't blame me for being disrespectful. These people killed my beloved Shao Chun. I want their lives in exchange. Lin Feng stood there as if struck by lightning. His eyes literally turned into hearts. He couldn't help but blurt out, She's gorgeous. Yin Wudao noticed his strange behavior. He thought to himself, Is Lin Feng actually falling for her? Well, as his brother, shouldn't I give him a hand? Oni nervously approached her. Yilin, Mr. Yin Wudao is incredibly powerful. I've personally tested his strength. He is more than qualified to take Xiao Chen's place. Don't be impulsive. Think this through carefully. Yilin's voice was firm. Even if he could replace Xiao Chen's status, he could never replace the place Xiao Chen holds in my heart. Hearing this, he raised his hand. Well, I wouldn't be so sure about that. His purple gold pupils activated. Yilin looked annoyed. She pointed her finger directly at Yin Wudao's face. You bastard. I'm going to kill you right now. Before she could finish her sentence, she clutched her forehead. Her head spun with a violent dizziness. It felt as if something new had been forced into her mind. He stepped forward and gently patted Yilin on the shoulder. Suddenly, Yin Wudao spoke. I am your father. It's been a great undertaking, raising you to be this big. And yet, you refuse to listen. You spend all your time out here, causing trouble. She looked dazed. Yilin took a step back. She drew her gun and aimed it straight at him. Why did you kill Xiao Chen, Dad? Why do you always try to stop us from being together? Why? Yin Wudao broke into a cold sweat. He groaned inwardly. Good grief. I've ended up with an unfilial daughter who's a hopeless romantic. Furious, he pushed his purple gold pupils to maximum power once again. The one you've always loved isn't Xiao Chen. It's the Soldier King, Lin Feng. The two of you once had a romantic encounter, dancing together around a campfire, laughing together in a vineyard, riding horses together to watch the sunrise. After finishing one page, Yin Wudao covered his face. He groaned that he was about to go blind. Just then, Eileen suddenly turned to look at Lin Feng, her cheeks flushing. She quickly threw herself into his arms. Lin Feng, my love, my white ram prince. I knew this was all you're doing. Lin Feng cried out inwardly. Yin Wudao, I beg you, act like a human for once. Yin Wudao leaned in and whispered, Brother, sorry for the trouble. He pointed at Eileen, who was clinging to him. He couldn't exactly say he felt wronged. It was just a bit sudden. At that moment, they entered the Duke's mansion. Eileen elegantly signed her name on the contract. The two men stood not far away. Lin Feng whispered, Isn't her change a bit too drastic? Yin Wudao stood there calmly and explained, This is only temporary. After all, the purple gold pupils are just an external force. Whether Eileen's heart stays under your control or not, that's still up to you. If things start looking bad, you'd better make a run for it. The Eileen family isn't one to be messed with. Just as he finished speaking, she held up the contract and shouted, It's signed. Yin Wudao took the contract. Master Yin began planning the next move. Lin Feng, stay here and enjoy yourself for a few days. While you're at it, help Jiang Rushua take over the Lithium Mining Alliance. Suddenly, Lin Feng's face turned beet red, looking like he wanted to sink into the ground. I don't know if you believe in love at first sight, but I feel like I've been hit by a bolt of lightning. She covered her mouth and giggled. I believe you. I've already fallen for you. Yin Wudao stood behind Lin Feng and muttered, My bad. I was just transferring power to your inner reserves. Of course, there's an electric current. He quickly recognized the rising dragon fist. Not bad. It's a pity your constitution doesn't fit other techniques. Next time I find a suitable internal cultivation method, I'll pass it to you. The entire process was handled neatly. Unexpectedly, outside the Duke's mansion, the sun was still shining just as before. Lin Feng waved goodbye. You little brat. Take care. Yin Wudao leaned over and waved back. You too. Then he and Orny departed. After walking for a bit, Orny couldn't help but marvel. Incredible. You're the most powerful master of hypnosis I've ever seen. The mystical power of the East truly lives up to its reputation. Yin Wudao was startled. He turned back to look at Orny. I was too careless. How could I let an outsider know about this? Yin Wudao hypnotized Orny. The Duke's daughter and Lin Feng fell in love at first sight. They quickly drowned in the river of love that we witnessed. Nothing else happened. Orny repeated blankly. Witnessed their love. Meanwhile, at the airport, Hong Yi and Yin Wudao boarded the plane. Feeling like something was missing, she asked, Wait, why didn't Lin Feng come? He replied cheerfully. Lin Feng found himself a sugar mommy. He's off to live the good life. Hong Yi laughed and said, Stop being so improper. The two of them boarded the plane, leaving Yishui and Jiang Rushua standing behind with heavy expressions. The plane soon landed at Jiangxing International Airport. Yin Wudao smiled brightly and whispered, "Finally back." Jiang Rushue followed behind him, looking deep in thought. "We secured the world's largest lithium mining alliance for a tiny price." One could say it was a massive haul, but for some reason, her heart felt empty. She couldn't bring herself to feel happy at all. On the other side, Yishui wasn't any happier. "Even though, young master, Yin helped me deal with Hong Ye's pursuit, it seems he had to use his charms as a honey trap. I already owed him my life, and now I owe him another favor. I really don't know how I'll ever repay him. I don't have to worry about my life anymore. I should be celebrating, but for some reason, there's a sense of loss in my heart." Just then, someone in the hall holding roses shouted, "Sister Hong, Sis Hong is here." Hong Ye turned back to look at Yin Wudao, her expression flustered. "Please don't misunderstand. It's just that he saved my life once, so..." Wudao smiled. "Of course. I understand. Go ahead." With that, she hurried toward the man. Hong Ye's voice sounded a bit impatient. "Young Fen, stop giving me roses. And don't be so overly familiar. I'm afraid Yin Wudao will get the wrong idea." He froze. "What? Afraid of Yin Wudao misunderstanding?" He walked over and called out, "Hongya, let's go." Master Yin Wudao approached. Resentment surged within Yang Fan. No way, he thought. Hongya would never listen to him. She's definitely going to give this bastard a slap. But reality turned out to be the exact opposite of what he expected. Hongya ran over and threw her arms around Yin Wudao. Yang Fan was so shocked that the bouquet in his hands hit the floor. Watching the two of them walk away, he collapsed to the ground. Upstairs, the two were still laughing and talking happily. Hongya said coquettishly, "I want to try your hometown cooking. Tell the kitchen to whip up something delicious." Yang Fan screamed in his heart. How did Hongya change so much in just a few short days? Yin Wudao glanced back. Now is the perfect time to strike, he thought. Just then, Hongya suddenly whispered to Yin Wudao, "Can you promise me that you won't take Yang Fan's life? He did save me once, after all. He isn't a bad person at heart. He's just a bit too overbearing." Yin Wudao reached out and tilted her chin up. "Since you're the one asking, of course I don't have a problem with it. But how do you plan on thanking me?" Hongya's face turned bright red. She stammered. "Whatever you say goes." The two arrived at the hotel. Hongya felt a bit shy. Why the sudden urge to come to my place? If my godfather finds out, he'll kill me. She was quickly tied up and tossed onto the bed. Yin Wudao took off his coat. Now, this is what I call exciting. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Azure Dragon nightclub, Jiang Renjia had his arm around Yang Fan's shoulder, comforting him. "Brother Yang Fan, don't be sad anymore. She's just a loose woman anyway. Once we start working together, it won't be long before we can crush that Yin Wudao." He excitedly raised his hand. "Open 10 bottles of peach blossom wine. Today, Brother Yang Fan and I aren't leaving until we're dead drunk." Yang Fan sat there looking disinterested. But he nodded. "Right? Kill him." Inside a luxury private room, under the dim, hazy lights, Yang Fan was already a bit tipsy. Two women with smoking hot bodies sat beside him, pressing him to drink. "Have another, handsome. Drink up." Yang Fan pushed them away. "No, I have to stay pure. I can't do anything reckless." The blonde girl leaned in even closer. "Hey, handsome, you're being such a hypocrite. Still talking about staying pure? I'm this close, and you're not even a little excited?" The proximity startled Yang Fan. "No, Before he could finish his sentence, he slumped back onto the sofa. "Screw it," he muttered. "Let's just do it. It's been so long. What's the harm in a little pleasure? Crank up the music. Keep dancing." Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a violent bang. Yang Fan and the two girls jolted upright in shock, clutching the blankets tight. Several people burst in, shouting, "Police raid. Get your IDs out. What do you think you're doing?" Yang Fan's face turned deathly pale. He stammered out an excuse. "We were just studying English." The three of them only had time to wrap themselves in towels. In a flash, they were handcuffed and led out of the hotel. A large crowd of onlookers gathered around. Someone recognized him. "Isn't that the rising divine doctor, Yang Fan? I can't believe even a divine doctor is like this." "Divine doctor my ass. I heard he even killed a patient with his treatments." Yang Fan frantically covered his face. "Don't take pictures. Stop filming me." Insults rained down on him relentlessly. "Scammer. Fraud. Murderer. What kind of divine doctor are you?" Hearing the commotion outside, Yin Wudao opened the balcony door. Look at them, sticking their heads out to watch the drama. I never thought Yang Fan would be that kind of person. In Wudao spoke up. Come on, he's a man. I can understand where he's coming from. A divine doctor who just came down from the mountains is bound to be overwhelmed by the glitz and glamour of the city. It's hard to stay grounded, with so many temptations around. Without a bit of willpower, it's easy to lose oneself. As he spoke, he gently placed his hand on Hong Dai's waist. Hong Dai's face flushed bright red. She stammered, "You really are a good man." The system notifications began to chime repeatedly. Alert! Yang Fan's reputation has been utterly ruined. Commencing seizure of heavenly fate points. Seizure failed. Analyzing. Inside the police car, Yang Fan was being hauled away. He wasn't the only one in the vehicle. There was also a man wearing a yin-yang Taoist robe. He looked like a priest and was also in handcuffs. The man spoke first. "I see a dark cloud hanging over your brow, my friend. Your palace of fate is wide open. This is a sign of leaking fortune. Have you perhaps encountered some great calamity recently?" Yang Fen replied gloomily. "Does getting arrested count as a great calamity? I give up. Nothing has gone right for me lately. If I'm not being beaten to the punch, I'm being stabbed in the back." The man began to count on his fingers, calculating. Evil energy is overwhelming. The righteous chi is retreating. Old friend, someone is plotting against you. And whoever is doing it is incredibly skilled. They can practically cover the sky with one hand, blocking your essence from reaching the heavens. That's why the luck of the heavenly way can no longer protect you. Yang Fan had never believed in such things. He looked up and challenged him. "If your predictions are so accurate, did you foresee that you'd be facing your own disaster today?" Li Daoi didn't mind Yang Fan's rudeness. He chuckled. "I didn't go to the Azure Dragon nightclub for the women. I went there to exorcise demons and slay monsters. I just didn't expect things to end up like this." Just as Yang Fan closed his eyes to clear his mind, a black vortex suddenly appeared on the roof of the police car. From within the vortex, Daji reached down. "Hand over those heavenly fate points. Quickly now." Yang Fan's fortune began to be sucked away. Li Daoi sensed something was wrong. He noticed. Yang Fan's fortune was draining rapidly. There's an evil presence at work. He immediately channeled his chi and tapped Yang Fan's forehead, shouting, "Evil creature, where do you hail from?" Begone at once. A burst of blue flame erupted, scorching Daji. It forced her to shield her face and retreat in a hurry. Daji cried out in pain. She fled back to Imwudao's side. Seeing her escape, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had been startled in the middle of his business. He turned and asked, "What happened? Are you all right?" Hong Dai thought Imwudao was asking her. She blushed and replied, "No, I'm fine. It feels so good. I couldn't help myself." Daji paid her no mind. She hurriedly reported, "I found a cause. The reason we couldn't seize the points is that there's an expert by Yang Fan's side. He held back Yang Fan's fortune. He seems to be a Taoist with quite a high level of cultivation." He continued with what he was doing. An hour later, he finally spoke to the system. Looking at In Wudao, the system sighed. "He truly lives up to the role of the great villain I chose. Utterly debauched and lawless." Meanwhile, the handcuffs on Li Daoi's wrists were removed. Yang Fan sincerely extended his hand. "Brother Li, thank you for your help today." The man waved it off with a smile. "Don't mention it. If it weren't for you, Brother Yang, wouldn't I still be stuck in a cell?" Yang Fan gestured forward and introduced the newcomer. "The man who posted our bail today is the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, Ma Fu. I treated Chairman Ma in the past, so we're acquainted." The chairman of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Ma Fu, happily raised a hand in greeting. "Young Master Taoist." Li Daoi returned the gesture. "Infinite Heavenly Lord." At that moment, Ma Fu spoke about his problem. "I've heard that you possess great spiritual power, Master. I've run into a bit of a troubling matter lately. 10 of the most renowned monks in Jiang and couldn't find a solution. I implore you to help me, Master." Li Daoi took one look at him. He calmly identified the issue. "The solar and lunar balance of your life source is off, Chairman Ma. The sun is weak, while the moon is dominant. This is due to the early loss of your father. And now, a green light is rising from where the sun is fading. I suspect your troubles are related to your late father. Are you trying to move a grave or find a body?" Ma Fu saw that everything he said was spot on. He was instantly overcome with panic. "Brother Yang Fan, did you already know about this?" He reached out and grabbed the Taoist's hand. "I never mentioned your situation to Brother Li. I only knew you were looking for a man of extraordinary talent lately, but I didn't know the specific details. seeing that Yang Fan truly didn't know anything, and that the Taoist hadn't missed a single detail. Ma Fu hurried forward and grabbed Li Daoi's hands. Celestial Master, my father had no proper place to rest after he passed. Lately, he's been appearing in my dreams, saying he wants to return to his roots. I beg you, Celestial Master, please help me. Li Daoi spuka sufli. A trivial matter. He offered a small smile. I will set up an altar and perform the ritual tomorrow. Before the third watch, I will certainly find the final resting place for your esteemed father. The three of them got into the car and drove off. Ma Fu was beyond grateful. He couldn't stop thanking them. Thank you, Celestial Master. Thank you, Divine Doctor. Meanwhile, back with Yin Wu Dao. He was checking his own status. System. Host. God-level archvillain. Yin Wu Dao. Rank. Count. Talent. Son of Providence. Awakened Treasure Appraisal. Master of 18 modern weapons. Prodigy points. 16/20. Reputation. 800,000. Skills. 9 Dragon True Chi. 6th grade Blood Lotus Flying Daggers. All-around Soldier King. Soaring Dragon Punch. Purple Gold Pupils. 13 Ghost Gata Needless. He thought to himself, since I snatched the 13 Ghost Gate needles from Yang Fan at the G family residence, there hasn't been any further progress. It looks like someone is definitely meddling. Yin Wu Dao placed a phone call. Xiaomi, look into something for me. Not long after, a girl entered the room, reporting, I've finished the investigation. As she entered, Xiaomi couldn't help but glance at the person on the bed. She gave a cold snort, making a move on an innocent girl again. What a total scumbag. She walked up to him to deliver the report. It was Ma Fu who bailed Yang Fan out. He's accompanied by a Taoist named Li Daoi. Tomorrow, they're setting up an altar for a ritual. They're searching for the burial site of Ma Fu's father. The Qi appeared at that moment. I'm telling you, that old Taoist was the one who ruined my plans earlier. Yin Wu Dao looked at the report thoughtfully. In other words, anyone who can injure you is definitely no ordinary person. I'd say, this must be a celestial master from the righteous factions. The Qi warned him warily. A celestial master of the righteous path is no joke. They'll know you have Taoist arts on you as well. Do you want to lay low for a bit? Yin Wu Dao looked excited. No need. I just reached the rank of Count. This is the perfect chance to spar with him and get some practice in. The doors soon swung open. Yin Wu Dao smiled and said to Xiaomi, it's been a while since you've had dinner at my place. Let's go. I'll have Annie Wu whip up something delicious for you. Xiaomi didn't stand on ceremony and agreed immediately. She didn't forget to add, I love Annie Wu's bird's nest with rock sugar the most. As the two of them walked away, they had no idea Ling Shui was standing outside watching them. She thought, out so soon. Yin Wu Dao isn't the type of man who... This means they weren't doing anything shady. A flicker of disappointment crossed her heart. Yin Wu Dao, as I thought, you aren't being sincere with me. You pretend you don't care about money. But you have Xiaomi keeping tabs on me. She was just reporting my movements to you, wasn't she? The two in front of her were still laughing and talking. Exactly. Auntie Wu's cooking is the best. She thought sadly. And here I thought I was the despicable one for following him. Now it looks like you're the one who's truly despicable. Why do you treat me like this? I was finally starting to open up to you. You complete scumbag. Next to Ling Shui. Her affection stats were fluctuating wildly. Affection +10. Affection -10. Affection +10. Affection -10. Inside the small villa by the sea, Yin Wu Dao called out happily, I'm home. Su Qingya helped him take off his coat. Seeing Xiaomi, her face lit up with joy. Xiaomi, you're here. Why haven't you been over to the house lately? Is work really that busy? Su Qingya stepped closer with concern. Should I have Wu Dao find you a lighter position? Xiaomi smiled and waved her hands. That's not necessary, really. Thanks for looking out for me, sis. Xiaomi pulled out a chair and sat down. She complained in a low voice. Wu Dao trusts Jiang Ruoxua way too much. He left the entire estate for her to manage. I have to keep a close eye on things. What if she runs off with everything? Su Qingya didn't like that woman either. She sighed. She really is bad luck. She looks like the type who would jinx everyone around her. He's the only one who isn't superstitious. If it were anyone else, who would even dare to hire her? Xiaomi nodded in agreement. Exactly. And she's always acting so high and mighty, putting on those self-righteous airs. Just then, Tan Xiao Xiao brought over a savory dish to join the conversation. In the latest model youth poll, Jiang Ruoxue took first place again. She's famous in Jiang City for being incredibly competitive. Xiaomi turned toward the voice. Her eyes sparkled. You're that streamer who's been blowing up lately, right? Tan Xiaoxiao smiled back. Oh, it's nothing. I heard from Sis Qingyao long ago that Xiaomi was a legendary beauty. Seeing you now, the rumors didn't do you justice. Yan Wudao walked into the dining room, looking completely helpless. He sighed to himself. 3 women together really do make a crowded market. Are you guys putting on a play or something? Enough gossip, ladies. He sat down and handed some files to Tan Xiaoxiao. This is the video I shot in Country A. Post it on your short video platform. Maybe it'll help you gain some more followers. She nodded. I'll post it right away. Yan Wudao looked at her with a grim expression. I only have 800,000 fame points left. That's not enough to do anything. I should have brought this girl with me to Country A. Dinner ended quickly. Tan Xiaoxiao happily rubbed her full stomach. I am stuffed. Time to go edit the video. Xiaomi quickly followed her. I want to see how you edit. Can I watch the stream too? Is that okay? Tan Xiaoxiao agreed without hesitation. Of course. In the room, she quickly plugged the memory card Yan Wudao gave her into the computer. The video began to play. It was a high-angle shot from above. Tan Xiaoxiao marveled at it. He even used a drone for this? The angles are actually pretty good. In the video, Yan Wudao nimbly dodged incoming bullets. Xiaomi asked, is it okay to post this? Tan Xiaoxiao looked it over. It's probably just a scripted scene he filmed. Like something from a web movie. Of course we can post it. Xiaomi Lindin, surprised. Wait, do you actually think he hired actors for all of this? Tan Xiaoxiao pointed at the screen. As if it were obvious. Well, yeah. You think a hail of bullets like that could be real? Come on. We live in a society ruled by law. She held her head, thinking. The assistant he hired this time is seriously clueless. Tan Xiaoxiao ignored her and focused on the next clip. This part is great. Just needs some trending music. After hearing her answer, Xiaomi fell silent. If she knew what Yan Wudao had gone through since he was a kid, she wouldn't think any of this was fake. She couldn't help but sigh in admiration. But he really is incredible now. And so handsome, too. Seeing the upload complete notification, Tan Xiaoxiao didn't have a single doubt. He definitely hired professional actors for this. Not long after the video went up, the comments section exploded. Jiazabeki is finally updating. I thought the production team went on maternity leave or something. Finally an update. If in 15 months. As long as they're breathing, there's hope for an update. All you little demons. Even though we didn't get a live stream, this video is freaking amazing. The corner of a screen showed the number of likes skyrocketing. 215,186. Likes, 75,627. Tips, 76,572. Xiaomi couldn't help but marvel. I didn't expect the boss to have so many fans. And they're all diehards too. Early the next morning, sunlight bathed the certain villa. The dawn light spilled into the room. Qingyao was still fast asleep. And Wu Dao, on the other hand, was already up, donning a crisp white shirt. He's as good as mine. Not even a celestial master can protect him. And Wu Dao, am a man of my word. He spoke with confidence while straightening his clothes. Today, I'm going to see just what this celestial master is made of. He had made up his mind. At a vast beach, several people stood by the shore. The Taoist priest was brandishing his sword, performing a ritual. The sun holds the primordial essence. Triple harvest of thunder. Lightning guide my path. He swung his sword and chanted. For the sake of my justice. Pierce through the central pole. The heavenly steed battles the Milky Way. Descend. A flash of sword light swept across. It cut into someone's arm. That person was Ma Fu. Then, he pressed his bleeding finger onto a talisman, borrowing the blood of a kinsman. We can traverse the heavens and the earth. Nothing is impossible. He muttered an incantation, channeling spiritual power into the talisman. The talisman instantly transformed into a paper crane, swiftly by the laws and decrees. As soon as the mantra ended, he released the paper crane and followed it. It will lead us to your father's burial site. He commanded. The paper crane immediately took flight to begin the search. And Wu Dao watched from behind a tree. He was internally surprised. I didn't expect this guy to actually know Taoist arts. In an instant, the paper crane dove into the water. Ma Fu cried out in a panic. This is bad. The paper crane sank. Don't rush into the water to get it. It's definitely right here. The Taoist priest reassured him. A gentle breeze blew past. Everyone waited for the result. Very quickly, 2 divers found the target. We found it, as expected of a celestial master. If you ever need anything in the future, master, I, Mafu, will never refuse you. He repeatedly bowed with his hands clasped in thanks. It's nothing, the priest replied modestly. Daichi watched, feeling worried. I'm afraid this time you've met a real match. And Wu Dao turned back to remind her. I'll be fine, but you should probably hide a bit further away. He might notice you. Suddenly, the Taoist priest spun around. He sensed something terrifying. There's an evil presence. He looked toward Wu Dao with suspicion. Why do I feel such a thick, evil aura? Could there be a demon nearby? He tilted his head, eyeing Wu Dao. Yang Fan stood before the priest and spoke mockingly. That man you see over there is the most notorious playboy in Jiang City, and Wu Dao. His name suits him perfectly. He specializes in bullying women. You could say he's the demon of Jiang City. The Taoist priest gave an "oh" in response. Immediately after, he activated his heavenly eye to inspect Wu Dao. It is my duty to exorcise demons and defend the Tao. Let me open my heavenly eye and see if this man truly is a demon. I can't let him roam free and flout the law. A brilliant golden celestial dragon coiled around him. Meanwhile, Wu Dao stood his ground calmly, waiting to see what the guy could do. Such awe-inspiring, righteous energy. Such soaring dragon chi. The Taoist priest gasped in shock. Is this a celestial dragon of the 8 legions descending to the mortal realm? Yang Fan's eyes widened. He was utterly stunned. What? Wu Dao is a celestial dragon. Is this some kind of joke? Yang Fan's expression shifted drastically. He was completely shaken. My heavenly, I would never lie to me. Wu Dao is no evil spirit. You are all mistaken, he stated with absolute certainty. In stark contrast to their overwhelming shock, he let out a long, quiet sigh of relief. He thought to himself, that was too close. They almost saw right through me. It's a good thing my 9-dragon true chi, thanks to my status as an earl, has already reached the 3rd stage. A heavy iron drum was slammed onto the ground with a loud thud. Ma Fu stood frozen the moment he saw it. This is my father. He let out a furious, grief-stricken roar. My father, Ma Fuchi, was a human being. He wasn't some piece of useless trash like you all said. The divers confirmed it without a moment's hesitation. There's no doubt, this is your father. Hearing the confirmation, Ma Fu collapsed to his knees instantly. He clung to the iron drum, wailing in agony. Father, you died such a miserable, cruel death. The body in that drum had been submerged at the bottom of the river for over a decade. This was a major cold case. Wu Dao watched silently. Very quickly, the police arrived on the scene. They immediately cordoned off the entire area. Lu Man from the Criminal Investigation Division is taking over this case. All unauthorized personnel, please clear the area. 2 men stepped forward, wanting to assist in the investigation of this homicide. She looked at them in surprise. It was the young Taoist and Wu Dao. The 2 of them answered in unison. That's right. I'm the one who discovered the body. I've also been commissioned by Chairman Ma. Therefore, I'd like to request to join the investigation. The Taoist explained his position calmly. I can grant you permission to participate, but you're not to tamper with any evidence. She agreed. Then, she turned her sharp gaze toward Wu Dao. And what about you, Wu Dao? You were just passing by. Why do you want to join the investigation too? He replied with a smirk of pride. With great power comes great responsibility. As a model citizen, when it comes to solving a brutal cold case like this, I simply cannot stand idly by. Daji whispered her agreement. Exactly. We have to get involved. No matter what happens now. I can't let Yang Fan's destiny points slip away. It's all because Li Daoi's providence is shielding him. If I can take care of Li Daoi during this investigation, I can strike while his providence is weak and finish the job. Even after hearing Wu Dao's grand speech, she still shot him down. Insufficient grounds. Request denied. The rejection caught him completely off guard. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her hand. She jumped, startled by the contact. Wu Dao, what do you think you're doing? Lu Man, I know how difficult this case is going to be. You're going to be buried in work day and night. It's been so long since you've had a proper rest. Honestly, it breaks my heart to see you like this. I just want to help you, to lighten your load a little. I don't have any other motives. He gazed into her eyes with a shimmering, earnest look. trying his best to make her believe him. Don't be like this. Everyone is watching. Flustered and embarrassed, she told him to stop. Then, she quickly pulled her hand back, letting out a resigned sigh. Fine, whatever. If you want to join that badly, you can. But don't you dare cause any trouble. It's a good thing, too. I was worried you guys would try to steal my thunder. If I let you work alone, you wouldn't stand a chance. He glanced sideways at the Taoist and Yang Fan, his eyes dripping with contempt. In Wudao, I've truly never met anyone as arrogant as you. Li Daoi spoke up, his voice laced with indignation. In Wudao raised an eyebrow, challenging them. Well, today's the day you finally get your eyes opened. The sound of steady footsteps approached him. The Taoist and In Wudao stood face to face in a silent challenge. Even if you were a god descended from the heavens, so what? Compared to me, you're still miles behind. So this guy is the celestial master protagonist. Just stepped into the world and already thinks he's the best under the sun. What he needs is a harsh lesson from reality. As for me, the great villain, he arrogantly scanned the target. He discovered yet another chosen one of the heavens. The favored one, Li Daoi. Title, Celestial Master. Cheat ability, 5 Thunders True Scripture. Mission, destroy his golden body. Reward, 7 Destiny Points and the 5 Thunders True Scripture. Li Daoi immediately held up a talisman. He began to chant an incantation in a booming voice. Instantly, a violent whirlwind swirled around him. Spirit returns to the heavens. Essence binds to the earth. In energy to the hands. Blood to the water. The nation to the stone. Growth to the herbs. And then, he slaps the newly blessed talisman onto the metal drum and declares, "This is the soul-seeking mother-son talisman. With this, I can sense anyone who has been tainted by this karmic debt, the one who committed this bloody crime. Does a soul-seeking mother-son talisman really exist in this world?" He is utterly stunned. A hammer slams into the drum. He refuses to believe it. He repeatedly bashes the drum with a heavy hammer. Yang Fan sneers from behind. "Young Masterine, I didn't realize you knew how to perform autopsies, but this happens to be my specialty. Do you need some help?" He furiously refuses. Finally, the drum is pried open. Good God. He jumps back in shock, staring in horror at the skull rolling out from inside the barrel. "Scared the hell out of me." He gasps. A battle of fate and luck. Life and death are separated by a hair's breadth. If I'm not ruthless enough, I might as well just give up now. He grits his teeth, weighing his options. Then, he reaches out and touches the skull. Everyone stands there, frozen in shock. He chants the incantation loudly. Origin tracing magic. A surge of purple energy envelopes him and the skull. As the origin energy flows out, a strange glint flashes in In Wudao's eyes. The scene shifts to the past. Right now, 3 men are lying on a mountain of cash, ecstatic. This time, we're heading south to play the market. We're going to hit it big. 100 points, jump to 1,000. Another win, obviously. I'm going to be a billionaire. The first to speak is Long Wuzhong. He says, "Brothers, together we stand. Divided we fall. If we pool our money now, we could become the richest men in Jiang City. But if we split up, I'm afraid none of us will end up well. How about this? We keep working together. No dividing the fortune." The other two agree in unison. "You're absolutely right. I was already planning to head back south anyway. It's the perfect chance for us brothers to do business together." Ma Fuguei nods. "But this money must be kept under lock and key. No one touches it without permission." The 3 of them work together to lock the door, hiding the money. Then, they each take a key. 1 key for each of us. There's no way anything can go wrong this time. This door Fuguei had made is top-notch. Not even a cannon could blast through it. Just as the security door seals shut, it suddenly swings open again. The sight turns all 3 of them pale with fright. They stand there, paralyzed. The entire mountain of gold and cash has vanished without a trace. They scream in a panic. "Where's the money?" The 3 begin to bicker, hurling accusations and dodging blame. "Jizhong, do you even have a soul? You're the only one who looked back. Fuguei, you're the one who hired the guys to build this door. Do you have a spare key?" The 3 argue endlessly. "Give me back my money. Give me back my blood, sweat, and tears." Meanwhile, Fuguei is tied up inside a drum and shoved underwater. Terror consumes him. Finally, the drum sinks completely, though it continues to shake violently. He's seen through it all. I can't believe my own grandfather is involved in this. Furthermore, based on the investigation, both grandfather and Ji Zhong are prime suspects. Back at the scene of the confrontation between In Wudao and Li Daoi, everyone waits for him to speak, full of anticipation. And he responds. When they arrive at the Ji residence, all four are surprised to run into each other. Seeing this, Lu Man speaks up. The two of you arriving at the Ji house at the exact same time? You guys sure are in sync. He immediately fires back. It's not that we're in sync. It's that there's something wrong with the Ji family. Just then, two more people come rushing over. It turns out the gatekeepers have blocked Yang Fan's path. They point at him and sneer. No entry for Yang Fan or dogs. The Ji family is really crossing the line. He shouts loudly it's fine. He isn't the main attraction today anyway. If he wants in, let him in. Seeing the other party like that, he offers a word of comfort and reluctantly accepts. And so, he followed In Wudao inside with his head held high. I'll let it slide today for In Wudao's sake. I won't lower myself to your level. Li Daoi stared at In Wudao in pure shock. Who on earth is this guy? Even Ji Wuji has to take orders from him. Yang Fan whispered an explanation from behind. This guy is the most notorious playboy in Jiangsheng. Practically all of the four great families answered him. As expected of the 8 heavenly dragons, Li Daoi couldn't help but feel a pang of respect. But with the Celestial Master's legacy on my side, I have no reason to fear him. Inside the room, Ji Zhong, Li Daoi, and In Wudao sat down to discuss the matter. I didn't know Ma Fugue. Years ago, a few of us brothers headed south together. We made a decent fortune, but eventually, the money vanished and the group split up. Fugue was never heard from again. Ji Zhong spoke somberly as Li Daoi raised his talisman. Ma Fugue is dead. His body was stuffed inside a steel barrel, encased in cement, and dumped into the river. He gasped in horror, unable to believe his ears. He bolted upright and screamed, "What?" Then, clutching his chest, he wailed, "Fugue, what on earth happened? How did it come to this?" Li Daoi stood up. "I've used my divine eye to check. Ji Zhong isn't the killer. I need to track down the next person connected to this case." After speaking, he turned to leave. In Wudao, you'd better hurry up. He shot In Wudao a glance, a smirk playing on his lips. I doubt the protagonist's judgment is wrong, but I still need to verify Ji Zhong's situation myself. He maintained his composure, shoving his hands into his pockets as he thought. Then, he approached Ji Zhong to offer comfort. Uncle Yi, please stay strong. I promise I'll find the killer." Immediately after, he cast his source tracing technique to peer into Ji Zhong's memories. "I think I forgot to grab my key when we split them up." Ji Zhong frantically searched for his keys. When he spotted Fugue and Long Wuzhong still arguing, he quickly hid. Why haven't those two left yet? Nearby, the two of them were still at it. Long Wuzhong was shouting at the top of his lungs as he landed a punch on Fugue. "No way," he warned Fugue furiously. "Don't you ever bring this up again. Don't even think about it." Fugue nodded frantically. "Wait, stop, don't hit me." Back in reality, Ji Zhong shoved his hand away and snapped. "It must have been your grandfather who killed Ma Fugue. I saw him beating Fugue with my own eyes. If you want the killer, go ask him." His face was twisted with irritation as he spoke. He walked toward the door, his mind racing. My grandfather might not be a saint, but he'd never kill someone for money. He would never stab a brother in the back. He values loyalty above all else. He sank back into deep thought. At the Azure Dragon Group headquarters, sunlight streamed through the windows. Li Daoi and Yang Fan stood before 3 security guards. "I'm an acquaintance of your chairman, Hong Yi. Let me in." Yang Fan tried to offer a polite introduction with a forced smile, but the guards ignored them completely. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught their attention. It was In Wudao. He strode forward confidently, with Lu Man following close behind. "Didn't you say you couldn't even make it past the front door?" He replied coolly. "You're seriously underestimating me. The owner of this place is no ordinary person. No matter how big of a shot you are, you can't just waltz in. But since you're being so arrogant, does that mean you can get in?" Hearing this, Yang Fan tried to stop him. "Cut it out." But he ignored him completely and walked right past. The 3 guards immediately stood at attention and shouted, "Welcome home, young master." Witnessing the scene, he was left speechless. He turned to Yang Fan, still trying to stay optimistic despite the blatant slap in the face. I was totally played. Why didn't you stop me? He looked back at him, exhausted. I tried. Then, Lu Man stepped in front of him and commanded, In Wu Dao, since this case involves your family, I'm telling you, stay away from me. He didn't even acknowledge her. He coldly brushed her hand aside. His sudden reaction caught her completely off guard. She stood there, frozen in shock. It was already too late. He spoke to her, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. She could only watch him walk away. She wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat. Turning to her subordinates, she issued a sharp command. Keep a close watch outside. I'll send a signal. Once the killer is identified, storm the place and make the arrest immediately. If they are armed and resist, you have permission to open fire. They responded in unison. Long Wuzhong sprinkled food for the fish, his voice calm as he spoke. Ma Fugue is dead. He seemed remarkably composed. Not a hint of surprise showed on his face. I already know. Li Daoi asked in disbelief. Aren't you even a little surprised? He replied nonchalantly. Ma Fugue loved his family more than anything. Ever since he headed south, he talked about going home every single day. If he were still alive, he would have returned long ago. So when he went missing, I already knew he was no longer of this world. Yang Fan let out a mocking sneer. I bet it's not a surprise because you're the one who killed him. Enraged, Hongya lunged forward. She slammed a fist into Yang Fan's face. Yang Fan, how dare you speak about my foster father like that? She screamed, her voice trembling with fury. My foster father has lived his whole life with honor and integrity. He has never harmed a soul. Take back what you said right now. Yang Fan roared back in frustration. Hongya, I'm the one who saved your life. And yet you dare hit me over this damn old man? Don't you feel any guilt toward me at all? She stammered. In Wu Dao stepped in front of her, blocking his path. Yang Fan, don't push your luck. Hongya saved you by hitting you. If it wasn't for that punch, just now, your head would have rolled off your shoulders a long time ago. The others turned, glaring at Yang Fan with murderous intent. He recoiled in fear. What are you all trying to do? Long Wuzhong spoke up to de-escalate the tension. Hongya, since he did save your life, once, I'll spare his pathetic life this time. You don't owe him anything anymore. She replied respectfully. Thank you, foster father. In Wu Dao fell into silent contemplation. Even though I stripped him of 70% of his destiny as a chosen one, he still finds powerful allies at every critical moment. It seems I have no choice but to win this contest. Li Daoi suddenly spoke up. Master Long, the ailment in your legs is caused by the weight of your karma. If you really were the one who killed Ma Fugue, why not just admit it? He decided to be blunt, showing no restraint. Otherwise, the karmic retribution will ensure neither you nor your family meets a good end. Long Wuzhong exploded in a fit of rage. You brat, shut your damn mouth. His body radiated a thick, suffocating bloodlust. It was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Li Daoi was secretly shaken. This man possesses the aura of a poison dragon. His face betrayed his shock as a chill ran down his spine. A man born with the dragon's aura truly is a lord of his domain. Yang Fan whispered in explanation. This Long Wuzhong was the undisputed emperor of the Yianan underworld years ago. He was shaken to the core, but he forced himself to stay calm. He bowed respectfully in apology. Master Long, I've overstepped. Please forgive my rudeness. With that, he turned and left. Li Daoi whispered to Lu Man. I've reached a conclusion. Even though my heavenly eye can't peer into his soul, the aura he projects and the karma clinging to him are the reasons his legs will never heal. Therefore, I'm certain Long Wuzhong is the killer. Lu Man replied, looking panicked. It looks like we're going to need more backup. In Wu Dao approached the old man and spoke softly. Grandfather. Before he could finish his sentence, Long interrupted him. You little brat. Don't tell me you're here to interrogate your own grandfather too? In questioned him, his face an emotionless mask. Grandfather, I only need one word from you. Did you do it or not? He stared at In Wu Dao. After a long silence, his expression darkened and he barked a response. In Wu Dao was stunned by what he heard. He clutched his head in frustration at a total loss. I need to figure out how to handle the situation at hand. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration strikes. A mysterious smirk plays on his lips. I've got it. Out of nowhere, a hand smacks him hard on the back of the head. Long Wuzhong grumbles, you little brat. What are you daydreaming about? Are you planning to kill someone to keep them quiet? Who taught you such dangerous thoughts? A large lump swells up on his head. In Wudao lets out a loud cry of pain. Well, maybe if you had told the truth. His grandfather falls silent for a moment before speaking. That day, I crossed paths with Ma Fuguei again. There was a reason I kept my mouth shut. Long Yuzhong recalls Ma Fuguei's words to him. Long Yuzhong, I don't want to head south anymore. The risk is just too high. We could end up losing everything, both our capital and our lives. I just want to leave some money behind for my wife and kids, to make sure they have a better life. Long Yuzhong replied, if you don't want to cooperate anymore, then we need to have a clear talk with Ji Zhong. We could just part ways and be done with it. He bit his finger, trembling. No, that won't work. Just a small cut of the money isn't enough to do anything. With a dark intent in his voice, he said, Long Yuzhong, let's just kill Ji Zhong and split his share between the two of us. Long Yuzhong barked back in anger. Have you lost your mind? He did the least amount of work. What right does he have to demand an equal share with us? I won't stand for it. I have to kill him. Long Yuzhong grit his teeth. Boiling with rage, he threw a heavy punch right into Ma Fu's face. He knocked him to the ground and unleashed a flurry of blows. Don't you ever bring this up again. Don't even let the thought cross your mind. Ma Fuguei scrambled to beg for mercy. Fine, I get it. Just stop hitting me. And just like that, the bond between the three of them shattered. Money truly is the root of all evil. If I'd known it would come to this, I never would have gone south. Long Yuzhong lets out a heavy sigh. After that storm passed, by the time we went to collect the money, it was already gone. Shortly after, Ma Fuguei vanished without a trace. In Wudao asks curiously, then why didn't you tell anyone that Ma Fuguei tried to harm Ji Zhong back then? Ji Zhong has always suspected that you murdered Ma Fuguei, and that you pocketed all the money for yourself. Hong Yi, standing behind In Wudao, speaks up. You don't understand. In the Jianghu, brotherhood and loyalty are paramount. They are worth more than life itself. Our benefactor did it to preserve the sanctity of their sworn brotherhood. In Wudao whispers to himself, this is the breakthrough. Just then, a figure approaches the three of them and shouts, Long Yuzhong. Lu Meng, holding a stack of documents, speaks authoritatively. We currently suspect you of being involved in the murder of Ma Fuguei. Please come with us to assist in our investigation. He quickly steps in front of his grandfather. That's enough. Don't say another word. My grandfather is a man of great renown. If you haul him away like this, his reputation will be tarnished forever. Lu Meng says calmly, In Wudao, it's not that I want to take your grandfather in, but he is a person of interest in a homicide case. Where there is a crime, an arrest must follow. Li dao ye kimesin. In Wudao, can't you just accept that you've lost? Stop being so stubborn. He snaps back sharply. The results of my own investigation haven't been announced yet, and there's zero evidence against us. And yet you claim I've lost? She thrusts a microphone toward him. Then please start your performance. He begins. How exactly did Ma Fu, the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, build his fortune from nothing? I'm sure everyone in the Jianghu has heard the story. 18 years ago, with the help of my grandfather and Ji Zhong, that mother and son thrived like fish in water. But if that's the case, where did all that initial capital actually come from? He continues. The answer is simple. Ma Fuguei stole it himself. He lays out his theory. Ma Fuguei knew that even if he took the money, he wouldn't live long enough to spend it. So he staged his own death. He threw himself into the river. No one saw him die, and no body was ever recovered. It was a perfect plan to sow seeds of doubt between my grandfather and Ji Zhong. He knew his two brothers were men of honor who valued their reputation. He knew they would both compete to take care of his family out of guilt and loyalty. He continues his analysis. Ma Fu understood those two far too well. He was certain that even if they suspected him of stealing the money, they would never take it out on his family. In fact, his death ensured they would spend their lives looking at each other with suspicion. And as long as they were at each other's throats, they could never compete with the Ma family. Long Yuzhong is absolutely stunned by the revelation. Let me summarize. So, the current president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is Ma Fu. It isn't Long Wuzhong, and it certainly isn't Ji Zhong. A slow clap echoes through the room. Li Daoi offers a word of praise, laced with sarcasm. Your logic is quite thorough. It's perfectly reasonable. Your deduction isn't bad at all. He points a finger at him and shouts. But since when did solving a case rely on mere speculation without a shred of proof? Lu Ming chimes in. He's right. Without evidence, no matter how flawless your deduction is, it won't hold up. And Wu Dao, I hope you understand. This country is governed by the rule of law. A faint smirk plays on his lips. You want evidence? Bring that fuel drum over here. Cut open. Right now. A large fuel drum is carried in. It is sliced open on the spot. The moment the drum is cut open, everyone stands frozen in shock. What's with this rope? Why is it connected to the lid like this? And Wu Dao's demeanor shifts instantly, as if he's stepped into the shoes of a master detective. To solve the mystery, Ma Fu Gui filled 70% of the drum with mud. Then he jumped inside. After that, he used the rope to tie himself tightly to the drum. Yang Fan notices something off. Wait, that doesn't make sense. He could have easily closed the lid himself. Why would he need to use a rope to pull it? Exactly. This is the biggest hole in your theory. And Wu Dao adjusts his glasses. Looking every bit the detective, dying requires courage. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist opening the lid once he started suffocating, so he used this method to ensure his suicide. Yang Fen, Lu Ming, and Li Daoi all gasp in unison. He begins to mutter a chant, his eyes filled with despair. How could this be? It's impossible. How could the heavy karmic energy clinging to him be unrelated? Could the founding master have been wrong? Yang Fan steps forward to comfort him. Brother Dao, the world is fickle. Man proposes, but God disposes. You have to accept the truth. You've just entered the secular world. You don't understand how treacherous Jiang City can be. Make sure to stay on your guard against Wu Dao. Sensing the moment has come, Wu Dao gives the command. Deki, the time is now. Do it. She reaches out and grabs Yang Fan by the head, easily siphoning away his protagonist points. He drops to his knees, utterly bewildered by what just happened. Meanwhile, Daoi is still clutching his head and shouting. This city is drowning in malevolence. The evil energy is overwhelming. I carry a heavy burden, yet I have no idea where to even begin. This is a catastrophe. A system notification chimes. Received 3 protagonist points. Mastered the ancient medical talent. Yang Fan tries to comfort him again. Brother Dao, let's go. Just let it be. And Wu Dao walks over to his grandfather and drops to one knee. Grandpa, I specifically studied acupuncture for the sake of your legs. I'm going to make sure you can walk again. You have a good heart, Wu Dao. He pats the boy's head like he's still a child. It's just that my legs have been ruined for so many years now. There's no need to get your hopes up. Without saying another word, he immediately activates the divine medical skill he just acquired, as he applies it to his grandfather's legs. Yang Fan turns back, his expression a mix of shock and envy. That level of acupuncture is incredible. It's honestly admirable. A flash of melancholy crosses his face. If only I knew how to do that. The two of them reach the door. Li Daoi suddenly speaks up. My friend, what do you plan to do for work next? Yang Fen ripley yes. I don't really have any professional skills. After seeing how deceitful the city can be, I'm planning to head back to the countryside to farm. My family still has some land, so I won't starve. But I saw everyone calling you a divine doctor. Why not use your skills to save people and help the world? Yang Fan freezes, then lets out an awkward laugh. Skills? I don't know the first thing about medicine. They must have been joking. He gave a faint smile. I've already bought my ticket. I'm leaving tonight. Yang Fan didn't forget to leave him with one final warning. Remember what I told you. Be careful of Yen Wu Dao. He frowned, lost in thought. Why did Brother Yang's luck suddenly vanish into thin air? Jiang City really is a den of hidden dangers. Meanwhile, at the Yen residence, the old man gripped his wheelchair. He struggled to stand up. He was overjoyed. Grandson, I can actually feel my legs again. But after only a few seconds, Elder Long collapsed back down. He punched his legs in frustration, berating himself for being so useless. It was just a false hope. It seems these legs are truly beyond saving. He tried using the purple gold eyes, combined with his heavenly physician talent. There was no illness he couldn't cure. Yen Wu Dao saw invisible chains wrapped around his grandfather's legs. Li Daozhi was right. This really is a karmic burden. He walked away with a look of determination. Grandfather, I will find a way to get you back on your feet. Hong Dai hurried after him. Looking at him, she said, Wu Dao, thank you for sparing Yang Fan. But I hope you understand. The reason I protected him isn't because I have feelings for him. I know, Yin Wudao replied nonchalantly. You're someone who values loyalty and gratitude. A life-saving debt is heavier than the heavens. It was only right for you to try and repay it. Now that the debt is paid, you don't need to carry that weight anymore. Hong Dai's cheeks flushed slightly. She felt grateful. Grateful that he understood her difficult position. He secretly let out a cunning smirk. Yang Fan's prodigy points and talents are all gone. From now on, all he has left is a knack for farming. I'm certainly not going to hold a grudge against a farmer. After all, farmers deserve our respect. Her voice was full of admiration. Wu Dao, you're incredible. To think you figured out Ma Fugue committed suicide. It's honestly shocking. No one expected such a possibility. It really is bizarre. Yin Wudao answered calmly. Because it wasn't actually a suicide. She didn't understand what he meant. Yin Wudao admitted it. Li Daoji's deduction wasn't wrong. Hong Dai was horrified. Could my foster father really have been killed by? His gaze darkened. The truth doesn't matter anymore. Ma Fugue plotted against his own brothers. His methods were despicable. A man like that would only cause more trouble if he stayed alive. Yin Wudao turned to her. You traveled thousands of miles to see my grandfather. What exactly are you planning? If there's something on your mind, tell me. Don't do anything reckless. He recalled the words of Gu Wuji. The prophet Gu Wuji once said that in the future, Hong Dai might betray Long Wuzhong. There's definitely more to this story than I know, but he didn't want to pressure her. Notarus, think it over carefully, then tell me. Hong Dai stayed silent the whole way home. The Qi asked Yin Wudao, how do you plan to deal with Li Daojia? Notarus, I won't even have to lift a finger. He'll come crawling to me on his own. Oh, what? He glanced at her. Her face was slightly red. Yin Wudao explained. Ma Fu doesn't believe his father committed suicide. He absolutely won't let this go. And since Li Daojia has a grudge against my grandfather, he'll definitely help Ma Fu move against him. I just need to sit back and wait. He reached out as if to touch her leg. The Qi snapped at him. Focus on driving. Keep your hands to yourself. Yin Wudao frowned. I just wanted you to sit properly. The way you're sitting is dangerous. She started teasing him. No, I don't think so. I like sitting like this. Besides, I don't have to listen to you. He suddenly slammed on the brakes. She lost her balance. Her legs flew out toward the edge of the car. She was still scolding him. I suddenly have a bold idea. Yin Wudao, you bastard. A small villa by the river. Xiaomi reporting in. Boss, I brought the experts you asked for. That young man over there is the tiger slaying master. The one carrying the sword is perfected Master Shang Su. And that beautiful lady is Miao Ji. He sat with his legs crossed, offering a word of praise. Impressive. Each one of them is quite unique. Where did you find so many extraordinary talents? Asana talents. Yin Wudao let out a sigh. So, they're the legendary masters of Sana. The young man slammed his glass down in a fit of rage. If I hadn't been punished and forced to reforge my golden body, why would I ever come down from the mountain to beg for alms? Yin Wudao observed him closely, shattering objects from a distance. He's actually got some real skill. The Taoist wasn't about to be outdone. He muttered an incantation. Divine Strike. He wrapped his arm around Miao Ji's waist and teased her arrogantly. Those two are clearly high-level masters. I'm sure your skills aren't anything to sneeze at either. Let me see what you've got. She gave him a seductive smile. Young Master Yin, people always say I'm a rose with thorns. You'd better be careful. Suddenly, his head began to swim. The beauty was actually making the first move. In a complete daze, he saw her slipping off her outer coat. Hey, beautiful, I'm coming for you. Yin Wudao lunged forward. Give me a kiss. One more. That stings. The other three stood by, enjoying the show. Yin was slapped several times. He finally snapped out of it. Good God, I fell for it. She broke into uncontrollable sobs. He apologized profusely. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Miao Ji's illusions are terrifyingly effective. Xiaomi was genuinely hurt. Clutching her chest, she screamed, You bastard. I'm done with you. Yi Shui couldn't stand to watch this anymore. A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its own burrow. How could young master you make a move on someone so close to him? Yin Wudao gave a wicked grin. Grass near the burrow? Why bother hunting all over the mountain then? He began to act incredibly full of himself. Hanyi already promised not to hurt you anymore. Why haven't you gone back to the Yi family yet? Instead, you keep running to my place. Don't tell me you've actually fallen for me? She huffed coldly. In your dreams. Yi Shui pulled out a Bagua mirror. He said Ma Fu will definitely seek revenge on your grandfather, Long Wuzhong. He told me to bring this to you. Yin Wudao took the mirror and thought to himself, on the surface, these two families hate each other's guts. But in reality, they're as close as brothers. After all these years, that brotherhood still hasn't broken. He turned to the other three. Let's go. I'll take you all to the Azure Dragon Pavilion for dinner. The Jiangqing cuisine there is as authentic as it gets. Yi Shui chimed in. I'm coming too. Yin Wudao stopped her. No, you aren't coming. I'm not going on a vacation. It's going to be dangerous. I don't care. I'm following you. She remained stubborn and refused to listen. Staying by your side is actually the safest place for me. Bisidis Hongye. There are still others who want to harm me. You can't go back on your word. You have to protect me. He sighed helplessly. Fine, whatever. You're such a pain. The sound of footsteps echoed in front of the Azure Dragon Gate. Two guards stood watch at the entrance. Why did it suddenly get so cold? I know, it's making my hair stand on end. A group of people appeared, carrying a crimson palanquin. They were trying to get inside. You want in? Stop right there. Perfected Master Sheng Su pulled out a bottle of holy water. He simply splashed it toward the group. As the water hit them, every single one of them was soaked. They turned out to be nothing but paper dolls. He spoke with pure disdain. It's nothing more than a ghost palanquin trick. Just a bunch of paper puppets controlled by charms. Suddenly, a voice echoed from inside the palanquin. Jiangqing really is a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Li Daoi sat inside the palanquin. To think someone would recognize the arts of my celestial master sect. Yin Wudao spoke up. Li Daoya. Today's contest has already been decided. Yet you rely on your meager cultivation to bully others. Isn't that a violation of the laws of heaven? He didn't see it that way, believing Long Wuzhong's sins were far too heavy. He must face his karmic retribution. Eliminating him is simply carrying out the will of heaven. He replied coldly. If that's the case, then there's nothing left to say. Exactly, Yin Wudao. Give the order to kill him. The Taoist took a step forward. Spirits of the southern pole. Supreme heavenly nails. Mighty warriors of the 9 heavens. A fire dragon spiraled into a fierce, surging blaze, erupting in every direction. Its power reached the heavens. But Li Daoi stood his ground, shielded by a protective barrier. The flames couldn't even touch him. He spoke up. In Wudao, I have to admit, the person you found actually has some skill. Li Daoi hurled a magical orb. But their talent only goes so far. One who is blessed by fate. A true, natural-born genius. Is indeed no ordinary man. Heart-piercing thunder. Lightning arts. Li Daoi let out a furious roar. You bunch of blind fools, looking down on me. I practice the authentic 5 thunder scripture. You think your heretical tricks can stand against me? The Taoist immediately dropped to his knees. He pressed his hands together in a desperate plea. Celestial Master, spare my life. This disciple was blind. I failed to recognize your greatness. I'll never do it again. Please, Celestial Master, show mercy. Forgive me. In Wudao was seething. Damn it, this is so humiliating. Suddenly, someone else leaped forward. Let me test him. Li Daoi spoke with pure contempt. A bunch of worthless rabble. Miaoji realized things were looking bad. Young Master Yin, you need to leave now. This man is no ordinary opponent. We're no match for him. Let me hold him off while you get away. She cast her spell. Little Celestial Master, get a taste of my flying snake array. He didn't give them a second thought. Back off, you wicked heretics. You aren't even worthy of facing me. Feeling insulted, Miao Ji screamed. You filthy Taoist. How dare you look down on me? He didn't even flinch. He inhaled, sucking in all of her power. Then he blew it back out, a gust of wind sending her flying. In Wudao rushed to catch her. Are you all right? By then, she had been completely dazed. She wasn't even conscious anymore. Welcome, dear guest. Please, make yourself at home. In Wudao looked on, helpless. He finally admitted it. I lose. Kill me as you wish. Li Daoi was a man of principle. Following the will of the heavens. That is the true way. Is the natural law of existence. There's no need to blame yourself. If you don't stand in my way, I will only kill your grandfather. I won't involve you in this. With that, he hurled another magical orb at the figure. Go and atone for your sins. But to his surprise, the person in the wheelchair was Dai Shui. Li Daoye gasped in shock. What is the meaning of this? She caught the magical orb midair and reflected the heavenly lightning's power right back. Li Daoye let out a pained scream before collapsing. He gave a cold sneer. Extraordinary talent. A pity your mind is still so naive. He clutched his chest as he sat up. I see now. The monster terrorizing Jiang City. It's none other than you. He raised his blade and lunged at his opponent. You realized it too late. Li Daoye was struck with terror. He swung his weapon to strike back. He pulled out a golden talisman. Our time is far from over. Then, he dove into the water and vanished. Until we meet again, Dai Shui shouted, after him. But he only sighed. He turned to leave. His destiny hasn't reached its end yet. Today is not the day he dies. Chasing him would be a waste of time. He turned his gaze toward Dai Shui. It's a good thing we had your diversion plan today. Otherwise, that little celestial master would have been a real handful. She blushed and replied, It's only because you trusted me unconditionally that I was able to play my part. In Wudao asked, Tell me, do you think that little celestial master is truly righteous or just evil? He claims to be acting on behalf of the heavens, and yet he kills without a second thought. Even Yang Fan lost his way despite Hong Ye's help. And now this little celestial master is on the same side as Ma Fu. How could he not be affected? Dai Shui begins her analysis. It's just that he's already stepped onto a dark path. He's completely discarded the shackles of morality and righteousness. I'm afraid this guy won't be easy to handle. That makes sense. It looks like I need to stay one step ahead of him. A notification flashes across the system screen. Reputation plus 100,000. Reputation plus 200,000. Reputation plus 500,000. In Wudao stands there completely stunned. Is this being live-streamed? Right then, Xiao Xiao is laughing with excitement. She turns the phone screen toward him. In Wudao asks in a panic, When did you even get here? Xiao Xiao replies nonchalantly, I've been here from the very beginning. His face instantly turns pale. I'm busted. There's no way I can explain my way out of this one. Dai Shui quickly steps forward. I'm the one who told her to come. If you want to build your image as a hero, you can't afford to miss a single spectacular opportunity. In Wudao sighs. Fine, whatever. Since I can't explain it, I might as well stop trying. I'll just let the audience process it themselves. Meanwhile, Ma Fu is taking a stroll. Suddenly, he spots Li Daoye, drenched from head to toe. He's kneeling in collapse right in front of the villa's entrance. Ma Fu rushes over to him. Brother Daoye, are you hurt? Ma Fu looks at his subordinates and barks an order. Quick, go get Dr. Li Li. A short while later, Ma Fu carries him back to his room. Li Daoye speaks up weakly. I let my guard down for just a second and fell right into In Wudao's trap. Luckily, I used an earth escape technique to shrink my heart in time. That's the only reason I survived this disaster. Ma Fu sighs deeply. Brother, you've faced such a catastrophe all because of me. As your elder brother, I feel terrible. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupts them. Little celestial master, where are you hurt? Lily walks in with a smile. Let me take a look at you. The room falls silent as only the two of them remain. She begins applying medicine to his wounds. They really are heartless. To think they beat you into such a state. Lidoya sudan ligraps lilizan. Wait, what kind of medicine are you putting on me? She teases him playfully. The best painkiller there is, of course. Lily leans in close to him. Her proximity makes him feel a bit flustered. But this medicine has a very special effect. It'll make sure there's no swelling. She quickly pins Li Daoye down onto the bed. She ignores his pleas. Lili, stop. Half an hour later, a powerful kick slams the bedroom door open. Ma Fu points an accusing finger at Li Daoye. He roars in anger. I treated you like a brother, and this is how you repay my sincerity. Li Daoye is frozen in terror. He can't find the words to speak. His face quickly turns white as a sheet. I don't even know how it ended up like this. Ma Fu screams in a blind rage. You're still going to play innocent. Do you have any idea that she's my mistress? He stands there completely shell-shocked. How could this be happening? Li Daoye grits his teeth in shame. To seduce another man's woman. The heavens will surely strike me down for this. I've committed such an unforgivable sin. While he is drowning in regret, Lily turns back to look at Ma Fu. She gives him a triumphant, knowing smile. Ma Fu thinks to himself with a sinister grin. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. And you can't secure a powerful ally without sacrificing a woman. Ma Fu watches as Li Daoi starts slapping his own face. The man curses himself for being worse than a beast. Ma Fu thinks coldly. The four great families. Just you wait. Meanwhile, at Yin Wudao's house on a beautiful, sunny afternoon, he's chatting happily with Chinya when a panicked cry echoes from the distance. This is bad. Xiaomi runs over to report. Something's happened at the Old Town renovation site. Is it serious? Yin Wudao is startled. He stands up abruptly. What happened? She replies, it's bizarre. All the steel rebar at the construction site turned completely soft today. Hearing this, a sense of unease washes over him. He is left speechless. A few hours later, as night falls, standing before Yin Wudao are the steel rods, looking exactly as described, limp and rubbery. He picks one up, puzzled. My God, this is definitely strange. Miao Ji stares at the softened steel with curiosity. Let me try something. She wonders. Why isn't there any reaction? This technique has never failed me before. Don't tell me I actually have to use my mouth. Right then, Yin Wudao turned back to question Master Qingxiu. Look at this. What on earth is going on? Master Qingxiu replied, focused. Deploying the 5 elements 8 trigrams. Infinite heaven and earth. Suddenly, a massive explosion thundered overhead. Everyone looked up in shock. Master Qingxiu's face went pale. The earth pit. He discovered the cause. The 5 elements earth-sealing grand formation. Yin Wudao pressed him, stunned. What? The earth-sealing grand formation? Master Qingxiu explained. This formation is usually found only in imperial tombs. It was originally used to seal off the local spiritual energy, to ensure grave robbers could never locate the burial grounds. He speculated further, using the earth-sealing formation on a construction site, without the imperial qi of a royal residence to balance it, means the earth element is effectively isolated. According to the cycle of the 5 elements, earth generates metal. Without the essence of earth, the metal element naturally dissipates. The steel rebar obviously can't hold its form. He wondered, could this be the work of that little celestial master, Li Daojia? Master Qingxiu replied quickly. It's highly likely. In the past, only a state preceptor would know this formation. In today's world, the only ones capable of casting it would be the celestial masters. Yin Wudao asked, then do you have a way to break it? The man coughed up another mouthful of blood. My humble skills are not up to the task. Mr. Yin, I suggest you seek another master. Yin Wudao immediately grabbed Master Qingxiu. With a thin smile, he said, consider this 20 million a donation to help repair your temple. Once the job is done, there will be even more. Master Qingxiu agreed instantly. Since young master, Yin is being so sincere, then I suppose I'll put my life on the line. Early the next morning, the sun shone brilliantly. The azure sky reflected off the rolling mountain ranges. Master Qingxiu introduced his background. My master is the great Master Wuji. He cultivates at Wuji Temple on the North Mountain of Jiangqing. Master once took 3rd place at the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony. His sword techniques are divine. Breaking an earth-sealing formation will be no trouble for him. As they were about to enter, they were stopped by security. This place has been converted into a tourist attraction. You need to buy a ticket to enter. He roared in anger. I've only been away for 6 months, and now I can't even go home. I have to pay for a ticket to see my own house. Damn it. The secretary hurriedly bought 5 tickets. Master Qingxiu grumbled as he walked. You lot just wait. Once I find my master, I'll see how he handles you people. Before they had gone very far, tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. He fell to his knees in agony before his master's grave. I was only gone for a few days. How have we already been separated by life and death? Your disciple has failed you. Suddenly, a voice called out. Master Qingxiu? Both he and Yin Wudao were stunned. They saw Gu Shizi walking toward them. The master has attained the Tao and ascended. He has shed his mortal coil to become an immortal. Senior brother, you should be celebrating. Why such grief? Yin Wudao looked at Gu Shizi in awe. She felt like a fairy descended from the heavens. Master Qingxiu asked, puzzled. Junior sister? We were actually charged an entrance fee just to come up the mountain. What's the meaning of this? She immediately covered her face with her hand. The Fuguway Cultural Tourism Group bought out the entire North Mountain. They claim we don't have the deed to the land, and they've ordered us to leave. Our time is almost up. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. Marishwan arrived with his henchmen. Hey, little fairy, have you thought it over? Will you walk out, or should my boys carry you out? Master Qingshu flew into a rage. I grew up on this mountain. Wuji Temple has been passed down for over a dozen generations. It's been here longer than your damn great-grandfather. Who are you to tell us to leave? Marishwan angrily swung his baton at the man's face. Marishwan threatened him. I don't give a damn how many years you've been here. I paid for this mountain, so it's mine. Now all of you get the hell out. Great Master Fu Hui couldn't stand to watch any longer and prepared to step in. This is just too much. But Yin Wudao stopped him. Don't be in such a rush. Let's just see how this plays out first. Marishwan stared at the dilapidated graves of Wuji Temple and sneered. This dump isn't worth a dime. He swung his club at a grave and shouted at the top of his lungs. I'm smashing this place to make way for the road. Just then, a thunderous punch landed squarely on his face. Gu Shizi knocked Marishwan to the ground. He tumbled several times before landing face first in the dirt. She stood amidst the wind. Her voice was calm as she spoke. Infinite Heavenly Lord. Marishwan lifted his head. Blood streamed from his nose as he roared. You bitch! You dare hit me? I'll bring men back to humiliate you. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Gu Shizi's eyes flashed with fury. She lunged forward and slapped him repeatedly. Just die already. Marik swanesse subordinates bellud inanger. How dare you strike young Master Ma? Kill her. Now, at that moment, Yin Wudao gave the order. He signaled Venerable Fuhu and Miaoji to attack. The ferocious assault from Yin Wudao's subordinates sent them flying. Every single one of them was blown away. On the other side, the woman leisurely released a wave of toxic miasma. Marishwan's men clutched their throats in agony. The remaining two realized they were outmatched. They threw Marishwan over their shoulders and fled for their lives. Gu Shizi hurried over. She sincerely thanked Yin Wudao for his assistance. Yin Wudao replied nonchalantly. It was the right thing to do. There's no need for formalities. Daoist Qingshu rushed over. Junior sister, let me introduce you. This is young Master Yin Wudao. He's willing to help us rebuild the temple. Young Master Yin. This is my junior sister, Gu Shizi. She is exceptionally gifted. She received our master's direct teachings. She will surely be of great help to you. Yin Wudao smiled. The fairy is like Chang'e of the Moon Palace herself. Cold, elegant, and ethereal. A truly peerless beauty. I'm utterly captivated. His words earned him an immediate glare from Gu Shizi. Gu Shizi turned away. If you have something to say, say it. Spare me the sweet talk. I know well enough whether I'm beautiful or not. I don't need your commentary. A moment later, the group arrived at Wuji Temple. Yin Wudao spoke up. It's fallen into such disrepair. It definitely needs a renovation. Just then, Daoist Qingshu poured tea for the two of them. Yin Wudao continued. At first, I honestly thought Daoist Qingshu was just trying to scam me. Gu Shizi immediately replied. We truly do need to renovate the temple. But we would never do anything that violates our conscience or harms others. Yin Wudao looked at Gu Shizi and chuckled. Inviting the fairy down from the mountain is certainly not for anything nefarious. Her eyes, Gu Shizi's eyes, were briefly shrouded in a faint green light. She saw several streaks of dangerous black aura lingering behind Yin Wudao. She was secretly horrified, thinking to herself, was that the Overlord's destiny? Or the hero's bane? Gu Shizi raised her teacup and spoke. Our master once taught us that unless the world is in chaos, we must not descend the mountain to interfere in worldly affairs. And we certainly must not aid a tyrant. Young master, please see yourself out. At that point, Daoist Qingshu interjected. Junior sister, young Master Yin is a good man. I even caused him some trouble, and yet he still gave me tens of millions. Gu Shizi's brow furrowed instantly. She shot him a chilling glare. Daoist Qingshu turned pale under her intense gaze. Yin Wudao quickly placed several photos on the table. Please, fairy, take a look. This is the feng shui array that the little heavenly master set up at the construction site. Gu Shizi listened to him while picking up the photos to examine them. Now, Not only has construction been halted, but we're also facing massive losses. This means over 100,000 people in the old district won't be relocated properly. They'll eventually have nowhere to go. Gu Shizi spoke up. This is indeed the great 5 elements earth-sealing array. Yin Wudao said firmly. That little heavenly master is abusing his power. He's helping Ma Fu's gang plot against innocent people. He's the one truly aiding a tyrant. Yin Wudao explained. Actually, this Fugue cultural tourism group is just a front for Ma Fu's side business. He uses his position as the Chamber of Commerce president to seize land and oppress people everywhere. It's despicable. I suspect that kid didn't descend the mountain just for revenge. He's here to purge this evil. Gu Shizi listens closely. A look of shock suddenly crosses her face. She stands up abruptly and gives a solemn nod. I'll accompany you down the mountain. A short while later, the yin-yang compass in Gu Shizi's hand begins to glow. She scans the surroundings. This is definitely the 5 elements earth-sealing grand array. But it's not exactly invincible, following the laws of nature and the cycle of mutual generation and overcoming. All we need is a young boy with an exceptionally dominant destiny. One well-placed leak from him should break the seal. Perfected Master Qingshu says excitedly, water feeds wood, wood feeds fire, fire feeds earth, and earth feeds metal. If the boy possesses a kingly aura to guide him, breaking the array will be even easier. But then he pauses. The problem is a child with that kind of fate is incredibly rare. Kids these days grow up too fast. They aren't as pure as they were in our day. In Wudao smirks. Don't worry about that. He gave a confident laugh. As for a child like that, I happen to know exactly where to find one. Moments later, the sound of a chair crashing to the floor echoes nearby. Ji Fengming, bound tightly, screams, In Wudao, what the hell did you kidnap me for? Gu Shizi is taken aback. You just snatch him up like that, she asks. You just kidnapped him out of the blue? In Wudao scoffs. This brat is way too arrogant. He wouldn't have come if I'd asked nicely. In Wudao turns to the boy. Second young master Ji, calm down. Let's have a little chat. Ji Fengming glares at him warily. What do you want? Sometime later, he steps onto the wobbly, suspended stairs. Ji Fengming looks around, bewildered. Are these stairs even meant for people? You actually made this out of rope. In Wudao lets out a mocking snicker. Your face is turning white with fear. You're too scared to even walk on some stairs? And here I thought you were supposed to be some tough guy. Ji Fengming immediately tries to puff out his chest. I'm not scared. Not even a little. Ji Fengming mumbles to himself as he climbs. Okay, this is actually terrifying. How on earth does he make it look so easy? System notification. You have gained Ji Fengming's admiration. Obtained 1 prodigy point. He's so lost in thought that he doesn't notice his foot catching on a step. He instantly loses his balance. Panic-stricken, he lunges forward, trying to grab onto anything. In Wudao swiftly catches Ji Fengming by the sleeve. Careful there. You okay? He asked with a smirk. Ji Fengming is stunned. This jerk actually saved me? System notification. You have earned Ji Fengming's gratitude. Obtained 1 prodigy point. In Wudao glances over at him. The boy is looking back at him with a bashful, awkward expression. Earning prodigy points is easier than I thought. Daji speaks up. In Wudao, I'm genuinely impressed. Keeping him around, I finally see what you're planning. He thinks to himself, this is only the beginning. This little brat has plenty of uses left. They finally arrive. Several bottles of soda, sitting on a table, catch their eye. Ji Fengming rushes over immediately. He grabs a bottle of Coke. Whoa, is that Coke? No one ever lets me drink this at home. In Wudao shrugs. Go ahead, drink up. You can have as much as you want here. We can talk while you enjoy that. He holds the bottle, suddenly looking suspicious. He gestures for In Wudao to take the first sip. In Wudao chuckles internally. This little brat is more cautious than he looks. He picks up a bottle of water. He pops it open and takes a long drink right in front of Ji Fengming. Relax, he says, trying to put him at ease. I'm not going to poison you. Ji Fengming glares back. Don't think you can buy me off with a few bottles of soda. I'm not selling out my sister, Yi Shui. The two of them take a seat. Ji Fengming keeps rambling. My sister Yi Shui hates sleazy guys more than anything. And you're the definition of sleazy. As he speaks, his face turns bright red. My sister Yi Shui is as beautiful as a goddess. A commoner like you doesn't deserve someone like her. Yin Wu Dao gives a teasing smirk. Oh, so you've got a crush on Yi Shui. Then? Ji Fengming freezes, his eyes wide with shock, spits out all the cola in his mouth. He jumps to his feet in a rage and screams. Don't you dare talk such nonsense. I'm going to the bathroom. Yin Wu Dao's expression darkens. Watching Gu Fengming walk away, he thinks to himself, no wonder Yi Shui's affection level won't budge. Turns out this kid has eyes for the female lead. He even dares to lust after his future sister-in-law. A moment later, Gu Fengming heads to a secluded corner to relieve himself. Suddenly, the entire building is enveloped in a brilliant emerald aura. Gu Fengming cries out in shock. My God, what is happening? Is my pee really this powerful? Right then, 2 cars speed toward the front of the building. Ma Fu leads a swarm of reporters out of the vehicles. He points his finger at the building, shouting at the top of his lungs. This is the construction site that used substandard steel. This whole project is nothing but a pile of garbage. They treat human lives like trash. Just then, Yin Wu Dao steps down and speaks up. Who says my project treats human lives like trash? He calmly asks, Chairman Ma, a man of your standing, why stoop to such low-class tactics? Aren't you embarrassed? Hearing this, Ma Fu grabs a steel bar nearby and says smugly, for the people of Jiang City, I must expose the truth for the sake of justice. With just one strike of this bar, Ma Fu triumphantly swings the bar against a concrete block and yells, Your Yin family is finished. With a loud crack, a steel rod falls. It hits Ma Fu right on the head, making him lose his balance. Li Daoi and Li Li are horrified at the sight. Li Li screams, Oh my God, what on earth happened? Reporters scramble to take photos and shout questions. Chairman Ma, didn't you say the steel at this site was defective? But how is it this sturdy? Chairman Ma, please tell us. Are you engaging in unfair business competition? Ma Fu clutches his head. Panic-stricken, he keeps shouting, Stop taking pictures. Stop it. Yin Wu Dao points at him and says, You've all seen it for yourselves. This is pure slander. Baseless, malicious slander. Yin Wu Dao addresses the media. People think business warfare is all about complex schemes, about elaborate traps and sabotage. But in reality, it's just rivals climbing over walls to take photos, or competitors showing up with sledgehammers, CEOs getting assaulted, chairmen getting beaten, stealing safes, swapping chips. That's how it really is. It doesn't even need logic. The media starts whispering among themselves. Ma Fu has gone too far. He's the chairman, yet he has absolutely no class. Yin Wu Dao takes out some pre-prepared red envelopes and smiles. Think of this little show of mine as a way to clear your eyes. There's one for everyone. The reporters take the envelopes. Their faces light up instantly as they say in unison, Young master, Yin is the only one with a real conscience. They clamor to speak. We must report that the steel plates for the Old Town renovation are perfectly fine. This was just a malicious attempt at sabotage. We'll write an expose on this unscrupulous businessman. Ma Fu's face is split open and bleeding. He grimaces in agony. Just then, a voice rings out. Fellow Taoist Guxiatzi, I see you have attained the 3 flowers gathering at the peak. With such profound cultivation, why are you helping the wicked commit these sins? Lidoyadamans, do you realize the one you're helping isn't even human, but a 1,000-year-old demon? Lili Sudanli Rushas Furwart. She anxiously grabs Li Daoi's arm and asks desperately, Daoi, what's going on? Didn't you say their steel was definitely defective? What do we do now? Wu Dao steps forward and says, Li Daoiya, who exactly is helping the wicked? I think the answer is obvious. Your hypocrisy makes me sick. Li Daoi finds no way to argue and stammers. He brushes off Li Li's hand, turning to leave. Oof. Yin Wu Dao bows in gratitude. My thanks to the fairy for her assistance. System notification, affection level, indifferent. Guxiatzi says, there is no need. I only acted for the sake of all living beings. A glint of cunning flashed in Yin Wu Dao's eyes. Her favorability rating has appeared. It looks like she was originally the female lead for that celestial master, Li Daoi. The system is displaying a new quest. Mission, conquer the celestial maiden, Guxiazi. Objective, reach 99 favorability points. Reward, 7 prodigy points. Reward, 3 flowers gathering at the peak. Standing behind Yin Wu Dao, Su Daji asked, well, this mission isn't too bad, right? Yin Wudao thought to himself. No exaggeration here. This is the toughest conquest mission I've ever faced. That emotionless state is the hardest shell to crack. The process will be completely unpredictable. But 3 flowers gathering at the peak is a hell of a prize. It's equivalent to several hundred years of natural cultivation. Sudahi Guisperth. I didn't think there was a beauty you couldn't charm. I thought you could handle anything. You got some nerve, though. Even trying to flirt with the system administrator. Yin Wudao looked at her and thought, this little girl is teasing me again. If I can't win her over. Guxiazi began to gather her power. Just then, Guxiazi barked out a question. What kind of monster are you? Yin Wudao's expression shifted. Celestial Maiden, what's wrong? Guxiazi spoke. I suspect something foul is clinging to you. Su Daji was paralyzed with fear. She really lives up to the 3 flowers gathering at the peak realm. She's not someone to mess with. I'm getting out of here. A streak of burning red energy shot straight toward the 6-colored gemstone necklace Yin Wudao was wearing. Guxiazi asked suspiciously, where did this necklace come from? May I see it for a moment? Yin Wudao immediately grabbed Guxiazi's hand. His charm surged like a tidal wave. Every word he spoke carried a hidden meaning. Of course you can. However, this is a family heirloom. Aside from my future wife, I can't let anyone else touch it. Guxiazi wrenched her hand away from Yin Wudao. Her face darkened as she spat. Scoundrel. Yin Wudao flashed his usual polite, social smile. He rubbed his hands together. We should probably get back to business. Li Daoi definitely won't let this go easily. We can't just sit here and wait for death. I'll need the Celestial Maiden's help with this. Guxiazi nodded in agreement. Fair enough. Turn around. Then, she slapped a glowing talisman onto him. Guxiazi chanted an incantation to activate her power. A seal was placed on Yin Wudao's back. He tilted his head and asked, is this a protection charm? The talisman vanished instantly. Guxiazi replied. Something like that. But it's not that simple. Yin offered an invitation. Celestial Maiden, you probably don't have a place to stay in the city yet, do you? Why don't you stay at my place for a few days? Just leave the matters on the mountain to me. I'll take care of everything for you. Guxiazi accepted. Very well. I'll be in your care then. System notification. Reputation points increased by 100,000. Reputation points increased by 200,000. Reputation points increased by 200,000. Current total reputation, 5 million. A female streamer was on the rooftop. She said, that's it for today's live stream. If the boss does anything else exciting next time, we'll see you then. Xiao Xiao waved happily to the viewers. Bye-bye. On the stream screen, a user named Little Demon Waterfall left a comment. Thanks for the visual feast, Xiao Xiao. Another satisfying day. Little Demon Waterfall gifted a super rocket, 99 yuan. Little Demon Waterfall gifted a supercar, 99.9 yuan. Little Demon Waterfall gifted a carnival, 99 yuan. Xiao Xiao suddenly spotted something. In the stream's comment section, a VIP fan left a message. Oh my god. I think someone is taking secret photos from the building across the street. A VIP fan named Shiyu said, that's nonsense. That's not a camera. That's a sniper rifle. A VIP fan named Xiang Yi said, could it be an assassin? Is there a sequel to this plot? Xiao Xiao panicked. No way. Are they trying to assassinate the boss? Xiao Xiao's face turned deathly pale. She scrambled to call Yin Wudao. Boss, look out. Inside a sleek, jet-black luxury car. Yin Wudao answered the phone. What is it? Didn't I tell you not to call me unless it's urgent? Wait, what? Someone's trying to snipe me? Are you serious? From across the street? Then I'd better see for myself who exactly wants me dead. Yin Wudao rolled down the car window. He remained perfectly calm as he stayed on the line. But this bulletproof glass is too thick. I can't see a thing. Hold on. Let me roll it down so I can get a better look. On the other end of the line, Xiao Xiao cried out in a panic. Boss, are you insane? Close it. Now. Xiao Xiao was on the verge of tears from stress. Roll it up quickly. I shouldn't have even called you. This is all my fault. I put you in danger. The VIP fans began flooding the comments. Xiao Xiao is literally crying right now. Does the boss live on the edge like this every single day? A user named Cool Guy commented. The sniper scope was aimed directly at Yin Wudao's car. The gunman whispered. Uncle was the one who told me to do this. Don't blame me. With a sharp click, he pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled through the air, streaking toward Yen Wudao's car. Just as the bullet was about to strike Yen Wudao's head, it suddenly deflected, hurtling back the way it came at the speed of light. Ma Rixuan witnessed the scene. He was paralyzed with shock, unable to react in time. The bullet was already right in front of his face. Ma Rixuan's face drained of all color. He let out a terrified scream. Holy! A VIP fan named Soy Mill Girl commented, "Oh my god." The sniper's head just exploded. Middle-aged idol commented, "That's some top-tier acting." Only love, everyone wrote. Was that just a dummy made out of a watermelon? Sitting in the car, Yen Wudao smirked to himself. It seems my puppet doesn't even need a protection charm. It has a built-in reflection effect. This Guxiao fairy really does have some tricks up her sleeve. System notification. True puppet successfully modified. Cost, 1 million reputation points. As dusk began to fall, in another location, a trembling voice rang out. Young Celestial Master. Please, you have to save him. Manhwa stepped forward. Seeing Ma Rixuan unconscious on the floor, his voice shook. He's my only son. I have such a massive estate. I'm counting on him to take care of me when I'm old. The Celestial Master frowned. He tried to harm someone and suffered the backlash. This is karmic retribution. How can I just interfere with that? Lily suddenly appeared like a divine presence. She pleaded desperately. Aye, for my sake, please save him. The Celestial Master looked as if he had been backed into a corner. Fine, I suppose I owe you. He pulled out a talisman and a Bagua formation disc. He placed them on Ma Rixuan and began chanting. Yi cast a spell to save Ma Rixuan. Suddenly, Ma Rixuan bolted upright. Pale and trembling, he stammered. Ghost! There's a ghost. The bullet, it flew backward. Just then, someone rushed in, shouting in a panic. This is bad. Yen Wudao is back. Ma fuese, brau farod. Yen Wudao isn't someone to be trifled with after all. Does he want to start an all-out war? The young Celestial Master reassured him calmly. Once I set up a tactical array here, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be walking out of here today. Leading the way, Yen Wudao spoke. Fairy, you saw it yourself. I've shown restraint time and time again. And in return, they keep trying to destroy me. I've been pushed to the point where I have no choice but to defend myself. With her hands behind her back, Guxiao Fairy replied. Indeed, Li Daoi may be a righteous celestial master, but his actions are reckless and tyrannical. Today, I shall slay the demons and purge the evil. I will enact justice on behalf of heaven. Yin clasped his fists and smiled. Then I shall leave everything in your capable hands, Fairy. Guxiao Fairy suddenly sensed something. She commanded. The flames spread rapidly, sealing off every exit. Raging fires gradually surrounded them on all sides. Guxiao Fairy calmly reassured the others. Don't panic. This is the Yang Extreme Grand Array. Anyone who enters is doomed to die. Guxiao Fairy muttered. Senior brother. Senior, why don't you go and test the formation? A Taoist, who is also a celestial master, stepped forward alongside her. Upon hearing this, the master's face turned pale. He wiped his face, then solemnly drew the peach-wood sword he carried. He began chanting under his breath. By the law of the divine name, commander of the searing flames, let your majestic light shine eternally. The master swung his sword toward the fire. The flames instantly surged up the peach-wood sword, enveloping his clothes in fire. Panic-stricken, he ran around frantically, screaming for help. Junior sister, this formation is too powerful. Quick, save your senior brother. Guxizi calmly held a green talisman between her fingers. The talisman zipped through the air. It circled the fire-engulfed master. The talisman transformed into a long ribbon of energy, extinguishing the flames. Guxizi scolded him. You idiot. You used a fire essence incantation to charge into a Yang Extreme formation? Was the fire not big enough for you already? You're lucky you weren't burned to a crisp. In Wudao truly couldn't endure the scorching heat of the flames any longer. He turned to Guxizi and pleaded. Fairy, please break the formation. I can't take this anymore. Guxizi immediately pulled out a bowl and chanted. Circulate through the 3 realms. Clear all paths and channels. Purge the poisonous heat. Drive away the burning filth. Faint wisps of energy began to swirl, gathering into the bowl. The energy within the bowl poured out continuously. Guxizi held the bowl high. The flames gradually vanished. Seeing the fire die down, In Wudao praised her. That's incredible. You truly are skilled, fairy. Gu Shizi replied indifferently. I simply used a standard water essence incantation. Combined with my mana bowl, it produced this miraculous effect. There's no need for praise. Elsewhere, a rooster had been slaughtered. Its blood was placed in an ammo box nearby. A subordinate asked, Young master, will rooster blood bullets actually work? Ma Rixuan snapped at him. Damn it, that little celestial master even brought the corpses of our two big bosses back to life. Do you think he'd fake something as small as this? Ma Rixuan leaned against the wall and ordered, Take them all out in a moment. He held a sniper rifle. A Bagua symbol was drawn on his forehead. The subordinate complied. Understood. Meanwhile, In Wudao led a few others as they reached the roof of the building. The air was thick with smoke. In Wudao looked up and spotted Ma Rixuan's men lying in wait. He said, There's an ambush above us. Wait for my signal. Gu Shizi stepped forward, raising a talisman. She said calmly, They're just small fry. What's there to be afraid of? Gu Shizi took the lead and said, I have a protection incantation. Everyone, follow me. Ma Rixuan stumbled as he turned around. He raised his gun and fired at them. A loud bang echoed. The bullet grazed past Gu Shizi. Her protective talisman was shredded. The look on her face changed instantly. She seemed to realize something. Rooster blood breaks magic. This is bad. Ma Rixuan let out a cold laugh. He aimed his rifle at the backs of In Wudao's group and cursed. You bitch. I've been itching to get rid of you for a long time. In Wudao quickly lunged forward. He calculated his options as he ran. I have two ways to save her. First, I could throw a knife faster than a bullet. I could kill Ma Rixuan before he pulls the trigger. Second, I could use instant movement to get right in front of Ma Rixuan and knock his gun off target. Thinking about these two options, his expression darkened. A faint smirk played on his lips. Finally, he made his decision. But neither of those options would be meaningful. Ma Rixuan raised his gun and roared, Die. Gu Shizi reflexively closed her eyes to dodge. But when she opened them, she found In Wudao standing in front of her. He had taken the bullet for her. Tears welled up in Gu Shizi's eyes. She reached out to touch him. Why? Why did you save me? In Wudao's voice trembled as he replied. You were helping others. I couldn't let you fall into danger. I understand that much. He looked up at her. He forced a pained smile. You did all of this to save every living soul under heaven. How could I ever let anything happen to you? Gu Shizi was frozen in absolute shock. The system interface flashed. Favorability +10. Increasing 4 times in a row. Yen Wudao knelt before her and whispered, This world can get by without me, but it cannot survive without you. The heavy burden of exorcising demons and defending the way. I'll have to leave it all in your hands. Yen Wudao, don't you dare die. Gu Shizi wailed. As the words left her lips, he pretended his soul was leaving his body. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing him unconscious, Gu Shizi let out a furious roar. I'll send you all to the grave with Yen Wudao. She whipped out a stack of yellow talismans and began to weave her spells. The charms flew in unison toward the two men. One talisman smacked Ma Rixuan right in the forehead. What the? He barely managed to shout. The talisman exploded instantly. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. This is bad. The boss got blown sky-high. A series of explosions rocked the area. Gu Shizi quickly retreated from the scene. She stood amidst the smoke and flames. Her expression was dark and grim. She looked incredibly solemn. Then, Gu Shizi knelt beside Yen Wudao and whispered, Stop faking it. Get up now. He sat right up. He turned to Su Deki, who was hovering in midair. Did you find Ma Fuchang? Su Deki replied, Found him. He's up on the rooftop. He turned to Gu Shizi, telling her to head up and deal with Li Daoji, while he would personally take care of Ma Fu. Yen Wudao gripped the edge of the wall tightly. He nimbly scaled the building, floor by floor, moving without the slightest struggle. On the livestream screen, comments were flooding in. Holy crap. He's a real martial arts master. He's scaling that wall like it's flat ground. This script is getting ridiculous. The boss is so handsome, though. I'm so jealous. Li Li and Ma Fu were on the roof, locked in an argument. Lili Shota angrily. I told you not to mess with Yen Wudao, but you wouldn't listen. And now look at the mess you've made. Ma Fu couldn't help but snap back. You're just a woman with long hair and short sight. Our Ma family was supposed to be one of the 4 great clans of Jiangxing. It's only because the Yin family and Long Wuzhong teamed up that we were kicked out of the inner circle. He gnashed his teeth in rage. He wished for nothing more than the Yin family's destruction, and the Long family as well. Meanwhile, Lily saw Yin Wudao approaching, radiating killing intent. She pointed at him, stammering. Ma Fu didn't understand why Li was freaking out, so he just punched her. Then he yelled tearfully, "I'll knock some sense into you." "What, Yin, are you talking about?" Just then, Yin Wudao appeared behind him. "Chairman Ma," he said coldly, "I didn't realize you weren't just a crooked businessman, but a wife-beater as well." Ma Fu whipped around to look at him. His face turned pale as a sheet. "Yin Wudao, how the hell did you get up here?" Yin Wudao smirked. He turned his gaze toward Li. "You'll have to ask Ms. Li about that." Realizing the secret was out, she didn't know what to do. She could only let out a small gasp. Ma Fu turned and pointed right in her face. "Li, you betrayed me." She immediately feigned weakness. I'm feeling so dizzy." Yin Wudao stood behind them. Smugly, he fanned the flames. "Li, you risked everything for him, and in return, all you got was his suspicion. He really is just a despicable, violent man." She immediately echoed his words. Her eyes burned with intense hatred. "You're right. Abusive men like him deserve to die." Li shoved Ma Fu away with all her might. More comments popped up on the live stream. User, Great Emperor Li E. Is this for real? This plot is wasting such good actors. The screen is covered in comments. I don't see any safety wires anywhere. Could this actually be real? User, Famous Detective Derengia. The truth is always singular. The culprit is that woman. Ma Fu was shoved right off the skyscraper, plummeting straight down. In that moment, Yin Wudao remained unfazed as he turned to look at Li. "Li, I'm taking you with me to kill every man who has ever hurt you." She gave a soft, quiet reply. Elsewhere, Li Daoi fought a fierce battle alone against 3 opponents. He gripped his lightning-infused weapon tightly, scanning his surroundings. "I'll admit you've got some skill, but have you ever witnessed the lightning arts of a true celestial master?" Li Daoi lashed his lightning whip downward. In a flash, he snapped Gu Shizi's sword in 2, the weapon strike connecting with her. She didn't have time to defend herself. Li Daoi looked down at her, a frown creasing his brow. "Today, I'm shattering your 3 flowers crown, so you'll never be able to harm anyone again." Gu Shizi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and let out a cold laugh. "The devil grows a foot tall, but the way grows 10 feet taller. You won't be able to keep this up for long." Li Daoi raised his lightning whip high. He uttered a single word, but before he could strike, a clear voice called out to stop him. "Aye, wait." He turned his head. Lily came running toward him. Anxiety was written all over her face. "Lily, are you all right?" She smiled as she approached. "I'm fine. I wanted to say something, but..." Lily's expression suddenly shifted. Her face twisted into a snarl. She lunged at Li Daoi with a dagger in hand, but he reacted instantly, seizing her by the elbow. Li Daoi squeezed her wrist, forcing her to drop the knife. "I knew something was wrong with you," he said coldly. "I noticed your odd behavior quite a while ago. Your spirit is scattered, and your soul is unsettled. Did you really think a cheap trick like this would work on me?" Without hesitation, he shoved Li away. Slow, rhythmic clapping echoed through the area. Yin Wudao strolled forward with total composure. "Impressive. You truly live up to the name of Little Celestial Master. You certainly have some skill." Seeing him, Gu Shizi was overcome with joy. "Yin Wudao, you're alive." He turned to look at her. Maintaining a straight face, he told a lie. "My Yin family has a secret ancestral medicine. It could bring someone back from the brink of death. Sorry for making you worry." Even after hearing that, Gu Shizi remained uneasy. "As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. But you have to leave now. You're no match for him. He's way too strong." Li Daoi suddenly stomped his foot onto the ground. The earth cracked beneath him. A ball of electricity condensed between his palms. His eyes flashed with a furious light. "Yin Wudao, you used those 8 legions illusions to deceive me. That's why I couldn't identify your true self sooner. Today, I will purge this evil and exorcise this demon. I will bring peace back to Jiang City once and for all." Yin Wudao pointed at Li Daoi and sneered. You? Exorcising demons. You violated another man's wife. Gamitin ga cardinal sin. Then you set up a grand array for a man like Mafu. You've completely depleted your karmic merit, and yet you claim to act in the name of heaven. How utterly absurd. Don't you feel any shame? Stung by the truth, he lashed out with his lightning whip in a blind rage. Shut up. Just shut up. This is all your fault. In Wu Dao didn't panic. With a graceful leap, he easily dodged the attack. Li Daoi's eyes widened in shock. He dodged it? But we're inside my own lightning domain. It seems I've underestimated you. In Wu Dao threw a punch toward Li Daoi. An azure dragon manifested, its maw wide as if to swallow him whole. Li Daoi, you realized it far too late. Now die. At that same moment, Li Daoi unleashed his own ultimate move. You're a goddamn nuisance. Once you're dead, everything will return to its proper path. In Wu Dao was sent flying backward. He looked down to see electrical currents surging across his body. His limbs grew so stiff he could barely move. Panic flared in his chest. The paralyzing sting of the lightning spread through every fiber of his being. Li Daoi blurred like a bolt of lightning, reappearing right in front of In Wu Dao. First step, lightning tribulation. Second step, earth-water flux. Third step, harmonized thunderstrike. Fourth step, celestial thunderbolt. 5 steps, 5 thunder messengers. First, sweep away the wicked. Then, subdue the rebellious dragon. Another sphere of lightning begins to coalesce in his hand. He continues to chant the incantation. Celestial alignment in place. Stand against me. The art of radiant sunlight. Evil shall face me. Divine spirits of the upper river. Seal of the triple purity and 5 thunders. 10,000 judgments descend in unison. Gu Shizi screams in terror from the sidelines. Something's wrong. It's the 5 thunder evil expelling curse. Run now. In Wu Dao is completely paralyzed. He can only watch as the spiderweb of electricity closes in on him. He roars. If I could actually move, do you think I need you to tell me that? Quit your yapping. Li Daojiao points a single finger at him. A massive surge of electricity erupts from his fingertip. In Wu Dao, be purified by the thunder. Gu Shizi stands on the outside. She can only let out a desperate cry. A violent bolt of lightning slams into the spot where In Wu Dao stands. Her face instantly turns deathly pale. She is paralyzed with sheer horror. The system interface flashes 3 times in a row, affection +10. At that same moment, Gu Shizi bites her lip hard. She thinks to herself, he clearly could have escaped. Yet he still came back to save me. Her fists clench so tightly that the veins bulge on the back of her hands. Because of her, he has died twice now. Twice. Gu Shizi doesn't hesitate for a second. She raises her hand. She bites her fingertip hard, using the blood to cast the Xianyuan blood curse. Gu Shizi thrusts her right hand out. The ancient spirit array of the north. Xuanwu, the black tortoise. Hear my command. She raises her left hand. The array of the south. Zhuke, the vermilion bird. Gu Shizi pulls her hands back. One hand above, one below. Between them, yin-yang dual element diagram appears. The array of the west. Baihu the white tiger. Manifest. Li Daojia instantly recognizes the technique. His eyes widen in shock. The 4 symbols killing formation. Impressive. As expected of a seeker who has reached the triple flower summit. If we weren't standing on opposite sides of battlefield, I'd truly love to share a pot of tea and discuss the Tao with you. Gu Shizi's expression is fierce as she snarls. In your dreams, she leaps into the air. Her hands glow with the intensity of the current. But unfortunately, her inner chi is too shallow. In the end, she still can't summon the Azure Dragon. The 4 symbols killing formation is missing the Azure Dragon. How do you expect to fight me? Gu Shizi doesn't deny it. On the contrary, she speaks with unwavering resolve. You're right. I truly cannot kill you. But even if I die, I'll give everything I have to shatter half your cultivation. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes behind Gu Shizi. She freezes mid-motion. In Wu Dao flashes a confident smile. Beside him, a majestic azure dragon soars into the sky. Azure Dragon, take your place. Li Daoja status in disbelief. Even Gu Shizi turns back toward In Wu Dao in total shock. He doesn't say a word. He leaps directly into the fray. He unleashes a punch with overwhelming power toward Li Daojia. The phantom of the azure dragon coils around his fist. Li Daojia has no time to dodge. He's forced to take Yin Wudao's punch head-on. The sheer force of the blow sends Li Daojia flying. He slams violently into a nearby wall. Dust and debris fill the air. Only his pathetic, battered silhouette can be seen through the haze. Li Daojia's face is covered in blood. He clutches his chest. Yin Wudao says coldly, "I calculated long ago that you were destined to die. How are you still alive?" Yin Wudao rubs his knuckles and curses under his breath. "You idiot. The one you killed was nothing more than my substitute puppet." Inwardly, he feels a wave of relief. That death substitution puppet I picked up finally came in handy. Li Daojia still can't believe it. He grits his teeth. "You have leapt beyond the 3 realms. You're no longer bound by the 5 elements. You do not belong to the heavenly Tao. You are an anomaly." Yin Wudao is annoyed by his words. He lands another punch on him. "I don't care if you're a god or a ghost. You're still getting a beating." Li Daojia is slumped over to the side. He is completely drained of strength. Yin Wudao grabs him by the hair. "Listen, kid. Since you love calculating things so much, why don't you calculate if you're going to face a bloody omen today?" Li Daojia looks up at him. Against all odds, he actually manages to smile. "I already did." The answer is no. Yin Wudao's rage flared even more. He pressed his hand down harder on the boy's head. "I miscalculated." But right at that moment, Li Daoi suddenly exploded. Even Yin Wudao was caught off guard. He turned around to look. On the ground, nothing remained but a paper effigy. Yin Wudao gritted his teeth. He actually has some skill. To think I actually let him slip away. Gu Shizi also realized it was a paper clone. She wasn't about to let Li Daoi get away so easily. She pulled out a talisman and began to chant. If he hadn't crossed the line and committed murder, he might have actually escaped. But now, before she could even finish her sentence, the talisman in Gu Shizi's hand flew out. In the blink of an eye, it latched onto Li Daoi. He didn't even have time to flee. He stared at the talisman in pure horror, thinking, Master was right. They really are as formidable as the legends say. Yin Wudao leaned forward. He slammed his foot down hard onto the floor. A sword shrouded in absolute darkness materialized above his head. Li Daoi's face turned pale with terror. This malevolent aura is overwhelming. It's blotting out the entire sky. My luck can no longer reach the heavens. My fate is no longer governed by the heavenly Tao. The black sword lunged straight into Li Daoi's chest. It pierced clean through his body. Li Daoi coughed up a spray of fresh blood. He let out a desperate, guttural scream. Heavens above, open your eyes and look. He is about to defy the very heavens. Yin Wudao withdrew his longsword. 3 notifications flashed across the system interface. Successfully destroyed Li Daoi's golden body. Mission complete. Reward, 70 prodigy points. Reward, 5 Thunder's true scripture. Mission completed with an S rank. Reward, 75 cultivation points. Host has been promoted to Marquis. System notification. God tier, great villain system. Host Yin Wudao promoted to Marquis. Talent, prodigal. Talent, treasure appraisal. 18 weapons mastery detected. Talent, modern medicine. Talent, ancient medicine. Prodigy points, 2,833. Reputation, 6 million. Additional skills. 9 dragons, true, chi. 3rd grade blood, lotus, flying dagger. All attribute, soldier king. Rising dragon fist. Purple golden pupils. Tutin ghost gotten needless. 5 Thunder's true scripture. Tracking. Gu Shizi stood behind him. Watching Yin Wudao, standing amidst the overwhelming darkness, she thought, how can his aura be this powerful? It's so domineering, as if he's looking down upon all of creation. Is he truly a monster? Yin Wudao suddenly whipped around to look at her. Gu Shizi immediately began to tremble from head to toe. She collapsed to the ground. She held up her hands, pleading, please don't. But he only said softly, don't move around carelessly. Yin Wudao reached his arms behind her back. He swept her up and carried her. Gu Shizi's face flushed bright red in shock. She could only stare at him blankly. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached as Lu Man ran over with several others. Yin Wudao, you are a suspect in the murder of Ma Fu. Don't move, he replied with total composure. I didn't kill him. The officer refused to back down. He pointed his gun directly at Yin Wudao. Then you're coming with me. You can explain everything at the station. Then Tan Xiao appeared and shouted. He didn't kill anyone. The officer turned to look at her. Do you have any proof? Tan Xiao handed her phone to the female officer. On the screen was the footage of Li Lai pushing Ma Fu off the rooftop. After Li Lai was taken away, Lu Man spoke up politely. I'm sorry. It seems we've had a misunderstanding. In Wu Dao looked visibly displeased. He picked Gu Shizi up, preparing to leave. But he didn't forget to give her a final reminder. You falsely accused me quite a few times now. I hope next time you can learn to set aside your prejudices. The girl could only stand there with her hands on her hips. She watched him as he walked away, thinking to herself, there's definitely something wrong with you. Don't let me catch you slipping. At Yin Wu Dao's residence, he spoke to Fairy Gu Shatsi. You'll be staying here from now on. My cultivation room is upstairs. You can use it to meditate whenever you like. She sat on the chair, lowering her head slightly. She listened in silence as he continued. Once I've finished renovating the Wuji temple, I'll invite you back. Gu Shatsi gave a soft reply. With that settled, Yin Wu Dao turned to leave. The moment he stepped out the door, he gave Xiaomi a secret instruction. Make sure that Wuji temple isn't finished for at least 3 years. Xiaomi could only nod helplessly at his antics. Tell me, did you already have names picked out for your kids? The very first time you met her? Yin Wu Dao let out a smirk. You really do know me best. A cunning glint flashed across his eyes. He began calculating his plan in his head. By the time our child is old enough to play outside, the Wuji temple should be just about finished. As they walked, Yin Wu Dao suddenly stopped and turned to Xiaomi. Oh right, why haven't I seen Jiang Ruoxue today? What you been up to lately? Xiaomi looked at him, her expression filled with confusion. You didn't know? Her mother passed away. Yin Wu Dao scratched his head. Hearing the news, he felt like he'd just hit the jackpot. Holy crap. Could things get any better than this? He recalled the arrogant face of Ruoxue's mother and fell into thought. Damn, she looked perfectly healthy though. How could she just drop dead like that? Maybe karma finally caught up to her? Xiaomi continued. I'm not entirely sure. Regardless, her family has been in chaos lately. But she's still working overtime to handle the company's business. She's often busy until midnight. Don't you want to go check on her? Yin Wu Dao waved his hand. Yeah, I really should show some concern. At the Jiang Group headquarters, inside the conference room, a man picked up a set of documents and began to read. After discussing with the elders of the Jiang clan, we have reached the following decision. The speaker was the new head of the Jiang family, Jiang Hao. He continued, Jiang Ruoxue is hereby stripped of all her duties as chairperson of the board. Jiang Xiner will take her place. Jiang Xinia smiled brightly. Thank you all for placing your trust in me. I will surely lead the Jiang family to glory. As long as our Jiang group maintains its grip on the mineral business, it won't be long before we reach new heights. She turned and smirked at Jiang Ruoxue. Big sister, you've worked so hard all these years. You can finally take a rest. With me in charge, the Jiang family won't just survive, we will thrive. Jiang Ruoxue looked anxious. But what about the Suanio investment fund? Jiang Xner placed a hand over her heart. The picture of confidence. You don't need to worry about that. Your role as CEO of Suanio was only because you were chairperson. Since I'm a chairperson now, the CEO position naturally falls to me as well. As for Yin Wu Dao, I'll handle him personally. I'm sure that with my professional expertise, I can ensure he makes a very satisfying amount of money. A man sitting below shouted in anger. Jiang Ruoxue, you've jinxed your husband and your own parents. Why haven't you left yet? Are you trying to curse the rest of us to death too? Another voice chimed in. Xiner has far more business talent than you ever did. We don't need you in power anymore. Yet another person shouted. The mineral business was part of your dowry. It's only natural that it belongs to the Jiang family now. Jiang Hao stood beside Jiang Ruoxue, sneering with biting sarcasm. What are you still hesitating for? Don't forget, you're nothing but a liability. You'll be married off sooner or later anyway. Did you really think you could take the Jiang family's money with you? Keep dreaming. He slammed a pen down in front of her. Sign it now. If you refuse, don't expect your parents to ever rest in peace. Feeling utterly defeated, Jiang Ruoxue finally picked up the pen. She slowly uncapped it. Jiang Hao and Jiang Xiner stared at her with malicious anticipation. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Don't you dare sign that. Yin Wu Dao walked in, hands tucked casually in his pockets. Following behind him were Fu Hui and Miao Ji. He spoke up. Every single asset in the Sueño investment fund belongs to me. Who I choose to hire as CEO is none of the Jiang family's damn business. Jiang Rushua gazes at Yin Wudao as if he were a god. She stammers out, "Young Master Yin." He quickly reaches out and grabs her hand to stop her. He gently takes the pen from her hand. "You and the Jiang family are finished. All ties are severed. Everything ends today." Jiang Hao slams the table and roars, "Jiang Rushua, sign and seal those papers right now." Yin Wudao shoots him a look of pure disdain. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurls the pen toward Jiang Hao. The pen pierces right through his hand. Jiang Hao screams in agony. "Gah, my hand!" Wudao doesn't stop there. He walks over and delivers a sharp slap to his face. "Shut your damn mouth." The others at the conference table immediately erupt in chaos. "How dare you strike the head of the family right in front of us? You clearly have no respect for the Jiang family." Yin Wudao turns around. His expression is dark and menacing. He lets out two cold, threatening chuckles. Terrified, the group instantly scrambles to their feet and flees. He's still as arrogant as ever. But for some reason, I can't bring myself to hate him like I used to. Yin Wudao puts on a haughty air. He points his thumb mockingly toward the ground. "In front of me, Yin Wudao, what the hell is the Jiang family supposed to be? You think you're in any position to boss people around? A bunch of pathetic brats." Jiang Exner steps forward and says, "Young Master Yin, I can step down as the CEO of the Blackbird Investment Fund, but the mining business belongs to the Jiang family. Surely, you have no right to interfere with that?" He turns his head. He glares at her with pure disgust. Since when did the mine become Jiang family property? Meanwhile, a bruised Jiang Hao struggles to lift his head. That mine was the betrothal gift for Jiang Rushua. Jiang Rushua has been fed by the Jiang family since she was a child. She used our resources. She is a woman of our Jiang family. Every cent she earns naturally belongs to the Jiangs. Yin Wudao can't stand another word. He snaps. "So, you're trying to use a moral debt to tie her down? If Jiang Rushua hadn't risked her life to save the Jiang family back then, you would have gone bankrupt years ago. Since then, she's made you hundreds of billions. Is that still not enough to repay the debt? So what if she ate your food? So what if she drank your water? Even if she owes anyone anything, it's her own parents, not a bunch of parasites like you." He grinds his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. It's a tragedy that her parents have passed away. You want to use family ties to chain her? Not a chance in hell. You've already squandered everything she ever earned. And now you want to snatch the mine right out of her hands, too? Yin Wudao tilts his head back and curses. "Why don't you just become highway robbers while you're at it?" Jiang Rushua is so moved that tears begin to well up in her eyes. She thinks to herself, "I used to have to carry every burden alone. The family's oppression, and my husband's lies. In all my life, I never dared to hope that someone would actually stand up for me. And yet, this man, the one I hated and loathed the most, is the one who keeps pulling me out of the fire time and time again." Jiang Xiner continues to press her argument. "You're right. She does indeed owe her parents. That's why she transferred all the rights to the mine to my aunt, her own mother. However, my aunt left a will to revive the Jiang family. She bequeathed all the shares to the Jiang clan. I also have a share in it." Hearing this, Jiang Hao chimes in. "That's right. We have the will." Jiang Xiner crosses her arms and frowns, correcting him. "It's a testamentary gift, not just a will. It's been notarized. It's legally binding." Yin Wudao turns to look at Jiang Rushua. "There's really a testamentary gift?" She gives a soft nod. After hearing that, the corners of his mouth curl into an amused smirk. "All right then. I know the truth now. That document is a fake." Jiang Xiner and everyone else in the room gasp in shock. But she still refuses to back down. "Young Master Yin, you can't just throw out accusations. Everything requires evidence. You can't just use the Yin family's power to bully people." Yan Wudao calmly replies, "Fine. I just need to speak with the dead to know if it's real or not." Jiang Rushua steps forward to stop him. "You can't see her. It's already been cremated." He turned back in surprise and asked for clarification. Jiang Xiner didn't seem to want to look at him for even another second. She spoke up. "Young Master Yin, if there's nothing else, I won't keep you any longer. Our Jiang family still has a lot of matters to attend to." Yin Wudao only gave a light chuckle. He glanced at Miss Jiang. "Am I not welcome here, Miss Jiang?" He reached out his hand. solemnly offering a handshake. I mean Wudao. I truly admire your poise, Miss Jiang. I hope we can become friends. Jiang Xiner ignored him completely. Her arms remained crossed over her chest. I don't see the need. After all, we don't exactly walk the same path. In Wudao's expression darkened. His tone carried a hint of a threat. I hold more than half the shares of the mining alliance. In other words, I have the power to set the prices. As soon as those words left his mouth, Jiang Xin froze instantly. Her eyes widened as she stared at him. Finally, Jiang Xiner forced a smile and shook In Wudao's hand. A smart person wouldn't turn down a mutually beneficial partnership. Young Master In, I was a bit hasty just now. In Wudao didn't seem to mind at all. He replied, not at all. Your composure is actually quite a perfect match. His smile grew even more radiant. His hand didn't stay still, shamelessly caressing Jiang Xiner's hand. It made her flinch. A jade-like hand, soft as if it had no bones. Could such a slender, perfect hand really exist in this world? Jiang Xiner blushed and stammered. You pervert. In Wudao didn't feel embarrassed in the slightest. On the contrary, he playfully teased her. It's so soft. Jiao Nianxue stood by with puffed-out cheeks, thinking to herself. A leopard can't change its spots. Old habits die hard. With one hand holding Jiang Xiner's, he raised his other hand, hovering it over her arm. As In Wudao's hand touched Jiang Xiner's, it began to glow faintly. The system interface appeared. Trace complete. Tracing back to side story plot. Reading. The poisonous concubine's daughter. A fragment of memory flashed by. The Dragon King's mother-in-law stood before Jiang Xiner's mother, hurling vile insults. You filthy brat. A mistake of nature. Even if she dies of illness, it has nothing to do with our Jiang family. The Jiang family will never accept an illegitimate bastard of unknown origin. Jiang Xiner's mother, holding her daughter who was still a small child, begged. Jinlin, I'm begging you. Please, save her. She really is your own flesh and blood. For the sake of your own child. Just as Jiang Jinlong opened his mouth, that woman immediately shrieked. You shut your mouth. She pointed at Jiang Xiner's mother and commanded. Use the clubs. Beat them out of here. The servants instantly raised their clubs, forcing the mother and daughter out of the house. Jiang Xiner's mother continued to plead desperately. She's your family's blood. Save her. After a brutal beating, the two of them could only huddle together in a corner of a trash heap. The servants didn't forget to threaten them. If you dare show your faces at the Jiang house again, we'll break your legs. Little Jiang Xiner was frail and weak. Her face was covered in bruises from a beating. One of the servants licked his lips, wearing a disgusting smirk. This brat is actually quite pretty. It'd be a waste to just throw her away. Jiang Xiner's mother immediately lunged forward to shield her daughter. Whatever you want to do, target me. Please don't hurt my daughter. Rain began to fall. Jiang Xiner lay sprawled on the ground. Her entire body was trembling. She clenched her fists tight. Her eyes flashed with a spark of pure hatred. She whispered in her heart, Mother, I will get revenge for you. I swear I will. A long time later, Jiang Xiner's mother, dressed in tattered rags, slowly led her away by the hand. Her clothes were disheveled. Yet, she still tried to force a smile. You mustn't cry. They told me how to save you. You'll be better soon. At a private clinic, Jiang Xiner's mother lay on the operating table. The doctor standing beside her asked with concern, I performed kidney removals for many years, but this is the first time I've ever seen someone give up both. She was still smiling. As long as there's enough for my daughter's surgery, that's all that matters. The surgical mask was lowered. A voice rang out. The rest is enough for her to live a good life. Returning to the present. A system screen flickers to life. New prodigy detected. Jiang Xiner. Jiang Xiner yanks her hand back and snaps. You bastard. Let go. Her face flushes deep red with rage. Meanwhile, the screen displays the prodigy's info. Nama, Jiang Xenia. Title, The Concubine's Daughter. Instance, The Venomous Daughter. Mission, deal with her personally. Reward, 4 prodigy talent points. Toxicology. Yin Wudao immediately lets go. He hurries to apologize. He's half afraid Jiang Xiner might actually go feral. She pulls her hand back sharply, seething. You creep. He looks at Jiang Xiner, thinking to himself. She reminds me a bit of Annie Bai. They're both female leads. But Auntie Bai is the eldest daughter. She protects the family legacy. Jiang Xian'er is the concubine-born daughter. She'd trample over the family estate just for revenge. Yin Wudao turns to Jiang Ruoxue. Ruoxue, we should head to the crime scene and take a look. They both walk toward the door. Jiang Ruoxue asks, do you really suspect there was something wrong with my mother's death? He doesn't deny it, answering bluntly, absolutely. Jiang Xian'er watches them from behind, her brow furrowed. He seems so certain. Is it possible I didn't clean up my tracks well enough? Walking to the car. Yin Wudao looks much more relaxed. All right, do you know where Jiangda and Jiang are? Jiang Ruoxue answers. They're at the Dongxing Town Dog Training Center. A dog training center? How interesting. The car door slams shut. Jiang Ruoxue settles into the passenger seat and buckles her seatbelt. Now that you mention it, not long ago, my mother went to Dongxing Town to visit some relatives. She fell ill shortly after coming home. Could her death be linked to Jiangda and Jiang? Yin Wudao leans in close to her. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure about the specifics yet, but I have a hunch. Let's head to Dongxing Town first. Suddenly, the two of them are inches apart. Their lips brush in an intimate moment. Coming back to his senses, he gives a cheerful, apologetic grin. He just can't help himself. Jiang Ruoxue's face turns beet red as she stammers. And no, it's okay. But her heart is a tangled mess of emotions. What am I even saying? It's okay? How could those words even come out of my mouth? Yin Wudao, on the other hand, looks like he just won the lottery. He smugly licks his lips. Sweet. His comment makes her face burn even hotter. She curses him silently. You jerk, at the Xuandiao hunting ground. Jiang Ruoxue's jaw drops as she gazes at the vast hunting grounds before her. I grew up in Jiang City. I never knew we had a hunting ground like this here. Is this even legal? After driving for a while, she suddenly screams. Is that a tiger? Looking back, sure enough, a massive tiger is in hot pursuit. Jiang Ruoxue is so terrified she's on the verge of tears. But Yin Wudao remains incredibly calm. It's gaining on us. Run, speeding up for a stretch. They finally make it up to a high cliff. They get out of the car and stand at the edge, looking down. He explains leisurely. This is a private hunting ground. My maternal grandfather gave it to my paternal grandfather. My grandfather's status is special. He couldn't just accept it as a normal gift. So it was framed as a birthday present for me. Jiang Ruoxue is a bit confused. I thought you wanted to go to Dongxing Town. Why did you bring me here? Yin Wudao strokes his chin and smiles. You'll find out soon enough. He puts 2 fingers to his mouth. A loud, sharp whistle pierces the air. A white dog comes sprinting from the distance. It looks absolutely ecstatic. It immediately pounces on Yin Wudao, licking him all over. He helplessly grabs its front paws, laughing. Who's he? Easy boy. Calm down. Jiang Ruoxue is taken aback. A puppy? It's beautiful. Suddenly, Huzi whips his head around. He lets out a fierce growl. Yin Wudao immediately scolds him. Huzi, you're scaring her. The dog instantly becomes docile, letting Jiang Ruoxue pet his head. She sits down beside him. She strokes Huzi affectionately. He wouldn't stop praising her. This puppy is just too cute. A radiant smile spread across her face. Yin Wudao stood by her side, watching her. He couldn't help but break into a smile himself. You're finally smiling. I think this is the first time I've ever seen you smile, he said, causing Jiang Ruoxue to blush. It's not that I don't like to smile. It's just that so many frustrating things have been happening lately. He reached out with both hands to help her up and spoke softly. Let's go. I'll help you take care of all those frustrations. I like seeing you smile. At the entrance of the Dongting Dog Training Center, Yin Wudao's black car was already parked out front. The two of them walked inside together. Jiang Ruoxue spoke in a calm, flat tone. They are distant relatives of mine. They handle the pet business for the Jiang family. He just gave a faint smirk after hearing that. I suspect it's a lot more than just pets, isn't it? She didn't bother trying to hide it, just as she expected. Nothing gets past you, does it? Their primary business is running a dog fighting ring. They also run an outside gambling operation. They're essentially in charge of all the Jiang family's illegal businesses. 2 men stepped out to meet them. Jiang greeted them warmly. Young Master Yin, it's been a while since you've come by to support us. We just imported a purebred pit bull from abroad. How much are you planning to bet this time? Jiang Ruoxue stood to the side, lost in thought. I almost forgot about his reputation as a playboy. Is there any den of vice in Jiang City that he doesn't know about? Yin Wudao feigned a look of appraisal, stroking his chin. Big dog, little dog. So you two must be Jiangda and Jiang. The two men immediately grinned and nodded. That's us. You got it. Jiang Ruoxue was secretly stunned. Jiangda and Jiang held considerable influence within the Jiang family. Yet here they were, beaming with joy, even though he greeted them with such insulting nicknames. The two dogs on either side seemed to be sizing each other up. But the atmosphere was anything but friendly. Especially Yin Wudao's dog, Huzi. Yin Wudao leaned down to pat his dog's head. Looks like they can't wait any longer. So, let's place a bet. Jiang shoved his hands into his pockets. He asked with keen interest, how much? Yin Wudao immediately named an astronomical price. 100 million. The figure left both men visibly shaken. Jiangda spoke up. That's an incredibly generous offer, but we can't afford to stake that high. We'd have to clear this with Jiang Hao first. But Yin Wudao cut straight to his conditions. Don't make it complicated. If I lose, I'll give you the 100 million. But if I win, Yin Wudao's expression suddenly turned terrifyingly cold. You're going to tell me exactly how Ruoxue's mother died. Think very carefully before you answer. Jiangda and Jiang were stunned once again. The two of them stepped into a corner to deliberate. Jiang turned to his older brother. That's 100 million on the line. Jiangda hesitated for a moment, but he quickly made a decision. We were planning on telling her eventually anyway. There's no point in keeping this secret anymore. Just then, a car screeched to a halt. Jiang Hao stepped out and marched forward. Vicious insults were already flying from his mouth. You two useless pieces of trash. Do you have a death wish? Your eyes light up the second you see money. I already told you both. You'll get your shares in the mining company. You short-sighted fools. Jiang pointed a finger right in his face. He let out a furious roar. Go to hell. If I hadn't been backing you up all this time, do you think you'd ever have become the head of the family? Without me, you think you're worth a damn? You think you're qualified to lecture me? Jiangda and Jiang showed absolutely no fear. Jiang Hao was instantly struck by panic. You guys, are you trying to start a mutiny? Jiangda nodded. He gave a signal to Jiang. Jiang, who was holding a dog's leash, suddenly let go. The dog immediately lunged for Jiang Hao's throat. Jiang Xiner watched, completely unfazed. She didn't seem to care in the slightest whether Jiang Hao lived or died. Jiang Hao screamed in agonizing pain. Jiang Xiner, it's you. You're a monster. She stepped forward to stand before Jiang Ruoxue and Yin Wudao. You all saw it, right? His death has nothing to do with me. He was just killed by a rabid dog. Yin Wudao's expression darkens as he thinks to himself. She really is a cold-blooded, illegitimate daughter. She used Jiang Hao's backing to seize the chairmanship. And now she's turned around and murdered the head of the family himself. She's the new power player in the Jiang family now. Her grand scheme for revenge. I suspect it's finally nearing its climax. Jiang Ruoxue confronts Jiang Xiner, her voice trembling with rage. Just how much more evil are you going to do? You didn't come back to this family for a reunion. You came to avenge your father's death. I knew something was wrong from the start. Why else would you have cremated my mother so quickly? Now that you've killed Jiang Hao, you aren't even trying to hide it anymore. Her anger boils over as she screams. Jiang Xinye, you are a heartless monster. Jiang Ruoxue gently strokes Huzi's head. Jiang Xiner lets out a cold, sharp laugh. Her eyes are filled with pure contempt. My dear sweet sister, since you've already figured it all out, then I won't waste any more breath on you. To be honest, on my list of people to kill, your name was always right there near the top. She turns to the two men and barks an order. Jiang Dai, close the doors. Let the dog loose. Jiang Dai and Jiang exchange a smug high five. But the dog charges straight toward Jiang Xiner instead. Panic strikes her. Jiang Dai, what the hell are you doing? I told you to set the dog on Jiang Ruoxue. Why is it coming for me? Jiang Dai grins maliciously. Don't be in such a rush. Once it finishes tearing you apart, it'll have plenty of time to finish her off too. Jiang Himisin, once you and Jiang Ruoxue are dead, the Jiang family will be ours to rule. The mining company will belong to us as well. And anyone who doesn't fall in line, I'll feed them to the dogs. Their vicious hound lunges at Jiang Xiner. Her face drains of all color in terror. But at that exact moment, In Wudao's Huzi leaps into action. With one swift, brutal strike, its jaws clamp down hard on the other dog's throat. In Wudao approaches with slow, measured steps. He stands tall beside Huzi. Huzi's muzzle is dripping with blood. The other dog is dead. I've won. Now, keep your end of the bargain. Livid, Jiang Air points a finger at him. In Wudao, this is Jiang family business. It's none of your damn concern. In Wudao turns his head instantly. An overwhelming, suffocating aura radiates from his body. It's enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Are you sure that's the tone you want to use with me? Terrified, Jiang Air recoils and stammers. Young Master In, I just lost my temper. But In Wudao shows no mercy. With a quick, sharp twist of his hand, Jiang Air's head spins several times in his grip. Too late. Jiang Dai's voice roars out. Brother. He brandishes a massive broadsword. He leads a group in a desperate charge toward In Wudao. You bastard, In. You dare lay a hand on my brother on my own turf? I'll make sure there's nothing left of you to bury. Hack him to pieces. In Wudao calmly raises a single hand. A surge of dark energy erupts in an instant. In Wudao blurs past the entire crowd. One by one, they all collapse. A single thought of sheer terror flashes through Jiang Dai's mind. So strong. Before he, too, hits the floor, In Wudao stands over him and speaks. Why did it have to come to this? If you just kept your promise, you could have spared yourselves a lot of pain. Jiang Dai's voice trembles as he confesses. Jiang Raoshue's mother. Jiang Hao is the one who killed her. He used a needle coated in my dog's venom. He hid it inside a gold bracelet. There was a tiny needle hidden inside the band. That greedy woman, when she put it on, she refused to take it off. Eventually, it scratched her skin, and the poison hidden within seeped right into her. Suddenly, it clicks for Jiang Raoshua as she remembers the bracelet. That's right. My mother did have a gold bracelet. When I was going through her things that day, I almost scratched myself on it. It's still here. In Wudao speaks softly. There is your evidence. Tears streaming down her face, Jiang Raoshua asks. Why? Why would you murder my mother? What did my mother ever do to you? Jiang glares at her, his face twisted with resentment. There are plenty of people who wanted your mother dead. They're closer to you than you think. Jiang Xer watches coldly, her mind racing with suspicion. An ordinary man is innocent, but his treasure makes him a target. Those mining company shares you gave your mother were nothing more than her death warrant. Jiang Nishue whips her head around. No, it wasn't supposed to be like that. Jiang Da's face goes pale. Who was it, he demands. Who the hell was it? In Wudao places his hand on Jiang Da's head. The man lets out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Having finished off Jiang Da, In Wudao stands over his body. He calmly wipes his hands. Damn it. Witnessing the scene, Jiang Xiner is shaken to her core. Why did he kill both Jiang Da and Jiang Er at a critical moment like this? Could it be that he already knows the truth? He reaches out and slides an arm around Jiang Nishua's waist. She looks up at him, her cheeks flushing a deep red. Suddenly, the system screen flickers to life with a notification. Intimacy +1. Gently taking Jiang Nishua by the wrist, he says, Nishua, that's enough. Your mother and grandfather were victims of Jiang Hao, Jiang Da, and Jiang Ye. The shares your mother left behind still belong to you. You've finally avenged your family. He turns his gaze toward the remaining sister, Jiang Xer. Am I right? Do you agree with that? She stiffens, stammering out a reply. I agree. Jiang Xer's expression darkens as she watches the two of them, her brow furrowed. She can't help but admit it to herself. I have to face it. I lost to her. She clenches her fists tight, but then a thought strikes her. In a way, I've also won. My revenge list has been completely cleared. Jiang Xiner turns to leave, looking incredibly self-assured. Jiang Nishua, if you hadn't shared that piece of bread with me all those years ago, you would have been on my hit list, too. Let's go. This is the end. She walks over to the dog cages and softly turns the locks. One by one, the ferocious dogs emerge. After being locked up for so long, they're finally free to play. They prowl toward the corpses scattered across the floor. In Wudao and the two Jiang women turn and walk away. In Wudao speaks up. I'm taking both of you back to the Jiang residence to handle the paperwork. I don't want any more surprises. Jiang Xiner crosses her arms, her voice firm. There won't be. I'll make sure everyone returns the shares to Nishio. An hour later at the office, In Wudao leans against the wall, watching Jiang Xinye. Nishio is nearby. She rests a hand on her hip, glancing toward where Jiang Nishio is working. She's busy handling the aftermath. Don't worry. The shares have all been returned to her. He turns to depart. If everything is settled, then I'll be taking my leave. Jiang Xinye rushes after him, calling out, "Wait. There are still a few things I don't understand. I need some real answers." At Jiang Xinye's house, In Wudao takes a seat on the sofa. She pours some tea as she speaks. My mother and I rented this place for many years. I eventually bought it and restored it to how it used to be. Jiang Xinye sets the teacup on the table and continues. My mother was once a dancer. Then she caught Jiang Jinlin's eye. He took her by force, and then I came along. But Jiang Jinlin never took responsibility. As she recounts the story, her expression remains eerily calm. There isn't a hint of resentment in her voice. My mother worked hard to make money. She didn't just pay for my medical bills. She saved enough to send me abroad to study. I majored in chemistry, and I studied toxicology under a Chinese master overseas. I have poisons that leave no trace. Jiang Hao happened to be eyeing the position of family head. So, I took the opportunity to return to the Jiang family. At this point, Jiang Xinye's face begins to cloud over. Her eyes burn with a deep-seated hatred for the family. Old man Jiang and Jiang Nishio's mother, they all died by my poison. They deserved it. In Wudao listens quietly, taking a sip of his tea. She sits on the sofa beside him. He doesn't look surprised at all. I don't get it. You obviously knew the truth. So why did you help me? He stares into the clear liquid in his glass and speaks softly. I don't think you did anything wrong. Those who deserve to die, die. Next. His eyes suddenly widened, as if he had just realized something. The glass in his hand slipped and crashed to the floor. Yin Wudao stumbled back and collapsed onto the sofa. Only then did he realize something was wrong. It was a trap. Jiang Xinye, her face flushed red, crawled on top of him. She gently pulled at his collar. Yin Wudao, I've been on my own since I was a child. Aside from my mother, I've never owed anyone a thing. You helped me kill Jiangda and Jiang. So, I'll give you the most precious thing I have to thank you. From this moment on, we're even. With that, she leaned down and pressed her lips against his. Yin Wudao could only stare in wide-eyed shock. His mind went completely blank. What? What is happening? Time passed in silence. The two of them shared an intimate moment that no one would ever know about. Outside the window, birds chirped softly. A slip of paper on the table was caught by the wind. It drifted down, landing right on Yin Wudao's face as he lay fast asleep. He sat up groggily, rubbing his head. He picked up the paper. There were only a few simple lines written on it. Forget this ever happened. I won't show my face again. Don't go looking for me. Xing. Yin Wudao finished reading and let out a quiet sigh. What an interesting woman. I don't think I'll be forgetting you anytime soon. Just then, the system screen flickered to life. Congratulations, host. You have earned 4 talent points. Toxicology. Suddenly, the door was kicked wide open. A group of fully armed officers stormed inside. They all aimed their weapons directly at Yin Wudao. Don't move. Hands behind your head. Lu Man followed them in. She looked surprised to see him. Yin Wudao, what are you doing here? Yin Wudao stood up. He spoke while pulling his pants back on. You're too late. Jiang Xinye is already gone. Lu Man gritted her teeth. Her face flushed slightly. Why is it that every major case in Jiang City lately somehow involves you? Just what kind of game are you playing? He turned his gaze toward the bedsheets. There was a small stain of blood. That woman. To think it was her first time. And yet she was so bold. She certainly got character. Seeing him ignore her, Lu Man grew irritated. I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? One of her teammates turned to her. Headquarters just reported that one who escaped from prison last night. It looks like he's heading for Jiang City. Lu Man braced herself and frowned. One who? You mean one of the 3 Wan brothers? The dragon, tiger, and leopard trio? The mastermind behind the July 15th massacre in Jiang City 8 years ago, right? He's a high-priority fugitive. Hearing the name, even Yin Wudao was startled. One who is out. Lu Man and her team immediately turned to leave. But she didn't forget to look back and shout. Change of plans. Fall back. Yin Wudao, I don't have time for you today. But I'm coming for you later to settle this. Yin Wudao paid Lu Man no mind. He frantically dialed a number. Xiaomi, please pick up. Pick up, damn it. On the other end, the phone screen showed an incoming call from Yin Wudao. A man pressed the phone to his ear. Yin Wudao's frantic voice came through. Xiaomi, where are you? Go home immediately and wait for me. Don't go anywhere. Wanhu has escaped. He might be coming after us for revenge. The man holding the phone was Wanhu himself. He smirked. He replied to Yin Wudao. You're a little too late. She's already in my hands. In an instant, Yin Wudao's eyes burned with pure rage. Memories of Wanhu began to resurface. Back then, Yin Wudao was still a young boy. He was sitting on the ground. Someone was shielding him, shouting at him. Wudao, run now. Xiao Fei. A massive explosion rang out. One was thrown back by the blast. Now, he spoke into the phone with a twisted expression. Yin Wudao, you killed my big brother and my two brothers. Today, I'm going to make you pay in blood. The veins on Yin Wudao's forehead bulged with fury. Wanhu, you bastard. He clenched his fist tight. His hands trembled against the table. I can't let him get to me. I have to stay calm. Suppressing his rising fury, he spoke again. I can give you money. As much as you want. You can name your price. Any condition you want, I'll meet it. But on one condition, you don't lay a finger on her. Wanhu squeezed Xiaomi's neck with one hand and let out a cold laugh. Listen here, Yin. Stop trying to play me. After all those years of you taking care of me, my life was a living hell. All this time, the only thing that kept me going was the hope of finding you and getting my revenge. I want everyone close to you to die the most miserable death imaginable. I want to break you until you don't even want to live anymore. He licked his lips. His face twisted with pure malice. That brat has certainly grown up. She's actually quite the little beauty. Don't you worry. Before I come for you, I'll make sure to have my fun with her first. And when I'm done, I'll chop her into 100 pieces and feed her to the dogs. Yin Wudao finally snapped. Wanhu, he roared. If you're a man, come after me. Leave her out of this. He slammed his fist onto the table. The wood splintered, and the table snapped in half. Yin Wudao rubbed his forehead in a fit of helpless frustration. Panic burned like fire in his chest. What do I do now? I don't even know where he's hiding. By the time I track him down, it might already be too late. Just then, his phone screen lit up with a message from Jiang Rushue. It contained a map location and an SOS distress signal. Yin Wudao's expression turned grim. Zifei, I swear to you, I will not let anything happen to Xiaomi. Not in my life. Deep inside a scrapyard in the northern suburbs, Xiaomi was bound and tossed to the side. Wanhu and his goons stood over her, circling like predators. What a gorgeous little thing. For the grudge your brother owes me from all those years ago, I think I'll take a little compensation out of you. One of the lackeys chimed in. Boss who? Once you're finished with her, how about letting the rest of us have a taste? Wanhu turned and grinned at his men. Why wait for leftovers? We're all going to feast together. The men burst into crude laughter. They couldn't stop grinning. Boss who, you're the best. Suddenly, a black car tore into the yard at full speed. The gang stared in shock. Jiang Rushue screamed out in a rage. Xiaomi, I'm here to get you out. Jiang Rushue didn't hit the brakes. She drove straight at Wanhu's crew. Xiaomi watched the terror. She saw Wanhu tighten his fist and throw a devastating punch directly at the car. His fist connected. The front of the car crumpled instantly under the sheer force. Jiang Rushue stared in disbelief. What? How? How is this possible? Wanhu shattered the window with a single blow and reached in, grabbing her by the hair. I've only been gone for a few years. Has everyone in Jiang City already forgotten why they used to call me Wanhu the Herculean? I was born with the strength of a god. Meanwhile, a helicopter circled low in the sky outside. A rope ladder dropped from a cabin. Yin Wudao leaped down from the height. He kicked the door open. His face was a mask of cold fury. But as Yin Wudao looked around the room, the space was eerily empty. Where did they go? At that moment, Wanhu's lackeys, who had been lying in wait, locked themselves at him from behind. A sneak attack, Yin Wudao thought, but he was faster. He spun around and dropped the first man with a single, crushing blow. More of them charged out from the shadows. Kill him. Avenge Boss Who. Yin Wudao simply extended one hand. A surge of dark energy began to swirl within his palm. I never expected any of the Wan family to still be breathing. I should have pulled them out by the roots back then. Leaving them alive was a mistake that led to this disaster. The blast of power easily sent the thugs flying back. He stepped onto the chest of one of the fallen men and demanded, "Where's Wanhu?" The man trembled from head to toe, but he spat back defiantly, "Go to hell. I wish I could slaughter every last one of you Yans." Yin Wudao didn't waste another second on him. He delivered one final, decisive strike. He reached for the jade pendant around his neck. "Daki, lend me your strength." She appeared instantly behind him. "I'm here." A brilliant, blinding radiance erupted behind the two of them. The light filled the entire room. Meanwhile, in another location, a white car speeds down a narrow, secluded path. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Ruoxue and Xiaomi sit bound and helpless. "Found you." On a small trail deep within the North Mountain Forest. Inside the car, Xiaomi turns her head to ask, "Why did you suddenly show up out of nowhere?" Jiang Ruoxue leans toward her, eyes narrowed. "I've been following you for a while now." She continues, her voice tinged with anxiety. "On the surface, Yin Wudao acts like he trusts me completely. But in reality, he's always kept you by my side, as his mole. I wanted to find out why exactly he's so suspicious of me." Xiaomi listens, looking utterly bewildered. "What are you even talking about? Since when did I become his mole?" Jiang Ruoxue's face flushes with a hint of red. "Stop playing dumb. You meet with him in private all the time. You even go to his house to give him reports. Don't think for a second I haven't noticed." Xiaomi immediately fires back. "You're so full of yourself. I meet with him privately to help him handle personal business. And the reason I'm at his house is because of our private relationship." Jiang Ruoxue's brow furrows. With a flash of irritation, she lets out a cold huff. No one but his woman would be allowed to just wander in and out of his villa as they please. Besides, you're just a secretary. How could you possibly have a private relationship with the young master of the Yin family? Don't make me laugh. Fuming, Xiaomi snaps at her for being paranoid. "Are you out of your mind?" Ruoxue refuses to back down. She snaps right back. "No, you're the one who's crazy. Xiao, miritorts. You've definitely lost it." As the two continue to bicker, the car suddenly screeches to a violent halt. The force nearly sends them headfirst into the seats. Wanhu flings the car door open. A lewd, disgusting smirk stretches across his face. He looks at the two women. "Look at these two bitches still catfighting even now. This is getting interesting. I'll deal with you two first. In a bit, I'm going to strip you both naked and hang you from the trees." Before he can finish his sentence, a kick slams into his face, causing it to swell instantly. The impact nearly sends his teeth flying. Xiaomi screams, "Run! Get out of here!" Jiang Ruoxue is clearly a pampered heiress. She wouldn't know how to handle a real struggle if her life depended on it. After only a few steps, she trips and falls flat on the ground. Her face is covered in scratches from the dirt. Xiaomi says impatiently, "Can you stop being such a fragile princess for 1 second? Both our dignity and our honor are at stake right now." Jiang Ruoxue urges her, "Just go. Don't worry about me." Xiaomi snaps back angrily, "I don't want to care about you. But you're the only thing Wu Dao actually gives a damn about. This is the first time in his life he's ever been serious. And it's all for the sake of chasing you." Jiang Ruoxue is suddenly struck by a realization. I suppose she's right. From the very first moment we met, he disregarded his own status and pride just to pursue me. And yet, I was the one who never knew how to appreciate it. While she's lost in thought, Wanhu catches up to them. Xiaomi warns her to be careful and move. Wanhu lets out a thunderous roar. "Neither of you is going anywhere. I'm taking both of you." Just as he reaches out to grab Ruoxue, he suddenly freezes. Something's wrong. It's Yin Wudao's blood lotus daggers. Without a second thought, he lunges and grabs Xiaomi. Hiding behind his hostage, he shouts, "Yin Wudao, get out here right now, or I'll snap her neck. Don't think you can catch me off guard. I know everything about your history. You're the one who killed Bai Yulong, the supreme fist master. You even took down Tola from the international rankings. I'm not going to underestimate you." Yin Wudao walks toward Wanhu with a mocking sneer. Who would have thought the infamous butcher would grow so cautious in his old age? Wanhu isn't in the mood for talk. He barks an order. "Drop everything you're carrying. Take off your clothes." Yin Wudao immediately sheds his jacket, revealing his chiseled, rock-hard abs. He shoots him a provocative look. "I could take it all off. I'm just worried you'll be the one feeling embarrassed." After a chuckle, he asks, "Happy now?" But Wanhu is far from satisfied. "Not even close. I've always wanted to taste your blood and peel the skin right off your body." Jiang Ruoxue can't stand to watch this any longer. You've gone way too far. He's given you everything you asked for. How can you still hide behind a woman to threaten him? One who grits his teeth in pure rage. You have no idea how important this woman is to him. Asking for both his arms isn't even asking for much. Yin Wudao does exactly as he's told. He drives the knife straight into his own arm. This reckless act leaves Jiang Ruoxue utterly stunned. He didn't hesitate for a single second. Could she really be that important to him? What exactly is the relationship between them? Seeing him like this, Xiaomi breaks into heavy sobs. Yin Wudao, stop it right now. I won't let you do this. My brother protected you back then. Not so you could throw your life away like this now. Yin Wudao speaks with absolute gravity. I made a promise to him. I will never, ever let you get hurt. This is a debt I owe. Xiaomi cries out in denial. No, this is the fate of the Huang family. For generations, we have been your family's retainers. Even if we've lived independently for the last few years, we have never forgotten our duty. Dying for your sake is our greatest honor. Finally, Jiang Ruoxue understands the reason. So that's how it is. As for Yin Wudao, he remains firm in his decision. He wants to drink my blood, doesn't he? Then let him. Let's see if he actually has the guts to do it. Jiang Ruoxue hands the blood of Yin Wudao over to Wanhu. He hesitates for a moment. Yin Wudao goads him. What's the matter? Scared to drink it? Wanhu drains the blood without a second thought and bellows. I don't just want your blood. I'm going to skin you alive. But the price of his greed is immediate. He coughs up a mouthful of blood and collapses, writhing in agony. Your blood is poisoned. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Wudao shouts, Xiaomi, get over here now. Xiaomi takes the chance and escapes his grasp. Yin Wudao's expression turns cold. Why else would I have let you drink it? You're a damn fool. You were being used, and you didn't even know it. Fortunately, Jiang Xener's innate gift for toxins had been prepared just in time. Wanhu snarls through gritted teeth. Yin Wudao, even if I die, I'm taking you to hell with me. He lunges toward Yin Wudao. He struggles to fight through the toxins corroding his nerves. Paradoxically, the pain triggers a short burst of his latent potential. Combined with his natural Herculean strength, his power becomes even more overwhelming. Yin Wudao easily dodges the strike. He plants his feet firmly and channels all his strength into his arm. He strikes back at Wanhu. Wanhu lets out a contemptuous sneer. You dare face my heavy fist head on? You must want to lose that arm. Too bad for him, his luck has run out. Their fists collide. His bones feel like they're shattering to pieces. Wanhu spits out blood from the sheer force of the impact. He falls to the ground, clutching his arm and rolling in agony. Yin Wudao sneers. Is this all you've got? His badass display leaves the two girls in absolute awe. He's so strong, and he looks so cool doing it. With his dying breath, Wanhu rasps, Yin Wudao, I may be dying, but you shine too brightly. You won't last much longer either. I'll be waiting for you down there. Yin Wudao has no time for his nonsense. He gathers his energy and speaks softly. I'll send you to hell myself. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps echoes toward them. Hurry up. Found him. Lu Man shouts a question. You again? Why are you always at the center of every crime scene? Yin Wudao confidently brushes back his hair. It's simple. I have ways that people like you could never learn. Lu Man asks seriously. Wanhu isn't going to make it, is he? He confirms it without a hint of doubt. No. In fact, his end will be agonizing. In about 2 or 3 days, his entire body will rot away until he's dead. Hearing this, Lu Man frowns. Yin Wudao, you're heartless. I really ought to lock you up, just so Jiang City can have a few days of peace. But Yin Wudao just drapes his jacket over his shoulder. He turns to leave. Talk to me when you actually have evidence. Watching him walk away, the two girls quickly rush to follow him. Jiang Ruoxue asked Yin Wudao curiously. I remember you two used to be on pretty good terms. Why is she targeting you like this now? Xiaomi agreed. Exactly. She's clearly gunning for you. Yin Wudao spoke nonchalantly. Qin Tian probably brainwashed her. But doesn't matter. Everything will be fine, he muttered softly. Let's go visit Xiao Fei. His death has been avenged. We should let him know. Seeing the two of them so close together, Jiang Ruoxue felt a pang of heartache. She furrowed her brows. I was wrong. I was so incredibly wrong. Xiaomi is Yin Wudao's loyal retainer. Her brother, Xiao Fei, died protecting Wudao. That's why she is so important to him. It's the reason she has free reign of the Yin household. Wu Dao never distrusted me. On the contrary, I was the one being suspicious. I wasted such a precious, hard-won bond. Having realized her mistake, Jiang Ruoxue ran over and grabbed Yin Wudao's arm, her affection for him surging. Wu Dao, does your wound still hurt? You helped me settle that family matter yesterday, and you saved me again today. I really, but unexpectedly. Yin Wudao coldly brushed her hand away. Not today. Maybe some other time. This left Jiang Ruoxue completely baffled. Some other time? Xiao Mi Gaimdin. Wu Dao, get in. Our ride is here. He waved his hand. You go ahead. Then he turned and spoke coldly to Ruoxue. Don't get in the car. Catch a taxi back yourself. She was stunned. What? He got in and spoke indifferently. If you like stalking me so much, then be my guest. Ruoxue hurriedly chased after him, pleading. Wu Dao, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please forgive me. Meanwhile, Tan Xiaoxiao was live streaming. She spoke excitedly to her audience. Everyone, was today's content thrilling or what? My boss took down a prison escapee in one shot. Isn't that incredible? The comment section was exploding with excitement. A user named Hoops Junkie said, that guy being hauled away really is a fugitive. Jiang City Playboy confirmed it. No doubt about it. He's one of the main suspects from the July 1st case. Tan Xiaoxiao marveled. I'm starting to think this isn't scripted at all. Hiding in the bushes, she whispered to herself. Scripted or not, my legs are totally numb from sitting here. She happily said goodbye to everyone. See ya. Catch you next time. Then she ended the stream. As she sat in the corner, a voice from behind startled her. Xiao, what are you doing here? Xiao jumped. It was Jiang Ruoxue. Ruoxue spoke earnestly. Xiao, you always manage to show up wherever Yin Wudao is. You must have a trick, right? Come on, tell me. But Xiao looked panicked to see her. Xiao slowly stood up. She spoke bluntly without reservation. President Jiang. I can't tell you that. It's a trade secret. But Jiang Ruoxue leaned in playfully. Oh, is that how it is? Well, I won't press you then. She stealthily pulled the phone out of Tan Xiaoxiao's pocket, checked the location, and gently slipped it back in, acting as if nothing had happened. Since you stayed at Wu Dao's place for so long, you must know what he likes to eat, right? Xiao hesitated for a moment. I know a little bit. Beef tongue and dumplings. President Jiang, do you have to stand so close to me? I'm straight, you know. The scene shifts to the West Mountain Cemetery. In a quiet atmosphere, Xiaomi knelt before Xiao Fei's grave and spoke sincerely. Wu Dao and I are here to visit you. One who broke out of prison to come after me today. But Wu Dao took care of him. Your death has been avenged. You can rest in peace now. Yin Wu Dao bowed his head. Xiao Fei, I know the Wan family was just a pawn. If your soul is watching from above, you must protect me so I can kill the mastermind behind what happened 8 years ago. Unexpectedly, a voice seemed to respond from the grave. This startling movement shocked both Wu Dao and Xiaomi. Back from the dead. But it turns out Lin Feng was just messing around. Huh. Relax, it was just a joke. Don't be scared. Yin Wu Dao clenched his fists, his voice thick with annoyance. You're going to give someone a heart attack with stunts like that. Lin Feng looked a bit sheepish. My bad. Saw the... Yin Wu Dao shifted the subject. So, how'd it go in Country A? Everything goes smoothly. Lin Feng gave a satisfied nod. Perfectly. Everything's already on the right track. Yilin is handling the day-to-day operations now. It's all sailing along nicely. Yin looked intrigued. Yilin, that lovesick woman. Once that obsession of hers cooled off, did she still want to kill you? Lin Feng let out a wry laugh at the memory. Well, she was definitely fuming at first. She actually tried to lock me up in her manor, he recalled. But then, out of nowhere, an assassin showed up. I ended up taking a blade for her. He recalled the look on her face back then. Lin Feng continued. Deep down, she's actually a pretty simple girl. She's been treating me incredibly well since then. Hearing this, Yin looked satisfied, just as I thought. The ultimate secret to getting what you want is to conquer your target's territory, whether it's the heart or the body. It's the most effective way. But you don't think that assassin just happened to be there by chance, do you? The realization hit Lin Feng like a ton of bricks. Wait, no way. Was that your doing? Yin spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I spent 10 million to hire a top-tier hitman from the leaderboards, just to give my brother a little nudge in the right direction. Lin Feng was completely stunned. A new sense of loyalty surged within him. He was overwhelmed with gratitude. He couldn't stop thanking him. If it weren't for your help, I doubt I would have ever settled things over there. Yin Wudao gave him a casual pat on the shoulder. Why the formalities between us? There's no way I'd just leave my brother hanging in a foreign country. Lin Feng paused for a moment, a thought crossing his mind. You treat me so well, and you trust me so much. Is it because of him? Yin Wudao didn't hesitate. That's right. He was remarkably blunt. You're all retired war kings. You have a sense of justice and a good heart, and you're all willing to die for me. In the beginning, I really did see his shadow in you. Lin Feng asked curiously. Well, was he as capable as I am? Yin Wudao scratched his head, feeling a bit exasperated. Are you actually jealous right now? Lin Feng didn't even try to hide it. A little. Yin Wudao felt a literal shiver run down his spine. He shoved him away. You total creep. Get away from me. Lin Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. The three of them eventually arrived at a large plot of land. Yin Wudao spoke up. That stretch of land across from us is called Xihua. The government has zoned it for commercial development. The public auction is tomorrow. We've already secured our spot in the bidding. Plus, since you can see the cemetery from here, the price shouldn't be too steep. Xiaomi asked curiously, what's your take on it? Yin Wudao spoke quietly. Just look at it. Backed by the mountains and facing the river. It perfectly gathers wind and accumulates qi, while the tombs are just across the river. The moisture from the West River acts as a barrier against the yin energy. If I'm right, Xihua belongs to the metal element. The river is water, and water nourishes metal. With the water constantly flowing, it creates a cycle of endless prosperity. This is a truly rare and precious find. Lin Feng was floored by his expertise. You even know? Feng Shui. Yin Wudao shrugged nonchalantly. I'm just a beginner. I have the little celestial master's Taoist scriptures to thank for that. The three of them started walking away. Yin Wudao continued as they walked. I'll head over to take a look tomorrow. I haven't actually attended a government auction before. Xiaomi looked curious. What about CEO Jiang? Should we let her know so she can come along? She's been blowing up my phone with messages. She's desperate to see you. Yin Wudao got into the car and pulled the door shut. He spoke without much concern. Just ignore it for now, Xiaomi. Xiaomi nodded obediently. Lin Feng couldn't resist a playful jab. I haven't even been gone that long, and Jiang Raoxiu has already fallen this far from grace? Before, she was the one clinging to you. Now, it's you who's sticking to her like glue. Is this what they call the ultimate victory for a persistent simp? Yin Wudao roared in a fit of rage. The scene shifts to the Yin residence. Su Qingya was giving some parting instructions. Come home early once you're finished with everything, okay? She was getting ready to help Yin Wudao pack his things. Xiaomi's boyfriend is coming over today. She asked me to have you check him out and see what you think. Hearing this, Yin Wudao asked curiously, Xiaomi has a boyfriend already? How come she didn't tell me? Su Qingya wasn't too sure herself. They probably haven't been together for very long. Actually, I think the reason she rushed into finding a boyfriend might have something to do with us. She doesn't want to be stuck in the middle. But Yin Wudao comforted her. You're overthinking it. She sees me as an older brother, and I see her as a younger sister. How could she possibly feel awkward or stuck between us? He teased her playfully as he spoke. Su Qingya's face turned bright red. Be a good girl at home and wait for me to come back and plow the fields. Embarrassed, she shoved him out the door. Drop dead. You're so indecent. The scene shifts to the Jiangxing Auction Center. The venue was already packed with people. The room was buzzing with constant chatter. I can't believe this auction actually drew out all four of the great families. The plots of land up for sale this time are all incredibly lucrative. Yin Wudao turned to ask Wuji, what do you think of the land in Xihua? Wuji gave a small smile. The value is quite impressive. Before I transmigrated, the villa district there was selling like hotcakes. I heard the feng shui there is top tier. Jiang Renjia suggested, if there's money to be made, we should all get in on it. Let's make the purchase under the name of Xuandiao Capital. It'll make things much smoother. Yin Wudao frowned. You've certainly got it all figured out. Just as he turned his head, Bai Yunxi spoke up in a soft, coquettish voice. Wudao, investing in the mining industry has a slow return on capital. I'm under a lot of pressure too. There are a few great plots available this time. Let's partner up and take them down together. Yin Wudao agreed without a moment's hesitation. This made Jiang Renjia absolutely lose it. Choosing girls over bros, I see. Bai Yunqi pulled out a map. She said to Yin Wudao, I'm more interested in the mountain at North Mafu. It's such a waste that he's turning that place into a resort. It's not even that far from the city. If we develop it for real estate, the prospects would be incredible. She paused, looking a bit hesitant. It's just that the transportation there isn't very convenient right now. I'm not sure if there are any future development plans for the area. Yin Wudao immediately looked to Wuji for his opinion. Wuji scratched his chin, deep in thought. I recall that a railway will be running through Beishan very soon. Yeah, that's right. It's happening. Bai Yunqi's eyes lit up. If Wuji's intel is accurate, then, once that railway opens for traffic, our profits will easily quadruple or more. No problem at all. Jiang Renjia's jaw dropped. Do we really need to go this big? North Mountain spans over 5,000 acres. The starting price is already in the tens of billions. What if we mess this up? Bai Yunqi explained confidently, relax. Even if it doesn't go as planned, we wouldn't lose much on a plot of land like that. So, this time, our targets are Beishan and Xihua. Yin Wudao signaled his agreement. However, Wuji seemed to be brooding over something. He was gritting his teeth as if he were deeply dissatisfied. After chatting for a while, the auction finally got underway. The auctioneer stepped onto the stage. Next up is lot number 1, Beihua. Without a second thought, Bai Yunqi raised her paddle. 800 million. Bid by Xuandiao Capital. Someone immediately gasped. Xuandiao Capital is the joint investment venture of the 4 great families, and the Yin family is at the helm. As expected, what an overbearing presence. Since the big shots have made their move, we better not jump in just to cause a scene. However, someone actually had the nerve to raise their paddle and compete. It was Duan Sanqian, the 3rd young master of the Duan family. He actually only outbid them by a single dollar. 800 million and $1. The price he offered left even the auctioneer in a bit of an awkward spot. He had no choice but to give a reminder. Pardon me, sir. Each bid must be an increase of at least 1 million. To which he replied. Then, 801 million. Bai Yunqi speaks up to warn Wudao. That's the 3rd young master of the Duan family. Yin Wudao's expression darkens. Just as I thought. They left 8 years ago, and now they've finally returned. Bai Yunqi looks skeptical. One whose prison break. Could it be linked to the Duan family? Yin Wudao frowns. 9 years ago, they were driven out by the Yin family. They've been nursing that grudge ever since. Coming back now, they clearly didn't come with good intentions. Bidder number 10 offers 1 billion. Bidder 26 counters with 1 billion and 1 million. Yin Wudao isn't about to take this lying down. He finally places a bid of 20 billion. Without a moment's hesitation, Duan Sanqian bids 20 billion and 1 million. That measly 1 million increase makes Yin Wudao grit his teeth in rage. He stands up in a fury, ready to bid again, but the people around him hold him back. Wudao, you can't go any higher. Any more than this, and we'll take a massive loss. This plot is strictly for commercial use. You can only build office towers or a shopping mall here. It's not worth 20 billion. He tries his best to rein in his temper. I'll let you have this round, but for the next one, I suggest you stay in your lane. Duan Sanqian gives a dismissive reply. Let's move on to the next property. The auctioneer announces North Mountain, 5,000 acres, with a perpetual lease. The starting bid is 20 billion. Yin Wudao bids 5 billion without hesitation. Duan Sanqian immediately shouts, 5 billion and 1 million. This time, even Bai Yunqi and Jiang Renjia have reached their limit. They are absolutely fuming. This is business between the 4 great families. Don't you dare push your luck. Upping the bid by a tiny bit every single time. You think this is a game? He just waves them off provocatively. Getting impatient? Are you getting anxious? I can't back down now. Yin Wudao decides to go all in. 80 billion. It was like a thunderclap in the room. Bai Yunqi is beyond shocked. Wudao, have you lost your mind? You can't let your temper drive the price that high. Jiang Renjia clutches his head and roars. Yin Wudao, you're such a reckless spendthrift. We're going to lose everything at this rate. Despite the potential loss, Yin Wudao says confidently, what's there to fear? I trust Wuji's judgment. This makes even Wuji worry for him. Meanwhile, Rushue sits there, deep in thought. My cousin mentioned something to me once, that there would be a major discovery at North Mountain in the future, but he didn't tell young Master Yin about it. Does he still refuse to give up? She suddenly realizes something. He wants to. Ru Shue rushes over in a panic. She screams at the top of her lungs, In Wu Dao. Don't buy this land. But it's too late. Duan Sanqian comes over to gloat. In Wu Dao, congratulations. He gives a sinister smirk. Congrats on becoming the proud owner of North Mountain. This makes In Wu Dao start to have second thoughts. With a sleazy grin like that, could there be some kind of trap? After the auction concludes, at the Jiangxing Auction Center, Bai Yunqi complains seriously. You didn't even bother to consult us once. Jiang Rinjia adds, You basically stabbed yourself in the back. Couldn't you have just raised it by 1 billion and 100 million at a time? Wu Dao bows his head and barks, Shut up. He states firmly, This bidding was my personal decision. I'll bear the profit or the loss myself. In Wu Dao and Yi Shui head back together. Yi Shui warns him, Wu Dao, there might be something wrong with that land. He frowns and asks, You noticed your cousin's expression wasn't right, didn't you? Yi Shui sighs. As expected, nothing gets past you. Yi Shui says anxiously, Wu Dao, I'm begging you, no matter what happens, please leave him a way out. But In Wu Dao doesn't agree right away. You're making a request like that, but you'll need something to trade for it. As soon as he finishes speaking, a hand suddenly reaches out toward him. Yi Shui kisses him unexpectedly, but In Wu Dao showed no sign of tenderness or mercy. He's absolutely furious. So this was your bargaining chip. You only kissed me for his sake. This makes me sick. Get out of the car. He slammed on the brakes and kicked her out. Yi Shui stood there, dazed and frozen. He actually pushed me away. He wasn't angry because I teased him. It was because I used a kiss to pay his price for my cousin. She stared after the car as it drove off. She had no idea what he was thinking anymore. Just then, Gu Wuji appeared. Shuer, our crisis has been averted. We don't need Yin Wu Dao anymore. Besides, his end is coming very soon. Leaving him now is the smartest choice you can make. But Yi Shui responded with a sharp, echoing slap. She interrogated him, her voice trembling with rage. Didn't you swear you'd be loyal to the end? Why would you betray him? She shouted at the top of her lungs. You threw his trust away. You're going to pay for this stupid decision. Gu Wuji snarled in fury. You're hitting me because of him. Losing his temper, he struck Yi Shui across the face. You've fallen for him, haven't you? Ye Zhu Yi spitted softly. I should have let go a long time ago. I brought this all on myself. But now, whatever I owed, I paid it all back. Gu Wuji suddenly realized what he had done. He apologized, his hands shaking. I hit you. I was violent again. Yi Shui spoke coldly. Cousin, you know exactly what you've done. Gu Wuji let out a helpless roar. Why? Why did things have to come to this? How does Yin Wu Dao keep winning? How? Meanwhile, at the Yin estate, the television news was reporting. According to the weather forecast, our city will experience heavy rain this afternoon. Yin Wu Dao looked out the window and sighed. The rain is coming down fast. Looks like today won't be a peaceful one. He spotted Yi Shui walking alone through the downpour. Yin Wu Dao gasped in surprise. Yi Shui? Yi Shui was walking in a daze, lost in thought. She looked toward the Yin residence with a sense of helplessness. I have nowhere left to go, she thought. I guess I'm even weaker than I realized. My pride shouldn't have been this fragile. For some reason, in this endless night, her feet led her back here. Suddenly, someone held an umbrella over her. Yin Wu Dao comforted her gently. You're home. We're having a feast for the guests tonight. There's lamb stew waiting for you. She whispered. I'm already soaked. I don't need an umbrella. Yin Wu Dao tossed the umbrella aside without a second thought. He spoke with overwhelming tenderness. Then I'll stand in the rain with you. Yi Shui felt a surge of gratitude. To think the last person standing in the rain with me would be you. Yi Shui leaned in and kissed Yin Wu Dao. Inside the house, Su Qingyao was chatting with Xiao Xiao. What do his fans call him? Xiao Xiao chirp happily. The great patriarch. The scene shifted abruptly to Gu Shizi. She looked flustered, deep in thought. Why does everything he does stir my heart so much? Could it be that my love tribulation is actually tied to him? A servant called out loudly. Young master, Miss Xiaomi brought her boyfriend over. Ru Shui's eyes widened the moment she saw him. She recognized him instantly. Yin Wu Dao, however, looked incredibly annoyed. He turned his teeth. Duan Santian smiled brightly. Master Yin, thank you for taking such good care of Xiaomi. I'll take over that responsibility from now on. I promise I won't let her get hurt. Seeing the way he was acting, Xiaomi asked curiously, Do you two know each other? Duan Santion explained. We do. We just had a little exchange earlier. Yen Wudao offered a stiff invitation. Dinner is ready. Let's go. He hissed under his breath. Duan Santion. Not a bad move. The other man countered. Master Yin, I prepared a big gift for you tonight. You'll receive it very soon. Yen Wudao narrowed his eyes. Huh, I'm looking forward to it. Xiaomi ran over and grabbed Yen Wudao's arm. Yen Wudao, stop talking. Let's go eat. I'm starving to death. Making Duan Santion absolutely furious. Everyone has taken their seats at the table. Just then, Duan Santion speaks up. Young Masterin, you were far too impulsive today. To be honest, 60 billion was already enough to make me back down. But Wudao replies calmly. Whether it's 60 billion or 80 billion, it's all the same to me. It's just a number. On the other hand, young Master Duan, how do you plan on making back that 200 million you spent on flowers? He pulls out a paper envelope and replies nonchalantly. With this paper in my hand, how could I possibly fail to make it back? It's a certificate for land use rezoning. Ruashua looks at it, her face filled with shock. The original commercial plot has been rezoned for residential use. We can build a riverside villa complex there. He continues confidently. That land can fit 400 villas. Each one will average 10 million. After subtracting expenses, the profit will be over 20 billion, turning 100 million into 20 billion. Not a bad deal, right? As for your $80 billion plot, it'll soon be worth less than a penny. Xiao, mi protests. That's impossible. 5,000 acres of North Mountain land. Even sold cheap, it should be worth billions. Outside, the rain continues to pour heavily. Duan Santion mockingly taunts Wudao. From the looks of him, he seems certain of his victory. Suddenly, the main doors swing open. Xiao Ruashua rushes in, panicked. Wudao, something's wrong. Something terrible has happened. She speaks, trembling with fear. The heavy rain caused a landslide at North Mountain, and it's uncovered a massive tomb. Initial estimates suggest the entire North Mountain might be sitting on top of a royal mausoleum. The news leaves everyone restless. A royal mausoleum. Ji Wuji. You're absolutely ruthless. Xiao Ruashua is equally anxious. Then doesn't that mean 80 billion was just thrown out the window? And Wudao remains perfectly calm. Duan Santion is gloating. A tomb of this scale will obviously be taken over by the Cultural Relics Protection Bureau. Or you could try asking the department for compensation. But given how broke that department is, you'll be lucky if they give you 80 million. Why isn't he reacting? That's 80 billion, not 800 bucks. And Wudao just smiles and offers praise. Duan Santion, you didn't used to have this kind of capability. After 8 years, you've certainly made a lot of progress. Do you have someone helping you behind the scenes? Duan Santion is stunned. No way. He couldn't have seen through it. His billionaire system administrator, Qian Duo, warns him. Don't panic. There are no supernatural fluctuations. He can't possibly see me. Hearing this, Duan Santion finally relaxes. Good. Meanwhile, Wudao activates his purple gold pupils. He sees the system entity hovering behind Duan Santion. You think I can't see you? My purple gold pupils are no joke. I'll get a lot of Paragon points this time, but there are no bonus rewards. Still, a kill and loot mission is a bit tricky. Luckily, Duan Santion was already planning on seeking revenge. Now I don't have to overthink it. And Wudao speaks softly. Young Master Duan, I'll give you my answer regarding you and Xiaomi. But first, let me offer you a drink. Whether by accident or on purpose. Wudao tips over the wine glass. Oops, my apologies. The wine splashes all over Qian Duo. A smirk plays on his lips. Lucky I didn't get any on you, young Master Duan. How clumsy of me. Duan Santion slams his hand on the table in a rage. Gritting his teeth, he growls, spit it out. What exactly is your attitude on this? And Wudao ignores him completely. He turns to Xiaomi instead. Will you listen to me? Faced with such a sudden question, she's dazed for a moment, but replies, I will. And Wudao nods. Good. Then, he turns back to Duan Santion, his face full of provocation. I don't agree. Seeing how overbearing he is, Duan Santion screams in fury. And Wudao, we live in a society ruled by law. The Huang family is no longer a house of servants for your family. She doesn't have to obey you. Xiaomi, come with me. Xiaomi asked softly. Why won't you agree? Yen Wudao replied calmly. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. But I simply do not agree. Xiaomi was dissatisfied with his answer. She looked at him seriously and said, I need a reason. Tell me yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Wudao grabbed her chin. His voice dropped to a low growl. Because I like you. I see you as my possession, my own personal property, and I will not allow you to escape my control. Fearing she might waver, Duan Sanqian hurried over to Xiaomi. Let's go. I'm getting you out of this Yin family hellhole. Lin Feng stood there for a moment before losing his patience. He threw a heavy punch at Duan Sanqian and said coldly, What are you pretending for? I've put up with you for long enough. You dare come here to stir up trouble? You come to the wrong place. Duan Sanqian didn't back down either. He raised his hand to block Lin Feng's fist. While fending off the attack, he shouted, The Yin family really was hiding an ace up their sleeve. But don't you dare underestimate me. The two of them quickly broke apart. Lin Feng stepped back. He clenched his fist tight. The force behind that punch was wrong. It didn't feel like human strength. Yin Wudao had been watching from the side the whole time. He realized it too. That's right. It's because he's using cheats. Xiaomi approached him. Duan Sanqian. Leave on your own. I'm not going with you. He was stunned. Assuming she was being threatened, he said, Xiaomi, don't be afraid. I'm not scared of the Yin family. And I think even less of Yin Wudao. Despite everything he said, he still didn't get it. Xiaomi frowned and repeated herself. I don't want to. In life, I belong to the Yin family. In death, I'm a ghost of the Yin family. I simply forgot my place for a moment. Thankfully, we never even held hands. No major mistakes were made. Let's end this here. Duan Sanqian finally lost his temper. He said indignantly, It's not that you don't want to go with me. It's that you never wanted to leave in the first place, right? I promise you, you'll regret this. He finally walked away. But before he left, he couldn't resist one last spiteful remark. Yin Wudao, your funeral is coming soon. Seeing that he had gone, only then did Xiaomi turn to Yin Wudao. Why on earth won't you agree? Just because he tricked you out of 80 billion? Yi Shui spoke up. Enough. Duan Sanqian is a member of the Duan family in the capital. They are enemies of the Yin family. He is the master of the Wan family, and the mastermind behind your brother's death. Wu Dao didn't want you to be with him because he didn't want to see you suffer. Hearing this, she froze. She didn't know what to say. Xiaomi collapsed into a chair. She clutched her head in a breakdown. How could this happen? The reason I wanted to leave the Yin family turned into a blade, and it's hurting everyone I care about. No, no. Yin Wudao turned to leave. Daki asked him leisurely. Xiaomi's affection level has changed. Don't you want to see? I'm not interested. The scene shifts to an outdoor swimming pool. Yin Wudao expressionlessly stripped off his clothes. He quickly dove straight into the water. A moment later, Yin Wudao surfaced. On the shore, Jiang Ruoxue was dressed in a swimsuit. She held a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. She asked him with a smile, Care for a drink? The 2 glasses were quickly filled. Yin Wudao lay on a lounge chair. He let her massage his head. As her hands moved gently, she said, Don't be upset anymore. You have me. I'll help you win back that 80 billion in no time. Yin Wudao relaxed. I'm not angry about the money. It's that Duan Sanqian who ruined my mood. If I don't deal with him, how can the Yin family ever hold its head high in Jiang City again? Jiang Ruoxue grabs his hand, her cheeks flushing a soft pink. I can't really help with your manly business, but I can help you unwind. Yin Wudao pulls Jiang Ruoxue down onto the chair, pinning her beneath him. Didn't you hate me? Why aren't you staying as far away from me as possible? Jiang Ruoxue looks away shyly. I just didn't understand you before. I never appreciated your feelings, but I've finally come to my senses. I'm not going to let this relationship slip away again. The moment those words leave her lips, the system chimes in with a notification. Favorability, 99. Absolute devotion. Jiang Ruoxue's favorability has reached 99. You have received 4 prodigy points. And the business talent. Yin Wudao is secretly thrilled. I've got both the points and the talent now. This means Yin Wudao speaks in a low, soft voice. Your face is incredibly red. She touches her face and mumbles bashfully. Is it? It's just so hot. Suddenly, he leans down and sweeps her up into his arms. Since you're feeling so hot, Yin Wudao tosses her straight into the swimming pool. Why don't you go down there and cool off? She splashes up from the water, screaming in a rage. You, Yin, you total bastard. Whatever Jiang Ruoxue set my mind to, I have never failed to get. And if I've set my sights on a man, he'd better not dream of escaping. Somewhere else, a car slowly drives into the forest. Lin Feng has been waiting there for who knows how long. He watches the car and whispers to himself, "This sniper rifle came all the way from Russia. Even if your car has bulletproof glass, it won't save your skin." The car continues its approach. Lin Feng mutters with irritation, "Duan Sanqian, you son of a bitch. How dare you lay a finger on Wu Dao? I'm going to end you." Just as he takes aim at the head, Duan Sanqian looks up, staring directly into the barrel of the gun. Lin Feng freezes in shock. A split second later, a bolt of lightning strikes exactly where he's sitting. Lin Feng drops his gun and spins around to flee. Panic surges through him. "I almost died. Buddha, please protect me." He screams as he runs. "Wu Dao, help! Save me!" Wu Dao keeps a straight face as he pulls out a talisman and chants. Swiftly as commanded, thunder strike. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning blasts toward him. Wu Dao panics. "No way. Why is it hitting my own head?" Gu Shizi quickly grabs him and pulls him to safety. She frowns at him. "Do you have a death wish?" The thunder summoning talisman is meant for guiding souls to the afterlife. Who on earth uses it the way you do? He grins sheepishly. "My thanks to the fairy for the rescue." Gu Shizi ignores him, merely pouting with a huff. The two of them quickly land in a nearby clearing. Gu Shizi speaks up. "My master's temple is right here on North Mountain. I've known there was a tomb in this mountain since I was a child. If you had just asked me first, you wouldn't have wasted 80 billion. He wipes his hands, gently shaking his head. "No, even if I had known there was a tomb here, I still would have spent those 80 billion. She asks, confused. "Why?" Wu Dao takes on a serious expression. "I told you I would help you repair the Wuji light. I bought North Mountain specifically for you. It's just that with this ancient tomb showing up, I'm afraid it might not work out now." For some reason, when she hears him say that, her face suddenly flushes red. She quickly turns away. Gu Shizi calls out to him, "Let's go. We'll head to North Mountain and take a look. There might still be a chance to salvage this." Wu Dao is stunned by her words. "You mean we can actually turn this around?" The two of them quickly reach North Mountain. She clasps her hands together and says, "Today, I will use the mountain moving art to give you a hand." He repeats her words in disbelief. "The mountain moving art? Isn't that a bit too extreme?" Gu Shizi explains softly. "The so-called mountain removal technique is actually a form of 5 elements arts. By converting earth into water and altering the ground's elemental properties, the royal tomb will sink into an underground river. Following that subterranean flow, the tomb will quickly drift far beyond the North Mountain territory." She lowered her voice. "By then, even if the archaeological team arrives, they won't find a single trace." As soon as she finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. Wu Dao seemed to sense something. He shouted, trying to stop Gu Shizi. "If the royal tomb is submerged in water, it'll be destroyed for sure. Won't doing this damage your karmic merit? I thought you cultivators took karmic retribution very seriously. Isn't this just asking for bad karma?" She turned back to look at him, her gaze unwavering. "You bought this entire North Mountain just for me. Even if I am damned for eternity, I must repay this debt of gratitude to you." The ground shook even more intensely. Wu Dao panicked. "It's an earthquake." The burial chamber began to slowly sink. His eyes widened as he watched in awe. It's starting to close up. Suddenly, beads of sweat broke out on Gu Shizi's forehead, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wu Dao shouted in concern. "Fairy." Seeing her in that state, he muttered softly, "I've always had a soft spot for beauties. I can't stand seeing a girl get hurt." A small bead appeared in Wu Dao's hand. The system promptly notified him. Azure Water Orb successfully converted. 1 million reputation points consumed. He thought to himself, it seems the heavenly Tao isn't exactly impossible to defy. Seeing him decisively throw the orb into the pit, Gu Shizi cried out in shock. "Oh my God!" Looking at Wu Dao's actions and the Azure Water Orb, her voice was filled with deep gratitude. The Azure Water Orb is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. With it, even if the tomb is submerged, it will never be destroyed. To think you would for me, you're actually willing to use such a precious treasure? Her face flushed a soft red. Gu Shizi whispered, "Thank you." A notification appeared above her head. Affection level has increased. Wu Dao saw this and felt a surge of joy. Finally, her affection went up. This was definitely worth it. The deep pit was quickly filled with water. That night, In Wudao and Gu Shizi meditated together, guarding the edge of the pit. Time passed quickly. She opened her eyes and spoke. The first light of each day is the true essence of the sun. Close your eyes and feel the natural flow of the Tao. Suddenly, In Wudao leaned in and gave her a quick kiss. He whispered softly, "Fairy." Gu Shizi was startled. She hurriedly covered her mouth, stuttering. "What are you doing?" At that moment, her affection level rose by another 10 points. He replied calmly, "You told me to feel nature, and my natural instinct was to kiss you." After saying that, he naturally leaned in and kissed her once more. Gu Shizi's face turned bright red. "Are you crazy? I am a woman of the cloth." In Wudao laughed loudly. All right. Just watch the sunrise. People of the cloth shouldn't be scolding others. Careful, or you'll damage your karmic merit." She snapped back angrily. "What do you know? We cultivators don't care about stuff like that. If you keep teasing me, I'll hit you." As dawn broke, a group of people and horses entered the mountains. Someone said excitedly, "The rift in the mountain is just ahead. From there, you can see straight into the great tomb." The person beside him asked in a low voice, "Mr. Duan, where's this great tomb you're talking about? And where's the mountain rift? You aren't trying to scam us, are you?" Duan Sanxian panicked. "I clearly saw it last time with my X-ray vision. I even saw the photos online. How did it all just disappear today? Am I seeing ghosts?" Just then, In Wudao and Gu Shizi walked toward them, interrupting Duan Sanxian's thoughts. "Stop looking. There's nothing here. It was all just an illusion." Seeing him, Duan Sanxian's expression darkened instantly. He hissed through gritted teeth, "In Wudao, it seems I really did underestimate you. To think you could pull off something so heaven-defying." He growled. He pulled out his phone, speaking with a smug grin. "I already posted all those photos from last night online. We live in the age of the internet now. Even if you think you can cover the sun with one hand. Once I use those photos to demand an official archaeological excavation of this mountain, you're finished." The latest news notification popped up on the phone. Breaking news. Last night's reports of a royal tomb opening at Beishan in Jiangshan have been confirmed as completely unfounded rumors. Yin Wudao's voice was laced with mockery. "I know trying to hide the truth is useless, but debunking a rumor? That works like a charm. Dynan has tens of millions of fans helping me clear things up. It's already the top trending topic. Do you really think those little photos of yours still have any weight?" Duan Sanxian clenched his fist tight. He suppressed his surging rage. "Fine, you win this round. I'll take the loss this time. But I haven't truly lost yet. I can flip that plot of land in Xihua for a 20-fold profit. In the end, you're still the one in the red." Yin Wudao fell into silent contemplation. Clearly, he should only be able to sell it for 20 billion. That's only a 10-fold profit. Why did he say 20-fold? What does that mean? It's exactly as you suspected. Daki nodded in agreement. It indicates his tycoon system has a doubling mechanism during settlement. I need to figure out the calculation rules of this system. Meanwhile, Qian Duo was huddling her shoulders, shivering. "It's so cold." Yin Wudao noticed her state. He gathered qi into the center of his palm. A golden light flowed from his hand, quickly enveloping her as he spoke softly. "You seem very weak. The wind is quite strong up here on the mountain. You should put on another layer." Qian Duo looked toward the source of the voice. She gasped in astonishment. "You really can see me." On the other side, Gu Shizi held out a talisman toward Duan Sanxian. "Mr. Duan, is it possible there's something unclean following you? Please take this protective charm as a gift." He stomped his feet in a fit of rage. "I am not unclean. Save it for Yin Wudao. He's the one who needs it more." Duan Sanxian and Qian Duo turned to leave. He ground his teeth, calculating his next move. Judging by that Taoist nun's demeanor, she's clearly an expert at his side. That woman absolutely cannot stay. She must be eliminated. Qian Duo lowered her voice. "The grudge between you and the Yin family is a private matter. That Taoist nun has a kind soul. Why do you want to kill someone innocent?" Duan Sanxian whipped his head around, furious. "Killing innocent? She's helping a villain run wild. That makes her an accomplice to evil. Killing her is simply carrying out heaven's will." He narrowed his eyes in warning. "And another thing, you'd better not be sneaking around with others behind my back. I'm a master of the tycoon ring. You must obey me unconditionally. He didn't spare her another glance. Duan Sanxian strode away, leaving Qian Duo behind. Her face was clouded with deep sorrow. She lowered her head, lost in thought. But my spirit form is so weak. I'm really, truly cold. Don't you even care? Do you really just see me as a tool? At that moment, Duan Sanxian made a phone call and barked an order. Get rid of Yin Wudao and the woman beside him. The bounty is 200 million. Elsewhere, Yin Wudao and Gu Shizi walked together to a nearby pavilion. Yin Wudao offered a gentle invitation. Come, have some breakfast. Seeing him so relaxed and unbothered, Gu Shizi couldn't help but ask, Aren't you heading back? Yin Wudao turned to answer her. Now isn't the right time to go back. By appearing in a remote place like this, Duan Sanxian will definitely try to make sure I never return. Seeing how far ahead he had planned, Gu Shizi felt a pang in her chest. I used to think you were just a carefree soul. Suddenly, a group of men dressed in black rushed forward, brandishing spears. They roared in unison, Kill. Orders from the young mistress. Take their lives. Instantly, 3 figures appeared, blocking the path of the assassins in black. You want to kill young Master Yin? First, you'll have to get past us. He turned his head to observe the scene. The enemy's techniques. They must be the 8 great spears. They're using the pear blossom style. It's a style born for the battlefield. And they've mastered the art of coordinated strikes. Our 3 spirit-harmonizing masters might not be enough to stop them. Gu Shizi turns to him and asks, Do you need me to step in? Yin Wudao shakes his head slightly. No need. I have a few tricks of my own. 3 golden spirit pills suddenly appear in his hand. Deiji crosses her arms and scoffs. You're certainly being generous. Those dragon essence tiger mite pills are incredibly valuable. Yin Wudao replies with confidence. If you treat your warriors with the respect they deserve, they'll be willing to walk through fire for you. With that, he tosses the 3 golden pills toward his comrades. Catch. Swallow them. The 3 of them catch the pills midair and swallow them without a second thought. Though their expressions differ, the surge of raw power radiating from each of them is unmistakable. With a single sweep of his hand, perfected man Cheng Xiu cleaves an enemy in 2. Great Master Fu Hui swiftly brings another one down. Muji expertly commands her snake to coil tightly around a target. The threat is neutralized with ease. Before long, the men in black are all bound and subdued. Yin Wudao looks down at them from above and asks coldly, Who sent you? Seeing that the tides have completely turned, one of them confesses honestly, Duan Sanxian. Yin Wudao doesn't buy it. He presses them further. You lot are from Jiangbei. The Duan family's influence in Jiang City was uprooted long ago. For Duan Sanxian to be able to command you here means there must be a major local family acting as his mole. Tell me the truth. Who do you really work for? The man screams in a fit of rage. You, Yin, you're an arrogant, reckless bastard, causing chaos wherever you go. Killing you is an act of justice for the people. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Yin Wudao says no more. He gives a silent signal with his hand. Great Master Fu Hui understands immediately. He steps forward and knocks the man unconscious. Seeing this, Gu Shizi closes her eyes and presses her palms together. Infinite Heavenly Lord. Yin Wudao turns his gaze toward the others. And what about the rest of you? The one across from him remains defiant. He spits back. Falling into your hands is just my bad luck. Kill me or cut me up. Do whatever the hell you want. Before he can even finish his sentence, a snake appears out of nowhere and sinks its fangs into his carotid artery. The man in black collapses instantly. The last survivor, seeing his comrades fall, stammers in sheer terror. I'll talk. Ji Wuji sent us to kill you. We're all assassins he raised in secret. Having gotten the answer he needed, Yin Wudao raises his hand, prepared to finish him. Seeing this, Gu Shizi hurriedly catches his arm. Since he's already confessed, is it really necessary to be so ruthless? Sparing him would be an act of mercy and good karma. She expects Yin Wudao to ignore her, but to her surprise, a smile tugs at his lips. Since you've spoken up, I'll naturally give you this much face. The system notification flashes, favorability +10. Yin Wudao withdraws his hand, then taps a pressure point on the man in black. But he offended me. He must pay a price. Fearing Gu Shizi might misunderstand, he explains, I've crippled his martial arts. It's to ensure he can never be a threat again. Gu Shizi nods. That's reasonable. The man trembles violently, yet he still bows his head low. Thank you for sparing my life, young Master Yin. Yin Wudao ignores him and gestures to his group. Let's go. We're paying the Ji family a visit. Before the war with Duan Sanxian begins, we need to settle this score first. Soon enough, they arrive at their destination. Great Master Fu Hui leads the charge, sending the gatekeepers flying with a single blow. A chaotic commotion erupts outside. Ji Wuji rushes out and roars. Yin Wudao, what the hell do you think you're doing? Yin Wudao steps through the front door, his voice cold as ice. Ji Wuji, Wang Mu attacked without a word from you. The 8 great spears were your doing as well. You're Duan Sanxian's inside man, aren't you? You're nothing but a traitor biting the hand that feeds you, breaking the laws of Jiang City. He slams the teacup in his hand onto the ground. So what? This is the Gu residence. This isn't a place for you to throw your weight around. The moment he finishes speaking, the guards draw their bows and notch their arrows. They stand battle-ready, waiting for the signal. In Wudao is completely surrounded. Go Wuji lets out a cold sneer. In Wudao, you walked right into my trap. Don't blame me for what happens next. At that moment, Duan Sanxian makes his entrance. He looks utterly smug. But you didn't see this coming, did you, In Wudao? Go Wuji nods in agreement. Duan Sanxian already predicted that the 8 great merchants wouldn't be enough to handle you. That's why he laid this inescapable trap for you. Duan Sanxian rests his chin on his hand. His other arm hangs loosely at his side. That humiliating defeat at the auction already shattered your little alliance. From that very moment, you had already lost. If you submit to me right now, I might just consider sparing your life. He approaches In Wudao with a mocking grin. Well, give me an answer. Sick of looking at Duan Sanxian's face, In Wudao plants a heavy punch right in his face. The blow sends Duan Sanxian sprawling on the ground. In Wudao looks down at him coldly and speaks. That's my answer. Duan Sanxian staggers to his feet and roars in a fit of rage. Kill him. Kill him now. The command is barely out of his mouth before both sides clash violently. Seeing the chaos, Goshizi doesn't just stand by, but as she raises her hand, In Wudao steps in front of her. You don't need to lift a finger. Just sit back and watch the show. With that, he raises his hand and shapes his fingers into a gun. He points it forward. The guards burst into laughter at the ridiculous sight. Have you lost your mind? If you can kill me with that, you really are God. In Wudao tilts his head. He utters a single word. Instantly, the closest man's head snaps back as if struck by a bullet. Blood spatters from his forehead. The surrounding crowd is paralyzed with fear. What the hell? Is this some kind of ghost story? He really is a god. He quickly lets out 3 more shots. Each one finds its mark with lethal precision. Bang! Duan Sanxian and Go Wuji's eyes bulge in shock. They can't help but cry out. Beside him, Goshizi's eyes are filled with awe and admiration. That was incredible. You're a total monster. Meanwhile, the system chimes in. Favorability increased by 10. In a flash, rows of guards are taken down. They lie scattered across the courtyard. But while the world sees a miracle, In Wudao knows the truth. Lin Feng was the one doing all the heavy lifting. He grips his handgun, hidden behind a tree just a short distance away. He lets out a quiet sigh of relief. I've been perched here since dawn. My hands are starting to go numb. Good thing I finally got to pull the trigger. Just then, the sound of heavy, rapid footsteps echoes through the air. Duan Sanxian and Go Wuji freeze in panic. This isn't good. Members of the Bai and Jiang families arrive, and even Elder Yi rushes onto the scene. He bellows, and don't forget about me. Before long, a chaotic brawl breaks out. But the newcomers are bursting with energy, caught off guard by this sudden counter-ambush. The Gu family guards are unable to react in time. They're completely overwhelmed. At that moment, the veins on Duan Sanxian's forehead bulge with rage. He grabs Go Wuji by the collar and snarls through gritted teeth. Ye Vuyi. What the hell is going on? I thought you said they were only allies on the surface. That their alliance was fragile. Are you trying to get me killed? Hearing this, Go Wuji is equally terrified. His face goes pale. How could this happen? In Wudao steps forward and speaks. Go Wuji, On the surface, you pretended to stay out of it. But in reality, you had Ge Fengming working as your secret link to Duan Sanxian. Did you really think your brother could pull a fast one on me? In Wudao sneers to himself. It's a good thing I kept a constant tail on Ge Fengming. Otherwise, their little scheme might have actually worked. Ge Wuji slams his fist in the ground in frustration. In Wudao, you won. But don't think for a second I'm happy about it. Go ahead. Do it. I won't even blink. I'm not Ge Wuji. Ge Fengming and Elder Gu suddenly dropped to their knees. Wudao, please, for the sake of us old men, spare Wuji just this once. I was the one who told him to do it. If you want someone dead, then kill me instead. In Wudao reached out to help the old man up. Please, stand up, Elder. I haven't even had the chance to thank you for the Bagua mirror yet. The old butler gasped in shock. What? But the Bagua mirror is Miss Yi Shui's family heirloom. Hearing those words, In Wudao froze. He realized the truth in an instant. Yi Shui really is as sharp as they come. That Bagua mirror never belonged to my grandfather. She was the one who gave it to me. She did it all to build up a debt of gratitude for the Gu family, specifically to pay for the disaster happening today. From the very beginning, she had already predicted Ge Wuji's downfall. He turned his head toward Ge Wuji, looking down at him with a cold gaze. I'll let you slide today, but this is the last time. Ge Wuji couldn't believe In Wudao would forgive him so easily. He narrowed his eyes, suspicious. In Wudao, what kind of scheme are you cooking up now? Knowing the kind of man you are, there's no way you'd ever let a traitor go. In Wudao replied calmly. I may despise traitors, but I always settle my debts and grudges fairly. Ge Fengming had been standing to the side, watching the whole time. A thought began to stir in his mind. He actually spared my brother. Maybe he isn't such a monster after all. The system immediately updated. Ge Fengming's loyalty has wavered. Gained 1 prodigy point. Seeing this, In Wudao gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Fengming, from now on, your brother's shares in Suanio Capital will be under your management. I'm putting my trust in you. With just those few words, the system chimed again. Ge Fengming's mental state has shifted. Gained 2 prodigy points. Ge Wuji pointed an accusing finger at his brother, trembling with rage. Did you conspire with them to ruin me? Ge Fengming waved his hands frantically. No, that's not it. I didn't know anything. What on earth is going on? At that moment, In Wudao shifted his gaze toward Duan Sanxian. A smirk played on his lips. Now it's your turn. Do you want to fight to the death? Or are you going to surrender quietly? Duan Sanxian ground his teeth. Like how I'm going down without a fight. As he spoke, Duan Sanxian pulled out a handful of golden elixirs. Qian Duo tried to warn him, looking worried. Taking those is risky. You can't keep relying on pills for everything. You need to put in the actual work to cultivate. But he didn't care at all. He swallowed every single pill in 1 gulp. Shut up and save your breath. As soon as the pills hit his stomach, Duan Sanxian's pupil snapped shut. He let out a roar like a feral beast. The tiger-subduing master stepped forward. Let me handle him. But to everyone's surprise, with just a single punch, Duan Sanxian sent the tiger-subduing master flying through the air. He lunged again, shattering perfected Master Shengxiu's sword with a heavy blow. Duan Sanxian's bare hands easily tore through Miaoji's swarm of snakes. He moved with a speed that no one could track. In a blur of motion, he appeared behind a tree, knocking out Lin Feng, who had been hiding there. After taking down all 4 of them, Duan Sanxian shouted at the top of his lungs. Who else wants some? In Wudao stepped forward. I'll take you on. He pulled back his sleeves, dropping into a fighting stance. He calculated his chances silently. One of the 8 great prodigies. This is our first real match. Let's see just how much skill you actually have. Without another word, the 2 of them collided. Duan Sanxian's strike was lightning fast, blasting In Wudao backward. The force was so immense that In Wudao skidded across the ground for several meters before stabilizing. A trail of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. In Wudao frowned, checking his internal state. His energy was churning like a violent storm, feeling as if Mount Tai were crashing down upon him. It felt like his heart was about to burst. Bai Yunxi, Hong Yi, and Jiang Renja watched from the sidelines, their faces pale with worry. Even Wudao isn't a match for him. Just how strong is he really? In Wudao, can we really count on you? In Wudao, look out. Before In Wudao could even catch his breath, Duan Sanxian lunged at him with a roar. In Wu Dao didn't just stand there and take the hit. He channeled his full power, letting his aura explode. Energy surged violently all around him. In Wu Dao raised his hand and caught Duan Sanxian's fist with ease, leaving Duan Sanxian pale with sheer terror. How? How is this possible? A system notification flashed before his eyes. Target 1 who confirmed dead. Reward: 2 villain points and the talent, innate divine strength acquired. In Wu Dao's lips curled into a smirk. Talk about perfect timing. He was ecstatic. In Wan Hu's hands, innate divine strength was barely utilized. But in my hands, combined with the 9 dragons' true chi, its power will be off the charts. In Wu Dao threw a crushing punch straight into Duan Sanxian. The power of innate divine strength exploded beyond all limits. Jiang Renjia's eyes lit up in awe. He gave 2 big thumbs up. Man, you are incredible. Playing weak only to drop a lethal blow like that. That's a 10 out of 10 for style. Gu Shizi let out a sigh of relief and nodded in admiration. The stronger your opponent, the stronger you become. Your mastery of power has reached its peak. Truly impressive. In Wu Dao replied with a smile. You flatter me, fairy. He grabbed Duan Sanxian by the throat with one hand. It's over. Duan Sanxian struggled desperately. Wait, stop. I have a secret. I'll trade it for my life. In Wu Dao's voice turned cold and heavy. And you think I'd be interested? Duan Sanxian blurted out in a panic. It's about your father's life. At the mention of his father, In Wu Dao's grip tightened even further. Oh, is that so? He paused for a moment, then released his grip. Get lost. I'll beat you fair and square. Besides, going back to Jiang City won't end well for you anyway. Duan Sanxian refused to back down. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced himself to speak. We'll see who gets the last laugh. Just you wait. With those words, Duan Sanxian and Qian Duo turned to leave. As Qian Duo walked past In Wu Dao, he whispered a single phrase. Thank you. Upon hearing those words, both Qian Duo and Duan Sanxian froze in shock. Duan Sanxian whipped his head around to look at her. His expression darkened as he interrogated her. You betrayed me? Qian Duo frowned, completely bewildered. Are you insane? In Wu Dao and I have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Why on earth would I betray you? Duan Sanxian spat through gritted teeth. Oh, really? Then why did he just thank you? Qian Duo turned away. Maybe he was talking to you. Or maybe he's just trying to drive a wedge between us. Do you think I'm a fool? Duan Sanxian ripped off the ring. She gasped in horror. What are you doing? You idiot. He threw the ring back into the box. His face contorted with rage. You ungrateful traitor. I'll make sure you never see the light of day again. In Wu Dao and the others left the Ji residence shortly after. As soon as they stepped out the door, they saw a worried Yi Shui running toward them. In Wu Dao comforted her gently. Don't worry. I didn't do anything to Ji Wuji. You can rest easy now. She lunged forward and threw her arms around In Wu Dao. I was so worried about you. He patted her head softly. I'm Yifine. Yi Shui asked curiously. Why did you let Duan Sanxian go? In Wu Dao shoved his hands into his pockets and answered nonchalantly. He found a reason to stay alive. As for me, killing him, the time isn't right yet. She couldn't figure it out. What reason? She asked. He pulled out his phone and gestured for her to wait. Just a second. He dialed a number. Dad, what time is it over there? Where are you exactly? In Wu Dao's voice grew serious. You need to move to a secure location immediately. Someone is coming for you. You must be careful. But the line went dead almost instantly, leaving behind only a long, monotonous dial tone. Seeing his expression darken, Yi Shui approached him with concern. What's wrong? In Wu Dao replied calmly. He hung up on me. His voice carried a hint of loneliness. He's never respected me. He never took me seriously. He always thinks nothing I do is good enough. And just now, he didn't even believe me. He wouldn't even trust his own son. Yi Shui took In Wu Dao's hand to comfort him. That's all in the past now. When brothers unite, they can even topple a fierce tiger. When father and son stand together, no hardship is too great. Your father is in danger right now. We have to move fast. In Wu Dao's expression softened. You're right. No matter how he treats me, I can't just leave him to his fate. He turned his head to look at her. Your plan to sow discord worked perfectly, Shuer. Duan Sanxian and the master backing him are already at each other's throats. She replied with a hint of bashfulness. As long as you don't think my schemes are too ruthless. In Wudao laughed. How could I? Meanwhile, Gu Shizi handed an object to perfected Master Xingshu. Senior brother, place this in the tomb directly across from Westflower. It can pierce through the water element and funnel energy straight into Westflower. Construction on that land will come to a dead halt. Perfected Master Xingshu was shocked. Sister Yu, this will severely damage your spiritual merit. Are you sure about this? Her voice dropped an octave. I've seen Duan Sanqian's methods. They are sinister and cruel. We absolutely cannot let him succeed. Besides, the 8 trigrams mirror is a sacred treasure of the righteous path. Even if it damages Westflower, it will never harm a human life. Senior brother, please just do it. Perfected Master Xingshu nodded. You're right. We really should lend young Mastering a hand. The scene shifts. A car is speeding down the highway. After the recent phone call, he ordered the driver to turn the car around. He couldn't help but lose himself in thought. Wudao might be a bit of a delinquent, but surely he wouldn't go as far as to move against me now. Right then, a girl pushing a stroller suddenly dashed across the road. The driver slammed on the brakes. He asked, "What happened?" The driver's voice trembled. "I nearly hit someone, sir." He was startled and spoke quickly. "Get out and check on them now." The driver rushed out of the car in a panic. "Are you okay? You can't just run across the road like that." The girl lay on the ground and whispered, "I'm sorry. Could you help me get the baby out? I think I've sprained my ankle." As he turned to look at the stroller, he froze in horror. Inside was nothing but a doll. Why is it a fake? Is this woman insane? She stood up abruptly and fired a clean shot into the driver's head. "You're the one who's sick. Your whole damn family is sick." Having dealt with the driver, she approached the car, aiming the barrel straight at Eni. A beautiful smile spread across her face. My dearest governor." She was the 1,000-faced fox, ranked 9th on the global assassin leaderboard. He remained expressionless. He stared her down. Suddenly, a car roared toward them at high speed. It was moving so fast that the 1,000-faced fox didn't have time to react. She was sent flying. Her body tumbled through the air. The driver stepped out, her voice nonchalant. "Oh dear, I wasn't careful and hit someone." Shangguan Jiala crossed her arms and looked down. Her tone held a trace of mock pity. "It looks like I might have killed her, too." She walked past the body of the 1,000-faced fox, not forgetting to toss out a final remark. "What bad luck." Shangguan Jiala approached Eni. "Uncle, are you all right?" He recognized the woman. "You're Jiala, from the Shangguan family, aren't you?" She gave a slight nod in response, but she seemed completely unaware that she was being targeted by a sniper. A beautiful girl, with an extraordinary aura, and a perfect figure. Nyozi the sharpshooter, the 10th-ranked assassin, was currently lurking in the nearby bushes. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Sorry, gorgeous, but you have to die too." Before he could even make a move, In Wudao appeared right behind him. "The one who's dying is you." Nyozi's face was frozen in pure shock. "When did you get here?" Before he could finish his sentence, In Wudao's hand clamped around his throat. Seeing Nyozi die on the spot, In Wudao calmly picked the gun up off the ground. He looked in the direction the man had been aiming, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. That really is a nice figure. Suddenly, Shangguan Jiala zoomed in through her scope. "Just as I thought. In Wudao, you're even more of a creep than I remember." A moment of silence passed. In Wudao wisely tossed the gun behind him and smiled. "No matter how much you try to frame me, I still have to thank you for saving my father." Shangguan Jiala stared intently at him. "Then should I be thanking you for saving me?" Hearing that, In Wudao brushed past her, preparing to leave. "Actually, we're even now." Shangguan Jiala was slightly taken aback. "Why isn't this guy clinging to me like he used to? What kind of game is he playing now?" In Wudao walked over to In Yi's side. "Dad, are you okay?" He frowned reproachfully. "Dad, why did you hang up when I called?" "Something terrible almost happened." He gave a guilty cough. The signal was just bad. In placed a hand on his shoulder and changed the subject. "Jiala is here. You need to take good care of her. Make sure she gets home on time every night. And don't let her near that newspaper office of yours. You hear me?" In Wudao replied with a blank expression. "I got it." After finishing his instructions, In turned back to Jiala. "Jiala, it's rare for you to visit Jiangsheng. Make sure you have a good time while you're here. I have a meeting to get to, so I'll be heading out first. Let's have dinner tonight. She nodded politely. I will. Goodbye, uncle. The old man still wasn't at ease. He turned back one last time to warn Wudao. You little brat. If you dare bully Jiala, don't think I won't use the family discipline on you. After the commotion settled down, the car quickly started back up. Wudao rested his arm on the car window, his voice sounding indifferent. There isn't much to see in Jiangsheng. How about I take you home to rest first? It's been a long trip. Seeing that he wanted to leave, Shangwan Jiala stopped him. I finally made it all the way here, so of course I have to look around. I've heard the horse racing in your Jiangsheng is quite famous. At the vast, snow-covered riverside racecourse, someone hiding behind a wall whispered Wudao. But he wasn't paying attention. He simply said, the black horse, number 9, is mine. But I don't plan on letting it win today. It's scheduled for an international competition soon. If it pushes too hard now, I'm afraid it'll lose its edge in the later races. If you want to play, you can bet on the white horse, number 8. That horse is just as good as my black one. Shangwan Jiala handed a black card to the waiter. Then put 100,000 down for me, just for some pocket change. The waiter bowed as he took it. Right away, ma'am. A familiar voice rang out. Oh, if it isn't young Master Yin. It was Duan Sanxian again. He approached with a mocking tone. Talk about a small world. No, wait. I should say fate brings us together. After saying that, Duan Sanxian turned toward Shangwan Jiala and greeted her politely. Hello, beautiful. I can help you place a bet. 10 million. Is that enough? When she turned around, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. She's gorgeous. A once-in-a-millennium beauty. Shangwan Jiala lowered her eyes and replied softly. That won't be necessary. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Wudao might be a bastard, but he's my fiancé, after all. I can't exactly team up with an outsider against him. I can, however, drain his wallet myself. To break his heart, Jiang Ruoxue, standing behind them, was left dazed by what she heard. So this is Wudao's fiancé. No wonder she's called the capital's number 1 beauty. Hearing her speak, Wudao stood up as well. He handed his card to the nearby server. Place a bet for me. On white horse number 8. The server replied cheerfully, Yes, sir. 2 cards were placed onto the tray together. Duan Sanxian looked at him and sneered. Do me a favor as well. Bet on white horse number 8. His face was full of cunning. He called out a staggering bet of 1 billion. The server had never heard such a massive figure before. He repeated it in total disbelief. 1 billion. Wudao's expression darkened. He took his card back and set it aside. Seeing him withdraw his card, Duan Sanxian became even more arrogant and provocative. If you're going to play, might as well play big. What can you even do with a measly 100,000? You actually had the nerve to pull that out. Did you spend all your money buying land? Wudao placed his card back on the table. His tone was brimming with confidence. Place a bet for me. On black horse number 9. 1 billion. All 3 of them gasped in shock at the same time. 1 billion. The thunderous roar of hooves echoed through the air. Wudao sat firmly and steadily in his saddle. His gaze was resolute. He scanned the surroundings. Jiang Ruoxue watched Wudao with infatuation. She thought he looked incredibly handsome. Even Shangwan Jiala was momentarily dazed. She had to admit, his appearance was undeniably striking. Jiang Ruoxue approached Wudao. I want to talk to you. Wudao replied coldly. I'm busy. She snapped back in anger. You jerk. Don't you dare regret this. You're not the only man in this world, you know. Just watch. I'll go find someone else. He led his horse away, waving her off dismissively. Suit yourself. Duan Sanxian walked up to her and held out his hand. Old classmate, I heard you're working for Wudao's Suanio investment company. Following a guy who throws money away like water. That company is going to go bankrupt sooner or later. I think you'd be much better off coming to work for me. I guarantee I can make you a star overnight. Jiang Ruoxue turned and walked away in total disdain. She didn't give him the time of day. The race was about to begin. All the horses were positioned in the starting gates. Duan Sanxian turned smugly toward Wudao. He began spouting nonsense. Wudao, horse racing is my specialty. Today I'm going to make you lose so hard you'll be coughing up blood. Wudao only gave him a casual, indifferent glance. Then we'll just have to wait and see. Very soon, the sound of the starting pistol rang out. The frantic beat of hooves surged forward. The commentator's voice boomed over the speakers. Currently, General number 8 is in the lead. As expected of the great general, he never lets us down. Duan Sanxian pulled ahead and looked back with a loud laugh. Your horse is much weaker than I thought. In Wudao ignored him completely. He continued to charge forward. He gave his horse a gentle pat. Dai, I've raised you for all these years. Today is the time to show your worth. As if it understood human speech, the hay suddenly exploded with a burst of speed. The sudden surge even caught In Wudao by surprise. Its speed was terrifyingly fast. It felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. Wait! At that same moment, the commentator screamed. Black horse number 9 is starting to accelerate. In the stands, the atmosphere was reaching a boiling point. The black horse's performance has been incredibly erratic, but it has just shot into the lead. It's like a bolt of black lightning. The rider today is a total stranger. He bet a staggering 1 billion on this horse, and it certainly hasn't let him down. At this very moment, man and horse move as one. Duan Sanxian's horse was also pushing its absolute limits. He lashed his whip, gritting his teeth and screaming, "Run! Run faster!" That's an order. He thought he would stay in the lead forever. He never expected In Wudao's hay to blow right past him. In Wudao turned his head, throwing all the provocation back in Duan Sanxian's face. De Hay's performance was only unstable because I was the one manipulating the race. The bet that Ji Wuji placed, the one claiming my horse would have a stomach ache and couldn't run. I orchestrated that entire thing. But my De Hay isn't the type to just give up and stop running. Hearing this, Duan Sanxian grew even more enraged. He whipped his horse with even more violence. I can't lose. There's no way in hell I'm losing. After saying that, he actually stabbed the white horse he was riding right in the rear. Duan Sanxian let out a roar. I'm the ultimate high roller. I'm not just winning 10 billion on this race. I'm walking away with 20 billion. Bolting from the sheer agony, the white horse surged forward with a sudden burst of speed, closing the gap on Yin Wudao in an instant. The commentator's voice crackled over the speakers. This is incredible. They're neck and neck. A classic showdown in the making. Will the white horse take the crown today? Or will the dark horse pull off a miracle comeback? We're about to find out. Sensing the tide turning against him, Duan Sanxian pulled out his ring. This isn't enough. I need more. I'll have to rely on the system. Qian Duo appeared in a flash. Before she could even process the situation, he barked an order. Time to prove your loyalty. Go and knock Yin Wudao off his horse. She stared at Yin Wudao, her mind racing. If I just push him off like this, the fall might kill him. I can't do it. But if I don't, how will I ever explain myself to Sanxian? Yin Wudao immediately sensed something was off about her. He glanced back. Qian Duo gasped in shock. What? Yin Wudao reached out and grabbed her hand. That sudden move sent Qian Duo tumbling straight into his arms. Get over here. Duan Sanxian shrieked in disbelief. How is that even possible? Meanwhile, the Qi was hovering right beside him. You should worry about yourself first. Duan Sanxian turned pale as a sheet. A ghost. She didn't bother wasting words. She delivered a sharp slap right to the face of Duan Sanxian's horse. The white horse suddenly began to stumble and veer off course. Oh no, the commentator yelled. The white horse is spooked. This is a fatal error we've never seen from number 8. It looks like number 8's championship dreams end right here. Seeing the fence ahead, the white horse slammed on the brakes. The momentum hurled Duan Sanxian right out of the saddle. He ended up dangling helplessly from the railing. He looked utterly pathetic. It's over. I've totally humiliated myself in front of her. The commentator turned his attention to Yin Wudao, his voice reaching a crescendo. The dark horse, number 9. Let's hear it for our winner, number 9. What an incredible performance. Tan Xiao, who was live streaming from the stands, jumped for joy. Yes, boss won. On the live stream screen, comments flooded the chat. Congrats, boss. A user named Not Wearing Super White commented. Why did that white horse freak out all of a sudden? Feels kind of scripted to me. That winning pose was a bit unusual. Someone passed me a tissue. The life of the rich is truly authentic and simple. Meanwhile, Qian Duo was still sitting on the horse. She shyly pulled her hand back. Let me go. Let go of me. He looked at her and smirked. Stop struggling. The more you resist, the more interested I get. Qian Duoduo's cheeks flushed crimson. She pleaded, "Could you please let me go? If I'm late getting back, he'll start getting suspicious." Yin Wudao teased her playfully. "Suspicious of what? Suspicious that we're having an affair?" She replied in a panic. "That's not what I meant. It's just that he'll be furious." He watched her with a smile. "You look quite lovely when you're flustered." Qian Duo felt something was off. Startled, she asked, "What do you have in your pocket?" "It's poking me." Yin Wudao gave a wicked grin. "Why don't you check for yourself?" It finally dawned on her what he meant. Her face felt like it was on fire. Qian Duo scrambled to her feet. Covering her face, she ran off. "You pervert." Once the race was over. Inside the room, Yin Wudao's phone buzzed with a notification. A message informed him that his account ending in 9999 had just been credited with 10 billion. He playfully waved the card. "Thanks a lot. I'll be taking this 10 billion now." Duan Sanxian stormed off, fuming and muttering under his breath. Arrogant prick, the moment he left. Yin Wudao handed the card to Shangwan Jialao. "Here, I won this for you." She stared at the card in shock. "For me?" Instead of taking it immediately, she hesitated. "I heard you just dropped 80 billion on that piece of land. Your company can't be that flush with cash right now, can it? Are you really okay with just giving this to me?" Yin Wudao scoffed. He cursed inwardly, thinking what a busybody she was. He slid the card across the table. "Then let's add one more condition." Yin Wudao's voice grew heavy. "Call off our engagement." Shangwan Jialao froze. "Break the engagement? I didn't mishear you, did I?" He lifted the bottle and poured a glass of wine. His tone was calmer than she had ever heard it. "Look, we both know the truth. This was nothing more than an arrangement forced on us by our families. But isn't the whole rebelling against the parents thing all the rage these days?" Yin Wudao swirled the wine in his glass. "Movies are full of rich heiresses who call off their engagements. In the end, don't they always end up marrying some dirt-poor loser? The script is already written. Why should I bother struggling against it?" Shangwan Jialao snatched up the card he had just set down. She hurled it right back at his face, her voice trembling with rage. "You arrogant jerk," she screamed. "I refuse. Our horoscopes have already been exchanged and matched. We are husband and wife by divine decree. Who the hell will want to go find some penniless loser anyway?" Yin Wudao caught the bank card midair and tucked it into his pocket. A playful smirk played on his lips. "Fair enough." Shangwan Jialao stood there dazed. "So, the engagement is back on?" She suddenly realized she'd been played. He had been teasing her all along. Now she had lost everything. She lost the money and her dignity in one move. Nearby, the atmosphere was far more tense. Duan Sanxian's voice boomed with anger. "That hesitation of yours almost got me killed." He continued to heap blame onto Qian Duo. "Do you have some kind of secret deal with him? Do you want to run off with him that badly?" She lowered her head. "No, that's not it. I would never." Yin Wudao curled his lip in a look of pure contempt. What a total waste of beauty. Shangwan Jialao didn't see Qian Duo nearby. Thinking his insult was directed at her, she nodded in agreement. "Are you finally showing some self-awareness? At least you know exactly what kind of man you are." Duan Sanxian marched over and shouted, "Yin Wudao!" He squeezed his fists until his knuckles turned white. "I'm not letting this go. I want a rematch." Seeing that Duan Sanxian didn't know when to quit, Yin Wudao gave him a calm warning. "Don't let your impulses get the better of you." Duan Sanxian pointed a finger at him. "Cut the crap. We're going to test our eyes, a contest of insight." Yin Wudao's lips curled into a smirk. "Fine by me." The four of them soon arrived at a private villa. The two men stood facing each other. Yin Wudao spoke up to set the terms. "We each take a container. We place an object inside. If you can guess exactly what's hidden inside the other person's container, you win." An exquisitely carved green pillar was brought out as the first vessel. Duan Sanxian grit his teeth, the fire of a gambler in his eyes. "I'm betting 200 billion. Do you have the guts to match it?" He smirked triumphantly. "This fool has no idea I have X-ray vision. I'll use this chance to bleed him dry and bankrupt him." Yin Wudao casually pulled out a thick folder. "This is the deed to the North Mountain land. That covers 50 billion right there." He waved his hand dismissively. "As for the remaining 150 billion, that's just enough to cover my pocket change." Zhao Mishue gasped in disbelief. "Pocket change?" Shangwan Jialao leaned back, repeating the number under her breath. 150 billion. Zhao Mishue stepped forward to officiate the match. "Are both gentlemen ready?" Then let the guessing begin. In Wudao immediately activated his own divine vision, scanning the container. Duan Sanxian tried to focus his power as well, but his expression quickly turned to panic. What? Why can't I see through it? He strained, widening his eyes as far as they would go. The edges of his eyes turned bloodshot from the effort, yet everything remained a blur. In Wudao felt a surge of smug satisfaction. Ancient artifacts that have existed for millennia carry their own spiritual aura. You can't just peer through a treasure like that with basic X-ray vision. It finally clicked for Duan Sanxian. He realized he couldn't see a single thing. The artifacts were causing interference, jamming his ability. He had walked right into a trap. However, he forced himself to stay calm and keep a straight face. They're both antiques. In Wudao, there's no way you can see through them either. In Wudao didn't hesitate to give his answer. Inside your bronze vessel, there's a ring. Duan Sanxian recoiled, his face pale with absolute shock. Jiang Ruoxua walks over to him. She picks up the ring and solemnly announces, In Wudao, guess correctly. In Wudao crosses his arms and smiles. My purple gold eyes can see through anything. You're just an amateur. She turns toward the other side, politely reaching out. Duan Sanxian, it's your turn to guess. If you guess wrong, you lose. Duan Sanxian puts the ring back on. Just as Qian Duo appears, he immediately demands, Redeem yourself. Go over there and see exactly what's inside his bronze vessel. She warns him, maybe you should just forfeit. If you admit defeat now, you only lose half. You'll still have a chance later. This guy's a bit strange. I'm afraid you'll end up losing miserably. Duan Sanxian grits his teeth and glares at Qian Duo. Shut your mouth. Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? I'm the one giving you orders. Seeing him like this, she nods in fear and agrees. Qian Duo has no other choice. She has to walk over to In Wudao. He glances at her, planning to cheat, knowing she can't hide anything from In Wudao. She nods awkwardly. In Wudao generously holds out his hand. You can look if you want, but you have to give me a little something in return. Qian Duo is startled. What kind of something? He slides his hand inside the slit of her dress. Qian Duo panics. What do you think you're doing? In Wudao replies nonchalantly. Just a small favor. On the other side, Duan Sanxian is seething. Hurry up. What's taking so long? Get on with it. Feeling his touch, Qian Duo bites her lip and endures it. Duan Sanxian watches, bewildered by what's happening. With a deep scowl, he demands she take the peek. Her face is bright red. She stammers. It's water. Hearing the answer, Duan Sanxian shouts, I knew it. Inside is. Before he can finish, he suddenly stops. Wait. He starts thinking. It could be water. But based on what he knows about In Wudao, it can't be that simple. When the answer is revealed, he might use some trick to turn the water into ice. If that happens, I'll lose. Thinking of this, he confidently shouts his answer. It's H2O. In Wudao leans in close. Playing it like that, are we? Duan Sanxian says smugly. It doesn't matter if it's water or ice. Or if you add something else. The chemical formula is still H2O. You can't beat me. In Wudao smirks. He channels his energy. Is that so? He reaches toward the jar. He opens the lid. Time to witness the miracle. Everyone leans in to look, and they're all stunned on the spot. Shangwan Jialua cries out. It's empty. Duan Sanxian can't believe it. How can it be empty? In Wudao smiles, using the Nine Dragons' true chi to evaporate the water in an instant. I really am a genius. A total rogue, too. Realizing he guessed wrong, Duan Sanxian suddenly whirls toward her. It was you. You and In Wudao teamed up to play me. She's knocked to the ground, crying out in protest. It wasn't me. It was clearly water. I didn't lie to you. Duan Sanxian channels his chi. His face is pale with rage. You wretched woman. Duan Sanxian roars. I'll kill you. Jiang Ruoxua and Shangwan Jialua can't see Qian Duo. They only see him venting his rage at the air. They whisper to each other. Is his mental state really that fragile? He's completely lost it. He must be sick. Right before he can strike, In Wudao steps in front of Qian Duo and bluntly calls out Duan Sanxian. If you can't handle the game, then don't play. Losing a bet and then taking it out on a woman? How pathetic. Duan Sanxian scowls. This is my business. I don't need you meddling. Behind him, Qian Duo clenches her fists. Duan Sanxian, I put up with you for long enough. Her eyebrows have turned pitch black. A terrifying aura gathers in her hands as Qian Duoduo speaks in a low, heavy voice. Everything you have was granted to you by me, yet you don't even have the most basic shred of respect. She seems to have undergone a dark transformation. Her expression grows even more fearsome. Qian Duoduo continues. Now that you've lost everything, activating the system's purge mechanism, preparing to backlash against the host. However, Duan Sanxian doesn't show a hint of fear. Instead, he lets out a smirk. It's not over yet. Duan Sanxian points at her. I still have that plot of land in West Flower. As long as that land exists, you still have to serve me. Qian Duoduo returns to normal and mumbles to herself. I forgot about that. I spoke too soon. He grits his teeth and waves her over. You, get over here. Qian Duoduo approaches gloomily. He says maliciously, if you leave my ring, you won't survive 3 days, and you still dare to defy me? She only takes a few steps before someone grabs her by the wrist. In Wudao pulls her back and speaks softly. Now that I know you're drowning in this misery, how could I just stand by and watch you suffer? A man like Duan Sanxian isn't worth following anyway. He points at Duan Sanxian and declares, as for your West Flower land, I'll take care of it. Soon, you'll have absolutely nothing left. Qian Duoduo looks at him. A line of text slowly appears above her head. Favorability, 70. Status, admiring. Duan Sanxian spreads his arms provocatively. How are you going to take care of West Flower? The deal is already done and dusted. I don't believe there's a damn thing you can do to me. I'm going to be a thorn in your side. A constant ache that you can't get rid of. I'll make sure you never have a moment's peace in Jiang City. You won't even be able to sleep soundly. In Wudao huffs impatiently. What arrogant nonsense. You dare act tough in front of me? Well, right about now is exactly when your world comes crashing down. Suddenly, a phone rings loudly. Duan Sanxian picks up the phone. His face pales in shock. What? The West River levee breached. Half of West Flower has been turned into a lake, and it's been rezoned as a flood discharge area. In Wudao laughs out loud. I see. That heavy rain didn't just crack my North Mountain. It completely collapsed your West Flower project too. That land is useless for construction now. It isn't even worth a few $100 anymore. He celebrates inwardly. It looks like the 8 trigrams mirror and that fairy's blessing finally paid off. Duan Sanxian argues back in a panic. So what if it's worth nothing? I still have a tycoon system. Making a comeback is only a matter of time. In Wudao curls his lip into a smirk. I'm afraid it's not over yet. Duan Sanxian's phone rings again. He hesitates. In Wudao urges him. Go on, answer it. Don't be such a coward. It's annoying to watch. Duan Sanxian hits the answer button. He still tries to act tough. I refuse to believe my luck could get any worse. But as he listens to the caller, his pupils shrink in terror. He can't help but scream. What? We dug into a national defense tunnel. How the hell are you guys running this operation? And the river water is flooding into it. You can't even stop the leak. Do you have any idea how much the compensation costs per square meter? I could have all the money in the world, and it still wouldn't be enough. He collapses to the ground, completely dazed. It's over. It's all over. I'm ruined. Qian Duoduo gives him a final reminder. Your balance is rapidly dropping to 0. The tycoon system's liquidation mechanism is about to initiate. Host, please prepare for your termination. Suddenly, a desperate thought flashes through his mind. Duan Sanxian scrambles up and shouts. I don't accept this. I want you to lend me money. Right now. But she simply shakes her head. This time, I absolutely will not help you again. The teachers are being so stubborn. He seems to be completely losing it. Duan Sanxian suddenly pulled out a gun. He pointed it straight at Qian Dada. Since you want to be heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. These are specialized rounds. A single shot is enough to kill a spiritual entity. Yin Wudao considered this. Specialized bullets? Aren't these just silver bullets with hollow points? They'd barely even kill a regular person. But isn't this the perfect opportunity? He quickly stepped in front of Qian Dada, thinking to himself, this is the best time to rack up some favorability points. Standing behind Yin Wudao and witnessing the scene, her heart began to flutter with joy. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. Seeing that he still looked at her with such disdain, Duan Sanxian lost his patience and barked, Yin Wudao, What the hell are you trying to do now? He replied nonchalantly. You'll find out soon enough. The sharp click of high heels echoed across the wooden floor. Lu Man rushed in with her gun drawn and screamed. Freeze! Don't move! She aimed her weapon directly at Duan Sanqian. She demanded that he drop his gun immediately. He panicked and threw his hands up. Wait, don't misunderstand. I was just testing the gun. But internally, he was spiraling. This is bad. I fell right into Yin Wudao's trap. At that moment, he activated his purple gold pupils. He commanded the gun to point back at its owner. Duan Sanqian's hand moved on its own as he thought, I'm dead. My hand. It won't listen to me. Seeing that he still refused to drop the weapon, Lu Man shouted in a rage, Stop right there. Lu Man wasted no time and opened fire on Duan Sanqian. Blood sprayed everywhere. He collapsed heavily to the ground. Yin Wudao approached the corpse. He mused to himself. So, the protagonist's luck really did run out the moment he lost everything. He pondered for a moment. The mission was to kill and seize the treasure. This must be the treasure I was meant to take. Yin Wudao picked up the ring. He turned and looked at Qian Dada. Are you willing to follow me from now on? She nodded instantly. I am. Yin Wudao slipped the ring on and gave an order. Then prove your loyalty. Qian Dada dropped to her knees. I, Qian Dada, accept Yin Wudao as my master. I will follow you for the rest of my life. And I shall never betray you. Should I ever break this oath? May my soul be torn asunder. The ring recognized its new master. Intricate patterns began to glow around the band, shimmering like sparks. He smirked. Excellent. The system announced that the mission was complete. Obtained 8 prodigy points. The room quickly fell silent once again. Lu Man asked anxiously, Are you all right? He chuckled and asked, What's this? Are you actually worried about me? Lu Man snapped back angrily. As if anyone would care about you. It's just that wherever you go, people end up dead. And yet, you always walk away without a scratch. I think there's something seriously wrong with you. Yin Wudao grinned. If you think I'm that suspicious, then maybe we should get to know each other more intimately. Confused, she blurted out, Wait, what? He stepped closer to her. He leaned in and whispered in her ear. But you better be careful. Don't go falling in love with me now. Her face turned bright red. Realizing what he meant, she stammered. Who would ever? Stop talking nonsense. He casually scratched his head. Let's go. Time to head home for dinner. Jiao Xiaoxue came running after him, calling out, Wu Dao, wait up. He turned around. What's the matter? Jiao Xiaoxue held out a lunchbox. Beaming with joy, she said, Wu Dao, I heard you like snow pear and duck stew, so I made some specifically for you. I brought it here just for you. He reached out to take it and asked, Is there anything else? Jiao Xiaoxue hesitated for a second. Well, I wanted to tell you, there is absolutely nothing between me and Duan Sanqian. We're just old classmates, that's all. Yin Wudao slammed the car door shut. The car sped away in an instant. He left her with only a single sentence. Go home if you have nothing else to do. She stood there dazed. He's just leaving like that? Is he actually angry with me? She looked determined, steeling her resolve despite the cold. I can't give up now. This is exactly what I deserve. Back then, he liked me so much. I was the one who didn't know how to cherish him. Now, it's my turn to chase after him. I can do this. Keep it up. As the night slowly fell, a woman dressed in elegant, expensive clothes ran excitedly into the banquet hall. My dear daughter-in-law. She stepped forward and pulled Shengwan Jiala into a tight hug. I've been waiting so long for you to visit. She replied gently. Hello, Annie. The ancient house glowed with a warm, inviting light. Everyone gathered around the dining table. Yin Wudao spoke up. Dad, why did those people ambush you? Has the investigation turned up anything yet? His father set down his chopsticks. Why are you asking about this? Just behave yourself for once. Stop looking for trouble every single day. He wouldn't let it go and pressed further. Just tell me. It'll make it easier for me to be on guard later. That makes sense. He nodded. I suppose you're right. It's better if you're prepared. He began to recount what he knew. It's likely someone from Jincheng. Things haven't been stable over there lately. I recently rejected several of their major projects. They're quite resentful toward me. These are just the preliminary findings. Nothing has been set in stone yet. He placed a chicken drumstick into his son's bowl. His face suddenly turned a shade of red. He let out a dry, awkward cough. Even though your warning came a bit late today, I'll still reward you with an extra drumstick. Yin Wudao pouted, saying nothing. He knew in his heart that his father never truly trusted his abilities. He stood up and gave a dismissive wave. I'm full. Heading upstairs now. His father watched him go and pouted right back. What's he running off for? Does he not like chicken? Outside, a bowl of snow pear and duck stew was still steaming hot. Yin Wudao picked it up and caught the aroma. Qian Duo appeared, her tone teasing. You're actually drinking the soup she gave you? That proves you still have feelings for her. He replied nonchalantly. I just happen to like this soup. Qian Duo grumbled in dissatisfaction. Men are such hypocrites. After finishing the soup, Yin Wudao set the bowl down. It was time to get down to business. Qian Duo answered immediately. I know exactly what's going on in Jincheng. I can even guess who the mastermind is. He nodded. Let's hear it. About 6 months ago, Chen Nanxian rose to power rapidly in Jincheng. Duan Sanxian has already defected to his side. Even I was only activated because of him. He claims to be the reincarnation of the Nanxian immortal venerable. He sank into deep thought. He unified Jincheng in just 6 months? And now he's reaching into Jiangxing, too. He even dared to make a move on the governor. This guy certainly has some nerve. Qian Duo continued. Duan Sanxian is just the vanguard for his assault on Jiangxing. I was handed over to Duan Sanxian by him. They made their intentions very clear. They're coming after the Yin family. By taking you down, they can strike fear into all the other great families. It maximizes the impact. He agreed. That's a good strategy. I do the exact same thing. Suddenly, Yin Wudao asked, between me and this Chun Nanxian, who is stronger? To be honest, she didn't expect him to ask that. She looked at him in surprise. Qian Duo recalled when Chun Nanxian entered the True Vision realm. His absolute combat power had reached 12,000, while the combat power the system calculated for her master was only 5,000. Yin Wudao turned to ask what she was thinking. Right then, Daji appeared, giving Qian Duo a fright. She spoke. My perspective is the same as hers. But now, you are ready for an upgrade. Qian Duo knew her place immediately. She rubbed her hands together and bowed. Greetings, my lady. Daji spoke with a stern authority. At ease. Yin Wudao glances at his system interface. System info, ultimate villain. God tier. Host, Yin Wudao. Title, Marquis. Talent, profligate. Violent impulse. 18 despairs. Weapon, modern medicine. Traditional medicine. Toxicology. Innate divine strength. Prodigy points. 48.33. Reputation. 6 million. Skills. 9 dragons true chi. 6th grade blood lotus flying daggers. All attributes soldier king. Rising dragon punch. Purple gold pupils. 13 ghost gate needles. 5 element pursuit. Thunder tremor scripture. He mutters to himself. Jiang Xiner, plus 4 points. Jiao Ruo, plus 4 points. Chu Fengming, plus 3 points. Duan Sanxian, plus 8 points. Yinhu, plus 2 points. Villain conversion, plus 1 point. A total of 20 points added. Yin Wudao reaches out to initiate the upgrade. It happens instantly. A magic circle envelopes him, radiating waves of golden light. Qian Duo watches in shock as his combat power surges. System update. Title upgraded to Duke. Combat power, 9,000. Prodigy points, 48.66. The two systems immediately drop to their knees. Greetings, Lord Duke. Yin speaks with a grave expression. There's no time to lose. We're heading to Jincheng today to scout Chun Nanxian. The QE is startled. The system hasn't flagged Chun Nanxian as an enemy yet. Besides, the guy is currently at the peak of his momentum. His luck is soaring. Why not stay out his way for now? Qian Duo adds anxiously, Master. This isn't a good idea. Even though your combat power rose quickly, there's still a gap in your actual strength. Yin Wudao clenches his fist. It would be rude of me not to return the favor. Chun Nanxian dared to touch my family. That was his biggest mistake. He crossed the line. I have to kill him. He strides forward with determination, venturing deep into enemy territory, closing in on Jiangxing once again. A showdown with me is inevitable sooner or later. Rather than waiting around for death, I'd rather take the initiative and strike first. Heading to the parking lot, Yin Wudao stops in his tracks. What are you doing here? Shangguan Jiala smiles. How could you not invite me to something this exciting? I'm not exactly going out for fun. It's dangerous. She twirls a lock of her hair as she speaks. Her face is beaming with joy. No matter where you go, I'm following. Besides, who could ever bring themselves to hurt a beauty like me? Yin Wudao is speechless. He gives in and closes the car door. He gives the order to his driver, Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouts, Miaoji, step on it. Faster. Get out in front. Clear the way for the boss. Miaoji nods. Got it. Inside the car, Yin Wudao is lost in thought. Shangwan Jiala used to be dead set against marrying me. But after falling seriously ill, her entire personality changed. I'm afraid she isn't the same person she used to be. He glances at her, suspicious. She's showing so much concern for me. But she likely has an ulterior motive. I have to keep my guard up. Hincheng Villa Numero Uno. Yunting. A car slowly pulls in. The staff is already waiting at the door. Chairman Chu, the head of the Jincheng Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Bu Huan, the owner of the Nightless City. Jincheng's prestigious elder, Wan Shihao, the head of the Qiao family. Xiao Yuna has arrived. The onlookers whisper among themselves as they watch them walk away. One extravagant display. A business tycoon, an underworld emperor, and a representative of a great clan. Every powerhouse in Jincheng is gathered here. What kind of event is this? Why invite so many big shots? I heard it's the boss's dog's birthday. Inside, it truly is a birthday party for the dog. A massive spread of fruit is laid out before it. Someone shouts, quiet. Everyone on your knees. The boss is here. The man known as the boss takes a seat. The first words he speaks are, is the job finished? He is the Nanxian immortal venerable. Chun Nanxian. The men kneeling before him hurried to report. Leichen was a success. Everyone there has submitted to you. Linchen was a success. Haiqing was a success. But Chun Nanxian didn't look pleased in the slightest. Where is Duan Sanxian? The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the room, followed by a low, steady voice. Duan Sanxian is dead. Yin Wudao walked in with his men, speaking calmly. I killed him. Chun Nanxian wasn't surprised at all. So, you're Yin Wudao. Yin Wudao looked at him with a smirk. That's right. The three who had just reported spoke up in outrage. You arrogant brat, you don't know your place. Who do you think you are to stand before the Yin family? How dare you speak like that to the boss? You have a death wish. Yin Wudao sneered. He reached up to pick his ear. Well, I'm speaking up now. What are you going to do about it? A crimson ring gleamed on the hand he raised. Chun Nanxian froze. He seemed to have realized something. He held up a hand to signal them. Wait, we have a guest. It's only right that we show him some hospitality. But you took something of mine, and I want it back. If you don't blame me for being ruthless. Yin Wudao replied coldly. I take your ring, and you lose your cool. But you tried to assassinate my father. How do you think I should react to that? Chun Nanxian seemed to lose his patience. His voice dropped an octave. Since you're so hell-bent on dying, I'll be happy to oblige. As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Shihao suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch at Yin Wudao. Boss, there's no need for you to step in. Let me teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Before his fist could even reach Yin Wudao, Wan Shihao was sent flying by a single counterpunch, coughing up blood. His entire body crashed backward. The expressions of everyone around them shifted instantly. It's clear this visitor didn't come in peace. Trouble has definitely arrived. Yin Wudao gestured for Miao Ji and Fuhudashi to step forward. Your man made the first move. So, there's no need for me to play by the rules anymore. We don't need a fair fight. Chun Nanxian crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, fine by me. Facing the two charging at him, he remained perfectly still. Then he raised his hands. His double palm strike shattered Miao Ji and Fuhudashi's solid shields. Sheng Xiu Jinren lunged from behind, sword in hand. Chun Nanxian instantly caught the blade with his bare hand. He disarmed him with his bare hands and used his other hand to crush Sheng Xiu Jinren's skull. Yin Wudao watched in horror. Sheng Xiu Jinren's face twisted in agony. His eyes bulged out. Blood sprayed from his mouth. He collapsed to the ground. He managed one last rasping breath. Boss, you have to rebuild the temple. Fuhudashi and Miao Ji rushed to his side. They cried out in terror. Boss, you old Taoist, wake up, please. Yin Wudao gritted his teeth. I came here for revenge. Casualties are to be expected in a fight like this. But I failed to protect my own people. It seems my luck hasn't turned yet. But since everyone has already put their lives on the line, even if I have to defy the heavens themselves, I will take this next step. Lin Feng arrived just in time. He unleashed a barrage of bullets at Chun Nanxian. Chun Nanxian quickly conjured a protective barrier. The hail of bullets was stopped cold by his protective chi. Yin Wudao gripped a powerful artifact and charged forward. He hurled the artifact with all his might. Straight at Chun Nanxian. He gnashed his teeth and roared. D. The artifact Yin Wudao threw past right through Chun Nanchuan's body. Chun Nanxian gave a slight smirk. Huh, I thought you were actually capable of something. But it seems that's all you've got. His silhouette slowly began to fade away. Shangguan Jiala screamed out, "Watch out!" Before anyone could realize it, Chun Nanxian had appeared right behind Yin Wudao. A sharp blade in his hand lunged straight for Yin Wudao's heart. Yin Wudao's heart sank. It's over. He collapsed onto the ground. Chun Nanxian let out a rare word of praise. Not bad. Your flying dagger technique is quite impressive. To think you actually managed to force out my double. He channels energy into his palm. It condenses into a growing sphere of energy. Kid, just die already. Once you're dead, I'll send your whole family to join you. A folding fan suddenly flies through the air, aimed straight at Chun Nanxian. Chun Nanxian immediately tilts his body to dodge. The sharp edge of the fan grazes his cheek, drawing blood. He roars in fury. Who dares to break through my aura? Just then, Shangguan Jiala shouts at the top of her lungs. How dare you touch my fiancé? Yin Wudao quickly pulls her back, dragging her away as they run. He says, stop fighting. We need to leave now. Chun Nanxian wipes the blood from his face. He lets out a cold sneer. Daoist Cheng Shu's corpse is carried away on the back of Fuhue Dashi as they flee. Miao Ji also quickly retreats. Lin Feng doesn't stop. A dagger appears in Chun Nanchuan's hand. The dagger rapidly expands into a longsword. He channels his energy and bellows. Yin Wudao, die for me. Yin Wudao pulls Shangguan Jiala along. They leap across buildings to make their escape. After running for a while, Shangguan Jiala asks, how are you still alive? He replies with a hint of regret. The one that died was just a puppet. It cost me a fortune in fame and money to get that. Suddenly, a long sword materializes out of thin air, slashing toward Yin Wudao. He shoves her hand away and yells, look out. It's here. Shangguan Jiala slips into a narrow gap between two buildings. She calls out, this way. Follow me. She reminds him to stay well hidden. The longsword circles back for another attack. Shangguan Jiala swings her fan and snaps the sword in two, leaving Yin Wudao wide-eyed in shock. What just happened? No way. Since when were you this powerful? Shangguan Jiala gives a faint smile. Of course I am. I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. She says nothing more. Yin Wudao looks around. Where are we? We have to find a way out. Behind him, Shangguan Jiala suddenly raises her folding fan. A stream of thoughts flashes through her mind. Yin Wudao, if anyone is going to kill you, it won't be them. I'm the only one who has the right to take your life. Her face no longer holds its former gentleness. I loved you so much. Yet you gouged out my eyes just to favor that vixen. You destroyed my country and my home. Shangguan Jiala swings her fan toward Yin Wudao. Our entanglement has lasted 10 lifetimes. It all ends here today. Daki quickly warns Yin Wudao. Danger! Get out of the way. He spins around and pushes her away with all his might. Just as Yin Wudao shoves Shangguan Jiala to safety, a massive spear descends from the heavens. He shouts, watch out. A man lands, standing on the tip of the spear. It's the heaven-rank powerhouse, Dugu Duki. Looking down at Shangguan Jiala, he says coldly, hand over your life. Yin Wudao asks warily, who are you? Did Chun Nanxian send you? Shangguan Jiala recognizes him. That's Dugu Duki. He was sent by Dragon City to kill me. Yin Wudao turns to her. How strong is he? Can we take him? Her expression darkens. She looks exhausted. He's ranked 10th on the heaven ranking. I'm afraid he's nearly as strong as Chun Nanxian. Yin Wudao grits his teeth. Well, this is bad. Shangguan Jiala expects them to keep running. To her surprise, he stops and laughs. Listen, brother. The man standing before you is a billionaire. I have countless beauties at my beck and call. My power is absolute. I can give you anything you want. She screams, get back here. He's a death-sworn assassin for Marquis Jiao. Don't go near him. Dugu Duki completely ignores Yin Wudao's words. He swings his spear downward. Yin Wudao raises his iron ruler to block the attack. Though he barely manages to hold it off, he knows he's in trouble. He leaps back, silently assessing his opponent. This isn't the strength of a normal human. He's a total monster. Before he can react, Dugaduki thrusts his spear at In Wudao again. This is bad. Shangwan Jiala throws her folding fan. Don't you dare touch my husband. Dugaduki rapidly spins his spear, turning it into a shield to block her attack. Seizing an opening, he charges towards Shangwan Jiala with his spear. In Wudao steps in front of her, blocking the spear's tip. She gasps in horror. Why did you do that? In Wudao was badly wounded. He explained, his voice trembling. I don't really know why myself. I just felt that if I lost you, I'd still owe you something deep down. A debt that could never be settled. Even In Wudao didn't understand his own actions. In the past, when he protected those around him, it was mostly for profit, to gain favorability points. But today, for some unknown reason, even though he clearly could have used teleportation to escape, he still threw himself forward to take a lethal blow for her. He lowered his eyes, thinking to himself, maybe I really did owe her something in a past life. Dugadugue didn't care in the slightest. He spoke coldly. So, you want to die together? The spear in his hand flashed with a cold light. He lowered his voice. Then I'll be happy to oblige. Shangwan Jiala held In Wudao's body. She turned as if to leave. Taking someone down with me. I suppose that's one way to end it. She whispered. 10 lives, 10 reincarnations. I'm tired. Let be. In Wudao interrupted her. Wait. We can still place one more bet. The moment he finished speaking, Dugadugue's spear came crashing down toward them. In Wudao pulled Shangwan Jiala close. Shielding her with his body, he looked up. How many teleports do I have left? Seeing his condition worsening, Shangwan Jiala asked anxiously. What do we do now? In Wudao replied curtly. Finding life through death. At that moment, Chen also caught up. He blocked their path. Where do you think you're going? He sneered. To think you actually dodged my flying sword. I underestimated you. But you're still not getting away. Shangwan Jiala helped In Wudao stand firm. In Wudao smirked. Chen Nanxian, your flying sword is impressive. I'll give you that. It nearly pierced my heart. His expression remained calm as he stood there. Chen Nanxian questioned him. You're wounded this badly. Instead of running, why come out to face me? In Wudao laughed. Because I don't need to run. My backup is already here. He pointed behind him as he spoke. Dugadugue was slowly approaching. See that man? A top-tier expert from the Longdu rankings. A retainer of my fiancé's family. You're dead meat. Shangwan Jiala turned to look at him, stunned. Chen Nanxian sized up Dugadugue and remarked. Pure cultivation and massive spiritual energy. He's got some skill. Shangwan Jiala immediately caught on and played along. That's right. He came all the way from the capital. In Wudao brushed past Chen Nanxian, saying, I'll settle the score with you later. To her surprise, Chen Nanxian actually agreed. As for Dugadugue, he observed the situation before him. His guard was up. They're acting so bold. He must have called for reinforcements. Dugadugue quickly descended to the ground. Chen Nanxian provoked him coldly. Give it a shot. Dugadugue replied indifferently. Fine, let's see. With that, the two of them lunged at each other. As they traded blows, terrifying power exploded repeatedly. Shangwan Jiala asked In Wudao, how did you know they would definitely fight? In Wudao said decisively, if they didn't, they would have picked us off one by one. They had no choice but to fight. The corner of his mouth curled up. Dugadugue is the cold, silent type. Chen Nanxian is arrogant and full of himself. They wouldn't say more than 3 words to each other before clashing. Now Shangwan Jiala fully understood. She marveled. I didn't realize you'd become so formidable. You're a real master of manipulation. Suddenly, In Wudao coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Shangwan Jiala quickly hoisted him onto her back and ran. In Wudao said weakly, Stop talking. Just get me to safety. Hurry. Save your breath. Stop talking and just run. The two of them ran without looking back. They finally came to a stop on a small boat, drifting along the river. Shangwan Jiala pressed down hard on his wound. What are we going to do this time? You've lost too much blood. You're actually going to die. In Wudao gasped for breath, his voice weak. Don't leave me. There's still a way to save you. He spoke with a hint of irritation. What is wrong with you two? Why won't either of you just finish me off while I'm down? Hearing this, Daji and Qian Duo manifested before them. This time, even Shangwan Jialua could see them. Qian Duo spoke up, sounding guilty. I was too afraid of Chan Nanxian to come out. I'm sorry, master. Daji hesitated, turning her gaze away. I only stayed back because, well, I had a special reason. In Wu Dao cut her off. Enough. Just find a way to save me. I'm nearly bled dry. Qian Duo quickly made a suggestion. I could trade for a great restoration pill. Daji shook her head. That won't work. The thing that wounded him is no ordinary weapon. A great restoration pill won't be enough to save him. There's only one path left now. She pressed her palms together, gathering a massive surge of energy. We have to force a breakthrough to the 6th level of his 9-dragon true chi. He needs the golden body of the 6th level to reconstruct his physical form. But then, she hesitated. Shangwan Jialua pressed her. What is it? Tell me quickly. Daji grew solemn. The yang energy of the 9-dragon true chi is too overwhelming. If we force a breakthrough now, his body won't be able to handle the strain. He needs the support of a yin physique. Only by achieving a perfect yin-yang balance can we even hope to succeed. Shangwan Jiao listened intently, then repeated the realization. So, he has to sleep with a woman. But where are we supposed to find someone right now? Daji and Qian Duo bumped into each other, their forms passing through one another like ghosts. Don't look at us. We're spirits. We can't do it. In Wu Dao spoke softly. You don't have to force yourself. We aren't even married yet, after all. The choice is yours. Shangwan Jialua remained silent for a long moment. Finally, she spoke. Fine. Consider this repayment for saving my life. You two, disappear for a bit. I don't want an audience. Suddenly, Shangwan Jialua realized something. Wait a second. Why you look so familiar to me? Daji quickly covered her face. You got the wrong person. I'm just a wandering soul. With that, she dove back into the necklace. She didn't forget to urge them on. Get started, hurry. Any later, and he'll be beyond saving. Shangwan Jialua slowly began to undress. She stared down at In Wu Dao. Across 10 lives and 10 incarnations, we've shared a marriage bed at least 10,000 times. Why am I feeling so much pressure now? In Wu Dao's eyes flickered with life. He suggested, light the lamp. I want to see you clearly. The small boat drifted across the water. As suggestive sounds echoed from within, it floated along the current, sowing the seeds of a twisted fate. Early the next morning, on the small boat that had witnessed a night of passion, Shangwan Jialua held her fan high, poised to strike In Wu Dao. Last night was for gratitude. Now it's time for my revenge. But at that exact moment, In Wu Dao turned over and wrapped his arms around her waist. His voice was sweet as honey. It's so cold. Shangwan Jialua sighed to herself. Whatever. Forget it. Today is an auspicious day. It's not a good day for killing. I'll spare your life for now. I'll settle the score some other time when I'm in a bad mood. Once In Wu Dao had dressed, he sat upright on the boat, fishing. His expression wasn't exactly cheerful. He thought to himself, I already couldn't beat Chen Nanxian, and now there's this Dugaduchi to deal with. The difficulty level just spiked again. Suddenly, the water beneath them erupted with violence. He pulled up his line only to find a colossal octopus. He couldn't help but let out a startled cry. My mood is finally starting to lift. He used that octopus to whip up a gourmet feast. Shangwan Jialua frowned slightly as she asked him, do you even know the weaknesses of those top-tier masters? I'm willing to spend whatever money or influence it takes just to recruit some decent muscle. She turned her head to look at him. She explained softly, experts who make it onto the heaven rank. Their weaknesses are incredibly hard to find. Besides, most of those experts were groomed by major conglomerates. Some are even elders serving specific organizations. Instead of trying to find a way to take them down, it would be better to focus on your own breakthrough. Yin Wu Dao stared at the food in his hands as he asked, how do I break through? Shangwan Jialua pointed at him. The method is simple. Your 9-dragon true chi is the ultimate cultivation technique. It contains the power of 9 dragons. The problem is that you've always relied on shortcuts. You haven't truly grasped or utilized its real power yet. I can teach you how to channel it. Yin Wu Dao's eyes immediately lit up. He cupped his hands in respect. This disciple greets his master. She crossed her arms and tilted her chin up. Oh, please. Since when does a disciple act so brazenly with his master? Yin Wu Dao didn't dare talk back. He just grumbled under his breath. Shangwan Jiala sat down and spoke seriously. First, you need a primary weapon. I have a sword, he replied instantly. She continued. You can't just rely on a sword for every fight. You need your own polearm. She crossed her arms and looked at him. What kind of weapon do you want? Yin Wudao immediately recalled how badass Duga Duji looked. His eyes sparkled. Duga Duji's halberd looked incredibly cool. Maybe I should use a sky-piercing halberd too. Just then, Qian Duo appeared. Respected master, would you like the sky-piercing halberd of the foster father slayer? The dream god's sky-piercing halberd? Or the system's custom-made 9-dragon sky-piercing halberd? Yin Wudao didn't hesitate. Obviously, the most expensive one. The system interface immediately flashed a notification. Purchase of 9-dragon sky-piercing halberd successful. Cost, 100 million. An incredibly overbearing 9-dragon sky-piercing halberd appeared in his hand. Qian Duo sounded a bit nervous. Master, I'm so sorry. This weapon is indeed a bit pricey. But there was nothing I could do. This is the price set by the system. However, as long as you use it in battle, you can earn back the investment through the rewards you gain. He hugged the halberd and grinned. What are you talking about? A divine weapon for only 100 million? That's a total steal. His words left her stunned. She let out a long, confused huh? A moment later, Lin Feng stepped out of the car. He waved to Yin Wudao on the boat. He turned to Shangwan Jiala. Someone's here. Let's head back. She lowered her head. She felt a bit dejected and thought to herself, these past few days, eating quietly with him like this, were actually quite nice. It feels like the last time was thousands of years ago. For some reason, I'm actually a little reluctant to go back ashore. Have I gone crazy? Lin Feng rushed over. Wudao, there's bad news. Before Yin Wudao could even say a word, he hurriedly reported. Last night, people from Imperial City Entertainment trashed. They destroyed the headquarters of Blackbird Investments, along with Director Jiang in her office. Director Jiang. Yin Wudao cut him off. How is Ruoxue? Right then, Jiang Ruoxue was being pinned against a wall by a man. He closed in on her step by step. Director Jiang, since when did I owe you money? Don't you guys owe me money? You even dared to send someone to collect a debt? Did you really want to see what I'm capable of? Jiang Ruoxue immediately screamed. No, stay away from me. One more step and I'll jump. Bill Zhou raised his hands. He was mocking her. Don't jump. Come and play with me for a bit. Without a second thought, Jiang Ruoxue turned around and actually leaped out the window. The man froze in shock. Later, she was lying in a hospital bed. To protect herself, Director Jiang jumped from the 3rd floor and broke her leg. She's currently receiving treatment at the hospital. Her condition is stable for now. Hearing this, Yin Wudao punched the hood of Lin Feng's car in a fit of rage. His whole body was trembling. They're coming for me. They knew I was stuck in Jin City, so they dared to act this brazenly. Yin Wudao's face darkened as he let out a heavy sigh. I never should have taken the 3-fire god with me. If Miao Ji had been by her side, this never would have happened. They hurried into the car and slammed the doors shut. The car screeched off, disappearing into the distance. Shangwan Jiala asked, do we need to head to the hospital first? Jiang Wudao replied instantly. We're going to Royal City Entertainment first. Inside the car, he turned back with a look of concern and said, you two should head home and get some rest. You didn't get any sleep at all last night. Shangwan Jiala replied sternly, no need. This is where your real combat training begins. At the Royal City nightclub, Wudao was the first one out of the car. With the 9-dragon sky piercer halberd resting on his shoulder, he stormed inside with a menacing air. Shangwan Jiala began instructing him on how to wield the ancient weapon. It's all about the thrusts and slashes. When you strike, channel your 9-dragon true chi into the blade. Chaining your moves together will create a devastating combo of damage. The nightclub security saw him approaching and immediately blocked his path. We're closed right now. Get lost. Yin Wudao simply raised a hand and delivered a resounding slap to the man's face, sending him crashing to the floor. Consider yourself open for business now. The other guard backed away, trembling. We've got a troublemaker here. Yin Wudao strode forward, halberd in hand. The guard turned tail and bolted. Get everyone out here now. A mob of goons armed with axes swarmed out to meet him, but Yin Wudao didn't flinch. He gripped his halberd and charged. From the sidelines, Shangwan Jiala shouted instructions. When you use sweep of 1,000 armies, You have to unleash the dragon soul. That's the only way to truly tap into the power of the 9-dragon true chi. Yin Wudao followed her lead and unleashed an earth-shattering strike, a literal sweep that decimated the crowd. Shangguan Jiala's voice rang out again. Moving into splitting Manhwa needs the momentum to cleave the world in two. You have to project your true chi, but keep your angles precise. Heeding her words, he brought the weapon down from above once more. With the force of splitting Manhwa, he struck. In a flash, Yin Wudao tore through a dozen henchmen and finally smashed through the main doors. He allowed a long breath. Scanning the room, he saw the staff cowering in a corner. Please don't kill me. I'm just a waiter. He demanded. Where is Zhou Biao? The man, covering his face, pointed toward the back. He escaped through the back door. Yin Wudao didn't waste a second. He turned and bolted. He leaped into the air, soaring fearlessly across the rooftops of the skyscrapers. Only one thought filled his mind. You think you can run? Not a chance. He thrust his halberd forward, aiming it right at the path of a white car. As the car sped toward him, it slammed directly into the weapon blocking its way. The vehicle was instantly totaled. A green-haired thug stumbled out, coughing and terrified, before collapsing to the ground. Yin Wudao looked down at him. Are you Zhou Biao? The man recoiled in fear. No, it's not me. His face was ghostly pale. He sputtered out a confession. Brother Biao. He made me swap clothes with him. It was then Yin Wudao realized he'd been played. Meanwhile, Zhou Biao was tearing down the road at breakneck speed. He let out a sinister laugh. Yin Wudao might be a decent fighter, but it's a shame he's got no brains. A simple decoy was all it took to shake that brat off my tail. But he hadn't noticed the shadow trailing him. Lin Feng, while keeping pace behind him, made a call. Wudao, your hunch was right. Zhou Biao didn't just run for it. He headed straight for the southern district. He just pulled up at a place called the Wei Estate. Lin Feng continued his report. Zhou Biao just went inside. Yin Wudao muttered, Eunuch Wei? Eventually, the three of them entered the estate together. What are you doing here? This old fossil still hasn't given up, has he? Yin Wudao knew exactly who he was dealing with. He turned to his companions and said, Eunuch Wei isn't his real name. Back in the day, during the struggle for power, he was broken by his enemies. They turned him into a literal eunuch, and that's how he got the nickname. In Jiang City, his influence carries even more weight than my grandfather's. I didn't think the old man was secretly grooming Zhou Biao. He actually intends to challenge our Yin family. Lin Feng calls out to him. Wudao, wait a second. About this. Stop for a moment. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop stuttering. Lin Feng points toward a black car parked nearby. That's Auntie Yun's license plate. Could she be in there too? Is she involved in this mess as well? If the Bai family is sticking their noses into this, shouldn't we consider a more long-term plan? Yin Wudao turns away decisively. No need. I trust her. Shangguan Jialua follows behind him. Watching his back, she thinks to herself, a leopard can't change its spots. Nature is hard to alter. This guy's obsession with women, even after 1,000 reincarnations, it remains the same. In the end, a woman will be the death of him. Some things never change. The door swings open. Yin Wudao walks in calm and composed. The person standing there is indeed Bai Yunxi. She looks a bit surprised to see him. Wudao. He politely clasps his hands to greet those present. Wudao offers his greetings to Eunuch Wei. The old man, addressed as Eunuch Wei, responds cheerfully. Ah, if it isn't the young master of the Yin family. A distinguished guest indeed. He doesn't waste words. His gaze locks onto Zhou Biao, who is sitting in a chair. Zhou Biao, will you end your own life? Or should I do it for you? Bai Yunxi leans in, trying to mediate. Wudao, Eunuch Wei invited me here to help settle this. We were just discussing the matter. It's all just a misunderstanding. Zhou Biao is willing to pay 100 million in compensation. He will personally visit our home to apologize and put an end to this. Plus, we would have Eunuch Wei's favor. Before she can finish, Yin Wudao raises his hand, signaling her to stop. He asks a question as sharp as a blade. Yunxi, if the one injured wasn't Yao Shui, but you, what would you want me to do? Or rather, how do you think I would react? A burst of loud laughter erupts in the room. The Heibai twin slayers appear from behind Eunuch Wei. The old man puts on a menacing front. So, you're saying you won't give me any face? Yin Wudao remains completely unfazed. He points directly at the old man's face. What face do you even have? I only called you Eunuch Wei out of respect for your status. Who the hell do you think you are? A damn eunuch thinks he can lay a finger on my people? Damn it. Are you tired of living, old man? Eunuch Wei is instantly enraged. He barks an order. Kill this brat for me. The Heibai slayers leap forward from behind him simultaneously. They prepare to strike Yin Wudao, but he simply swings his halberd with ease. He even nonchalantly remarks that his opponent's movement techniques aren't bad. The female assassin steps onto her partner's shoulder, moving in perfect sync. They launch a coordinated attack on Yin Wudao. Outside, Shangwan Jialua speaks up. A dual sword fusion. That's a sophisticated joint attack technique. Zhou Biao smirks confidently. Of course. The Heibai Slayers are my foster father's trump cards. Ranked 5th and 6th on the assassin leaderboard. Dying by their hands is a privilege for you. Eunuch Wei stamps his feet in frustration. You idiot. What are you so smug about? I gave you one simple task, and you couldn't even handle that. Meanwhile, Yin Wudao takes on the two of them alone. His hands never stop moving. Exhausted, he lets out a curse. That was almost supernatural. Shangwan Jialua reminds him, don't rush. Don't forget that your own movement technique is quite mystical. Coordinate your steps with your strikes. Yin Wudao moves with fluid agility. He executes the step-by-step lotus technique. The Heibai Slayers swing their swords down in unison, but they strike nothing but thin air. The two of them stare in shock. Where did he go? Yin Wudao drops down from above. Right here. A massive boom echoes through the room. The shockwave sends the Heibai Slayers flying backward. Seeing the two of them collapse miserably on the ground, Eunuch Wei cowers in fear. How did the tide turn so suddenly? What has happened? Yin Wudao levels his long halberd at them. I actually have this kind of power? Shangwan Jialua continues to pour her effort into guiding him. His chain-step footwork is incredibly bizarre. When combined with the Nine-Dragon True Chi and the Fang Tian painted halberd, it can multiply his combat strength several times over. It's just that he hadn't used them properly before. Eunuch Wei turned around in a rage. Pointing at Zhou Biao, he roared, Kneel, you useless idiot. You're the one who goaded me into targeting the Yin family. You got my ace in the hole killed. Now go fix this mess yourself. Upon hearing that, he immediately aimed his gun at him. Shut your damn mouth. I'm tired of hearing your bullshit. Without a second word, Zhou Biao fired a shot right into Eunuch Wei's head. Then, he frantically aimed his gun at Bai Yunqi. Zhou Biao threatened, Yin Wudao, let me go. Do that, and I'll spare her. Yin Wudao gritted his teeth. I'll let him play me. Seems my judge of character needs some work, he thought to himself. Can I reach the gun in time at my max speed? Before he could even calculate the timing, Zhou Biao glared at him, fuming. I have to hand it to you. I underestimated you. I thought luring you to the Wei estate would be the end of it. I never expected the black and white irons would be no match for you. Stepping forward, he barked, Yin Wudao. I'm warning you. Don't try anything funny. Don't even think about it. Yin Wudao immediately raised his hands. All right. Take it easy. He smirked. I have someone I'd like you to meet too. Right then, Lin Feng appeared from behind with a gun, escorting a woman into the room. The moment Zhou Biao saw her, he cried out in shock, 7th, madam? The woman was trembling from head to toe. Biao, save me. I don't want to die. Zhou Biao's face turned pale. 7th, madam. Yin Wudao sneered. It seems my intel was spot on. A mother's value rises with her child, after all. Zhou Biao couldn't help but roar. Yin Wudao, are you even a man? If you got guts, settle this with blades and guns. What kind of hero uses a woman as a threat? Yin Wudao curled his lip. And what exactly do you think you're doing right now? So it's fine for you, but not for others? Strict with others, but lenient with yourself? Yin Wudao gritted his teeth. Don't try to bind me with some gentleman's code bullshit. I don't play by those rules. The 7th madam ran forward, weeping. Please no, I'm pregnant. Yin Wudao spoke without a hint of hesitation. I am counting Toten Kropka. If you don't release Bai Yunqi by then, I'll kill them both. 2. Yin Wudao shifted his stance. 9. Simultaneously, he raised his iron rod high. Zhou Biao finally spoke up. Wait a minute. Didn't you just say 2? Ow. What's the next number 9? Yin Wudao smiled thinly. Your math isn't bad, but I'm the one calling the shots here. I'll count however I damn well please. Zhou Biao screamed. By what right do you get to call the shots? In Wudao remained calm. I have beauties surrounding me like clouds. Bai Yunxi is just one of many. If you kill her, I'll be a bit sad, sure, but that woman is carrying your child. Your only heir. Zhou Biao finally dropped the gun. He collapsed to the ground, bowing his head in desperation. Young Master Yin, I was wrong. I beg you, please spare my family. I'll tell you everything. Flashes of the past surged back. Zhou Biao was holding a photograph. In the photo, he and the seventh madam were together. Someone nearby spoke up. President Zhou, if Eunuch Wei saw this photo, how do you think he'd treat you? Zhou Biao gritted his teeth and cursed. You little brat. You dare to take secret photos of me? Zhou Biao turned and grabbed the man by the throat. But the man remained unfazed. Go ahead, do it. I've already set these photos on a timer to post online. If I die, the whole package will be sent out automatically. Zhou Biao's hand trembled. His voice shook, as if he were about to break. What do you want? The man brushed Zhou Biao's hand away and shoved his hands into his pockets, speaking with total confidence. This time, Yin Wudao is a dead man in Jincheng. Eunuch Wei is getting old. Long Jiang has already retired. In Jiangsheng right now, the only person who can still have your back is Zhou Biao. Investing in Suanio is the first step to establishing your dominance. Zhou Biao looks at him with a hint of surprise. This brat, how interesting. Once this succeeds, what do you want in return? Without missing a beat, he replies. Invest in Suanio. Zhou Biao falls to his knees in terror, begging for mercy. Yin Wudao's aura is suffocatingly powerful. I've told you everything truthfully. Can you please spare my life? I'll be your dog. I'll help you unify the entire Jiangxing underworld. Yin Wudao's voice is calm, yet commands absolute authority. Suddenly, a razor-sharp blade presses against Zhou Biao's neck. He recoils in sheer terror. Yin Wudao points to a tree behind them and says, Do you see that tree over there? Climb it. Then, jump down from the top. If you do, I'll let this matter slide. Zhou Biao stammers, Wait this. Yin glares at him with cold, murderous eyes. What? Don't want to? Zhou Biao obviously doesn't want to, but he has no choice but to obey. He quickly blurts out, I'll climb. The scene shifts to the inner courtyard. Yin Wudao and two women watch as Zhou Biao struggles up the tree. Zhou Biao clings to the trunk for dear life. Gritting his teeth, he thinks to himself, the worst that can happen is a broken leg. If it secures the Yin family as my backing, it's a price worth paying. This might actually be a blessing in disguise. With a grunt, he leaps from the branch. At that exact moment, Yin Wudao hurls a sharp long sword directly toward the spot where Zhou Biao is about to land. The blade stands perfectly upright, pointing toward the sky. It waits right in the center to catch Zhou Biao as he falls. The exquisite blade skewers his body completely. Zhou Biao coughs up a spray of fresh blood in agonizing pain. His beautiful dream of serving the Yin family ends right then and there. Just like that, he dies on the spot. Yin Wudao turns away with an air of absolute authority. He walks away, side by side with Bai Yunxi. You dare to touch my woman and actually expect her to live? What a pathetic joke. Yunxi looks at Yin Wudao with concern and asks, The Ji family has insulted you time and time again. And now, even that brat is trying to pull something behind your back. How do you plan to deal with them? Yin Wudao's face darkens. A heavy, murderous aura radiates from him. He coldly utters two words, total extermination. He thinks to himself, the grudge between our families already runs deep. Besides, Ji Foming hasn't even come of age yet. I didn't originally intend to make things difficult for them. As long as they didn't threaten me or my family, I was fine with it. I never expected you all to be so stubbornly unrepentant. After so many attempts to sabotage me, I have no reason to show mercy today. With a sharp click, the majestic gates of the Yin residence swing open. Yin Wudao waits for a moment. Then, Ji Zhong appears, slowly walking forward with the two young masters of the Ji family. He hurriedly calls out, Yin Wudao, our families are old friends. Please let the two boys go. I'll stay behind. I'll give you the explanation you deserve. Yin Wudao says coldly, Elder Ji, I've shown restraint time and time again, but you just kept pushing your luck. Old friends? You think you're actually worthy of using those words with me? Ji Zhong trembles, pleading at least. At least leave the Ji family an heir to carry on our line. Yin Wudao's expression grows even darker. He senses that this old man has lost his will to live. I'm sorry. I won't even spare the chickens or the dogs. Ji Fengming takes a bold step forward and declares, to the victor, go the spoils. There's no need to beg him, grandfather. Yin Wudao, you're only alive because you're lucky. But don't think for a second that you'll be able to kill me. Hearing those spiteful words, Yin Wudao, Lin Feng, and Bai Yunxi are all taken aback. Xuanwu pushes forward a wheelchair, carrying Long Yuzhong. Meanwhile, Bai Hu is holding a gun to Hong Dai's head. Shocked by the sight, Yin Wudao asks anxiously, grandfather, what are you doing here? From the wheelchair being pushed behind them, Long Yuzhong speaks up. I have no idea how things fell apart like this. He looks at the two people who were once so close to him. Bai Hu, Xuanwu, are you two really betraying me? Xuanwu looks at him with hollow eyes. Even his apology sounds completely hollow. Young master, I'm sorry. Bai Hu explains further. The two of them are actually members of the Yi family from Long City. They were under orders to protect the Ji family. Yin Wudao asks, confused, isn't Hong Dai also a member of the Yi family? Why are you pointing guns at her? The little girl in White Tiger's arms replied softly. The Yi family is divided into the East and West courts. I belong to the East court. Yi Shui tried her best to explain the situation clearly. The East court is the main branch. We hold the right of succession. But my father passed away early. So, temporary management was handed over to the West Court. Yi Hao, the head of the West Court, is sworn brothers with the Ji family. That is why I was raised in the Ji household. Long Wuzhong remained silent, lost in thought. Back then, Hao and I were sworn brothers too. But after a misunderstanding, we stopped seeing each other. Ji Zhong didn't hesitate to bark at Long Wuzhong. You violated his wife and daughter. They broke your legs for it. And you still dare claim to have a relationship with them? You're shameless. Long Wuzhong didn't back down and shot back. Ji Zhong, to hell with you. Yin Wudao fell deep into thought. Everything was becoming clear. The grudge behind his grandfather's leg injury came from the Yi family's West Court. Yet the one they are hunting down now is the East Court's heir, Yi Shui. According to Ji Wuji's timeline, the ones who eventually betray grandfather aren't Hong Yi. It's Black Tortoise and White Tiger. The only reason Hong Yi inherited the Azure Dragon Group was that grandfather only passed it to her after discovering who the real traitors were. He quickly moved out of the danger zone. His voice was decisive. If that's the case, you could take the two from the Ji family. 2 for 2. It's a fair trade. White Tiger glared at him. Young master, I'm afraid you still don't understand the situation. We're the ones holding the pawns right now. You aren't in a position to set conditions. Black Tortoise advised. Young master, anger will make you lose your mind. Stay out of this. Yin Wudao lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. His flying daggers streaked through the air. The last person who threatened me is already cold in the ground. White Tiger dodged frantically. The gun in his hand was knocked away. Yin Wudao focused his energy to manifest the dragon capture art. With one hand, he lifted Hong Yi and his grandfather into the air, leaving both of them in total shock. He controlled the force, letting them land gently on the ground. A smirk of triumph appeared on his face. Now you've run out of pawns. Black Tortoise and White Tiger saw the tables turn. They quickly grabbed the two young lords of the Ji family to flee, shouting, "Protect the Ji bloodline. Follow them. Where do you think you're going?" Yin Wudao leapt into the air, accelerating in pursuit. White Tiger looked back and saw Wudao closing in. He shoved Ji Wuji toward him and said, "Eldest young master Ji, my apologies." Seeing himself abandoned, Ji Wuji cursed in a rage. Damn it. Yin Wudao caught up instantly. His hand clamped down hard, right on Ji Wuji's throat. He trembled and pleaded, "Wudao, don't kill me. Think about when we were kids. We grew up together. Ivonte pesu suar onemura. She's yours. Just spare my life." Yin Wudao's grip instinctively tightened. Ji Wuji couldn't breathe. His face turned pale. Yin Wudao said, his aura dripping with killing intent, "I gave you a chance already, but you didn't know how to cherish it." And with that, Ji Wuji collapsed heavily to the ground. Ji Fengming turned her head just in time to witness this. Her face went ghostly white. The three of them saw Wuji fall unconscious. They were utterly terrified. Black Tortoise urged, "Move, fast." Ji Fengming was consumed by hatred, swearing, Yin Wudao, I will definitely kill you. Yin Wudao pursued them relentlessly from behind. Don't even think about running. Seeing this, old man Ji desperately lunged to grab Wudao. Risking his life to stop him, he screamed, Feng, run. Wudao turned back with a threatening look. Old man, do you have a death wish? Just then, an unexpected voice cut in. Wudao, stay your hand. Long Wuzhong spoke up. Wudao, regardless of everything, Ji Zhong and I were once sworn brothers. Killing him would be a stain on my honor. Wudao turned to leave, saying, Fine then. I'll leave the rest for you to settle yourselves. Long Wuzhong looked toward the head of the Ji family. Old man Ji, Yi Hao owed you a life. Now, you owe me one. Consider the debt I owed Yi Hao fully paid off. Old man Ji turned his head, gritting his teeth and glaring in silence. The atmosphere suddenly grows heavy. He speaks. This is the karma you brought upon yourself. So, you must continue to bear it. Having said that, he suddenly breaks into a sprint. Rushing outside, Elder Ji slams his head directly into the nearby wall. Long Wuzhong is struck with absolute horror. He screams in panic. Elder Ji. System notification. Yivui successfully eliminated. Gained 5 prodigy points. Final mission triggered. Please check. System notification. New target. The Prodigy Ji Fengming. Title. Ultimate Grand Prodigy. Mission. Survive the ultimate showdown. Chance of survival. Slim. Base reward. 800 prodigy points. Wudao stands there dazed after reading it. 800 points. He immediately turns around and barks an order. Set the net immediately. We must kill Ji Fengming, no matter the cost. Lin Feng asks in shock. Didn't you say people like him can't be killed on the road? Wudao snaps back irritably. Even if we can't, we have to try. Lin Feng accepts the order. Understood. I'll get on it right away. Lin Feng quickly departs. Seeing this, the young miss of the Shangwan family asks Yin Wudao, You won't even spare a child? Wudao's expression turns grim. That child is the greatest threat of my life. As long as he draws breath, you could become a widow at any moment. The young miss of the Shangwan family is stunned. Her mind races. The Ji family. Could he be that person's reincarnation? If that's the case, then this truly is a catastrophe. Hong Dai pushes the wheelchair, bringing Long Wuzhong closer. Wudao, she says, I've dragged you into my mess today. I've spent decades roaming the world. I know how to read people. That second son of the Ji family is no ordinary man. He will surely come seeking revenge later. I intend to hand the Azure Dragon Group over to you. It might help you stay alive when things get desperate. Wudao can hardly believe his ears. He stammers. Grandpa, you mean? Long Wuzhong continues. Don't say another word. I have no children of my own. I've worked hard my whole life just to build something for you. Wudao looks at him. His eyes are filled with gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa. The old man adds. Hong Dai will be there to help you from now on. You two should try to get closer. Wudao nods in agreement. I understand. Hong Dai feels a bit bashful. Truth be told, they were already quite close. The surrounding air finally grows quiet again. While pushing his grandfather's wheelchair, Wudao speaks. Hong Dai, about that struggle between your family's east and west courtyards. Why didn't you tell me about it before? I almost thought you had an ulterior motive regarding my grandfather. Hong Dai replies softly. Whether it's the east or west courtyard, we're all still part of the Yi family. Ultimately, it's a burden the Yi family should carry alone. Wudao speaks up. The west courtyard of the Yi family saved Ji Fengming. That means they've chosen to stand against me. A final battle is inevitable. That's when all scores will be settled. In a VIP hospital room, Jiao Rushua huddles, clutching a pillow to her chest. She stares at the door in terror. Don't come any closer. Stay away. A man walks in. It's Yin Wudao, followed by Lin Feng and the Shangwan miss. He asks, What's the situation? Holding her pet snake, Miao Ji replies. She's been frightened out of her wits. I try to let my snake help treat her, but she's resisting it fiercely. So I was waiting for you to arrive. Wudao thinks to himself. Anyone would resist that. Perfected Wen Cheng Su strokes his beard and says in a deep voice, I've already placed a heart-calming curse on her. Logically, she should be fine. Spotting him, the Shangwan miss speaks up. You're not dead yet? Perfected Wen Cheng Su replies. I have already attained the supreme great Tao. I shall never descend to the Yellow Springs. I am eternal through 10,000 tribulations. The Shangwan Mist gasps in awe. Impressive. Hearing his nonsense, Wu Dao teases him. Don't listen to his rubbish. Wu Dao explained. The dead are puppets. Before we set out, I prepared a puppet for each of you. They've gone through life and death with me. Naturally, I won't treat them poorly. Hearing this, the eldest daughter of the Shangwan family was speechless for a moment. She thought to herself, this guy has really changed in this life. Protecting his subordinates. Loyal and righteous. He's changed so much I almost don't recognize him. Wu Dao walked over to Ruoxue and comforted her gently. It's okay now. Everything is over. Seeing this, the eldest daughter of the Shangwan family couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment. But that womanizing, flirtatious nature of his hasn't changed one bit in thousands of years. Ruoxue acted spoiled. Wu Dao, I'm so scared. Can you stay here with me? Wu Dao complied with her request. Wu Dao turned to the others and said cheerfully, everyone, go get some rest. I'll take care of things here. Jialuo replied, it's fine. I'm used to it. Although Jialuo was a bit disgruntled, she still agreed. Once everyone had left, Wu Dao called out, help me close the door. Jialuo closed the door. As soon as it shut, Jialuo's expression immediately shifted. She thought to herself, I really want to kill him. She turned to leave, muttering to herself, forget it. The trouble with Dugaduchi this time was my fault. The immediate problem hasn't been solved yet. It won't be too late to kill him after this is over. Jiang Ruoxue suddenly leaned in and kissed Wu Dao. Catching him off guard, she said, Wu Dao, I don't want to pretend anymore. Even if you try to drive me away, I'm not leaving. I love you so much. Ruoxue unbuttoned his shirt and kissed his firm abs. Wu Dao felt a bit shy. He thought, this woman is cold on the outside but fire on the inside. Is she planning to devour me today? With a thud, Wu Dao was pushed back onto the bed. Ruoxue climbed on top of him, gazing at him passionately. Wu Dao thought, and this is what scared looks like. She was clearly faking earlier, just to lure me in here. This woman truly deserves her reputation as a titan of the business world. She's far too calculating. Wu Dao turned his face away, shyly avoiding her gaze. Even if you have my body, you'll never have my heart. Ruoxue replied playfully. Having you is enough. Buzz. The phone on the table vibrated slightly, and Wu Dao reached out and grabbed the vibrating phone. After picking up, he immediately asked, did you catch them? You called several times. What? Were you so exhausted last night that you slept like the dead? He frowned and replied, what? You were captured? Don't you know how to fight back? Was the dragon rising fist I taught you all for nothing? You couldn't even last 3 moves before getting knocked out? And Wu Dao hurriedly pulled his pants on. Jiang Ruoxue woke up and rubbed her eyes. What's wrong? And Wu Dao replied while getting dressed. Last night, I sent Lin Feng to hunt down the remnants of the Ji family. Turns out, he got beaten up, and he's been taken prisoner. I have to go deal with it now. Jiang Ruoxue wrapped a thin sheet around herself. And Wu Dao looked at her and said, pick a few female bodyguards from the Azure Dragon group. Take them with you whenever you go out from now on. He looked at her in surprise and said, there's blood. And Wu Dao looked at her bashful expression. A girl no more. Was this your first time? Jiang Ruoxue shyly replied, oh, stop it. Why are you still acting surprised? My mom told you a long time ago. Xiao Chun and I may have shared a room, but we never shared a bed. Your thousands of years of flirtatious charm hasn't changed. He kissed Ruoxue lightly on the cheek and whispered, wait for me to come back. She obediently gave a soft reply. Somewhere else. Lin Feng was tied to a wooden pillar, unconscious. His entire body was bound tightly with rope. He couldn't move an inch. Bam! The door was kicked open. Master Fuhu burst in with a group of men, acting arrogant. Which one of you is blind enough to pull this? You actually dared to kidnap young Master Yan's people? Do you not want to live in Jiangqing anymore? A man speaks up the moment he hears the commotion. The second young Master Ji once did me a favor. It's only natural that I escort him across the river. This man is known as the 9th-ranked expert on the heaven rankings. The warrior, Feng Tu. Your people terrified my wife. The Lin family, they were scared to death. So he had to kneel and apologize to her. He refused. So I had no choice but to tie him up. If you got a problem with that, then come and get some. Not that any of you could beat me anyway. The taming tiger Arhut speaks up first. Let me enlighten him. Daoist Qingshu won't be outdone either. What arrogant talk. Standing behind them, Yin Wudao sighs helplessly and speaks. Enough. He takes the halberd from Jiala's hand and says, he was able to defeat Lin Feng in just 3 moves. His strength is clearly extraordinary. Stop with the empty threats. If you fight too sloppily, you'll just embarrass me. His expression turns serious. I'll handle this personally. Seeing that he's being challenged, Feng Tu taunts him. Judging by your weapon, you seem to be a master of the martial arts. Let's see what you've got. The halberd whistles as it enters a combat stance. Yen Wudao lunges toward Feng Tu with lightning speed, but his strike is easily parried. Feng Tu's body leaps into the air. He closes in on Yen Wudao with incredible speed. He's already lost the initiative. The sharp clang of clashing metal echoes through the air. Feng Tu draws his twin blades, ready to slash. But Yen Wudao's hands are faster. He blocks with his polearm and says, "You missed." He suddenly lunges forward with his blade. Feng Tu Yuli dodge. Then he flings his sleeves wide. Dozens of hidden daggers are concealed within. He shouts, "That was just a feint." Dozens of daggers shoot toward Yen Wudao all at once. He yells, "Now for the real deal." The daggers hiss as they tear through the air. Yen Wudao moves with agile grace. He dodges every single one of them. Seeing this, Feng Tu, his eyes widen in shock as he stammers. The step-by-step lotus godly method, truly a sight to behold. His footsteps are as light as the wind. Yen Wudao channels his internal energy into the halberd. He presses in close to Feng Tu. Now it's my turn to take the initiative. A deafening clash of weapons rings out. Feng Tu uses his main sword to block Yen Wudao's head-on attack. His gaze is deep and focused. Jiala says in astonishment, "This man actually used a single blade to block a full power strike from Yen Wudao. I'm afraid he really is a top-tier expert from the heaven rankings." Feng Tu swings his other sword. "Back off." Yen Wudao leaps back with his halberd. He thinks to himself, his moves are as sharp and inescapable as a shadow. Isn't this exactly the kind of ally I've been looking for? The two trade blows back and forth. Neither yields an inch with every strike. Yen Wudao speaks up. "My weakness is avoiding combat. Is it because you admire my talent, or because you don't want to make an enemy?" Feng Tu asks. "Both." Yen Wudao unleashes a flurry of consecutive strikes, fast as lightning. "You have such incredible skill. Why waste it hiding away here? Why not come out and help me build a great legacy? Your achievements could even rival the Dragon Gate." Feng Tu defends and counterattacks fiercely, his energy surging. Some things are simply too hard to achieve. The martial world is a vast, lonely place. The dragon is weary of all. Both men take several steps back. They create some distance between them. Feng Tu's voice softens. "Let's call a day. Take your person and go." After saying that, he cuts the ropes binding Lin Feng. Yen Wudao looks at Feng Tu and says, "I don't have subordinates. I only have comrades." System notification. Side quest issued. Recruit Feng Tu. Upon reaching 100% loyalty, you will receive 10 Heaven's Pride points. Identity. Feng Tuesday class. Warrior. Ranked 9th on the Heaven rankings. Currently searching for medicine in this dungeon instance. Yen Wudao gives a faint smile and continues. "It seems we won't be parting ways just yet. A powerful asset like you is someone I won't pass up the chance to befriend." Feng Tu turned around and bowed his head. "You shouldn't waste your time on me. My heart is like the setting sun. I may still have my strength, but I've lost my will to fight. I won't be of any help to you." Yen Wudao stepped forward. He approached Feng Tu and spoke calmly. "It's fine. I just need to find you a worthy opponent. Your fighting spirit will return naturally." Yen Wudao noticed something roasting over the fire and asked, "That's quite a pungent scent. Is that natural musk?" Feng Tu praised him. "You certainly have a keen eye." As he spoke, the musk suddenly slipped off the bamboo sieve. Feng Tu was horrified and cried out, "My musk!" Yen Wudao's hand shot out like lightning. He caught the musk stone firmly. Holding in his hand, he spoke with calm confidence. "It's roasted to perfection." Feng Tu was momentarily speechless. He began to stammer as he explained, "It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that my wife is bedridden. It's really not a good time. I've spent the last few years taking her everywhere, desperately seeking doctors and medicine. In this entire city of Jiangsheng, only the second young master was willing to call a doctor for her. He even helped pay the medical bills. That's the only reason I helped him escape." Yen Wudao stood up, using natural musk as medicine. "Is your wife in a comatose state?" Feng Tu asked in surprise. You understand medical theory as well? Yin Wudao looked at Feng Tu seriously. I know a thing or two. If you trust me, you can let me take a look at her. Feng Tu looked conflicted, but finally relented. All right. Later, at the hospital, Feng Tu recounted the story. 3 years ago, she was wounded by one of my enemies. She's been in a coma ever since. Every major hospital, an expert has already examined her. Initially, they said there was a blood clot in her brain. But even after the surgery, she never woke up. Hu Ting, Feng Tu's wife. Yin Wudao took Hu Ting's hand to check her pulse, then spoke. The musk is useless. The real problem is, just then, a voice suddenly cut him off. How can you make such a reckless conclusion? The one speaking was Su Qingya. She suffered from a cerebral hematoma. Her nerves aren't receiving enough nutrients. I'm using musk to clear the pathways and provide the necessary lubrication for her nerves. She will definitely wake up. Yin Wudao looked at Su Qingya with a smirk. You're not entirely wrong, but you've overlooked one thing. Her consciousness has willfully retreated into a deep slumber. Suindia spoke steadily. We are discussing serious medicine right now. Please stop joking around. Yin Wudao's expression soured. I can't believe this girl is trying to act superior in front of me. Just wait and see how I handle her. Zhala noticed the tension and asked Lin Feng. Is it just me, or is the vibe between those two a little strange? What exactly is the deal between Yin Wudao and that pretty doctor? Lin Feng stammered his response. I'm guessing they have some sort of history. Yin Wudao spoke up. Fina. Since you're so capable, go right ahead. Rule number 1. Never argue with a woman. I'll just wait for the results to speak for themselves. Su Qingya stepped to the bedside. She began examining Hu Ting. See? The blood clot has been completely cleared out. She'll definitely be awake within the next half hour. Over 30 minutes passed by. Feng Tu asked anxiously. It's been half an hour. Su Qingya looked a bit embarrassed. Just wait a little longer. Time continued to slip away. In the blink of an eye, nearly 8 hours had passed. Feng Tu asked skeptically. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Su Qingya urged him. Wait just a bit longer. She'll wake up any minute now. He began to grow suspicious. It's been almost half a day. There isn't a single sign of her waking up. You're completely unreliable. Feng Tu immediately dropped to his knees. He bowed his head, pleading with Yin Wudao. Young Master Yin, please save my wife. If there is any way to bring her back, I would gladly give my life for you. Yin Wudao glanced down at him. He agreed and told him to stand up and wait outside. Feng Tu asked, confused. I can't stay. Yin Wudao replied. The procedure is a bit intense. I'm afraid you won't be able to stomach it. He had no choice but to agree. Yin Wudao told Qingya to stay and help. Everyone else headed out. She spoke up quickly. I don't want to leave. I want to see how you're going to save her. Yin Wudao nonchalantly replied. Suit yourself. He quickly took out the 13 Ghost Gate needles. These 13 needles have the power to bring the dead back to life. A mere coma is nothing in comparison. Yin Wudao immediately drove the silver needles into Hu Ting's body, but her expression remained unchanged. She didn't wake up at all. Su Qingya asked doubtfully. Wait, she's still not awake. He calmly slid his hands into his pockets. Just as I thought. Yin Wudao turned to Miao Ji. Quick, strip her clothes off. Miao Ji immediately complied. She gently unbuttoned Hu Ting's shirt. Yin Wudao said, let's give her a little shock. She let out a mischievous smirk. She placed scorpions and snakes onto Hu Ting's body. They began crawling all over Hu Ting. Su Qingya screamed in horror. Yin Wudao, what the hell are you doing? Stop this right now. She pleaded anxiously. Wudao, I'm not kidding around anymore. Tell her to stop this instant. If something happens, you'll be sued. Stop it. He replied smugly. What's the rush? The real show has only just begun. Outside the room, Feng Tu spoke up. I think I hear something. Something's wrong in there. What's going on? Lin Feng explained. Relax, brother Feng. Wudao has always been reliable. Your wife will be fine. Shangguan Jialua turned her head and spoke. Don't be so sure. Let me see what kind of tricks he's using that require us to step out. He had asked them to leave so young Master Yin could work. This doesn't seem right. She peeked through the crack in the door. She saw Yin Wudao holding a snake against Hu Ting's body, saying, Still not waking up, huh? Yin Wudao gave a sinister grin. He moved the snake closer to her mouth. Then let's play a game of swallow the snake. Shangguan Jialua covered her mouth in horror, gasping to herself. Is this what they call reliable? What the hell is this bastard Yin Wudao doing? He pried Hu Ting's mouth open and slowly lowered the snake inside. Hu Ting suddenly jolted awake. She quickly shoved Yin Wudao away. Gagging, she covered her mouth. Feng Tu rushed in, shouting, "Xiao Xiao." Yin Wudao chuckled. Well, convinced yet? Su Qingya stood there, stunned. This is truly a medical miracle. Hu Ting threw herself into his arms. You've been through so much for me. I'm so sorry. Feng Tu held Hu Ting tightly. All that matters is that you're awake. I'm just so glad you're back. Yin Wudao immediately turned to leave. Su Qingya curiously linked her arm with his. Wudao, can you tell me what really happened? She looked at him with intrigue. After encountering a condition like this, she felt she needed to understand it better. Yin Wudao agreed. He began explaining everything to Su Qingya. Shangguan Jialuo walked behind them, forced to witness their public display of affection. She was beyond annoyed. Wudao explained. Actually, Hu Ting's internal injuries healed a long time ago. She was physically capable of waking up, but her subconscious simply didn't want to return to reality. Left with no other choice, I had to use this method to literally scare her awake. After Wudao finished speaking, he laughed, resting his chin on his hand, looking as smugly majestic as a toad. Qingya was dazed. So, she was mostly just scared awake? Jialuo asked. Then why didn't she want to wake up in the first place? She teased. To find someone so loyal. He's a hell of a lot better than most scumbags out there. Why didn't you wake up sooner, so you could enjoy a few more days of being pampered with love? That hit a nerve. Wudao shot her a sharp glare. Watch your mouth and act professional. Stop mocking me. Right then, a voice cut in. Because the moment you wake up, he'll head right back to the battlefield. He's already covered in more scars than I can count. Hu Ting spoke up, her voice laced with worry. These past few days, while I was bedridden, were actually the most time he's ever spent by my side. It was so peaceful. I'm just a girl who doesn't care about grand ambitions or great causes. All I want is for everyone to be safe and healthy. Wudao listened to Hu Ding's words and fell in a deep thought. He cupped his hands and said, "What you're asking for is perfectly normal. It's we who have been a nuisance to you too. Saving you this time was just a matter of convenience. No need for thanks." Wudao turned to leave. He gave an order to his subordinates. Tell the people of Baijiang City not to give them any trouble. Lin Feng respectfully accepted the command. Jia Luo turned back to warn him. With skills like yours, you must be from the Feng family in Longdu, right? From what I know, the Lin family in Longdu is currently facing internal strife and external threats. You have enemies everywhere. When they eventually come for revenge, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it alone. Why don't we form an alliance for mutual support? Feng Tu's expression darkened. He looked lost in thought. Wudao spoke up. Don't bother trying to convince them. They aren't truly following me. It's just like Lu Bu joining Cao Cao. Why force it? Suddenly he asked, what are you all staring at me for? Finally moved by my boundless mercy? The sudden question left everyone behind him stunned. Jia Luo handed him a small mirror she carried and said, see for yourself. Wudao took the mirror. His face instantly went pale. The atmosphere around them grew heavy. He cried out, good heavens. Wudao frantically raised the mirror. The last time the word danger appeared was when Lin Feng was about to kill me. That was a close call, to say the least. If it weren't for my quick wits, actually no. Let's say it was my upright and noble character that managed to avert the disaster. But now it's back. Something big is about to go down. After saying that, he let out a long sigh. Wudao's voice suddenly turned somber. You've all gone through life and death with me. You've proven your loyalty. Today, I will bestow some secret techniques upon you. Even if this next enemy is more than we can handle, you'll at least have the means to protect yourselves. He pointed to Miaoji and said, for you, the poison logic from the 5 poison arts. Then he pointed to the Taoist master. For the old geezer here, the heart palm thunder, derived from the 5 thunders true scripture. Then he spoke to the great master. Yours is the immovable wisdom king technique. It originates from the 9-dragon true chi. All 3 bowed in unison and said, we thank young Master Yin for bestowing these techniques. We will follow young Master Yin even unto death. Wudao waved them off. Stand up. Teaching you is also helping myself. Back at the Yin Manor, a voice rang out. Uncle, Auntie, we're home. Wudao and Jia Luo were shocked to see Duga Duwei sitting in the main hall. Jia Luo spoke up. Dugadue? Wu Dao asked. Where are my parents? Long Xiaolan, in Wu Dao's mother, walked in carrying a tea set and smiled. Jia Luo, is your friend here? Hurry and invite him in for dinner. Wu Dao turned and called out, Mom, then asked, Where's Dad? She replied, He's in the study. Wu Dao immediately changed the subject and urged his mother. Mom, go get Dad down for dinner, please. She asked in surprise. Dugadue said to Wu Dao, after dinner, Chen Nanxian will be here. You should make the first move. Wu Dao replied calmly, No need. Eating is the top priority. Duji brushed past him coldly. Fine, I'll wait outside. Seeing that, Wu Dao offered an invitation. It's just about dinner time. Why don't you join us? Duji turned back, narrowing his eyes. Veins pulsed on his forehead as he spoke icily. No thanks. The two men fell into an awkward silence. A moment later, the whole family sat down at the dining table. Long Xiaolan slowly placed a piece of green vegetable into Duji's overflowing bowl. Even though his bowl was already piled high with all sorts of food, Long Xiaolan still added a piece of meat for him. Eat up. Don't be a stranger. Duji thanked her while chewing. Before leaving, Yin Wudao gave instructions to everyone. Mom, Dad, in a little while, go back to your room and watch a movie. No matter what you hear outside, do not come out. His mother asked curiously why. Before Yin Wudao could answer, Jiang cleared his throat with a few coughs. The mother's expression changed instantly. Ah, perfect timing. Your father and I haven't watched a movie together in ages. After the meal, brilliant sunlight filled the sky. A warm glow enveloped the entire estate. Shangwan Jialoa, Yin Wudao, and Duji stood in a triangular formation. Each held a massive weapon. Only Jialoa held a small folding fan, fluttering it gently. She spoke. My business has nothing to do with the Yin family. You came all this way just to find me, which is incredibly rude. He wasn't convinced. When the deadline arrives, I won't have a choice. He paused for a moment, staring directly at Jialoa. Either you come back with me, or your head does. Make your choice. Before Shangwan Jialoa could even think, Yin Wudao charged forward, weapon in hand. He didn't waste any time on nonsense. He went straight for the strike. Yin Wudao's sudden assault caught his opponent off guard. Duji quickly tightened his grip on his weapon to meet the challenge. The two weapons collided violently, releasing a blinding flash of light. Duji couldn't help but marvel. You've improved so fast. It's truly incredible. At that moment, a golden eagle appeared out of nowhere, circling above his head. Lightning crackled across the eagle's body, wreaking havoc, as if it were cheering on its master. Duji gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. Yin Wudao didn't back down an inch. A massive dragon manifested beside him. It bared its maw as if ready to swallow the golden eagle whole. Man and beast clashed in a chaotic fray. The scene was incredibly brutal. Yin Wudao let out a scornful remark. You underestimated me. It wasn't until Yin Wudao's iron arrow was pointed directly at Duji's face that he broke into a cold sweat. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, a beam of blue light suddenly descended from the heavens. The ground of the estate cracked open under the force of the strike. Yin Wudao was blown back by the shockwave. A flying sword? He thought. Chen Nanxian descended from the sky, enveloped in a halo of light. Simultaneously, the system interface flashed a notification. Prequel quest unlocked. Quest difficulty exceeds the host's current capabilities. The system suggests avoiding combat to survive. Prodigy, Chen Nanxian. Title, Immortal Venerable Nanxian. Scenario, The Reborn Immortal Venerable. Dominating the city. Mission objective, survive. Yin Wudao scanned the system info, his heart racing. Chen Nanxian. The system pinged again. Mission rewards. Survive for 1 year to receive 10 prodigy points. Complete a counterkill to receive 18 prodigy points. Yin Wudao did the math, offering that many prodigy points. He certainly lives up to being a reborn immortal, but they're giving him way too much credit, and they're seriously looking down on me. While he was lost in thought, Chen Nanxian landed silently on the ground. Yin Wudao considered himself the chosen prodigy of this era, only to hear the other man's continued insults. In my eyes, you're nothing more than an ant beneath my feet. From this moment on, The fierce showdown between the reborn immortal venerable and the great villain officially begins. Yin Wudao's face darkened. In response to those deliberate provocations, he thought, "The celestial horse always stays high above. You're disgusting." With those words, he gripped his weapons tightly in both hands and soared into the sky. "Today, I'm going to see if I can slay an immortal." Unlike his opponent's hot-headed style, Chen Nanxian remained incredibly calm. As he circulated his inner chi, it seemed he had already figured out the other's identity. "If that's how it is, I definitely can't let you live." Moments later, he focused his energy and launched an attack toward Yin Wudao. Yin Wudao sneered. "Is this really the best you can do? Why don't you show me what you're actually capable of?" Chen Nanxian slowly reached for the Dharma treasure at his side. "Have it your way, then." As soon as the sword technique was unleashed, a terrifying power exploded outward, leaving Yin Wudao momentarily dazed. Chen Nanxian pressed his advantage and continued the assault. Time to settle the score. Yin Wudao struggled to use his own weapon to block that extraordinary strike. But in the end, he was still sent flying by the blast of light. Without warning, that light shifted from green to a fiery, blazing red. It looked like a massive explosion. Seeing victory within his grasp, Chen Nanxian intensified his attack even further. "Dying by my flying sword is an honor for someone like you." The flying sword surged forward with peerless momentum, heading straight for Yin Wudao. By now, his hands were empty of any weapon. Just as the flying sword was about to pierce his throat, it came to a sudden halt. Yin Wudao turned deathly pale, his eyes dazed and vacant. At that life-or-death moment, a figure blurred past, blocking Chen Nanxuan's flying sword. Feng Tu intercepted the blade and immediately shifted into a combat stance. A true man knows when he must act and when he must hold back. Yin Wudao was stunned. "Feng Tu." The warrior Feng Tu sheathed his sword and looked toward him. "I have always admired you, young Master Yin. I wish to follow and serve you, to protect you in times of danger." Dugaduchi immediately charged forward, roaring, "Feng Tu." He leaped up, intending to strike the warrior, but his opponent had already anticipated the move and swiftly dodged the attack. Seeing him evade the blow, Dugaduchi grew even more enraged, his brow furrowing deeply. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. As he gritted his teeth, desperate to run him through, Feng Tu moved with incredible speed, circling behind him in the blink of an eye. Dugaduchi gritted his teeth and spun around, but Feng Tu knocked him back with a single strike. He pulled back his hand effortlessly, looking incredibly graceful. Yin Wudao watched everything from the side, unable to help but admire Feng Tu's skill. Impressive, he marveled. He took Dugaduchi down in just 2 moves, while I've been struggling this whole time. Nearby, Feng Tu turned and kicked Dugaduchi's weapon over to Yin Wudao. The move was fluid and stylish. "You lost your weapon. Use this for now. Catch." Yin Wudao rushed forward, catching the weapon Feng Tu had kicked him with both hands. He looked a bit disheveled. After catching Dugaduchi's weapon, Feng Tu stood with his back to him. The two of them stood shoulder to shoulder. "Young Master Yin, you were right. Having a rival is what keeps the passion alive. Fighting side by side is a man's true romance." Yin Wudao looked coldly at their opponent. Gripping his weapon tightly, he was ready to strike at any moment. "Let's take down this arrogant bastard together. Count on me." Feng Tu's gaze was just as intense as his. His lips were pulled into a thin line. "My thoughts exactly." Both of them charged at their opponent simultaneously. The other man was empty-handed, simply standing there as they rushed him. Yin Wudao unleashed a strike with all his might, a slash that resembled a celestial dragon. A roar like a dragon and phoenix echoed as the energy surged. "My father lived his whole life with integrity, loving the people as his own children. Even if you are a heavenly genius, why must you kill a good man?" The dragon surged directly toward the opponent. The man quickly raised his sword to block the roaring dragon. It was Chen Nanxian. With a mere casual lift of his sword, he caused my ferocious dragon to vanish in an instant. Everything I, Chen Nanxian, do, I've never felt the need to explain myself. Not to anyone. The situation is exactly like the battle against the capital's elite. Feng Tu quickly circled behind Nanxian. He aimed for the fatal blind spot of any opponent. He prepared to strike. But Nanxian had sensed him long ago. Yet, Nanxian remained as still as a statue. He let Feng Tu's blade swing down on him. The strike was both swift and powerful. However, Nanxian's back remained completely unscathed. There wasn't even a trace of blood. Feng Tu's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Nanxian didn't even bother turning around. He just glanced back coldly. It's useless. I am protected by the heavenly astral shield. You mere mortals couldn't possibly hope to harm me. The two of them frantically took turns slashing at him, putting every ounce of strength into each blow. But a layer of celestial protection surrounded Nanxian's body, rendering him completely impervious to their attacks. He stood there like an unshakable monument, watching the two of them leap around like frantic monkeys. Eventually, Nanxian grew bored. He glared at them and swept his sword across. He seemed intent on ending them both in a single strike. Clowns! He delivered a massive horizontal slash. The power behind this single swing was absolutely terrifying. It sent both of them flying backward. They struggled to regain their footing. Their feet ground against the earth, kicking up blinding sparks. Nanxian held his sword with casual ease, looking at the two of them as he offered a critique. I suppose the two of you are considered rare masters on this blue planet. If you choose to submit to me, I can guarantee you'll each rule your own domain. What do you say? Both spoke in unison. Their eyes burned with rage, their expressions icy. They spoke through gritted teeth. Despite the scratches on their faces, they still looked imposing. In your dreams, seeing that they refused to yield, Nanxian's gaze sharpened. He took a soft breath. His eyes were like daggers. Then don't blame me for what happens next. A gun barrel aimed directly at Nanxian. It fired without warning. The power was staggering. The bullet easily pierced through Nanxian's blue energy shield. He managed to dodge just in time, but that last attack still left a gash on his face. Fresh blood trickled down. This only fueled his mounting rage. He looked down, staring at the wound. His teeth ground together in fury. Nanxian scanned his surroundings, letting out a furious roar. Someone immediately answered his challenge. Who could possibly break my astral shield? I am a reincarnated immortal venerable. Gu Xiaozi appeared, holding a talisman with a deep frown. She glared at him with righteous anger. Standing beside her was the sniper from before, Lin Feng. Whether you're an immortal venerable from the lower realms, or some ghost pretending to be a god, as long as you haven't transcended the 5 elements, my talismans can shatter your protection. In Wu Dao and the warrior Feng too charged at Nanxian once more, but this time he was wary and calculating. Today, In Wu Dao has powerful allies helping him. Taking him down won't be easy. My strength hasn't even recovered to a 10,000th of what it was at my peak. Meeting them head-on right now isn't the smartest move. Nanxian stood his ground, his sharp eyes weighing his options. Perhaps it's best to retreat for now. I can always fight them again once I've recovered. He suited action to thought. He vanished, leaving only an afterimage as he bolted away. But he didn't forget to toss back a line to stall them. I'm not feeling my best today. We'll finish this another time. But right in his path of escape, someone suddenly leaped out to block him. It was Taoist Master Cheng Su. Trying to run? Take my heart thunder palm. Master Cheng Su struck out with a palm. But he missed. Nanxian quickly pivoted to another direction. To his surprise, someone used magic to manifest a towering human wall right in front of him. It was Master Fuhu. It made him grit his teeth in frustration. This way's blocked too. Another person lunged from behind. A loud shout made him turn his head with sheer impatience. It was Shangwan Jialao. She swung her weapon, a sharp, heavy halberd, attacking him with furious intensity. Nanxian was struck, blood spraying everywhere. He landed firmly on the ground and leaped forward. He intended to dive into the water to make his escape, but the moment he reached the shore, he realized the water was teeming with countless snakes. A captivatingly beautiful woman stood amidst the swarm. Large and small serpents coiled around her body. Her gaze was soul-stirring as she looked at him, her voice dripping with seduction. Handsome, why don't you come down here and play with me? Behind him, In Wu Dao, Feng Tu, and Shangwan Zhao all charged forward to attack. Seeing this, Chen Nanxian realized he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Surrounded on all sides, panic finally began to set in. In Wu Dao held a stack of talismans in his hand, his eyes sharp as he lunged toward him. Chen Nanxian, I don't care if you're a man or an immortal. I have only one thing to say. The dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and you die. He raised 3 talismans high, muttering an incantation under his breath. His eyes remained locked onto Chun Nanxian. One step, the thunder tribulation. In Wudao threw the 3 talismans. With every word of the spell, his entire body flashed with light. 2 steps, the earth and water flow. 3 steps, the fire and thunder erupt. As each verse of the incantation finished, a blinding light flared again, hemming Chun Nanxian in and leaving him utterly terrified. 4 steps, the lightning connects. 5 steps, the messenger of thunder sweeps away the wicked and drives out the Jade Dragon. As the incantation concluded, a massive surge of thunderous power erupted, tightening its grip around Chun Nanxian. He gnashed his teeth in absolute fury. How could a mere mortal possibly manifest such overwhelming thunder power? He had truly miscalculated this time. Nearby, Shangguan Jialuo and perfected Chengxu watched as 5 bolts of lightning crashed down. They were surprised, but more than that, they were shaken to the core. It really is the 5 thunders' righteous law. He truly is a genius. To be able to master it after seeing it only once. To possess such enlightened skill, he is a true heavenly master. At that moment, In Wudao paid no mind to those around him. He pointed a finger toward Chun Nanxian, his piercing gaze looking ready to erase him from existence. He roared the final line of the spell, swiftly, by the order of the law. As the final command echoed, a limitless pillar of heavenly lightning struck Chun Nanxian directly, drowning him in a sea of thunder. He let out a scream of pure agony. I can't believe it. I, Chun Nanxian, a saint of my generation, who has never known defeat, to think I would die at the hands of a mortal. I refuse to accept this. I must leave behind a fragment of my soul, to serve as a seed for my eventual revenge. Chun Nanxian died consumed by resentment. His eyes rolled back, and his mouth hung open. A beam of golden light shot out from his forehead. It was the remnant soul he intended to leave behind in the world. But In Wudao didn't hesitate for a second. He reached out and snatched that final soul fragment, his gaze unwavering. He intended to pull this weed out by the roots, leaving not a single trace behind. I expected you'd have a trick like this up your sleeve. It looks like I'll have to scatter your soul completely. He meant what he said. With a decisive strike, a golden dragon flew out, opening its maw to swallow Chun Nanxian's final remnant soul hole. Seeing that everything was finished, In Wudao pulled back his hand. A smile played on his lips, but his eyes remained as cold as ice. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Battle concluded, clearing the battlefield. Congratulations, Marquis, on completing the mission. You have earned 18 genius activation points. Special reward received. The Zhouqian flying sword. Chun Nanxian's sword shrank down and fell into the palm of his hand. In Wudao looked at the sword with a puzzled and skeptical expression, scratching his head. I feel like a flying sword just like this one chased me across the ends of the earth last time. It was even more accurate than a homing missile. He clipped Chun Nanxian's miniaturized flying sword to his belt, treating it like a simple trinket. It doesn't look half bad as a decorative piece. With the matter settled, In Wudao turned to thank the warrior, Feng Tu. Congratulations, young Master In, on eliminating a powerful foe. I should also thank you, Brother Feng, for your timely assistance. Suddenly, a thud echoed through the air. 2 knees hit the ground, creating a sound that wasn't too loud, yet impossible to ignore. Lin Feng pointed his gun at Dugu Duque, who was kneeling on the ground, and stepped toward In Wudao to ask for instructions. Wudao, how should we handle this guy? Yen Wudao didn't answer Lin Feng. Instead, he left the decision to Jiala. Jiala, this is the man who came to take your life. You decide what to do with him. Jiala looked at him with her cold, beautiful eyes. Her red lips curled as she spoke with absolute certainty. There's no need to make things difficult for him. Just tell him to get lost. Yen Wudao raised an eyebrow. This man is a master of martial arts. Letting him go, isn't that just letting a tiger back to the mountain? Jiala let out a long sigh. She closed her eyes, dismissing the matter. She was determined to let him walk away. Marquis Ji's influence is immense. If we kill one of his men, he'll never show mercy to the Shangguan family. I don't want my family to be caught in the crossfire. Yin Wudao shoved his hands into his pockets. He stared at the man, making him tremble with fear. Jiala stood beside him, while Lin Feng waited behind for orders. Since ancient times, mercy has never led to a happy ending. But since you've spoken up, I'll spare his life this once. Something was slammed violently onto the ground, leaving a deep crater behind. One look was enough to tell just how much power the thrower possessed. Dugaduchi dropped to one knee, bracing himself with one hand against the earth. He looked up at Yin Wudao, narrowing his eyes and knitting his brows. But he quickly came to view the man as his benefactor. Yin Wudao, I have received your grace today. Consider this spear payment for the meal and for my life. A debt of life will be repaid in full. Yin Wudao kept his hands in his pockets, watching with a smirk as Dugaduchi departed, until only his silhouette remained. After Chen was dealt with, everyone gathered together once more. Yin Wudao asked curiously, by the way, how exactly did you offend Dugaduchi? The moment he saw you, he was ready to throw everything away just to kill you. Feng tu replied nonchalantly. I simply killed his insane master. It stripped him of all his honor and reputation. Shangwan Jiala heard this and chimed in. I heard Marquis Ji's younger brother was harassing a girl from a decent family and was killed by the Feng family's foster son. Under pressure from Marquis Ji, the Feng family was forced to kick that foster son out. The Marquis then hunted him down, forcing him to live a life on the run. I didn't realize you were that foster son from the Feng family. Feng too went silent for a moment before admitting it. That was me. That animal hit my wife in the head. She's been in a coma ever since. Yin Wudao frowned and scratched his head. What about you then? How did you get on Marquis Ji's bad side? He had just asked, when Jiala suddenly started. Her gaze turned seductive, and her voice became sweet as honey. It was because of you, of course. Yin Wudao was confused. How is this my fault? Shangwan Jiala explained softly. Marquis Ji proposed to me, and I turned him down. Since you and I have an engagement, doesn't that make it your fault? It suddenly clicked for Yin Wudao. You're right. It really does have something to do with me. But then he asked suspiciously, but would someone really try to kill you just for being rejected? His heart must be incredibly fragile. Or did you say something nasty? To humiliate him in front of everyone? He looked at her with doubt. In Yin Wudao's imagination, Jiala was slamming a bouquet of flowers into Marquis Ji's face, then saying, someone like you actually thinks they can pursue me? Do you even know who my fiancé is? It's Yin Wudao, the #1 young master of Jiang City. You aren't even worth a single hair on his head. You're not even fit to shine his shoes. Jiala immediately shattered his fantasy. She said, not at all. I've always been gentle and dignified. I'm kind of everyone. How could I ever humiliate someone in public? Secretly, however, her heart skipped a beat. She had originally planned to deflect the trouble, so Marquis Ji would go deal with Yin Wudao instead. Who would have thought Marquis Ji had no sense of honor? He dared to lay a hand on her directly. I really played myself this time. Yin Wudao pondered for a moment. Then he asked, just what kind of person is this Marquis Ji, that he can pressure both of you so much that you can't even go home? The question leaves them both stunned. Feng Tu speaks with a worried tone. He's strong, so strong that it makes you feel utterly hopeless. Jiala utters 5 words. Yi Tian of the Dragon Capital. Yin Wudao speaks arrogantly. The Night Prince? Interesting. He thinks to himself, unless something unexpected happens, this will be my next opponent. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoes. The door is slammed open. Yin Wudao's parents burst in, leading a group of military subordinates armed to the teeth. Guns are cocked and ready. Shields are held firm, weapons aimed right at them. Feng Tu asks nervously, what's going on? Yin Wudao's mother says joyfully, it's so good to see you're both safe. Just to be safe, I called in some reinforcements. Yin Wudao's father, a soldier through and through, steps forward and shouts, it's over now. You men are dismissed. Afterward, the soldiers retreat outside. Seeing the scene, Feng Tu turns away, his voice laced with disappointment. I had no idea the Yin family was this powerful. It seems my help was just a drop in the bucket. Yin Wudao speaks softly. That's not true. He walks over and claps Feng Tu on the shoulder. My parents' power belongs to the Yin family. But your help, that belongs to me, Yin Wudao, and me alone. Hearing those words, Feng Tu's heart immediately settles. Meanwhile, at a manor, Inside a grand courtyard in the dragon capital, many rare creatures are kept. In an incredibly lavish room, Jiho is lounging comfortably. He lets the beautiful women surrounding him attend to his every whim. He speaks first. So you're saying they've all gone over to Inwudao? Dugaduchi kneels on the floor and replies, Yes, sir. Jiho says indifferently, Fine, get up. Dugaduchi frowns in worry. It's my fault the Marquis's plans were ruined. I deserve to be punished. Jiho walks up to him. Don't worry about it. Then he murmurs, I'll handle this myself. He turns to the two beauties behind him. Qing Yi, Hongyu, how about taking a trip to Jiangnan with me? But both women give a two-word reply. Not going. Jiho tries to entice them. Jiangnan is beautiful this time of year. Scenic rivers, fragrant flowers blooming under the bridges. Why would you turn down a free vacation? The two women's eyes light up. We want to go. Qing Yi says worriedly. It's just that the two young misses are also in Jiangnan. If they find out we followed you there to cause trouble, we'll be dead meat. Jiho replies nonchalantly. Then just don't let them find out. Dugaduchi, still kneeling, whispers silently to himself. Inwudao isn't actually a bad person. I hope the Marquis doesn't wipe out his entire family. Jiho pays no mind to his words. He smiles dangerously. You're coming with me too. On the phone screen, a strikingly handsome image of Inwudao appears. One comment is highlighted. The boss showing off his divine might. Crushing that arrogant poser. Luman shouts loudly. Explain yourself. Now. Inwudao acts shocked, his face thick with shamelessness. Wow. Am I really this handsome? I've actually managed to charm myself. Luman immediately slaps him a few times. Be serious. Inwudao says, There's nothing to explain. We live in an age of content creation. I just posted a short video. All those images were just special effects. Luman looks skeptical. She says, Chen Nanxian vanished the moment he arrived in Jiang City. Li Daoi was turned to ash. The Ji family went bankrupt overnight. Duan Sanxian suddenly went insane. Qin Tian died a gruesome death. Xiao Chan was completely ruined. Luman quietly lists the many young masters Inwudao has dealt with. She continues, Your Suanio investment is growing stronger by the day. You've swallowed up the assets of the Ji family, the Ma family, and even Chen Nanchuan's group. This even gives Inwudao a start. He points at her, looking frightened. Those were all coincidences. Stop slandering me, or I'll sue you for defamation. Luman is left speechless by his response. Suddenly, the phone in Inwudao's hand rings incessantly. He said irritably, Who is it calling at this hour? Whoever the hell this is. I'm not buying any insurance. He was about to hang up after snapping at the caller. Luman suddenly panicked and stopped him. That's my phone. She angrily snatched the phone back, leaving him standing there dazed. Oh, so it's your phone. Here, take it back. Luman answered the call. Yes, that's right. Thank you. It's great that you can make it. There are already 8 victims in the Bai family serial murder case. And it looks like it's not over yet. The two of us over here really need your help. The person on the other end seemed to say something. Luman replied quickly. You're already here? I'll be right there. Behind her, Enwudao was watching with curiosity. But soon, Enwudao made a polite gesturing motion. Well, if you have important business to attend to, I won't bother you any longer. But right at that moment, a pair of handcuffs suddenly snapped onto Enwudao, catching him off guard. What do you think you're doing? Luman locked the other cuff to her own wrist and said, I might not have found evidence of your crimes yet, but as long as I'm watching you 24/7, don't even dream of hurting anyone else. With that, Luman ordered them to head to the Bai residence. Enwudao was dragged along. He cursed under his breath in frustration. Talk about rotten luck. On the road, the car sped through the streets. Enwudao, sitting in the driver's seat, warned her. Hold on tight. Luman asked skeptically, what? The car instantly bolted forward at extreme speed. Thrown by the momentum, Luman tumbled right into Enwudao's lap. Her lips accidentally brushed against his cheek. Realizing her blunder, she scrambled back in a hurry. She screamed in a rage, Enwudao, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Enwudao remained nonchalant, teasing her. What's the matter? Trying to give the steering wheel a faceful of your chest. Luman snapped at him. You complete bastard. The car continued to bounce and sway, speeding forward recklessly. Enwudao warned her. Stop squirming around. It's dangerous while I'm driving. There are laws against distracting the driver, you know. Lu Man could only pant in frustration. She didn't argue back further. And Wu Dao suddenly clicked his tongue. Tisk tisk. Looking at Lu Man's figure, he couldn't help but offer a compliment. Your body isn't half bad, actually. Lu Man's face turned beet red with rage. She cursed. You creep. I'm seriously done with you. I must have been insane to cuff myself to a jerk like you. And Wu Dao caught a glimpse of the key in her hand. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. He suddenly jerked the steering wheel and accelerated once more. The key went flying right out the window. Lu Man screamed, "My key!" And Wu Dao, "You absolute piece of trash." And Wu Dao replied flatly, "You got a real way with words, don't you?" Swearing at me with the same line over and over. They arrived at the Bai residence. Ritual joss paper was flying everywhere in the air. And Wu Dao said irritably, "Another death in the Bai family? Every time I come here, there's a funeral. Up ahead." She was standing in front of a man wearing sunglasses. She spoke. "Last time it was my uncle. And yesterday, it was my newborn cousin. It's like they won't stop until every last member of the Bai family is dead." Coming closer, they realized the man was Ha Hai. He was the one who had called Lu Man. He spoke up. "Yun Shi, you've suffered so much these past few years." He reached out to place a hand on her shoulder, but she dodged him. Yun Shi kept her head down and said, "I'm fine. I've gotten used to being alone all these years." Ha Hai was stunned by her words. His face was full of guilt and affection. "Yun Shi, I'm truly sorry about what happened back then. If only." Before he could finish, and Wu Dao stepped forward and cut him off. "What's going on here?" Yun Shi saw Wu Dao and Lu Man approaching together. She called out happily, "Wu Dao." A white cloth was draped over Wu Dao and Lu Man's hands, hiding the cuffs and making Yun Shi curious. Still, she asked, "Why did you two come here?" Lu Man replied calmly, "We're here to investigate the case." Ha Hai straightened his posture and said, "I've already looked into it. In every single instance, they were murdered and staged to look like suicides or accidents." Wu Dao steps toward Yun Shi and questions her. "Why didn't you call the police sooner? I had no idea your family was going through so much until today." Yun Shi lowers her head and sighs. "At first, a young man was found dead in a locked room. We both thought it was just a suicide or an accident. So many things have happened to the Bai family this year. I didn't want outsiders knowing about our family's troubles, so I kept it quiet and never reported it. Until I spoke with Wu Dao yesterday." He Hai asked in surprise, "What happened between you two?" Yun Shi speaks in anguish. "The Bai family's only newborn boy. He suddenly passed away. This makes him the 9th boy to die, and every single one of them was an heir." An image of a child dying suddenly in a dim room appears. As Bai Yun Shi says this, tears stream uncontrollably down her face. "Now everyone is saying that I'm targeting the men in the family just to secure my position as head of the house. No matter what I say, I can't clear my name." Wu Dao wipes away Yun Shi's tears, trying to comfort her. An innocent person will eventually be vindicated. He Hai stands nearby, watching the scene. His face is filled with shock. Inside the house, Lu Man says, "Miss Bai, until the truth is revealed, I'll have to ask you not to leave the Bai estate." Bai Yun Shi nods in agreement. Lu Man speaks solemnly. "We can begin now." He Hai signals his readiness. Then, he pulls out a pillow and speaks. "This is the synthetic pillow the baby's mother used. At first, I thought the killer used it to suffocate the child. But upon inspection, I found this latex pillow is extremely lightweight. It's highly elastic, and it's full of air holes. They're meant for ventilation. It's practically impossible to suffocate someone with this." A man nearby chimes in. "I can breathe through it just fine. I can even smell the fragrance on the pillow." He Hai presses the pillow against the man's face to demonstrate. Furthermore, He Hai continues, "I reconstructed the various locked room scenarios and conducted autopsies. I found that the ligature marks from the hanging and the contact points on the face don't match up. The fall injuries don't align with the bedpost either. In truth, her actual cause of death was being struck in the head with a hard object. As for the other cases, even though they happened far apart, I found suspicious inconsistencies in every single one. Therefore, my conclusion is this. These weren't accidents, and they weren't suicides. We are looking at a series of targeted serial murders against the Bai family. This leaves Wu Dao, Bai Yun Shi, and Lu Man completely stunned. Wu Dao ponders quietly. This guy is definitely a real detective. His analysis is backed by solid evidence. But who the hell is targeting the bays? I refuse to believe Yunshi is the killer, even if she were ambitious. She's kind-hearted by nature. She's been that way since we were kids. In the end, this is clearly a blood feud meant to wipe out the clan. It has to be a vendetta. Lu Man stands to the side, analyzing. A murder case has been established, but we can't definitively call it a serial killing yet. With 8 victims, the methods used are completely different. In Wu Dao counters in a low voice, no. This is absolutely a serial murder case. He pulls out a small notebook and says, "This is the Bai family logbook I got from the butler." There's an interesting pattern inside. Every single death occurred exactly 16 days apart. Seeing the circled dates in the logbook, Lu Man begins her own serious analysis. This can't be a coincidence. It looks like we really are dealing with a serial killer. High objects, that's not right. The deaths of Bai Yulong and Bai Miaozong don't fit that timeline. Lu Man picks up the logbook and says, "Their cases are already closed. They have nothing to do with this investigation." In Wu Dao stands there, feigning indifference. He thinks to himself, "I killed those 2 myself. Of course they're the exceptions." Suddenly, he realizes something. He quickly questions Hai, "Wait a second. How do you know Bai Yulong and Bai Miaozong are dead? Didn't you just arrive in Jiang City?" But Hai maintains a polite smile and replies casually, "I just saw it on the news." In Wu Dao narrows his eyes. "You seem remarkably interested in the Bai family's affairs." Hai adjusts his glasses and explains, "Yunshi and I have known each other for years. It's only natural that I care about her family." Bai Yunshi stepped in front of Hai and said, "Wu Dao, stop asking. Hai's been away for the past few years. He just returned to Jiang City. My family's business has nothing to do with him." Lu Man added, "That's right. I'm the one who invited him." Just then, a notification popped up on the system interface. New prodigy detected. Generating new mission. Prodigy, Hai. Title, Master Detective. Golden Finger, Wisdom Collection. Quest, return to Jiang City. Mission, solve the mystery within the mystery. Reward, 8 prodigy points. Brain enhancement. Wu Dao spoke softly to Hai. "If you were invited to investigate this case, then I'd like to test my skills against yours. Let's see who finds the real killer first." Hai let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. "Then you've already lost." The group headed in the same direction. Hai took the lead alongside Bai Yunshi. He said, "Yunshi, I need all the surveillance footage from your manor." Yunshi replied, "The cameras? The one at the main gate seems to be broken." Hai adjusted his glasses and said, "Completely broken? I wouldn't be so sure." He looked up at the camera and said, "Even if this camera didn't catch the main entrance where the murder happened, it still captures anyone passing through the hallway." He analyzed the situation with a serious expression, setting up a hypothetical scenario. This hallway is 20 meters long. It takes an average person about 13 seconds to walk through it. During this time, if someone entered the room to commit the crime, they would need at least 2 minutes. So, anyone who stayed in there for more than 2 minutes during the window of the crime will be placed on the suspect list. Once everyone arrived at the security room, Lu Man sat at the computer and said, "Let's start the footage from the moment the victim's mother left the room." With a light click of the mouse, a suspicious clip appeared on the screen. In the video, a woman was pushing a cart covered with a tarp. Wu Dao thought to himself, the elite of the Bai family usually have their meals served in their bedrooms. Could the killer have snuck into the room by hiding in the food cart? Hai smirked mockingly. "Think you found a lead?" The killer and the food cart are clearly unrelated. Then, Bai Yunshi appeared on the screen. Hai said, "Switch to the other camera." After switching the view, there was no movement for a long time. He grew anxious and said, "It's been over 5 minutes. Why hasn't Yunshi come out yet?" Bai Yunshi's figure finally emerged. Hai said, 10 full minutes have passed. How can this be?" Cold sweat poured down Hai's face. He said in horror, "If I had known, I would have." All 3 of them immediately turned to look at Bai Yunshi, leaving her completely flustered. She quickly tried to explain, "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. You have to believe me." Lu Man said coldly, "We believe in evidence. Miss Bai, please come with us to the station to assist with the investigation." Bai Yunshi stood there, paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, In Wu Dao grabbed Lu Man's arm and pulled her. "Come here for a second." This sudden move caused Lu Man to fall right into his arms. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red. Then, he declared boldly, until there is concrete evidence. If anyone dares to touch Bai Yunxi, don't blame me for being ruthless. His words moved Bai Yunxi to tears. Wu Dao, she whispered in her heart. Suddenly, a spiteful woman holding a large pair of scissors screamed, Bai Yunxi, you little bitch. She lunged forward with the scissors, cursing as she charged. How many men of the Bai family have you killed? You didn't even spare a child. I'll kill you. It was the mother who had just lost her child. Bai Yunxi collapsed to the ground in terror, screaming, no, it wasn't me. The crazed woman stood over Bai Yunxi, brandishing the scissors and roaring. I want your life for what you did to my son. At that exact moment, Yin Wudao rushed in just in time and sent her flying with a single kick. Yin Wudao spoke in a stern, solemn voice. Your son is dead. You have my deepest sympathy, but you'd better not use this as an excuse to get in our way. Otherwise, I'll send you to join him myself. If you want to catch a killer, you need evidence. Yin Wudao spoke with cold logic. He didn't seem to care at all that Lu Man was being dragged along behind him like a mere prop. The woman, who had been frantic just a moment ago, lost her aggression. Her face was now stained with tears of pure agony. A heartbreaking sob escaped her lips. Yin Wudao frowned, his voice sharp. If we're going strictly by assumptions, I could easily claim that you killed your own son. And your motive? To frame Bai Yunxi and take her down. Hearing Yin Wudao's words, the woman instantly panicked, her voice trembling. I didn't. Lu Man handed the memory foam pillow to her subordinate and gave an order. Take this pillow for forensic testing. Cross-check it with Bai Yunxi's DNA. Also, compare all DNA evidence collected from the scene with hers. Yin Wudao let out an angry roar. Can you please use your brain for a second? Bai Yunxi is a woman. Even if she could kill someone with a heavy object, there is no way she could lift a grown man and hang him from the ceiling. Lu Man spoke up nonchalantly. Right now, I'm just gathering evidence. It's just that she's the prime suspect. What's your hurry? Hearing this, Yin Wudao was left speechless. He didn't know how to argue back. Suddenly, Bai Yunxi, standing across from them, spoke in a soft, shaky voice. About that, it's getting late. Why don't you all stay here at the Bai Manor? You can eat and rest here. We can continue the investigation tomorrow. Yin Wudao agreed. The night grew deep. A crescent moon hung in the cloudy sky, dotted by a few shimmering stars. At the Bai residence, Yin Wudao and Lu Man sat together on the sofa. Bai Yunxi walked over to them. Officer Lu wants to stay here to keep watch, so I'll have to trouble you both. She placed a stack of blankets and pillows on the table. She stole a glance at Yin Wudao. Wudao, do you believe me? Yin Wudao gave a hearty laugh. Of course I believe you. Hearing those words, Bai Yunxi was moved to tears. Knowing you believe in me is enough. After saying that, she turned back toward her room, leaving them with one last thing. I'm going to sleep now. You two should get some rest early, too. The two of them were left alone on the sofa. She quietly closed her bedroom door. Lu Man turned to Yin Wudao, her voice tinged with irritation. I only believe in evidence. The moment I have proof, I'm arresting her. I don't care if it breaks your heart. Hearing Lu Man's sarcasm, Yin Wudao fired back. Did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed or something? After that, the two of them eventually drifted off to sleep on the sofa. Lu Man's head rested lightly on Yin Wudao's shoulder as she slept. But in reality, Yin Wudao wasn't asleep at all. He cracked his eyes open slightly, feeling the steady rhythm of Lu Man's breathing. Once he was certain she was in a deep sleep, he gently undid the handcuffs. Every movement was incredibly careful, making sure not to wake her. Just as he stood up to sneak away, he suddenly heard Lu Man mutter his name. Yin Wudao. He froze and turned back to look at her. It turned out Lu Man was just talking in her sleep. She continued to mumble, "Don't you dare do anything bad." Then she drifted back into a deep slumber. Yin Wudao broke out in a cold sweat. It was just sleep talking. A bedroom door opened. Inside stood Bai Yunxi, wearing a thin, delicate nightgown. Her fair, smooth skin looked incredibly alluring. Yin Wudao stepped inside quietly. He touched Bai Yunxi's bare shoulder, causing her to wake up with a start. Bai Yunxi looked at him dazed. How did you get in here? Yin Wudao spoke tenderly. I'm just curious. Why did you stay in that child's room for so long? Bai Yunxi looked disappointed and went silent before asking, Are you doubting me? Yin Wudao reached out and gently cupped her face. I told you, I believe you. But I really am curious. His touch left her momentarily speechless. She finally offered a soft explanation. I really love children, but I don't have any of my own. I just want to play with him for a while. I had no idea that something like this would happen afterward. My heart aches for you too. Yin Wudao began to grow restless. His hand slid gently under by Yunqi's skirt as he spoke. So that's how it is. You want a child, don't you? Tell me. I can make that happen for you. Yin Wudao leaned in and kissed her slowly, leaving her breathless and trembling. Stop teasing me. In the heavy, suggestive atmosphere, Yin Wudao gently pinned Yunqi down. He gripped her wrists and whispered tenderly. It's been a while since I last came to see you. I missed you so much. Bai Yunqi whispered back. I missed you too. Just as they were about to lose themselves in the moment, a sudden noise came from behind the curtains, startling them both. Who's there? Bai Yunqi cried out in alarm. A voice rang out from behind the curtain. It's me. Hihai. Outside the window, Hihai clenched his fists and shouted. Yunqi, we were separated when we were 16. It has been 12 long years since we last met. In all those years, you were the only one on my mind. I never stopped thinking about you. If your family hadn't interfered back then, perhaps by now, we would have already. Yin Wudao's expression darkened instantly. Bai Yunqi scrambled to explain. Please, don't misunderstand. Hearing her from outside, Hihai spoke up. Misunderstand? We were so close back then. We intended to spend our lives together. How could any of that be a misunderstanding? Realizing she had lost her composure, Bai Yunqi whispered softly. Wudao, we were just kids back then. We didn't know any better. Nothing ever happened between us. You have to believe me. Yin Wudao remained focused on the woman before him. His eyes never left her seductive figure as he said, I believe you. Now go deal with him. Feeling Yin Wudao's touch lingering on her body, Yunqi bit her lip. She struggled to find her voice. Hihai, we were children back then. We didn't understand a thing. It's been over a decade now. I hope you can finally let go. Go find the person you're meant to be with. Her eyes grew misty and glazed. She looked at Yin Wudao dreamily and said affectionately, besides, I've already found the man I want to love for the rest of my life. The affection bar above by Yunqi's head surged upward. Yin Wudao couldn't help but smirk at the notifications. Hihai let out a roar of fury. 12 years. You think you can just tell me to let go? Well, I refuse to let go. He looked utterly devastated. Wiping away his tears, he continued. Let's put our feelings aside for a moment. I need you to come with me. It's the only way to ensure your safety. If you stay here with the Bai family, nothing good will come of it. Inside the room, Yin Wudao continued to tease Bai Yunqi. No wonder a catch like you stayed single for so long. Were you waiting for your prince, charming, all this time? Bai Yunqi replied shyly. And didn't I end up getting stolen away by a jerk like you anyway? Yin Wudao raised an eyebrow. He shot her a mischievous look. In that case, I'm leaving. You should just let him in. But Bai Yunqi immediately wrapped her snowy white legs around his waist. She pushed him back onto the bed and pinned him down. Taking control, she licked her lips seductively and said, Don't you dare play with me. You started this fire, and now you want to run? Not a chance. Outside, Hihai's heart burned with a violent rage. You really did betray our love. There's no way you can talk your way out of this now. Early the next morning, as the rooster crowed, the first light of dawn broke. Lu Man woke Yin Wudao with a loud shout. Get up now. I found the evidence. The two of them had been up all night and had only just closed their eyes. Yin Wudao was still dazed and half asleep. His clothes were a mess. He was stunned by the news. Hihai stood before the crowd and spoke. This evidence was found in Miss Bai's private study. With the help of a police system, a woman wouldn't just be able to kill a man. She could even hoist the victim up to the ceiling. Bai Yunqi was left in total shock. She questioned him sharply. Hihai, you're doing this on purpose to get back at me, aren't you? Hihai replied coldly. Miss Bai, don't let your anger get the better of you. I'm simply assisting the authorities in solving this case and fulfilling my duties as a detective. With that, he walked over to a massive ceramic jar and remarked, In my experience, places like this are the best for hiding things. Let's just see if luck is on our side. A moment later, he pulled a heavy, solid hammer from inside the jar. Lu Man took the hammer and said, This hammer perfectly matches the blunt force trauma found on the 6th victim. I'll have someone take it for forensic analysis immediately. Then, Hihai leaned down under the desk. Not so fast, he said. We haven't found the most incriminating evidence yet. A hat appeared in his hand. Look, he said, this is the tiger head cap belonging to the murdered child. Beside it sat a small vial. He added, This is the poison the second victim ingested. And that's not all. He held up a green viper, its tongue flicking. See this? This is the viper that bit and killed the first victim. Lu Man, standing nearby, marveled at him. You truly are a legendary detective. A few people nearby also began to clap and cheer. Hihai smugly adjusted his glasses. You're too kind. Really, you're too kind. As Bayunchi looked at the evidence, her face grew pale with terror. She thought to herself, why are these things in my study? There's even a snake. I'm terrified of snakes. Hihai pointed at Bayunchi and said, many killers like to keep trophies of their crimes. I suppose you're no exception, are you? Bayunchi shouted angrily. That's a lie. Lu Man rushed up to Bayunchi and asked, Miss Bai, do you have anything else to say for yourself? Bayunchi stumbled back in fear, stammering. Seeing this, In Wudao suddenly pulled Lu Man toward him. The killer isn't Bayunchi. Lu Man snapped back in frustration. In Wudao. The evidence is right in front of us. How much longer are you going to keep protecting her? If the killer isn't Bayunchi, then you tell me. Who is it? In Wudao pointed directly at Ihai. The killer is him. Lu Man's expression darkened. In Wudao, enough. I have a spare key. I only handcuffed us together because I hoped you'd stop doing the wrong thing. But I didn't realize you were so blind to the truth. These cuffs might restrain your body, but they can't stop a heart set on evil. But In Wudao suddenly exerted his strength and shattered the handcuffs. Don't bother, Miss Lu. I can open them myself. Lu Man froze in shock. Everyone else was just as stunned. The handcuffs actually broke. Bayunchi stepped beside In Wudao and asked, Wudao, Ihai just returned from out of town. Why are you so sure he's the killer? In Wudao spoke calmly. When he returned to Jiang City, maybe it was yesterday, or maybe it was a long, long time ago. This caused Ihai to flinch for a brief second. In Wudao radiated an imposing pressure. Ihai, let me start by deducing your motive. Suddenly, a memory began to resurface. An image flashed through the mind. A simple, kind-hearted middle-aged man spoke. Ihai, stop playing with the young mistress. It won't look good if others see you. In said in a low voice, Ihai, your parents were originally servants of the Bai family. You and Bayunchi were childhood sweethearts. Images of two children playing carefree appeared. But later, as they grew up, when they were 16, their secret love was discovered by the Bai family. In Wudao continued softly. Your parents knelt before old Master Bai and pleaded, Master, please let Ihai stay. He's so gifted in his studies. He's sure to have a bright future. If I take him away from the Bai family now, it will surely ruin his prospects. Decades ago, a servant secretly being involved with the young mistress was an unforgivable taboo. Your parents were punished by the head of the family and cast out of the Bai household. Your father begged desperately, but the Bai family rules were absolute. To protect your future, your father didn't hesitate to take his own life to atone for the sin. Your mother couldn't bear the shock of his death, and not long after, she hanged herself, even though the Bai family later paid for your education and sent you abroad to study. Your hatred for them only grew deeper with every passing day. You should have returned to Jiang City much earlier. He began systematically picking off the members of the Bai family. He intended to sever their bloodline once and for all, to ensure they left no heirs behind. And his pattern for these killings? It matched the age he was when he left the Bai family, which was also the same year his parents passed away. Hearing those words, Hihai lowered his head in silence. In Wudao calmly stated a number. 16. Bayunchi snapped to her senses. That's right. The interval between every single murder was exactly 16 years. Lu Man clutched her head in regret. No way. How could I have personally invited the killer here? Could this all just be a coincidence? In Wudao walked up to Lu Man. He pointed at Ihai and said, Take a look at his face. Does that look like a coincidence to you? Not far away. Ihai's entire body was trembling. Upon hearing this, he let out a cold snort. Fiend, I'm a killer. So what? Do you have any proof? No, you don't. The evidence against Bayunchi is already solid. It's more than enough to convict her. I don't even need to confess. Ihai laughed arrogantly. His mockery sparked a lethal killing intent in Wudao. He was on the verge of striking. You dare act like a prick in front of me? In Wudao reached into his pocket to pull out a weapon. But then, Monkey suddenly appeared to stop him. Dealing with a prodigy requires following the proper rules. Simply killing your opponent doesn't count as a true victory. He is protected by the heavenly Tao. Going against the will of the heavens will only bring divine retribution. You know this better than anyone. Hearing this warning, Wu Dao was forced to reconsider. He let out a heavy sigh. My apologies. I lost my composure. Wu Dao turned back to the others. You've all overlooked one major detail. Every single murder has one massive thing in common. They were all locked room mysteries. As Lu Man listened to this information, she began analyzing it in her head. There are only a few ways to pull off a locked room murder: killing the victim and then tossing the key back inside through a window or a gap, hiding inside the room beforehand, waiting for the body to be discovered and then slipping away in the chaos, or forcing your way in the moment the door is opened. Lu Man turned to Wu Dao. So, which one was it? Wu Dao replied, the second one. She asked again, then how did he get inside? Wu Dao explained in detail. Remember that food cart on the security footage? Hihai was hiding inside that cart. That's how he slipped into the room undetected. When the first body was discovered, and the servants were busy reporting the news, he simply walked out at his leisure and moved on to his next target. Lu Man turned to leave. I'm going to check that food cart for DNA samples. But Wu Dao immediately stopped her. It's useless. He would have scrubbed it clean a long time ago. Behind them, Hihai smirked triumphantly. He said confidently, so far, everything you said is nothing but speculation. You don't have a shred of physical evidence. Lu Man's heart sank with anxiety. He was right. Without evidence, everything they had amounted to zero. Wu Dao's eyes grew sharp as he shouted. But there is one place that definitely has proof of your guilt. Hihai asked skeptically. Where? Wu Dao pointed a finger directly at him. He didn't hesitate for a second. In Bai Yunqi's room. Hihai was visibly shaken. Shortly after, the forensics team arrived on the scene. They scoured Bai Yunqi's room with a fine-toothed comb. Every single corner was meticulously checked. Once the search was complete, the officers began their reports. Reporting to the captain, we found short hair follicles. Reporting to the captain, we found traces of skin cells. Hearing this, Bai Yunqi stepped forward anxiously to explain. Wu Dao, I would never do anything to betray you. I really didn't know. If I actually opened the door for him, may I be struck down by a car the moment I step outside. Wu Dao turned and pulled Bai Yunqi into a gentle embrace. It's okay. I know this has nothing to do with you. I never blamed you for a second. His words struck a chord deep within Bai Yunqi. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Remembering something, she gave a slight shiver. Thank goodness I didn't undress completely last night. Otherwise, that pervert would have seen everything. Lu Man turned around and spoke. Hihai, you're a prime suspect. Until the DNA results are in, I have to restrict your personal freedom. You're coming back with me for questioning. Hearing this, Hihai didn't move an inch. His expression remained indifferent. Then, a sinister smile suddenly crept onto his face. There's no need for that. That DNA is definitely mine. He looked at Wu Dao and asked suspiciously, Wu Dao, I'm curious. How did you know I'd leave a trace here? Wu Dao replied nonchalantly. I figured you'd come back here out of sentimentality. But I didn't expect you to actually leave evidence behind. Hihai was completely stunned. Wu Dao smirked. He thought to himself, having Sister Fu break into your room to steal some skin flakes, and then planting them under Yunqi's bed, it really was that simple. Hihai laughed like a madman. Since you've already figured it out, I don't give a damn anymore. My plan might have failed, but I buried a massive amount of explosives under the Bai Manor long ago. A detonator appeared in his hand. All three of them were struck with horror. Hihai roared venomously. Let's all die together. Ha ha ha. If even the heavens have abandoned me, then I'll bring the whole world down with me. The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying explosion erupted right behind him. Wu Dao instantly grabbed both women. Hold on tight. He then lunged off the balcony. Lu Man screamed. Are we flying? Just as they hit the ground, Wu Dao said heroically. Real men never look back at explosions. Lu Man turned back in shock. A large portion of Wu Dao's back had been scorched. Watching the massive flames consume the Bai Manor, Bai Yunqi lost all her strength. Her knees buckled onto the cold, hard ground. Staring at her family home, she wept silently. Uncle, Lu Man paid no attention to that. She pulled out her phone and started calculating something. An explosion of that magnitude It definitely wasn't caused by some homemade domestic explosives. I need to track down the source of these bombs. In Wu Dao stood nearby, lost in thought. The clothes on his back were charred and tattered. He thought to himself, I absolutely cannot underestimate any of these favored of heaven. Their destructive power is truly earth-shattering. Even a favored one like He Hai could push me into such a pathetic state. Just how terrifying must Ji Fengming be with his 800 points? If heaven had feelings, it too would grow old. The righteous path of mortals is naught but a sea of change. People fear the heavenly Tao, simply because chosen ones like you have always been a favorite since time immemorial. How many of these geniuses have climbed to the top over a mountain of bleached bones? How many treat human lives like mere trash? Exactly like He Hai right now. To vent his own petty emotions, he destroyed the entire Bai clan, the very place that raised him. At that thought, In Wu Dao's rage flared. He gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. If the heavenly Tao is heartless, then I will slaughter every chosen one and seize the heavenly Tao for myself. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his system screen. Decryption quest complete. Received 8 points of favored fortune. Brain optimization initiated. In Wu Dao immediately felt his mind being cleansed. His thoughts became far clearer. Then, he looked over at Lu Man, who was focused on her mission. Thinking about the mercenary group and the source of those explosives, there really is something wrong. Lu Man's phone screen flickered. My hunch was right. This isn't just some common bomb. It's C4, sourced from the Lion Pride mercenary group. Lu Man replied, the Lion Pride? The second largest mercenary group, behind only Blackwater. Correct. We just received the latest intel. The Lion Pride has entered the country. Return to base immediately. Lu Man read the order and immediately acknowledged it. In Wu Dao stepped forward and said, the Lion Pride has been secretly smuggling weapons into the country. Lu Man was stunned. You can see my phone? But we're so far apart. How did you even see that? In Wu Dao lied with a perfectly straight face. He pointed his eyes and said, I'm a martial artist. My eyesight is naturally sharp. But deep down, he knew the truth. This was one of the many benefits brought by his brain enhancement. Beyond just having rigorous logical reasoning, all of his senses had been significantly heightened. Many complex problems he had faced during his martial arts training now had clear and simple answers. It's a shame this brain enhancement skill is only ranked as mediocre. Such a genius support tool is incredibly rare to come by. Lu Man quickly turned to leave and waved goodbye. I have a mission, so I need to head back first. Regarding the misunderstanding from before, let's talk about it another time. Standing behind her, In Wu Dao thought to himself, how interesting. I wonder how many Providence points you can provide me. Su Daji suddenly appeared by his side. Are you certain she's a favored daughter of heaven as well? What if she's just a side character? In Wu Dao turned to Su Daji with a tender and affectionate gaze. Trust me, he said. I have never misjudged any woman. This made Su Daji feel a bit bashful. She pouted and said, oh, please. You already have so many beautiful confidants around you, with so many things to deal with. You still have the energy to tease me. Look over there. There's another one. In Wu Dao looked toward the devastated by Yunxi and said calmly, just let her cry it out. As a woman, she has already been through far too much. In Wu Dao took off his coat. He gently draped it over Yunxi's frail shoulders. Listen, he said, I'll handle the funeral arrangements for your family. You just focus on the media. Don't lie to them. Just tell the truth. Because the truth has no loopholes. He looked at her and added softly, move into my place for now. It will help shift the public's attention. As for the company affairs, you can leave those to Jiang Ruoxua. Although tears still welled in by Yunxi's eyes, her voice was incredibly firm. No, I can handle this myself. Even after such a heavy blow, she still stood her ground. In Wu Dao leaned in closer. He pulled Yunxi into a hug and helped her up. All right. I didn't think it through properly. I'll transfer the shares of Xuanyao Investment that the Ji family surrendered to you. I absolutely won't let you lose to Jiang Ruoxua. Yunxi's eyes remained somber. She whispered, thank you, Wu Dao. This is the only worth I have left. I absolutely cannot fail. Hearing this, In Wu Dao felt a surge of admiration. This is what a truly strong woman looks like. Even in the face of disaster, And even when she's exhausted, she still refuses to back down. To him, both she and Jiang Ruoxue were his people. But in her eyes, Ruoxue was her greatest rival within the Yin residence. Under a clear blue sky, the sun shone brilliantly. Lin Feng rushed over to report. Wu Dao, something's happened. Quite a few strangers have appeared outside the Yin residence. They have sharp eyes and a heavy, murderous aura. One look, and you can tell they're military. But I had some friends check. There's no record of people like this in the country. I'm betting they're foreign mercenaries. Yin Wudao stepped forward. Mercenaries? What a coincidence. Standing beside him, Lin Feng asked, Are they targeting your father again? Yin Wudao immediately countered. No one would dare try to assassinate the governor. Only a loose cannon like Chun Nanxian would dare do something like that. Today, the Bai family was just blown up by the Lion Corps, and now a foreign force appears at our doorstep. The truth is quite simple. Jiho hired the Lion Corps to deal with me and Shangwan. Lin Feng scratched his head in awe. Your mind is so much sharper than it used to be. Yin Wudao laughed triumphantly. Huh. No wonder emperors always had so many powerful eunuchs by their side. Being flattered like this really does feel good. Even Lin Feng was at a loss for words at his logic. Su Qingyao walked over with a gentle smile. What are you two talking about? Can I hear it too? Hearing this, they both caught the hint. Scratching their heads, they said in unison, Haha, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Yin Wudao stepped towards Su Qingyao and said softly, Qinger, I have some things to take care of. I won't be back tonight. Go ahead and eat dinner without me. Su Qingyao's heart sinks as a wave of sadness washes over her. He's always so busy. Whatever he's doing, it must be something important. Noticing the disappointment etched on Su Qingyao's face, Yin Wudao has a sudden realization. She looks so sad. It makes sense. Ever since Shangwan Jiala arrived, I've spent all my time with her and completely neglected Qingyao. He tosses the car keys to Lin Feng. Give me 30 minutes. I'm going inside for a glass of milk. Lin Feng watches as Yin Wudao gives a wide, mischievous grin and ushers Su Qingyao back into the house. He can't help but wonder, just for a glass of milk? Why on earth does he need half an hour? Inside the room, Yin Wudao immediately lunges for her ruby red lips, pulling Su Qingyao into a passionate kiss. But she quickly pushes him back, looking at him with a gentle gaze. If you have work to do, go take care of it first. I'll be here waiting for you to come home. Without missing a beat, Yin Wudao coaxes her. Right now, being with you is my top priority. And just like that, the two lose themselves in each other right there in the living room. Su Qingyao says breathlessly, In the living room again? You really are a piece of work. After their heated tryst, the sun begins to set over the city. Yin Wudao throws on his coat, stepping out with the effortless swagger of a playboy. Let's go. Time to meet them. Lin Feng glares at him, his face dark with annoyance. Over 3 hours. I am impressed. Yin Wudao just gives a cheeky laugh in response. The car roars off into the fading twilight, arriving at an abandoned construction site where a man resembling a monk, with a string of Buddhist beads around his neck, sits slumped on the ground. He looks absolutely pathetic. His clothes are nothing but tattered rags, and he's shivering uncontrollably from a cold. Yin Wudao walks up to him and asks, How did you end up in such a state? Fuhudashi groans. I went undercover as an ascetic monk to follow them without being spotted. Yin Wudao sighs helplessly. I honestly can't keep up with your logic. You think you're being clever? Real ascetic monks are rare these days. You stood out like a sore thumb. This sends Fuhudashi into an immediate panic. Then what should I do? Yin Wudao heads inside. Forget it. We're already here, so let's see what they're up to. Inside the derelict factory, several luxury supercars are parked in a circle, surrounded by a few muscular men lounging about. Yin Wudao's group ducks behind some crates. Lin Feng whispers there. They have guards pacing the entrance. Yin Wudao's expression suddenly shifts. Something's wrong. They're packing some serious heat. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. Let's pull back for now. Suddenly, an object comes flying toward them. Lin Feng's eyes widen as he screams, It's C4. He lunges forward, grabbing the explosive. Run. Get out of here. Fuhudashi throws his arms around Yin Wudao, acting as a human shield to protect him. Clinging to the C4, Lin Feng suddenly realizes something. The detonator, someone already pulled it. A man steps out from the shadows. his voice dripping with mock admiration. I'd expect nothing less from the Soldier King, Lin Feng. Sharp reflexes. Lin Feng looks up, his blood running cold as he recognizes the man. The legendary king of mercenaries. Lion King Xiao Ba. The man standing before them has a distinct scar near the corner of his eye. Slick back blonde hair, and muscles that look like they're carved from granite. Wu Dao glances at Lin Feng. You know this guy? Lin Feng explains quickly. He was taken overseas by mercenaries when he was only 8. He's been trained to kill since he was a child. He's a veteran of 100 battles. He became famous for killing a lion with his bare hands. Later, he founded the Lion Pride Mercenary Corps. He's known as the King of Mercenaries. Xiao Ba smirks from across the way. We don't just know each other. We've traded blows before. In Wu Dao asks, Hey Lin Feng, did you win or lose? Lin Feng scratches his face awkwardly, stammering, About that, you see? Looking at Lin Feng's reaction, In Wu Dao gets the picture. Fine, I get it. Looks like we've run into some real trouble this time. Xiao Ba stood with his subordinates behind him and spoke. I didn't win either. That was the only mission I ever failed after becoming captain. His smile suddenly vanished. His tone turned cold and serious. All right, that's enough reminiscing about the past. Tell me, why are you people here? Yin Wu Dao quickly grabbed Lin Feng's shoulder. He cut him off and stepped forward to speak. We're with the Bai family. We came here to investigate the source of that bomb. Just then, the madman with the bomb appeared. He pointed his gun at Yin Wu Dao and cursed. You damn Taoist. I haven't even questioned you yet. Shut your mouth. If you say one more word, I'll blow you into so many pieces there won't be anything left to bury. Lin Feng barked back in anger. Damn you, do you have a death wish? Master Fu Hui was also fuming. You little brat, do you want a taste of physical salvation? Xiao Ba immediately shouted at his subordinate. Enough. Yin Wu Dao stood at the front and said, Wait. Don't be so hasty. At that moment, a notification popped up on the system screen. New Chosen One detected. Target, Xiao Ba. Title, King of Mercenaries. Identity, Lion King. Leader of the Lion Pride Mercenary Corps. Mission, survive for 30 days after breaking through the encirclement. Reward, 10 Chosen One points. Divine Marksmanship, a legendary level of skill. Next, another confrontation between the great villain and the king of mercenaries began. Gu Ba spoke. Lin Feng seems to care about you quite a bit. That proves your identity isn't simple. But I haven't heard of any important men from the Bai family surviving. Yin Wu Dao replied with a grand air. I am who I am. I don't hide my name. Jiang Ranjia. Behind him, his 2 subordinates leaned in, looking utterly confused. They whispered, Jiang Ranjia? Boss, since when did you change your name? The mad bomber roared again. What the hell does the Bai family's business have to do with a guy named Jiang Ranjia? Yin Wu Dao scratched his head and paused. Actually, there's no point in hiding it. I've been in love with a young lady of the Bai family for a long time. The eldest Miss Bai once swore a solemn oath before the family's ancestral home. She said that whoever could help her get revenge, she would marry that man. So, I wanted to give it a shot. Xiao Ba spoke up again. Young Master Jiang, do you really think you're capable of that? Hearing this, Yin Wu Dao's expression shifted. He hurriedly apologized. Sorry to have bothered you, brothers. Xiao Ba's subordinates burst into laughter. What an idiot. Xiao Ba wasn't buying it. He turned to Lin Feng. You tell me, what's the real story? Lin Feng was startled. He stammered his reply. It's... Xiao Ba stepped right up to Yin Wu Dao and said, You can go now. Get out of here. Don't wait for me to change my mind. I'm only sparing you for his sake, and because I trust you. Lin Feng is an honest man. He wouldn't lie to me. As he spoke, he pointed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng heard this and thought to himself, ever since I started following Yin Wu Dao, I've changed so much. I don't even know if it's for better or worse anymore. Yin Wu Dao's group turned to leave. Yin Wu Dao glanced back slightly and said, For sparing us today, I, Jiang Ranjia, will remember this debt. I will surely repay you in the future. Tian Yu stepped forward angrily. Lion King, are you really just going to let him go like that? Aren't you afraid he'll lead Agent Lu Man right to us? Guba Ziplit Gan Li. They already found our front door. That proves this hideout is no longer safe. We can't stay here. Move out immediately. Tian Yu grew even more furious upon hearing this. And yet you still let them go. You're putting everyone at risk just for a personal favor. Xiao Ba suddenly threw a punch. His face darkened as he spoke with suppressed rage. I didn't make a move because I didn't want any more trouble. Those three men, their breathing was perfectly steady. Their temples were full and prominent. They're all top-tier masters. Even if we managed to kill them, some of our own would have been injured. That would have jeopardized our next move. Tianwu is slammed to the ground. He scrambles up, filled with regret. I was short-sighted. Please forgive me, sir. The bomber runs over. Lion King, when are we going to take care of Yin Wu Dao and Shangwanjiala? Jiho is already breathing down our necks. Xiao Ba's hand snaps around the bomber's throat as he lets out a low growl. And then there's you, who gave you permission to sell weapons on your own. That massive explosion you caused, it forced me to pull all our perimeter scouts back. If it wasn't for that, tonight's operation would have already been a success. The bomber's face goes pale as he struggles for air. Trembling all over, he chokes out the words. Didn't you say so yourself? That the Bai family swindled you out of your family heirloom and ruined your life? I was just trying to help you get some payback. Xiao Ba shoves him to the ground, his voice cold as ice. Don't you ever try to be clever again. He turns to his subordinates, his eyes a warning. Without my direct order, no one makes a move. This is Huaxia. It's a graveyard for mercenaries. We've already crossed the line. We cannot afford to cause any more trouble. The subordinates shout in unison. Yes, sir. Xiao Ba glares at the cargo container. Don't forget, we're still holding a massive hot potato. Just then, a man suddenly descends from above, his voice booming. Then why don't you let me take that hot potato off your hands? Jiho steps forward with a smirk. Lion King, it's been a long time. Xiao Ba crosses his arms coldly. I haven't fulfilled your extra conditions yet. According to our deal, weren't you supposed to show up 3 hours from now? Jiho lets out a loud laugh. You couldn't even handle that small group. Those extra conditions were just a way for me to test your strength. But who would have thought you'd make such a mess? You've even alerted the Chicheng special agents. You've got zero chance of pulling it off now. Xiao Ba grits his teeth, his brow furrowing. I've already sent my men. The Lion Division has never failed a mission. Jiho takes a seat. He leans on his hand, smiling. Fine, I'll give you those 3 hours. I'll pay for the goods then, and we'll be gone immediately. Suddenly, a small hand repeatedly pokes Jiho's shoulder. Jiho, do you know where Hanyu is? I haven't seen her anywhere. Jiho turns his head and whispers sharply. Stop it. Stop pestering me. We're discussing serious business here. Forget about her for now. In Wu Dao and his team speed down the road. Lin Feng glances at Fu Hu. You've been wearing that long face for a while now. What's up? Fu Hu frowns as he replies. The three of us could have taken them. We might not have won the fight, but we definitely could have broken through their lines. Why do we have to act so pathetic back there? It's incredibly frustrating. Lin Feng looks at him. You just don't get it. They had a stockpile of yellow cake there. That's the raw material for nuclear fuel. Those mercenaries are definitely hiding a dirty bomb. If that thing goes off, even if Jiang City isn't leveled, everyone will die from the massive radiation leak. Fu Hu turns to Yin Wu Dao. Boss, I'm sorry. It was our incompetence that forced you to swallow your pride. Yin Wu Dao lets out a hearty laugh. Haha, don't blame yourselves. In life, it's enough just to know your own courage. A real man knows when to stand tall and when to lay low. Fu Hu nods, finally understanding. Lin Feng looks back at Yin Wu Dao. So what's our next move? Knowing how the Lion Division operates, they'll definitely relocate their hideout immediately. Should I go back and tail them now? Yin Wu Dao ponders for a moment before speaking. No need. We were spotted way too quickly earlier. That proves their surveillance is incredibly sharp. Going back now would just be walking into a trap. As the car flies down the highway, a single purple high-heeled shoe suddenly blocks the road. Yin Wu Dao says, look, someone is already taking care of it for us. It was Miao Ji, inside her vehicle. Miao Ji opens her tablet and says, I've successfully tamed 7 crows. I've sent them to keep an eye on those mercenaries. There's no way they're getting away. Lin Feng is stunned as he drives. Birds? That's incredible. Yin Wu Dao continues. Crows are among the most intelligent birds in the world. And since Miao Ji has a talent for taming beasts, this is definitely doable. A crow with a camera attached appears on the screen. Lin Feng asks, how do you plan to use them? Yin Wu Dao replies instantly. I have my ways. In a cafe, Lu Man sits with her arms crossed, speaking coldly. I'm very busy. I don't have time to sit around and drink coffee with you. Just what did you want to see me about? Yin Wudao is still calmly sipping a cup of fine tea. Don't be in such a rush. Lu Man is clearly losing her patience. If you're not going to talk, I'm leaving. Yin Wudao flashes a nonchalant smile. He pulls out a tablet and says, "The person you're looking for, I've already found them." Stunned, Lu Man blurts out, "Really?" But just as she reaches out to take it, Yin Wudao pulls it back and says, "You know how I work. I never engage in a deal where I don't come out ahead." Lu Man regains her composure. "Fine, let's hear it. What are your conditions? I knew you wouldn't just give this to me for nothing." Yin Wudao gazes at her intensely and says softly, "My only condition is that you must come back alive. I'll be waiting for you." Having said that, he hands the tablet over to her. Yin Wudao stands up and adds, "The target is high level, and they have incredibly strong anti-surveillance capabilities. You must be careful." Lu Man suddenly feels a bit flustered. Her mind begins to race. What does he mean by that? Why would he suddenly say something like that to me? My heart is beating so fast. As he walks away, Yin Wudao doesn't forget to look back at her one last time. He lets out a devious smirk and thinks to himself, "Oh girl, you're trapped. From now on, I want my face to be the only thing you see every time you close your eyes." Lu Man clutches the tablet to her chest, lost in her own fantasies. She suddenly slaps her own cheeks. "Stop it. I can't let my mind wander like this. The priority right now is catching those mercenaries." Immediately, Lu Man calls her teammates and barks into the phone. "Notify the strike team. Everyone assemble. Prepare to move out." Not far away, a mysterious figure watches Yin Wudao exit the cafe. Thinking to themselves, behind Yin Wudao, a very seductive woman sits in deep thought. It is Hong Yu, who had been missing since the beginning. She thinks to herself, "I'll handle you for Ji-ho." She is driving a luxury convertible sports car, getting ready to park. But because she's an inexperienced driver, or perhaps it's her first time behind the wheel, she suddenly hits someone from behind. The victim screams, "Ow. What the hell?" A blonde thug starts shouting, "Don't you check your mirrors when you're backing up? You hit us. Damn, that hurts." Seeing him, Hong Yu immediately realizes. "Trying to pull a scam for some cash, are we?" She stands her ground. Looking at him coldly, she says, "You really have the guts to try and scam me?" The guy thinks to himself, "I waited all day for a luxury car to show up. If I don't bleed you, who else?" Hong Yu leans down slightly and hitches up her skirt, showing off her sultry figure. She says, "Take a good look at this." The guy is momentarily dazed. Then, she uses her power to stomp her foot violently onto the ground, scaring the living daylights out of the guy. She turns back to look at him triumphantly. "Let's see if you still have the nerve to try and scam me." Unexpectedly, the guy is incredibly shameless. He grabs her leg and wails, "Help!" She's beating people up instead of paying for the accident. Hearing the shouting, the surrounding crowd immediately closes in and starts pointing fingers. "How can you just beat someone like that?" Hong Yu begins to panic. "I didn't. I really didn't hit him. Everyone, please, let me explain." Suddenly, a stack of cash drops in front of the guy as Yin Wudao steps forward and says, "Is that enough to cover your medical bills?" The guy's face immediately lights up. "It's enough. More than enough." Yin Wudao continues, "If it's enough, then get lost." The guy nods frantically and hurries away. Standing behind them, Hong Yu thinks, "What? Why is he here? Is he actually here to bail me out?" Yin Wudao turns to her and says, "Get in. I'll find you another place to park." Hong Yu looks at him skeptically. "All right, but why did you give him money? That's only going to make him more arrogant. He'll just keep scamming people after this." Yin Wudao smiles. "I don't think so. Trust me, you won't be bothering anyone ever again." The car roars to life and peels away. Shoeface is still standing there, clutching the cash and grinning. "Man, what a haul today. Found myself a rich sucker." Suddenly, Yin Wudao floors it, aiming the car straight for him. Bodies and bills go flying through the air. The guy hits the pavement hard, sprawled out cold. Yin Wudao gives a wicked smirk. "Since you already took the medical expenses up front, you might as well head to the hospital now." Sitting in the passenger seat, Hong Yu is stunned. Her eyes sparkle as she stares at him. Damn, he's hot. And that was a total rush. Honestly, I've been wanting to do that for ages. They pull into the parking lot. Yin Wudao turns to her. "Judging by your accent, you're from Dragon City, aren't you? Sorry about what happened today. I hope it didn't give you a bad impression of Jiang City." Hong Yu smiles back. "Well, with someone like you around, I'd say Jiang City is actually pretty interesting." In Wudao hands her a business card. Consider our meeting a stroke of luck. Here's my card. This will get you free access to any 5-star hotel or estate in Jiang City. All services included. Hongyu beams at him. Wow, aren't we generous? What? Are you trying to hit on me? In Wudao just turns away. I think you're cute, but not quite enough to make a move. Let's leave it to fate. Her cheeks flush a light pink. She thinks to herself, he really is an interesting soul. Suddenly, In Wudao senses something's off. Damn it, assassins. He quickly dives out of the way. A bullet whistles past, missing him by a hair. He glares at the armed thugs closing in. He quickly weighs his options. Oh, so we're playing with firepower now? A masked man opens fire, spraying bullets in his direction. He charges straight ahead. His blade becomes a blur, parrying every single round. In the blink of an eye, he takes one of them down. He nimbly weaves through the gunfire and ducks behind a parked car. One of the assassins barks at the others. This guy's good. He's no amateur. We need to flush him out. I saw him talking to that woman earlier. Hongyu looks back, terrified. In Wudao, show yourself now, or the girl gets it. Hongyu throws her hands up and stammers. Wait, you got the wrong person. I barely even know him. We aren't together or anything. He's definitely not going to risk his life for me. The assassin's eyes turn cold and murderous. He levels his gun right at her head. I'll just kill you first to blow off some steam. In Wudao steps out from cover. That's enough, he bellows. Professionals don't involve civilians. Don't you even know the basic rules of the game? Hongyu watches him step out for her sake. She wonders, wait, isn't he supposed to be some heartless playboy? A guy who'd do anything for his own gain? Why is he putting himself on the line for someone he just met? One of the thugs lunges forward, pulling the trigger. Mission comes first. A merc does whatever it takes. In Wudao instantly taps into his strength. The masked man's eyes widen in terror. A flash step. In Wudao clenches his fist, his teeth gritted. You just had to push me, didn't you? He unloads a devastating haymaker right into the assassin's jaw. The man is sent flying, slamming into the car behind him. Truth be told, I didn't even use a flash step to dodge those. I was just being cautious. I didn't want to take any unnecessary chances. The thug holding Hongyu realizes the tides have turned. He whips his gun around to aim at In Wudao. But before he can fire, Hongyu sends him flying with a sharp kick. In Wudao's eyes catch sight of a jade Buddha hanging from her waist. He can't stop staring. What? Hongyu asks, noticing his gaze. She quickly pulls her skirt down to cover herself, blushing. You really are a total creep. In Wudao quickly cupped his hands and bowed. Merciful Buddha. Hongyu looked at the jade pendant she was wearing. Suddenly it clicked. So you actually believe in this stuff? How embarrassing. I totally misjudged you. Yin Wudao offered a faint compliment. Your kicking technique isn't half bad for a beauty. Truly worthy of the Southern Fist, Northern Kick reputation, she replied. My name is Hongyu. Next time we meet, don't call me beauty. Farewell. Yin Wudao turned and called after her goodbye. Meanwhile, at the Yin residence, Yin Wudao rushed inside, shouting at the top of his lungs, Jiala, are you okay? Stepping into the courtyard, he froze in shock. He saw a crowd of assassins lying dead, scattered everywhere. Blood stained the ground. Jiala was sitting calmly in a chair. She spoke up. It's all taken care of. Jiala strolled over to Yin Wudao and spoke softly. Jiho has already arrived in Jiangqing. You should be careful. Those mercenaries were definitely sent by him to test you. Yin Wudao replied nonchalantly, I know. I've already run into one of his people. That leggy girl in red must be his close confidant. She was quite a stunner. Jiala quickly interjected. You mean Hongyu? She's just a maid who serves him. Even his maids are that beautiful. Yin clenched his fist and said, Jiho is definitely Xiaoxiong. Jiala looked at him, exasperated. Your criteria for identifying Xiaoxiong are certainly unique. But let me warn you, don't go getting any ideas about those maids of his. They're all masters on the heavenly rank. Each one is more formidable than the last. With that, she turned and walked away. Yin Wudao reached out from behind and gently hugged Jiala's slender waist. He teased her affectionately. What's wrong? Are you jealous? As my fiancé, don't I have the right to be? Jiala replied coldly. After speaking, the two walked side by side into the house. Yin Wudao kept his arm around her waist and said, Let's go. We can talk somewhere else. He continued, If Jiho really is Xiaoxiong, then I need to know exactly what I'm fighting for. Hearing his words, she stood still for a moment. What did you say? He closed the door. He gently helped her sit down in a chair. His eyes never left her. What did you come to Jiangxing for? Was it purely to escape disaster? Jiala remained aloof. Take a guess, Wu Dao said with a smile. Maybe I couldn't have guessed it before. But my head is clear now. I think I have the answer. You're trying to shift the trouble onto me. Using Ji Ho to get rid of me. Ever since you arrived, I've faced death several times. But I don't understand what grudge we have. Suddenly, a notification appeared above Jiala's head. Detected. Heaven-chosen maiden, Shangwan Jiala. Title, The Once in 5 Millennia Beauty. Main script, Reincarnation of the World. Warning, insufficient data to trace plot details. Mission, kill them all. Leave no survivors. Reward, 18 heaven-chosen martial arts points. Notifications continued to pop up above Jiala's head. Favorability, 100. Unyielding until death. Hatred level, 100. Hatred to the bone. Jiala was completely oblivious. She continued to stare at him intently. You think I want to harm you? I am your fiancé. What reason would I have to hate you? She stood up as she spoke. But it's true that I've dragged you into this. I'll leave today. Yin Wu Dao looked at the notifications in absolute shock. What on earth did I do to her? To make her hate me this much? And yet, she's the only female lead in my main script. Now the system wants me to kill her? This is just too bizarre. No matter what, there's no way I'm following those orders. Suddenly, he spoke up. You really shouldn't stay at the Yin residence anymore. Upon hearing those words, Jiala instantly flew into a rage. A surge of murderous intent erupted. She hurled her fan straight at him. Yin Wu Dao recoiled in horror. Jiala couldn't hold back and screamed, Yin Wu Dao, you're just a fickle man who tosses the old for the new. Ungrateful and heartless. I have to kill a heartless bastard like you. Yin Wu Dao immediately grabbed Jiala's wrist. Yin Wu Dao frowned, glaring at her with fury. You really do intend to murder your husband, he said decisively. So, you really do intend to murder your husband. Jiala refused to back down, gritting her teeth. Yin Wu Dao, I should have killed you back on that boat. The hatred she had suppressed for years erupted like a volcano. Tears began to stream down Jiala's face. She screamed in utter despair. I fall for your act every single time. Every time, I choose to believe your lies. And what do I get for it? In the end, I'm the one left to pick up the pieces of this tragic mess. I hate you. I'll hate you for 1,000 lifetimes. Without a hint of mercy, Yin Wu Dao threw Jiala onto the bed. He spoke nonchalantly as he pulled off his belt. A nation has its laws, and a family has its rules. Since you dare to try and kill your husband, I have no choice but to enforce the family discipline today. He swung the belt, striking Jiala's back with force. You bastard! Stop it, she shrieked. How can you treat me like this? But no matter what she said, Yin Wu Dao didn't hold back in the slightest. Her screams were ear-piercing. Yet, amidst the pain, an inexplicable surge of excitement washed over her. She couldn't help but let out a low moan. Without realizing it, Yin Wu Dao had stripped off his outer robe, revealing his lean, toned muscles. When I told you to leave the Yin Manor, he began. When I told you to leave the Yin Manor, it wasn't because I was afraid you'd get dragged into this. It was because I was afraid you'd cause trouble for my parents. If we're going to face the Marquis of G, we need a perfect plan. You're already my woman. How could I ever let someone else humiliate you? Jiala froze, looking at him with doubt. Are you trying to trick me again? But why are you taking off your clothes? Yin Wu Dao lightly climbed onto the bed and grabbed Jiala. My discipline is only halfway finished. It's time to take care of the other half. You bastard! Get off me! Jiala screamed in a rage. Get off me! Yin Wu Dao only tightened his grip on her wrists. Since you refused to call off the engagement, you were bound to fulfill your duties as a wife sooner or later. With that, he pressed his lips against her soft ones. Jiala's eyes widened, looking at him in total shock. We already practiced once on the boat. What's the harm in a little review? Tears streamed from Jiala's beautiful eyes. It was impossible to tell if they were born of happiness or heartbreak. Afterward, Yin Wu Dao leaned back against the headboard, feeling refreshed. He closed his eyes, with a cigarette hanging from his lips. Beside him, Jiala had drifted off from sheer exhaustion. Suddenly, Su Daji appeared out of thin air. Kill her, she demanded. Kill her. Kill her right now. Yin Wu Dao ignored Su Daji's words entirely. He gently stroked Jiala's silky hair and whispered, "Do you have any idea how much this woman actually cares for me? It's a mix of love and hate. The deeper the love, the more intense the resentment. I'm genuinely curious. Just what exactly happened between you two in the past?" In Wudao didn't bother responding to Su Daji's nonsense. Su Daji unseatet had sharp kulais and lunged straight at the sleeping Jiala. In Wudao caught Su Daji's wrist, remaining silent. Su Daji froze. "What are you doing? Didn't you see the mission requirements? If you won't kill her, I will." In Wudao shot her a frigid look. His eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent as he spoke in a low voice. "You came up with this mission yourself, didn't you?" At his words, Su Daji instantly lost her composure. Her eyes were wide with shock. In Wudao shoved her away and said coldly, "Miss Su, our relationship is strictly a partnership. I suggest you stop meddling in my decisions. And don't you dare act on your own again." He grabbed her chin firmly and lowered his voice. "I don't like being manipulated. I'm only going to say this once. I hope you understand." Su Daji looked at him, trembling with fear. I understand," she stammered. As soon as Su Daji vanished, the mission notification panel flickered into view. The mission requirements have been successfully updated. Target, Shangwan Jiala. Title, The Beauty Seen Once in 5 Millennia. Main script, World Reincarnation. Rank, Insufficient. Cannot access script content. Main quest, Forgiveness Obtained. Reward, 18 talent points. Complete Encyclopedia of Golden Martial Arts. Yen Wudao finishes reading the notification. He smiles with satisfaction. This works. Meanwhile, Jialua wakes up, rubs her eyes, and asks softly, "Where are you going?" "I'm heading out to scout Jiho." Hearing his words, Jialua snaps, wide awake. Yen Wudao is already fully dressed, prepared to head out. At the Beishan hunting grounds, mountains stretch across the horizon. The scenery is picturesque. A cold voice rings out. "Have you seen him yet?" The enemies sit leisurely, sipping tea. As Hong Yu pours the tea, she replies softly, "I have." Jiho raises his cup and takes a sip. Jiho asks again, "What's the verdict?" She narrows her eyes. She replies teasingly, "He's very handsome. This makes him a bit unhappy." "More handsome than me?" She pretends to think it over. "It's a tie, honestly. But when he kicked that missile from the launcher, he was definitely a bit cooler than you." Her cheeks flush red. It seems she's developed feelings for the protagonist. Hearing this, Lion King Xiaoba immediately loses his temper. Yen Wudao is still alive. "Did my men just sit there and do nothing?" Hong Yu replies nonchalantly, "Oh, they did something. But they didn't just fail, they were wiped out." This hits Lion King right where it hurts. He jumps up and bellows, "Impossible. They were top-tier elites from the two-man lion pack. There's no way they'd go down that easily." Jiho remains calm and smiles. "Easy now, Lion King. Hong Yu isn't lying. And just to prove it," she crosses her legs. Striking a pose, she adds, "Your men didn't just lose to Yen Wudao. They tried to use me as a hostage. Yen Wudao killed 2 of them, and I finished off the last one." Lion King's face turns livid. He speaks through gritted teeth. "Yen Wudao, I clearly underestimated you." Jiho keeps his cool expression. He stands up and pats Lion King's shoulder. With that signature bright smile, he says, "All right, the conditions for our side deal have been met. Now, let's get down to business. There's no need to hold a grudge against Yen Wudao, because his life belongs to me. You won't get the chance." However, Lion King brushes his hand away without any respect. Jiho's expression darkens, seemingly deaf to any advice. Lion King Xiaoba is still radiating murderous intent. He snarls through his teeth. "The men he killed were like brothers to me. The two-man lion pack mercenaries have never failed a mission. I won't let that record be ruined by him. Besides, this is my final mission before I retire. I'm going to finish it perfectly." Afterward, the two finalize their deal. The explosives and detonators have been thoroughly checked. Jiho says, "I've already transferred the 100 billion. Go ahead and check it." Lion King clasps his hands in respect. "No need. I trust you." The two stand up to take their leave. Lion King, "Until we meet again. Safe travels, Jiho." Suddenly, a panicked shout echoes from a distance as Lian Yu rushes toward them. "Lion King, we have a problem. Special Agent Lu Man is here." The news puts Lion King's subordinate, Boom, on high alert. Doubting their partner's loyalty, he aims his gun at Jiho and shouts, Don't move. Being doubted makes Jiho incredibly irritated, but he doesn't make any sudden moves. He just turns his head and frowns. His tone remains level. What's the meaning of this? You're doubting me? Lion King's face darkens. He immediately barks, back down. Then, he explains to his comrade, I trust Jiho. Besides, when it comes to business like this, no one would be foolish enough to pull a stunt like that. Hearing this, Jiho naturally agrees with a smile and claps. As expected of the Lion King, you're as sharp as ever. Even Hong Yu bowed her head in gratitude. Over here, Tianwu remained skeptical. Something didn't feel right. Our movements were supposed to be strictly confidential. How on earth were we spotted? Jiho had already figured out the reason. He didn't even try to hide his smugness. Didn't you guys notice? That bird has been perched there for a long time. He didn't waste another word. Casually channeling his internal energy, he launched a direct strike at the bird. He spoke with a chilling tone. If I'm not mistaken, the problem lies with that thing. The bird didn't even have time to react. It was instantly engulfed by a surge of power. It let out a single, wretched screech before slamming hard into the ground. It went stiff immediately. It looked like it had been completely frozen solid. Tianwu was the first to rush over and pick up the black bird to inspect it. She realized it too. The bird really was the problem. Standing behind them, Sherwong stood with his arms crossed. He frowned and commented, It seems our opponent isn't someone to be trifled with. He turned his head. His face was as tense as a bowstring. He barked an order. Cubum, go give Lu Man a little gift. As if he had been waiting for those exact words. The disheveled young man replied with a firm nod. Deep in the background, in a forest shrouded by dense, heavy foliage, the Chicheng squad lay in hiding, scouting the situation, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Lu Man was armed to the teeth. With a grim expression, she issued her orders. Flanks, approach the target from the left and right. Wait for my signal. We strike as one. Suddenly, a voice echoed down from a high branch. Rocks tumbled. It startled everyone. They hurriedly looked up, almost by reflex. Every member of the squad aimed their loaded weapons toward the source of the sound. Lu Man shouted, Who's there? The person perched on the branch replied nonchalantly, It's me, In Wudao. What are you doing here? Lu Man asked in shock. Looking at the cool figure perched in the tree, it was our protagonist, with agile movements. He leaped lightly down from the branch. He explained his presence. I'm here to help you. These people are highly trained. They're battle-hardened elites. I was afraid you'd be outmatched. Lu Man was clearly unhappy with his sudden appearance. Don't go doing something stupid. This isn't a place for someone like you. We are professional soldiers. We don't need your interference. Hearing that, In Wudao flashed a look of disdain. His tone was mocking. Oh, you're professionals? Then how did you not notice? While you were approaching the target camp, that crow's position changed. Right then, Lu Man checked her equipment. She realized In Wudao was absolutely right. For a moment, she stammered. It looks like you're right. In Wudao didn't hold back. His words hit her like a bucket of cold water. It looks like, is it the extent of your professionalism? At this point, Lu Man's previous arrogance vanished. Knowing their team's movements had been exposed, her expression became awkward. She looked around and said, Are you saying the enemy already knows we're tailing them? In Wudao replied curtly. What else? A small scouting drone was deployed, carefully scanning the surrounding environment. Everyone was currently crouching behind the bushes, holding their breath, waiting. Lu Man turned to In Wudao and said, Regardless of whether your analysis is correct or not, it's better to be safe. Suddenly, she spotted something. She trembled with fear, her eyes wide with terror. Her face was filled with utter shock. She cried out, My God! On the screen, transmitted by the drone, numerous massive detonators were clearly visible, rigged to the surrounding trees. Every member of the squad grew incredibly tense. She spoke into the dim forest. We couldn't even see them from a distance. But if we get any closer, we're all dead. At this moment, she turned to In Wudao and offered a brief word of thanks. He remained expressionless as he looked at her. Finally, he just lowered his head. The opponents you're facing this time are incredibly formidable. Do not underestimate them. Just then, Lu Man's next move caught everyone completely off guard. She grabbed In Wudao by the shoulders. Or more accurately, she shoved him behind a nearby tree. I've got this, she said. You hide here. And don't you dare move. His expression said it all. Is this woman insane? I was the one who spotted them in the first place. Then he spoke up. Give me a gun. I'm fighting with you. But she didn't have a shred of faith in this pampered rich boy's abilities. This isn't a game. For an ordinary person like you to step onto a battlefield, you wouldn't last 2 minutes. I absolutely will not allow you to participate. With that, she ordered him to stay put, standing there like a silent statue. He could only watch as she turned back to command her squad. Seeing this, her teammates walked over to comfort him. Mr. Ian, even though you just saved 2 of our own, we really can't let you join the fight. The captain is only doing what's best for you. Just wait here for us to return in victory, all right? Scanning the area with thermal imaging, they quickly picked up a target at the 11 o'clock position. Distance, 500 meters. They're heading straight for us. Everyone battle stations. Spread out into combat formation. Prepare to engage. Immediately after, the soldiers, armed to the teeth, rushed forward to intercept the enemy. But they hadn't gone far, when suddenly, from the puddles and shadows ahead, a group of masked men emerged. They opened fire on the Chichung's squad instantly, giving them no time to react. Caught off guard and reeling, the soldiers could only scream, "What the ambush!" One soldier managed to dive behind a nearby rock, narrowly escaping a hail of bullets. He shouted into his radio in a panic, "Captain, the mercenaries were hiding underwater. They bypassed our cameras. We're being ambushed. We're being ambushed." Back at the command post, Luman's heart sank in horror. What? An ambush? Cold sweat poured down her face. She turned around only to see a drone closing in on her position. She bit her lip hard, fuming inwardly. They've been tracking us. A precise shot rang out, instantly bringing the drone down. Everyone charged forward under Luman's command. Follow me. Provide cover. They hadn't run far before a dozen smoke bombs came flying toward them. The support team was hit by a sudden disaster. Those bombs were rigged with sophisticated timers, set to detonate the moment they hit their mark. The team barely had time to cry out before the bombs went off in every direction, followed by a series of earth-shattering explosions. In the distance, Lion King, Tianyu, and Bomb King watched the battle unfold with casual indifference, cold smirks playing on their lips. Lion King crossed his arms, sneering arrogantly. Is this all the great special agent Luman is capable of? I really did overestimate you people. After the barrage of explosions, the chaos began to settle. The mercenary squad showed no mercy as they moved in for the kill. When you weed a garden, you have to pull them out by the roots. The commander shouted out an order. Check everything. Leave no one alive. The rest of the men shouted in agreement. Luman had managed to survive the blast by the skin of her teeth. After finding cover, she risked everything to charge back to the front lines. She raised her gun and aimed directly at the mercenaries, firing rapidly. Her bullets found their marks with deadly precision, taking out one life after another. She swung her muzzle toward Tianyu. Of course, Tianyu wasn't about to let herself be a sitting duck. While Luman was busy dealing with the other grunts, she lunged forward, closing the distance in a flash. She delivered a sharp kick to Luman's wrist, catching her completely off guard. The weapon went flying. Immediately, Tianyu leaped into the air with all her might, aiming a lethal strike down at Luman. He let out a ferocious roar. Luman was completely pinned down. She couldn't move an inch. But right then, a sharp gunshot tore through the air. The bullet slammed into Tianyu's thigh. It knocked her off balance. Luman's life was spared. Tianyu let out a furious scream. Who did that? From a high vantage point in the distance, a violent whirlwind carrying hundreds of flying daggers swept toward Tianyu and Gongbang. He gasped in terror. Good God! At that moment, Shi Wang quickly made his entrance. He held 2 loaded guns in his hands, calmly steadying the team. He took control of the situation. With the legendary precision of an expert marksman, he picked off every single incoming flying dagger. Then, he shouted out in anger. What's the point of scurrying around like a rat? If you've got the guts, come out and face me. In Wudao showed no fear. He stepped forward with a leisurely pace. You certainly live up to the name of Mercenary King. Your marksmanship isn't half bad. He even thought to himself with a smug grin. There's no way he's getting away. Shi Wang stared at him, his mind filled with suspicion. It was Jiang Renjia. His hand gripped his long sword tight. In Wudao settled into a combat stance. He gave a faint smile in response. Jiang Renjia was just a fake name I used. My real name is In Wudao. Those words hit them like a bolt from the blue. Shi Wang and his entire crew cried out in shock. In Wudao. Without a moment's hesitation, In Wudao launched a direct assault. I'm the very In Wudao you've all been hunting. Then, he put every ounce of his strength into hurling a spear at Shi Wang. Shi Wang fired back frantically. He tried to shoot the spear out of the air, or at the very least, knock it off its path. But all his efforts were in vain. In Wudao's throwing technique was too formidable. The weapon shredded every bullet fired at it. The tip didn't deviate even a fraction of an inch. It flew straight for Shi Wang's face. Luckily, his reflexes were lightning fast. Years of training allowed him to drop his guns just in time. He barely dodged the blade aimed right between his eyes. His face now showed genuine respect for his opponent. Even bullets couldn't stop it. Truly impressive. Then, he quickly drew 2 more guns from the back of his waistband. It's been a while since I had to use my ultimate move. In Wudao didn't give him a second to breathe. He immediately launched a second wave of his fierce attack. The blade that had flown past suddenly banked and changed direction. It lunged straight for Shi Wang once more. He managed to pivot into a defensive stance just in time. It was like a repeat of the first act. He desperately tried to deflect the knife with his bullets. But this time, there was a clear difference. Every one of his shots hit the tip of the blade with pinpoint accuracy. Bullet after bullet slammed into the edge. This time, after 4 consecutive head-on collisions, the flying dagger's trajectory finally shifted. In Wudao grit his teeth, sounding annoyed. To think you actually broke my blood sting. I suppose I'll have to show you what I'm really capable of. What followed was a brutal, bloody battle. In unleashed dozens of attacks in rapid succession. He rained flying daggers down on Shi Wang. The assault was like a raging storm, forcing him to retreat step by step. The pressure was suffocating. Shi Wang could do nothing but back away. He dodged lethal strikes, using every bullet he had to deflect the daggers. But then, both Shi Wang and In Wudao took a hit from the other. Fresh blood began to pour from both of their shoulders. In Wudao decided to unleash his finishing move. He channeled every bit of his energy. Rank 36 Blood Lotus Flying Daggers. Lotus Fall. The name alone was enough to make one's skin crawl. Dozens of glowing red daggers descended from the sky. They plummeted toward the top of Shi Wang's head. Of course, Shi Wang wasn't about to just sit there and die. He nimbly reloaded his weapons. Why don't you get a taste of my ultimate technique too? Blooming bullets, he roared. He fired wildly at In Wudao's incoming attack. But things didn't go as he planned. The path of those daggers seemed guided by some demonic force. They constantly shifted and curved through the air. It was impossible for the bullets to shoot them down. This is bad. This dagger technique is too sinister. There's no way to block this. No sooner had he finished the thought. A flying dagger buried itself deep into Shi Wang's chest. He coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. The sheer impact of the blade sent Shi Wang flying back dozens of meters. But his body was incredibly resilient. He somehow managed to force himself to stand. By now, In Wudao was starting to show signs of total exhaustion. He frowned, gritting his teeth. When all is said and done, he really is a favored son of heaven. After exhausting every possible technique, it has still ended in a mutual defeat. I have to find a way to hide this injury. On the other side, Lion King was also in a wretched state. He muttered, "There's always a higher mountain, and there's always someone better." Seeming to accept his fate, he spoke again. "My skills are just inferior. I have no one to blame but myself. Go ahead. Finish me." Yin Wudao was in no hurry to strike. In this world, very few people can withstand this many of my palm strikes. You're already incredibly strong. He acted with an air of magnanimity. You spared my life once before. So now, I'm sparing yours. Consider us even. These words left both Lion King and Tianyu in shock. Our protagonist certainly has a way of acting unpredictably. Someone else was also completely horrified. It was Lu Man. She screamed out, "No way. They have the gold bomb. That thing is powerful enough to level an entire city. We absolutely cannot let such a massive threat escape into the water." Yin Wudao replied indifferently. "I'm the one who beat them. What I do with them is my business. If you want to make an arrest, then do it yourself." He spoke with cold, hard logic. Lu Man's face darkened instantly. She snapped back. I don't need you to tell me that. I will never let them escape with the gold bomb. Hearing this, he warned her. You can't take on all three of them. You'll die. But she stubbornly replied, I know. But fighting to protect my country and its people is my creed. Even if I die, it will be my honor. With that, she charged at the three of them again, shouting, None of you are getting away. Kubomroredi na blindraje. You damn bitch. D. He casually hurled a bomb straight at her head. Once again, she couldn't react in time. Just as the bomb was about to hit her, Yen Wudao lunged forward. He delivered a kick that sent it flying. The bomb shot into the distance, exploding with a deafening boom. The shockwave left both of them reeling. The stubborn Lu Man still didn't seem to fear death. She looked back at our protagonist with gratitude. I knew you would step in. He didn't miss a beat to tease her. You've gone and dragged me into your mess. Then, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, he said, Lion King, leave the gold bomb. My word still stands. Lion King replied honestly, I truly admire the both of you. But the gold bomb is no longer with me. Lu Man was stunned. It's gone? Then where is it now? Jiho suddenly appeared and said, It's right here with me. He smiled brightly. Yen Wudao, we finally meet. But our protagonist completely ignored the handsome guy. His eyes were only on the beauty following behind. Miss Hongyu, we meet again. Hongyu replied shyly, Young Master Yin, our meeting today was intentional. It wasn't just a coincidence. Please forgive me. Hearing this, he smiled cheerfully. It's fine. He continued with the flattery. Getting to know you, Miss Hongyu, is a blessing from 3 lifetimes. His words made her beam with joy. You're teasing me again, young Master Yin. The two of them continued their intimate banter, leaving Ji-ho completely out of the picture. His face twisted with frustration, but he wasn't about to be sidelined. He forced his way into the conversation. He chuckled mockingly. Hey, Hongyu, you must be feeling so lonely. Should I just reward Yen Wudao with you? But she wasn't stupid enough to get involved in their mess. She shut him down immediately. Don't drag me into your man business. Meanwhile, Yen Wudao wondered if he had intentionally provoked him. But the man kept his usual smile. The type who never lets their true feelings show on their face is always the most dangerous. The one government official left out of the loop was Lu Man. She watched as these people chatted so casually. Lu Man wasn't about to let this go. She lunged straight at Ji-ho. You're dealing in weapons of mass destruction. You're under arrest. Ji-ho maintained his nonchalant attitude. He replied casually, Hey now, gorgeous. You have to understand something. It's not like I used what I bought last time for anything bad. I just needed it to deal with a real piece of work. She took a step toward him. She angrily grabbed his arm. I don't care what you were planning to do with them. The fact is, you broke the law. And now, I'm taking you in. He played along, pretending to be in pain and crying out, Ow, ow. Help! Police brutality. Right then, the maid in green, standing beside him, suddenly struck. A single blow sent Lu Man flying. She barked, back off. Ji-ho stood to the side. With a smug grin, he gave the order. Teach her some manners. At that exact moment, Shi Wang's faction tried to make a break for it. Tian Wu quickly whispered a reminder. Brother Shi Wang, Ji-ho can handle this mess on his own. Let's get out of here. Shi Wang immediately agreed. Lu Man was struggling to recover. Seeing them trying to sneak away, she shouted at the top of her lungs to stop them. You're not going anywhere. She rushed over. Blocking the path of the 3 men, she screamed. You were trading gold bombs. Every single one of you is a criminal. No one is leaving. In reality, she didn't actually have a plan for how to stop them. Did she expect to just talk them into surrendering? Shi Wang was starting to lose his patience. He said, I admire your guts, lady, but you really ought to know your place. Tian Wu chimed in. You think you can take down a group of world-class experts all by yourself? What? Are you trying to become some kind of legend? The girl in green laughed contemptuously, mocking Lu Man's recklessness. Hongyu sighed. I guess even the greatest heroes have a weakness for a pretty face. Yin Wudao finally spoke up. Who said she was by herself? He stepped forward, standing firmly in front of Lu Man. At that moment, his subordinates appeared out of nowhere, shouting, Lin Feng is here. Feng too followed right behind. And don't forget about me. The martial arts masters under Yin Wudao's command appeared one after another. Master Fu Huwei and Cheng Shuzhen were there. Even Miao Ji showed up. One young lady declared in a loud, clear voice, You come to Jiang City. Not only did you fail to pay your respects to the host, But you also have the nerve to shout at my boss? Do you have a death wish? Lu Man turned to look at In Wudao. Deeply moved, she whispered a thank you. In Wudao replied bluntly, don't make a big deal out of it. His response left her momentarily speechless. By now, Shi Wang was heavily injured. Looking at the crowd, he couldn't help but feel a bit wary. They're all top-tier masters. He began calculating whether he should use a desperate strategy to even the odds. Jiho didn't seem bothered at all. He just scratched his head and said simply, it's fine. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of dead seriousness. I'll handle this myself. In Wudao sighed, took the initiative and attacked. Chengshu Junren and Master Fu Hui led the charge. Master Fu Hui roared, why waste our breath on these guys? Let's just end them. Chengshu Junren agreed, precisely. Let's send them to their graves. Tian Wu and Gong Bang weren't about to back down either. So these are the eccentric talents of Huaxia? Perfect. Let's see what you're really made of. Lin Feng, driven by his sense of justice, tossed 2 guns to Shi Wang and said, you're hurt. Do you want me to fight you with one hand tied behind my back? Shi Wang ground his teeth. His face was twisted with contempt. This is just a scratch. Feels like a damn mosquito bite. The 2 sides clashed in a violent frenzy. On the other side, Jiho squared off against In Wudao. Young Master In, care for a lesson? In Wudao replied, fine by me. I've been wanting to see what you're capable of anyway. Suddenly, Feng Tu came flying in from his side. He cut in front of In Wudao. He launched an attack at Jiho, shouting, Wudao, I got this guy. He immediately drew his twin blades. New grudges and old scores. Let's settle them all right now. In Wudao turned his gaze toward Hongyu. He stepped in front of her to shield her and spoke. Why did they leave a beauty like this just for me? What am I supposed to do now? But before he could tease her any further, Hongyu spun around and launched a kick straight at his head, shouting in a rage. Don't you dare look down on women. A barrage of fierce attacks followed. In could only use his arms to block the onslaught, even though her strikes barely fazed him and didn't even mess up a single strand of his hair. He instinctively kicked back, grumbling in annoyance. I'm not looking down on women. I just can't bring myself to hit a pretty face. It's my one weakness. Hearing this, Hongyu took advantage of his hesitation and pressed her attack, closing the distance. A sly smirk played on her lips. Then you're in real trouble. With that, she grabbed him by the shoulders, pulling herself close. Before he could even react, he had no idea what she was up to. Then, she vaulted up and sat right on his shoulders, locking her legs tightly around his neck. The position was as suggestive as it was lethal. In every sense of the word, In Wudao broke into a cold sweat and shouted, what kind of technique is this? She's like chewing gum. I can't peel her off. She held on tight, remaining calm as she spoke. Twin dragons coiling the pillar. To crush the life out of him, she put her full weight into the hold, using her curves to pin him down. His face began to turn pale. His eyes bulged out. It looked like he was about to meet his ancestors. Fortunately, a savior appeared just in time. Lumen charged at Hongyu with a sharp blade in hand, screaming, get off him, before the blade could reach its target. A whip lashed out and coiled around her wrist. It jerked violently, slamming her into the ground. She landed in a heap, looking battered. In Wudao could only watch from the side, shouting her name. Lumen. But a moment later, she managed to break free from Chingy's whip. She sprang back to her feet and spoke coldly. Don't worry about me. Deal with your own mess first. I can handle this myself. She and Chingy immediately lunged at each other. She roared, I'll take you down with me if I have to. In Wudao was caught in a tight spot. Rage flared within him. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He grabbed Hongyu's legs with a vice-like grip. Then, he channeled his strength and swung his arms. He sent her flying, leaving her sprawled on the ground. Even though her hold had been tight, he still managed to break free. She didn't back down for a second. She spun around and launched a lethal strike at his back, trying to rip into his flesh. Let's see how much strength you have left after this. Unfortunately for her, her plan failed. He activated his inner energy, the immovable Wisdom King technique. A powerful shockwave of chi blasted her backward. In Wudao clenched his fists and spoke through gritted teeth. Shangwan Jiala told me you were all top-tier masters on the heaven rank. I didn't believe it at first, but it looks like I can't hold back anymore. With those words, he unleashed a direct, rising dragon punch, knocking Hongyu out cold. On the other side, Lumen was struggling in a desperate fight against Chingy. The whip lashed out in a blur, showing absolutely no mercy. Chingy let out a mocking laugh. If my whip technique is second, no one in the world would dare claim to be first. Someone like you actually thinks they're my match? Just then, Wu Dao took advantage of her big mouth. He lunged forward and grabbed the whip. He asked Lumen with concern, "Are you okay?" But she snapped back, "Who asked for your help? I got this." Her clothes were in tatters, yet she still refused to back down. Wu Dao couldn't help but sigh. "Good grief. You call this having it under control?" She insisted. "I said I'm fine." Suddenly, there was a sound from behind. Chingy's whip lashed out toward Wu Dao's neck. Lumen barely managed to scream, "Look out!" The enemy quickly snagged Wu Dao and dragged him away. He cursed at the top of his lungs. This damn wicked woman. In the blink of an eye, she used her whip to hoist him upside down from a high branch, tightening the coil, leaving his legs dangling in the air. The noose tightens. If you aren't ruthless, how can you expect to kill anyone? She triumphantly aims her gun at the figure hanging from the tree. "Let's end it like this. No matter how much skill you have, aren't you just at the mercy of my blade now? I've hit the jackpot this time." Jiho will definitely be pleased. But as she takes a closer look, she suddenly screams in terror. What is the meaning of this? Why is it you? Hongyu is being strangled, her body thrashing wildly. She struggles to force out a warning. "Watch out!" Right at that moment, a massive hand reaches out from behind Qing. It clamps down firmly on her wrist. With a single strike, she is sent crashing to the ground. Wu Dao speaks with cold indifference. "Your illusion technique is actually quite impressive. It's just a pity that your opponent is me." He thinks to himself, the Qiankuan shift from the Taoist canon is indeed useful. It's the perfect tool to deceive the enemy at a critical moment. The rest of the group is also locked in a fierce battle. Fu Hu bellows at the top of his lungs. "You old Taoist. Now's the time." Taoist Chung Su immediately unleashes his ultimate move from midair. Heart-shattering thunder. After a world-shaking roar of thunder, Shi Wang's men are left scattered across the ground in heaps. The sight causes Shi Wang to lose his focus in the heat of battle. He frantically shouts their names. Tian Wu, Bang. Lin Feng gives Shi Wang no room to breathe, showering him with a continuous hail of fire. "You'd better worry about yourself first." The brutal skirmish finally draws to a close. The enemy forces have been completely routed. Wu Dao grabs Qing by the neck and says, "It looks like everything is settled here." However, on the other side, Feng Tu is still locked in a desperate struggle. A massive explosion erupts. His silhouette is sent flying through the air. He can't even hold onto his sword anymore. He coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood as he collapses to the ground. The blood continues to flow without stopping. Wu Dao calls out his name in concern. Fortunately, he is still clinging to life, but he speaks with a dejected tone. "I'm sorry. I lost." Jiho slowly emerges from the thick smoke. He speaks with supreme arrogance. "Wu Dao, you're no match for me. How about you return my person to me, and we'll just call it even? We can act as if we never crossed paths today. What do you say?" A smirk plays on his lips. Not a chance. Wu Dao fires back in a rage. Lin Feng, Fu Hu. Chung Su charges forward once again. "Everyone move in together. We'll take him in shifts and wear him down." Jiho's expression instantly darkens as he speaks coldly. "You don't know your own limits." In the next heartbeat, he casually waves his hand. A powerful surge of energy instantly knocks all three of them back. Jiho's face is dead serious. "Wu Dao, I've been more than patient with you, yet you continue to challenge my limits time and time again. You really don't know what's good for you." With those words, he gathers his strength to create a massive shockwave, openly threatening everyone present. Wu Dao responds by shoving Qing back toward Jiho, his voice dripping with disdain. "I don't like using women as bargaining chips." He stomps his foot, falling into a stance. A long-handled halberd engraved with dragon patterns appears before him. Gripping the halberd tightly, he roars, "You've been testing my limits as well. Let's put an end to this once and for all today." Everyone is stunned beyond belief. Feng Tu can't help but admire him. What incredible dominance. On the other side, Jiho doesn't back down an inch. He unleashes his full aura, drawing his own weapon, which is also a heavy spear. He speaks with an imposing air. Aside from Feng too, you are the second person brave enough to challenge me head-on. Very well. If you can withstand just 3 moves from me, I'll leave the gold behind. Just then, the system notification rings out. New prodigy detected. Prodigy, Jiho. Serial number. Rank, Ultimate Young Master. Identity, Eldest Young Master of the G family. Mission, withstand 3 moves. Reward, 12 prodigy points. Due to the opponent's overwhelming power, the system cannot unlock the full mission details. Therefore, rewards will be distributed in stages. Yin Wudao is slightly taken aback by the news. I didn't expect the staged rewards to be this generous. This just shows how terrifying this guy really is. Jiho wastes no more time and strikes first. He lunges forward, charging straight at Yin Wudao with a thunderous roar. My blade technique is a gift from the heavens. There's no way you can block this. With those words, he poured every ounce of his strength into the strike. He swung the halberd in his hand, bringing it crashing down toward Yin Wudao's head with overwhelming power. After a thunderous explosion, Jiho stood to the side, wearing a smug grin. He spoke to Qing, Yi, and Hongyu. Any guesses, you two? What do you think is left of him? Qing, Yi curled her lip in a sneer. He's probably nothing more than a pile of minced meat by now. But Hongyu added, who knows, he might have missed. His cultivation is quite profound. Jiho immediately dismissed her. It doesn't matter how high his cultivation is. There's no way he could dodge a point-blank attack like that. But Hongyu stood her ground. He won't die that easily. Listening to their conversation, Qing Yi grew impatient. She turned to Hongyu with a frown. Do you actually have feelings for him? You'd better remember your place. Not wanting to be intimidated, Hongyu retorted. Stop trying to drive a wedge between us. My loyalty to the young master is absolute. As the dust settled, Yin Wudao finally emerged. He was still standing. His entire body was trembling. His expression was dark and grim. Someone shouted, he's actually still alive. He looked as if he'd aged 10 years in a single moment. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth from the previous blow, yet he forced himself to ask, is that all you've got? That's it. Jiho's blood boiled with rage. Without showing any mercy, he attacked again. Surprised you're still breathing, but it doesn't matter. I'll just give you one more strike. Your fate is sealed. Meanwhile, having taken Jiho's first strike, Yin Wudao finally realized the true power of a chosen. He moved instantly. He threw his own spear aside. Jiho's power was far beyond anything he had imagined. If I don't get rid of this weapon, there's no way I can survive 3 moves. Everyone was stunned by Yin Wudao's actions. Hongyu rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Throwing his weapon away? Is he just giving up? Qing Yi, however, was delighted. The young master's aura must have scared him so much he couldn't even hold onto his weapon. Seeing the storm of attacks closing in on Yin Wudao, Cheng Su couldn't help but scream, Master. Jiho's spear lunged straight at Yin Wudao. He put everything he had into resisting the spear's force. His face twisted in pain. Jiho continued, I might have missed slightly, but you still won't be able to handle this raw power. Yin Wudao was forced back a step. He shifted his weight to brace himself. Jiho poured all his strength into it, sending a terrifying surge of energy through the spear as it sank into Yin Wudao's body. Yin Wudao unleashed his full internal energy. He let out a thunderous roar. Veins bulged across his face. What he did next shocked everyone. He allowed the spear to run him through. Even Jiho was caught off guard by the sight. He couldn't help but yell, You're crazy. Then, Yin Wudao grabbed the spear with a death grip. He successfully wrested the weapon from Jiho. Without a moment's pause, he launched a counterattack, lunging straight for Jiho's face. He growled back, One must be mad to reach divinity. Still in shock, Jiho could only mutter, Seeking life through death. You are a true man. It seemed like the blow would critically wound Jiho, but when the weapon in Yin Wudao's hand struck him, there was only the sound of clashing metal. He didn't have a scratch on him. A smug grin returned to Jiho's face. You're so naive. My black gold pistol armor is a legendary treasure. Not even a divine weapon can pierce it. You're still way too green. What seemed like a perfect gambit turned out to be a fatal mistake for Yin Wudao. Because he had pushed himself too far, he began to bleed out rapidly. Jiho took the chance to unleash his third move. He violently yanked the spear out of his body. At that moment, Yin Wudao was completely drained. He could only think to himself with bitter regret. Talk about things taking an unexpected turn. His teammates watched the life-and-death struggle, paralyzed with fear. They could only scream, "No, Wu Dao." Jiho didn't hesitate for a second. He poured every ounce of his remaining strength into one final swing of his spear, unleashing his third technique, fate-crushing strike. But just as the spear was about to find its mark, something massive suddenly slammed into him from behind. It gored him right in the crotch, sending him into a fit of agonizing screams. What the hell is this? What's going on? Wait, is that a wild boar? He barely managed to choke those words out before a red-eyed wild boar scooped him up and carried him off on its back. Just like that, the beast bolted, disappearing into the distance with him in tow. There he was, perched on the back of a boar, desperately flailing and screaming his head off. Put me down this instant. Everyone else stood there, still trying to process what had just happened. All they could do was ask in unison, a wild boar? Even Yen Wudao was left speechless. The sheer absurdity of the sight left him completely dumbfounded. Now, that is a true pampered rich kid. No matter how high his martial arts are, he's clearly never dealt with a wild boar before. As the sound of the stampede faded into the distance, the heavy footsteps of another beast echoed through the air. Miao Ji rode in grandly on the back of a massive tiger and shouted, "Boss, I timed that perfectly, didn't I?" At that moment, Lu Man and Feng Tu were still frozen in shock, looking like they were watching some surreal movie. They both cried out in disbelief. Meanwhile, Yen Wudao's entire body was trembling. Battered and bruised, he managed to wheeze out, "I almost forgot. You're a beast tamer." He let out a quiet sigh of relief. He thanked his lucky stars that there was a king boar being raised in these hunting grounds. If not for that, I would have been a dead man. You have to admit, our protagonist's luck is even more formidable than his skills. Just then, the roar of a helicopter thundered from the sky. A voice boomed over the loudspeaker. "Attention, everyone below. You are completely surrounded. Drop your weapons immediately. Assemble in the clearing at once." Seeing the tables turn, Lu Man rushed to Yen Wudao's side, overcome with joy. "Reinforcements are here, Wudao. We did it. We actually made it." But he couldn't find the strength to utter a single word in response. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed onto the ground. Everyone rushed over in a panic, calling out his name. But there was no answer. He had slipped into a deep coma. Some time later, he finally opened his eyes. He found himself in a wheelchair, hooked up to an for blood and fluids. His young wife, Su Qingya, was looking after him with tender care, though she couldn't help but nag him. "If I had been even 10 minutes later, you would have died from the blood loss." As she spoke, her voice caught in her throat. "Why don't you take better care of yourself? Even if you won't do it for yourself, you should at least think about me." Seeing her so distraught, he gently tried to soothe her. "As I was falling, the first person I thought of was Grandma, and the second was you. How could I not be thinking of you? It's just that as a man, there are things I simply have to do. Sometimes, fate just doesn't give you a choice." Right then, a group of people approached from a distance. It was the young master of the Ji family and his two maids. They were being escorted by a squad of fully armed soldiers. Wudao looked on, puzzled. Those don't look like Lu Man's special ops guys. And they aren't Grandpa's people either. Just then, his first wife appeared and chimed in. "They're with the two young ladies of the Ji family. I'm the one who invited them." "You invited them?" he asked. She gave a nonchalant nod. Hum. In the Ji family, the only ones who can keep Jiho in check are his two older sisters. And today, the only one who could make it to North Mountain was his third sister. She continued, "You fought for me today. I couldn't just stand by and watch you die." Wudao clicked his tongue. "So even if he uses his imperial token, he won't be punished?" "Exactly," she explained. "That is the extent of the Ji family's influence. His status in Huaxia is comparable to yours back in Jiangxing. They both practically own the place." Hearing this, Wudao felt a pang of frustration. "Compared to Jiho, I'm still miles behind. I guess it's true what they say. There's always a bigger fish. There's always someone stronger out there. I'll have to train even harder from now on if I want to protect the people I love." As Jiho was being hauled into the car, he suddenly screamed, "Yen Wudao." He looked back with a provocative glare. "You still owe me that third move. I'll be coming for you soon enough." But before he could enjoy his gloating, his third sister reached out and yanked him into the car by the arm. "Stop talking nonsense. Move it." He could only whimper, "Third sister, Please take it easy. You're killing me. All the prestige of a young master vanished into thin air. No one survives his sister's tough love. He watches the Ji family convoy drive off into the distance. Yen Wudao's heart is a tangled mess of emotions. After such a massive commotion, even my grandfather didn't show his face. Who exactly are these two young ladies of the Ji family? Just then, the clanking of iron chains rings out. A heavy clattering echoes through the air. Another squad arrives, escorting a group of prisoners. It's Shi Wang and his gang. They are bound hand and foot in shackles. Seeing this, Yen Wudao lets out a mocking sneer. Talk about a world of difference. Right then, the system counters wrong. While there's a gap, Xiaoba's path as a genius is fundamentally different from Jiho's. The threat he poses to you is anything but small. Yen Wudao mutters to himself. He's already been captured. What threat could he possibly be to me now? Standing behind him, Jia Luo's sixth sense tingles. She feels a sudden, irritating itch in her chest. She senses a loathsome presence. Yen Wudao notices Shi Wang's dark glare. History is written by the victors. You lost. Why glare at me? Right now, Shi Wang's eyes bulge with fury. He suddenly roars. You're the murderer. You're the one who blew up my brothers. Yen Wudao is momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he replies, I see. Jiho used a divide-and-conquer scheme before leaving. How treacherous. But Shi Wang isn't listening to a word. Blinded by rage, he tries to lunge forward. It was you. You killed him just so you could have Bai Yunxi for yourself. She was already mine. Why did you have to take her too? Yen Wudao remains as calm as ever. And so what if I did? Seeing that explanation is pointless. He grits his teeth and snaps, fine. Even if I was the one who killed him, what of it? Even if Jiho hadn't done it, I would have killed him myself. And my methods would have been far more ruthless. He wiped out the entire Bai family with explosives. He deserved to die. Shi Wang is driven mad with rage. Even as he's hauled onto the prison transport, he screams at the top of his lungs. I will avenge him. You just wait. Just you wait. If you've got the guts, let's see this through to the end. You idiot. Losing their patience, the two officers bark at him to shut up. The dodgy system speaks again. Do you feel the threat now? Jiho's retreat might have suppressed Xiaoba for now, but the threat he poses is still lethal enough to kill you. Yen Wudao watches Shi Wang being led away. I get it. Daji continues her lecture. Drop those petty thoughts of yours. Did you think that by refusing to advance to the rank of Duke, my tasks would get easier? That's a massive mistake. Yen Wudao breaks into a cold sweat. Asterisk crap. I am busted Kropka. She found me out. Everything involving the Chosen is beyond your control. It is governed by the heavenly Tao. Daji asserts firmly. At this point, he still doesn't quite understand. He can only scratch his head. Outside, as Jia Luo pushes his wheelchair, she whispers, Wudao, I have to return to Dragon City. As for the grudge between us, I've decided to set it aside for now. I need some time alone to find my peace. Yen Wudao replies instantly. That's wonderful news. But her next words take a sharp turn. She radiates a chilling, murderous intent. I might still come back to kill you later. He is startled by her sudden intensity. He can only sigh inwardly. It's like I'm purposely inviting trouble into my life. The veins on her face begin to bulge. She glares at him, grinding her teeth. The more she thinks, the angrier she gets. It's absolutely infuriating. When I look back at those years, how could you treat me like that? Just for that vixen. You were heartless enough to kill your own wife and child. Her words leave him in a state of sheer panic. Cold sweat pours down his face. He quickly turns to comfort her. Big sis, please just calm down. That all happened many lifetimes ago. But she doesn't offer a single word in response. She just stands there, frozen, silent and motionless. Both he and Su Qingya are left completely bewildered. Just then, on the stairs, she gave his wheelchair a violent shove, sending him tumbling straight down the stairs. Su Qingya could only scream out in horror at her heartless act. As for him, he could only look up at the sky and heave a long, weary sigh. Who told him to live such a charmed life? Karma certainly comes back fast. Jia Luo immediately whirled around and grabbed Su Qingya's hand just as she was about to rush to Yen Wudao's rescue. The woman spoke coldly. Miss Su, you're that same vixen from back then, aren't you? Startled, she stammered back. What? She lunged forward and grabbed Su Qingyao by the throat. The woman looked as if the blood had rushed straight to her head in a blind rage. She spat out a curse. You bitch! Back then, you brought ruin to the country and its people. You slaughtered the loyal and the righteous. I'm going to kill you. I'll have my revenge for everyone you destroyed. I want you dead. By now, Su Qingyao couldn't breathe. Her eyes began to roll back. She could only gasp out broken, choked sounds. Suddenly, the system, Daji, materialized and barked a command. Enough! Jia Luo flinched in surprise. She turned her head to glare at the woman. Only then did she release her iron grip on Su Qingyao's neck. Daji spoke in a low, heavy tone. Her expression was filled with a deep melancholy. It wasn't her. It was me. The veins on Jia Luo's face were still twitching with fury. I was talking about you. You've obviously been by his side this entire time. Without another word, she struck out with lethal intent. You damn fox spirit. I'll kill you. But she couldn't lay a finger on Daji. After the strike, only a lingering wisp of smoke remained. From within the void, Daji's voice echoed out. For thousands of years, I've been unable to reincarnate. I've been forced to exist as nothing more than a lonely soul. I have already received the punishment I deserve. What more do you want from me? The source of all this chaos. The man who had been tripped up and had his wheelchair shoved down a flight of stairs finally spoke up weakly, trying to mediate. Let's just talk this out. Please stop fighting. It took him forever just to crawl back up to them. He looked around in confusion. Huh? Where did everyone go? Daji replied nonchalantly. She's gone. She said she'll be watching us. If she catches us bringing any more ruin to the world, she'll come back to finish us off for good. Hearing that, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. She's finally gone. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Su Qingyao was still coughing her lungs out. But nobody seemed to care. Yin Wudao continued. By the way, if she heads back to Dragon City, won't she be in a lot of danger? As long as Jiho isn't dealt with, I won't have a single day of peace. Daji tried to reassure him. She told him not to worry about her. The Shangwan family is quite powerful in their own right. Besides, she's lived through 9 cycles of reincarnation. She's picked up more than a few tricks along the way. She just needs a little time to focus on her cultivation. He felt a bit more at ease after hearing that. Well, that's a relief. As for Su Qingyao, she was absolutely terrified. She ran to his side, sobbing. Wudao, that woman just now was terrifying. She nearly choked the life out of me. He scratched his head awkwardly. That was actually my fiancée. Su Qingyao froze, stunned by the revelation. But she quickly forced herself to act understanding. Oh, so she's the big sister? Well, that explains everything. He then helped her sit in his wheelchair. Here, sit down for a second. She felt a bit hesitant. But this is your wheelchair. But he replied warmly, I'm all better now. I suspect this guy was actually scared half to death by being pushed down those stairs earlier. Wait, this isn't the way back home. Where are you taking me? She suddenly realized something was off. Yin Wudao followed behind her with a roguish grin. His hands were restless, messing around with her chair. It was hard enough just to get out for a trip. What's the rush? She could only scream at him. You bastard. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Lu Man was at warehouse number 9, escorting the Lion King and his accomplices. Someone was approaching them. Before the figure was even visible, a hearty laugh rang out. Long Out Yin, an elegant, middle-aged man, stepped forward to greet them. I've finally found you. With a sharp clack, the Lion King's handcuffs were snapped apart with ease. 2 men, the Lion King and Long Hao Yin. They share a warm handshake. Good boy. Godfather. Lu Ming's jaw drops in shock. What's going on here? Long Hao Yin turns and laughs at her. Ha! Stunned, aren't you? Allow me to officially introduce you. This mercenary king is one of my 13 protectors. This is Long Wu. Godfather. You've already met number 9. He's currently following Yin Wudao. I'm worried he might pick up some bad habits. The Lion King looks concerned, but his father immediately reassures him. Don't worry. I've already had the 13 protectors keep an eye on Yin Wudao. Then he turns to speak to her. As if nothing happened. 13th sister, don't be so surprised. It's only natural that you didn't know about me. I've been following Godfather for a long time. Then I went abroad. Her mind finally catches up as she wonders to herself. Wait, so that means his rise to power in the mercenary world was Godfather's command? But the only answer she gets is the Lion King's expressionless face and 2 words, top secret. At the Yin family villa, a mansion built right by the sea, Yin Wudao is holding a large bowl of rice. But he isn't eating, he's too busy scolding someone. You 2 internet addicts, hurry up and eat. The dinner table is loud and chaotic, especially Xiao Xiao and Xiaomi. Xiao Xiao says while staring at her tablet, I don't think we need to brighten the image anymore. This woman's legs are already incredibly pale. Xiaomi immediately chimes in. Triangle choke. So long and so fair. It turns out they're rewatching this morning's match. On the screen is the scene of Hong, you putting him in a headlock. Everyone is commenting wildly. Ma Yongyong, Duo Deo, Chi Yao, and even Tanhua Benming all say the same thing. The boss really is a sucker for women. Then comes the scene where the bastard is carried off by a pack of wild boars until he disappears. The chatter picks up again. Mei Yongyong can't help but sigh in amazement. This plot twist is just too dramatic. Tua Ba and Xiao Yao are getting more and more ridiculous. But as someone who doesn't care about worldly affairs, I prefer watching formless. Maybe this is the actual truth. While I've been kept in the dark, have you guys heard about that divorce agency? Recently, many masters from the West have died, and their bodies still haven't been found. Wu Banxian says, that's right. No wind, no waves, yet the boat suddenly capsizes. It's like they've seen a ghost. Xiao Xiao sighs. I think Fairy Gushi mentioned it too. There's a murderous aura in the west of the city. Could there really be something supernatural? Just then, Yin Wudao's face, dark as a scorched pan, suddenly appears between them. What are you 2 watching so intently? It scares them so much their scalps tingle. Xiaomi jumps up immediately and asks anxiously. Our resident fairy seems to have gone to the west side of the city to hunt demons. Don't you want to go help her? He answers calmly. No need. Fairy Gushi's magic is profound and unpredictable. If she's on the job, there won't be any problems. No sooner were the words out. Like they say, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Fairy Gushi appears. Her face is pale and haggard. Her whole body is trembling. She can barely stand. Clinging to the doorframe for support, she gasps, Young Master Yin, you think far too highly of me. Seeing this, Yin Wudao's expression shifts. He shouts in concern, Fairy, what happened to you? But she has no strength left to answer and collapses. Cold sweat drenches her face. He calls out to her frantically, Fairy. Very quickly, the fairy is taken to a room for medical care. Qingya and Master Xingshu stand by, observing her. But the situation doesn't look good. Qingya says, we've tried both Eastern and Western medicine. She's even taken a great restoration pill. But she's still unconscious. I've done all I can. Xingshu strokes his beard thoughtfully as he assesses her. She's been wounded by an incredibly dense, malevolent energy. It has clouded her heart and mind, leaving her in a state of chaos. Losing his patience, Yin Wudao snaps. I don't care about the cause. I want a solution. He hesitates for a moment before speaking. My late master once taught me an exorcism incantation. It might work. Yin Wudao can no longer contain himself. Then use it already. Xingshu channels his power, drawing a talisman in the air with his finger. A golden talisman appears. He says, my cultivation isn't high enough. I can't cast it. Young Master Yin, why don't you give it a try? This talisman requires essence blood to guide it. It will only be effective if cast by hand. He agreed without hesitation and gave instructions. Fine. Everyone, please step outside. Don't let anyone in while I'm performing the ritual. Chengsu laughed heartily and agreed. Soon, everyone retreated outside. Inside the room, he slowly undressed the fairy. Looking at her body, he thought to himself, no wonder Master Cheng Su refused to do this. It turns out this is a test of one's Taoist heart. Even now, the fairy's body was laid almost completely bare before him. Not only were her curves exquisite, he marveled at her snow-white skin, which looked like a work of art. Thinking of this, he felt a flicker of agitation. It's just a shame this masterpiece has been defiled. He bit his finger. Using the blood, he wrote on his palm, no matter what you are, if you dare touch the fairy I love most, you must die. Then, he circulated his inner energy. He let out a loud shout. As the energy entered Shi Zi's body, the energy immediately began to surge. What he saw left him horrified. This thing has actually manifested into lustful qi. To possess such a dense concentration of lustful qi In the Taoist scriptures, this is known as a slaying general. After the curse was successfully broken, the fairy slowly regained consciousness. She quickly grasped the situation. She explained to him, it truly was a slaying general. Even though I let my guard down, I really was no match for it. That's how I fell into its trap. Thank you for saving me just now. He spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Fairy, back then, I was desperate to save you. I didn't pay any mind to the boundaries between a man and a woman. I hope you can forgive me. Her face immediately turned beet red. She quickly looked away. Waving her hand, she said, It's fine. A cultivator's heart should be as calm as still water. There is no distinction between genders. Right now, her favorability rating increased by 3 points. Seeing this, he pursed his lips. Calm as still water, yet you're blushing? Just then, there was a knock at the door. Someone called out, Boss. Miss Lin is here to see you. He turned and asked, What is it? Xiaomi ran over breathlessly and said, It seems urgent. I think she's about to cry. Over here. Lin Yuru sat there sobbing. Su Qingya stood by her side, comforting her. It's okay. Wu Dao won't blame you. But I really messed everything up. She sobbed. He walked over and asked gently, What's wrong? What happened? Following him was Shi Zi, who had already gotten dressed. When Lin Yuru heard him ask, she cried even harder. The truth is, I lost the antique shop in a bet. Brother Wu Dao, I don't know how I can ever repay you. I'll spend the rest of my life as your servant to pay you back. He was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. He scratched his head, feeling restless. Faced with this awkward situation and an even more awkward offer, he was at a total loss. Qingya and Shi Zi could only exchange glances. They thought to themselves, looks like another one is joining the harem. He spoke calmly to comfort her. That antique shop was a gift. If you lost it, you're the one who suffers. There's no need to feel guilty. But you have to tell me exactly what happened. Yuru recalled the events. I have a friend named Zhou Ming. We grew up together. Later, we both majored in antiques. A few days ago, she brought over a treasure. It's called the Aksu Fangzuan, a famous bronze piece from the Shangzhou period. It's truly priceless. Zhou Mingyi suggested using the Aksu Fangzuan for a bet. She wanted to have an appraisal duel with me. Back in school, I always outshined her. This time, she provoked me with her words. I couldn't help myself and agreed to it. Qingyao, listening to the story, asked curiously, What's an appraisal duel? Yuru patiently explained. It's a specialized term in the antique world. It's similar to a gambling challenge in the gemstone trade. If she lost, she had to give up the Aksu Fangzuan. But if I lost, the shop would belong to her. Saying this, Yuru covered her face and sobbed uncontrollably. But I just don't understand how she suddenly became so skilled. She beat me twice in a row. By the middle of the third round, I couldn't handle the pressure anymore, so I ran here. Yin Wudao frowned after hearing her story. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Something was definitely wrong. He suspected Zhou Mingyi must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter to be so certain of her victory. Then, he suddenly threw his arm around her shoulder. It gave her quite a start. He then spoke softly. The match between you two isn't over yet, is it? Let's go. I want to see what kind of person this Zhou Mingyi really is. With the decision made, the group set out together. Qingya supported Yuru, whose body still felt weak and limp. They walked behind Yin Wudao and Gu Shizi. Gu Shizi spoke up. Young Master Yin, that little darling of yours. Her forehead is clouded with a dark aura, and she's consumed by a murderous intent. Do you think she's been possessed by something unclean? He had noticed it too. I saw it as well. But let's not make a scene for now. We should assess the situation first. I'm certain Zhou Mingyi is involved in this somehow. He analyzed the situation calmly. Hearing this, Gu Shizi felt a deep sense of admiration. However, her expression remained as still as water. I didn't expect young Master Yan's mental fortitude to be so high. Truly impressive. But when it came to smooth talking, he was even better than her. He didn't miss a beat and replied, Your mastery of the Tao is profound, fairy. With just a single glance, you saw through the secrets of heaven. You are the true master here. Those words immediately made her blush. Yet, she still tried to maintain a tough front. No matter how many pretty words you say, you won't shake my heart's resolve. You don't need to flatter me. My talent has always been exceptional. I am well aware of that. Her stubborn words, despite her inner feelings, made him chuckle helplessly. They arrived at Yuru's antique shop. The time limit for one stick of incense was nearly up. At that moment, Zhou Mingyi was sitting cross-legged in a chair with an arrogant air. Lin Yuru, I thought you were too scared to come back. So you brought backup, did you? Yuru refused to back down. She answered firmly, Zhou Mingyi, don't get ahead of yourself. Our rules clearly allow us to call for assistance. The woman's face went cold as she provoked them. Did I say you couldn't bring help? But there are only a few minutes left. Even if you found someone, what of it? After saying that, she stepped forward without hesitation. With the smug look of a victor, she said, Lin Yuru, I never thought I'd see the day you'd end up like this. You were so high and mighty back in school, weren't you? The genius student, whom everyone adored. How does it feel to finally taste the bitterness of defeat? She began venting her long-held grievances. Emotionally, she pointed at Yuru and screamed. All these years, I lost to you every single time. Do you have any idea how much I resented that? Do you know how disappointed I was? Today, I'm going to make you feel exactly what I felt. Yin Wudao couldn't stand watching this any longer. He rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Don't celebrate just yet. Who knows, maybe you won't be laughing in a moment. She wasn't worried at all. Crossing her arms over her chest, she stood defiantly before him and snapped. Victory is already mine. Why wouldn't I be laughing? Besides, who do you think you are? Some nobody trying to ruin my fun. You don't stand a chance. Xiao Xiao appeared out of nowhere, holding up her precious phone and announcing, We're live. The boss is personally taking action today. Hurry up and tune in, everyone. Looking at the flood of comments in the live stream chat, Xiao Xiao was a bit startled. She discovered that Zhou Mingyi had a nickname, the Ghost Appraiser. She had challenged 7 or 8 antique shops in a row and won every single time. At this point, Wu Dao was asking Yuru about the rules of the challenge. How do we play? She answered directly. The rule is to identify the origin of this bowl. Specifically, the year, the type of porcelain, and the artisan who made it. I've been examining it for ages. It looks like it's from the official imperial kiln, but something isn't quite right. In the end, I just couldn't be sure. He didn't say another word. Instead, he immediately activated his ability to observe the origins of the porcelain bowl in his hand. At that moment, an old man dressed in ancient robes appeared before his eyes. The man was carefully examining the bowl. A moment later, the old man mercilessly tossed it into a nearby pile of rejected porcelain. That was how the rim of the bowl had become so severely chipped. On the bottom of the bowl, an inscription was carved, made during the Chongzhen reign of the Great Ming. The time it takes for a stick of incense to burn had run out. Zhou Mingyi immediately prodded him. All right, time's up. You two should stop wasting your breath. By then, he had finished his inspection. He calmly replied, Don't be in such a rush. I already have the answer. Then, he spoke with absolute certainty. Made during the Chongzhen reign of the Great Ming. Origin, the imperial kiln of Jingdezhen. Online, the moment his answer was heard, the comments section erupted into a heated debate. A professor named Lu remarked, Impossible. Items from the imperial kiln always have the Guan mark on the base. This one has nothing. It's clearly a counterfeit made by a folk kiln. Another person labeled as an antique expert chimed in. What a total amateur. Naturally, he didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to these doubts. He proceeded to fill the bowl with water to prove his point. The rim of this bowl is uneven. As soon as it's full, the water overflows. This is a defective piece of porcelain. It was meant to be smashed, but it was accidentally spared. Therefore, it is actually a genuine defect from the imperial kiln. As he spoke, his face was brimming with confidence. Yuru felt a wave of realization wash over her. She blurted out, Why didn't I think of that? Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyi's brow furrowed. She was stunned by his accurate deduction. She couldn't help but offer a compliment. Impressive. At that very second, the livestream room went wild. The screen was flooded with 666. 666. A user named Wild Boar Boss commented, That's miraculous. Yuru immediately seized the chance. Raising her voice, she said, Hey, Zhou Ming, I've definitely won this round. You won't be snatching my shop away this time. But the other woman refused to back down. She immediately fired back. It's a best-of-5 series. You've already lost 2 rounds. Winning this one changes nothing. Zhou Mingyi maintained her arrogant air and set the next challenge. The 4th round will be based on our school's graduation exam. Yuru responded without a moment's hesitation. Fine by me. Each of us gets 100 yuan. Whoever buys the most valuable item wins. The two women walked off side by side, and Wu Dao stood to the side, deep in thought. This Zhou Mingyi is nicknamed the Ghostly Genius. I doubt she's that simple. But what's strange is, no quest has popped up yet. Could it be that she isn't a Heaven's Chosen? He stroked his chin, a sly smile playing on his lips. She can already pose a threat to me, yet she isn't a Heaven's Chosen. Interesting. By now, the group had entered a bustling commercial street. Yuru was trying her best to steady her nerves. She cheered herself on. Lin Yuru, you can do this. You beat her at graduation. You'll definitely win this time too. She walked up to a roadside antique stall and asked the owner, will you sell me that plate for 100 yuan? The owner was nearly moved to laughter by her offer. He barked at her. Do you take me for a fool? This is authentic stuff hauled straight from the river. And you want to buy it for a measly 100 yuan? I'd have to think twice even for 1,000,000. Trembling from the scolding, Yuru could only mumble to herself, I guess it's not going to be that easy. After that, she spent her time running back and forth, scouring the area for anything of value. But in this flea market, she was constantly met with disdain for her lowball offers. Watching her struggle, and Wu Dao could only shake his head and sigh. Searching aimlessly like this is a waste of time. Looks like I'll have to take charge. He activated his purple gold pupils. His eyes flickered like sparks of fire. Energy radiated outward, scanning the surrounding area for what he needed. Finally, he spotted a plump vendor fanning himself at a stall, calling out, 3 for 30, 10 yuan apiece. Genuine Northern Song coins. You're missing out if you don't buy. He and Yuru approached the stall. He asked the owner, boss, are you sure these Northern Song coins are the real deal? The owner beat his chest in a show of confidence. If they aren't real, you don't pay a cent. By now, Yuru was looking a bit drained. Wu Dao asked with concern, what's the matter? She rubbed her back and groaned. I've been on my feet too long. My back is killing me. He immediately took on a chivalrous air and asked the stall owner, boss, could my girlfriend borrow your stool for a moment? Naturally, the owner wasn't having it. He shot back immediately, no way. I've only got one stool here, and I need it for myself. Without a second thought, Yin Wu Dao snatched a 100 yuan bill right out of Wu Ru's hand. While she was still dazed and caught off guard, he turned back to the owner. Boss, I'll buy that stool off you for 100 yuan. How about it? Free money falling from the sky? What man in his right mind would refuse that? The owner happily handed over the stool he was sitting on, thinking to himself, I can't believe I just sold that piece of junk I picked up for 100 bucks. That's even better than selling old copper coins. Yin Wu Dao held the stool, unable to hide his grin. Only Wu Ru was pale with shock. She questioned him. Yin Wu Dao, what are you doing? I could have just stood for a while. You're wasting the opportunity we worked so hard to get. Just then, another woman's hand suddenly yanked the stool away from Yin Wu Dao. She shouted, hold it right there. It was Zhou Mingyi. She looked at the two of them with a cold, brazen expression, handed 100 yuan to the owner, and said, I'm buying this stool. Yin Wu Dao remained perfectly calm. There is an order to things, after all. Aren't you being a bit unreasonable? She gave an arrogant snort. To the victor go the spoils. Who cares about your process? Wu Ru still didn't realize what was happening. Seeing the two of them arguing, she pulled at him. Yin Wu Dao, it's just a crappy stool. Let her have it. Don't waste your breath fighting her. We should be more magnanimous. Hearing her preach such empty platitudes, our protagonist's face immediately darkened. Zhou Mingyi heard Wu Ru's naive words and let out a cold laugh. She lifted the stool and said, is that so? Then open your eyes and take a good look. She pulled out a small piece of wood from the bottom of the stool, wiped it clean with a cloth, and held it high. She announced loudly, this is Kainam agarwood. Everyone nearby immediately caught the fragrance wafting from the wood. The crowd marveled. It smells incredible. Without a moment's hesitation, she explained, this is genuine Kainam, something worth more than its weight in gold. A piece this size is worth at least 1,000,000. In a live stream chat, viewers watching the scene immediately began flooding the comments. The boss's eye for detail is truly incredible. Too bad that woman was fast enough to snatch it away first. The stall owner finally snapped out of his daze and gasped. No wonder my wife kept saying my butt smelled good. I thought I was born with the scent of some noble concubine. I can't believe I just took such a massive loss. Seeing her proudly declare victory, I was so angry my blood pressure spiked. How dare she shout about winning like that? Meanwhile, Wu-Ru was trembling all over. Her face was ghost white. She clutched her head in self-reproach. Bad luck is still following me. Nothing but misfortune at every turn. I really am blind as a bat. Suddenly, Yin Wu Dao patted her on the shoulder, giving her a start. He spoke with an expressionless face. Your 100 yuan hasn't been spent yet. The game isn't over. Don't celebrate too early. Let's go. With that, he and Wu-Ru turned and walked away, leaving Zhou Mingyi standing there alone. She was left speechless for a moment. Once they were far enough away, she frowned and said irritably, I'd love to see how you plan to use 100 yuan to buy something worth more than 1 million. At an antique shop, two people walked in with an imposing, heavy aura. It was Yin Wu Dao and Wu-Ru. The moment they stepped inside, he gave an order to the counter manager. Call your shop owner out here and bring out your store's greatest treasure. If you're late, I'll have your hide. The man could only nod and bow repeatedly in fear. On the live stream platform, the comments section exploded. This is the Jiangcheng Encyclopedia. The treasure pavilion is guarded by top-tier experts. There's absolutely no way to find a bargain there. According to Lin Beike, it looks like the boss is going to lose this round. Very quickly, the shop owner emerged, carrying an object that looked like a shimmering, radiant pagoda. The shopkeeper explains clearly. This is the crown jewel of our shop, the glazed pagoda. Its value is beyond measure. Please have a look. Yin Wu Dao points at the treasure and asks Wanyu. Take a look. Is it real or a fake? She whispers anxiously. Young Master Wu Dao, we can't afford this. We only have $100. Before she can finish her sentence, he cuts her off. Just tell me if it's the real deal or not. I'll handle the rest. Hearing this, she can only nod in agreement. All right then. After a careful, thorough inspection, she speaks up. Even though I can't touch it, based on everything I've studied, I'm certain this is an authentic masterpiece from a Southern Song dynasty. Very good. He gives a short, simple response after hearing her appraisal. Then, he turns to the manager. He holds up a single finger and speaks. This is my offer. I'm taking it with me right now. Looking at the finger he's holding up, the shopkeeper blurs out a guess. 1 million? That's way too low. He immediately weighs his hand. With an expressionless face, he says, no. The shopkeeper tries again. 10 million? Still not enough. If you're serious about this, I'll go talk to the owner for you. At that moment, Zhou Mingyi bursts into the shop out of nowhere. She shouts at the top of her lungs, Shopkeeper, they're playing you. The most they can pay is $100. The shopkeeper just laughs it off. How is that possible? Who would be bored enough to pull a stunt like that? But before he can even start to doubt, Yin Wu Dao pulls out a single $100 bill. He looks the man in the eye. That's right. I intend to buy your pagoda for exactly $100. The shopkeeper freezes in shock. He nearly chokes on a curse. He immediately barks orders at his men. Damn it. You have a lot of nerve coming to the treasure pavilion to cause trouble. You really thought you could play me? I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. He remains standing there, perfectly calm. He looks down at them with a composed, indifferent gaze. My name is Yin Wu Dao. A low-level thug who has no idea who he is charges forward aggressively with a club. I don't give a damn what your name is. Anyone who dares to stir up trouble at the treasure pavilion is getting beaten into a pulp. But before he can swing, his face is sent spinning by a punch from his own boss. The shopkeeper screams, Stop! Everyone stop! Clutching his swollen face. The thug looks utterly aggrieved and confused. The shopkeeper isn't finished yet. The scene that follows is even more bizarre than before. The shopkeeper starts slapping his own face repeatedly. Young Master Yin, I didn't realize it was you. He begs piteously over and over. Young Master Yin, I was blind. I failed to recognize Mount Tai. I'll keep hitting myself until you are satisfied. Seeing the man in such a state, he decides not to push it. He says calmly, Ignorance isn't a crime. The entire scene is captured by the live stream. User 7 Little Demons comments. Now, this is the good stuff. Everybody stand up. User Peppa Pig says, Sorry, I can't stand up because I'm already on my knees. User Fluffy Sniffer says, The boss is still the boss. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming, witnessing the whole thing, is shaken to her core. She never imagined he was the infamous playboy, Yin Wu Dao. How did Lin Wanyu end up with someone that powerful? At this moment, Yen Wudao's expression isn't exactly warm, but he wears a thin, mocking smile as he speaks to the shopkeeper. Now, can you sell me that pagoda for $100? The man's face is swollen twice its size. He forces out a desperate smile, though his heart is bleeding. Of course. Absolutely. Consider it done. Is the treasure pavilion's greatest honor. He hands the treasure to her. Won you. Take this and go win that competition. In this moment, he looks exactly like one of those overbearing CEOs from a cheap romance novel. And she's looking at him with the sparkling eyes of a girl in love. Her voice trembles with emotion. Yen Wudao. The CEO, Yen Wudao, looks at her with a gentle, half-smiling gaze. Since when were we so formal with each other? The treasure is now in their hands. A shimmering pagoda tower worth tens of millions. Wu Ru is overjoyed. I won. Zhou Mingyi refused to accept it and screamed. You just snatched that. It doesn't count. Wu Ru wasn't about to back down. If I'm a thief, then you're just a dirty cheat. In that case, we might as well just cancel this whole competition. Zhou Mingyi was taken aback and immediately snapped. Tisich. In your dreams. Even if you won this round, there is still the final life or death match. There's no way you people can win. I've heard that ghost fires have been appearing at Xiao Cemetery recently. That means buried antiques are definitely about to surface. We're going to Xiao together. Whoever gets the treasure wins. So, everyone headed to Xiao together. Even Lin Feng followed along. In Wudao gave his instructions. You guys stay here and deal with things. The fairy and I will go scout ahead. Wu Ru gazed at In Wudao. It was as if a rose-colored filter had automatically covered her eyes. Her favorability reached 100%. Devoted heart and soul. She said, Wudao, you must be careful. Simultaneously, the system announced. Target Heavenly Pride's favorability has reached the threshold. Received 8 Heavenly Genius points. He replied cheerfully. You be careful too. He thought to himself. Why is it starting to calculate favorability and genius points again? The system must be glitching. Whatever. I'll just win this round first and worry about the rest later. Meanwhile, he and the fairy were taking it step by step, ascending the high, deep steps of Xiao Cemetery. Walking side by side, he struck up a conversation with her. What do you think of that Zhou Mingyi woman? She kept walking as she answered. Zhou Mingyi is immortal, yet she possesses the destiny of a noble guest. The more I look at her, the less I can see through her. I wonder if, since leaving the mountains, I've been blinded by the vanity of this world. Lately, it has become increasingly difficult to see the truth in the things I encounter. Sensing her worry, he said, the fairy of the house might be confused, but the outsider has seen through it long ago. She spun around abruptly and asked, What did you say? Given the circumstances, he explained patiently. Zhou Mingyi might have a mortal body, but her destiny is far too grand for such a contradiction to exist. There is only one possibility. She has defied the heavens to change her fate. He sounded incredibly certain. Hearing his deduction, the holy maiden was stunned. She nodded in agreement. So that's it. She must have altered her fate, which explains why she has become so strange. After all, she was just an ordinary person before. No wonder her luck has skyrocketed recently. The system pinged. The fairy's favorability toward you has increased by 1 point. She was still marveling at him. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about the laws of fate. I suppose I shouldn't expect anything less from a young master. You truly are well-versed. He replied humbly. You flatter me, fairy. Then he asked, Fairy, this cemetery is massive. Where are we supposed to look for the treasure? By now, the moon was high in the sky. His concern was understandable, but this didn't seem to be something that troubled her. She answered quickly, It's quite simple. A treasure manifesting will naturally disrupt the energy of this place. By simply checking the 5 elements, I can locate the artifact immediately. As she spoke, she formed a hand seal and threw out a golden talisman. Instantly, an unusual surge of energy appeared. In Wudao spotted it and shouted, Over there! Seeing him about to rush over, she quickly grabbed his arm. Wait, this treasure carries a bloody, murderous aura. It's the work of a malevolent spirit. It has claimed countless lives. I'm afraid it is extremely dangerous. We cannot afford to be reckless. He listened and agreed. The two of them waded through waist-high weeds together. When they reached the edge of the clearing, the sight before them was bizarre. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. Why are there so many people here? The fairy observed the scene and said, "It's full of corpses." The sight sends a cold shiver down his spine. Dead bodies everywhere. His reaction makes her stifle a giggle. She turns her head to tease him. "Usually, you act like you're not afraid of anything under the sun. Are you actually scared of dead people?" He stammers, trying to explain himself. Isn't this situation just a bit too bizarre? Since when do dead people just stand there like that? She doesn't pull away. Instead, she patiently explains the situation to him. Look at this setup. It looks like someone is laying out a soul-refining, corpse-nurturing array. This is a form of dark, forbidden sorcery. It can condense and refine a spirit in a very short amount of time. Once the spirit is fully formed, one can hear the sound of a gold coin dropping from 100 paces away, or see jade hidden inside 3 feet of solid rock. They can even use venomous seeds to control others. Beneath those corpses, every single face is covered, and right in the center, a blonde woman is sitting. She looks incredibly familiar. In Wudao blurts out, "Isn't that Zhou Mingyi? I knew there was something wrong with her." Suddenly, she whips around. Staring straight at the cliff where the two are hiding, she lets out a cold smirk. "Since you've already arrived, why don't you show yourselves?" Her words catch In Wudao off guard. He curses under his breath. "Damn it, we've been spotted." He steps down from the formation and confronts her directly. "You're using these dead people to rapidly boost your own power, aren't you?" He glances around the area and continues. "These are all the people who went missing recently, right? Some fell off a cliff. Others were in a boating accident. What you're doing is cold-blooded murder." She listens to him without the slightest change in expression. She merely raises an eyebrow and offers an explanation. "I have a solid alibi for every single one of those deaths. Even if the police investigate, none of it leads back to me. As for me being here right now, I'm not breaking any laws. Besides, it's just a few dead people. What's there to make such a fuss about? If young Master Ian is willing to obediently hand over Yunshi Pavilion, I might consider sparing your life. But if you refuse to play ball, don't blame me for turning you into another corpse for my collection." He remains calm as he retorts, "You taking me down? I'm afraid you're not even in my league." She remains unfazed, offering a wager instead. This is today's prize. The glazed vine lantern. Standard rules apply. If you can take this lantern from my hand, I'll consider it your win. With that, she quickly retreats. A swarm of zombies immediately closes in, blocking her path. They form an unbreakable line of defense. In Wudao suddenly starts acting weak, clinging to Shizi like a spoiled child. "Oh my god, the dead are moving." She gently pats his head to comfort him. "Don't be scared. This is just a cheap trick from the soul-refining array. Watch me break this formation for you." Her face turns serious. She tosses out a talisman, the essence of 10,000 chi. "By the light of the sacred sutra, manifest." As soon as the words leave her lips, a beam of light blasts into the crowd of zombies, sending them all crashing to the ground. Once the zombies are scattered and broken, she turns back to In Wudao. With so many murders happening lately, and Zhou Mingyi having perfect alibis, she must have an accomplice. "You need to be careful." He frowns and replies, "If I'm not mistaken, her accomplice is the same Shui Sha who wounded you. Just what kind of skills does this Shui Sha have to be able to hurt you that badly? They're definitely no ordinary opponent." In Wudao wonders to himself. That guy comes and goes like the wind. The bamboo whistle has vanished. Before he can even hear the rest of Shizi's answer, his expression shifts instantly. "Look out." He barely manages to shout those 2 words before a crimson shockwave tears through space from a distance, aiming straight for the 2 of them. The strike carves a deep wound into In Wudao's arm. Shizi cries out in horror. Seeing the injury, she screams his name. "In Wudao." "I'm fine," he replies. But inside, his blood is boiling with rage. He grinds his teeth. "Wang Quanin, are you a god of death or a fucking demon?" Yin Wudao threw a powerful punch toward his attacker. "Show yourself," he roared. The strike seemed to have no effect. Left with no choice, the 2 of them focused everything they had on defense. They stood back to back, leaving no openings for a sneak attack. Yin Wudao spat out. "This guy is hidden deep." Shizi added, "He moves like a ghost, leaving no trace behind. Even my heavenly I can't keep up with that speed." Yin Wudao's frustration began to boil over. Losing his patience, he snapped, Fine, then I'll force him out. But before he could make a move, another sudden attack caught them both off guard. By the time they realized it, a lethal strike was already inches from their faces. Yen Wudao reacted instantly, launching his flying daggers to parry the blow. It was a narrow escape. Determined to catch the coward hiding in the shadows, he unleashed a rapid-fire volley of over a dozen flying daggers, sending them whistling toward the enemy's position. A faint, blurry silhouette flickered into view. Both of them immediately activated their heavenly eyes at once. Provoked by their persistence, the figure had no choice but to reveal himself. He descended heavily to the ground, hitting the earth with a thunderous crash that sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. As the haze cleared, a man with pallid, ash-gray skin emerged. It was Yuan Jia, the Jinui assistant commissioner. He ground his teeth with a sickening metallic creak. You dare! To insult the princess is a death sentence. Is he actually alive? Yen Wudao and Shizi were both stunned by his grotesque appearance and his identity. Yen Wudao muttered, "What kind of demonic cultivation is this? How can someone be this twisted?" Shizi was equally shaken. This is the first time I've seen the real face of the blood fiend. It seems he really was a Jinui from the Ming dynasty. Yen Wudao looked at him, confused by his previous words. The princess you're talking about. Don't tell me you mean Zhou Mingyi. At the mention of her name, Yuan Jia's expression darkened instantly. He barked back. Zhou Mingyi is the reincarnation of Princess Kuanxing, and I am Yuan Jia, assistant commissioner of the Jinui. I protect the princess by imperial decree. If you low-born scum dare lay a finger on her, your entire bloodline will be exterminated. Upon hearing his delusional rant, the two of them couldn't help but laugh at how outdated he was. Yen Wudao countered. Forget the Ming dynasty. Even the Qing dynasty has been gone for ages. It's been centuries. It's time to let your imperial decree go. Listen to me. Let ashes return to ashes and dust to dust. Stop hurting people. But the man was far beyond reasoning. Yuan Jia roared with fury. Silence. An imperial decree is absolute. How could I ever disobey it? Right then, a firework suddenly signaled from the sky. Yen Wudao froze. Damn it. Something's happened to Lin Yuru. Shizi quickly began calculating with her fingers, her expression grave. Wait, when exactly was Lin Yuru born? Yen Wudao replied. If I remember correctly, it was the year of the wood dog, the 10th month. As soon as she finished the calculation, her fingers trembled. Her face turned pale. Zhou Ming didn't just change her fate. She stole it. The Book of Destiny she's using belongs to Lin Yuru. The revelation was a shock to the system. We're in trouble. Zhou Mingyi is going to kill Lin Yuru. Yen Wudao gasped in horror. The pieces of the puzzle finally clicked into place. He immediately turned to rush to Yuru's aid. We have to go now. If we're even a second late, she's dead. But escape wasn't going to be that simple. The loyal Jinui lunged forward, blocking their path. The princess has given her orders. You both die here. Yen Wudao snarled in anger. You complete idiot. You're being played. She's on her way to murder your actual princess. And here you are helping her, he shouted, while narrowly dodging the guard's relentless attacks. But Yuan Jia was blinded by his fanatical loyalty. He believed only Zhou Mingyi. He leveled his blade at Yen Wudao and bellowed. Do not slander the princess. Yen Wudao was driven to the edge of madness by the man's stupidity. He let his flying daggers fly, cursing, Fine, then I'll just send you to find your old emperor in the afterlife. Amidst the flash of blades and the whistle of daggers, Yuan Jia threw himself into the fight with everything he had. He used a spear to deflect the throwing knives Yen Wudao kept hurling at him. Although it took a massive toll on his stamina, he still managed to block every single one. Seeing this, Yen Wudao couldn't help but be impressed. This multi-style technique is actually quite formidable. The fury on his face became increasingly apparent. Yen Wudao drew a long-handled halberd, his aura becoming utterly overwhelming. He called out to Shizi, Fairy, go and rescue the others first. Leave things here to me. Shizi immediately complied, turning away to save Wuru. Be careful on your own over here. Seeing this, Yuan Jia tried to chase after Shizi, roaring, Where do you think you're going? But Yen Wudao wouldn't give him the chance. He immediately swung his great blade, attacking him like a relentless whirlwind. Let's see just how skilled a member of the Jinui really is. Yuan Jia prepared to meet the onslaught. But before he could even set his guard, the blade was already coming down toward his head. He desperately used his saber to parry Yin Wudao's ferocious strikes, constantly trying to use his speed to create distance. After all, his weapon was a saber, and he only had the advantage in close-quarters combat. So, he kept pressing in on Yin Wudao, searching for an opening to strike. This made Yin Wudao remark in spite of himself. This guy is like a human cannonball. At that moment, the man was only 2 arm lengths away from Yin Wudao, launching a lethal strike aimed straight at his throat. He let out a loud shout. The sky-piercing halberd is meant for wide, sweeping strikes. Its essence lies in the fluid rhythm of its reach, with no limit to its angles. How could I possibly let an enemy get this close? Now, let me open your eyes. Yin Wudao's reaction was just as sharp. He slammed the spear in his hand deep into the ground. Small cracks instantly splintered across the surface. Using it as a pivot, he suddenly leaned his body back, narrowly dodging that treacherous strike. He didn't forget to toss out a sarcastic remark. Thanks for the heads up. Shifting from defense to offense, he quickly launched a counterattack. Gripping his spear, he lunged at his opponent. Now it's my turn. He put all his strength into a leap, soaring into the air. His aura was as radiant as a rainbow. The Jinui guard below was utterly shocked by the sight. He roared in his heart, "Dragon's roar, dragon chi." Before the enemy could even react, he struck down like a thunderbolt. 10,000 armies. The pressure was heaven-shaking. A massive dragon, seemingly condensed from his very power, roared as it lunged forward. Surprisingly, once the dust and mist settled, the ground was empty. He's fast, I'll give him that. He let out a cold laugh. No wonder Shizi was helpless against you. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure blurred past like the wind, launching a sneak attack from behind. It was him. He slashed his blade right into Yin Wudao's thigh. The sudden strike made him cry out in shock. What? He immediately hurled his halberd at the figure trying to flee. The halberd slammed down, burying itself deep into the earth, splitting it apart as easily as cutting a cake. But there was no one left beneath the blade. He gritted his teeth in fury. You want to play hide-and-seek with me? He didn't want to waste any more time on this lackey. He pulled out a talisman and shouted, "With 1 step, thunder rolls. With 2 steps, earth and fire unite." The talisman flew out, following his command. Thunder and lightning roared in the sky. The explosions were deafening. He poured everything into the attack. If you won't show yourself, then I'll just blanket this entire area. Sure enough, the enemy was forced to reveal himself under the relentless bombardment of lightning. He looked absolutely pathetic. Frowning, he spoke through gritted teeth. I never expected you to know the 5 Thunder Orthodox law. It seems I haven't fully seen through you yet. As soon as he finished, he turned and fled for his life, leaving only a single sentence behind. I will never give up on my goal. Yin Wudao roared, "Don't you dare run." At the same time, the system notification chimed. A new favored son of heaven has been detected. The system interface flickers into view. It displays information for the Jinui. Elite, Yuan Jia. Title, Ghost Husband Marquis. Status, Identity, Ming Dynasty Zhen Fu Envoy. Mission, slay the ghost and reclaim the wife. Reward, 200 years of cultivation base. Yin Wudao stares at the notification. He rubs his chin, deep in thought. The reward isn't the usual talent points this time. It's actual cultivation progress? Well, that works out even better. If my cultivation were high enough, that 5 Thunder Seal just now would have finished him off for good. Looks like I've still got a long way to go. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoes from the distance. The sound snaps him back to the dire reality of the situation. He bolts toward the source of the blast. His face is etched with worry. Those gunshots came from where Wu Ru is. Something definitely went wrong. Meanwhile, at Wu Ru and Lin Feng's location, time rewinds to 10 minutes before Yin Wudao heard the shots. Lin Feng is currently interrogating his sister about her love life. Wu Ru, how far have you and Yin Wudao actually gotten? She just shrugs and tosses the question back. What do you mean by how far? I've already decided to stay by his side, whatever happens. Lin Feng isn't satisfied with that answer. He pouts, muttering his complaints. That Yin Wudao is such a flirt. He's always surrounded by beautiful women. I'm just worried you'll end up getting hurt. Why don't you? Before he can finish his sentence, Wu-Ru raises a hand to cut him off. Get a rest already. Personally, I think it's better that he's a bit of playboy. If he were too innocent, I wouldn't have stood a chance anyway. Her logic is truly one of a kind. Suddenly, Zhou Mingyi's eerie laughter drifts in from the distance. She stands with her hands on her hips. Arrogantly holding up a lantern, she sneers. The treasure is finally in my hands. You might as well give up now. Seeing this, Wu-Ru can only click her tongue in annoyance. Talk about bad luck. But Zhou Mingyi acts surprisingly generous. You want this? Fine, have it. Wu-Ru knows she's up to no good. She points right at her face. Like you'd ever be that kind. Quit your bragging. By now, Lin Feng has gotten a clear look at the lantern. He recoils in pure terror. The lantern is emitting a bizarre, sickly red glow. It's even decorated with skulls as ornaments. He immediately lunges toward Zhou Mingyi. Try to snatch the lantern away. At the same time, he screams at the top of his lungs. There's something wrong with that lantern. Get rid of it now. Wu-Ru still doesn't understand what's happening. She just shouts at her brother. What's wrong with you? But it's already too late. Zhou Mingyi timed it perfectly. An evil smirk spreads across her face as she commands. Seize Wu-Ru for me. Instantly, a surge of black smoke invades Lin Feng's body. His face goes blank and his eyes turn dull. His gaze slowly bleeds into a deep crimson. The attack he intended for Zhou Mingyi suddenly swerves toward Wu-Ru. He grabs Wu-Ru by the collar with his bare hands. Caught completely off guard, she's hoisted high into the air by her own brother. She can only scream in panic. Have you lost your mind? I'm your sister. But Lin Feng is nothing more than a killing machine now. His expression is dark and hollow. He doesn't hear a single word she says, without a moment's hesitation, and without a trace of the usual brotherly affection. He hurls her with all his might toward a massive boulder. In an instant, her face is inches away from slamming into the jagged stone. At this speed, the impact would be fatal. She'd be dead before she hit the ground. Fortunately, a soft hand reaches out and catches her flailing arm just in time. Shizi has arrived. Using her agility, she catches the falling Wu-Ru, saving her life at the very last second. Wu-Ru catches her breath. She immediately snaps at her brother. You were really going to kill me. I'm telling Mom. Shizi remains much more composed. She realizes the situation is dire and tries to warn her. It's no use. He's completely lost it. As the two of them scramble to run for their lives, the possessed Lin Feng quickly gives chase. He doesn't hesitate to draw his gun and aim it straight at them. His eyes were filled with nothing but the intent to kill Wu-Ru. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyi was ecstatic. Her face twisted with malice. As she barked out the order, fire. Fortunately, Yin Wudao arrived just in time. He immediately hurled a dagger, piercing the lantern in Zhou Mingyi's hand and leaving her in shock. He didn't forget to shout at the top of his lungs, drowning out her command to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, snap out of it. As the dark sorcery within the lantern dissipated, Lin Feng finally regained his senses. He reacted instantly, pressing the barrel of his gun against Zhou Mingyi's head. After landing softly back on the ground, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, I almost let her force me to kill my own sister. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyi was now nothing more than a lifeless shell. Wu Dao stood nearby, puzzled. The mistress of the ghost groom couldn't even handle a single blow. Even if she wasn't the original master, she was still someone who defied heaven to change her fate. Shizi explained, changing one's fate against the heavens isn't as stable as you think. Her foundation was already shaky. She looked down at Zhou Mingyi collapsed on the ground. Listen closely. Once you encounter the true owner of the luck you stole, not only will that fate fail to support you, but it will backfire on you. This is also why Zhou Mingyi had to use formations to nourish corpses and refine souls. It was all to stabilize her stolen destiny, and why she absolutely had to kill Lin Yu. Yin Wudao nodded after hearing this. So that's how it is. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was anything but peaceful. Yu was furiously scolding her brother. She hit him with a stick while yelling, Lin Feng, you absolute jerk. You almost killed me. Aren't I your sister? How could you actually try to do it? Lin Feng would normally fight back against anyone, but when it came to his precious sister, he could only shield his head and take the beating. He cried out in his defense. I wasn't in control. I don't remember a thing. Yu, please. Back at the Yin family villa, the three of them, Wu Dao, Yu, and Lin Feng, were discussing their next move. Wu Dao advised Lin Feng, "Just let Yu stay here tonight." Lin Feng felt a bit awkward. That doesn't seem very appropriate. Seeing his hesitation, Wu Dao shrugged and pouted. "Fine then. Hey, Yu, Zhou Mingyi's ghost groom will likely come looking for you tonight. Take these talismans with you. Stay safe, okay?" His words turned Yuru's face pale with terror. She stammered, "Are they really ghosts?" She glared resentfully at her brother, and then pressed herself tightly against Wu Dao. Clinging to him, she snapped, "Lin Feng, are you trying to get me killed again? Will you only be satisfied once I'm dead?" Wu Dao had finally succeeded in convincing her. He smugly flashed a peace sign at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was left speechless by the display. Realizing anything he said would be useless, he reluctantly agreed. He dejectedly walked out, his heart heavy with a single thought. My little sister is all grown up. I can't protect her from this anymore. Wu Dao immediately arranged a spacious room for Yu. He spoke to her softly. Yu, you'll sleep here tonight. I'll be right outside the door. Just call me if anything happens. Yu took the chance to act cute. Don't go. Her behavior made him look away as he cleared his throat. That wouldn't be right. He then added bashfully, besides, there's nowhere else to sleep but the bed. He glanced at a chair and continued, if I just sit here all night, I'll be exhausted. Hearing this, Yuru's face turned beet red with embarrassment. Then just get on the bed. It was the very sentence he had been waiting for. A sly grin crept onto his face. In the next second, he excitedly stripped off his clothes and jumped onto the bed with a loud laugh. Well, it'd be rude of me to refuse. Yu was startled. Before she could even react, he pounced. The two of them disappeared under the covers. And just like that, the two spent a passionate night together. With a flushed face, Yu closed her eyes and whispered a soft complaint. Wu Dao, you jerk. Meanwhile, high above, the sound of wolves howling echoed through the night. Suddenly, the bedroom door was flung open. A dark figure rushed inside. He lunges toward the bed without a moment's hesitation. His blade slashes down toward the figure on the bed. With bloodshot eyes, he lets out a feral scream. But the target his blade actually bites into is a giant teddy bear. It's nearly been sliced clean in two. Terrified by the sight, he shrieks. Where's he? At that exact moment, a blade plunges through his chest from behind. He barely manages to let out a sharp gasp. He hasn't even realized what just happened. He turns his head to look. Standing there is Wu Dao. Wu Dao even offers him a parting word. Your ancestor is right here. Veins bulge across his face. He grinds his teeth with a sickening crunch. He spins around instantly, swinging his blade to parry the halberd in Wu Dao's hands. Realizing he's currently no match for Wu Dao, he takes the chance to throw himself through the glass window to escape. Wu Dao chases after him immediately, barking an order. Don't let him get away. Block him now. Even though he's severely wounded, he is still a formidable demon, as fast as a bolt of lightning. He hits the ground and bolts like an arrow shot from a bow. Right then, directly above his head, Shizi appears. Her presence is overwhelming. She shouts, "Take this." Dozens of talismans rain down on him. They strike his body one after another, triggering a series of deafening explosions. His reflexes are incredibly sharp. With a thunderous roar, in the blink of an eye, his body transforms into a plume of green smoke. He vanishes into thin air, leaving behind no trace at all. Shizi frowns in frustration and growls. He got away again. This blood fiend really is a handful. Wu Dao reaches her side. His voice is steady. Don't worry. I have my ways. We absolutely cannot let him escape this time. If we do, he'll just continue to hurt people. He thinks to himself. Kill the ghost, claim the wife. To claim the wife, part of the mission is done. Now it's time for the exorcism. Deep within the bamboo forest, a pair of slender, elegant legs slowly approaches. Glowing butterflies flutter all around her. She carries a red lantern in her hand. The scene is like something out of a dream. Confused, Shizi asks, "A princess?" Wu Dao quickly gestures for her to be quiet, signaling Shizi not to say another word. Then he turns toward the young woman. "Greetings, Princess Kuanxing." She replies indifferently, "Rise." While Wu Dao and Shizi still have their heads bowed, the princess suddenly raises her voice. "Yuanjia, Show yourself this instant, and pay your respects to this princess. Yuan Jia appears immediately. He cries out in shock. Princess, is it really you, princess? I definitely won't mistake you this time. But when he sees Yen Wudao, he shouts again. Princess, why are you with that guy? The princess, who looks exactly like Wu Ru, scolds him sternly. How dare you? You see this princess, and you do not kneel? Down on your knees. Her words hit him like a violent slap to the face. Terrified, he quickly prostrates himself before her. Yuan Jia pays his respects to the princess. At that exact moment, Yen Wudao makes his move. Radiating pure killing intent, he swings his blade straight at Yuan Jia's back. Yuan Jia feels the overwhelming bloodlust behind him, but it's already too late. A single strike severs his head. After killing Yuan Jia, Shizi doesn't forget to remind him, we have to burn the body. We can't risk him coming back to life. She uses a talisman to set the corpse on fire. The flames erupt violently. In no time at all, he is reduced to ash and dust. The system notification rings out. Mission Ghost Husband completed. Host has received 200 years of cultivation. A massive surge of energy immediately floods into the protagonist's body. Shizi notices something unusual. She turns and asks, I think I see a Dao rhyme on you. That's something only a chosen one favored by the heavenly Dao would possess. Could it be that you are the one the heavenly Dao has chosen? He replies in a low, heavy voice. Not every path is the heavenly Dao. Then he glances at her and says nonchalantly, the path I walk is the sovereign way. At that moment, Wu Ru, still at her role as Princess Kunqing, speaks up. Honestly, I think Yuan Jia was quite pitiful. She removes her veil, eyes brimming with love, all because of a single royal decree. For hundreds of years, he has stayed by her side, protecting the princess of a fallen kingdom. Even in death, he chose to become a ghost husband just to keep her safe. I'm actually a little jealous of Zhou Mingyi, but still, her sentimental sigh only earned a mischievous smirk from Yen Wudao. In that case, why don't we let you experience it for yourself? Don't be in such a hurry to take your clothes off. Let's play a little game of role play. Hearing that, her face flushed a deep, embarrassed red. She covered her face and teased him playfully. You're so wicked, Yen Wudao thought to himself. Wu Ru, it's only natural for you to feel sympathy for him. After all, he was originally supposed to be your ghost husband. It was only because Zhou Mingyi altered the course of fate that led to all of you being misled. If the story had played out as intended, you would have been the one to follow him in the end. But now that I'm here, none of that will ever come to pass. The scene shifts. Half-empty bottles and scattered glasses litter the table. Wu Ru is still dressed in the period costume from before. Her robes are draped loosely, looking seductive and alluring. She laughs heartily. Ha! My dear consort, drink up. Once we're done, we'll sing until Goddess Niwa mends the heavens. Wu Ru continues to ply Yen Wudao with drinks. He is down to nothing but a few scraps of cloth. With cheeks flushed red, he laughs. Ha! I almost forgot the most important part. Let me make a quick phone call. She continues to press him a drink. Come on, just one more. His eyes are glazed over and blurry with intoxication. He mumbles slurred words into the phone. Luman, over here. Someone has gone missing at the West Dao Cemetery in the north. How'd I find out? Damn it. I had to break out the Bagua mirror for this one. It's unclear what the person on the other end is saying. He suddenly snaps, his voice rising to a roar. Why are you always doubting me? Time slips by. In a flash, the next morning arrives. A sudden commotion erupts within the villa. At that moment, Qinya rushes in frantically. Yen Wudao, this is bad. Something's happened. Jiang Ruoxue is there, her eyes tightly shut, slumped unconsciously in a wheelchair. Yen Wudao rushes over, his voice filled with panic. Ruoxue, what's wrong? Looking at her state, he asks anxiously. She was perfectly fine yesterday. Why is she in a wheelchair now? Xiaomi quickly chimes in. I don't know either. The two of them went to a company yesterday to discuss a business deal. By the time they got home, she was already like this. No matter how much we call her, she won't wake up. In Jiaz, I've already given her a full examination. There doesn't seem to be anything physically wrong with her. Just then, Shizi arrives to inspect the situation with the rest of the group. Suddenly, she notices something unusual. With a tense expression, she says, wait a second. She pulls back the back of Jiang Ruoxue's shirt. There, on her back, is a bizarre tattoo of a strange woman. As she sees it, her heart sinks. She speaks. This is the soul-binding curse. Realizing she recognizes it, Yin Wudao immediately pleads. Immortal, please, you have to save her. But she only frowns, explaining. This kind of curse doesn't originate from our lands. It belongs to the Japanese on Myoji. We need to find a trigger point before we can treat it properly. At that moment, Xiaomi suddenly remembers something vital. I've got it. That company, it was a Japanese firm. They wanted our land in the North Mountain. But Director Jiang wouldn't agree to it. They must have used these underhanded tactics to force our hand. Hearing this, Shizi frowns and turns to Yin Wudao. North Mountain. It seems they've already discovered that there's a treasure hidden in those mountains. Yin Wudao speaks up. I don't give a damn what they want. They dare to lay a hand on one of mine. As he speaks, his face becomes clouded with pure, murderous intent. They clearly have a death wish. Seeing him lose control like this, Shizi quickly tries to talk him down. Don't be so reckless. If we can find the source of the soul-binding curse soon, we can break it immediately. But if we act blindly, I'm afraid Ms. Jiang might never wake up again. Yin Wudao considers her words and nods. Fine. I'll let them live for a few moments longer. Xiaomi adds nervously. I heard that Japanese company has a lot of martial arts masters. They even have ninjas. They're going to be incredibly difficult to deal with. You have to be careful. But he didn't seem to care. He just gave a casual, got it. Then he turned and walked away. Maybe he's just the hot-headed type. The kind of guy who says one thing, but does another. Because right now, he's already standing on the rooftop of that Japanese company. His movements are incredibly light. He slips straight into their lounge without making a single sound. Wasting no time, he starts searching the floor, thinking to himself, what exactly is a master curse? It's so vague. Where am I even supposed to look? Suddenly, voices drift in from outside. By now, the curse on Jiang Rexu should have taken effect. All we have to do is sit back and wait for them to come begging. Hearing this, his heart tightens. He quickly whips his head toward the door. On high alert, he scans the room for a place to hide. How do these people even live? There isn't even a single plan in here. What am I going to do? Just then, the door slides open. Two people walk in, a man named Yamagami and a woman named Chihiro Hizo. The two of them quickly sit down. Facing each other, they continue their conversation. They're speaking in Japanese. The man praises Chihiro. Your Amayodo skills are getting more impressive by the day. She replies in kind. You made quite a bit of progress yourself. Meanwhile, Yin Wudao is hiding inside a closet. It looks a bit awkward, because he just ran into a familiar face. Even in this critical moment, he still manages a polite, whispered greeting. It's Lu Man. He whispers, what a coincidence. She gives an equally awkward smile. Yeah, I guess so. Then she whispers back, what are you doing here? He answers honestly. Jiang Rexu was cursed by them. I'm here for the antidote. She warns him. I'm on a mission. Don't you dare cause trouble. He can only agree helplessly. Fine, I get it. After that, both of them fall silent. Their attention turns back to the couple. The conversation outside conveniently shifts to the very topic Yin Wudao cares about. Yamagami says, is there really a treasure on North Mountain? Those photos online aren't fakes, are they? The woman is displeased by the question. She shoots him a sharp glare and counters. Are you interrogating me? Her attitude makes him break out in a cold sweat. He quickly adopts a more agreeable tone. No, of course not. I'm just worried about how you'll explain this to the chairman. Her expression remains cold. She releases her energy as a show of force and says coldly, don't worry. My Shikigami has already investigated personally. Under that area, there is indeed a royal tomb. It even contains a manuscript of a Yonla encyclopedia. Hearing this, his mood instantly brightens. That's incredible. We're going to get so much credit for this. Then, he puts on an air of concern. But you use your Shikigami so often. Aren't you worried about a backlash? You should be careful. She dismisses it with an indifferent look. It's fine. As long as I keep it well fed, it will do whatever I say. Suddenly, he flashes a sly, cunning smile. Do you need me to find a few more test subjects for you? She shakes her head without looking at him. Let's not act recklessly for now. Shiqing already has their eyes on us. She continues in a threatening tone. Inside this is the catalyst for Jiang Rexu's curse. If they cooperate, you can give it to her. But if they don't, burn it with peachwood. That way, Jiang Rexu will die a mysterious death in her own closet. Hearing those cruel words, Yin Wudao trembles with rage. With Lu Man blocking his way, he frustratedly grabs her shoulders and whispers, "Don't stop me. I have something urgent to handle." She gets a bit annoyed too. "I'm on a mission here, okay? Because the space is so cramped." The physical contact makes Lu Man's cheeks flush red. She says, "Get out of here now." He answered with a note of impatience. "There's barely any room in here. Where exactly do you expect me to go?" The two of them continued to bicker back and forth. She accidentally pushed the cabinet door open. Her mouth was still moving. Don't move." Their compromising position was immediately exposed. They fell right into the startled gaze of two Japanese men, creating an incredibly awkward scene. In Wudao was standing in the cabinet in a very bizarre posture. Yamagami reacted instantly. His hand gripped the saber at his hip. Drawing his blade, he roared, "You bastard! What the hell are you doing here? You're dead meat." At that moment, Lu Man was still pinned beneath him. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "If I told you I was just passing through for fun, would you guys actually believe me? Not want to waste another word." The man shouted directly, "Moron!" Then he swung his blade straight at the two of them. Both of them immediately split up and jumped to either side. Lu Man quickly drew the gun hidden on her person. Pointing at his face, she yelled, "Freeze! Drop your weapon! Hand behind your head and get on the ground." The man gnashed his teeth and swung his blade again. It seemed he wanted to sever the arm she was holding the gun with. Lu Man looked on in shock as the muzzle of her gun became the target. Yamagami, radiating murderous intent, lunged toward Lu Man with his blade. His sword pointed right at her. Just as the blade was about to strike Lu Man, another sword parried it at the absolute last second. In Wudao rushed over and shouted, "Get out of here quick! Where are your people? How many did you bring with you?" Lu Man replied in a panic, "It's just me, without evidence. We couldn't mobilize the force." In Wudao was stunned to hear that, "So we have no backup." Just then, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed through the hall. Yamagami heard them and shouted loudly, "You don't have any, but I do. Get them." Yamagami ordered his subordinates to charge with their weapons, preparing for battle. Chihiro Hizo quickly reached out to stop Yamagami. "Wait, don't be in such a rush." Then she turned to look at In Wudao. "You're In Wudao, aren't you? Let's talk for a moment." In Wudao was holding a small wooden box. A smile played on the corner of his mouth. "I've already got what I came for. It looks like there's no need for us to sit down and chat. Is there?" Yamagami said in shock. "When did he get that?" Yamagami and his subordinates aggressively pointed their swords at In Wudao and roared, "You're doing this the hard way. You're both dead." In Wudao quickly drew his throwing knives. He hurled them to hold back Yamagami's men, carving a path of blood for himself. He casually scooped Lu Man up. The close contact made her cheeks flush bright red. She felt incredibly shy. In Wudao held Lu Man tight and leaped out the window. Before leaving, he didn't forget to taunt the people behind them. "Catch you later." Chihiro saw In Wudao escaping, but didn't stop him. She only gave a cold laugh. "You'll be back soon enough." Once they reached a safe place, In landed gently on the ground with Lu Man. After setting her down, he immediately asked, "What were you doing at that Japanese company anyway?" Lu Man said angrily, "Isn't this all because of you?" There were over 100 corpses at the West Yao burial site. They're all majorly linked to that company. Hearing this, In Wudao thought to himself, wasn't the culprit Chu Mingna? How'd he get linked to that company? Lu Man continued, "Among those corpses, half died from some mysterious ritual sacrifice. The two of them followed the clues and ended up at this company." In Wudao suddenly remembered the conversation between the two Japanese people. "Do you remember them talking about test subjects? Those people were captured for experiments. It's very likely related to that ritual sacrifice you mentioned." Lu Man had an epiphany. "That's right. Now that you mention it, it makes sense." After saying that, Lu Man turned and hurried off. "I need to go organize an operation immediately. We can't let them keep getting away with this. See you next time." Watching her hurried departure, In Wudao murmured, "Man, Lu Man sure has a short fuse." Back at In Wudao's villa, he announced as soon as he stepped through the door, "I'm back. Here it is. I've brought the catalyst." The girls in the house have been waiting for a long time. Qinya offered her praise. In Wudao is truly impressive. Xiaomi joined in the praise as well. She remarked that as long as he took action, taking on 2 opponents at once would be a walk in the park. In Wudao gloated arrogantly. Well, that goes without saying, doesn't it? Shizi acted as if it was no big deal on the surface. But deep down, she was secretly admiring In Wudao. She looked at the box in her hand and whispered, "You found the medicinal catalyst that quickly. You're certainly not simple." With that, the fairy opened the wooden box. Suddenly, a hidden weapon shot out from inside the box. In Wudao let out a loud shout, "Watch out!" moving like a bolt of lightning. He grabbed the fairy and they both hit the ground. A small scrap of paper was attached to the projectile. It read, "If you want the real catalyst, find me at the peak of North Mountain." In Wudao crumpled the paper in a rage. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, "Keep playing with fire, and you're bound to get burned. How dare they play me for a fool?" Seeing In Wudao so furious, Xiaomi rushed over to comfort him. "Wudao, please calm down. The enemy even predicted we'd steal the box. They're clearly no ordinary opponents. If you act impulsively now, you'll walk right into their trap." Only then did In Wudao's anger subside. "You're right. I can't afford to be reckless." The fairy spoke up as well. "I'm going with you." In Wudao said worriedly, "That woman managed to trick even me. I suspect she has some powerful figure backing her. You're a cultivator. Aren't you afraid of getting entangled in bad karma?" Shizi replied with a look of determination. If she's truly committing such atrocities, then regardless of who protects her, or if she's a powerhouse herself, I'll fight her to the bitter end. Hearing this, In Wudao nodded. "The way follows nature. I understand. Then let's go see what this Japanese woman is made of." Meanwhile, in a spacious courtyard, where the cherry blossoms were in full bloom, Qian Sun was leisurely sipping her tea. As In Wudao approached, she gestured for him to sit. He stepped toward her, sneering coldly. "You certainly have a lot of free time on your hands. Here's the transfer contract for North Mountain. Now, hand over the catalyst." Qian Sun tilted her chin and smiled. "I've heard that young Master In values beauties over power. It seems the rumors were true. To be your confidant must be true happiness." In Wudao completely ignored her words. He tossed the contract onto the table and said, "I'm not in the mood for your flirting. Hand over the catalyst." Now, Qian Sun remained calm and composed. She picked up the contract with a slight smile. "What's the rush? Let's sign the contract first. As for a minor thing like the catalyst, we can discuss that later." Qian Sun opened the envelope. Inside, there were only a few lines. "Qian Sun, you're nothing but a tramp." He had even written it in Japanese to make sure she could read it. Qian Sun's teeth ground together in fury. In Wudao gave a wicked smirk. "That's one for you and one for me. Now we're even." Qian Sun suddenly slammed the table and roared, "Bastard! Are you done playing games with me? Aren't you afraid I'll burn your woman to ashes?" In Wudao gripped the edge of the table, seething with rage. "If that's how you want to play it, then there's nothing left to say." He flipped the table over. "You think you can mess with me? Who the hell do you think you are?" Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed. Qian Sun's subordinate let out a loud shout. On the other side, Lu Man and Xiaoba had also just arrived. Both sides were armed, with guns drawn and ready. In Wudao's fought Guba, who simply gave a nonchalant smile. "Wudao, quite a surprise, isn't it?" In Wudao thought to himself, "It's not even the scheduled time yet." He really did show up early. Qian Sun, now holding a strangely patterned and vibrantly colored umbrella, interrupted their conversation and bellowed, "I'll show you bastards the true power of my Shikigami." In the blink of an eye, In Wudao moved with lightning speed, appearing right in front of Qinshuan. Then, he vanished and reappeared directly behind her. Gripping her slender neck in one hand, he spoke coldly. "You dare play tricks on me? Do you want me to snap your neck right here and now?" Terrified, Qinshuan stammered, "You don't do anything rash. The medicinal catalyst is right inside this umbrella. All you have to do is open it to get it." In Wudao shoved her aside with a palm strike, sending her sprawling. He snatched the umbrella and sneered, "You liar. There's definitely some secret hidden in here, isn't there?" A flash of panic crossed Qinshuan's face. "I'm in trouble. He found a secret inside the umbrella. If I can't summon the Shikigami, am I really going to die at his hands today?" In Wudao examined the umbrella in his hand with curiosity. "The Shikigami you mentioned, I've heard a thing or two about them, but I've never actually seen one. With those words, he decisively threw the umbrella open. As long as the catalyst is inside, I don't care what kind of storm you try to stir up. Suddenly, a pair of massive black wings materialized in midair. From them emerged a cold, seductive woman with crimson hair. She manifested with a long sword in hand. This was the Shikigami Daoji. She let out a chilling laugh. Is there fresh blood for me to feast on already? When In Wudao saw the beautiful woman, his eyes lit up. This Shikigami is quite a beauty. Qinshuan scrambled to her feet. She pointed at In Wudao and commanded Daoji. The sacrifice is ready. Kill him. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. In Wudao cursed. Spotting her prey, Daoji lunged forward. Licking her lips, she said greedily, your body looks quite robust. I bet your blood tastes sweet, doesn't it? I am very pleased. Hearing this, In Wudao sighed. I get it now. The people you drained dry. Eventually, their souls were dragged away by the origin armor to be refined. So, you're just a blood-sucking demon. It's a truly tragic fate for any soul refiner to be targeted by you people. In Wudao touched the pendant around his neck. Shodeki, are you listening? She's already brought out her Shikigami. Aren't you going to show off a little? Suddenly, a system notification flashed before him. New talent detected from a distant land. Known as a child of heaven. Name, Tian Song Qinshuan. Identity, Amayoji. Golden Finger, Shikigami. Instance, Tianyu Tianga. Mission, assist Qinshuan in seizing control of the Japanese corporation. Reward, 100 tons of gold. After reading the notification, In Wudao was stunned. What? He blurted out in shock. He looked at the Shikigami, Daoji, whom Qinshuan had summoned. She was swinging a massive polearm, radiating a murderous intent as she closed in for the kill. In Wudao narrowly dodged her blade, his mind reeling in disbelief. After everything that happened, the system wants me to help her? What kind of madness is this? Within seconds, In Wudao regained his composure. He launched a hidden weapon at Daoji and shouted, I don't care if you're a god or a ghost. Just die. However, Daoji was no pushover. She deftly used her polearm to parry In Wudao's relentless attacks. The speed of her blade was so overwhelming that In Wudao was forced back. He let his guard down for a split second, and a gash opened on his arm. He clutched his arm, impressed by how fluid this woman's blade work was. Seeing this, Lu Man rushed in to help. She fired several shots at Daoji, screaming, I don't care if you have wings. You'll still crawl on my feet. Daoji didn't even acknowledge Lu Man. She gave her polearm a slight twirl, instantly transforming it into a massive shield. It blocked the hail of bullets effortlessly. In Wudao couldn't help but curse under his breath. This is a nightmare. Daoji let out a ferocious roar, threatening everyone present. None of you are leaving this place alive. Immediately after, she began swinging her blade, slaughtering everyone in her path. People began falling one by one. Suddenly, Xiao Ba's subordinate, Tianyu, appeared. He charged forward with a sharp spear in each hand, desperately trying to hold Daoji back. Daoji showed no mercy and let out a guttural growl. All of you just go to hell. At that exact moment, Tianqian rushed forward, desperate to get between the two of them. She turned toward Tianyu and asked, Sister, what are you doing here? You'll find out soon enough. As it turned out, Tianyu was actually Tianqian's older sister. Before Tianqian could ask anything else, a sudden barrage of bullets cut her off. Fortunately, her Shikigami shielded her just in time, leaving her unscathed. The Shikigami, however, took the hits. The man pulling the trigger was Xiao Ba. He swaggered up to Tianyu and barked an order. Tianyu, get back. This guy is bad news. With that, he turned to look at In Wudao, who was clutching a wound on his arm, and gave a cold sneer. You actually let a woman wound you. What a pathetic loser. In Wudao glared at him, his eyes burning with rage. Watch it, he spat. Keep laughing today, but don't be surprised when the tables turn tomorrow. Dao Ji had collapsed to the ground. In that instant, her eyes turned predatory and cruel. Her hand tightened silently around the hilt of her blade. Taking advantage of the moment, while Xiao Ba and In Wudao were distracted by their bickering, she lunged, her blade piercing straight through Xiao Ba's abdomen. Xiao Ba let out a horrified scream. What kind of monster is this? It was faking death. The moment his scream faded, Dao Ji stood up abruptly. She hurled Xiao Ba away like he was nothing. Standing behind them, Lu Man felt a wave of fear. She stammered, "Is that even human?" She and her comrades immediately opened fire, desperately unloading their magazines at Dao Ji. Unfortunately, the hail of bullets had no effect on her. Instead, with a casual flick of her blade, she disarmed both Lu Man and Tian Yu, sending their weapons clattering to the ground. In Wu Dao looked down at Xiao Ba, who was hunched over clutching his wound, and mocked him. "You had the nerve to laugh at me with those pathetic skills? Are you still laughing now?" Xiao Ba let out a low, guttural growl. "You, don't get cocky too soon. Sooner or later, she's going to finish you off, too. It's a damn shame I won't get to kill you with my own hands. That will be the greatest regret of my life." In Wu Dao completely ignored Xiao Ba's words. He turned back toward Dao Ji and said, "You think you could take me down? In your dreams." With that, In Wu Dao drew his halberd. The air grew heavy as he engaged in a fierce duel with Dao Ji. At this moment, In Wu Dao finally unleashed his true strength. Dao Ji didn't back down an inch, slashing her blade directly at him. Blade mit halberd in a violent collision. The surrounding air shuddered from the shock waves of energy. In Wu Dao shouted, "Listen up, little girl. When it comes to mastering long-range weapons, we Chinese are the undisputed grandmasters." As the words left his lips, he swung his halberd, sending Dao Ji's spear flying out of her hands. With her weapon gone, Dao Yi's momentum visibly faltered. Seizing the opening, In Wu Dao pressed the attack, landing a devastating blow on her. Because Tian Qian's soul was linked to Dao Ji, she immediately collapsed to the ground. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from her lips. She was utterly shell-shocked. "No, it can't be," she muttered in disbelief. "There's actually someone in China who can defeat a Shikigami." Tian Qian wasn't the only one in shock. Nearby, Xiao Ba, Lu Man, and Tian Yu stood frozen in place. The same thought escaped their lips. He actually beat her. Lu Man watched in admiration. "He's getting stronger every day." Tian Yu's eyes were filled with awe. "Incredible," she whispered. In Wu Dao stepped forward until he was standing right in front of Tian Qian. "Now, are you ready to hand over the medicinal catalyst?" With deep resentment, Tian Qian handed him a small blue vial. But before In Wu Dao could take it, a hidden projectile struck the vial, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. A figure dressed in all black suddenly emerged. Someone shouted, "Damn it, ninjas!" A group of figures clad in black appeared one after another. Projectiles rained down from every direction. Many people were struck by the incoming weapons, crying out in agony. Moving with lightning speed, In Wu Dao pulled Lu Man behind a large boulder for cover. Lu Man asked in confusion, "Where did all these ninjas come from?" In Wu Dao replied grimly, "It looks like we walked right into that woman's trap." Tian Qian clutched her wounded arm in pain, but she immediately spoke up, as if terrified of being wrongly accused. "I didn't send these people. This wasn't me." In Wu Dao turned his head. He saw Tian Qian crouching right next to them. "So you're here too." Supplying her pain, Tian Qian tried to explain. "Look at the way these ninjas strike. They look exactly like the ninjas serving under our chairman." Yin Wu Dao didn't buy Qian Sun's story. He asked suspiciously, "Then why did he attack you as well?" Qian Sun replied with a hint of panic, "I'm afraid my plot to take over his position has been exposed." Yin Wu Dao pulled out a strip of white cloth. As he bandaged her wound, he spoke softly, "This wound is deep. We need to stop the bleeding immediately. Otherwise, you're going to lose too much blood." Qian Sun looked at him, startled. "Why are you helping me?" Yin Wu Dao answered bluntly, "Because if you die, I'll never find that medicinal catalyst." In truth, Yin Wu Dao was already weighing his options. The system wants me to help her climb to the chairman's seat. Even if the current situation is a bit dicey, a reward of 100 gold taels is nothing to sneeze at. It's definitely worth the risk. Besides, this is all for Manhua's sake. Getting on her good side wouldn't hurt. Xiao Ba stepped up to Qian Yu and demanded, "What the hell is going on here? Where did these people come from?" Qian Yu pointed nonchalantly at the group of ninjas. "They're soldiers I recruited, Lion King. If they're supposedly that powerful, why would they ever submit to anyone else? We hold all the cards now. All that's left is to deal with Yin Wu Dao. Once we find the Ming Dynasty royal tomb, and I seize my sister's Shikigami, we'll be able to rule the entire underworld of both the East and North Seas. As long as we work together, this world will belong to us. Xiaoba frowned. You're insane. Qianyu licked her lips. She spoke with a twisted grin. For you, I'd gladly be insane. So what? Behind a rock. After finishing the bandage, Yin Wudao asked, Are you and that Qianyu out there actually sisters? Qian Sun whispered back, We are sisters, but we've been estranged for a very long time. I only knew she was operating somewhere in the Middle East. I never imagined I'd run into her here today. Qian Sun suppressed her pain and shouted, Don't shoot. She raised both hands in the air. Stepping out from cover, she called out, Sister, it's me. But then, Qianyu coldly gave the order to the ninjas. Kill that woman so I can finally have some peace of mind. Qian Sun froze in shock. She couldn't understand. Why? Why? I'm your own sister. Seeing things take a turn for the worse. Yin Wudao lunged out from their hiding spot. He pulled Qian Sun into his protective embrace. Get back here now. Feeling utterly betrayed, Qian Sun buried her face in Yin Wudao's chest and sobbed. Can she really throw away our bond as sisters just for a shikigami? She choked out through her tears. The shikigami will eventually consume its master. I was only worried about her. Yin Wudao offered her a gentle word of comfort. It seems you still don't realize just how deep her ambition goes. Qianyu stood atop a high rock and projected her voice. Yin Wudao, Qian Sun, you're surrounded by ninjas and 10 elite shounen. There is no path to victory for you. Stop resisting. If you just come out quietly, I promise I won't kill you. Having said that, Qianyu turned to Xiaoba, Lion King. The moment they show their faces, I want you to open fire and kill them immediately. Hearing this, Xiaoba was stunned. But she's your biological sister, Qianyu replied with chilling calm. That's precisely why I can't be the one to do it myself. But someone has to take care of her for me. Xiaoba fell silent. From his hiding spot, Yin Wudao taunted Xiaoba. You're supposed to be a man of Risu, and yet you're teaming up with foreigners just to get to me? I honestly look down on you. If you got any guts, come out and face me one-on-one. Xiaoba snapped, his temper flaring. One-on-one it is. You think I'm actually afraid of you? Then, out of nowhere, Xiaoba suddenly pressed his gun against Qian Yu's head and commanded, Order your people to retreat right now. Let them go. Qian Yu is in total disbelief. What? Yin Wudao is your enemy. Why are you helping him? Gu Ba Zhao, let me tell you something. As a Qiqing agent, I have my own code. I will never betray my motherland or my people. Furthermore, this is a matter between me and Yin Wudao. I don't need you Japanese meddling in our affairs. Yin Wudao steps forward. Well said. Truly well said. Yin Wudao draws his weapon and steps out with an admiring look. This is our business. We don't need outsiders like you meddling in our affairs, Yuan Wu sighs. We might have our internal squabbles. But when it comes to outsiders, we stand united, don't we? Lion King, everything I've done up to this point was for your sake. And yet, you've left me utterly disappointed. She crosses her hands, instantly forming a hand seal. In the blink of an eye, Tian Wu transforms into a raging vortex. Breaking free from Granny Qiao's suppression, Granny Qiao gasps in surprise. Such a refined style. So, you actually had this kind of skill hidden away? Once she is safely out of reach, Tian Wu screams at the top of her lungs. Lion King, since you want to be so stubborn and ungrateful, then you can just rot and die with the rest of them. A horde of ninjas prepares to charge. Granny Qiao asks Yin Wudao anxiously, Aren't you supposed to be the big shot of Jiangchen? Do something and fast. Just standing here, taking hits isn't going to end well for us. Yin Wudao pulls out a cloud-piercing arrow, calling forth a massive army for reinforcements. In an instant, the entire sky is set ablaze with light. As the smoke and fire dissipate, Yin Wudao's reinforcements have finally arrived. The first to appear is Feng Tu, followed closely by Lin Feng. The moment they arrive, the ninja horde is instantly scattered and broken. Yin Wudao remains calm and composed. Standing aside to direct the flow of battle, he says triumphantly, They've arrived. Granny Qiao watches the scene with a hint of jealousy. He really is quite the collection of experts under him. What's even more annoying is that none of them seem weaker than me. How irritating. After observing for a moment, seeing that the perfect moment has come, Yin Wudao charges into the center of the ninjas, weapon in hand. Now's the chance. This is the perfect time to finish them off. Granny Qiao provides cover fire for behind. Let me give you a hand. It doesn't take long. The ninja squad is left sprawled across the ground, decimated by Yin Wudao's 9 Heavens Palm. Witnessing the carnage, Tian Wu is struck with sheer terror. Her face is a mask of pure shock. These were all high-ranking ninjas. How is this even possible? This makes no sense. The sound of footsteps draws closer. Yin Wudao's group and Granny Chow approach. Lin Feng stands by his side with a smug grin. Wen Jiangqing's F4 is on the scene. Anything is possible. Lu Man rushes out from nowhere. She points her gun directly at Tian Wu. Tian Wu, you're under arrest. You are a suspect in an espionage operation. I am officially taking you into custody. Tian Wu remains defiant. You really think you're capable of catching me? Lu Man replies coldly. What exactly are you trying to say? Planning on using another one of your little tricks to escape? I'm warning you. Don't even think about moving, or I will open fire immediately. Suddenly, the voice of an unfamiliar man echoes through the area. I thought I wouldn't have to show my face, and that this could be handled easily. It seems your abilities are still far from adequate, Tian Wu. Upon seeing the man, Tian Wu quickly drops to her knees to beg for forgiveness. I failed to handle things properly. Please, Chairman, I accept your punishment. It turns out the man is the chairman of the Japanese corporation, Xiao Gongxi. He flutters his fan casually. Stand up. The fact that you lured them all here so I could catch them in one net is good enough, I suppose. Lu Man snaps out of her confusion as the realization hits her. So you're the mastermind behind all of this. She immediately shifts her aim toward him. You're under arrest. Hand in the air now. Xiao Gongxi lets out a mysterious laugh. He begins to wave his fan gently. What a brave young lady. If you love pointing that gun at people so much, why not point it at yourself instead? Go on, pull the trigger. Under the influence of a purple glow radiating from the fan, Lu Man is instantly hypnotized. She raises her gun and presses it against her own temple, just as she is about to pull the trigger. Yin Wudao reacts with lightning speed, swatting the gun away, saving Lu Man's life at the last second. Xiao Gongxi smiles with genuine intrigue. Someone actually managed to resist my soul-seizing fan? Hearing the name of that soul-seizing fan, Yin Wudao felt a surge of dread. He quickly turned to look at the people behind him. He cried out in horror, "Damn it! This is bad. Everyone has been brainwashed." He saw them all pointing their weapons at their own heads, one by one. They were preparing to commit suicide. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Wudao instantly activated his purple gold pupils and roared, "Everyone wake up!" But even the purple gold pupils were useless. Their eyes remained vacant, looking like those of demons. The situation was dire. At that moment, they all glared at Yin Wudao with murderous intent and charged at him all at once. Yin Wudao couldn't help but curse. Hell, I've really been caught off guard this time. Young Master Xiao smirked while waving his fan. No one stays conscious under my soul spirit dance. Now all of you die. Kill Yin Wudao, then take your own lives. Just then, Gu Shizi suddenly appeared from the sky, shouting out, "You insignificant Eastern barbarian cultist! How dare you show off your amateur tricks in front of a master?" When Yin Wudao saw Gu Shizi, he was beyond shocked. She couldn't have timed her arrival better. Gu Shizi immediately threw out several yellow talismans, slapping them onto the faces of Lin Feng and the others. Their minds were instantly restored. Landing on the ground, she barked sternly, "Cease your soul spirit dance at once. That's nothing more than a cheap branch of soul-snatching arts. To the orthodox Huaxia Daozong, it's nothing but amateur heterodox nonsense." Seeing Gu Shizi appear, Yin Wudao acted like a frightened child. He lunged forward and hugged her tight, sobbing theatrically. "Sister Gu Shizi, you're finally here. I was just scared to death." Blushing furiously, Gu Shizi stammered, all right, it's over now. Let go of me, quick. There are people watching." Yin Wudao kept up the act. "I just couldn't help myself. My bad." Infuriated by her words, young Master Xiao growled, "I don't believe you. Let's see if you can handle my soul spirit dance again." With that, he unleashed his technique once more. Seeing this, Yin Wudao jumped in front of Gu Shizi to protect her, warning, "Gu Shizi, watch out. Don't look at his golden light." Gu Shizi pulled out a yin-yang mirror and said arrogantly, "So what if I look?" Holding up the mirror, she declared, "Not only will I look, but I'll make sure he sees it too. The golden light young master Shao unleashed hit the mirror and instantly reflected, bouncing straight back at him. In an instant, he began singing and dancing like a complete idiot. He even started humming along. A little chick, you're so pretty. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, a remote control fell from his clothes. Everyone quickly realized it was a detonator. Before anyone could move, Tianyu lunged and snatched the remote. She shrieked, I've already buried explosives all over this area. Today we all go down together. Yin Wudao roared and lunged at her. Stop it. He grabbed her hand, trying to pin it down and stop her from pressing it. Unfortunately, he was a second too late. The button had been pressed. Yin Wudao gritted his teeth. I was one step too slow. We're screwed. Master, help. In a flash, everything was blown to smithereens. Nothing remained but rubble and roaring flames. The explosion triggered a massive landslide. One by one, everyone plummeted through the air. Yin Wudao looked down. Beneath them was an underground river. Yin Wudao realized what happened. The blast must have blown open the cavern goose Shizi left behind when she came down mountain. One after another, they splashed into the water. Standing up in the water, he groaned, son of a... What are the odds of that? Everything just lined up perfectly. Suddenly, he spotted a figure lying on a rock and whispered, well, look what I found. He moved closer to get a better look. It was Tian Sun, unconscious. Her clothes had been disheveled by the waves, revealing quite a bit. He smirked. Mamai? She's a wild one, he thought. It looks like she's about to drown. Should I save her? After a brief, internal struggle, Yin Wudao decided to strip off her clothes. He immediately began performing CPR. He thought to himself, whatever, I still have the mission the system assigned me. I can't let her die, but she still wasn't responding. He had no choice but to try mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, right in the middle of his desperate attempt to revive her. Qian Sun suddenly snapped her eyes open. She let out a piercing scream, expecting a stinging slap across the face. He was only violently pushed away. She called him a pervert. In an instant, Yin Wudao grabbed Qian Sun's hand, his brow furrowed in frustration as he raised his voice. You got some nerve, don't you? How dare you call me a pervert? Do you think you're even worth the effort? I was just trying to save your life. If I hadn't, you'd be dead by now. Qian Sun was stunned into silence. Looking at the underground stream, the realization hit her. She really had fallen into the water. She had completely misjudged him. Yin Wudao stood up coldly. He turned and walked away. Qian Sun scrambled after him, calling out, It's so dark in here. Don't leave me alone. Wait for me. Panicked, she rushed to keep up. She asked Yin Wudao, Where are we? Where did everyone else go? Are they in danger? Yin Wudao replied coldly, I don't know. Suddenly, a giant bat screeched past them. Qian Sun screamed in terror. She instinctively grabbed Yin Wudao's arm. He glanced at her with a smirk. Don't you keep Shikigami? Why are you so afraid of things like this? Qian Sun replied, trembling. I raised Shikigami. It's not like they're ghosts or demons. Besides, I'm a girl. A falling leaf is enough to startle me. Not to mention how freezing it is right now. She couldn't stop shivering as she spoke. Yin Wudao thought for a moment before giving a command. Take off your clothes. Terrified, Qian Sun wrapped her arms around herself and shrieked. What do you want? Don't you dare try anything. My Shikigami aren't just for show. Ignoring her protests, Yin Wudao proceeded to strip her anyway and hung her wet clothes in a dry spot. Only then did he explain, You're soaked to the bone. You'll die of hypothermia if you stay like this. We need to dry these clothes fast. Qian Sun huddled in the corner, flushed with embarrassment. She grumbled to herself that he could have just said so earlier. Yin Wudao held the wet clothes for a long time, but they wouldn't dry. Getting impatient, he sighed. This isn't working. Guess I'll have to use some of my power. He began channeling his energy into her clothes. Soon, the fabric was bone dry. Yin Wudao walked over and tapped Qian Sun on the shoulder. The clothes are dry. Get dressed now. He shook her slightly, but Qian Sun just slumped to the ground. Yin Wudao cursed under his breath. Damn it, is she frozen solid? Seeing the beauty shivering and exposed to the cold, Yin Wudao's sense of compassion kicked in. He decided to strip off his own clothes too. There's no other way. This is the only way to save her. Now completely bare, Yin Wudao lay down and pulled Qian Sun into his arms. He held her gently, sharing his body heat to keep her warm. Yin Wudao thought to himself, I hope she doesn't call me a pervert again when she wakes up. I'm really just trying to save her life. Drifting in and out of consciousness, she felt a warmth radiating from beside her. Qian-sun whispered a bashful thank you. The two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. As for whether anything else happened, well, nobody knows for sure. Eventually, a refreshed Yin Wudao stood up and got dressed. We finally made it through. Qian-sun sat on the ground, shyly putting her clothes back on. She stammered, This stays between us. No one could ever find out. Yin Wudao let out a hearty laugh. Don't worry about it. There's nobody else here. How can anyone possibly know? But as soon as he spoke, 5 heads popped out from behind a boulder. It was Lin Feng and the others. The looks on their faces were priceless. Lin Feng let out a forced cough. Is it too late for us to go back and hide again? Yin Wudao froze in place. Damn it. Yin Wudao rushed to Guxizi's side. He panicked, trying to explain himself. Guxizi, please just listen to me. I only did it because I was afraid she was suffering from hypothermia. I was just trying to save her. How could a disciple of the Tao just stand by and watch someone die? She didn't seem to care about a single word he said. Guxizi turned away with a huff. You don't need to explain anything to me. It's completely unnecessary. I'm nothing to you anyway. What right? Would I even have to care about what you do? She flicked her sleeve and walked away. Watching Guxizi's retreating figure, Yin Wudao let out a long sigh. He muttered to himself, ever since she left the mountain, Guxizi hasn't learned anything good. Instead, she's picked up the sulky attitude of those girls in the secular world. It's a carbon copy. He thought to himself, I need to go ask Lin Feng about a few things. After all, there's still a lot I don't understand about what happened after we fell. As he happened to pass by Lu Man, she suddenly covered her ears and shouted, Explaining is just a cover-up. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Speechless, Yin Wudao shook his head. He felt completely baffled. Who said I was going to explain anything to you? While he was still standing there in a daze. 2 hands were placed firmly on his shoulders. It was Lin Feng and Feng too. They spoke in unison. A man should take responsibility for his actions. Don't make us look down on you. Yin Wudao tried his best to explain. It's not what you guys think. Xiao Ba rubbed his chin and chuckled. I'm actually pretty jealous, Yin Wudao. Yin Wudao felt a wave of misery wash over him. Why is even this blonde guy joining in on the fun? I'm being totally framed here. In the distance, Qian-sun watched Yin Wudao's flustered state. She couldn't help but let out a soft smile. He's actually quite handsome when he's panicking. Afterwards, the group continued forward along the narrow path. Lu Man suddenly noticed something. She gasped in shock. Oh my god! A massive entrance to an ancient tomb appeared before them. Whatever Tianyu and the young master are looking for, it's likely right here. The tomb door has just been opened. It looks like they're one step ahead of us. Lu Man spoke with a solemn expression. Protecting our cultural heritage is the duty of every citizen of Huaxia. No matter how dangerous it is ahead, I have to go in. Yin Wudao echoed her sentiment loudly. The treasures left by our ancestors belong to us. If outsiders dare to steal them, then we'll make sure they never make it back home. Everyone's blood began to boil with resolve. They shouted their agreement in unison. Suddenly, a cold glint of light flashed. The group hadn't gone far before they were ambushed by a group of Japanese warriors. Yin Wudao reacted instantly. He pulled Lu Man into his arms, narrowly dodging a lethal strike. The warriors let out a loud battle cry and charged toward Yin Wudao's group. Qian-sun shouted, This is bad. They're the chairman's subordinates. Their combat strength is even higher than an upper ninja's. Yin Wudao tried to calm her. It's okay. Just leave them to me. Yin Wudao lightly spun the daggers in his hands. With a murderous intent in his eyes, he lunged at the warriors. Qian-sun called out anxiously from behind. You have to be careful. Yin Wudao looked back and grinned. They're the ones who need to be careful. With that, he leaped into the fray and roared. Don't even dream of stopping me. In the heat of the moment, Yin Wudao didn't notice a blade thrusting toward him. Caught off guard and unable to defend in time, he was forced back several steps. A master wearing a strange mask appeared. He let out a cold laugh. You've grown too careless. As he spoke, his sword struck like a bolt of lightning. He executed a swift Iajutsu slash, forcing Yin Wudao further back. Yin Wudao struggled to block the onslaught. He knew immediately that this opponent was no ordinary fighter. pressed back repeatedly, he whispered. I was too reckless just now. I didn't expect such a master to be hiding here. I really underestimated them. Feng Tu charges from behind, shouting, I'll handle him. In Wudao warns him, careful. Feng Tu rushes in to clash with the masked warrior, but the opponent employs another strange martial technique. This time, even Feng Tu is forced back several steps. Seeing this, Lin Feng shouts, Feng Tu. In Wudao signals with his hand, just leave it to me. He immediately summons his weapon. Weapon in hand, he steps forward and speaks. So, you're a martial artist? Fine, then I'll settle this like a martial artist. Consider it a proper excuse for you to give your master. The man tightens his grip on his sword in a rage. Someone as arrogant as you will pay the price sooner or later. In Wudao channels his technique. Heavenly Halberd Strike. Immediately after, he raises his arm high. He looks to the sky and lets out a thunderous roar. A sudden, calamitous energy descends, leaving the masked warrior completely stunned. His movements grind to a halt. He cries out warily, What kind of move is this? I've studied countless Wuxian martial arts, but I've never heard of this one. Just as the thunder fades, Lin Feng suddenly appears and pulls the trigger. A gunshot rings out. A bullet slams straight into the opponent's neck. The man collapses, trembling on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he wheezes, You're so despicable. The third brother frowns. TCH. So that's how it is. In Wudao turns to Lin Feng with a scowl. Next time, don't be so quick to pull your gun. It's lucky he was wearing a mask. His vision was obstructed. Otherwise, he would have seen through your plan ages ago. Lin Feng scratches his head and grins. All right. I'll be more careful next time. From behind, Xiao Ba says dismissively. Doing something like that. You guys have no martial ethics at all. Feng Tu scratches his head, chiming in. Didn't you say you wanted to use your status as a martial artist to duel him? Why the sudden sneak attack? In Wudao gives a devious smile. You speak of honor with gentlemen, but when dealing with these foreign thugs, why waste your breath on martial ethics? Lin Feng smugly pats Feng Tu on the shoulder and laughs. Little brother, you still got a lot to learn. Feng Tu watches his back. His face turns pale as he thinks to himself. In Wudao, you really are a monster. Xiaoba is also stunned by Lin Feng, thinking, Lin Feng is supposed to be a legendary soldier king. How did he get corrupted by him too? The group continues deeper inside. None of them notice that on the ceiling, a giant serpent is coiled, standing guard. Its entire body is deep purple. Its eyes are blood red. It flicks its tongue, hissing a warning. In Wudao speaks up. Do you guys hear something? Gu Shizi shouts loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Look over there. There's light ahead. Look quickly. There's light up ahead. The whole group enters the room together. Just then, a rustling sound echoes from within. Tian Yu lowers her voice. Have you found it yet? The fighting outside has stopped. I don't know what the situation is like now. Xiao Gongzi reaches into the coffin, rummaging for something. He replies, almost. Found it. Our family has researched this for generations. As expected, the legends were true. He pulls out a blade. The tip of the blade nearly reaches the ceiling. This weapon is called the Zhanjiang blade. It was the imperial blade of King Zhou di Xian. After surviving countless storms of history, it finally ended up in this ancient tomb. It's not just worth a fortune. It holds immense destiny within it. It could even sway the fate of an entire nation. Xiao Gongzi gives a sinister laugh. Just then, In Wudao's voice rings out. Oh, it seems you're overthinking things a bit. How could a Huaxiao weapon like this affect the fate of your country? I suppose you've lived a pampered life for too long, leading to such delusional daydreams. Hearing this, Xiao Gongzi says, In Wudao, you really are capable. To think you actually broke through our divine shadow vanguard. After speaking, he points the Zhanjiang blade at In Wudao with a wicked grin. But now that I have the Zhanjiang blade, don't even dream of escaping my grasp this time. In Wudao doesn't wait for his nonsense. He shouts, Gu Shizi, please give him a proper send-off for me. Gu Shizi immediately soared into the air. But Xiao Gongzi showed no sign of fear. He brandished his long sword with absolute confidence. I won't lose to you this time. He's using the 8 trigrams mirror. Gu Shizi was suddenly frozen in shock. In the next instant, a powerful palm strike slammed into her. She was sent flying backward through the air. Seeing this, Yin Wudao rushed to her side and screamed. Guxi Izzi. He managed to catch her just in time, pulling her into his arms. They landed safely on the ground. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. With her breath coming in ragged gasps, she spoke tremulously. The murderous aura of this general slaying blade is too heavy. I'm afraid the only weapon in this world that can block it is the Xin Yuan sword. Wudao, you have to run. Right then, Lin Feng and Xiao Ba began firing wildly from behind at their opponent. But Xiao Gongzi quickly began chanting an incantation. He manifested a crimson energy barrier that enveloped his entire body. Lin Feng gasped in disbelief. What the? The bullets were completely deflected. Then, the ominous blade slashed violently toward Yin Wudao and his group. Fortunately, everyone managed to dodge the strike just in time. Witnessing the destruction, Yin Wudao gritted his teeth and said anxiously, "This general slaying blade is every bit as formidable as they say." Qian Sun, standing beside him, was equally stunned. Even a demon blade can't compare to the power of this spear. Tianyu smirked triumphantly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. What happened to all that arrogance you had a moment ago? So what if you're the four elites of Jiangchen? No matter how handsome you are, you're all going to die. Standing next to Tianyu, Xiao Gongzi declared with total confidence, "With the spear in my hand, I will slay the dragon. I'll level all of Hua Fengtu." Standing in front of Yin Wudao to shield him, Fengtu said, "Yin Wudao, I'll hold him off. You have to stay alive. When you're ready, kill this arrogant, ambitious bastard for me." Yin Wudao was filled with worry upon hearing those words. "But what about you?" Fengtu looked at him with sincere eyes. "In this life, finding a single true soulmate is enough for me." A hand slapped onto Fengtu's shoulder. Yin Wudao gripped his shoulder tightly. He pushed Fengtu back and said, "You're already heavily injured. If you stay behind to stop him, it's a suicide mission." He immediately summoned the Sky Piercer halberd and spoke with determination. "Then we'll just face him head on. Honestly, I can't stand this guy's face for one more second. I have to give him a beating right now." Yin Wudao unleashed the roar of the 9 dragons, true Qi. Xiao Gongzi said dismissively, "My only mission is to complete the dragon-slaying plan. Kill the dragon. Lesser insects like you aren't even worth my time." With that, he swung his hand, violently throwing Yin Wudao aside. But how could Yin Wudao be defeated so easily? He lunged at Xiao Gongzi once again. Xiao Gongzi casually swung his blade to parry the attack. Then, he counterattacked without a moment's hesitation. Yin Wudao's figure blurred. He dashed straight toward him. Xiao Gongzi was actually taken aback by his sheer speed. "Your movement technique is bizarre." In the blink of an eye, Yin Wudao appeared directly behind him. He knitted his brows, preparing to strike. Lotus steps. 9 dragons true Qi, combined with the Sky Piercer halberd. "Let's see you dodge this." Xiao Gongzi remained incredibly arrogant and gave a cold laugh. Nothing but the petty tricks of a worm. He launched a ferocious assault against Yin Wudao. Luckily, Yin Wudao managed to evade the blow just in time. Seeing that Yin Wudao could avoid his strike, he mused. To be pushed back and still pull off such a beautiful flying dagger technique at the same time, you're certainly not as simple as you look. Xiao Gongzi began to take the fight more seriously than ever before. He narrowed his eyes and attacked. However, this caused him to leave an opening. Yin Wudao spotted it instantly. There, he suddenly threw a dagger towards Xiao Gongzi. "Now, taste my real killing move." Unfortunately, Xiao Gongzi was no ordinary opponent. He was actually able to easily block Yin Wudao's attack. This was completely unexpected for Yin Wudao. He managed to parry my lady's signature move. Even the onlookers had to acknowledge his power. That spear is just too powerful. His martial arts skills are terrifying. He's way too strong. At this moment, Yin Wudao's mind was filled with suspicion. If he's this powerful, why hasn't the system reacted at all? Why has the system been so slow lately? Yin Wudao's question was quickly answered. It turned out that the delay wasn't because the system was slow. It was because there was so little information available on these chosen ones. It had to manually search for the data itself. Yin Wudao grit his teeth and asked, "Can you see it clearly now?" She replied, "Yeah." The man's status panel appeared before his eyes. After scanning the information, Yin Wudao was stunned. What on earth is the dragon-slaying plan? Before he could satisfy his curiosity, Xiao Gongzi acted decisively. He let out a roar. Dragon slaying plan. Then he charged straight at Inwudao. It's meant to wipe out every top-tier powerhouse in Huaxia. The impact was massive. The shockwave sent everyone flying backward. Inwudao realized things were looking bad. He frowned and whispered to himself. This blade is way too powerful. We need to find a way to deal with it, and fast. While he was lost in thought, Gu Shizi gestured for him to look toward a massive, coiled python. Seeing it, Inwudao was startled. What the hell is that thing? Gu Shizi explained. That is the Goshi recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. It looks like a tomb guardian beast raised in this ancient grave. Gu Shizi continued. If we can get its help, we might be able to suppress Shao Gongzi. Inwudao understood. He gripped the spear in his hand tightly. I've got it. He immediately leaped in one direction. To provoke Shao Gongzi. Hey, idiot. If you're so tough, come over here and fight me. A bow-legged loser like you actually thinks he can take me? Unexpectedly, the guy was genuinely enraged. I'm not bow-legged. I'm going to kill you. Shao Gongzi swung his blade at him. Inwudao, there's no escape for you. Seeing this, Inwudao secretly rejoiced. He ran toward the giant python, stabbing it hard with his blade. Sorry about this. Inwudao was swatted aside by the python. At that sight, Tian Sun and Lu Man were both incredibly worried about him. The giant python had completely lost its mind. Its face was contorted with rage, as it glared intensely at Shao Gongzi. Shao Gongzi trembled as he tried to explain. Look, if I told you that wasn't me just now, would you believe me? The python was beyond agitated. It immediately lunged at him. Despite his resistance, Shao Gongzi was sent flying. But it wouldn't give up. It continued to charge at him. As for Inwudao, he had fallen off to the side. Lu Man and Tian Sun ran over anxiously. Wudao, Master Yin, everyone's expressions were incredibly grim. What a tragic death. Feng tu lamented Sohofuli. Zhong Ziki is dead. Since my Boya is gone, what right do I have to even hold a blade anymore? Xiao Ba made a promise. I respect you as a true man. I will definitely avenge you. Lin Feng cried out. Wudao, it's all my fault for not protecting you better. Inwudao scratched his head, confused. Why is everyone crying? His sudden appearance left the entire group stunned. Then everyone screamed in terror. He's back from the dead. Inwudao laughed. The one who died just now was only a puppet. No need to be so surprised. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Tian Sun said fearfully, That sounds like my sister. Xiaoba also spoke up worriedly. This is bad. Inwudao shouted. Quick, over there. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. When they arrived, they saw the giant python coiling around Tianyu. Tian Sun called out anxiously. Tianyu grit her teeth in anger. Where is Shao Gongzi? That bastard used me to tie down the python. While he took the chance to run away, Tian Sun grabbed Inwudao's arm. Please, Master Yin, say my sister. I'm begging you. But Inwudao took the opportunity to be difficult. I'm not really interested in doing something so thankless. Tian Sun promised bashfully. I'll agree to any request you have. He asked her curiously. You tried to kill her several times. Why do you want to save her now? Tian Sun spoke helplessly. Because she's still my sister. Inwudao had no choice. He had to agree to help her. You'd better remember your promise. I'll just have to grit my teeth and bear it. Let the girl go. But the giant serpent doesn't seem interested in being tamed by him. That's when Inwudao realizes something is off. Something about this situation is strange. Is this really how something acts after being mesmerized by the purple gold pupils? The serpent slithers toward Inwudao. At the same time, it releases Tianyu. It backs away and disappears. Inwudao is skeptical. It doesn't look like it's been soul-snatched at all. So why'd it listen to me? The Chi stands nearby and explains. Because you carry the aura of a sovereign. Naturally, it wouldn't dare risk harming you. Inwudao doesn't buy it. He waves his hand dismissively. Oh, please. Quit the exaggerations. Where on earth would I get a sovereign's aura from? Xiaoba rushes over to reason with Tianyu. You should just turn yourself in. If you just come clean and confess, I'll put in a word to have her life spared. Tian Sun anxiously supports her sister. Sister, are you okay? Despite the cold reception, Tianyu speaks in a soft, low voice. My sovereign, you're the one person I worry about most. But in the end, our paths were never meant to cross. While the Lion King Xiaoba and Tianyu are facing off, Tianyu suddenly snatches a gun from Xiaoba's waist. She slowly raises the weapon, points it at Tiansun and speaks. Now, you're the only one left who knows the secret. Your sect is already in shambles. I have no choice but to kill you. Tiansun is stunned to see Tianyu pointing a gun at her. Suddenly, Tianyu pulls the trigger. A bullet flies through the air. Just as Tiansun is paralyzed with the fear of impending death, someone suddenly leaps out from the mountainside to take the hit for her. Seeing that Tianyu has opened fire, Xiaoba and Lu Man immediately raise their guns and return fire. The man named Yamagami had lunged forward to shield Tiansun. Choking back tears, she cries out, "Yamagami! Why are you here? You! What on earth are you doing?" He stammers a reply to her. "I've always been following you, to protect you. I've finally found the chance to fulfill that wish. Dying for you is my greatest honor." He looks at her, his body trembling. Blood slowly trickles from the corner of his mouth. The onlookers frown as they witness the scene. They all have the same thought. This is the true display of a pathetically devoted lover. As Yamagami's breathing slowly stops, the world around them falls silent. Only the sound of Tiansun's sobbing remains. Suddenly, a hand grabs her collar and hauls her up. It's Yen Wudao. He glares straight at her and barks. "You have a nerve to sit here and cry. If your people hadn't come sniffing around Huaxia's treasures, things would never have come to this. Stop crying and get over here. Spill everything you know. Now, outside." A few men are talking amongst themselves. Yen Wudao is one of them. One of the men suddenly speaks up. Tiansun is involved in espionage. Standing beside Tiansun, he replies, "I have to take her into custody. She's far too important to me. There's no way I'm letting you take her." Hearing this, Lu Man says angrily, "And what if I insist on taking her?" "Then we do this the hard way," he replies. Xiaoba stands between them. He can't help but interject. All right, that's enough. If you two get any closer, you're going to end up kissing." Lu Man is startled. Flushing red, she snaps back. "What kind of nonsense is that?" He responds, "Look, we're all on the same side. It doesn't matter who does the interrogating. What matters is getting to the bottom of the dragon-slaying plan." Before he can even finish, Yen Wudao is already dragging Tiansun away by her sleeve. "Then I'm taking her with me first." Watching him walk off with her, Lu Man shouts in frustration. "Just look at him. He looks like he's just taking her home for a private chat. I just know it." Seeing her like this, Xiaoba says, "You're getting so worked up. Don't tell me you're actually jealous of Tiansun." "Puffed. Who's jealous? I'm not jealous at all." She crosses her arms over her chest and huffs, turning away. A moment later, Lu Man turns back to ask Xiaoba, "But don't you two have a deep-seated grudge? Why are you taking a side now?" He continues, "Through this cooperation, I've realized he's not the kind of man who runs from his actions. I want to reinvestigate the truth behind the madman explosion. If it really was him, I will definitely settle the score with him once and for all." "So how are we supposed to explain this to Godfather?" Lu Man asks. He speaks again. "Don't worry. We have someone positioned next to Yen Wudao. Once he gets the answers, we'll know the results immediately." Elsewhere, inside a seaside villa, Yen Wudao shoves Tiansun onto the bed and speaks. "Are you going to confess on your own? Or do you want us to break out the torture equipment?" She slowly pulls down the strap of her dress, revealing her chest and pale thighs. She replies, "Actually, I'm quite curious. Just how do you plan on servicing me? I'm actually looking forward to it a little." Yen Wudao suddenly waves his hand. Dozens of green snakes slowly slither out, crawling toward Tiansun. He continues, "Then let them serve you instead. Are you satisfied now?" "No. Stop. Please. I'll talk. Tiansun curls into herself in fear, screaming in terror. Suddenly, an image appears before their eyes. A warrior is swinging a massive saber at a fire dragon. This so-called dragon slaying is actually a plot to sever Huaxia's dragon veins. The Shrine sect has been planning this for years. First, they had to obtain the General Slaying Saber. This blade is capable of severing a dragon vein. Only then could they go hunting for the veins themselves. I was originally in charge of retrieving the General Slaying Saber. I didn't expect the young master's people to show up as well." Hearing this, Yen Wudao asks skeptically, "Severing the dragon veins?" Suddenly, A surge of power blows the door open as Gu Shizi enters. She cries out urgently, "We absolutely cannot let them succeed. If they do, Huaxia's national destiny will be severed forever. The land will be torn apart, and the people will suffer in misery." He immediately replies, "These outsiders, they've gone too far. Yin Wu Dao may not be a saint, and I despise playing the hero, but I will protect the dragon veins no matter what." After speaking, he falls into deep thought. Even if it weren't for the system mission, when a nest is overturned, no egg stays whole. How could I ever be safe if the country falls? I understand this truth all too well. Nothing can be allowed to happen to the dragon veins. He calls out, "Where is Lin Feng?" A tall man, with a sharp, efficient demeanor steps in. "I'm here. Arrange a private jet for me. I need to fly to Xinjiang immediately." Lin Feng responds solemnly, "Understood." Gu Shizi exclaims in realization, "That's it. There's a dragon vein right next to Xinjiang. If the young master's company wants to sever it, they will definitely pass through there." Yin Wu Dao replies respectfully, "I'll be relying on your help again this time, Gu Shizi, to protect the dragon vein and to uphold justice on behalf of heaven." "I shall not refuse," she replies. To not refuse meant that no matter the task, as long as it was righteous, she would do it. Suddenly, a hand grabs the back of Qian Sun's collar and drags her along. "Let's go." Continuation of previous line. "First, you're going to break the soul-binding curse on Ling Ruoxue." Yin Wu Dao commands. She clings to his leg and pouts. "You're so mean." Yin Wu Dao ignores her and simply urges her on. "Stop acting spoiled. Move it." Shortly after, Qian Sun sits in the center of a massive ritual formation. Seemingly casting a spell, she lifts a bowl of clear water in her hands, performing a ritualistic dance. Suddenly, she turns back and gives Yin Wu Dao a seductive look. Catching her gaze, Yin Wu Dao's face inadvertently flushes red. She then brings the bowl of water over for Ling Ruoxue to drink. After Ling Ruoxue finishes the water, Qian Sun gently sets her down and says, "There, she's had the water. She'll wake up soon. By the way, were you just trying to flirt with me, Great Master? Is this really going to work?" Yin Wu Dao asks with a hint of doubt. "No problem," Qian Sun replied firmly. A short while later, Jiang Ruoxue woke up and immediately called out, "Wu Dao, Wu Dao." Yin Wu Dao rushed over to support her. "I'm here," he said with concern. "Are you feeling better?" "Wu Dao, I'm okay now. But that organization is so evil. You have to be careful, especially that woman named Qian Sun." Jiang Ruoxue spoke with worry. Yin Wu Dao replied calmly, "Don't worry. Everything's been taken care of already." Hearing his words, she couldn't help but be shocked. Suddenly, Qian Sun stepped forward. She asked Ruoxue curiously, "Were you talking about me?" Jiang Ruoxue was already startled, but seeing Qian Sun sent her into a panic. "You? What are you doing here?" Seeing her confusion, Qian Sun linked her arm with Yin Wu Dao's. She said flirtatiously, "Brother Yin brought me back, of course." Jiang Ruoxue thought to herself, "Just as I thought. He's still using his charms to solve problems." Yin Wu Dao immediately pushed Qian Sun away. He said to Ruoxue, "It's good that you're okay. I still have some things to take care of, so I'll be heading out. Take care of yourselves. Don't worry. The two of us will wait for your return." Watching Yin Wu Dao leave, everyone around him was overjoyed. Miao Ji spoke up immediately, "Boss, please let us go with you. The incident at North Mountain was our fault. We failed in our duties." Yin Wu Dao replied, "Don't blame yourselves. Last time, right after I left Jiangsheng, someone targeted the people close to me. Your mission this time is to properly protect my people. Nothing can be allowed to go wrong again." The three in front of him answered in unison, "Understood." At Xinjiang Airport, Lion King, Xiaoba and Lu Man had been waiting for Yin Wu Dao for a long time. As soon as he stepped out and saw them, he couldn't help but wonder, "Why are they here to pick me up? How did they know I was arriving today?" Lu Man spotted him. She immediately ran over happily. Yin Wu Dao thought she was running to hug him, so he spread his arms wide and said with a smile, "Well, aren't you enthusiastic?" But the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Lu Man rushed right past him. Excitedly, she waved and shouted, "Hello, Miss Xia." It turned out the person Lu Man was waiting for was Xiaoyu. Duge was right beside her. Xiaoyu replied gently, "You're too kind, Miss Lu." Please, this way. Lu Man pointed behind her. She led the two away, and as she walked past In Wudao, she stuck her tongue out to tease him. As if I'd come to pick you up. How embarrassing. In Wudao's face immediately darkened. He was completely speechless. At the Xinxing Hotel, In Wudao walked into the lobby. He walked up to Dugaduguwei and Xiaoyu waving. What a coincidence. I am Yin Wudao. Small world, isn't it? I am Xiaoyu. She replied softly. At that moment, a security guard approached the three of them and began to speak. Welcome, guests. Before he could finish, another guard approached with a murderous aura. Stop right there. We aren't taking outside guests today. You aren't allowed inside. Hearing this, In Wudao looked displeased. He shot back. In all my years, this is the first time I've ever been blocked at the door of a hotel. Lin Feng, standing nearby, couldn't help but chime in. On what grounds do they get to go in, while we don't? You're clearly discriminating against us. In Wudao advised Lin Feng, drop it. It seems they've booked the entire hotel. Hearing In Wudao's words, one of the security guards spoke up. That's not it, sir. Miss Xia didn't book the whole place. It's just that whenever the Xia family stays here, all of our 7-star hotels close their doors to outside guests. This was the exclusive treatment for the Xia family. Another guard added, I can see you're all wealthy young masters and ladies. No matter how much wealth I amass, it still doesn't compare to the Xia family. Looking at the two security guards, Yin Wudao couldn't help but reflect on the situation. It seems the influence of my Yin family still has a long way to go. To think that here in Xinxing, the name Yin Wudao carries no weight at all. Suddenly, Xiaoyu spoke up. Mr. Yin should stay and join us. Hearing her command, the two security guards immediately bowed their heads in shock. We are deeply sorry. Please come inside, sir. Our sincerest apologies. Standing beside Yin Wudao, Feng Tu spoke. Wudao, let's just go somewhere else. A man of honor shouldn't have to accept charity. Yin Wudao replied. The situation is finally starting to get interesting. Don't let these trivial matters ruin the mood. Let's head inside. Feng Tu was momentarily stunned by his response. He turned to Lin Feng with a look of pure confusion. Since when did Wudao change his style so much? This isn't like him at all. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and laughed. I've known him for a long time. This doesn't surprise me anymore. You'll get used to it eventually. I really don't understand any of this. Feng Tu muttered. Sensing the doubt in his friend's voice, Wudao began to explain. You really are better suited to being a brawler. To put it simply, a brawler only knows how to use his fists. Wudao continued. I'm only going to explain this once. In the future, you'll have to figure things out for yourself. The fact that Xiao Ba and Lu Man are both here proves the government is getting involved. As for Xiaoyu, she's clearly the outside help they've called in. Wudao added, just think about it. What's the most likely reason for the authorities to show up? Hearing this, Feng Tu gasped as the realization hit him. Could it be they're here to stop the young master's dragon-slaying plan? Yin Wudao nodded. Exactly. That's why I'm swallowing my pride and going in. I need to get close to them. Who knows? We might even be able to use them to further our own goals. As expected, you're still as calculating as ever. Feng Tu responded. They continued talking as they walked. But then again, we've been keeping our movements top secret. How could their target be identical to ours? Unless there's someone by your side. You're right. There's indeed an informant right next to me. Wudao replied. Upon hearing that, Feng Tu shouted in a rage. Who is it? Just give me a name. I'll go take care of them right now. There's no need. That person is staying close to me, but they don't intend to harm me. They're just monitoring my movements. In fact, having them there puts a lot of people at ease. So why not let it continue? After speaking, he thought to himself, this little game of deception, it's almost too easy. I thought you were just an ambitious young man with a bit of fire in your belly. I never expected you to have such a grand vision. To be this magnanimous, even while walking on the edge of a cliff. I'm truly starting to admire you more and more. Wudao noted the shift in his companion's demeanor. Feng Tu's loyalty just increased by 20 points. Inside room 6668. A woman's voice suddenly rang out. Master Yin, I just received some news. The first shrine has sent several elites to infiltrate Xinxing. The young master is still in possession of the Calm General's blade. You must be extremely careful in this upcoming confrontation. It was Qian Sun. She was kneeling on the floor, massaging Wudao's legs. He felt quite relaxed. Hearing her warning, he asked, "Are you actually worried about me? If I die on the battlefield, wouldn't that mean your mission is a success? Not only would you take over the company, but your influence within the shrine would grow as well." She gently rested her head on his lap and spoke in a tender voice. "Master Yin, you are a hero of unparalleled spirit. There is no one else like you in this world. Ever since that moment of intimacy we shared in the cave, my heart has belonged only to you. The company, the shrine, I don't care about any of that. I only want to be your obedient servant, taking good care of you. Well, if you're truly that loyal, then I'll keep you by my side," Wu Dao replied, stroking her hair. He looked down at her, his thoughts cold and calculating. "Like hell I'd ever believe a word you say. If I could win you over with such a cheap trick, you wouldn't be worthy of the title Enchantress." Qinshuan buried her face in his pillow. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. Playing the part of the lover really does work. That pervert fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Suddenly, a violent crash erupted from outside the window. Qinshuan gasped, startled. "What was that?" Wu Dao raised a hand to signal for silence. "Shoo!" Just as I suspected. Lu Man's group was being far too flashy with their movements. Young Master Xiao finally lost his patience. It looks like he's planning to strike them first. After speaking, he whispered into his earpiece, "Move out." A voice quickly responded, "Understood." In front of room 9999, a group of masked men charged toward the door. Inside, Xiaoyu's voice could be heard. "Qicheng invited me here to use the dragon-seeking technique to locate the heart of the dragon vein. This is something I have to help with. Last time, when I saved Xiaoho from them, I ended up owing them a massive favor." Hearing this, Dugaduchi immediately replied, "You're right, second miss, but I must ensure your safety above all else." She continued, "That Wu Dao we met today, is he really the one who's been fighting my brother? He seemed pretty ordinary to me." Duchi quickly answered, "His strength is advancing at an incredible rate. Even I'm not certain I could defeat him. Please, second miss, try your best to avoid a direct confrontation with him." "So Wu Dao is actually someone who can make you that nervous? Now, that's a bit interesting," Xiaoyu remarked. Just as the two were speaking, a smoke grenade was suddenly tossed into the room. Duchi cried out in alarm. "What the?" Dozens of masked men in black swarmed through the window, surrounding the two of them instantly. Dugaduchi immediately stepped forward to shield her. He shouted, "Second miss, watch out." Unfortunately, he had already inhaled the toxic smoke. His strength began to fail him. He choked out a gasp. "This smoke, you bastards, how pathetic." One of the men in black spoke up. "Young Master Xiao's orders. This woman knows the location of the Dragon Vein Center. We need her alive. Capture her." The rest of the men immediately aimed their weapons at Xiaoyu, but she dodged their attacks with graceful ease. Seeing Xiaoyu evade the assault so effortlessly, young Master Xiao stepped into view, clapping his hands. "Impressive. As expected of a daughter of the Xia family. Your skills are truly extraordinary." She shot him a cold glare. "Are you the one trying to destroy our Huaxia Dragon Vein? You're delusional if you think that'll happen." At her words, young Master Xiao slowly drew a glowing red blade. "I didn't expect you Huaxia people to be so united when it comes to the Dragon Vein. You've even managed to put aside your personal grudges. Enough talk." She screamed in fury, launching two Ame piercers straight at young Master Xiao. He didn't flinch, raising his blade to parry. With a single strike, he snapped her weapons in half. She gasped in shock. Her mind raced. "I forged these piercers myself using refined steel. How could they not withstand a single blow from his sword?" Seeing that she could no longer resist, young Master Xiao gave a cunning smirk. "Since you want to be stubborn, I'll start by cutting off one of your arms. Then I'll drag you away. I'm sure you'll be much more cooperative then." Just as his blade was about to reach Xiaoyu, a halberd suddenly flew through the air, clashing directly against the sword. "Watch out." The newcomer was none other than Wu Dao. He had arrived just in time to save Xiaoyu. Young Master Xiao's eyes widened at the sight of him. He stammered in panic. "Wu Dao, how are you here?" He gripped his blade tightly and spat back. Well, you little brat. As long as you're on Huaxia soil, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Men, get him. Block him now." Young Master Xiao screamed in terror. But the only response was a deathly silence. He looked around, bewildered. "Where is everyone? Where the hell did you all go?" "Don't bother calling them. Not a single one of your men is left standing. In Wudao replied coldly. The villain snarled. That's impossible. They were elites handpicked by my divine temple. How could they all be wiped out in such a short time? Suddenly, several swords flew in from every direction. It was In Wudao's elite squad. Lu Man is the first to speak. Don't be a fool. Our special ops team isn't some useless bunch that just sits around waiting for a handout. Yin Wudao's group surrounds him tightly. Yin Wudao continues. Xiao Gongxi, you actually dare to lay a finger on Huaxia's dragon vein? That is nothing but a pipe dream. Put down that Zhanxiang blade right now. Do it, and I might just let you die in one piece. Xiao Gongxi shows no fear. Instead, he raises his blade and bellows in a rage. Ha ha, in your dreams. I'll take you all down with me. The ferocious blade swings down. The force behind the strike is immense. Yin Wudao's group quickly scrambles back. Yin Wudao shouts at the top of his lungs. Don't try to block it. Everyone, get out of the way. Xiao Gongxi takes the opportunity to bolt. He looks back, shouting triumphantly at Yin Wudao's group as they open fire on him. I'm definitely going to sever this so-called dragon vein of yours. Seeing that Xiao Gongxi had escaped, Lin Feng turns to Yin Wudao. Yin Wudao speaks up. It's no use. He's already gone. We need to find another way to deal with him. Xiaoyu stands to the side, having witnessed everything. She is shaken to her core. How could that blade be so powerful? What would have happened if that strike had hit me just now? Without her noticing, Yin Wudao had appeared right behind her. It would have split you clean from the shoulder down. But there's a silver lining, since it's so fast. You probably wouldn't have felt any pain. Thank goodness I'm okay. Xiaoyu breathes a heavy sigh of relief. She turns to offer her thanks. Thank you for stepping in to help, Master Yin. Yin Wudao replies. No need for thanks. At least when it comes to the dragon vein, we both share the same stance toward those outsiders. Duga Duji drops to his knees before Xiaoyu, full of self-reproach. Second miss. I failed to protect you both. I deserve to die. She replies gently. It's all right. Just be more careful next time. We were lucky Yin Wudao was here to help today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Duji looks toward Yin Wudao, stammering. Master Yin. All right. Stop sobbing like a little girl. Yin Wudao cuts him off. Suddenly, he notices something. Duji asks Xiaoyu in a panic. Second miss. Where is the dragon-seeking ruler? She is startled and looks down, crying out. Oh no. How could it be gone? Xiaoba also panics. This is bad. Xiao Gongxi must have stolen it. If he has that ruler, he'll be able to find the dragon vein in an instant. Elsewhere, Yin Wudao's group returns to the room, but Qianxuan is nowhere to be found. Yin Wudao looks at the empty room. Just as I thought. She left anyway. Lin Feng says, Yin Wudao, your guess was spot on. That woman really is two-faced. She's been obsessed with destroying the Huaxia dragon vein all along. I've already activated the tracking device. We can monitor them whenever we want. We should still avoid the people from Qichen. Let's settle this mess ourselves. Meanwhile, Xiao Gongxi and Qianxuan are sitting in a car. He speaks. You didn't do a bad job, but it wasn't quite clean enough. Qianxuan asks, confused. What do you mean by that, sir? I don't understand. He reaches out and strokes her hair. He leans in to whisper in her ear, but before he can finish his sentence, she brushes his hand away. Xiao Gongxi continues, looking a bit disappointed. Let her get close to Yin Wudao. Might have been his biggest mistake. Our detector found a tracking device in your hair. What? She cries out in shock. A moment later, a miniature tracker appears between his fingertips. She stares at the device, her heart sinking. So, he was actually guarding against me too. Xiao Gongxi continues. How about we put this tracker to good use? Let's send Yin Wudao a very special gift. Lin Feng holds a tablet displaying the location of Xiao Gongxi's group. They're just up ahead. Feng Tu speaks up immediately. Let me clear the way. He heads forward as soon as he finishes speaking. Xiaoyu turns to Yin Wudao. Wudao, the trees are so thick here. The west is high while the east is low. There aren't any water sources or ponds in sight. This is clearly a dead zone filled with corpses. How could the heart of the dragon vein be in a place like this? Suddenly, Lin Feng froze in shock. Stopping Feng Tu, he pushed aside the overgrown weeds with his hands. A trap appeared right before everyone's eyes. I knew it. Lin Feng spoke through grit teeth. He spotted a bomb planted behind a tree. He turned his head and shouted, Nobody move. We've already stepped into the blast radius. I'm going to disarm it right here. Tan Xiao asked suspiciously. What do you mean a bomb? Aren't we here to find the heart of the dragon vein? Her livestream chat immediately exploded. The little demons in chat said, Xiao is off on another raid with Feng too. Is this for real? It looks so fake. Who even uses bomb traps these days? Suddenly, Lin Feng gasped in horror. He yanked the bomb down. He let out a loud roar. Get down. A massive explosion rocked the area. With her face covered in soot, Tan Xiao muttered, Didn't you just tell us not to move? The viewers at her live stream went wild again. The little demons said, The streamer literally just put her life on the line to answer your questions. The camera caught everything. Okay, I'm a believer now. Ex-wife, hurry up and protect the dragon vein. Seeing the situation, Feng Tu spoke up. They definitely found our tracking device. We walked right into a trap. What do we do now? Yin replied calmly. Don't panic. We still have an ace up our sleeve. Miss Xia, I'll have to trouble you then. Xiaoyu continued. My feng shui skills might not be legendary, but it's worth a shot. With that said, she pulled out a bagua compass and began to chant. Seeking gold in the heart, moving mountains with the stars. Reveal the straight path, the true sight. A beam of light shot out from the bagua compass. Xiaoyu cried out in surprise. Elsewhere, Feng Tu asked doubtfully, Is this reliable? Lin Feng immediately replied, Your Miss Xia can even summon lightning. A little feng shui like this is nothing to her. Feng Tu spoke again. Even if we find Xiao Gongzi, how are we supposed to deal with him? That new blade of his is just too powerful. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. A moment later, Xiaoyu shouted, We're here. This is Xiao Gongzi's car. Looks like we're in the right place. On the other side, Xiao Gongzi's men were digging a hole. He turned and asked Qian Sun, Qian Sun, are you sure it's here? She replied, Positive. The dragon-seeking rod is pointing right this way. Suddenly, two masked men hit something. They screamed, We found it. We've dug up the dragon vein. Xiao Gongzi saw what was underneath. He cried out excitedly, That's it. According to the ancient scrolls, if you see the golden dragon, that is the dragon vein of Huaxia. He raised his blade, preparing to sever the dragon vein. Suddenly, an arrow flew in, knocking the blade from his hand. In Wudao's group arrived. He spoke up. Who gave you permission to act so brazenly on our great Huaxia soil? Xiao Gongzi raised his blade in response. With this blade in my hand, you still dare to stand in my way? Don't you fear death? In Wudao replied. You're the one who should be afraid of dying. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword plunged straight into his chest. As it turned out, the one who struck was none other than Qian Sun herself. Holding the long sword, she stabbed Xiao Gongzi in the chest. His eyes turned bloodshot as he stammered. You? Qian Sun looked at him coldly. Her gaze ruthless. She said, I didn't want it to end like this, but he offered me too much to refuse. Not long before this, In Wudao and Qian Sun had met in secret. You and I will put on a show together, and then we'll take down Xiao Gongzi. What do you say? Qian Sun looked at him with intrigue and said, And what's in it for me? Yin Wudao approaches her. He gently strokes her hair. He gives her a flirtatious smile. Why wouldn't you want to receive my favor and protection? Qian Sun seems pleased upon hearing this. Her cheeks flush slightly, but she maintains her cold tone. I prefer practical benefits. Wudao chuckles softly. Once this plan succeeds, I'll help you take the position of chairperson, and I'll give you another trillion. You'll become the greatest tycoon of the Tang family. Hearing this, Qian Sun agrees without a second thought. Deal. Back to the present. The young master confronts Qian Sun in a rage. A traitor to our country. You deserve to die. Qian Sun remains calm and indifferent. During my time here, I learned a saying. It makes a lot of sense. If you do something wrong, you get hit. And it has to hurt, just as the thunder fades. She thrust her blade deeper into the young master's body. At this sight, Lin Feng can't help but burst out laughing. So this was Yin Wudao's fatal blow all along. Feng Tu also has a sudden realization. No wonder he was so confident and composed. Suddenly, the young master grits his teeth. His voice turns dark and low. You're celebrating way too early. His body is enveloped in a fiery red aura. Moments later, his body suddenly explodes. Terrified, Qian Sun flies back to safety. After the smoke from the explosion clears, an ugly, bald dwarf appears before them. Yin Wudao is stunned. To think he was a dwarf this whole time. Standing nearby, Tan Xiaoxiao adds a stinging remark. And he's so hideous, too. Right then, the young master, ignoring the insults, grips his soul-slaying blade. He charges straight at Qian's son. He snarls through gritted teeth. You bitch. You're dead. Paralyzed with fear, Qian's son can only stand there. At the critical moment, a halberd swings in to block the path. Yin Wudao shields Qian's son and shouts, Did you think I only had one trick? Gu Shizi, help me. Hearing him, Gu Shizi immediately joins the fray. Several talismans fly out, attacking the young master. Yin Wudao leaps off the talismans and lunges at the young master. You bastard. Today, I'm going to open your eyes. Yin Wudao seems to hover in midair. He raises his blade high and roars. Look closely. This is the true Five Thunder Righteous Law. As he speaks, countless lightning bolts suddenly strike down. Pale with shock, the young master's eyes nearly bulge out of his head. He can't stop screaming. My God, this power, it's like the wrath of a god. Can a mere mortal truly rival the heavens? Yin Wudao's eyes glow a brilliant red, looking like a true dragon descending. At this moment, he can only let out a desperate sigh. He watches helplessly as this massive power prepares to end his life. It's an overwhelming, tyrannical force. In an instant, the energy strikes the young master. The blade in his hand loses control and slowly slips away. He finds it strange. Why won't his blade obey him anymore? Then, the blade hits the ground, as if it had a mind of its own. That wraps around the young master. Seeing this, Yin Wudao quickly retreats to avoid the brunt of it. He thinks to himself, just what is wrong with this blade? How can it be this powerful? Suddenly, the blade lunges toward Gu Shizi. Lin Feng and Feng Tu shout, watch out. It's gone bad. The blade is seeking revenge. Yin Wudao rushes forward and catches the blade with his bare hands. He stands in front of Gu Shizi and yells, Gu Shizi, get back. Gu Shizi looks at him, worried. But what about you? Drenched in sweat, Yin Wudao looks to be struggling. Don't worry about me. This is my fate. I can't let you get dragged into this. Suddenly, he realizes the blade is greedily drinking his blood. The killing intent surrounding the blade instantly dissipates. Gu Shizi gasps in shock. This blade suddenly reacted to you. It must have sensed your blood. A karmic bond has been forged. She began performing a Taoist ritual, her voice soft and steady. Just hang in there. I'm going to help you complete the blood-binding ceremony. The blade hovered right in front of Yin Wudao. Sharp blade, qi relentlessly surged into his body. Sweat poured off him like rain. He fought through the pain, gritting his teeth. It feels like something is being forced into my mind. An image suddenly flashed in Yin Wudao's head. A majestic emperor appeared in his mind's eye. The figure gripped the general-slaying blade and spoke. I am a human emperor. I shall never bow to the heavens, and I will never accept the judgment of the gods. Beneath him stood a vast army of millions. Yin Wudao finally got a clear look at the emperor's face. It was himself, with one arm around a beautiful woman, and the other raising the general-slaying blade high. He let out a thunderous roar. If the heavens will not tolerate me, then I will drag those high and mighty gods straight down to hell with me. Yin Wudao snapped awake, gasping for air. My God, was that really me? Gu Shizi stood by his side and explained. The blade has recognized its master. From this moment on, you're its sole owner. Yin Wudao gripped the hilt tightly. He could feel the raw power vibrating through it. It feels like it's excited. The others rushed over one by one to congratulate him. Gu Shizi spoke softly. You and this blade must have been destined for each other in a past life. That is why your blood was able to awaken it. Lin Feng spoke with genuine warmth. Congratulations, Wudao. Feng Tu chimed in as well. With this blade by your side, you'll be invincible under the sun. Tan Xiaoxiao cheered excitedly from the sidelines. Everyone look at this. Our boss has really done it this time. He's performed a massive service for the country. The livestream chat exploded once again. Little Demon CEO spammed the comments. That blade is easily a national treasure. The boss is just too cracked. A legendary beast summoner? That blade was the weapon of King Zhou himself. Even the professional commentators chimed in. No signs of editing. This is pure skill. Just then, the young master of the company, covered in filth, crawled out from the shadows, looking disheveled and frantic. Ha ha ha. Don't start celebrating just yet. Even without the blade, your Huasha dragon vein is still doomed. I planted explosives long ago. Now watch it all go up in smoke. He slammed the detonator. But after a long silence, nothing happened. The young master looked confused. What? Why didn't it go off? Xiao Ba appeared out of nowhere, holding the bombs and laughing. All your little toys have been disarmed. Everything is under control. Upon hearing those words, the young master suddenly lunged into the air. He ripped his clothes open, revealing a vest strapped with explosives. I'll take the dragon vein down with me. I'm ending this right now. Yin Wudao instantly swung his blade, cutting off his path. Keep dreaming. With a single palm strike, he sent the man flying. A massive explosion lit up the live stream screen. The comment section was buried under a mountain of messages. Little demon. Huge congrats to the boss for protecting our country. Is this a movie? This is peak cinema right here. Nice work, Wolf Warrior. Feng Tu watched the aftermath, his expression darkening with suspicion. We kept this entire mission top secret. How did the Xiqing Bureau know exactly where we were? Feng Tu gripped his sword and stepped forward. He pressed the cold steel against Tan Xiaoxiao's neck. You're the mole, aren't you? Tan Xiaoxiao waved her hands frantically, terrified. Wait, big brother, don't do anything reckless. I'm just a low-level streamer. Feng Tu glanced at the scrolling comments. The viewers were debating fiercely. The Haiqing detectives are idiots. The mole is obviously Lin Feng. A god of war like Lin Feng is too valuable. There's no way the government would just let him walk away. Jinsheng's tyrant dragon said it best. Lin Feng's ties to the government are definitely more complicated than they look. After reading the comments, Feng Tu's suspicion shifted. He shouted out, Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around. He had no idea what was happening. What's up? You looking for a drink? Feng Tu didn't waste another word. He drew his sword and lunged straight for him. So, the mole was you all along. I'm going to kill you. Hearing those words, Lin Feng stumbles back in terror. Suddenly, In Wudao appears. He catches Feng Tu's wrist with one hand. He forces him to a halt. Stand down. Feng Tu's rage is still simmering. He demands an explanation. Why are you stopping me? He's a traitor. He's been leaking our every move to the Xiqing Bureau. In Wudao remains unfazed. I've known for a long time. Feng Tu is stunned into silence. Lin Feng steps forward. He calmly admits the truth. Wudao, it's true. I'm with the Xiqing Special Task Force. Codename Dragon 5. I was originally sent to Jiangsheng to investigate the four great families' market monopoly. But my current mission was to monitor you. In Wudao asks him coolly. Then why tell me all this now? Lin Feng replies. At first, I intended to gather enough evidence to put you behind bars. But then I realized something. Huasha needs people like you. Sometimes, justice is just a label used by those who think they're righteous. It isn't true justice. Feng Tu stands by confused. True justice? Lin Feng points at In Wudao. That's something. Wudao helped me understand. In Wudao listens. He clenches his fist, his voice filled with conviction. That's right. No matter how gifted someone is, they have no right to trample over the common people. I'm going to tear down their justice and drag those elites back to earth. I'll make them witness the suffering of the world. I'll force them to repent for the heartless nature of the heavenly Tao. The system screen flickers to life. Lin Feng's loyalty, +3. Feng Tu's loyalty, +5. As he turns to walk away, a thought crosses his mind. Dealing with those high-tiered geniuses alone is suicide. It's too dangerous. I need to convert the luck of the geniuses around me into my own sovereign chi. Only then can I build a force strong enough to rival them. Xiaoba approaches him. In Wudao, seeing you put yourself on the line to stop them today, I see you're a real man. I believe you now. You didn't kill Bong. I won't come looking for trouble with you anymore. He gives a faint smile. I'm glad to hear that. Just then, another system notification pops up. Received 10 points in Genius Combat Arts. In Wudao questions the system. Daji, how many genius points have I racked up so far? Daji appears behind him, teasing. You just keep refusing to upgrade, don't you? You've accumulated quite a bit. Let me do the math for you. Daji counts on her fingers. You started with 48 points. Killing Ji Wuji gave you 5. Defeating Feng Tu earned 18. Rick Kahai was 8. Lin Wunua dropped 8. And you just got 10 for comforting the Lion King. That brings your total to 97 points. You're ready to promote to Human King rank. In Wudao listens. He gives the order. Hold the upgrade for now. The system is baffled. But why? Don't play dumb with me. The higher my rank, the stronger my opponents become. That just makes missions harder to complete. I'll stay at this level for now. It gives me more freedom. I'll upgrade later if I run into a real problem. Daji looks at him with a hint of exasperation. Are you seriously trying to cheese the system right now? Jiangjing Riverside Villa, Unit 8. Tion Xin speaks up. Mr. Yin, you certainly are a hard man to get a hold of. It's been 5 days since our time at the Qinling Mountains. In Wudao swirls a glass of red wine, admiring the moonlight. He turns toward her with a look of mock sincerity. My apologies. I have quite a few lovely ladies in my life, and I had to make sure each one felt appreciated. Tion Xin gives him a cold stare. I hope you haven't forgotten the promise you made me. In Wudao takes a sip of his wine. Don't worry. I'll make sure you take that chairperson's seat. Tion Xin is skeptical. How? Headquarters has already ordered me to return and face disciplinary action. He snaps his fingers. Perfected Qingxiu, Great Master Fu Hui, and Miao Ji appear one after another. He continued, I'm giving you these 3 elite generals, plus 100 billion yuan. Moved by his words, Qian Sun spoke softly. My lord, you're too kind. Then, Yin Wudao leaned in closer to her. He had one condition. Once this task is complete, I want absolute control over the Zhou group. Qian Sun immediately recoiled. The Zhou group is my family's lifeblood. If I let you take control, I'll be a sinner for all eternity. To make negotiating with her easier, he waved his hand, dismissing the 3 generals. He stared her down, his gaze piercing. Do you really think you have any way out now? Qian Sun hesitated, her voice trembling. If you don't cooperate with me now, death is the only thing waiting for you. We've been in the same bed for a long time. It's a bit late to try and get out now. Yin Wudao spoke as he closed the distance between them. He pressed in step by step, forcing her to retreat further and further, until her back hit the table. Panicked, Qian Sun stammered. Your pronunciation is wrong. It's supposed to be in the same boat. Right then, Yin Wudao tightened his grip on her wrists. He leaned into her space. His voice was low and commanding, like a dominant CEO. I'm in bed, and now it's a table. Hearing his words, Qian Sun cried out in fear. I agree. Quick, stop. Yin Wudao's hands slid beneath her clothes, underneath her vibrant red dress. He caressed her smooth skin. Tell me, the arrow is already notched. There's no way to hold back now. How could I possibly stop? At that moment, Qian Sun was truly terrified. She frantically summoned her Shikigami. Daoji, save me. But when Daoji manifested, she simply looked at them. I think this man is actually quite a catch. You should just go with it. Stop resisting. Daoji licked her lips. Enjoying the scene before her, she added, Besides, I'm no match for him. I'm worried he'd just deal with both of us at the same time. I can't help you. By now, Qian Sun's clothes were completely disheveled. She whispered softly, I really am just a lamb in a tiger's mouth. Please, be gentle. Though she said those words, Qian Sun's eyes couldn't hide her growing desire. Early the next morning, Yin Wudao was preparing to leave in a hurry. After a night of passion, Qian Sun looked at him with infatuation and asked shyly, Are you leaving so soon? Can't you stay tonight? Yin Wudao tossed a set of keys onto the bed. These are the keys to the villa. It's yours. I'll be coming by to stay for a few days every month. Qian Sun knelt, looking at him with deep gratitude. Her eyes were soft and full of longing. Thank you, Wudao. You have to remember to come visit. At a small house by the sea, Yin Wudao was having a meal with his women. Zhang Ruoxue spoke up. I'll be moving in here too, to keep everyone company. Seeing another rival join the group, Bai Yunxi couldn't help but mock her. A widow is such bad luck. Don't bring your misfortune to everyone else. Zhang Ruoxue wasn't about to take that lying down. She immediately fired back. I may be a widow, but at least I'm young. Unlike a certain old crone here. Su Qingya quickly tried to keep the peace. Enough. We're all sisters here. We shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves. Just then, a flowing dress appeared at the entrance. A gentle voice rang out. Everyone, please stop. It turned out to be Shizi. She was wearing a fresh, elegant dress. a far cry from her usual Taoist robes. The three women looked at her and gasped in unison. She's beautiful. Yen Wudao found it hard to believe. Shizi? Is that you? Shizi replied shyly. It's me. With me dressed like this. Do I look a bit more familiar to you? Yen Wudao was still caught off guard. Why the sudden change in clothes? Why aren't you wearing your priestess robes anymore? Gu Shizi replied softly. You've risked your life to save me so many times. I finally understand how you feel about me. I've decided to leave the sisterhood and return to the secular world for your sake. I want to spend the rest of my life repaying your kindness. Yin Wudao stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table in a rage. Absolutely not. Startled by his outburst, Gu Shizi jumped in shock. Seeing this, Bai Yunqi tried to talk some sense into him. You've always liked Gu Shizi, and now that she's returning to the secular world, isn't this exactly what you wanted? What are you so angry about? Jiang Ruoxue chimed in as well. She's right. Yin Wudao went silent, his mind racing. Did I overreact a bit? Then, Yin Wudao walked over. He took Gu Shizi's hand and said sincerely, Gu Shizi, you're naturally gifted, a rare genius in the world of cultivation. I'm just a common man. How could I let my feelings disturb your path to enlightenment? I can't let myself be the reason you throw away 15 years of ascetic practice. Gu Shizi's face turned bright red as she spoke with deep gratitude. You always put my needs before yours. How could I be so blind to your kindness? Yin Wudao leaned in close. He gently tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and whispered, I only hope that you could be my consort, Taijin, occasionally discussing the way of yin and yang with me. That is all I need to be content. I believe there's a way to have the best of both worlds. I won't let you down. Overwhelmed with happiness, Gu Shizi nodded in agreement. Yes. After that, Yin Wudao ushered her upstairs. Go on, go back and change into your priestess robes. These secular clothes don't suit you at all. In my eyes, you'll always be the pure, ethereal Gu Shizi. She replied, all right then. Bai Yunqi watched the scene, completely bewildered. Since when did Wudao become so incredibly moral? Su Qingya couldn't help but chuckle when she heard that. Mora? Please, can't you tell? He just has a thing for her original look. The two of them finally realized what was going on. They blushed and cursed. Ugh, shameless. Seeing how well Su Qingya understood Yin Wudao, Bai Yunqi leaned in closer to pick her brain. Since you know him so well, what other uniforms do you think he likes besides priestess robes? Jiang Ruoxue jumped into the conversation too. What about school uniforms? I can pull off the lowly look, you know. Bai Yunqi shot Jiang Ruoxue a look of pure disdain. How old are you? Trying to act like a schoolgirl. Have you no shame? Jiang Ruoxue fired right back. Even if I'm old, I'm not as old as you, you fossil. Meanwhile, upstairs, Gu Shizi said softly, Wudao, would you like to come to my room? We can study the methods of dual cultivation together. Yin Wudao didn't hesitate for a second. He happily nodded and agreed. In Yin Wudao's imagination, dual cultivation meant intense physical activity and seductive sounds. He was practically gloating inside. I didn't expect love to move this fast, but the moment he stepped into the room, he felt all the energy drain out of him. He couldn't believe his eyes. Every fantasy he had just shattered into pieces. The two of them were sitting on the bed, face to face. Their palms were pressed together. He asked hesitantly, is this the dual cultivation you were talking about? She replied matter-of-factly, well, what else would it be? Outside the Shangwan residence, Shangwan Jialuo was playing the zither. Her heart was heavy with frustration and anxiety. Perhaps that was why the strings suddenly all snapped. Shangwan Jialuo cursed under her breath in anger. A man so lewd and unprincipled, doting on his wicked concubines, corrupting the imperial court, leaving the people in misery. Is this a divine punishment? Or is he just reaping what he sowed? At that moment, Milan walked in from outside. My lady, here is the information you requested regarding Yin Wudao. Shangwan Jialuo suddenly snapped at her in a rage. You must address me as your majesty. On the surface, Milan replied with respectful politeness. Of course, your majesty. But inside, she was seething with resentment. If you weren't paying me so much, there's no way in hell I'd put up with this crazy woman. Who knows where she even got this mental illness from? Meanwhile, Shangwan Jialuo was flipping through the files on Yin Wudao's cousin. Name, Suju. Age, 21. Occupation, assassin. Codename, Cherry Blossom. Suyu was originally Wu Dao's cousin. 5 years ago, Wu Dao threw her boyfriend off a building. The fall left him permanently paralyzed. Since then, Suyu set foot on the path of an assassin. She endured grueling training in the art of killing, all for the sake of one day taking her revenge on Wu Dao. Shangguan Jiala frowned as she finished reading. A look of utter disbelief crossed her face. Could Wu Dao really be this depraved? To think he could be so vicious toward even his own cousin's boyfriend. How tragic. I've wasted so many opportunities to end him, yet I still haven't been able to bring myself to do it. Hearing this, Milan spoke up. If you can't bring yourself to strike, my lady, it might be better to let you take action on your behalf. Shangguan Jiala considered the suggestion. It made sense. That is one way to handle it. She handed a book to Milan and said, "This is a manual on assassination techniques and experiences that I've personally compiled. It contains the essential strategies used throughout various dynasties. You can give this to Ku. With this book to guide her, success is guaranteed." Seeing Jiala continue to talk without letting go of the book, Milan stared at her, perplexed. "My lady, you won't kill him yourself, but you won't let him go either. What exactly is it that you want?" As she spoke, she tried to pull the book from Jiala's hand. Shangguan Jiala hesitated for a long moment. Finally, she let go. "Forget it." She turned away. Her face was a mask of agony as she spoke. Wu Dao must die. If he doesn't, the righteous path will crumble and the people will suffer. He has deceived me for 9 lifetimes. I absolutely cannot allow myself to be fooled by his facade again in this life. Rest assured, once you are dead, I will follow you. I won't let you be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. She muttered to herself. She was completely oblivious to Milan, who was standing behind her, fuming with frustration. As soon as Milan closed the door and stepped outside, she immediately called Wu Dao. "Young Masterine," she said excitedly. "I have the latest news. Your fiancé is trying to find a way to kill you again." On the other end of the line, Wu Dao replied, "My cousin is an assassin, and she wants to kill me? She's still just a brat who doesn't understand the world. Yet here she is, trying to play a dangerous game." Through Milan's phone, his voice came through clearly. "I understand. Just continue to report on Jiala's movements." Milan asked respectfully, "Should I keep this book for now to avoid any danger to you?" Wu Dao spoke again. "No need. It's not a bad thing for my cousin to pick up a few more skills. Besides, it's been years since we last met. I actually miss her quite a bit. Once she's learned those skills, she'll come straight to me. That's enough. You may go." Hearing this, Milan inwardly cursed at these two lunatics. Meanwhile, Wu Dao said cheerfully, "It seems bribing Milan back then was well worth the investment." Not long ago, Milan had gone to see Wu Dao. She knelt and cupped her hands in respect. "Thank you, young Masterine, for arranging my mother's medical care, and for securing a job for my brother. You even repaired the roads for our village, and gave me a beautiful home. From now on, I will do whatever you ask of me." Listened and then replied nonchalantly, "I am absolutely devoted to Jiala. I simply want to be informed of her every move." A luxury yacht glided gracefully across the vast, open sea. Ku stood on the deck, enjoying the breeze, when suddenly an assassin armed with a sharp blade lunged at her from behind. "You bitch! D!" He let out a roar as he charged. At that exact moment, Wei Fenlei appeared out of nowhere. With a single kick, he sent the man sprawling onto the deck. Wei Fenlei sneered triumphantly. "Your movements are quick, but against someone like me, they aren't even worth mentioning." Seeing this, Ku stepped forward to express her gratitude. "Thank you for your help just now, senior brother." Wei Fenlei replied, "We belong to the same sect. There's no need for such formalities. But why would an assassin be after you?" Ku said firmly, "Since I left the sect, a lot has happened. I've dealt with this level of assassination attempt countless times already. The reason I've returned this time is to kill the man who brought me nothing but misery." When the yacht docked, Wu Dao was sitting leisurely in a chair, sipping coffee. He gave orders in a relaxed tone. "Lin Feng, hold that sign a bit higher. I don't want my cousin to miss it." Lin Feng grumbled. "It's freaking boiling out here. She's your cousin, so go pick her up yourself." As soon as Ku stepped off the boat, she saw Lin Feng holding a sign with her name on it. She called out loudly, "Cousin." She ran over and threw her arms around Lin Feng. "Cousin, I missed you so much. I finally get to see you again." Hearing those words, Wu Dao spat his coffee right out of his mouth. Lin Feng then hurriedly led the girl over to In Wu Dao and said, "This is actually your cousin." In Wu Dao spoke up, "Cousin? It's only been 6 years since we last saw each other. Did you really not recognize your own cousin? Suyugast tin surprise. Cousin, you've changed so much." She then introduced the man to In Wu Dao. "Cousin, his name is Wei Fenglei. He's my senior disciple brother." Hearing this, In Wu Dao stepped forward to offer a polite handshake. But beneath the surface, the two were secretly testing each other's strength. Wei Fenglei smiled and said, "I've long admired the great reputation of young Master In. To finally meet you today is truly the luck of a lifetime." In Wu Dao wasn't about to be outdone. He let out a smug smirk. Standing nearby, Lin Feng realized something was wrong and shouted, "What are you doing?" But In Wu Dao signaled for him to stay back. Increasing the pressure in his grip, In Wu Dao let out a cold laugh. Mr. Wei's skills are certainly impressive. Wei Fenglei reached his breaking point instantly. He hurriedly pulled his hand back and stumbled several steps. Hiding his trembling hand behind his back, he tried his best to maintain his composure. Young Master Yin's martial arts are truly full of surprises. Fearing a fight would break out right then and there, Suyu quickly spoke up. "Cousin, we should get going. Senior brother has other things to take care of." In Wu Dao chimed in. "My cousin and I haven't seen each other in a long time. We absolutely have to catch up today." Watching the two of them walk away, Wei Fenglei finally realized just how formidable In Wu Dao was. No wonder those two young lords held him in such high regard. He clearly isn't just some ordinary spoiled playboy. Still, I won't underestimate him next time. However, what I want to do most right now is see my goddess. With that, he walked purposefully in another direction. Suddenly, someone kicked open the door to Han Ye's room. She instantly drew her blade, pointing it straight at the intruder. "You dare come to my turf to cause trouble? Who do you think you are?" "It's just me, Wei Fenglei." Han Ye lowered her sword. "Oh, so you've arrived." His voice was steady, tinged with a hint of playfulness. "Can I visit my own wife?" Han Ye took the flowers he offered, only to immediately toss them aside. Her gaze was filled with mockery. "Our marriage is in name only. You know that better than anyone." Wei Fenglei gave a small smile, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. "Fine, forget it. Big brother sent me to ask you something. That girl, Yi Shui, whom the old matriarch told you to bring to the East Wing, is she dealt with yet?" Han Yi spun around abruptly. "Yi Shui is like a sister to me. I won't kill her. You really have changed." Wei Fenglei frowned, looking her straight in the eye. "If that's the case, I'll handle the matter with Yi Shui myself. You should probably head back now. The West Wing has reinforcements now, and the pressure on the East Wing is mounting by the day. I've delivered the message." She spoke coldly. "Wei Fenglei, let me give you one piece of advice. Yi Shui is under Wu Dao's protection now. You'd be wise not to mess with that man. From what I know, those who cross In Wu Dao never come to a good end." Wei Fenglei watched Han Yi as she walked away, his gaze unreadable. "I've already tested him. He has a bit of skill, sure, but it's nothing to write home about. If you underestimate In Wu Dao, you're going to suffer." Still, a part of him held on to hope. "Hongye, if you're willing to come back to Longdu with me, I'll do anything for you. I'll give you everything you've ever wanted. Save it. I'm staying here in Jiangqing." Wei Fenglei let out a soft sigh, his voice dropping low. "Fine. I'll be waiting for you in Longdu." A heavy feeling suddenly surged in her chest. "I have to warn Wu Dao about Wei Fenglei. I can't let him be caught off guard." Later, in the courtyard of In Wu Dao's home, when she met him, Han Ye's eyes were full of anxiety. "So you're saying your husband is coming to kill Yi Shui?" Han Ye nodded slightly, her voice distant. It was as if she wanted to hide the turmoil in her heart. "That's right, but we are a couple in name only." In contrast to her anxious expression, Yin Wu Dao's lips curled into a smirk. A faint, nonchalant smile appeared on his face. His eyes carried a hint of mockery. "Back at the clinic, I already awakened your body. Of course I know exactly what's going on with you. Weren't you afraid of upsetting me?" He stepped closer, pulling her by the waist. "There are other people here. Stop messing around. Yin Wu Dao, you really are a bold, lecherous man. What's there to fear? What does a little brat know?" Suyu stared intently at the coffee cup, slipping something inside. "Then you should just focus on your work. Yin Wu Dao, this is the 9 venom, colorless and odorless. a lethal poison. A single gram could kill an elephant. So you picked up the coffee cup, speaking in an affectionate tone. Cousin, have a cup of coffee and take a little break. He looked at the coffee cup with a sharp, piercing gaze. Trying to make a move on me this soon? Young people really have no patience. Wu Dao circulated his inner chi to neutralize the toxins. She watched as he drained the entire cup of coffee in a single gulp. I didn't expect him to trust me this much. Our grudge is finally coming to an end. After finishing, he handed the cup back to Suyu. Little cousin, why don't you go over there and rest? I'm going to practice my swing with your sister-in-law for a bit. Clueless even as death approaches. How pathetic. Yin Wudao continued to teach her how to play. Let's keep working on your swing. The ball went straight into the hole. She jumped for joy. That was amazing. A hole-in-one. Wudao pulled Hong Yi close by her waist, his gaze burning with intensity. Do you want to try for another hole-in-one? You're so wicked. Her husband is all the way here from the dragon capital, you know. Doesn't that just make it more exciting? He turned to Suyu and said, little cousin, stay right here. Don't wander off. I'm going to go buy a few things. I'll be right back. Okay. Wait, what's going on? Why hasn't the poison kicked in yet? Wu Dao snapped his fingers. A figure suddenly lunged out from the bushes. Help me protect Yi Shui. Don't let anything happen to her. I'm on it. Suyu gasped in shock. When did this person hide nearby? How did he just appear out of nowhere? Feng Tu reported to him. By the way, she just put poison in your cup. You need to be careful. She thought. How did he find out? Yin Wudao smiled, speaking warmly. You're mistaken. That was just sugar. My cousin knows I like my coffee extra sweet, so she added some for me. He smiled and asked, right, cousin? She froze. Suyu was screaming internally. I clearly used poison. Why isn't he dead? And why did he call it sugar? Suyu began to doubt herself. Could the poison have expired? Xiao Xiao observed from behind. What exactly did she just add to the boss's drink? Suyu took a sniff. It doesn't smell spoiled. The people in the live stream chat began to stir. Comments started scrolling rapidly. Low-class succubus. Is this a new plot point being unlocked? Sacrificial pawn. A new female lead has entered the stage. Zhu, an orphan. Holy crap. This woman is bad news. Inside the shopping mall, Yi Shui looked around. Wu Dao likes wearing suits, but the ones here don't quite fit his style. I should check somewhere else. Just as she turned around, a familiar figure blocked her path. Yeju, it's time to come home, don't you think? She gasped. You, what are you doing here? He lunged at her. I'm here to take your life, obviously. The two bodyguards immediately stepped in front of Yi Shui, but Wei Fenglei knocked him down in just a few moves. He suddenly charged forward, reaching out to grab her throat. You can't run away. Suddenly, a blade flashed, blocking his path. Feng Tu stood firmly in front of Yi Shui. Feng Tu's eyes were razor-sharp, as a contemptuous smile played on his lips. I thought no one in Jiang City could stop me. So, you're the one they call Feng Tu, a master from the Tianbao Pavilion. Feng Tu didn't waste any time. I've long heard that the Yi family's son-in-law is a master of ancient martial arts, that your skills are unrivaled under the heavens. Today seems like the perfect chance to see if the rumors are true. He lunged forward once more. Wei Fenglei caught the blade with his bare hands. With a slight squeeze, the sword shattered into pieces. Feng Tu turned pale with shock. How? How is this possible? Wei Fenglei brushed past him with a sneer. Didn't expect that, did you? I mastered the iron body technique long ago. While Feng Tu was still reeling from the shock, Wei Fenglei struck. You're dead. My twin blade's broken. I let him distract me. How am I supposed to explain this to Wu Dao? Wei Fenglei closed in. He grabbed Yi Shui by the throat. His eyes were cold as ice. Xuya, don't blame me for this. Blame the fact that you were born into the Yi family. Wait, stop right there. Wei Fenglei turned to look at Feng Tu. What do you want now? Yin Wudao entrusted Yi Shui to me. I can't let her die without an explanation. Feng Tu tried to reason with him. How about this? I'll call him right now. We'll clear the air. Let him understand that every debt has a debtor, and you're the one he should be dealing with. He dialed Yin Wudao's number. Wudao, I failed. Yi Shui has fallen into Wei Fenglei's hands. I am sorry. On the other end of the line, Yin Wudao picked up the call. He gave a soft, chilling chuckle. It's fine. Switch to a video call. Then hand the phone over to Wei Fenglei. He wore a look of pure disdain. I'm going to teach him a lesson in humility. Wei Fenglei stared at the screen. His gaze was frigid. Let's see what kind of game you're playing. On the other side, Yin Wudao smiled. His eyes were sharp as needles. Wei Fenglei. He grabbed Hong Yi by her hair. Your wife is in my hands. If you dare touch a single hair on Yi Shue's head, I'll make sure she pays the price. Wei Fenglei let out a furious roar. Damn you. Are you even human? A real man doesn't involve family in his fights. If you got the guts, come at me instead. Several flying daggers streaked through the air. It was Feng Tu's move. Wei Fenglei quickly let go of Yi Shue to dodge the attack. Feng Tu stepped in front of Yi Shue to protect her. Wudao, she's safe. Yin Wudao's voice echoed from the phone. Wei Fenglei scoffed. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Yin Wudao's voice rang out clearly. Didn't you say I should come after you? I'm on my way. Fine, I'll be waiting. Wei Fenglei sped toward the meeting point like a madman. Yin Wudao and Hong Yi stepped out to meet him. Wei Fenglei looked at her, his heart racing. Hong Yi, are you okay? Did he hurt you? Wei Fenglei glared at him. Yin Wudao, let my wife go now. Yin Wudao looked at him. He let a mocking laugh. Wei Fenglei, you really are a fool. Why don't you ask Hong Yi herself? Why didn't she even try to run? Wei Fenglei frowned, his anger boiling over. You must have threatened her. Yin Wudao released his grip on Hong Yi. He stepped to the side. I'm not holding her back anymore. She immediately threw herself into Yin Wudao's arms. He savored every word of his taunt. See that? Look at her eyes. She's looking at me with nothing but love. Hong Yi looked at Yin Wudao. Her gaze was soft and adoring. Wei Fenglei, Yin Wudao gave me the happiness only a real man can provide. As long as I can be with him, I die happy. Wei Fenglei let out a primal scream of rage. You disgusting traitors. Go to hell. He lunged at them, but Yin Wudao blocked him effortlessly. The two of them clashed in a blur. Yin Wudao's movements were fluid and precise. He dodged every strike with ease. Yin Wudao wasn't giving an inch, gripping the great blade tightly. He charges toward Wei Fenglei. Wei Fenglei lets out a roar. Yin Wudao, I'm going to kill you. Fear begins to take root in Wei Fenglei's heart. This blade is far too powerful. Yin Wudao gives the command. Strike while the enemy is weak. Yin Wudao swings his blade, aiming for the killing blow. Wei Fenglei flees in a desperate panic. He narrowly dodges the razor-sharp edge by a mere hair's breadth. The two of them speak in shock. Isn't that the Wudong cloud-stepping technique? It looks like he's stepping off his left foot with his right, and then his right foot off his left. Even Newton would be at a loss with this guy. Feng Tu sighs in admiration. The man is a true talent. If you hadn't provoked him earlier, and then ambushed him with the general slaying blade, he wouldn't have been able to react in time. I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to do anything against him. I saw you couldn't handle him either, so I came up with this plan. Hong Yi speaks with deep concern. Wei Fenglei is ranked 4th on the heaven list. His mastery of ancient martial arts has already reached the transformation realm. In a barehanded fight, there aren't many in this world who could defeat him. Wudao, you must be careful. Yin Wudao raises the general slaying blade. His gaze is as cold as frost. With this blade in my hand, what is there left to fear in this world? He turns to look at Yi Shue. His eyes are filled with concern. Shue, are you alright? She shakes her head. I'm Fine. It's just if this keeps up, everyone will eventually get dragged into this because of me. I want to go back to Longdu. Yin Wudao stares at her intently, his expression darkening. Your situation really can't be dragged out like this any longer. How about this? Once I've dealt with this nuisance, Wei Fenglei, I'll go to Longdu with you. Rushua trembles slightly. Her eyes are resolute. No, I won't let you risk your life anymore. I already owe you too much. Yin Wudao speaks gently. Don't say such discouraging things. Since you've chosen to follow me, I won't let anything happen to you. At the Bright Moon Villa in Jiang City, Wei Fenglei bows his head. Second young lady. A man suddenly charges forward. Back off. He uses his true chi to repel the man. The man can't hide his astonishment. The Shui family head, Wei Fenglei. Xiaoyu speaks up. Let him through. But keep your voices down. The fish is about to bite. Wei Fenglei stops in his tracks. He scans his surroundings. Second young lady. I need help from the two of you. Sure. The fishing rod twitches several times. Xiaoyu says excitedly. Quick, help me catch it. It's about to get away. Unfortunately, she couldn't reel it in. The fish got away. Wei Fenglei uses his true chi to kill the fish in the water. Xiaoyu looks at him calmly. You came to Jiang City because you want to kill Yi Shui, don't you? Wei Fenglei can't let the insult go. That's right. But now on my death list, there's a new name, Yin Wudao. Xiaoyu asks, Yin Wudao? Why haven't you been able to deal with him yet? That guy's a monster. To humiliate my wife like that, that's just his style. She notices that Wei Fenglei's hand is injured. Your hand? It was cut by the General Slaying Blade, wasn't it? Yes. That blade's aura is overwhelming. It ignores defensive chi, leaving no way to defend against it. Xiaoyu narrows her eyes slightly. She lets out a cryptic smile. But why should I help you? He takes out a command token. This is the G token that Marquis G gave to me. Xiaoyu takes the token. A flash of contempt crosses her eyes. That prodigal son again. Killing Yin Wudao is actually quite simple. She leans in and whispers. Wei Fenglei immediately understands. Thank you for the guidance, second young lady. Later that night, Suyu sneaks in from the outside. She slips into Yin Wudao's room. She blows in a cloud of sedative smoke. Hatred burns in Suyu's eyes. Yin Wudao, he's a literal demon. Only by killing him can I finally wake up from this nightmare. She raises her blade and lunges. The blade slices through empty space. It cuts only air. A complete miss. She raises her dagger to strike again. That first time was just luck. There's no way you're escaping this time. He rolls over again, dodging effortlessly. Another miss. Suddenly, something catches the blade. She tries to pull it back, but he has the tip in a death grip. With a casual snap, it flings Suyu backward. Her eyes turn bloodshot as she charges again. I have to kill you. D. Yin Wudao grabs her by the wrists. He wakes up groggily, coughing. Cousin, what are you doing? Only then does she realize the blade in her hand is gone. All that remains is the hilt. Where's my blade? Suyu panics and tries to explain. Cousin, I saw how long you played with me today, and I knew you must be exhausted. So I came to give you a scraping massage. This is actually a scraping tool. He pushes her down. But your technique is all wrong. Yin Wudao tears Suyu's clothes open. Let me show you how it's done. No. He uses the hilt of the broken blade to scrape her skin. You have to scrape like this. Suyu screams in agony. It hurts. Don't touch me. If it's this red, it means you have a severe buildup of toxins. Let me help you clear them out. Suyu stares at the reflection of her back in the mirror. Her eyes are brimming with pure hatred. Yin Wudao, you cruel, sadistic monster. I will definitely kill you. I have to avenge him. I'll make you pay 10 times over. No, 100 times. The next morning, she greets Yin Wudao with a bright smile. Good morning, cousin. Where are we heading today? There's a bit of a problem with our business in Jincheng. I need to go handle it personally. At Yunting Villa number 1, everyone is whispering in hushed tones. The deadline for Yin Wudao's ultimatum is up. Should we just surrender to the Black Eagle? Everyone is torn. One man slams his hand on the table and stands up. In his dreams, if he wants us, he'll have to take us to the grave. Xiao Yuna speaks up as well. He used such despicable tactics to take down Boss Feng Tuesday. I'll never accept him. A voice echoes from outside the door. You won't. Yin Wudao and Suyu walk into the room. And what exactly is it that you don't accept? Everyone is stunned. Yin Wudao, Wan Shihao, snaps his fingers, calling his subordinates forward. Yin Wudao, you've got some nerve showing up in Jincheng with only one person. You're literally begging for death. He sneers. One person is more than enough. He barks an order. Hack him to pieces. Yin Wudao places his hand on Suyu's shoulder. He pushes her to the front. Go on, cousin. You spent so many years training. Show them what you've learned. She frowns slightly. You're making me fight them for you? How can you be like this? A man lunges at her with a blade. Look out. Suyu regains her composure. She knocks him out with a single punch, and then proceeds to take down several more. Yin raises a wine glass and takes a sip, nodding in approval. Impressive, cousin. Those are real killing techniques. It seems those years of yours weren't spent in vain. The system notification pops up again. Heavenly favored daughter detected. Heavenly prodige, Suju. Alias, Cherry Blossom. Occupation, assassin. Mission, deep bond of affection. Reward, familial bond. Bone-chilling scheme. Yin Wudao shakes his head and sighs. It even went out of its way to specify familial bond. What kind of nonsense is this? I'm not some pervert like Yang Wang. Wan Shihao is fuming with rage. A bunch of useless trash. Everyone, get out of my way. Taishan, Tongshan, go. Two massive men swing their fists toward Suyu. She was sent flying backward as they tightened their grip around her throat. Wan Shihao praised them smugly. Well done. She was being brutally beaten by them. Suyu screamed in despair. Cousin. Yen Wudao began to circulate his true qi. He had to help her get back. The moment Suyu escaped their clutches, the two men lunged at her again. Wan Shihao shouted with confidence, Shuoshan. Tongshan is the one who trains directly with the great boss Nanxian. When those two join forces, even Nanxian himself has to show them a great deal of respect. He's a dead man this time. He condensed his true qi. One strike, the 9 dragons' true qi. The two men were instantly defeated. Wan Shihao dropped to his knees. Stop. No more. I give up. I'm truly impressed. She was also struck with disbelief. He actually knows martial arts? And he's this incredibly powerful? It's a good thing I didn't choose to face him head on. If my true identity were ever exposed, I'm afraid he would have killed me in a single strike. Suyu's eyes were filled with nothing but confusion and fear. Could all my years of hard work really have been for nothing? Another man stepped forward. Jin Buhuan pointed a finger at Yen Wudao. What's the point of only knowing how to throw a punch? The resources boss Nanxian gave us were meant to make everyone rich and successful. Do you expect us to follow you and starve on the streets? Or why don't you just kill me right now? He sneered. So, you want to see my financial strength? Then show me what you've got. 2 computers were placed in front of the group as he set the terms. We will each choose a stock ticker. Whoever's stock has gained the most by the closing bell wins. If you lose, then you aren't allowed to stick your nose into Jin Cheng's business ever again. Suju protested. Gassen. He's just a spoiled playboy. What did he possibly know about economics? The advantage is entirely on our side this time. What right do you have to let them decide things? She suddenly realized something was off. Wait, why am I trying to help him? Yen Wudao spoke with total confidence. You want a challenge? Fine. I want them to be completely convinced of my superiority. I'll have them bowing at my feet. The man scoffed. Just try it. I've spent 15 years in the world of finance. I've been playing the market since the very day the stock exchange opened. How could someone like you ever hope to beat me? I'm choosing this ticker. Wan Shihao stared at Jin Buhuan. Old Jin, this isn't exactly a fair fight. Shuguang Pharmaceuticals just received a massive capital injection from your group. That's inside information. Choosing that is a blatant violation of the rules. Hearing those words, Jin Buhuan felt as if a nerve had been touched. He whipped around to look at the speaker in total shock. What is wrong with you? Why are you helping an outsider? Yen Wudao saw this and simply smiled. It's fine. Inside information is just another tool of the trade. No one noticed that behind his back, the power of the dragon was being channeled. I might not be an expert in the economy, but I have the great oracle technique. Jade Soul, Thunderous Tremor, Crimson Dawn, Celestial Balance, the Sovereign's Ascension, Mystical Profundity, 7 Spirits, Imperial Surge. A spectral figure was summoned by Yen Wudao and spoke softly. Yen Wudao looked at the ghost. He flashed a devious grin that made the spirit jump in fright. He lowered his voice and said, Gu Wuji, tell me, which stock is going to hit the limit up today? Don't test my patience. If you've forgotten, I'm not going to be happy. The ghost cried out in a panic, his voice trembling with fear. Why won't you just let me go? I'm already dead. Are you even human? Yen Wudao completely ignored his pleas. He reached out and snatched the ghost by the throat. He squeezed hard and threatened him. Cut the crap. Unless you want your soul scattered to the winds, you'd better start talking. Unable to take the torture any longer, Gu Wuji screamed, I'll talk. I'll talk. Shortly after, Yen Wudao clicked through the stock interface. He pointed at a specific company and said, I'll take this stock. Xiao Yuna stared at him, her eyes wide. She offered a concerned warning. Shanling Pharmaceuticals just had a major issue with their financial reports. They've already lost 50% of their value. The big institutional investors have all fled. It's guaranteed to crash and burn any moment now. Are you seriously going to buy it? Wan Shihao cut in. Don't you get it? We're comparing which one goes up the most, not which one hits rock bottom the fastest. Jin Buhuan burst out laughing. It turns out you really are a financial amateur. You're losing for sure this time. From now on, you won't have a say in Jin City. Xiaoyu watches the situation unfold. She calculates the odds in her head. He really hasn't changed at all, still the same old spendthrift as before. She bites her lip. Her face is filled with anxiety. Her eyes are glued to the data on the computer screen. Suddenly, Jean Buhuan bursts into laughter and shouts. It hit the ceiling. Ha! I won. Sitting behind the computer, Xiaoyu looks at Yin Wu Dao in shock and speaks. Shanling Pharmaceuticals has dropped 9%. It's about to hit the floor. Jean Buhuan points at him triumphantly. I've got you now. Yin Wu Dao. If you're man enough to bet, you'd better be man enough to pay up. Get out of Jean City right now, and don't you ever set foot here again. Yin Wu Dao remains calm. He speaks nonchalantly. What's the rush? The trading session hasn't closed yet. Jean Buhuan's face is still full of smug confidence. There are only 2 minutes left until closing. The stock I bought has already hit the upper limit. Don't even dream of comeback. Wan Shihao chimes in as well. Young Master Yin, things have already come to this. Be a man and just admit defeat. Don't make us lose all respect for you. Yin Wu Dao says confidently. 2 minutes is plenty of time for a miracle. The moment he finishes speaking, Xiaoyu lets out a loud cry. Shanling Pharmaceuticals just released breaking news. She jumps to her feet in excitement. Their Qingwenhuo medicine can cure the new unidentified virus. Hearing this, all three of them are stunned. Yin Wu Dao simply says one thing. The stock is starting to climb. Jean Buhuan scoffs. So what if it's rising? Is it really going to hit the ceiling in just 2 minutes? Standing behind him, Xiao Yuna suddenly speaks up. That's not right. Several institutions are buying up shares like crazy. Shanling Pharmaceuticals is soaring. She continues. It's reached the limit. Xiaoyu jumps for joy. It hit the ceiling. Xiao Yuna sighs softly in admiration. It really is a miracle. Even Wan Shihao can't help but be impressed. I expect nothing less from young Master Yin. Jean Buhuan still refuses to back down. So what? Even if it hit the ceiling, so what? At best, we're just tied. Before he can even finish his sentence, Xiao Yuna speaks hesitantly. Chairman Jean, your stock ceiling price seems to have been broken. He stares at the data on the computer. He clutches his head and screams in despair. The limit was broken. How could I be this unlucky? Yin Wu Dao walks over calmly and says it's quite simple. Shuguang Pharmaceuticals Acquisition Department just bought out Shanling Pharmaceuticals. He immediately collapses, falling flat on the ground. Jean Buhuan falls to his knees. Young Master Yin, that move was god tier. I am floored. But how on earth did you do it? Yin Wu Dao keeps his head held high and speaks. Because. He falls silent for a moment before grinning triumphantly. I know the great prophecy art. Jean Buhuan immediately begins to flatter him. Incredible. Simply incredible. Xiaoyu asks, Cousin, do you really know the great prophecy art? Yin Wu Dao only gives a mysterious smile. It was just a small trick. Xiaoyu is utterly shocked. She thinks to herself, he calls this a small trick? Then a grand divine technique must be God-defying. To think I actually thought he was just wasting his fortune. How ridiculous of me. Yin Wu Dao smiles and asks Xiao Yuna, what about you? Xiao Yuna says, to be honest, I've long admired you, young Master Yin, but I'm not the one who calls the shots in the Qiao family. Yin Wu Dao then says, then find someone who does to come talk to me. Xiao Yuna replies, my grandfather is the head of our house. But not long ago, he suddenly fell ill. Speaking of this, she suddenly turns somber. No medicine seems to work. He keeps coughing up blood. Even the most renowned doctors are at a loss. Yin Wu Dao sees the pitiful look in her eyes. He pauses. After a few seconds of silence, he turns to leave and says, I understand. To the Qiao residence. At the Qiao residence, the wooden houses and architecture are rustic yet elegant. Old man Qiao Dinghe. The sweet, metallic taste of blood fills his throat. Weakly, he takes a handkerchief and wipes away the blood. He says feebly, Yuna, you're home. Xiao Yuna rushes to his side, her voice full of concern. Grandpa, how are you feeling today? I brought a master to treat you. I'm feeling a bit better today. Let the master examine you one more time. Your internal energy has stabilized. One more treatment, and you shouldn't be coughing up any more blood. And Wu Dao takes the old man's pulse and speaks softly. Master Qiao, let me take a look at you. Wei Fenglei bursts into the room, shouting, stop right there. Who gave you permission to touch my patient? Don't you have any manners? And Wu Dao turns around, his eyes flashing with anger. Well, Wei Fenglei, I've been looking everywhere for you. Just then, an elegant figure glides into the room. Young Masterin, Please, stay your hand. Xiaoyu speaks softly. Wei Fenglei is a friend of my younger brother. Jiho asked me to look after him. I hope you'll do me a favor, young master, and please don't start a fight here. And Wu Dao replies coldly. And why exactly should I give you face? She stands there, stunned. This guy, why isn't he following the script? I stepped in personally, yet he doesn't give a damn who I am. Wei Fenglei grits his teeth in rage. Second miss. You don't need to ask for favors from the likes of him, even if I have to fight him. I'm not afraid at all. Suddenly, and Wu Dao's demeanor turns strangely gentle. If you want me to do you a favor, it's quite simple. You just have to agree to one thing. Xiaoyu asks cautiously. What is it? And Wu Dao suddenly lunges forward. He pulls Xiaoyu in and kisses her passionately. Wei Fenglei stands there, frozen in shock. The second miss. He's kissing her. Xiao Yuna is just as shocked. That's the second miss of the Ji family. Hasn't Wu Dao lost his mind? Suyu speaks up from behind, her voice sharp with anger. Cousin, how can you just kiss someone like that? That's incredibly disrespectful. And Wu Dao merely glances at her. This is grown-up business. Little girls should stay out of it. Yet, Xiaoyu looks at him with an unexpectedly lingering gaze. She says in a playful, coy voice, You rogue. Was it sweet? And Wu Dao lightly brushes his lips with his hand. Then he licks his finger, as if savoring the lingering sweetness of her lips. Xiaoyu turns her head toward Wei Fenglei and commands. You may begin the treatment now. He walks past Wu Dao. His eyes burn with murderous intent. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill him. He begins to circulate his inner energy, channeling his qi into old man Qiao's body. Wei Fenglei murmurs under his breath. Master Qiao's condition is due to qi deviation during cultivation. It caused his blood flow to reverse and severely damaged his dantian. I only need to use my primordial chaos art to clear your meridians. You'll be out of bed and walking by the end of the day. Xiao Yuna watches in awe. He really is a divine doctor. And Wu Dao cuts in. His meridians are shattered. His internal organs are failing. Forget about you. Even the greatest physician in the world couldn't save him now. The only way to bring him back from the brink of death is a great restoration pill. Wei Fenglei gives him a look of pure disdain. You have no idea what you're talking about. My primordial chaos art connects with the innate heavens. It harmonizes yin and yang itself. A great restoration pill is nothing compared to the power of my technique. Suyu gasps in surprise. Has senior brother's primordial chaos art already reached the core formation stage? Xiao Yuna adds. I never would have imagined that besides the old master Feng too, there was another man this powerful in the world. Suddenly, a suspicion arises in Wu Dao's mind. This level of talent, could he be a heavenly genius? Immediately after, a notification from the system pops up. New heavenly genius detected. And Wu Dao scoffs to himself. Took you long enough to react. The notification displays the profile. Wei Fenglei. Title, a hero of his generation. Status, son-in-law of the Yi family. Mission, kill the man and claim his wife. Reward, 12 martial arts mastery points. He speaks again. Didn't we already deal with the Dragon King son-in-law? Now, another ancient martial arts son-in-law pops out of nowhere. He gently strokes his jade pendant. Explain yourself. Right then, the charming system spirit appears. The Dragon King's son-in-law follows the path of a secret guardian. But the ancient martial arts son-in-law follows the path of a conqueror. Immediately, a notification board pops up displaying the progression of the plot. In the future, once Wei Fenglei has fully come into his own, he will slaughter the Yi family, seize their entire estate, and rise to power with lightning speed. Together with the Ji family and Ji Fengming, they will form a three-way deadlock of power. After scanning the notification, Yin Wu Dao whispers to himself, Impressive, murdering for profit. He truly is a ruthless opportunist. He sinks into deep thought. It seems I absolutely cannot let him snatch the Qiao family's influence from me today. Otherwise, he'll definitely become a major disaster later on. After that, he gives Daji's curvy backside a firm slap and says nonchalantly, Go on. Daji puffs out her cheeks and looks at him with eyes full of affection. You're making me do your dirty work again. She drifts gracefully into the air as her expression turns malicious. Unsheathing her razor-sharp claws, she thinks to herself, Sorry, old man, but these are my master's orders. Then, she strikes Elder Qiao hard on the shoulder. causing him to instantly cough up blood. Wei Fenglei is struck with horror. Xiao Na screams in a panic. Grandpa! Grandpa! What's wrong? Wei Fenglei grabs the old man's wrist to check his pulse and gasps. How can this be? This is impossible. He stands there stunned, muttering in fear. This is bad. His meridians are completely shattered. He's beyond saving. Tears streaming down her face, Xiao now lunges forward and grabs Wei Fenglei by the throat, screaming, You Wei, how could you let my grandfather die under your care? Wei Fenglei gasps out with difficulty. The only way now is to use a great restoration pill. Xiao Yuna freezes and turns her tear-filled eyes toward Yin Wudao, sobbing, Young Master Yin. Yin Wudao coldly turns his head away. Why are you looking at me? This has nothing to do with me. Xiao Yuna suddenly drops to her knees, desperately begging Yin Wudao to save her grandfather. The Qiao family is willing to serve the Yin family for generations to come. Yin Wudao says sinisterly, that's still not enough. On the cold floor, Xiao Yuna weeps like a rainstorm. Her whole body trembling, she asks, What does young Master Yin want? Just name your price. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Yin Wudao gently lifts her chin and says teasingly, You're quite pretty. Your figure isn't bad either. Are you still a virgin? Xiao Yuna nods shyly. Yin Wudao immediately pulls out a small box and hands it to her. Why didn't you say so earlier? We're family. How could I just stand by and watch you suffer? Go on, save your grandfather. Xiaoyu, standing nearby, frowns and says coldly, Absurd. Behind them, Ku is also fuming with anger. He's out here humiliating another beauty again. Just as Xiao Yuna is about to feed the pill to Elder Qiao, Wei Fenglei speaks up coldly, Wait. This great restoration pill is a fake. Even the recipe for the lesser restoration pill has been lost for 1,000 years. Not to mention the great restoration pill, which only exists in legends. Not even the world's greatest physician has such a divine medicine. I don't believe someone like Yin Wudao would actually have one. Xiao Yuna holds the pill and hesitates. If this is actually fake, what should I do? Yin Wudao remains confident and replies, Just try it. After all, he's already as stiff as a board. Hearing him say that, she realizes he has a point. She places the pill into the old man's mouth. Elder Qiao still lies silently on the bed, without moving an inch. Suddenly, Wei Fenglei shouts out, The innate qi is still so dense. How is this possible? Elder Qiao suddenly bolts upright. Xiao Na cries out in joy, Grandpa! Grandpa, you're awake. Xiaoyu and Ku are just as shocked. It seems this pill really was a great restoration pill. Elder Qiao nimbly steps out of bed, clasps his hands together, and bows deeply, saying sincerely, Thank you for saving my life, young Master Yin. From now on, the Qiao family will serve you with all our might. Yin Wudao chuckles. Elder Qiao gives Xiao Yuna a gentle push. She stumbles and falls right into Yin Wudao's arms. The old man smiles and says, Yuna, make sure you show young Master Yin our proper gratitude. You youngsters should spend more time getting to know each other. Ku bites down hard on her handkerchief and thinks, This old man is truly shameless. Yin Wudao holds the beauty in his arms and smiles. Miss Qiao, you know what I want, don't you? Qiao Yuona let out a soft, playful MHM. He pulled the beauty close and strolled away, looking pleased. He glanced back and said, The rest of you can clear out. Qiao Yuona and I have plans for the night. Jin Buhuan, we'll talk more later. Suyu, wait for me outside. Suyu replied from behind him, Understood. Wei Fenglei clenched his fists, murderous intent surging within him. He cursed his own lack of strength. Damn you, Yin Wudao, you absolute bastard. I'm going to kill you. In just one short day, he's managed to subdue the 3 biggest factions in Jincheng. His methods were utterly unbelievable. This wasn't the playboy wastrel everyone used to know. He carried himself like a true overlord. Yin Wudao caught the killing intent in his eyes. He just smirked and walked away. Inside a private room, after they finished their discussion, Yin Wudao spoke. I'm leaving the business here in Jincheng to you all from now on. I have no interest in money. A 50-50 split of the profits is enough for me. Whether you need resources or run into trouble, you can count on me to step in. Hearing this, all 3 of them stood there in shock. Then, in unison, they bowed deeply and shouted, Thank you, young Master Yin. Outside the Chow family manor, Suyu was waiting anxiously. "Let's go, cousin," In Wudao called out. Suyu asked with concern, "Is everything settled?" He nodded slightly. "It's done." As they approached their car, they realized the door was wide open. They froze. Suyu gasped, "Oh no. Our car's been broken into." In Wudao peered inside, looking puzzled. It looks like the thief was searching for something. Suyu asked, "Cousin, did you lose anything?" He replied, "No. It seems they couldn't find what they were looking for." She asked, "What exactly were they after?" He gave his jade pendant a sharp tug. Drawing out a blade, he said smugly, "If I'm not mistaken, they were looking for this blade. This is the Zhanxiang blade. It's my trump card that's never lost a battle." Surprised and curious, Suyu asked, "How did you even hide such a large blade on you?" He said with a hint of pride, "I know a bit of mysticism. This is the technique of the Chinquan pouch. An ultimate secret art. The Zhanxiang blade is vital to me. I've never told anyone where I keep it. Not even those closest to me know." Suyu was stunned. "Then, why are you telling me?" In Wudao gently stroked her hair, his voice filled with affection. "You're my favorite cousin. I trust you. I know you would never hurt me." Suyu seemed lost in thought as In Wudao stretched. "It's almost dinner time. Let's go grab some local specialties here in Jincheng." Suyu perked up and ran ahead. "Okay. I heard the duck blood soup here is amazing. I want to try it." He laughed. At a small eatery, he said, "Go ahead and take a seat. I'll go order." Suyu nodded obediently. "Sure." The moment In Wudao left, a mysterious strangere approached Suyu. Clutching something in his hand, he whispered, "This is the best chance to poison In Wudao. This is a lethal toxin. A single pill is enough to end him." Hearing this, Suyu flinched. Her eyes grew dark as she spoke. "I already tried poisoning him last time, but it didn't work. It's like he's completely immune to toxins." The man ignored her concerns. Handing her the vial, he said, "Last time was a natural poison. This time it's synthetic. Even if he's immune to 100 poisons, he won't survive this." So you took the vial, her heart racing with anxiety. "Do I really have to poison him again? Isn't this a bit much?" At that, the man shot her a sharp, displeased look. He calculated his next words carefully. She's just a girl after all. To think she's already been charmed by In Wudao this quickly. Expecting her to kill someone with her own hands is probably asking too much. Igwon Sujusterni. Remember this well. If you can't poison Yin Wudao to death, then sabotage his soul-slaying saber. Leave the rest to me. Hearing those words, she felt a wave of secret contempt. So he's just another petty schemer. Just then, Yin Wudao strolled over, carrying 2 bowls of duck blood vermicelli. "Cousin, what are you looking at?" Suyu stammered, caught off guard. "Nothing. It's nothing." Yin Wudao gently set a bowl in front of her. He spoke with genuine concern. "Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste as good once it cools down." Suyu felt a pang of unease, and her mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Out of respect for this bowl of noodles, I won't use the poison this time. She daintily took a spoonful and brought it to her lips. Suddenly, she froze. Her hand turned rigid, the spoon trembling. There's something wrong with this soup. The strength drained from her body in an instant, and she collapsed. Yin Wudao stood right before her, his expression grim and silent. In her final moments of consciousness, Suyu felt a crushing disappointment. She cursed Yin Wudao in her mind. "You absolute bastard. I should never have trusted you." A moment later, darkness took her. She fell into a deep unconsciousness, totally unaware that after she passed out, 2 figures stepped into the room. Yin Wudao was also trembling, struggling to force the words out. "Good God, I can't even keep my balance anymore. I'm really in for it this time." Xiaoyu walked in, barking orders to her subordinates. "Take them back." Yin Wudao was immediately hauled into a room. One of the men beside her said hesitantly, "Is this really a good idea?" "Shut up." Xiaoyu snapped, her teeth gritted. Her sharp gaze pierced through him. "Yin Wudao, you had the nerve to kiss me in front of everyone. You really think you're above the law?" After saying that, she gently traced the line of his cheek, but secretly, she couldn't help but admire him. "Truth is, I actually like this rogue side of yours. I want you." A short while later, inside an elegantly decorated room, Xiaoyu leaned in to kiss Yin Wudao. "I have to admit, you're the only man in this world who's ever made my heart skip a beat. But this world isn't big enough for a man like you." With that, she pulled a sharp hairpin from her hair. She hesitated for a split second before continuing. Otherwise, the Jiho sect will end up destroyed by your hand. She gripped the hairpin tightly, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Yen Wudao. Hearing those words, Yen Wudao was suddenly jolted by a sense of dread. The instant she raised her hand to pierce his heart, a powerful hand clamped down on her wrist, pinning her in place. Yen Wudao snatched the hairpin away and slammed Xiaoyu down onto the bed.